The young man personally killed his master, but the sect not only did not blame him, but instead allowed Sugu to participate in the selection of true disciples. What he didn't expect was that it actually attracted 5 disciples suspected of being undercover agents of the righteous path. A bald monk with a shining Buddha light, a bookish Confucian who nurtures righteous energy, a beautiful fairy with an ethereal aura and pure eyes like a college student, a swordsman who was resolute in punishing evil, and a straightforward and honest body cultivator. These 5 people, apart from their age being appropriate, looked completely unqualified to participate in the selection of the demonic path, as if their faces were written with the fact that they were undercover agents of the righteous path. Which sect are you 2 senior brothers from? How come we haven't seen you before? Are you from a hidden sect? At that moment, the girl among the 5 transmitted a message to Sugu, and Sugu's mouth twitched. They were indeed undercover agents. Before he could respond, the other 4 didn't even bother to ask about his background and directly invited Sugu to join their group chat, chatting about everyday life. Goodness, they were all undercover agents. It seemed that apart from him, no one else came to participate in the selection of the demonic path. No wonder these undercover agents directly assumed he was also one of them. Sugu couldn't help but think, do you undercover agents have to be so ostentatious? I see that your talents are quite good. Why are you so unwilling to come to the demonic path as undercover agents? Sugu was quite puzzled. Logically speaking, these righteous path cultivators should look down on undercover work in the demonic path. The girl in the colorful dress did not doubt much and directly said, Senior brother, didn't your sect tell you? Because of the heavenly mandate, the sect sent us to go undercover to be on guard. I just casually took on a sect mission, Sugu casually replied. The 5 of them immediately showed respect, as expected of a hidden sect. They had the awareness and didn't need the sect to paint a grand picture for them. They just came to go undercover in the demonic path and endure hardships, truly showing great spirit of sacrifice. Ping Wuchi noticed the atmosphere was a bit strange, thinking that they were questioning the number of people, and seriously said, Don't think there are few people here, it's because our demonic cave follows an elite route. There are countless demonic path disciples, but very few can become inner disciples of our demonic cave. The girl in the colorful dress transmitted to Sugu, translating, the demonic cultivators of the Great Leon demonic cave are numerous, but they are all petty thieves and desperate individuals. They are too old and have lost their training value, and the young talents who want to enter my demon lair simply don't exist. Sugu's mouth twitched. Sister Tsai's translation is really good, and this is also a fact. If they were really young talents, besides me, who would enter the demon path? Wouldn't it be better to directly join the righteous path or take the imperial examination? After saying this, even Lian Pingwuki felt embarrassed. This time, they held a grand election for the demon path, but they had conducted a preheating and large-scale publicity in advance, which can be said to be very ostentatious. As a result, only 6 people have come so far, but this result is still considered good. After all, it has been difficult for years to find anyone who couldn't see through it. The fate is indeed not bad. The demonic path is bound to rise. Our demon cave has always pursued excellence. If you 6 cannot pass the assessment, you will never be able to join my demon cave. Ping Wuching said, Please begin. The sword cultivator boy said eagerly, and the other 4 nodded in agreement. Sugu hesitated for a moment and also nodded. Such an obvious undercover. The people of the demon cave cannot possibly be unaware. It seems to be intentional, meant to play along with the plan. The first test is to check the spiritual roots, Ping Wuching said, then placed his hand on the wrist of the sword cultivator boy standing at the front, encouraging him, Don't be nervous, you look like a talented person. You will definitely be able to detect 3 spiritual roots. The young sword cultivator's mouth twitched. 3 spiritual roots? Are you belittling someone? Ping Wuching was stunned, thinking he had made a mistake, hurriedly placed his hand on the other wrist, then trembled all over, his face excited, his heart racing, and in disbelief said, It really is the legendary mutated heavenly spiritual root. Sword spirit root. What is sword spirit root? The elders and the demonic sect's senior brother hiding in the back hall were all stunned upon hearing this, finding it hard to believe. You must know that even among the 5 great sects of the righteous path, it is considered good if one can produce a heavenly spirit root in each sect's grand election. In the past, let alone a heavenly spirit root, they wouldn't even dare to hope for a double spirit root. Only after Ping Wuching confirmed it repeatedly did the group of demons finally believe it completely. Indeed, the demonic path is about to rise. In the back hall, the various demon lords exchanged glances and all burst into wild laughter. The back hall had a formation that blocked all breath and sound, so no matter how they lost their composure, those outside could not perceive it. Ping Wuchi forced himself to calm down, yet he still couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth that were crazily rising, breaking into a smile as he said, Next, a tall and sturdy body cultivator with a shiny bald head and skin that shimmered with a metallic luster stepped forward. When Sugu first saw him, only one thought crossed his mind, this is a 16-year-old with a heavenly spiritual root. Ping Wuqi stood up, his hands trembling with excitement, and began to swallow saliva. Another heavenly spiritual root has been detected. Some of the demon elders in the back hall even fainted directly, doubting whether they were dreaming. Even the immortal sects find it difficult to recruit 2 heavenly spiritual roots at once. Happiness comes too quickly, like a tornado. After that, everyone became numb. The seed of reading is the heavenly wood spiritual root. The bald little monk is a mutated Zen spiritual root. The beautiful fairy in colorful clothes is a dreamlike fairy body. Even more remarkable than the heavenly spiritual root, the weakest aptitude among these 5 people is still the heavenly spiritual root. And the faces of the high-ranking members in the demon cave were somewhat stiff, feeling as if they were dreaming. They have been demon cultivation mentors for a lifetime and have never encountered such a good situation. If it weren't for the fact that these 5 people all have criminal records, they would suspect that they were undercover agents from the righteous path. This is just too unusual. The always cautious Ping Wuqi felt that something was amiss. He knew very well what kind of situation they were in. So how could they possibly find 5 desperate heavenly roots? What do you know about the signs of destiny? The demonic path is about to rise. There has long been a prophecy that a demon child will descend to help our demonic path revive. But according to the records, it seems there is still some time before the demon child descends. Han Changsheng retorted, frowning as if he had sensed something. After pondering for a moment, he chuckled and said, "It should have descended early. The demon child descends from the heavens. Truly extraordinary." All the demon leaders were shocked. Su Gu was also shocked. The demons didn't know their roots, but he did. What kind of demon child descending from the heavens? These 5 are all undercover agents of the righteous path. Are those righteous sects crazy? Sending undercover agents with such extraordinary talent. Aren't they afraid of being corrupted by the demonic path? For some reason, he had a premonition that the demonic path is about to rise. Destiny was likely something that the righteous sect's undercover agents had crazily promoted. Finally, it was Su Gu's turn to appear. Gold, wood, water, 3 spiritual roots. Ping Wuqi frowned. The 3 spiritual roots, also known as the moderate spiritual roots, generally have mediocre achievements, neither high nor low, and are quite average. If it were before, he would have put aside his pride and warmly courted Su Gu, but now he had 5 heavenly spiritual roots in front of him, and he didn't care about the average ones at all. He originally had high hopes for Su Gu, thinking he was a natural demonic seed who could become a true disciple of the demonic cave like him, helping to share some of his pressure. But now it seemed that hope was bleak. Aren't demonic cultivators not concerned about spiritual roots? Su Gu asked, noticing Ping Wuqi's slight change in expression. He knew his own spiritual roots, but he never thought much of it, having already cultivated demonic arts. Why would he care about spiritual roots? There are many ways to quickly improve one's cultivation in the magical path. That statement is false. Ping Wuqi touched his nose and said awkwardly, there aren't many people who cultivate magic in the first place. If we don't say it this way, it would be even harder to fool people. If it were before, he might have continued to maintain the lie, but now he had 5 heavenly spiritual roots in front of him. Ha! Su Gu and White Fox were all dumbstruck. In particular, the undercover agents of the righteous path were not at all surprised to think that they had already known. It turns out that the pits are all the bottom-level demonic cultivators. However, don't worry, the 3 spirit roots are pretty impressive as well. Ping Wuqi encouraged. It's more than enough to be an inner disciple. If, for the following examinations, you can pass them all perfectly, you can also have a chance to become a true disciple. The 5 undercover agents of the righteous path also comforted Su Gu. Su Gu originally did not feel anything. After all, there is a word hangover, but they are so comforting, it is difficult to get up without being difficult. Next, the second level. Ping Wuqi saw that the atmosphere was not right, and hurriedly took out a drawing board, on which there were 2 roads, one with 5 people lying on it, one with 1 person lying on it, and in the distance there was also a horse carriage that was galloping and had already lost control. Can you control the direction in which the wagon goes out of control? Whether it crashes into a road with 5 people on it, or just 1, it's a choice, but not an easy one. Rather, their eldest senior brother had racked his brains to come up with a test to see if the initiated disciple was an undercover agent of the righteous path. If it was a righteous undercover agent, he would definitely hesitate and eventually choose to bump into that one. The devil cultivator seed, on the other hand, must have crashed into those 5 people without hesitation. Though, he thought the test very silly. What kind of righteous person would think of coming to their magic cave to go undercover? As expected, the 5 major undercover agents of the righteous path all chose to crash into the path of the 5 without hesitation. However, Su Gu, didn't think twice, crash into the road where there's 1. Ha! Ping Wuqi was shocked. He stood up straight away, wanting to say to Su Gu, you're the natural-born devil seed that I've been looking at. How can you be so compassionate? The 5 undercover agents of the righteous path, Their faces changed slightly. They thought that Sugu was the same as them, and they bought their examination questions, so they forgot to reveal them to Sugu. Who knows? No. After seeing that Sugu didn't have any hesitation and chose the path of only one person, there was only one voice in all of their hearts. That is, Master is just too righteous. Immediately after that, there was worry that the righteous Sugu was exposed. What a righteous undercover agent. I knew I could find out about the undercover agent using this method. Don't stop me. I'm going to go out and kill that brat. And by the way, I'm going to chop up Ping Wuqi, who recruited that brat to come in. 2. Eldest senior brother was burning with rage and killing intent. If it wasn't for the elders on the side, desperately trying to stop them, might have killed it. Why do so? Do not know why Ping Wuqi, the heart and soul trembled. Do not know why there is actually a kind of death crisis, but still surprised and do not understand. You know, Sugu is a natural-born devil seed that he recognized with his own eyes. Even if it's not as good as the heaven-sent devil child, it shouldn't be like this. If you save 5, you can have 5 more slaves, Sugu said matter-of-factly. Isn't that the correct answer? The inner hall congregation's senior brother, his figure trembled violently, his face froze slightly, and when he reacted, his anger subsided, his anger disappeared, and he looked at Sugu outside in shock, falling into a deep thought. It wasn't just him, the other elders were also in awe. What a clean angle. Lao San was right. This man was indeed born with a devil's seed, the 5 major undercover agents of the righteous path. On the other hand, all breathed a sigh of relief and were even filled with admiration. Senior brother Sugu is fine, worthy of being a disciple from a hidden sect. His resilience is strong. Chapter 7, Unity is Strength. The undercover agents of the righteous path all felt that senior brother Sugu had strong reflexes, and with just one sentence, they dispelled the suspicions of the demons. If, in their place, they would only have been exposed long ago. Also associated with Sugu came to the devil's cave undercover, not by the clan to draw a big cake to fool, but the heart has a great righteousness, is for the righteousness of the glory, voluntarily came to suffer, as an undercover agent. For a while, only admiration remained in the hearts of all the righteous undercover agents. Shame on yourself. Compared to senior brother Sugu, they seemed like rich children who had come to gild the lily. Ping Wuqi also nodded his head in delight, worthy of being the natural-born devil seed he had been looking at. Suddenly, the entire space darkened, and a figure emanating arcane light stood in the air, evil and wild one, domineering, shocking the crowd on the field. Just listen, the man said faintly. This seed is the devil cave generation of the devil master. Set up 3 tests you and so on. 3 tests are passed, can enter the devil cave. The people on the field were all shocked. They didn't expect that it was just the entrance selection, and even the acting demon lord had shown up. Moreover, this generation demon lord is so strong aura, appearing with its own sense of oppression. The sky is directly darkened, worthy of being a generation demon lord. Illusory colored clothes and the others looked at each other with shock written in their eyes. Now, it seemed that although the devil's cave was in disrepair, the devil Dao elders and devil masters were not bad in strength, and were counted among the strongest in the entire Tianxian continent. No wonder, the sect would pay so much attention and send them undercover. The devil's way is really going to rise. I knew that within the devil's cave. It's not all useless, at least there are still experts in attendance. Sugu similarly lit up before his eyes, while the hearts of the people were in consternation. The eldest senior brother, just come out. Why did you put out the lights? The corners of Ping Wuqi's mouth twitched as he lit the candles in the room, restoring the light again. Sugu and the others had black lines crawling across their foreheads and withdrew the praise they had just given. There was a reason why this magic cave was in disrepair. Devil's Cave senior brother Han Shangxing didn't care, saying, later, this seed will mobilize the supreme treasure of the demon cave to open up an illusionary realm and send your minds into the illusionary realm. At that time, your cultivation and memories will all disappear, and everyone will be at the same starting point. Originally, he was just thinking of going through the motions, but who would have thought that this time, the ancestral tomb of the great election devil Dao was smoking, and even came with 5 heavenly spiritual roots, so he had to pay attention to it. Eldest senior brother, why did the examination content change temporarily? Ping Wuqi said in doubt. According to the original plan, the test was divided into 3 levels. The first level, the spiritual root test, the second level, the undercover test, and the third level, the law test. There was no such thing as this 3 tests of the acting demon lord. Han Shangxing's demeanor remained unchanged, remaining mysterious and aloof. I see. Ping Wuqi suddenly came to a realization and transmitted. After their memories and cultivation were erased, their every move in the illusionary realm reflects the truest state. This will allow for a better evaluation of each individual's abilities. It's still possible to tell if they are undercover agents. Eldest senior brother, Do you still think that 5 heavenly spirit roots in a row is too fishy? Fishy, what's fishy? It's heaven's destiny. They're heaven-sent demonic children. Eldest senior brother Han Shinxing shook his head in hatred. Is this old man out of his mind? By now, he still suspects that these people are undercover agents. A heavenly spirit root that would come to their devil's cave to go undercover? I'm afraid you don't know the energy of the heavenly spirit root in the righteous path, right? One word and the devil's cave will be destroyed. What's the need for an undercover agent? Which is? Ping Wuqi said hesitantly. Han Shanxing shook his head slightly and gave another look that could only be understood, causing Ping Wuqi to keep brainstorming. In fact, he did so for a simple purpose. It's just to show the strength of the devil's cave. These could all be heavenly spiritual roots, supreme geniuses, and it was not easy for them to come to their devil cave because of heaven's destiny and blindness. Although, they are all heavenly descended devil children, but the devil cave, if they don't take out some strength, bluff them, let them see the devil cave's power. Wouldn't they easily feel that there was no future in devil cultivation and, then, be abducted by the righteous? As well as, what? An illusion that can see the true heart? The devil's cave even has this kind of treasure? The face of the righteous undercover agent, all slightly changed, emerged a wisp of pallor. Did not think that nowadays the devil's grotto even can take out such a supreme treasure. For the test. Sure enough, the devil's way is going to rise. They came undercover, and they're in the right place. It's just that, in that case, it's a little harder to maintain an undercover identity and not get caught. They were fine. The clan had prepared treasures for them when they arrived. But what about senior brother Sugu? Sugu was not panicked. He was the best at the devil's test and whatnot. No one knew more about cultivating the devil than he did. At the moment, his attention was all on the supreme treasure that his eldest senior brother had taken out, and his brows furrowed slightly. Why does it look so much like a pot for shabu shabu? He was tempted to ask. This magic cave supreme treasure, is it reliable? For some reason, ever since he entered the demon cave, he suddenly didn't have such a high desire for the matter of cultivating demons. The first test fact begins. From now on, you are the acting demon lord of the demon cave, and 20,000 miles away, there is a spirit stone mine. How should you plunder enough spirit stones? Big senior brother Han Shanxing finished this sentence. The crowd only felt the sky spinning, unable to distinguish between east and west, north and south, and so on in the back to God. Has been the memory disappeared, appeared in the illusionary realm. Where is this place? The young girl, phantom colorful clothes, had her head buzzing and her brows furrowed slightly as she looked around at the dilapidated surroundings. The surrounding demonic aura was rushing to the sky, the blood fury was thick, and below were groups of demonic cultivators, holding demonic soldiers in their hands, with desire and anticipation written on their faces, as if they were waiting for him to issue an order. Demon Lord, hurry up and order troops. The debtor is about to bring people to kill us. That's a figure who has his hands on both the righteous and the devilish. If we don't pay the debt, we're only afraid that we'll be exterminated. Now is not the time to be a mother-in-law. That spirit stone mine, we must take it today. In the middle of illusory color cloth's hesitation, one of his minders ran up in a panic and urged. That's when the memory about the test appeared in her mind. I am now the demon lord of the demon cave, with a merged cultivation, but at the moment, I am facing pressure to collect debts. And there is a spirit stone mine next to me, but the spirit stone mine is very close to the official government. Going to rob the spirit stone mine? Illusory colorful clothes was in a heavy mood. She had forgotten everything, completely substituting for the identity of the demon lord, and even her cultivation had reached the early stage of harmonization. But as a disciple of the righteous path, she was not at all willing to do anything that would harm the heavens and the earth. The urging of the devil cultivator on the side grew more and more urgent. It annoyed her to no end. A bunch of hurtful things that deserve to be called in for debt collection. It's better if they all die. Her words almost came out of her mouth, and at the critical moment, a clear light surfaced in her mind. It was her division, giving her a backhand to be able to go undercover better. This is the test? The illusory colored clothes were in a cold sweat. They were almost exposed. Fortunately, the division had prepared for this. Hurriedly, he recited the heart demon decree. The body's breath changed. This heart demon decision functioned to regularly release the negative emotions within, not allowing the power of the heart demon to accumulate. At this moment, she released the negative emotions that had been pent up within her. Her eyes were fierce, her killing intent was amazing, and she had a bit of the aura of a demon lord as she calmly thought. This level is not simply a matter of who is ruthless and can lead their juniors to grab enough spirit stone mines. That spirit stone mine, so close to the government. This bit of my shrimp soldiers and crabs will be arrested by the government before I can rob the spirit stones. She was in a heavy mood, thinking of a way out. Suddenly, she saw the garrison map and her eyes flashed. There are still 3 other demonic forces around the devil's cave. So if we want to win, We have to get their support. Yes, unity is strength. This level, the test is actually the ability to unite the forces of the magic path. She informed her Minders of her thoughts. They're not too short on money and don't want to take any chances. Heartseeker didn't think he could rally the 3 demonic forces, having already invited them before. Then let them lack money. Phantasmagoria laughed. In the end, Illusory Colored Clothes asked the leaders of the 3 demonic forces to play Pai Gao, and using superior illusion techniques, they won them into debt, and they could only agree to rob the Spirit Stone mines together in order to pay off their debts. Chapter 8, Debtor's Visit. Bargaining. The Devil's Cave, led by Illusory Colored Clothes, converged with the 3 devilish forces and was unstoppable, successfully capturing the Spirit Stone mine and grabbing a large amount of Spirit Stones. However, the demonic cultivators were not happy for too long, and on their way back, they were stopped by the government and captured. All of them were sentenced and imprisoned in dungeons. Inside the Devil's Cave, the calm water surfaced with everyone in the ordeal. This didn't even pass? Ping Wuqi was stunned and surprised in his heart. The Illusory Colored Clothes could be said to have performed very well, courageous and resourceful. Perfect. But I didn't expect that it would still fail. No, she succeeded, eldest brother said with a calm demeanor. Ping Wuqi looked up. It's an impossible task. I've simulated it many times in my mind and it didn't work, eldest senior brother said. So, the exam question only allows them to acquire enough Spirit Stones. It doesn't say that they should pay off their debts. Flat out. They all did a great job. Almost close to the best scenario I could model. Han Shangshang watched the heavenly spiritual root disciples, one after another, pass the test, the corners of his mouth rising in satisfaction. Their way of passing the level was roughly the same. Both of them were subduing the 3 demonic forces and then but robbing the Spirit Stone mines. Only there were subtle differences in subduing the 3 demonic forces and robbing the Spirit Stone mines. The Illusory Colored Clothes were using illusions and setting up a trap to trap the 3 demonic forces into joining them. Confucian cultivator Kong Haoreng used his 3-inch tongue to lull the 3 demonic forces into cooperating. The monk Mi Su Wei used the Buddha's divine power of transformation to transform the leaders of the 3 demonic forces. Sword cultivator Li Xiaobai and body cultivator Zhao Jingang, on the other hand, were simple and dry, directly hitting the door to force the 3 demonic forces to submit. If it was an unusual harmonization stage, doing this step would of course be impossible, but their qualifications, the weakest of which were heavenly spirit roots, naturally made it easy. All demonic talents. I dare not imagine how glorious our demon Dao will be when they grow up. Eldest senior brother Han Shangxing's eyes narrowed as he smiled. Ping Wuqi, on the other hand, was puzzled. Eldest brother, what are you doing simulating debt repayment for nothing? Eldest senior brother's face changed slightly. His expression was a bit unnatural, and he hastily changed the topic. That natural-born demonic species you raised, how come it's still in the first course of examination? Everyone's attention was placed on Su Gu. Logically, at this point in time, the debt collectors are coming to the door, and Su Gu surprisingly hasn't made a move yet. Feeling the anxious urging of the demonic cultivators in his ears, Su Gu, always with a grave expression, looked at the garrison map in front of him and fell into deep thought. Lord Demon Lord, if we don't do something, the debtors will come to our door. The heart was in a cold sweat, terrified. It's getting really late. If we wait any longer, we'll just die. Some of the demonic cultivators were even planning to escape. What's the point of panicking? Look at this group of you with no talent. You're really disgracing the devil cultivators. Su Gu was not angry, never panicked, full of devilish majesty, and said in a cold voice, all disperse. That robbing the spirit stone mine thing? The devil cultivators gathered around were all shocked. Was this an intention to break the pot? If I could rely on you bunch of losers, this great Liang Devil Cave would have been destroyed a long time ago. Su Gu looked lonely and arrogant, evil and wildly wan, with a domineering aura, as if he was a supreme devil emperor looking down upon the living world. With this seat, the sky can't collapse. As he spoke, the sky was dark and cloudy, muffled thunder rolled, and a cloudy wind swept through, as if the sky had changed, and an oozing sense of oppression swept across the sky, making it difficult to catch one's breath. Everyone was shocked by Su Gu's aura, their hearts incomparably worshipping and marveling. It's worthy of being the selfsame demon lord. It is the devil's aura that is invincible in the 8 worlds. However, at that moment, a silhouette descended from the sky with demonic might, just like a heavenly demon descending to the world. Great cool demon lord, pay back the money. As his words landed, the oppressive sensations in heaven and earth all converged towards Su Gu and the other demonic cultivators. It was only then that it became clear to the crowd of demonic cultivators that this earth-turning demonic might did not come from their own demon lord, but from this debtor. What's he doing? Are you planning to renege on your debt? Ping Wuqi and the other elders, seeing this scene, were all confused and quite unable to understand. A moment later, Ping Wuqi hesitantly said, then is this considered a failure of the test for him? Those who dared to lend to the Devil's Cave debt, naturally have absolute power to swing the Devil's Cave. Reneging on the debt is impossible. Wait a little longer. Eldest brother Han Shangsheng looked tense, his breathing was rapid, and his heart was beating violently. He hadn't modeled that possibility of reneging. Ping Wuqi's mouth twitched as he watched the serious look of his eldest brother, and for some reason, he had a bad premonition. However, the change in the illusion, was beyond everyone's expectations. The debtor and Su Gu, who had been fighting each other as if they were going to war, shook hands and made peace. It made everyone's jaw drop. I'll pay back the money, but you'll have to cooperate with me on some things, and don't give me conditions. I'm the one who owes the money. According to the Great Shang Law, loan sharking is not protected by the law. Big deal. I'll report myself to the police and report you for loan sharking on the way. Sugu faced the strong and murderous debtor and transmitted a deep voice, not a hint of stage fright. Demon Lord, be like a demon lord. You are a tough guy. The debtor, who was as angry as substance and intended to give Sugu some discipline, his pupils suddenly shrunk. His expression changed for a long time, and he finally chose to compromise. How are you going to make me cooperate? If Sugu is really a fish out of water, then his money, it will really go down the drain. This did not surprise Sugu. If, for example, you owe $1 million, then it's you who gets the headache. Whereas if you can owe $10 billion, then it should be the creditors who get the headache. For the size of the Devil's Den, the amount of money borrowed is astronomical. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as if the entire Devil's Cave was desperate enough to rob the Spirit Stone mine next to the government. I'm warning you, don't give an inch. At worst, the fish will really die. Seeing that Sugu did not answer, the debtor thought that he was going to be hammered, and hurriedly said, don't worry, it's easy, just have a few meals with me. Sugu said faintly, that's it? The debtor felt that there was a fraud. Of course not. How about giving a discount on the debt? A discount of 10%. A friendly price? Sugu spoke up. You're a loan shark anyway. You'll make money with a discount. He was, by now, speechless. How could the previous demon lord of this demon cave be so stupid? As the lord of the demon path, it's even worse if he doesn't lend money to loan sharks. He even went to borrow money from loan sharks. No way. 80% off at the most. I have a big family to feed too. The debtor thought this was the right thing to do and bargained. 20% off. Sugu said in a deep voice. 60% off. Can't be much more. Any more and I'll really lose money. The debtor gritted his teeth and made the maximum concession. 30% off. Otherwise I'll turn myself in. Sugu said, pitiful as I am, as a great devil who was full of evil, if I really turn myself in, I should be locked up for the rest of my life. Unlike you, who's just a capital devil, and an occasional loan shark, you'll probably get a very light sentence. Deal. A 30% discount is fine, but you must pay me back, or the fish will die. The debtor's face darkened, and he fiercely took a few deep breaths, itching to swallow Sugu alive. He just figure a little insignificant interest. I did not expect the other party to figure his principal. Damn it. Of course, at 30% off he makes money, though not much. Chapter 9, Full Faint Pass. A 30% discount is fine, but you have to pay me back, or else the fish dies. The debtor's face darkened, and he fiercely took a few deep breaths, itching to swallow Sugu alive. Deal. Sugu's expression was indifferent, without any waves, as if everything was under control. Let's go. To do what? The debtor hesitated. Have your first meal, Sugu said lightly. With that, his figure had already disappeared and swept towards the first devil Dao power next to him. Demon Lord Su, what are you doing here? Don't even think about it. Our extreme bliss demon cult, which is not short of money, is unlikely to be heartless enough to accompany you in robbing the Spirit Stone mine. That's going to jail. Sugu had just arrived, when the sect master of the extreme bliss demon sect stepped in and said in a cold voice, Rob, luckily you're still the sect leader of a party of devils. The devil's way was defeated in your hands. Sugu coldly grunted. What I want to do is to make them obediently present the Spirit Stone mine. The extreme bliss demon sect master froze slightly, a bit puzzled. What are you babbling about? Sugu didn't say much and pointed to, in the distance on his flying boat, the debtor who was eating delicious food in silence and said, do you know who he is? Golden Lord's father? The demon cult master was shocked, marveling that Sugu really had his hands full. No wonder he was the demon lord, but he was able to get so close to the Golden Lord's father. Sugu Luneo said, what the debtor means, you three forces, rob that Spirit Stone mine one by one, but don't really rob it, just cause a riot. When a riot forms, the value of the Spirit Stone mine is bound to plummet, and then the debtors will step in and use their money power to pocket the Spirit Stone mine. When the time comes, you'll be given a cut of the difference between the two when it's earned. Much lower risk if you don't actually rob it and just cause a riot. How much is the dividend? The demon sect master's face was pleased and somewhat moved. 50 million spirit stones, Sugu said. Do it. The demon sect master didn't have any hesitation. Low risk and high gain. There was no reason not to do this business. Sugu revealed a knowing smile. 50 million spirit stones was already all that was left for an early-stage harmonization cultivator. As a half-step harmonization realm extreme bliss demon sect master, of course he wouldn't refuse. Next, Sugu visited 2 other demonic forces one after another. There was a debtor who showed up to endorse Sugu, and without any surprises, they all chose to agree. The following day, Sugu appeared in front of the spirit stone mine and called the person in charge of the spirit stone mine. TSK, 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 fellow Taoist dares to dig for spirit stones in such a great evil place. You really have a lot of guts. What nonsense! The person in charge of the spirit stone mine was furious. If he didn't see Sugu's immortal style and his harmonization stage cultivation, he would have already struck out to teach Sugu to speak. Sugu didn't care and said, "This spirit stone mine of yours is standing on top of an ancient demonic body. It's fine now because the demonic body hasn't been revived, and when the demonic body is revived, some of the spirit stones will be converted into demonic stones. At that time, a large number of demonic cultivators will come here in a frenzy to grab the magic stones. This spirit stone mine, too, will be worthless. You have to know that heaven's destiny is in the devil. The devil's way should be revitalized, and this devil stone is the key to the great revitalization of the devil's way. Ancient devil body? Heaven's destiny is in the devil? Are you?" Hearing Sugu's words, the spirit stone mine head was shocked in his heart as his face changed in shock. "You're a liar?" He still thought the other man was a liar, even though he thought he had some truth in what he said. "No, I was once an heir to the Tenchi sect, now I'm a risky asset reseller." Sugu shook his head slightly and said, pointing to the debtor, who was eating on the flying boat, before saying, "That one is my friend. You can distrust me, but you shouldn't distrust him. This is the address of my flying sword. Remember to contact me if you want to sell it. I will give you a high price, and remember to be quick. Otherwise the more you delay the value of this spirit stone mine will decrease." The person in charge of that spirit stone mine originally had anger rising in his heart, feeling cheated, but after seeing the debtor, his face changed slightly, and he had already believed in a few points, and he would believe in collecting the flying sword address. So, for the next 3 months, the 3 demonic forces, one after another, struck out to seize the spirit stone mines. More than that, the entire devil circle was spreading the word about the magic stones and started discussing how to go to the spirit stone mines and loot them. "This spirit stone mine, I'm willing to make an offer. 60% off, can't be less." The person in charge of the spirit stone mine was pale. Within these 3 months, because of the countless demonic cultivators adding to the chaos, the production had plummeted. Not only that, but the number of injuries to miners increased, and a whole lot of spirit stones had to be paid out. It's almost like you can't make ends meet. It has become a hot potato. Of course, there were other businessmen who wanted to take over this spirit stone mine, but they were all people who took advantage of the fire and wanted to buy it at a discount or two. 40% off. Sugu bargained. "Deal." The person in charge of that spirit stone mine directly said. After taking over the spirit stone mine, Sugu, in his capacity as the demon lord, ordered all the demonic cultivators to settle down and not to cause trouble near the spirit stone mine, and even disclaimed the matter of the demon stones. The spirit stone mine was back to its usual tranquility. He then gave the spirit stone mine to the debtor at the original market price, because, at that time, the debt was discounted by 30%, and while the debt was cleared, the debtor had to give him 700 million spirit stones, and of these 700 million spirit stones, he took out 400 million and gave it to the person in charge of the spirit stone mine to pay for the purchase of the spirit stone mine. In this way, Sugu had not only paid off his debt with empty gloves, but also earned an additional 300 million spirit stones. As for those 3 devilish forces, because they were asking for the negotiated dividend of 150 million spirit stones, they were reported by Sugu's open trumpet and squatted in jail. During that time, Sugu also visited their prison, and after learning that they had been sentenced to 1,800 years, he deeply sympathized with them, invited them to have a big meal in the prison, and said that when they were released, all the dividends, as much as possible, would be credited to the account. The 3 demonic forces were all incomparably grateful, calling him kind enough and a good brother. "Didn't you say that there's no answer to this test? How come senior brother Sugu passed? And how he can be so righteous, even after entering the illusionary realm, losing his memory, being implanted with the identity of a demon lord, and encountering a debt collector? He was still unwilling to harm anyone, much less do a single thing that violated the law. In the end, it even reported all the demonic cultivators, eliminating evil for the people. Senior brother Sugu is just too righteous. Phantom color clothes and other righteous undercover agents have long since come out of the first level of illusion, looking at Sugu's talent in the illusion to do, a shocked speechless, all incomparably moved. Surprisingly, it's still possible to pass like this? Himself compared to him is simply a heaven and a hell, especially mirage color clothes. They were about to become Sugu's little fans. Apart from Sugu, where else is such a righteous, capable and handsome senior brother? Only, immediately afterward, they were worried. Sugu's approach, too righteous, completely inconsistent with the form style of the Devil's Door, will be the field of these devils. Found its is the righteous undercover, and then liquidated. Chapter 10, The Righteous Circle Attacks. Obviously, the illusory clothes and the others were overly concerned. Watching Sugu's maneuvering, the Devil Cave elders and senior brother Han Changsheng and the others were no less horrified and adoring in their hearts. At first, the devils also felt that Sugu's demeanor was too righteous, that he only moved his mouth and not his hands, not a devil cultivator at all. Both intend to eliminate Gu. Had it not been for eldest brother Han Changsheng's insistence, it would have been impossible to watch. However, after seeing that Sugu smoothly leveled the debt and earned 300 million spirit stones, and even took out the three competing forces around him, they all froze, their breaths shortened, and their heartbeats pounded violently. The whole thing is silly. Question marks were written all over his face, and in his mind, he kept asking himself, so this is still possible? Could it be that this is the real devil cultivator? They had the feeling that their worldview had been turned upside down. The shock to the mind was too great. In the end, they finally reacted when Sugu passed the level perfectly, and at that moment, the way they looked at Sugu's eyes all changed and became hot. All of them were short of breath, their hearts were beating violently, and their eyes even vaguely carried a wisp of worship. What does it mean to turn the impossible into the magical? What does it mean to turn the impossible into the possible? This is, even more, they all looked at Han Changsheng in unison. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Look, this demon lord of others. This is the dreamy demon lord, and look at you, the acting demon lord. You're a waste of space. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. How is this possible? I'm not dreaming? You can really pay it back? Not pay back the interest, but pay back the debt? And whoring out 300 million spirit stones for nothing? Han Changsheng muttered, unable to believe it. To say, the mood of the most excited belongs to him. This day amount of debt crisis, he deduced countless times, cannot find a solution, only a dead end. There is no way to solve the problem. Would have been desperate, but who knew that Sugu would just defuse it? Not only is the debt paid, but hundreds of millions of spirit stones have been hoarded out for nothing. It's simply divine. Only, after seeing the eyes of the elders, Han Changsheng's face changed slightly and he hurriedly said, this son, whose methods are too righteous, must not be capped. It's horrible. This kid is simply devil's hair positive. If, however, he was allowed to stay in the devil's cave, wouldn't one's position as the eldest senior brother be challenged? It's better to just silence them. Anyway, he's clear on exactly how debt repayment works. Never. All the elders were shocked. We devil cultivators, do we talk about means? We speak of results. Look at the results. The spirit stone mine is in hand. The sky-high debt is completely wiped out. The three competing forces in the surrounding area are swept away. And the inner coffers of the magic cave are filled with 300 million spirit stones without costing a single soldier. This is simply the devil's mighty power. How can we say that this is too righteous? This is simply the descent of a demon god. If we really want to say it's righteous, then it's also the devil's hair that's righteous. After a long time, they had come across a good seedling for devil cultivation. How could they miss it? At this moment, in their view, Sugu's value was above those 5 heavenly spiritual roots. In this society nowadays, can you fight? What's the point of being able to fight? You have to be able to get money. What do you think? Han Changsheng's demeanor remained unchanged as he indifferently looked towards Ping Wuqi, asking for his opinion. Ping Wuqi's back was cold. He didn't know why. Since the split had gone to little Liangshan, the way the elder brother looked at himself, he always felt that there was a murderous intent hidden in his eyes. There are still 2 more levels. Let's see his subsequent performance. Ping Wuqi hesitated for a long time and could only say so due to the pressure from both sides. Then that's all there is to it. Han Changsheng also wanted to see what other surprises Sugu could bring him. The crowd of righteous undercover agents on the field all let out a sigh of relief. Sugu was really suspected for being too righteous, but fortunately, he was capable and was recognized by most of the demonic cultivators. At this point, what are all waiting here for? Sugu also passed the test and walked out of the illusionary realm, returning to reality, very calm, as if what he did in the illusionary realm was very rare. Elder brother, you're amazing. A task that was simply impossible. And you accomplished it. Amazing. The illusory clothes and other undercover agents of the righteous path all exclaimed in admiration. The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched. One didn't play much in the phantasmagoria, but what one did, it couldn't have been anything good, I suppose. This group of undercover agents of the righteous path, all of them reacted in this way? It's hard to believe. It's paralyzing me? Trying to corrupt me? Trying to get me to turn to the right side? That's not possible. Cough cough. All passed the first level successfully. All did well. Seeing that some of the elders were about to run out and climb into friendship with Sugu, Han Changsheng hurriedly spoke. Next, the second test. From now on, you are still the demon lords of the demon cave. In a few months, the righteous path will lead the crowd and hit the door. Please organize resistance. Sugu and the others' eyes went black once again. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in the illusionary realm, and still had no past memories, but only knew that he was the demon lord of the demon cave, and had the cultivation of the early stage of the harmonized body. There's still a few months to go, and the righteous are fighting? This is a really female. Phantasmagoria came out of her joy in a cold sweat, almost falling for the trick. This is in the middle of the illusion. To act magic. This can be really dangerous. Illusory colored clothes hurriedly changed her words, applying the heart demon decision, her demonic aura emanating, and looking at the map of the demon cave's garrison. Her face was gloomy. With just a few shrimp soldiers, how can they resist the righteous army? As an undercover agent of the righteousness, she certainly knew the terror of the righteousness army. In the case of her senior uncle, a casual piss could flush out the devil's cave. What does the devil's den resist with? Her brow furrowed in a tangle, combining all sorts of information, making all sorts of platoons, as well as setting up traps, all of which were overwritten after the act. There is no way to survive. In her despair, she suddenly saw a nest of earthworms nesting next to her. Eventually, the eyes flickered and an idea came to mind. The best resistance is no resistance. If you can't beat them, then run away. The devil's cave is never a specific location. Wherever we gather is the devil's cave. The illusory clothes were thoroughly enlightened and intended to gather their inner circle, digging all sorts of underground passages underneath the devil's cave, arranging teleportation spell formations, and setting up a stronghold in a hidden place to serve as an exit. Whenever there was danger, all members could instantly move to a safe stronghold 100,000 miles away. Back to Lord Demon Lord. The plan is perfect, but it's very difficult to implement. It's a big project. The Heartlander hesitated. We don't have enough manpower or spirit stones. Not enough, won't Rob? Illusory color cloth's complexion was unchanged. She had already thought of all this. Next, she once again played Pai Gao with the leaders of the three demonic forces next to her, utilizing extraordinary illusions to make them all lose everything and incur high debts. In the end, they could only be reduced to mining slaves, digging tunnels underneath the devil's cave at their own expense to build teleportation arrays and strongholds. A few months later, the righteous path came calling in great numbers, and then, not surprisingly, the devil cultivators within the devil's cave, unhurriedly, walked into the underground passageway and teleported to a safe stronghold, worthy of being a dream immortal body. Eldest senior brother Han Changsheng marveled. Eldest senior brother, how will it be judged? Ping Wuqi inquired curtly. There's nothing to judge. Infinitely close to the best answer I've surmised. Han Changsheng was indifferent, and said in a lonely voice, full faint, the right thing to do, indeed, was not to resist, and in the event of a righteous siege, to simply flee, and building tunnels required a lot of manpower and material resources, so it was inevitable that the three demonic forces next to them would have to help. It's not hard to notice these two things, but it's hard as hell to do them. Eldest senior brother, it's true that you can count on nothing, Ping Wuqi flattered. Just as he finished speaking, the illusory color cloth in the illusionary realm was met with a crisis. The crowd of Devil's Cave cultivators that led them hadn't escaped for long before they were found and obliterated by the righteous army. Chapter 11, Look, Brother Sugu is going to start the operation. This, Ping Wuqi and the other elders, were all slightly shocked and dismayed as they watched the Devil's Cave army led by illusory colored clothes, which had just escaped from the encirclement, and not long after, was surrounded and annihilated by the righteous Dao's army. Isn't it true that the phantom suit operates, close to the best scenario? A perfect score? How did it fail? Cough. Han Changsheng coughed dryly and rightfully said, it's the best option, not the solution. So, this level, it's still impossible to do? The corners of Ping Wuqi's mouth twitched, and a strand of black lines surfaced on his forehead as he said in dismay. Of course, Han Changsheng didn't know where to get the courage, but he was also proud. I've deduced it countless times. The difference between the power of the righteous and the devil is too great. As long as the righteous want to purge, we, the devil, are fleeing to the ends of the earth and sea, we will also be wiped out. As his words landed on the ground, the surrounding elders all looked downcast, a wisp of despair faintly surfacing in their eyes. That's the truth, Han Changsheng said meaningfully. Therefore, this test is only to see if they can lead people to escape from the Devil's Cave, and as for being worn down by the righteous path afterward, it is no longer within the scope of the test, because no one else can. As he spoke, the other 4 undercover agents of the righteous path all finished their examinations as well. As with the first test, they all played to their strengths, and then chose to operate similarly to the illusion clothes. This is not a coincidence, but because it is the best answer. It satisfied the crowd of demonic cultivators to the extreme. Are you sure no one can do it? Ping Wuqi pondered for a moment before looking at Su Gu in the illusion and suddenly said, I'm sure. Han Changsheng said confidently. The first test allowed him to take advantage of a loophole. He won't be so lucky with this one. The difficulty of the 2 levels can be vastly different. The first test, which is just the debtor's main account, can still be accommodated, and there are certain workarounds. But this test is a righteous siege. The power of the righteous path is so huge, and it is even more incompatible with the devil's path. Even if the immortals come, they can't save the Devil's Cave. The elders had all placed their hopes on Su Gu, and after hearing Han Changsheng's words, they also shook their heads slightly and laughed out to themselves. What an old fool he is. Surprisingly, he felt that Su Gu, a junior, could do such heaven-defying things. Just as they were thinking this, the tiny voice of the illusory color clothes rang out, pulling their thoughts back. Look, senior brother Su Gu is going to start operating. Want me to fend off a righteous siege? After Su Gu was informed of the content of the test, he first looked at himself, then at the large pile of shrimp soldiers and crab generals following around him, and his face changed again and again. If the righteous path fights its way up, Lord Demon Lord, you will definitely have a way to save us, right? The heartthrob was beside himself with anticipation beyond measure. You bunch of straw men, what's the use of having you? Su Gu's eyes were icy cold, his body was filled with demonic flames, and the pressure of the ensemble stage swept through the 8 directions. I alone am the Devil's Cave. All the demonic cultivators were trembling in their hearts and minds. Not only the ones in the illusion, but even the group of elders outside were in a state of physical discomfort. But there was also silence. How is this not a solution? The Devil Master's cultivation is heavenly. One person can top 10,000 people. His mind memorizes all kinds of magic cave methods, and his storage bag is loaded with all kinds of magic cave treasures. So as long as he lives, he can always be in the process of establishing a magic cave. In the midst of a righteous siege, the Demon Lord escaped alone, and the difficulty skyrocketed. An eerie silence fell over the scene for a moment. Good news. Once this statement was made, no one in the Devil's Cave felt that Su Gu was acting in the right way anymore. Bad news. Su Gu had been boycotted en masse by the devil cultivators within the Devil's Cave for acting too devilishly. They're scared. So it can still be like this. Han Changsheng's eyes lit up as if a window had been opened. All of the elders, all of them fiercely looked at Han Changsheng with a ghostly expression, fearing that Han Changsheng would follow suit and sell them. Cough cough, we devil cultivators, we never abandon or give up. Han Changsheng pacified the crowd. The elders all treated Han Changsheng as if he had farted, as well as the undercover agents of the righteous path who had already come out of the illusion and watched the scene, on the other hand, were all moved and worshipped to the extreme. My God, Senior is just too righteous. Being in the illusion, forgetting everything, he even thought of ridding the world of demons. He's real, for crying out loud. Especially illusory color clothes, who was watching with fire, admired Su Gu more and more. However, the crowd of undercover agents of the righteous path, followed by worry, incomparable anxiety, they just remembered that Su Gu was still in the test. If it is found to be the righteous path, then it is not to. Even, they instinctively sensed that the expressions of those demon cave elders and true legends, who were looking at Su Gu, were already unkind. Just when everyone thought Su Gu's operation was going to end. What are you waiting for? Really want to be a straw man? Go, carry out this seat's orders. With a wave of Su Gu's hand, the golden orders fell, landing in front of the disoriented crowd of Minders. The hearts of all the Devil's Cave, their faces were happy. The Lord Devil was really just joking, and they hastened to receive the golden order with incomparable excitement. But after reading the content on it, all of them were puzzled to the extreme, with question marks written all over their faces. Lord Demon Lord, you mean to change the name? From now on, our Great Liang Devil Cave will not be called the Great Liang Devil Cave, to be called the Great Love Immortal Sect? The first beloved hesitated. What? Su Gu's expression was cold. The name change was something he'd been planning to do for a long time. What kind of devil sect calls itself a devil sect? No, there is no opinion. It is just that. Today's heavenly destiny is that the devil's way is rising. If the word devil is removed, isn't it that we won't be able to enjoy the chi luck? The Heartlander carefully said. Are you blind? Take a good look at the golden order that this seat gave you. Su Gu said without anger. This beloved, with a trembling heart, scrutinized the contents of the golden order. In addition to the specific ordinance, there is also a pattern attached to it, used to create the town gate monument. On it, the 4 big words Great Love Immortal Sect were written in dragonflight. No, it's 5 big words. Between love and immortality, there is a very small, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, magic word. The full name is not the Great Love Immortal Sect, but the Great Love Magic Immortal Sect. How many heavenly destinies can be taken on by a single demonic word? We are not a devil sect, but a devil immortal sect. The vision is that all devil cultivators, all become immortals. Sugu was evil and wildly won. His devilish aura rushed to the heavens, and hegemony was incomparable. Yes, the heartthrob was completely bowled over, and his heart was incomparably in awe. Then, it was the second heartthrob who received the golden order and hesitated. What does Lord Demon Lord mean? Is that from now on, give eggs to all the old people in a 10-mile radius? Let them join our devil's cave. No, join our Great Love Devil Immortal Sect and be the outer protector of the sect? As he opened his mouth, the other Minders couldn't wait and opened their mouths. And, not let the brothers, in a 10-mile radius to burn and loot, fish and flesh the people? This brothers can understand, but also to protect them, to give them undivided attention, and to save lives, and to ensure favorable weather conditions, and to indoctrinate them to read and write, and even to teach them to cultivate immortality? Even the devil's den is to be renovated and refurbished to be full of sunshine, affectionate, pleasant. A group of believers, the doubts in their hearts rolled over, gritted their teeth and asked all the doubts in their hearts, if they really did what they did above, would they still be demonic cultivators? What's the difference between that and the right way? In that case, why don't they join the righteous immortal sect? Oh, come to think of it, when they were trying to join the righteous immortal sect, it turned out that the immortal sect didn't want them. But, really, it's the righteous path that can't even do this, right? What? Sugu's terrifying pressure swept over him. Do you have a problem with the seat's orders? If one was in the immortal sect, one had to be told and reasoned with if one wanted to push a decision. And in the devil's den, decisions are pushed through with nothing more than a big fist and no reasoning. As the demon lord, he certainly had the biggest fist. That was why he liked being a demonic cultivator. Do not dare. It's just that the people below may resist, and there will be resistance to implementing it. All of the believers all changed in color and prostrated themselves on the ground in fear, trembling. Then do as you are told. Resistance? Who dares to obstruct the seat? If this seat sees anyone violating the golden order, this seat will definitely make his life worse than death. Sugu spoke out icily, a sense of oppression enveloping the entire devil cave. You and others remember that the life of a devil cultivator is not a life. Yes, all of the Minders were chilled in their hearts, shocked by Sugu's final words, and no longer dared to have any opinions. So, within the mirage, all the demonic cultivators, forced by Sugu's obscene power, were busy, and, outside the illusion, everyone froze. Chapter 12, do you know the power of the Great Love Immortal Sect? How did he make that decision? The demonic cultivator elders who were originally expecting Sugu to operate, all of their faces turned red, anger written in their eyes, feeling as if they've been defiled. It's simply unbearable. What is our Great Liang Devil Cave? Inherited for 3,000 years, the central continent's most powerful and longest-standing devil sect Holy Land. How can you change your name? Great Love Immortal Sect? What the hell kind of name is that? Also, this act of his is completely the style of the righteous. This person is an undercover agent of the righteous path. He must be eliminated. The Devil Cave elders, one by one, were filled with righteous indignation, unable to tolerate Sugu, and told Han Changsheng about the black accusations. Of course, the reason why they wanted to get rid of Sugu was not because they were acting too righteous. They demon cultivators had always done things without looking at the process, only the results. It was mainly because Sugu's offhand remark earlier, I alone am the Devil's Cave, made them realize that Sugu was too devilish, and they seemed to be a bit unable to suppress it, causing them to develop a fearful mood. It's over. The undercover agents of the righteous path were all pale and bloodless. The heart that hangs in the air is finally dead. Elder brother Sugu, because he was too righteous, was exposed after all. Shall we ask the elders for help to save senior brother Sugu? Phantom Color Cloth anxiously transmitted her voice. Of course, there are too few cultivators like senior brother Sugu, who are dedicated to the righteous path and have their hearts set on the world. If we don't save senior brother Sugu, won't we chill the hearts of the world's righteous cultivators? These undercover agents of the righteous path have already made their decision. Even if he failed to go undercover this time and alerted the snakes, he still had to ask his own elders to make a move to save Sugu. Noisy. Han Changsheng coughed dryly and said expressionlessly, we devil cultivators, since when have we valued the process so much? We focus on the results. Wait for the results. Originally, He was afraid of Su-gu, fearing that all the demonic elders would support Su-gu and overthrow him. Now that Su-gu had caused public anger, he naturally didn't need to be scrupulous, already sparing the talent. The 5 undercover agents of the righteous path all brightened up, and their dead hearts hung up again. Humph, what can come of it? Do you really think that by putting on a rotten and depraved righteous demeanor, you can fool the righteous ones, or win their sympathy? Dream on. The Devil Dao elders, hindered by the lustful authority of their big senior brother, didn't dare to say much, but they also kept their faces unchanged and didn't have much of a reaction, not feeling that Su-gu would be able to succeed in his examination. When the time comes, sentence him for incompetence, turn him away. In the illusionary realm, time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was several months later. Not good. The righteous path is beating down the door. Lord Demon Lord, how do we escape? The beloved demonic cultivators, with panicked and terrified faces, rolled and crawled towards Su-gu Dao. It's long since been scared out of its wits. The number of righteous cultivators who had killed them was simply too many to count. It's just a matter of taking a piss and drowning them. Noisy. Su-gu's voice raised steeply, his body's aura skyrocketed, and his pressure was like an ocean spreading over the sky, shaking the 9 heavens. What a bunch of strawmen. Sooner or later, I'll optimize all of you. As he spoke, his body kept flying up, standing in the air and confronting the righteous army. Demon Lord, you're surrounded. It's not too late to surrender. The bigwigs of the righteous path, drink and ask Su-gu. Su-gu, however, was unperturbed and only said indifferently, it's you who are surrounded, worthy of being a demon lord, just bossy. All of the demonic cultivators below were bowled over by Su-gu, and each of them worshipped him to the extreme. Even the righteous ones were startled by Su-gu's words and prowess, and scorn was written in their eyes. Then he heard Su-gu say rightfully, you are trespassing. This seed has already reported to the officials. The heavens and the earth were steeply silent. Everyone, regardless of whether they were demonic cultivators or the righteous path, whether they were inside or outside the illusionary realm, were all thunderstruck into a blank mind by Su-gu's words. The demon lord reporting to the police? What is this? Isn't this the equivalent of a mouse looking to a cat for help? In the illusion, the righteous ones froze for a long time before slowing down. You devil cultivators, who have done nothing but evil, and you're reporting to the authorities? Are you turning yourselves in? The head of the righteous path laughed out loud. Su-gu shook his head and denied it seriously. Magic cultivator? You're looking for the wrong people. We are a proper sect that has a record with the Deshang court and pays taxes according to the law. The disciples within the sect, how could they be demonic cultivators? Saying that, Su-gu pointed to the stone monument engraved with the clan's name. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Great Love Immortal Sect? All of the righteous paths looked at each other in disbelief. The Great Liang Devil's Cave. When did it change its name? Or did you really look in the wrong place? In fact, they weren't the only ones who were puzzled. The demonic cultivators were also puzzled. While wondering, that's them. A group of Moncler jackets for sale angry to the extreme. To the official people behind them, pointing at the righteousness of the crowd said, it's them, in broad daylight, who dared to invade the Great Love Immortal Sect, still saying they are devil cultivators. Are they devil cultivators or not? We, the common people, still don't know? The corners of the righteous crowd's mouths twitched. For some reason, they had a bad feeling. The constables and sheriffs who came to handle the case, according to the statute, walked up to the righteous monks with expressionless faces. Complaints have been received about your 107,000 villagers. You are accused of committing 172 great Shang laws. Now, please cooperate with our investigation. Inside and outside the illusionary realm, no matter whether they were positive or demonic, they all stared wide-eyed, their brains going blank, completely stunned. What's going on here? The Big Dipper's inverted? The Devil's Master reported to the authorities, but the officials didn't care and arrested the righteous? If you guys are not convinced, you can protest. The head constable, who was in charge, blandly said, we are not convinced. The righteous people's faces were red with defiance written all over them. We were reported, and we are willing to investigate. But, they are demonic cultivators with many sins. They must all be arrested. Nonsense, the constable said angrily. What devil cultivators? They're my great Shang dynasty, a formally registered, excellent sect that pays taxes in quality and quantity. Su-gu spread his hands and took out a series of banners from his arms. All are commendations from the great Shang dynasty. This includes, but is not limited to, awards for maintaining neighborly harmony, for paying taxes in full and on time, for sheltering employment, for bravery and courage, and a glorious award for the embodiment of justice for reporting and assisting in the eradication of several demonic forces in the vicinity. The righteous cultivators all had their mouths twitching and their foreheads crawling with black lines. Awful guy to be whitewashed. In the end, Not only did the Great Liang Devil's Cave escape the siege of the Righteous Way, but it also sent all of the Righteous Way, who had killed them, to the prison. Sugu passed without incident. Hiss. Outside the illusionary realm, the Righteous Devil and the two Taoists, all of them sucked in a deep breath of cold air, stagnant on the spot, unable to react for a long time. It's not true, is it? Not only was he not surrounded by the righteous, he completely passed, and it also sent the righteous army to the prison? Tell me I'm dreaming, right? The devils, swallowing their saliva, their faces filled with astonishment, their worldviews were about to be turned upside down, and their Tao hearts were about to be broken. Cultivating magic. Can you still do it like this? It's always the righteous who send the devil practitioners to the prison, and as a result, you sent the righteous army to the prison? Are you sure it's not the other way around? They had the dismaying feeling that a mouse had sunk the cat. He really did it. Han Shangsheng froze for a long time. A ray of broken defense surfaced on his face. He had used his supreme treasure to deduce countless times, but he hadn't been able to find a solution, believing it to be an impossibility, and as a result, Sugu had solved it with only a slight strike? Is the gap between devils and demons really that big? A moment later, the scene was in complete uproar. Whether it was the righteous or the devilish, the looks on their faces were incredibly complicated, but all of them had a high level of admiration for Sugu. It's true that you're born with a devil's seed, simply devil's hair positive. In the face of such a certain death situation of being surrounded by the righteous path, it is surprising that it can be easily resolved with ease, and even managed to turn the tables on them. This is genius. All the elders of the Devil Dao were marveling to the extreme. If the Devil's Grotto has such a wise man, why worry about its revival? When they thought about it, they were ashamed of themselves for even questioning Sugu's approach earlier. This kind of devilish person, who had settled all the righteous cultivators, was the devil's ancestor who came and couldn't do it, and they even suspected that it was the righteous way, as well as the undercover agents of the righteous path, one by one, also worshipped to the extreme, worthy of being the incarnation of the righteous path. Senior brother Sugu, even after losing his memories and being in the devil's cave incarnated as a devil lord, he is still bent on righteousness and has brought these 10 evil devil cultivators to the right path. The most crucial thing is that the ability is outstanding, to the point that he directly used his ability to subdue a bunch of big demons on the field. It's too marvelous. Chapter 13, continuing to watch Siogu operate. All righteous monks know one thing. Killing a demonic cultivator was easy, but trying to indoctrinate a demonic cultivator was as hard as heaven. And Sugu didn't indoctrinate a single demonic cultivator, but rather, he indoctrinated an entire demonic cave of demonic cultivators. Lead them to goodness. How could this not convince Illusory Colorcloth and the others in their hearts? In their opinion, it was their master, or even their master's grandfather, who came and couldn't do this step. It's a pity that the time is too short to exert it at all. Sugu regretted walking out of the illusionary realm. His words fell on the ears of the people on the field. All the people on the field. All of them had a twitchy face, and their hearts were complicated. Facing the examination question of being besieged by the righteous path, they just couldn't think of a way to crack it even if they thought through their heads, especially the Devil's Cave eldest brother. The face is even more changed again and again. He saves for a rainy day, using the Devil's Cave supreme treasure to deduce countless times, only to come up with, this question is unsolvable. As a result, now that Sugu not only unraveled it, but also beat the entirety of the righteous path, he's complaining that the time was too short to cast it? Not even casting is like this. If it is cast, what's the point? This sun is too demonic. Fortunately, the talent is not good. Otherwise, I'd really have to worry that the position would be lost. Han Chongqing's heart turned upside down, shocked to the extreme, but then the corners of his mouth turned up. Remembering the matter of Sugu's natural talent being no more than a 3-spirit root, being a dual spirit root, he suppressed Sugu to death. No fear of usurpation. Hey, those with better brains than me don't have stronger spiritual roots than me, and those with stronger spiritual roots than me don't have better brains than me. Han Shangxing couldn't help but smile at the thought. Steady. The other devils thought the same way. Senior brother, you're amazing. Without surprise, the righteous undercover agents all sent their praises. Well done. The demons all smiled and complimented as well. Hiss. The crowd's reaction caused Sugu to be very hesitant and dismayed. What was going on? He had only slightly struck out. Why were they all reacting so greatly? Is it, like, comforting me? It's not necessary. A traditional devil cultivator, unable to escape the limitations of his spiritual roots, but he was not a traditional devil cultivator. Please begin the third test. Sugu's gaze was fiery, full of fire for realizing his demonic cultivation ambitions. Cough. Han Chongsheng glanced at Sugu. Originally, he had set up the test just to shock this group of disciples who had been initiated at the moment, but it turned out that he was shocked by Sugu instead. The third test is simple. In the face of the increasingly powerful forces of the righteous path, the survival space of the devil's path is getting narrower and narrower. Assuming that you are the devil master of the Great Liang Devil's Cave, how do you turn the situation around and develop the Devil's Cave into a thriving place? Han Changsheng spoke his final examination question. As his words landed, the gazes of all the devils landed on him. They could sort of see that these 3 examination questions were all about the current predicament that the Devil's Cave was experiencing. And Han Changsheng couldn't come up with a solution on his own, so he used them as examination questions. Hiss! That first test of indebtedness, all the devils sucked in a breath of cold air and had a bad feeling. And Su Gu and the others had already entered the illusion, developing the Devil's Cave into a flourishing place? How is this possible? Without any surprises, the righteous Undercover 5, when they saw this test, all of them shook their heads and questioned it. Think it simply can't be done. The current righteous path was indeed flourishing, led by the 5 great immortal sects, the 9 supergrade sects, and a host of first-grade sects, each of which possessed the power to overthrow the Great Liang Devil Cave. But their prosperity is the accumulation of a long period of time. Which clan does not have tens of thousands of years of historical heritage? But since it's a test, I guess it just depends on our attitude. Phantom Color Clothes and other people, with the help of the clan treasures, did not lose their memories, instantly in the heart of the clear, already have a number. This level, just like the first 2, shows attitude and a certain level of competence on the line, and doesn't focus on results. Only, after observing it for a while, Phantom Clothes had a headache, because, in a short period of time, she couldn't think of any solution at all. This level is so difficult. Wait, if it was senior brother Su Gu, what would he do? Phantom Clothes substitutes herself as Su Gu. There, the illusory clothes lit up. The reason why demonic cultivators are weak is not that there are few people with low cultivation, but that their hearts are not in sync, and they are all scattered. The corners of Phantom Cloth's mouth rose, already having a direction and a plan. Just keep their hearts together. Illusory Clothes said with a face of pride and smugness. Make all the devil cultivators all work together? Contribute to the Devil's Cave? This, I'm afraid, will only be difficult. The believers, after hearing Illusory Color Cloth's words, all shook their heads, their faces showing difficulty. Not only them, even the group of devils outside nodded their heads in deep thought. This, too, had occurred to them, but they simply could not do it. The reason is very simple. They are all devil cultivators. Benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith all have no, gathered together just for the sake of warmth. How can they be united? How could they possibly contribute to the magic cave? Then he saw the illusory colored clothes activate their illusion techniques and brainwash all the demonic cultivators. All the demonic cultivators all became humanoid puppets, completely united and willing to contribute to the demon cave. In the end, under the leadership of Phantom Color Clothes, the magic cave up and down. As all were brainwashed, all the people are one. The devil cultivators in doing burning and looting these work, but also do not fear life and death. Very brave. The development of the red hot. Not bad for a heaven-sent demon child. All the devils, when they saw this scene, their hearts and minds trembled. Su Gu was so magical that it made them all ignore the other 5 geniuses. Full faint, Han Changsheng exclaimed. The other devils, although they watched the operation of the illusory color clothes with a heartbeat of trembling, were not too flustered, because Su Gu had brought them too much shock and had become somewhat resistant. On top of that, illusions are demanding when trying to brainwash others, especially if it's a large number of people. Not to mention, their cultivation level was far above that of the illusory color clothes, so as long as they were prepared, they wouldn't be tricked at all. The other 4 undercover agents of the righteous, and all of them show their skills as well. If it was senior brother Su Gu, what would he do? Right, that's it. I alone am the Devil's Cave, and as long as I am strong, the Devil's Cave is strong. Sword cultivator teenager Li Xiaobai, inspired by Su Gu's previous maneuver, chose to blood sacrifice the entire demon cave cultivators, and then focused on raising his cultivation level. In the end, cultivate into an absolute demon. The result is that everyone in the Devil's Cave is a great devil. Mighty hegemony. So poor, even if I develop, I don't have the startup capital. If I were senior brother Su Gu, what should I do? The junior Confucian cultivator and the junior Buddhist cultivator, who had also been inspired by Su Gu's previous operations, had gained their first bucket of money by reporting on their peers, and had made good relations with the government, recruiting and expanding forces. Then, through lulling, the crowd of demonic cultivators were lulled into a fervor. The housebreaking is extraordinarily hard work. It's also developed a thriving business. If I were elder brother Su Gu, yes, that's it. The life of a demonic cultivator is not a life. The physical cultivation teenager pondered for a moment, and also brightened up before his eyes, opting for militarized management. Under normal circumstances, demonic cultivators were not very obedient to discipline, much less militarized. However, the life of the devil cultivator is not a life. Physical cultivation of teenagers, use thunderous means. Simply do not take the devil cultivator as a person. Do not carry out the orders. All suffered a bloody suppression. In the end, an ironclad army was created. Burning and looting is invincible. Why does it feel like they've all gone wild? Is it the original Skyfall demon child? Or was it infected by Siogu? When the crowd of devils saw the operation of the 5 undercover agents of the righteous path, all the corners of their mouths twitched, incomparably numb, and their hearts were shocked. For the first 2 tests, although all 5 of these people had demonic qualities, they were all within the crowd's acceptance. Not an exaggeration. But now, the magic of the performance is over the top. You can even faintly see Sugu's shadow. Compared to the operations of these 5 people in the 3rd course of examination, they all felt that they were good people. It feels like Sugu has opened up the capillary chakra. Ping Wuchi spoke slowly after pondering. The shadows of Sugu during the first 2 levels could be seen in all of these people's operations, although the memories would be briefly erased in the illusion. The enlightened thinking, after seeing Sugu operate, would be preserved. I think so. The demons nodded in recognition. If it were not for this reason, it is unlikely that the difference between before and after would be so marked. Unable to help it, they were even more in awe of Sugu. Could it be that Sugu, who had the worst qualifications, was the head of all the heaven-sent demon children? Only, as they spoke, the 5 undercover agents of the righteous path have all suffered a crisis while developing the magic cave to a red-hot level. Because too much evil was done, it was wiped out by the joint efforts of the righteous and the government. The devil's cave is extinguished as much as it can be. Sure enough, it still can't be done? All the devas were dejected and somewhat lost. Although the devil's way had taken on the heaven's mandate, it was really difficult to revive it. No need to get frustrated. Who knows? At this time, the eldest senior brother, Han Changsheng, waved his hand and said very calmly and self-assuredly, "Watch Sugu operate." Chapter 14, The 3 Axes of Reform. Just developing the Devil's Den? Sugu had once again become the demon lord of the Great Liang Demon Cave. His cultivation had reached a staggering early stage of harmonization. His demonic aura was monstrous, and his pressure was as if it was substantial. Just one look from afar was enough to make one's legs weak. It's so unchallenging. Sugu looked lethargic, feeling that the task was too easy. All the devils looked strange when they heard these words, as if they had suffered an insult. Sure enough, the gap between a devil and a demon was greater than the gap between a human and a dog. Obviously, after seeing Sugu's amazing maneuvers in the first 2 levels, they all no longer had any doubts about Sugu. Phantasmagoria. Sugu gave the first order to continue the whitewashing strategy of the 2nd level. Change the name, do good things in the neighborhood, and befriend the government. If that's all it is, he's going to fail this time. Whitewashing can hide for a while, but not for a lifetime. Because, if the devil's cave wants to develop, even if you desperately try to wash your hands of it, you are bound to not be able to wash it clean, and there will definitely be many handles. If you keep a lower profile, the righteous path will still be able to get away with it for a while if they don't work on you. But if it develops to a certain extent and gets in the way of the righteous, in the end, it will definitely be purged by the righteous. The crowd of devils looked solemn and questioned. It is thought that Siogu is the end of Xiao Lang's magic. Even Han Changsheng was a bit shaken. Then he saw Sugu give his 2nd order. From now on, the devil's cave will be split into 2, going with the strategy of external saints and internal devils, elite disciples and backbones. Collect as many as you can into the Great Love Immortal Sect. Devil cultivators without potential and great strength remain in the devil's cave. The Great Love Immortal Sect, which calls itself a hidden sect, a holy religion of the human race, hides itself from the inside of the world, and even the devil's cave cultivators are not allowed to gain insight. The devil's cave cultivators, on the other hand, are scattered all over the world, establishing strongholds. Secret envoys are dispatched by the Great Love Immortal Sect to hide their identities and drive them in a single line. If they encounter a crisis, they will directly abandon their devil's cave strongholds. If the first order was, simply put, a whitewash, this one is, simply put, a justice cut. The black cauldron is carried by the devil's cave, but the benefits are enjoyed by the great love of the immortal sect. When the Minders heard this order, their complexion changed drastically. Although they felt that this was a good thing to maximize the preservation of the core strength from being discovered and purged by the righteous, but the reform was too radical, and they were only afraid that they would encounter unimaginable obstacles. Those who don't obey will be killed directly. Sugu had long considered this. If you can't kill it, I will. The corners of the Minders' mouths twitched. almost forgetting that this demon lord was different from the other demon lords. He didn't consider the lives of demons as lives. All the demons outside marveled at Sugu's boldness, regardless of success or failure. If one dares to make this kind of earth-shattering reform, one has already outperformed too many demon lords of the demon cave. In fact, they savored it and vaguely thought it could work. This won't work. Han Changqing shook his head. Although, after this is done, for a long time afterward, you won't have to worry about being overthrown by the righteous path. But, the Devil's Cave dilemma, for the time being, is not in the external enemies, but in the internal. The soil of the magic cave is simply not suitable for development. As the acting demon lord, he knew better than everyone how difficult it was to manage the demon cultivators, how difficult it was to manage them. They all have their own agenda, advocating the deception of the master and the destruction of the ancestor, but also being extremely defensive towards their disciples, only wanting to take advantage but not wanting to pay. So how can such a situation be inherited in an orderly manner? And how can it be possible to enhance the power of the Devil's Way? As for, none of the methods of the illusory close 5 would work. They were too extreme. Essentially, when it was said that they were raising the strength of the Devil's Cave, they were actually raising their own strength. Then, it was Sugu's third order. Notify down. The Devil's Cave is a haven for devil cultivators in the world. All desperate devil cultivators can come and join them. However, the shelter of the Devil's Cave is not gratuitous. The resources of the Devil's Cave, even more so, are not gratuitously available. If you want to be sheltered by the Devil's Cave and enjoy its resources, it's very simple, either bring money or make a contribution. Hiss. When these words came out, all the devils sucked in cool air. It's like a door has been opened to a whole new world. It can still be like this? He's truly a genius at cultivating magic. He's definitely the boss of the descending demon boys. My god, the Devil's Way shouldn't have risen because of him. All the devils were stunned, realizing just how far-reaching and vast the impact of this order was. Han Changqing's heart was even more astounded, marveling to the extreme. In that case, managing the demonic cultivators will be simple. The devil cultivators, all of them, have become desperate, and if they are not sheltered by the Devil's Cave, there is only one way to die. And if you want to be sheltered by the Devil's Cave, you either have to pay money or sell your labor. In order to stay alive, they will surely take out all their money and leave nothing behind. And after running out of money, they will work very hard. All the devils were shocked by Sugu's decision. Even perceptions are turned upside down. Previously, the development pattern of all the Devil's Way forces was the same as that of the righteous sects, relying on the internal drive of the disciples within the sect. Cultivate the sense of identity and responsibility of the disciples within the sect, so that they can willingly pay for the sect. But, the reason why the Devil's Way is the Devil's Way, is that the Devil's cultivators are incomparably selfish, and it is simply impossible for them to develop a sense of identity and responsibility towards a sect, much less willingly give to the sect. For the sake of profit, deceiving the master and backstabbing the family and friends of the Taoist couple is a family affair. As a result, there is no development at all. And now, Sugu uniquely creates a development model that belongs to the forces of the Devil's Way. Pressurized management. Paid to work. I don't care whether you willingly pay for the Devil's Gate or not, as long as you can afford to pay enough money and effort. Don't want to work your ass off to pay your money or work your ass off to sell? Then get lost. The righteous path, naturally, could not adopt this model, because there is still money to pay to get started. Who would join? Just change to the next one. Other sects are grabbing for it, and in the Devil's Way, desperate devil cultivators, if they don't join a Devil's Way power, they are really going to die. Ha 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 ha, the Devil's Way is on the rise. The demons all revealed heartfelt smiles. They, as the people in power in the Devil's Cave, are absolutely 100% supportive of the implementation of this policy, as they are the biggest beneficiaries. Previously, they had been sheltering the demon cave demonic cultivators, but the harvest was very small. And now, all the demonic cultivators were going to be squeezed by them, and the harvest would not know how many times it would have to be doubled. Han Changsheng was happy and worried. His mood was incredibly complicated. Still worried before, afraid of being replaced by Sugu and being hollowed out by the other elders. Only, his worries didn't last long before they disappeared as far as they could go. Only Sugu added, the wealth that you have surrendered or sold your labor to obtain will not flow to individuals. It will only remain within the sect. Whoever wants to obtain the harvest will need to exchange it with an equal amount of contributions of equal value. The moment these words came out, the devils were not happy. They didn't feel the need to add that sentence at all. Although, they knew that Sugu's decision was the best. It would help the Devil's Cave continue to grow, rather than being exhausted by them, the devils. But, they are all devils and really don't actually care much about the interests of the Devil's Cave, only their own. Good. This decision is good. Seeing that Sugu had caused dissatisfaction among the demons, Han Shangsheng was satisfied to the extreme and once again looked at Sugu in a favorable light. The way of the demon lord is about a balance. Their side set off a huge wave due to Sugu's decision. And, in the illusionary realm, the magic cave started reforming in full swing according to Sugu's 3 directives: whitewashing, justice cutting, and paid to work. Chapter 15, Watch Me Micromanage. Of course, the general direction of the strategy, set down, does not mean that, rest easy. Next, there are going to be micro-manipulations. The whitewash and pay-to-work strategy, when executed, is not much of a challenge. It just requires a thunderous effort. Devil's Den strongholds are also easy to establish. Only, the Great Love Immortal Sect, the Holy Sect, was not good to establish. After all, it was equivalent to building a large righteous sect from scratch. In addition to being secretive enough, the Great Love Immortal Sect must also be built according to the standards of the 5 great immortal sects: Hidden Scripture Pavilion, Alchemy Peak, Spirit Rune Peak, Spirit Formation Peak, Spirit Medicine Peak, Spirit Beast Peak. All these functional buildings, all of them. Sugu, who was supervising the 3 major strategies while focusing on the construction of the Great Love Immortal Sect, spoke to his inner circle. It's a bit difficult. The brothers of the Scripture Pavilion can still come up with a bunch of scriptures when they get together. But, the Weapon Refining Peak, Alchemy Peak, Spirit Symbol Peak, etc., need a large number of alchemists, spirit symbolists, and other sub-professionals to sit on them. With this situation in our magic cave, how can we possibly get it together? The heart of the matter is whether or not these professionals, all very noble, how could they condescend to come to their magic caves? Even if it was the whitewashed Great Love Immortal Sect, penniless, they wouldn't be willing to come. As for the devil cultivators in the Devil's Cave, although they were forced to make a living and knew a little bit of everything, none of them were proficient, and they were okay with making do by themselves. But, letting them refine pills, artifacts, or draw talismans for other people to use, it could be a bad idea to kill someone. Stupid. Won't pay heavily for it? No money? The 3 demonic forces next to you are all about money, aren't they? Report them all and the bounty will be enough for you. You can't hire them even if you have money? Then go ahead and tie it up. We can't tie back the high-ranked professionals, so we'll first pit some low-ranked ones and make do with them, and we'll train the high-ranked professionals ourselves. Afraid they'll hold a grudge and assassinate everyone? Won't you invite their entire family? Come on, you guys are demonic cultivators. Sugu shook his head and looked down at the demonic cultivators with immense disappointment. There really isn't a hint of a demonic cultivator. Yes, a group of believers, all of them were shocked and trembling. They were tempted to say that they were demonic cultivators, not wishing trees, where to go to tie up so many professionals. However, they simply did not dare to refuse, and could only do so with a stiff upper lip. For, the Lord of the Devils does not take the life of a devil for a life. Time passed, and the 3 major strategies of whitewashing, justice cutting, and paying to go to work were being implemented all the time. Among them, the construction of the Great Love Immortal Sect was also getting up in decent shape. If someone who didn't know better stepped foot in the Great Love Immortal Sect, they might actually think that it was a hidden sect. During this period, the Great Love Immortal Sect had also drawn the attention of the Righteous Path several times, but Sugu easily defused them all. On this day, go, pretend to be the Extreme Bliss Demon cult and make something happen. Sugu was practicing in the main hall with his knees crossed, his eyes half closed, and he instructed his minders below very casually. Your Excellency, Demon Lord, we've already faked the Extreme Bliss Demon cult, and it was swept away by the Righteous Path as a result. On top of that, the 9 Spectres Demon Sect, the Cultivating Demon Sect, and the Vertical Demon Sect were all exterminated by the Righteous Tao for taking the blame for us. The heartthrob trembled. Of all the demonic paths, we are the only ones left. Oh, Sugu opened his eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. That's when he remembered that in order to develop in a low profile and not attract the attention of the Righteous Path, every once in a while, he would push 1 or 2 demonic cults to attract the attention of the Righteous Path and serve as a target for the Righteous Path. It's a simple logic, as in both are being chased by a bear. You don't need to run faster than the bear, you just need to run faster than your companion. Who knew that? Without realizing it, he had finished off all the slightly larger demonic forces. All the believers were prostrate on the ground, looking at Sugu with fear and trembling. During this period of time, the Devil's Cave was growing by leaps and bounds, with a huge force, and their Devil Master, his strength was also getting stronger and stronger. They even felt that there had been a terrifying power to subvert the Righteous Path, then support a few small demonic sects and continue to be a target for the righteous. Sugu waved his hand and casually said, right now, it wasn't the time to get tough with the righteous. When all of his minders retreated, Sugu's eyes flashed with a ray of essence. There is one last step. with the power of the great Shang dynasty. With that, it was time for the next layout. Really? Will work? All the devils were stunned beyond belief by the development of the Devil's Cave and the illusion. Because the Devil's Cave had actually become a real behemoth under Sugu's leadership, and under the watchful eye of the righteous. It's something they can't even dream of. It's unbelievable. The most crucial thing was that Sugu's operation was simply magical to the extreme, each step exceeding their imagination and subverting their perceptions. Even they, the senior devils, felt like a great benefactor in front of Sugu. They had already honored Sugu as the boss of the Skyfall demon children. The admiration and fear in his heart was like a torrential river. As for the undercover agents of the righteous path, when they saw these sights, they likewise wore adoration and were proud of themselves. This is a qualified undercover agent of the righteous. Endure humiliation, do the position of the devil's boss, restrain and indoctrinate their own men at the same time. Little by little will all the devil's forces are given with the help of the righteous power to bring to justice. Illusory colored clothes and the others had admiration to the extreme in their hearts, still treating Sugu as the light of righteousness. And just as everyone was expecting Sugu's final layout, ripples appeared in the illusionary realm, and then it was unable to support it and completely shattered. Sugu was forced to fall out of the illusion. Cough. Sugu coughed several times in succession as if he was choking, and hesitantly said, "I failed the test? It shouldn't be Although the illusion is not real and cannot be specifically micromanaged, affecting play, it is not so bad that the assessment cannot be passed." In his opinion, it's hard to get a perfect score, but passing won't be a problem. All the devils on the field, hearing his underestimation, all the corners of their mouths twitched. Listen to this. Is this human talk? You pulled off a miracle and you're saying you didn't play well? Of course, they're used to it. Dropping his gaze as far as it would go towards eldest senior brother Han Changsheng, he inquired with a slightly reprimanding look. The eye could see the Devil's Cave and the righteous path battling it out. Drop the chain at critical moments. Han Changsheng's face was pale, his forehead filled with false sweat as he took a deep breath. There are too many factors to try to deduce, and the supreme treasure cannot be calculated. Sure enough, the devils were sorry in their hearts, but they were not surprised. If, indeed, one could see the future direction of things with the help of the Devil's Cave's supreme treasure for deduction, especially things that would affect the pattern of the world, then their Devil's Cave wouldn't be so down and out. That's all enough too. According to Sugu's operation, it's also enough for us to develop for a long time. The corners of the devil's mouths rose one by one, with the confidence of seeing exactly where the future was going, feeling terrifyingly strong. This is as far as it goes then. Han Changsheng was also clear in his heart, and the smile on his face never stopped. He was dreaming that the three top questions that had plagued countless devil cultivators in the Devil's Way had all been solved just because he had used them as an introductory test. For a while, the gazes that looked at Sugu were fiery to the extreme. If not for the fact that the Devil's Cave supreme treasure was overloaded and paralyzed, and needed to be slowed down for a while, he would have hated to capture Sugu and answer the questions exclusively for himself. Chapter 16, Karma. End of assessment. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color. The wind was fierce, and the gloomy clouds swept in, making a great noise, and the sense of oppression reached the extreme. Countless devils, evil and wild one, with their raging ebony light, stood in the void, looking down. This commotion startled all the devil cultivators on the Great Liang Devil Cave, all of them looking at the amazing scene with trembling hearts. So much commotion. Don't want to die? Aren't you afraid of attracting the righteous and the government? The crowd of demonic cultivators all cursed and protested, then hid far away for fear of being implicated. It was also fortunate that the day chosen for this Devil's Cave competition was a thunderstorm day, which was able to cover up this commotion, and at the same time, the traveling cultivators were also pitifully small, so the risk of exposure was not great. Congratulations on successfully passing the test. Han Changsheng looked at this scene with immense satisfaction and said to Sugu and the other six. This was naturally arranged by him, adding to the majesty of the Devil's Way so that Sugu and the other six would be in awe and not be abducted by the righteous. Originally, the intimidating pressure of these demon cave elders would not be so amazing. Therefore, he purposely picked a cloudy day to come, which would have been densely covered with thunderclouds, and the heavens and earth would be gloomy, and would be able to add countless expressive power to the intimidating pressure of all the Devil's Cave elders. There are actually so many demons? The might is so strong. No wonder. The clan is sending us undercover. I so want to notify the clan and have an elder from the clan come and kill them all in one fell swoop. These are all merits. Don't put in a long line to catch a big fish. Just notify the clan and have them strengthen their defenses. All of the righteous undercover agents, all of them are transmitting their voices and discussing, although they are surprised, but they are not in awe at all. Instead, they are rubbing their fists and jumping up and down. Originally, Sugu was a bit moved by the commotion, But after hearing the words of the undercover agent of the righteous path, the last bit of movement was gone. Already they were beginning to worry about these devils, who would be caught in a net. Originally, if you keep a low profile, you can still have a somewhat good life, but now it's good, pretending to make yourself suffer. Sure enough, shocked, the devils above, looking at the surprised expressions of illusory color clothes and the others, each one burst out laughing, very pleased with themselves. Outside, they had to keep their tails between their legs, but in the devil's cave, who wouldn't call out to a harmonized god elder ancestor when they saw them? Senior brother Han Shangsheng said, the devil's cave has a long history and deep heritage. There are 13 heavenly devil elders, each occupying a devil's peak. These devil's peaks are known as heavenly devil peaks, each with their own functions. Other than that, other devil peaks, some of them are places where the devil cave trials take place. Some of them are the locations of the cave residences of true disciples or protector elders, and some of them are graveyards chosen by the predecessors of the devil cave. However, all of these places are extremely dangerous, and the slightest mishap will result in death. Your cultivation level is insufficient, so you must not set foot in them. Sugu frowned as he listened to the words. As far as I can remember, the structure of the Great Cool Devil's Cave is not like this. Isn't there only one main mountain? When were there so many more demonic peaks? Is the Devil's Cave so deep? The undercover agents of the righteous path also found it astonishing. Is this really the Devil's Cave? Without realizing it, has it all developed to this level? It was some first-rate sects that might not even have this kind of arrangement. The Devil's Cave has become a climate. We all underestimated the Devil's Cave. The other demonic sects. I'm only afraid it's the same. No wonder the heavenly fate foretold that the Devil's Way would rise. It must be reported back to the sect. The current Devil Dao cannot be taken lightly at all. The crackdown and blockade must be strengthened. The undercover agents of the righteous path were surprised beyond measure, and were already discussing reporting back to the sect so that the righteous paths could strengthen their fight and blockade against the devil path. Sure enough, I've subdued them again. Seeing this, the corners of the devil cave's senior brother Han Shanxing's mouth rose, incomparably proud of himself. These words, of course, are false. 13 heavenly demon peaks, to be built. The countless earth demon peaks around them were also in the process of being built. Anyway, in the early stages, it was only necessary to restrict them, the 6 disciples, from stepping foot in those places, so that they wouldn't be discovered. At a later stage, when their devil Dao had also developed, it would not be a problem to build the heavenly devil peak and earthly devil peak. Originally, senior brother Han Shanxing was not confident that he would lead the magic cave to prosperity, but with the standard answer given by Sugu, he was already confident. Enjoy. Sugu listened to the incomparably serious discussion of the undercover agents of the righteous path, and then looked at Han Changsheng, as well as the expressions of the other devils, and couldn't help but shake his head in a fit of speechlessness, clearly seeing what they were thinking. It's really a dare to show and a dare to believe. No wonder the devil's way is so weak right now. So it's broken from the roots. How can it develop when it's stalled with such a group of leaders, still waiting for me to lead the devil's way? Sugu's heart grew hotter. Han Changsheng was unaware of all this and continued to feign solemnity. Next, pick your leaders. The reason for this is that it is a leader, not a master. This is a specific statement. For one thing, bullying the teacher and destroying the ancestor within the devil sect is really a tradition. Therefore, some devils, even if they accept disciples, they will not accept those who have strong natural talent and hideous anti-bone devil cultivator. These 6, all of them, are heaven-sent demonic children, so demonic that who dares to take in a disciple? Secondly, the Devil's Cave had a rule that true disciples could only worship a devil master. Some good seedlings were also unwilling to worship a certain devil master for fear of breaking the path to being promoted to a true disciple. In this way, there is a tradition of leading the way. The leader and the led are generally not well acquainted with each other, much less obligated to each other as masters and disciples. These devils, only on behalf of the devil master to teach these disciples some cultivation magic door, for their occasional answer questions, do some smooth can do things, is regarded as a contribution to the devil's cave, can get the reward of the devil's cave, and disciples, except for matters other than official business and cultivation, cannot seek help from their leaders when they are in difficulty or trouble in private. The leader system, Sugu, as a demonic cultivator, was naturally aware of it, kind of similar to, say, the teacher-student relationship he had in his previous life. 13 demonic shadows descended from the sky. These are their doppelgangers. Demonic cultivators are afraid of death, and demons are naturally not an exception. Their real bodies are not even known to be cats somewhere. That sword cultivator Li Xiaobai, mutated sword spirit root, has good talent. This seat can reluctantly be his leader. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You, an iron sand palm refiner, being the leader of the heavenly sword spiritual root? Are you a great swordsman? This seat was fortunate enough to have been chopped by Li Tai Bai, the first person of today's sword Dao, and didn't die, but only recuperated for 30 years. Thus, it's more familiar with the sword Dao than you are. The two devils talked and got anxious, both intending to take out their magic treasures and do a battle. The other devils didn't care about these two. There were only 5 heaven-sent demon children while there were 13 of them, not destined to be enough to share. And the sword cultivator below, Li Xiaobai, couldn't help but turn slightly pale and sweaty when he heard their discussion, because Li Tai Bai is no one else but his father. If he fell into the hands of that devil who had been chopped over by his father's sword and had been lying in bed for 30 years recuperating, wouldn't he be in bad luck if he accidentally exposed his identity? Xiaobai, what are you nervous about? Aren't you not afraid of heaven and earth? The other undercover agents of the righteous path all transmitted their voices to Mach. Dream immortal body, specializes in illusions. This seat is quite knowledgeable in illusions. Can be her leader? By Bingning, when did you even have a study on illusion? This seat was fortunate enough to have fallen into the illusion formation of the first person of the current illusion formation way, illusionary wife concubine, and in the illusion formation, I have studied and learned the illusion formation way for hundreds of years. Moreover, this seat is still a woman, the outrageously dressed, hot, delicate and charming female devil, Bai Bingning, said with a smile. Then you do have a say in the illusion formation Dao. The devils were silent for a split second and stopped speaking, considered to have recognized the other party. Senior Sister Tsai, why aren't you smiling? The gloating gazes of the crowd of righteous undercover agents had already landed on the illusory colored clothes. The corners of the eyes of the illusory color clothes moved slightly, and they were also a bit ashen, miserable, in the hands of his own mother's enemies. That Confucian cultivator Kong Haoren. I'll take it. As you all know, this seat was a great Shangxiucai in his lifetime, even though it took 80 years to take the test and was rejected for 80 years. Before I died, this seat still passed the test. It's the most cultured person in the entire magic cave. A middle-aged man Huang Shubua, whose entire body was bubbling with gray light, translucent, like a cloud of mist, domineeringly said, that was in life. Now you're a ghost cultivator. The rest of the demons couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. That doesn't negate the fact that this seat is the most learned. Huang Shubua stroked his beard and proudly said. Black lines appeared on the foreheads of the devils, but they no longer tangled with him and set their eyes on Zhao Jingang and Misu Hui. Ha! Kong Haoren, who was smiling brightly, heard these words, and his smile tightened up in an instant, because his dad is the chief examiner of the Great Shang dynasty. Whether it's the township exam, the assembly exam, or the temple exam, it's all his dad's call. This yellow patrol fruit has been examined for 80 years and rejected for 80 years. If he knew that he was the son of the chief examiner of the Great Shang dynasty, wouldn't he be stripped of his skin? Chapter 17, I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. Mi Su Hui. This seat has heard Lord Buddha of the West preach in the past and is well versed in Buddhist doctrine. Being your leader will not be a problem at all. Seeing that there were only 2 descending demon children left, even the Grey Daoist, who had always been of a big-hearted nature, didn't dare to lag behind and took the initiative to open his mouth to fight for it. You are well versed in Buddhist doctrine? Heard the Lord Buddha of the West preach? The rest of the devils were all astonished, not expecting the other party to have this kind of origin. When you guys ask that, you can't help but make me think back to the days when I was with my childhood friend, stealing candle oil from the Lord Buddha together. The years back then were truly wonderful. No worries, no need to worry about the siege of the righteous path. The Grey Daoist fell into reminiscence, happiness written all over his face, only to come out of his fond memories a moment later, saying with incomparable resentment and indignation, damn it, in the end, there came an old black man who snatched away my little white. It really deserves to die. The Grey Daoist once again grimaced. The devils were already convinced, and they no longer competed for Misu Hui. The Grey Taoist is indeed a Western rat gone to seed. At this time, all the undercover agents of the righteous path looked at Misu Hui in unison. Even Su Gu twisted his head, his gaze falling on Misu Hui. See what? Misu Hui first froze, and then, suddenly burst into a rage. You guys don't, by any chance, think that the black rat that snatched away the Grey Taoist is my father, do you? The undercover agents nodded and shook their heads. How could it be? My parents are of the human race. Nothing special. However, I have a predestined wisdom, and in my previous life I was a great disciple of Lord Buddha of the West. Misu Hui helplessly probed her hand. Then, snapping her head up as if she had thought of something incomparably horrible, she said, in the memory of my previous life, that little black seems to have been released by me. At that time, I was still merciful enough to save a black mouse that had been bitten by a cat, and then, bringing it back to Spirit Mountain, I put it in that nest of mice that feeds on stolen candle oil. With that said, he was already sweating as well. What kind of dog luck is this? falling into the hands of a former enemy. Hiss! Zhao Jingang shivered, already wondering if his old man had offended anyone. That's not right. My father's enemies. There shouldn't be any that survived. Zhao Jingang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he thought of this. His old man is a killer of all time, and he has never had a survivor on his hands. No need to worry about reprisals from enemies. There's only one physical cultivation disciple left. Zhao Jingang, are you guys going to rob with this seat? A devil with a reddish body, skin like steel, and emitting a rich corpse aura, was incomparably overbearing as he spoke to the crowd of devils. This seed is the innate devil corpse that was eventually born from the thousands of dead souls on the battlefield, whose grievances were not dispersed, nourishing the corpses of the cultivators all over the place. We know your followers. What does this have to do with not allowing us to compete to be Zhao Jingang's leader? Some devils were dissatisfied and had a tendency to do over a fight. What's the connection? Because that battlefield was opened by the number one body cultivator in the world today, the Vajra sect's patriarch, the great general of the Great Shang dynasty's northern suppression, Zhao Faotu. The corpses and dead souls that gave birth to the seat were all killed by him. The devil corpse Red Drought Taoist proudly said. Hearing this, Zhao Jingang's hanging heart finally died after all. He thought that since his old man didn't leave any survivors, he didn't have any enemies, but he forgot that there are still corpse cultivators and ghost cultivators in this world. That, the other devils, still wanted to argue. The Red Drought Demon Taoist coldly said, this seed was born for the purpose of revenge, and thus has an incomparable understanding of body cultivation. The other devils, all of them revealed lost looks. Turning around, he was about to leave. From the beginning to the end of the station, has been eating melon sugu. See, people are going to be scattered. Den could not calm down. What about me? No one wants me? Cough. Eldest senior brother Han Changsheng coughed dryly, reminding the demons. As a result, what they got in return were excuses from the demons. Sugu, this disciple, although he is only a 3 spirit root, his test score is number 1, a first-class good seedling for devil cultivation. The way to pass the test is simply breathtaking. Boss Missouri, why don't you put in more effort and accept him? What kind of onion am I? This disciple, with his amazing talent, I haven't taught any outstanding disciples, so if I were to be his leader, wouldn't I be ruining a good seedling? Boss Missouri said, transmitting his voice to threaten. Don't get me into trouble. I don't have my share of good disciples, and you're going to get me into another big mess? Yes, let the 5 brothers who picked up the bargain collect him. We can't take another big loss without taking advantage. The other devils all protested. What sense? We were able to receive the descending demon child because we were personally able to do so. Is it hard to believe that you let us have it? There's no such thing as taking advantage or taking a loss. The atmosphere on the field had condensed. All of these devils, all smiling on the surface, privately have already used voice transmission to quarrel. Martyr, such a devilish brat, with a history of regicide, who dares to take him? If you take it in, it's doubtful you'll have the rest of your life. They didn't even dare to show their detachment from Sugu, for fear of being hated by Sugu, and then, waiting for revenge when they were down and out. Alas, Han Changsheng sighed and had a headache, although he was happy to see these devils and dislike Sugu. If he didn't find a similar leader for him, it would be easy to attract trouble. His emotions towards Sugu were incredibly complex, just like the emperor's treatment of the crown prince. I hope he's capable of excellence, and I'm afraid of him being capable of excellence. Peng Wuqi, you're going to be a leader for him? Han Changsheng said with an expressionless face. Peng Wuqi, who had been hiding amongst the crowd, changed his face dramatically and was so shocked that his entire being shattered. I'm just a disciple, a true disciple, but still a disciple. To be Brother Sugu's leader is a bit out of order, isn't it? Han Changsheng frowned, but also really do not expect to be flat, fell into a short silence. A few moments later, Han Changsheng thought of attention. Elder Roaring, you will first act as senior Brother Sugu's leader on his behalf, and when Master Teacher returns, Master Teacher will personally act as his leader. In the midst of the crowd, an old Taoist who was also eating melons, his face changed drastically and his eyes widened in disbelief. Acting Demon Lord, I'm just an Earth Demon Elder. The elders within the Devil's Cave were divided into Heavenly Devil Elders, Earthly Devil Elders, and Human Devil Elders, and there were only 13 Heavenly Devil Elders, all of which were great devils at the God Transformation realm, whereas he was only at the late stage of the Yuaning stage, and was far inferior to these standing elders in terms of both strength and status. Even, it was not qualified to be the leader of the inner disciples of the Devil's Cave. That's why you're only allowed to be a surrogate leader. Han Changsheng said icily. You have an opinion? Don't dare. Roaring Velvet Sky hurriedly said. Are you kidding? You're the acting Demon Lord. You make decisions that even the Demon Lord doesn't dare to refute. How dare I refute them? Senior Brother Sugu, The master is traveling to the 9 heavens in the clouds and is temporarily away from the devil's cave, so I'll leave you to it for now, Han Shangsheng said to Sugu. Don't dare, Sugu hurriedly said. His identity was set squarely, he was only a chi practicing cultivator, while the other party was a harmonized power. I haven't met senior brother Sugu yet, Han Shangsheng said to Roaring Velvet Sky. Yes. Thus, Roaring Velvet Sky's old face twisted, very carefully and timidly said to Sugu, Mr. Su, the old man is only a late-stage Yuaning 9th layer peak great circle. Being Mr. Su's substitute leader is really a burden on you. Where are the words? Sugu waved his hand. Even if it was only the late stage of Yuaning, it was still enough to dominate and be an ancestor in the outside world. And it was not his turn to be nonchalant with this tiny chi practicing stage. Then the old monument has become your substitute leader. You cannot kill me. Oh. Roaring Bai Tian was relieved and negotiated. Don't worry, I never kill innocents indiscriminately. Sugu gave Roaring Sky a peace of mind. Roaring Vishnu Tian once again trembled in his legs and feet, terrified to the extreme. He was not an innocent. The undercover agents of the righteous path, looking at this scene, were already frozen, all dumbfounded. Why does it feel like it's Roaring Velvet Sky who is the disciple, not senior brother Sugu? Chapter 18, I want to challenge my soft spot. Since that's the case, you and I will pick the cave first. At the moment, you are weak and can only move around the main mountain. If you set foot elsewhere and are caught by the elders and protectors refining the adult Dan, you can't blame senior brother for not reminding you. Han Shangsheng reminded the 6 once more. Wouldn't it be a loss of face if they ran around and realized that there was no heavenly demon peak or earthly demon peak at all? Yes. The crowd of righteous undercover agents and Sugu nodded their heads. After Han Shangsheng left, Sugu in illusory colored clothes and the others went to look at their own caves separately. However, before that, Sugu picked up the White Fox. This is our cave? White Fox excitedly looked at the cave ahead. Although the environment of the Devil's Cave was not as good as Little Liangshan, the aura and Yin Fury Chi were incredibly rich. From this point of view, the Devil's Cave was fully qualified as a holy place of the Devil's Way. Sugu took out a pitch-black jade pendant, which was given by the leader, Roaring Vishnu Sky, and is his identity card. Within the Devil's Cave, or in the Devil's Way, by showing this token, he can gain a not-so-small amount of authority. Of course, if you encounter the righteous and the government, you must not reveal it. Otherwise, it's a 10-year start, with no cap. The pitch-black jade pendant, which was made of spirit stone pits soaked in 100 tainted blood, exuded evil power and had the word Sugu engraved on it. It had many uses. It could be used as a summoning order, a storage bag, a recorder and so on. It was a well-deserved premium. Not even some of the protectors and non-executive elders, let alone other disciples. It was Han Shangsheng's idea. How can we make these devil children feel that the magic cave is powerful? The answer is simple. Take out the best things and give them the best things for their daily use, giving them the illusion that these treasures, in our magic cave, are very rare. It had to be said that his idea was a success, and Li Xiaobai and the others were already calculating whether they should notify the righteous to make a move now and plunge into the Devil's Cave's home. Sugu placed the jade pendant in the groove on the stone wall of the cave, and as the dark light filled the room, the door of the cave opened, and what met his eyes was an unimaginably luxurious cave. Only as soon as he stepped into the cave, Sugu felt his body warm, as if there were kind of countless young girls' warm hands massaging him. The White Fox moaned with even more comfort. If the spiritual Qi and Yin Fury Qi outside were 10 times denser than Little Liangshan, then the inside of this cave would be 100 times denser. The cave was large, hundreds of square meters. However, the furnishings were simple, with only a table, a futon, a jade bed, and several storage cabinets. But, the materials used for these objects are all top quality. It was some Yuaning old ancestors who were hardly qualified to enjoy it. On the table, there was a stack of pamphlets, with small sections written about the precautions to be taken by the initiated disciples. Then, there was the extremely large map of the Devil's Cave. Looking at the map, the Devil's Cave covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. In addition to the main mountain, there were also 13 heavenly devil peaks, 72 earthly devil peaks, as well as a large swath of territory to be opened up. It was simply too big to be imagined. White Fox was surprised. Why is the Devil's Cave so big? Why haven't I heard about it before? Could it be that an advanced spatial formation was used to hide most of that territory? Fake, Sugu said blandly. This is intended to fool fools. He wanted to create an image of the Devil's Cave being very strong among all the Devil's Cave disciples, so that the disciples in the door would be in awe. However, it only seems to be backfiring now. Nice one. Not only is this Devil's Cave this prosperous, it's even hiding such a large piece of territory. It's simply beyond my imagination. Even my master's father was fooled. It must be reported back. The clan must face up to all the demonic forces and treat them seriously. A few people's voice transmission channels were already buzzing with activity. Sugu listened without any indication. Today's examination. In the illusionary realm of constant deduction, too consuming mind and soul, lying on the jade bed, it did not take long to enter the dreamland. Waiting to wake up the next day, Sugu realized that a small realm had been broken through. He had been promoted from the great circle of the early 7th level of Qi cultivation to the peak of the middle 7th level of Qi cultivation. Beyond that, white word fragment *1 also gained a white word fragment. Word fragments, in addition to completing life achievements, can also be automatically condensed in places where the aura is abundant and the Tao rhythm is strong. This would take at least 2 or 3 months to obtain a white word fragment if it was on Little Liangshan. In this cave, it was surprisingly possible to do it one a day. Worthy of being the holy land of the devil's path, Sugu lamented that he had indeed come to the right place. This is the kind of place where you can upgrade while lying down. He slightly washed up, and with White Fox in tow, he prepared to go to the hidden scripture cabinet, looking for a book of magic to practice. The magic he had learned from where the Grey Bone Taoist was from was too inferior, much less behind the foundation establishment stage. Sugu looked at the demonic cultivators in front of the hidden scripture pavilion, their hands and feet flustered, not knowing what to do for work, and inquired, "How fresh, not to mention me, but this scripture pavilion, it's all newly built." The devil cultivator's senior brother muttered casually. Then, to Sugu, he said, "Show your identity token." Sugu did as he was told. The devil cultivation senior brother froze slightly. Then, looking at Sugu with surprise, he hurriedly said with a straight face, "This Tibetan scripture pavilion, your permission, you can only set foot on the first floor. In addition, the second, the third, the fourth, and even the fifth floor, are not allowed to set foot on it. At the same time, these books, all of which are very precious, must not be soiled, much less damaged, or they will have to be compensated for at the original price. Then you can borrow 3 books temporarily." There was no room for him not to keep a straight face. It was said that the entire Tibetan scripture pavilion was built for these few people, not to mention him, the person who watched over the door at the pavilion. "I'll remember." Sugu nodded, retrieved his identity token, and walked in. The number of people in the hidden scriptures is sparse. The only sounds in the large Tibetan scripture pavilion were the rustling sound of turning books, and the sporadic sound of footsteps. The books here, a wide array of books, were countless, all sorts of strange techniques, recipes for 100 dishes, to secret books on Gongfu, and insights on practicing Qi building in Jindan, and so on. Looking at Sugu's eyes, he was dazzled. A layer, all this way, then the second and third layers, or even the fourth and fifth layers. Wouldn't they have to ascend to immortality? The white fox's eyes narrowed, happiness and longing spreading across her face. Sugu was silent, because, it was clear in his mind, there was no such thing as a second floor above. This is, between rummaging around for a suitable replacement feat, Sugu violently stopped his footsteps and walked over to a booklet with a particularly domineering cover, full of vicissitudes and ancient rhythms. Intrigued by the name of the booklet, The Dragon and the Phoenix. Finally, Sugu's face was joyful. The legend said that the magic path must cultivate magic. Double rest picking magic. Being able to break the shackles of the spiritual root and break through the limitations of the human body. By finding a stunningly beautiful hearth for double rest, the cultivation will be rapidly increased and have the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. He got the booklet and even vaguely heard the lustful cries of the dragon and the phoenix. Combined with the title of the book, the feelings that this was still a double resting method created by the amalgamation of the dragon and phoenix clans, Sugu was getting more and more excited. "You want to learn this book too?" Right at this moment, the demonic cultivator's senior brother, who was at the doorway, at some point, walked over and asked in a small voice, a look of having found a fellow traveler. "Right." Sugu looked up at his senior brother and revealed a smile that all men understand, and sure enough, all of them know what they're talking about. Returned the subtle expression that all men understand, and seriously inquired, "Serious? Proper? Of course it's proper." Elder brother esteemed it to the highest degree. "This is a gong method created by the merger of the dragon and phoenix clans. Are there many illustrations?" "Sure." Sugu nodded his head. In his heart, marveling at the magic cave still had some substance. This kind of magic was taken out. It could really be blood money. Only, immediately afterward, he heard elder brother sigh, listening to senior brother's advice. It's better not to learn it. Although this gong method is a wonderful gong method, it is very difficult to cultivate because it easily affects other people's minds, making it difficult to concentrate on cultivation and difficult to get started. Sugu pondered for a split second and felt that this was indeed the case. "I want to challenge my weakness." Sugu pondered for a moment before still making up his mind. He was confident that he had the perseverance to focus on running his gongfu cultivation in that situation. Chapter 19, the side effects are really serious. Just as well. Seeing Sugu's insistence on practicing, senior brother stopped dissuading him and turned to leave. Sugu, on the other hand, couldn't wait to open it, and when he flipped the first page, he saw a whole bunch of illustrations doing all sorts of high-flying maneuvers. Sure enough, there are a lot of illustrations. Go! Children are not suitable. Sugu lightly shouted to the white fox on his shoulder, who was probing and wanting to learn, while he himself found a corner and watched carefully. Then, just after reading a page, Sugu froze. How come the little people on the illustrations were all wearing clothes? Could it be pre-preparation? Sugu's face changed, and he hurriedly flipped the book, until he saw the last page. His brows completely locked for a while. Speechless. Senior brother. What's wrong? Don't go off the deep end. The devil cultivator's senior brother, who was looking after the door of the scripture pavilion, seeing this scene, hurriedly ran over and said with concern, Sugu can't afford to make a mistake. The entire Bible pavilion was built for Sugu and the other 6, and if something happened to Sugu, he would definitely be out of a job. Sugu pondered for a moment, holding the dragon phoenix transformation in his hand, and said to his senior brother, You say this is proper magic? Yeah, proper magic. Elder brother hesitated. The corner of Sugu's eye twitched and he took a deep breath. That's immodest. Whose devilish powers dragon and phoenix transformation? The content recorded is not the method of double rest, but the proper dragon and phoenix clan's gong method. Well, it was his preconception that this dragon phoenix transformation was indeed proper. Sugu said unwillingly, If it's decent, then why do you say it has many illustrations? Devil cultivators, the literacy rate is low, so there are many diagrams. Senior brother patiently explained. All Dharma diagrams are plentiful. Then you said this is a gong method created by the merging of the dragon and phoenix clans. And how do you explain that? Sugu was still not willing. It is rumored that this is a technique created by 2 great powers of the harmonization stage from the dragon and phoenix clans. Senior brother said with a yearning face. The harmonization stage, also known as the do whatever you want stage. As long as one stepped into this realm, then one could be considered a true cultivator. A cultivator who truly got away with it. Sugu's face darkened, and then, somewhat breathlessly, he said, So, when you reminded earlier that when practicing, it's easy to have your mind affected, and you'll be disturbed and unable to concentrate. You mean? This is the method of the dragon and phoenix clans. If the human race wants to learn it, they will have to pretend that they are the dragon and phoenix clans, which is very difficult. You might even get too deep into the drama and not be able to come out. Elder brother rightfully said. How could it be simple for the human race to want to learn the laws of the phoenix and dragon races across species? Ha ha ha. Sugu was so speechless that he burst out laughing, not knowing why, although everything his senior brother said was right. He just had a feeling that he was being tricked. It's just a matter of the future demon lord not being petty. Sugu did not care about these things, casually put the dragon phoenix transformation, put it on the bookshelf, and then rubbed his hands. His face was subtle, asked this senior brother, And is there any unorthodox magic? What immodesty! Elder brother scratched his head in some confusion. Sugu slightly stunned. You kid pretend to be honest, right? It's the superior dual rest method. Sugu nodded. The double holiday law? What double rest law? I'm sorry that senior brother is so uneducated. I've never heard of the double rest law. The devil cultivation senior brother was already sweating his ass off. What to do? First day on the job and you're being asked by an important client. Sugu raised his eyebrows and said in astonishment, You really don't know? It's the kind of technique that allows you to invite a large number of the opposite sex to help you cultivate yourself, and then, they only need to consume a little bit of yuan qi, while your own cultivation can skyrocket. Ha! Elder brother was shocked and said in a trembling voice, Can there still be such a heaven-defying technique? Sugu froze. What kind of devilry is this? You don't even have a double break law? No wonder it's gone down. That's not right. What is that gong method that gray-bone Taoist cultivates on a regular basis? Sugu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Although, the method practiced by the gray-bone Taoist was actually biased in favor of the tonic method, it was still similar to the Shuangxiu method anyway, wasn't it? If there is the tonic method, the double rest method should also exist. Oh, you said he practiced that supreme ultimate in-sucking method. That is false. Belongs to the feudal superstition. Undesirable. The essence is still and direct cannibalism is almost the same. Senior brother rightfully said. Just like chicken soup and chicken meat. Most people think that chicken soup has more nutrients. In fact, it's a myth. The nutrients are all in the chicken meat. Sugu. He was actually a little speechless. However, he did not dare to agree with this senior brother's later analogy. In his opinion, the difference between a double break and outright cannibalism should be the difference between eating eggs and eating chicken. It is not desirable for one to have a constant flow of water, while the other is exhaustive. Moreover, The nutrients of eggs are still easy to absorb, while chicken is easy to eat bad stomach. The bottom line is that the sentences are not the same. Senior brother added. However, similar feats have been heard of. Some ghost cultivators and demon cultivators, who absorb others' yang qi from time to time. It's just that, when they absorb yang qi, it's not for cultivation, but to maintain their own spirit body or human form. Sugu's eyes lit up. It's fine if there are similar ones. If you can't learn them now, you can improve these types of feats in the future and create your own double resting method. Trouble senior brother to solve the confusion. Sugu arched his hand at that senior brother. Where? This is all proper. Senior was very humble. After the devil cultivator senior brother left, White Fox hesitated, somewhat in disbelief. It is said that the devil cultivators within the devil cave are vicious to the extreme, with devilish flames, but I never thought that they would be so nice to talk to. Then, it heard that the senior brother who had just been so pleasant in front of Sugu, lashing out and rebuking a few demon cave disciples. Scram! What kind of cats and dogs dare to act recklessly in front of this seat? Next time you are so disrespectful, I will take your dog's life. Ha! These few devil's cave disciples were all scared less, seeing that this senior brother, in front of Sugu, was so good at talking. They intended to ask some questions as well, and just as soon as they opened their mouths, with just a somewhat less than respectful tone, they were thrown out with a slap. The corners of White Fox's mouth twitched as he retracted what he had just said. Sugu was not surprised. Of course he wasn't stupid, knowing that the other party respected him so much. It wasn't a good talk. It was simply that he had good test scores, a high future potential, and a high status in the Devil's Cave. It's just a little tidbit. Sugu was in the hidden scriptures again, searching for half a day, and finally found the magic he needed. The Devil's Decree. Boom! When Sugu raised his hand and touched it, he even attracted a vision. The movement was huge. The dark light was rampant. The evil light swept through, shocking everyone in the hidden scripture pavilion. This. White Fox was thrilled. Could it be the legendary supreme magic power, which has been dusty before, and now it has met a person with a destiny, and so it has come out of the world? No, this heavenly demon decision, which is a dangerous item, can't be easily given to people to cultivate, so eldest senior brother set up a prohibition, and whoever takes it will touch the prohibition. The demonic cultivator senior brother from just now, floated to Sugu's body and said with a single word, "Why?" Sugu took a closer look at the heavenly demon decree. He liked this magic very much. This is a very typical devil's way technique, and its power is even a little less than the method of double rest. The effect was simple. After practicing this method, one was able to absorb the negativity in heaven and earth and enhance one's cultivation. This is a supreme magic technique bestowed by the heavenly demons. It is said that this magic, even in the heavenly demon realm, is a forbidden technique. Elder brother was solemn, his voice all but steeply raised as he said, "Because the side effects are too severe." What are the side effects? Sugu nodded his head in understanding. The more heaven-defying the technique, the more often it required a great price to be paid. As long as the price was acceptable, it was nothing. Elder brother shook his head with a look of superiority. It's easy to get killed. Sugu's eyes twitched, his forehead filled with black lines. What kind of side effect is that? Senior brother is unaware that the grievances of others that this technique can absorb must be caused by oneself. In other words, practicing this magic requires one to constantly invoke enemies and provoke each other. That demonic cultivator senior brother, his voice trembling, said, "At the end of cultivation, one even needs to be an enemy of the world. Who can live well with enemies all over the world?" He said, falling into a memory. "I'm not sure about the situation in the heavenly demon realm. I only know that in our heavenly Xian continent, the demonic cultivator seniors who practiced this forbidden magic, without exception, all died. In the records, the strongest cultivation seems to be only the God realization realm. He, although cautious, has been hiding in the east, but nay after cultivating to the transformation God realm, simply heavenly anger. There are simply too many enemies. Not only people were ed to death, but also dragged the devil's cave into it, repaying a large sum of compensation." As he said that, this demonic cultivator senior brother had a burst of heartache. The reason why the devil's cave had fallen into disrepair was partially due to this technique. Sugu smacked his lips. The side effects seemed, indeed, quite severe. Chapter 20, I'm hard to feel good. Then we've decided it's it. Sugu pondered for a moment and finally made his choice. Since he was born to be invincible, why should he be afraid of being an enemy to the world? If you can't hold on, as long as you don't reach the Jindan realm, you can always other conversion methods. Devil cultivation senior brother is not surprised. Young people are like this, always have to hit the south wall, only know to turn back. Many thanks to senior brother for his advice. Sugu expressed his gratitude. After selecting 2 more suitable spells from the hidden scriptures, then, he returned to his cave and prepared to cultivate. You really want to cultivate this devilish technique? The white fox's eyes rolled back and forth, somewhat fearful. If, for example, Sugu has raised the world as an enemy, then wouldn't it be bad luck to follow him? Remember, you are a devil cultivator. If you're so afraid of death, why are you still a devil cultivator? Sugu blankly glanced at the white fox, and at the same time, explained, don't worry, this future demon lord is not stupid, and won't incur too many enemies before he has enough strength. The persimmon has to be soft. The most important thing about practicing this technique was to pinch the soft targets. He had something in mind. Then, without caring about anything else, he began to meditate and cultivate. Boom! Just as soon as he sat down on his knees and mobilized his body's spiritual energy, along with his innate essence, and followed the circuit of the heavenly demon decrease operation to seek in turn, a shocking mutation occurred. First, a ray of dark light shot up into the sky. Then, it was the roiling grievances and baneful energy that descended from the sky, as if it were an ocean, loud and powerful, rolling towards Sugu and washing over him, like thousands of lonely souls and ghosts, coming to claim their lives. How come? Sugu's mind was horrified. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat, as if he was being haunted by 10,000 ghosts. He hurriedly drew himself away from his gongfu, and looked at the ocean-like mass of grievances in front of him with incomparable consternation. As stated in the Kung Fu, all of this grievous baleful energy that was attracted to him was caused by him. But, I don't think he's started inviting enemies yet. Has he? Do you have any enemies of your own? How is it that just as soon as he practiced, he attracted so much and so many grievances? It feels like you've offended the entire world. What's going on? Even the white fox sensed the commotion, his fur standing up as much as it could, his pupils tightening as he looked at Sugu very nervously. How did you provoke so many enemies? Did you slaughter the city? How can that be? I'm only at the chi practicing stage. I don't know what's going on. Sugu was perplexed and confused himself. Hesitating for a split second, he forced his mind to calm down and continue to sit on his knees, beginning his cultivation. Although, somehow he had incurred so many enemies and attracted so much grudge-breaking power. But, these were all nourishment for practicing the heavenly demon decree, which wasn't a bad thing. Obsessed with cultivation, he progressed by leaps and bounds. 3 days later, Sugu managed to gather 3 white word fragments and fuse them. 100 days of foundation building, white in 100 days. The foundation will be perfectly built. Not bad. Sugu looked at the content of the words. His current realm was the mid-7th level of chi cultivation pinnacle of the Great Circle, and there was still a certain distance from foundation building, and it would take some time to break through to the threshold of foundation establishment. Calculating, without a small half a year, it is difficult to build a foundation. This white word is still somewhat useful to him. In the afternoon of that day, Sugu was going to continue his cultivation, when a devil cultivator disciple sent a message saying that there was an important matter to discuss in the martial arts arena, and that all the Devil's Cave disciples would be there at that time, so that he would not be absent. This is, White Fox hesitated, sensing a hint of trouble. It is a spirit fox, and its 6 senses have always been sharp. What should come has finally come. Sugu was not surprised by this to the point that he slowly got up and walked out of the cave. By the time he walked to the martial arts arena, illusory colorful clothes and Li Xiaobai, among others, had also arrived. What's going on? I heard there's going to be some kind of meeting? Such a big show. Is there a big conspiracy? Several people transmitted their voices to discuss, all confused. Senior brother Sugu. Seeing Sugu walking towards them, several people instantly looked like they had found their backbone, greeting each other with smiles on their faces. Phantom Clothes, in particular, were so excited that they were about to jump up. In the past few days, she had searched for Sugu several times, but it turned out that Sugu was in closed-door cultivation. This is the kind of effort that they really admire. They simply couldn't be idle. It was worthy of being a senior brother from a hidden sect. Senior brother Sugu, you actually made a breakthrough? After illusory colored clothes walked beside Sugu, she vaguely noticed a subtle change in Sugu's breath and sensed that he had broken through a minor realm or two. The gong method is powerful. The cave is full of spiritual chi, and the Devil's Cave has prepared a lot of extremely high-quality pills. Sugu smiled, not hiding anything. Worthy of being a senior brother. Illusory colored clothes heartily praised, and then, with a slight frown on her brow and a somewhat grave and sorrowful expression, she said, I don't know what's going on in this Devil's Cave. Surprisingly, it is vaguely suppressing me. In the Devil Cave, it always feels like I can't utilize my talent to the fullest. The speed of cultivation has slowed down a lot. Exactly. I feel the same way. It's so weird. Worthy of being the holy land of the Devil Dao. It's just terrifying. No wonder there were no seniors before who were willing to go undercover in the Demon Cave. Li Xiaobai, Kong Haoran, and the other 4 undercover agents of the righteous path also picked up the conversation and agreed. The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched. He already knew everything. This should be the pot of his own purple word mediocrity. Then, he vaguely sensed that above the heads of these 5 people, there was a stream of grievances and fury floating out and falling on his head. It can't be that the monstrous resentment and fury comes from people who have been affected by the mediocre man's gift, can it? That's not right either. Sugu shook his head, dismissing the idea. The disciples in this devil's cave are generally not very talented, and they are simply not within the influence of the middle of the road, and even if they are, they don't have much of a gap. Those who can clearly feel the effects are probably just illusory color cloth and their 5 heavenly qualified righteous undercover agents. Just as he was sinking into contemplation, one after another, the devil cultivator disciples walked into the martial arts arena. Murmurs rang out. I don't know which damned guy suggested to the demon cave's senior management to charge all demonic cultivators an entry fee. The higher the cultivation level and the bigger the trouble they caused, the higher the entry fee. I'm only at the 9th level of chi cultivation. It's hard to save up 2 spirit stones in a month, and I'm even required to hand in 2 spirit stones? If I can't hand it over, I'll have to go sell my life. I'm even worse. I'm at the 1st level of the foundation establishment realm. I have to turn in 5 spirit stones a month. My God, don't let me know who suggested it. I'll him up. Sugu's forehead was filled with black lines as he asked the illusory closed crowd. The words that came out of their mouths? Oh, don't you know yet? From 3 days ago, all disciples below Jindan in the demon cave have to pay the demon entry fee every month. I heard that this is just a pilot program, and afterward it will be implemented to the entire devil cave, and even the entire devil Dao. Speaking of which, this is all thanks to you, senior brother Su. Being a demon from now on comes with a price. I believe that in the future there will be far fewer people mixing with the demonic path. The illusory color cloth's slender jade hand waved, and the whole person lightly jumped, looking incomparably excited. The other few undercover agents of the righteous path also all had faces of adoration. That's a hell of a feat. Ha! Sugu was stunned and had a raw look on his face. No? Eldest brother copied my maneuvers during the test? Plagiarism is even. The pot calling the kettle black, and I have to take it? Sugu suddenly understood where that roiling resentment had come from, but he was not happy at all. Right now, it was still only a small-scale implementation of the strategy of paying to work, when after that it would spread to the entire devil's cave, and eventually even the entire devil's way. At that time, it was simply unimaginable how great the grievances generated by the demonic cultivators would be. Although, the cultivation speed and strength can be increased dramatically, but if these demonic cultivators know that they are the ones who proposed the pay-to-work strategy, he didn't even dare to imagine what inhumane things the devil cultivators of the world would do to him. Senior brother, your face seems a bit ugly. Are you not feeling well? Illusory colorful clothes said with concern. Sugu, I'm having a hard time getting comfortable. Chapter 21, The Golden Pillar? Even a Jindan can do it. Senior brother Su, what's wrong with you? Li Xiaobai and the others, who had also noticed Sugu's state, just wanted to inquire. They saw the gathered demonic cultivators around them, coming towards them aggressively. The crowd of them surrounded them in the center. When the straightforward Zhao Jingang saw this scene, he was a bit hesitant. Isn't it a meeting? Why are they all surrounding us? Are you going to let us give him a meeting? Illusory Clothes and Li Xiaobai and the others shook their heads. Coming from the 5 major immortal sects of the righteous path, they naturally didn't know what was going on. Sugu gathered his emotions and wasn't the least bit surprised to see this scene. The tradition of the devil's way is that after initiation, the old disciple will give the new disciple some lessons, and after teaching the new disciple fear, he can be driven at will for a few years afterward. Ha! The 5 members of the righteous path, hearing Sugu's words, were all surprised out loud. Sugu had thought they were afraid. Then, they saw the group of 5 actually light up with excitement on their faces. There's even such a great rule? Then if we teach these old disciples a lesson, will we be able to make them work for us as oxen? How come my clan doesn't have such excellent rules? Sugu. Sure enough, the righteous path had sent these 5 people to do an inspection. These 5 people were said to be disciples of the righteous path, but apart from looking righteous on the outside, their means and thinking, one by one, favored the devil's path. All magical. When you come to the devil's den, it's kind of like coming home. Naturally, I'm not worried about failing undercover. Kids, when you come to the devil's cave, you have to follow the rules. Hand over all the spirit stones, and then, in the future, the task of the senior brothers will be yours. And you, looking so pretty, I just don't have a Dao couple right now. Give one of us a few days to be a Dao couple. Do you 6 hear me? If you don't obey, then prepare to get your asses kicked. The first few foundation establishment stage demonic cultivator disciples, surrounded by a crowd of demonic cultivator disciples, flaunted their might, and with a tugging face, walked to Su Gu and Li Xiaobai in front of the 6 of them, condescendingly, and incomparably arrogantly overbearingly said. The group of devil cultivator disciples next to him were cooperating with an incomparable evil smile. Su Gu collected his thoughts and smiled with the righteous 5 before saying, the life of a demonic cultivator is not a life, so there's no need to keep your hands off. He was reminding these 5 undercover agents of the righteous path. Don't be merciful to the demonic cultivators. If you want to get along in the devil's cave, you must be ruthless in your means. The set used in the righteous path doesn't work here. Kill. Li Xiaobai took the lead. The long sword on his waist was suddenly sheathed. Ripples of mana rippled, and the sword light swept across as if it was sweeping across the land. A sword chopped out, unexpectedly transforming into 12 light swords that swept forward abruptly. Not only him, illusory colored clothes, Kong Haoren, Mi Su Hui, and Zhao Jingang were all excited to make their moves, and after Su Gu's reminder, the moves they performed were even more all-overwhelming killing moves. The scene instantly rioted with mana. Explosions continued, and might swept through. How is this possible? In the last instant, the crowd of demonic cultivator disciples who were still strutting their stuff and showing their evil and hideous faces to teach Su Gu and the others a lesson. Their faces instantly turned pale and their foreheads were filled with cold sweat, completely not expecting this situation to happen. Wasn't it said that the 6 new disciples were all at the chi refining stage? This is the Nima chi refining stage? If the 5 of them joined forces, it would be the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, and they wouldn't even be opponents, right? Seeing this scene, Su Gu was normal in appearance, without any surprises. The righteous 5, the weakest natural talent are all heavenly spiritual roots, but also are the 5 major immortal sect direct line. The background of the heavenly, over the level of fighting is not a common occurrence? Fuss. No wonder they're all cultivating demons and they're still just minions. In just a split second, the old disciples were killed to death, and some of the devil cultivator disciples with arrogant faces before were even directly beheaded. Blood splattered, and directly died. Li Xiaobai and the others would not show mercy to these devil cultivators who had committed many sins. The field was screaming. Countless disciples wanted to plead. Take a shot at him. He's the weakest of the 6. If we catch him, we'll get our revenge. An old disciple in the early stage of foundation establishment was sharp-eyed enough to notice that Su Gu was the weakest of the 6. Just a regular chi practicing 8th level strength, which they were fully capable of subduing. However, they were just about to make a move to target Su Gu. Roar! On the battlefield, a large pile of demonic bulls and evil tigers appeared. Su Gu's lyrical ninjas show their power again. Chakra rushed away from the crowd of old disciples who were killing them. Just you, to kill this seat. Su Gu's eyes flashed, and the sword light in his hand shot straight up into the sky. The dark light as if it were substance, crossing countless obstacles and falling straight towards the early stage foundation establishment who had just spoken out, calling on all the old disciples to strike at him. Put! That early stage foundation establishment disciple, who was being shocked by the demonic bull and evil tiger, and was woefully out of position, simply didn't expect that Su Gu, a mole cricket at the chi refining stage, would dare to take a shot at him. Directly grazed the neck. The sword light was dark, although, it's just a graze, but, the sword is highly poisoned. He was incredibly shocked and touched his wound, annoyed and wanting to have a seizure. He was kicked away by Su Gu. Where's the fight? What are you frozen for? Ka-ching! The illusory colorful clothes took the time to draw out, and a pink show knife fell, splitting the old disciple of that early stage foundation establishment devil cultivation into 2 halves. You guys are so mean. Before dying, that disciple's face was haunted and he spoke out in fear. It wasn't just him, all the old disciples were afraid. Su Gu and the others, all of them were crazy batches. They just wanted to teach these people a lesson and make them know the rules, and these people even wanted to kill them. Seeing the few early stage foundation establishment disciples at the head of the field, they were killed. If the killing continued, all of the old disciples who had come and wanted to teach Su Gu and the others a lesson would have to be accounted for here. Suddenly, stop! A furious roar came out, and then several strong and domineering auras swept in. This is the golden elixir. Illusory colorful clothes and others felt the breath. All of their faces suddenly changed. Very tacit understanding of convergence of the attack, gathered together, staring at the coming a few people with a heavy expression. Unbridled. Although the Devil's Cave martial arts arena does not prohibit killing, but these senior brothers of yours, there is no malice, just teaching you some rules. If you are not convinced, the lesson is to go back. Why did you hit him so hard? A Jindan demonic cultivator at the head, evil and wildly wan, with a devilish aura rushing out, shouted angrily at Su Gu and the others. The few other Jindan beside him were also murderous, and they were very unkind to Su Gu and the others. Are you protectors or elders? Su Gu's expression was indifferent, not moving in any way as he calmly said, "We are your senior brothers." The Jindan demonic cultivator in the lead droned coldly, As disciples who had entered the Devil's Cave hundreds of years ago, they naturally supported the older disciples in carrying out the traditions of the Devil's Cave. When Su-gu and the others beat and killed the old disciple, wasn't it equivalent to slapping them in the face? Especially, of those foundation establishment stage that were killed, they could all be their juniors. I'll ask you one last time, why did you do this? Have they ever tried to hurt your lives? Even if you don't like their lessons, just repel them. Why hurt people's lives? If you give a reasonable explanation, today all of you will break your tendons and veins, abolish your spiritual roots, and apologize to your senior brothers, and you will still be able to make peace. Otherwise, today's beating and killing of your senior brothers will surely make you regret it for the rest of your lives. The Jindan in the lead said in a cold voice. Su-gu laughed out impatiently. You're an idiot, aren't you? You've all cultivated the devil, and you're still here to morally kidnap them? Old me just wants to kill them, not only them, but also you son of a. Give me death to come. Who are we? The 6 heavenly demon children. Even the heavenly demon elders have to be respectful when they come. With that, he went straight for it and ate it up. Elder brother is right. Him, Li Xiaobai and the others didn't have any hesitation. All of them had high morale and copied their weapons to work on that damn Jindan. Chapter 22, Hunting the Jindan. No one expected that. In the face of the Jindan powerhouse's forced questioning, but the late stage of chi cultivation Su-gu actually chose to storm out. And the illusory color clothes Li Xiaobai and the other 5 people, even more so, did not hesitate and followed closely behind with strong strikes. This scene directly stunned all the demonic cultivators on the field. Even the few Jindan cultivators in the lead were stunned and briefly froze. Can't figure it out at all. What's going on here? The chi practitioner juniors. When did they get so fierce? Have the world changed so much in the few years they've been in seclusion? Did chi cultivators even dare to take on Jindan powers? Could it be that some sort of revolution in demonic cultivation had occurred? Or perhaps there had been a major outbreak of demonic techniques? Seek death. Meng Qingxi, the Jindan demon cultivator who had previously spoken out to rebuke Su-gu, and who was now surrounded by Su-gu and the others, had a shocking murderous intent from his heart of fury, and a rich, baleful light surfaced all over his body, as if he were a god of death who had walked from hell. He was a Jindan powerhouse. How could he allow these few tiny chi practicing ants to provoke him? Today, if he didn't torture these 6 brats to death and refine them into resentful spirits under his command, he would be reduced to a laughingstock in the mouths of all Jindan cultivators. As he spoke, he cast a devilish spell, summoning 6 black smoking evil ghosts with hideous faces, as if swallowing the sky and devouring the earth, and suddenly bombarding Su-gu and the other 6 people. Is that all? Sword cultivator Li Xiaobai sneered and indifferently said. Saying that, the magic sword in his hand was sheathed, and the sword light was cold and contained endless rhythms, sweeping dozens of meters, and the light shone to the extreme. This sword was pure to the core, steeply cleaving through the evil spirits that came pouncing. Is this the Jindan? It's also too weak. The ribbons in the illusory color clothes hands fluttered, bringing up ripples of spiritual energy in the sky, forming a mental illusion. The evil spirit that was originally pouncing on her unexpectedly turned its direction steeply and viciously pounced on the spellcaster. Jindan cultivator Meng Qingxi. Indeed, it's really too weak. In addition to this, Zen cultivator Mi Su Hui and Confucian cultivator Kong Haoren, even more relaxed, the 2 born to restrain all ghosts and demons, just unusual attacks, so that the evil spirit's souls fly away. Zhao Jingang's performance was the most shoddy. As a physical cultivator, he hard fought with that evil spirit for a few rounds, although he was not injured, but it was really not very elegant. It drew a shake of the head from the other 4. All the demonic cultivators were dumbfounded. How is that possible? Meng Qingxi was shocked, his pupils plummeted, and waves of terror rose in his heart. These people in front of you, are they really at the chi refining stage? Are you kidding? Although he was only at the first level of Jindan, he was still a Jindan. Even a casual strike could crush countless foundation establishment cultivators, and as a result, one of his own attacks was received so easily. Nope, not exactly next. There are breaks. He snapped his head around and dropped his gaze to Su-gu. Su-gu's heart burst into a numbing batch. Those 5 undercover agents of the righteous path were worthy of being the world's strongest physique and the world's strongest family background of the world's absolute pride. It was even if the 5 of them crossed a large realm to fight as if they were at home, but after joining forces, they were even able to follow the attacks of the Jindan realm so easily. Of course, nowadays, the devil's way is seriously declining, and this Jindan devil cultivator, his strength must be very trashy. Although he has Jindan cultivation, he may not have Jindan battle power. These 5 people were extremely gifted. All of them were heavenly destiny protagonists-like characters, and there were also a host of powerful magic treasures, equivalent to 5 peak foundation establishment. Besieging a pseudo Jindan was not much of a problem. he wasn't surprised, but it was really stressful being around the five of them, practicing chi to harden a jindan. In other novels, it would have been something that would have made a big splash, and he ended up being a bust, set off like a piece of trash. Senior brother Su, be careful. Without any hesitation, the illusory color clothes leaned towards Sugu to strike for him after fending off the attack in front of himself. A few other undercover agents of the righteous path had the same reaction. It was clear in their hearts that although Sugu was incredibly intelligent and righteous, and came from a hidden sect, his natural talent and heritage were not very good, and his ability to fight over levels was a bit weak. Cough cough, Sugu dry cough, but not really will become a drag among the six. Dare to storm out on Jindan cultivation out, also has the bottom line. Thought of this, eyes flashed, sleeves steeply thrown out a golden stream of light. This golden stream of light exploded in the air with a roar, and then accelerated steeply with amazing might. All the demonic cultivators, once again, were shocked by the sight before them. What kind of spell is this? They couldn't see through it at all. How exactly did Sugu burst out with such a powerful might? It was as if this might was born out of thin air. It didn't come from Sugu himself. Sugu's expression remained unchanged, not caring about the reactions of the surrounding demonic cultivators. His expression remained grave, and he once again threw out several streams of light. It was not a spell he practiced, rather, the ability to gift word. He had already accumulated 3 white phrases before he left the division. Besides, 9 oxen and 2 tigers. There was also, the most poisonous woman's heart, and this, 4 twos and 1,000 pounds. The description of 4 twos is simple. 4 twos can move 1,000 pounds. After he studied it, he realized that it was a roll of 4 tails of gold that would explode into 1,000 pounds of power. Quite extraordinary. Unfortunately, every cast required kryptonite, 4 tails of gold at a time, which was more or less expensive for a cheap practicing realm cultivator. As he cast it now, he was also gritting his teeth while blood dripped from his heart. Not good. Meng Qingxi realized that it was not good and wanted to use other means to make up for it. These 6 evil spirits, which were connected to his heart chakra, were destroyed just like that, causing great damage to him. But everything happened too fast. But lightning? He cast this spell, but also 2 breaths of time back swing, can only watch the last evil spirit encountered an attack. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions rang out one after another, and the evil spirit that blasted at Sugu was blown to smithereens by the golden light. Put. Meng Qingxi, who had executed the evil spirit attack, his face changed drastically and darkened beyond recognition, and he directly suffered a severe backlash, violently spitting out a mouthful of black blood. This fight was divided into winners and losers in only a few moments. Some of the demonic cultivators didn't even manage to react. Looking for death. You deserve to die. The injured Meng Qingxi had bloodshot eyes, a fierce face, a cloak of hair, burning with rage, an evil aura, and was completely insane, looking at Sugu and the other 6, itching to break them into pieces. Previously, because of carelessness, he had taken the other party too lightly and just attacked casually, but he was actually countered and suffered a big loss. Now, he was completely moved to kill, wanting to execute his strongest killing move. Although he vaguely perceived that these 6 people had extraordinary origins and were probably the legendary descending devil children. But, as things stood, he could only cut off the roots. However, his roar and anger had yet to be vented, and the killing move in his hand had yet to be executed. What are you screaming for? Now you know it hurts? Die! Sugu snorted coldly, and the long sword in his hand, steeply turned black, emitting a dark light, and it was even moistening, suddenly stabbing at Meng Qingxi first. This quenching poison was precisely from the 3rd phrase, the most poisonous woman's heart. The introduction of this entry is still very simple. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. At first, Sugu was a bit puzzled, and then after some attempts, he realized that he could make a very fierce poison with the woman's heart. The sword opens the gates of heaven. Vajra unbreakable, heavenly immortal dazzle. The saints have spoken. Buddha's light shines in the world. The 5 undercover agents of the Orthodox Road, seeing that Sugu was not only unharmed, but also made a counterattack. All of them were pleasantly surprised, and then, flipping their attacks, they executed their strongest killing moves and landed on Meng Qingxi. They used their means to inform all the demonic cultivators around them. Meng Qingxi, the Jindan powerhouse among the demonic cultivators, was the weaker party in this battle, an existence to be hunted down. Chapter 23, Not only do I bully the few, I also bully the big. Meng Qingxi was incomparably stifled, his own hall of Jindan power, but was surrounded by a few chi practicing brats. To beat, he let out a roar of rage and used all his strength to try to break the game, but he was only beaten, becoming impotent and furious. Countless crows of light streaked across. The battle didn't last too long. Jindan powerhouse Meng Qingxi had already lost. His entire body was covered in wounds, blood splattered, his mana dried up, and he completely lost the power of resistance. What a papier-mâché golden elixir. Not a bit challenging. This kind of golden dan, is it really necessary to condense it? Li Xiaobai and the others collected their attacks and looked at the dying Meng Qingxi, who was kneeling down on the ground, and shook their heads. Jin Dan, divided into grades, the weakest 9 grades, the strongest 1 grade. This Meng Qingxi is a 7th grade Jin Dan. The Devil's Cave had always been weak, not compared to the top sects of the righteous path. Even if he was a 7th grade Jin Dan, in the Devil's Cave, he was still an invincible Jin Dan. However, among the 5 great immortal sects, and even among the superlative sects, a golden dan below the 6th grade was generally called a papier-mâché golden dan. Literally, a papier-mâché Jin Dan is weak at the touch of a button. Papier-mâché golden dan. The devil cultivators on the field all looked strange, especially the other few Jin Dan powers. Their faces were pitch black, feeling that they had been humiliated by the heavens, because the quality of their Jin Dan was similar to Meng Qingxi's Jin Dan, or even inferior to him. No, I defy you. You're bullying the few with the many. Meng Qingxi's eyes were red and incomparably unwilling as he defended himself. At this moment, he was conversely not afraid of death, because, defeated in the hands of a group of chi practicing juniors, he had long since lost the face to continue living. One can only hope to redeem himself. Bullying the few with the many? When Su Gu heard these words, he abruptly froze, then burst out laughing. I dare not imagine that these words would come from the mouth of a demonic cultivator. What? Full of benevolence and morality. Are you planning to mix with the righteous path? Li Xiaobai and the others also scoffed out loud. Although they were undercover agents of the righteous path, they naturally wouldn't preach any mercy when dealing with demonic cultivators, thus, behaving evilly, like great villains. Damn it! Meng Qingxi was choked by Su Gu's words, and was actually unable to refute them, and was directly infuriated, spitting out a mouthful of blood and roaring, all of you will die. After saying that, he turned to the 3 Jin Dan master brothers who were watching from afar and said hysterically, Tian Chengjun, Wang Guiwei, Ji Jianlin, are you 3 really going to watch me be humiliated? Don't forget that the 3 of you have pressured them as well, and all 3 of your minions, too, have grudges against them. Do you think that afterward, when they grow up, they will not liquidate you differently? The 3 Jin Dan powerhouses, their eyes flashed with a ray of cold light, putting away their sneers at Meng Qingxi. The sense of oppression was strong to the extreme as the ebony light on his body spread out. One by one, they descended from the sky and surrounded Su Gu and the other 6. From start to finish, they had no intention of letting Su Gu and the others go. It was impossible to become a Jin Dan demon without being ruthless. Previously, the reason why he didn't make a move was initially because he thought that Meng Qingxi alone was able to solve it easily, and later on, it was simply because he wanted to see Meng Qingxi take a beating. Now that the fun is over, it's time to step in and fix the trouble. The illusory color clothes 5 people's faces changed slightly, although, they were not afraid of being surrounded by Jin Dan. The big thing was to let the clan behind them take action, but to expose their identity just like that was more or less a bit unwilling. However, in the face of the 3 great Jin Dan siege, Su Gu not only did not have any fear, but instead took a step forward, blocked in front of the crowd, laughed out loud. The temperament of the body, more and more evil crazy one, as if the world's fiend, the mastermind behind the scene in general. GGG, you few papier-mâché Jin Dan met this seat and the others. Count yourselves unlucky. Today, this seat will not only bully the few with the many, but also bully the small. Su Gu said, waving his large hand steeply. Boom! The sky and the earth collapsed precipitously. A heavenly demonic aura descended from the sky, shattering the heavens and causing the mountains and rivers to shake. In only an instant, the entire demon cave was awakened, and all the demonic cultivators sensed the commotion, each one looking up in shock. If the Devil's Cave wasn't fortified with formations, it might have crumbled apprehension from this mighty impact alone. This movement, the devil cultivators on the field were all shocked. The first few Jin Dan demonic cultivators were even more terrified to the extreme. They clearly detected the source of this might, the Yuaning stage ancestor. The one who erupted this might was a Yuaning old ancestor. Moreover, among the Yuaning stage, it was also the best, the top existence. Good for you sinners, how dare you make a move on Mr. Su and the others. What a death wish. The person who spoke was no one else, but naturally Su Gu's surrogate leader, Roaring Velvet Sky. At the peak of the late Yuaning stage of the Grand Completion realm, within the Devil's Cave, other than the 13 heavenly devil elders, and a few true disciples, as well as a few shunned old devils, he was the strongest existence. The mighty pressure was naturally terrifying. Elder Roaring Velvet Sky? How you helped them out, and call him a male? Acting master, help me. The Jindans were all terrified. They were never expecting that Su Gu had summoned a late-stage Yuaning. The most crucial thing was that this late Yuaniing stage was incredibly respectful to Sugu and the others. And even more so, he had no regard for friendship or face, and directly took a shot at them. As for the other demonic cultivators in the martial arts arena, they had long since pissed their pants in fear. Roaring Velvet Sky, are you a dog? You're getting involved in a fight between juniors? Still listening to that little guy that much? Are you his leader, or is he your leader? It's simply a disgrace to our demonic cultivators. The entire Devil's Cave exploded, and the leaders of these several Jindan master brothers, all of them couldn't sit still and open their mouths to rebuke Roaring Velvet Sky, hoping that he would stop. But all of them used a voice transmission. Apparently, it also didn't want to offend Sugu and the others. Unlike these few Jindan, they knew that Sugu and the others were descending devil children. If they were to provoke them, they would be liquidated in the future. Of course the seed is a dog. Roaring Velvet Sky laughed out loud and rightfully said in the face of the other party's questioning, he was originally a dog demon. As for listening to Sugu? Nonsense. He was there in the entire room when Sugu conducted the test and saw with his own eyes just how devilish Sugu really was. If he didn't listen, he would probably die without knowing how. And to be his leader, what a life-threatening idea. Is there someone who wants to go against Mr. Su and the others? If you have, hurry up and come out and fight with this seat. Don't rub it in. Roaring Velvet Sky used to not dare to be so arrogant. After all, there are a lot of big brothers in the Devil's Cave. Each one is a ruthless devil, not to be offended. But now that he has become the acting leader of Sugu, today can be considered a fox and tiger. The whole room was silent. No one responded. Obviously, they all knew how devilish these heaven-sent demon children really were. Especially that Siogu. Once messed with, it is truly certain death. Didn't see him operate in the illusion. Countless demonic cultivation powerhouses trembled. Meng Qingxi and other 4 Jindan disciples, completely dumbfounded. Not it. What is this situation? What is this situation? They all shouted through their throats, but they couldn't shake 1 or 2 people to give themselves a favor? These boys, what the hell is going on? Before they had a chance to think about this, they were grabbed by Roaring Viator, scrapping their physical bodies, extracting their souls, and beating them into a magic weapon. And some of the Jindan disciples who were in the know did not move at all when they saw this scene. Really deserved it. All cultivated demons and still so reckless. Being in seclusion for so long, one would surely be misinformed, not even knowing to understand the situation before leaving the seclusion. This martial arts arena is all built for the 6 of them, and you dare to mess with the 6 of them. Capitalized cow times. Chapter 24, Roaring Velvet Sky's Demon Cultivation Lesson. Meng Qingxi and a few other Jindan demonic cultivators really felt wronged. They had been cultivating magic for dozens of years, so of course they knew that news would be closed after a long time in seclusion. But the problem was that they hadn't been in seclusion for a few days in total this time. Who would have thought that it was less than a dozen days of seclusion? And just a nap. The magic cave pattern has undergone a sea change. 6 living hells have come. Mr. Su, this is the magic weapon the old dog gave you. Roaring Velvet Sky smiled brightly, sending the gnarled dragon-like purple and black wooden staff in his hand to Sugu. On top of this wooden staff, 7 black lotuses blossomed, exuding a rich and eerie aura. Gazing at the wooden staff was like being watched by thousands of evil spirits. Underworld Demon Staff. Jindan-level magic treasure. The old dog refined the souls of those 4 people just now into the staff to be the weapon spirit. The power can still skyrocket. Please don't worry, Mr. Su, there is an array restriction on this magic wand. It can continue to enhance its power as you grow, until it explodes with the power of a normal Jindan magic treasure, and can be very suitable for you to use. Roaring Victory and is very sweet. It's something he's been preparing for a long time. The first lesson of the Devil's Way. Cultivating the Devil's Way is not about fighting and killing, but about the human condition. Thank you, Senior. Sugu didn't excuse himself. He did need a magic treasure that he could use while in his hands, and after receiving it, he thanked him out of politeness. Never. What virtue can an old dog have to be a senior to a Gongzi? If the Gongzi doesn't mind, calling me Big Yellow would be an honor for the old dog. Roaring Velvet Sky hurriedly opened his mouth. It looked like he was going to lose his life if he was called senior by Sugu. The gesture was very humble, not in the least like an evil and wild one's great devil. What an old dog. Letting the group of elder protectors next to him, they hated their teeth. It was simply a disgrace to their demonic cultivation. Favorably, they were also envious inside. In fact, he also wanted to go up and kneel. These 6 can all be heavenly descending devil children, especially the leader Sugu, is to respond to the devil when the rise of the heavenly destiny and descended into the world. The future achievement is bound to be amazing. As long as you hold on to the thigh, you're a slave to the dragon. Originally, they were not heavenly demon elders, and were not qualified to be the leaders of these 6 people, and it was not a big deal if they could not hold the thigh. Everyone. But who knew that this old dog, Roaring Velvet Sky, had gotten lucky and become Sugu's surrogate leader? All of a sudden it's not like them. This made their mood naturally unable to lighten up. Humph. You won't be complacent for long, Su Demon Child. But the devil's hair is correct. Serving by his side is no easier than serving the emperor. But be careful, don't get cleaned out. Some of the other Earth Demon elders couldn't eat grapes and said that they were sour. Roaring Velvet Sky received the voice transmission. His expression remained unchanged, and he said to Sugu, Gonzi. The old dog heard someone transmitting a voice, as if he was talking bad about you, Gonzi. As soon as his words came out, the faces of those elders who had just transmitted their voices to ridicule him all changed drastically and turned pale. Elder Roaring, have a word. Haven't you always wanted me to help you refine a furnace of Yuaning Dan? I promised. The bone magic artifact I found in the grave of the Dragon Clan's great powers can be disposed of to you at a low price. Roaring Vishnu Sky, this fox fake tiger, although let them heart upset, but all dare not ignore, have promised many benefits. Hope to block Roaring Vishnu Sky's mouth. Poof. Roaring Velvet Sky laughed coldly, incomparably pleased with himself. The second lesson of the Devil's Cultivator. A qualified Devil's Cultivator must be able to snitch. Bad luck. The Yuaning devils who were watching the show. How could they not expect that just by watching the show, they would be extorted by Roaring Vaitian, viciously cursing in their hearts before departing? The other demonic cultivators who were watching the show gradually dispersed. As for the heavenly demon elders and true disciples, they didn't care about this little fight at all. Isn't that the way of the devil? It's only when they fight and kill that they seem energized. Senior brother Su, so you knew this would happen and prepared in advance. It was marvelous to think that it could make Roaring Viator, this devil, fold. In the martial arts arena, the 5 undercover agents of the righteous path all marveled at Sugu's personal charm. Surprisingly, he was able to rule a great demon of the peak great circle of the late Yuaning stage into submission. After giving Sugu some compliments, the 5 men's gazes fell on the group of demonic cultivator disciples surrounding them with playful smiles. From now on, you are our slaves. Kong Haorun was very excited, and to the crowd of devil cultivator disciples, he said, if we tell you to do something, do it, do you hear me? Otherwise there will be good juice for you guys to eat. How could this experience be possible in your own clan? The other 4 undercover agents of the righteous path were all watching from the sidelines, as if they were tigers sizing up a group of rabbits to be slaughtered. There was no resistance to the move at all. Devils? Elder brother Su has said that these devil cultivators, who have done so much evil, their lives are not lives at all. Not killing them, just making them serve hard labor is already a great mercy. Yes, the crowd of demonic cultivators had experienced the scene just now and had long been scared silly, so how could they dare to be half dissatisfied? Sugu's expression changed and changed. He had previously thought that these 5 undercover agents of the righteous path would be affected by the Devil's Grotto ethos, but now it seemed that they couldn't be affected at all. These 5 undercover agents of the righteous path had come to the Devil's Cave solely to release their nature. One is more magical than the other. Even the reason why the 5 great immortal sects had sent them was probably because they couldn't stand their immodesty and were afraid that they would bring down the disciples of their sects, and that was why they had sent them to the Devil's Cave. Then the old dog will take his leave first. If you have anything to do, sir, just command. Roaring Velvet Sky didn't intend to stay any longer and said to Sugu, Senior, go slowly. Sugu didn't have any slowness and continued to refer to himself as a senior. No matter what, he didn't have a backer or strength, so he shouldn't be too arrogant. Roaring Velvet Sky, although the surface excuses, apprehensive heart, but calmed down, the heart happy flowers. With that, the two chose to talk about each other. Sugu called him senior, and he called Sugu Gongzi. Mutual respect. Subsequently, Sugu and the 5 people of the illusory color clothes, exchanging pleasantries for a few moments, hit the road back home. Achievement, getting started. Acquired 3 purple word fragments. Sugu, who had returned to his cave, looked at the word prompt and fell into surprise. Hadn't he entered the Devil's Cave a long time ago? Then it dawned on him. This word system, which was quite intelligent, came to the reminder of reaching the initiation achievement only after completing the initiation ceremony. There was no hesitation, and the synthesis was chosen directly. Congratulations, you've gained the purple talent. Everyone is like a dragon. Everyone is like a dragon, those around you, they are dragons. Hiss. Without any surprise, Sugu was once again confused and puzzled. It was kind of a word feature. The contents were all explained very succinctly, but he found it baffling every time. The most crucial thing was that whenever he fumbled with the real usage of the words, he felt again that the explanation of the words was, simply, not too appropriate. Are you planning to go into seclusion again? The white fox looked excited, obviously still immersed in the excitement of suppressing the Golden Dan in the martial arts arena, and was surprised to see Sugu packing up his things and planning to cultivate on his knees. Or what? Cause another wave of resentment? Sugu said rightfully. Take advantage of the fact that there weren't many enemies now, and hurry up to cultivate the heavenly demon decree to improve your strength, or else you would really be killed by your enemies. Boom! It was also at this moment that his words had just fallen, and in the void, another roll of ocean-like grievances swept in, like a huge mountain. It fell towards Sugu. No? Again? Sugu directly exploded, almost wanting to give himself a mouthful. What a crow's mouth. How did he get so many enemies again? And this time, in front of this resentment, he cringed and had a very bad feeling. White Fox, who was on the side, also timidly said, "You slaughtered the city again?" Chapter 25, Clueless and Unhappy. If I say no, do you believe me? Sugu blinked, innocently. To be honest, if he didn't have a count on his strength, he might have thought he had massacred the city when he saw this sight. This sudden resentment is too great. It's literally all over the place. It's similar to the previous wave of pay to work that was introduced on a small scale within the magic cave, and the grievances that were brought about. Could it be that eldest brother feels that the strategy of paying to work is being implemented smoothly, and then is ready to be completely rolled out? Neither can I. It's only been a few days. What results can be seen from a test a few days ago? It's not like eldest brother's head has been kicked by a donkey, and he doesn't look like such a stupid person. It shouldn't be for that. Sugu shook his head, ruling out this idea, falling into deep doubt, very puzzled, and finally could not figure it out, and could only choose to ignore it, turning the pressure into motivation, and crazily extracting the grievances to cultivate. As long as the fist is big, so what if all the enemies in the world are enemies? And on the other side, ********, is eldest brother's brain kicked by a donkey? Let's build an alchemy peak within 30 days, and it has to be grand and imposing, and a sizable yield? Is this possible? The alchemy furnace and elixir, I can get them, but what about the alchemist? I blame that damn little fellow Sugu. In the illusionary realm, engaging in some kind of external saint and internal devil maneuver, he even let his eldest brother learn from it. In the middle of the newly constructed alchemy peak, a devil with angry hair, red eyes and hair all over his body, and a monstrous evil aura was roaring hysterically. As his anger erupted, the flames of his entire body stormed out, as if he was going to set the entire dome of the sky ablaze. Obviously, the monstrous resentment Sugu felt came from him. Sugu obviously didn't expect that not only did pay to work offend people, but justice-cutting strategy of external saints and internal demons also offended people. The ones he offended were all big devils. Eldest brother said that we know what to do. Next to him, a demonic head whose hair and eyes were ice blue in color said with a calm expression. He had the same evil aura, but the flames burning around him were not unusual flames, but cold blue flames. The two of them were precisely two of the 13 heavenly demon elders of the demon cave. It was the red flame Taoist and the blue flame Taoist respectively. What do you mean we know what to do? The red flame Taoist hesitated for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and frowned. Do it according to the idea Sugu came up with when he was simulating in the illusion? Taoist blue flame nodded. That should be the case. You mean report the few devilish forces in the neighborhood, and then lure the alchemists to defect with heavy money? If they don't, they'll be kidnapped? If you don't feel at ease, then tie the alchemist's entire family back? Are you crazy, or am I? Will this work? The red fire Taoist was hysterical and felt like he was going crazy. It should work. Taoist blue flame nodded. After all, it was Sugu's idea, not eldest brother's. The crimson Taoist was speechless, then helplessly said, yes, doing so would certainly work, but in doing so, won't those few demonic forces that we reported hate us to death? And then, going out to massively snub and kidnap alchemists will inevitably draw the attention of the government and the proper authorities. And won't we still be wanted by the proper authorities and the government? Just for the sake of building an alchemy peak, the two of us brothers, offended both the devil's way and the righteous way? With that said, he grew angry again, seething with rage and feeling like he was in a dilemma. Especially, when he looked at Taoist blue flame and saw that he looked dumbfounded and pure to the point of pity. He burst into a fit of hatred. You really don't have a brain. You can't even think of what's at stake, and you're still acting like you don't care. What I mean is that there's a right to grievances, so let Sugu take care of this matter. Taoist blue flame said with a calm demeanor. Let Sugu do it? How can this? Hiss. You don't say. You really don't say. The crimson Taoist took a sharp, deep breath before blinking his eyes, a hint of cunning and evil surfacing on his face. That's right. It's all because of that kid that we have such a headache. Then why don't we give him this task? If we want a headache, it should also be his. Moreover, right now, eldest senior brother is obviously carrying out Sugu's strategies in the illusionary realm, and if Sugu can't even do it, there's no need to implement those strategies. If he does, our mission will be accomplished. Win-win. Speaking of this, he looked at Taoist blue flame in astonishment. Unexpectedly, although this old guy was a bit dull, he was lucky and actually found a solution. Half a month later, starving me to death. Who cultivates immortal retreat and has to eat regularly? Sugu came out of the cultivation state, because the grain-repelling dan that he had taken had passed its medicinal effect. This was the trouble with the chi-practicing realm. One still needed to eat, and without eating, one could only eat the grain-preventing pills, and could not remain in seclusion for long. He rolled over and took out a pyrrhic pill, feeling his own breath in the process. Not bad, another breakthrough. Late 8th level of the chi refining stage. Sugu felt a sense of relief. The heavenly demon decree was worthy of being a forbidden art. The speed of cultivation was just amazing. The most crucial thing was that the grievance chi needed for cultivation could not be used up. Not at all. Just as he was planning to turn back and continue his cultivation, the white fox sensed the movement and, as if it was a ray of white rainbow, leapt to his side one after another. The heavenly demon elders, Taoist Red Flame and Taoist Blue Flame, have a mission entrusted to me? Sugu frowned slightly. As disciples of the Devil's Cave who were given special care, although they didn't have to pay spirit stones and contribution points every month, they were required to carry out a mission every month. It was not supposed to be mandatory, but Big Brother copied his operation in the Supreme Mirage. It is really a case of lifting a stone and hitting oneself in the foot. Moreover, the two heavenly demon elders gave me a task. There's no way I can refuse. Sugu thought back to the two devils and had a number in his heart. Without much resistance, he walked out of the cave. He wore a black robe. His eyes were sharp and godly, as if they were sharp swords, and the sword at his waist was tied with a black tassel, which was incomparably eye-catching. He was already handsome, and now that he was wearing this outfit, he was naturally even more handsome. Wait, what did you say? This is my mission? Walking to the mission hall, he took the mission given by Taoist Blue Flame and Taoist Red Flame, and just after glancing at the content, Sugu's eyes widened in disbelief. What's wrong with Shidoshi? The devil cultivator's senior brother who was guarding the task hall immediately tensed up and hurriedly expressed his concern. After the battle in the martial arts arena, who didn't know where Sugu and the others came from? The entire mission hall had been newly built for them, so how could he dare not be nervous when he saw Sugu reacting like this? Sugu's brows furrowed as he handed the quest note he received to his demonic cultivator's senior brother. Hiss! The devil cultivation senior brother immediately sucked in a cold breath, twisting his head back and forth, looking at Sugu and then at the contents on the mission strip before sucking in another cold breath. The above is simple. You go and end the Alchemy Association for me, and tie up all the Dan Masters. The Alchemy Association was the largest Dan Dao organization in the entire Tianxian continent, and all Dan cultivators who wanted to make Dan needed to go to the Alchemy Association for certification. The difficulty of this task was no less than grabbing a random person on the street, giving him a hoe, and then telling him to go and take out the immortal who was immortal and eternal. This, the senior brother who guarded the mission hall, his entire body is going to shatter. This isn't real, is it? Even if this mission hall, which was built for Sugu and the others, would give them many privileges, it wouldn't release this kind of super, 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 super top tier mission for them. Do you really want to give this task to Sugu? Will it offend Sugu? Ah, if you don't hand it over, won't you offend the two heavenly demon elders? Ah, he felt like he was going to break. The life of a demonic cultivator is also a life. Chapter 26. What's the point of having an alchemist on these terms? This mission. The devil cultivator's senior brother of the mission hall's expression changed to and fro. His face was complicated to the extreme, crying and laughing, as if he was going crazy. I'll take this mission. Sugu was silent for a moment, thinking for a while before his brows relaxed and he did not make things difficult for the staff member, saying indifferently, "Ha!" The white fox sitting on Sugu's shoulder, hearing this, directly jumped up, his whole body exploding in surprise. Are you crazy? It looked like it was looking at a fool. The content of the mission it read was completely difficult for people. There's no way it can be done. It was already wondering if those two heavenly demon elders were deliberately making things difficult for Sugu. The wisest choice, of course, is to refuse. Then, go to illusory colored clothes and Li Xiaobai and the others, join forces, and go to the Grand Master to report these two heavenly demon elders, using their power for personal gain. To practice magic, the most important thing is to be able to make a report. What? Senior brother, you thanked senior brother. The devil cultivator's senior brother froze for a moment, a bit skeptical of his own ears, and only after a moment did he react that Sugu had actually taken on the mission. He was thrilled and ecstatic, and he was even more grateful to Sugu to the point of tears, finally not needing to be embarrassed left or right, his body nearly trembling as he assured, "Senior brother, don't worry, this task, You do it first. I will simultaneously find a way to ask someone to ask the two elders if the wrong task was issued. He was in a bit of a trance for a moment. Was this really the scene that would have happened in the Devil's Cave? This senior brother, he's a really good guy. Who says he's got the devil's hair, right? Come out. I'll be the first to disagree. Of course, these words were definitely words of politeness. The tasks given by the heavenly demon elder would have strict procedures, and it was impossible for mistakes to occur. He wouldn't bother asking either. Sugu didn't say much and walked out of the mission hall. Senior brother, take your time. Come back to the task hall afterward. I'll give you the privilege. As he watched Sugu take the task and leave just like that, the demon cultivator's senior brother, who was guarding the task hall, with 1,000 emotions in his heart, couldn't help but open his mouth to make a promise. Though, he knew in his heart that there would be no more after Sugu after taking this mission. This mission? You really just took it? Walking out of the mission hall, White Fox was still in a huge state of shock, and inquired in a very unbelievable manner. The tone sounded more like a question. Then, pulling his ears, incomparably desperate and very disheveled, he sat on Sugu's shoulder, silently took out his traveling bag, carried it on his back, and pursed the invisible tears in his eyes. We are one person and one fox, even though we are brothers from different fathers and mothers. But the matter has come to this point. It would be inappropriate for me to remain here, and it would be easy to influence you to do the task. Please send me to senior sister Tsai. Don't worry, I'll visit you every year at Qingming. Sugu was speechless for a while. Worthy of being a fox who cultivates magic, he absolutely did not believe that there were not 2 pounds of backbones. First place in what you do. First place in what you run. Don't worry. The corners of Sugu's mouth rose, and he said very blandly, I know what's in my heart. The white fox came to be interested and hastily said, You're going to report them? Did you just do that to gather evidence? Sugu grabbed the white fox's tail and lifted it up. You're just growing backbones and no brain, aren't you? Reporting a heavenly demon elder, or two. Are you tired of living? If it was the righteous path, this kind of suing the 2 standing committee elders would still have a bit of a chance of survival, and at most, they would be put in small shoes afterward. Maybe it'll trigger some kind of 30-year storyline, but in the devil's way, doing so only leads to death, and you can't even wait for the aftermath. After all, he was the devil cultivator. He could understand too well how the devil cultivators thought. Then you have a number in mind. Referring to, White Fox hesitated. Nowhere to bury? Sugu forced himself to resist the desire to dismantle the White Fox and leisurely said, I already knew the true intentions of those 2 heavenly demon elders. That's why I took it. Moreover, he was not qualified to refuse a mission that the 2 heavenly demon elders had personally ordered. White Fox scratched his head. What's the intent? Haven't you noticed that the magic cave has changed? Sugu looked around, his eyes deep. Before, the magic cave wasn't like this, and the current devil's cave is gradually morphing into the great love immortal sect that I deduced to build in the illusion. This he had found out a long time ago. The buildings such as the Bible Pavilion, the martial arts arena, and the mission hall were all newly constructed, and there were also the alchemy peaks that were not yet open to the disciples of the sect, the charm drawing peaks, the artifact refining peaks, and the elixir fields, which were all pending construction. Just by looking at the already newly constructed buildings like the Scripture Pavilion, Martial Arts Arena, and Mission Hall, one could tell that this flip of the Magic Cave transformation was exactly the same as the Great Love Immortal sect that he had transformed the Magic Cave into in the illusion. Apparently, the Demon Cave executives were copying his operations in the illusion. What do you mean? White Fox did not see Sugu's operation in the illusion and was confused. Sugu didn't beat around the bush and directly said, Elder Red Flame and Elder Blue Flame were ordered to build the alchemy peak. Then, the construction of the alchemy peak encountered difficulties and needed to find a large number of alchemists. They couldn't do it, and then the task was given to me, the chief architect of the reform and development of the Magic Cave. So, the content of this mission is actually quite simple. It's just a matter of bringing back enough useful alchemists. The White Fox's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body leaned forward, saying in disbelief, Is that so? It pondered this for a split second, and while it didn't understand any of it, it did make sense. But, it's not easy to find alchemists. Where to get so many alchemists? Even if you get them, you'll be wanted by the righteous path. White Fox's brows furrowed. Even if he could settle for second best, this mission wasn't simple. Alchemists, if it was good to get them back, then the forces of the Devil's Way wouldn't even have a single alchemist. Why don't we call on the illusory clothes and the others? They all have strong abilities. White Fox thought about it. Its logic is simple. More people helping out, more probability of success. Sugu's eyelids fluttered. Seeking their help would certainly allow for a quick completion of the mission, but if they were really approached, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before the entire Devil's Cave would become the righteous paths. With the nature of the 5 of them, they were able to arrange for all the righteous cultivators to come in. By then, the Devil's Cave wouldn't be looking for an undercover agent of the righteous path, it would be looking for an undercover agent of the Devil's path. Can't use it. As the chief architect of reform and development, Sugu was very confident. And why should an alchemist be an alchemist? What do you mean? White Fox scratched his head, a little confused. Just find some cooks, Sugu said casually. On this condition of the Devil's Cave, what more do you need an alchemist? A chef is not bad. Ha! The White Fox stared at Sugu with wide eyes, very much dismayed, and even stretched out his furry white paw and touched Sugu's forehead, as if he was wondering if Sugu was out of his mind. What kind of nonsense are you kid talking about? Sugu explained meaningfully. To be a chef, the most important thing is the utilization of ingredients and the control of the fire. As for alchemists, what they are best at is precisely the utilization of medicinal herbs and the control of fire. As we all know, medicinal herbs and ingredients have always been indistinguishable. The two professions are more closely related than you might think. Cooks, with a little training, can become an honored alchemist. Is that so? The White Fox blinked, with an expression of "I've read few books, don't lie to me," and questioned, then if alchemy is so easy, why are there still so few alchemists out there? Sugu said rightfully, outside. If you want to become an alchemist, you need to go to the Alchemy Association to take the test, and with a fixed quota every year, there are certainly fewer alchemists. Without an alchemist's license, no one dares to use you. If you use it, you'll be fined by the government or even sentenced. But in our magic cave, do alchemists still need to take a license? No need, White Fox said. Within the Devil's Way, all of them were wanted criminals, and there was no fear of being fined for hiring an unlicensed alchemist. Sugu said, that's right. Not only do we not need to, we also support going without a license. Anyway, the lives of magic cultivators don't count, so it's okay to eat some bad magic cultivators once in a while. So find some alchemist, just get some cooks back and turn in. Hiss, it seems to be the case. The White Fox vaguely felt that there was something wrong with what Sugu had said, but he couldn't find the words to refute it, and only felt his scalp itch. Chapter 27, I'm a devil, not a wanted man. Senior, you're going on a quest? Sugu had just taken note of his intention to leave the Devil's Cave and go looking for some famous chefs to bring back for alchemy when he was called by illusory colored clothes. After seeing Sugu, Phantom Colorful Clothes immediately jumped and ran to her. She was wearing a light pink dress today. Her appearance was already absolutely beautiful. Her body was slender, and with a slight smile, she looked like a peach blossom in full bloom, as if it was a dream. Mesmerizing. Senior Sister Tsai, what a coincidence. Sugu turned back, somewhat surprised, and smiled. What a coincidence indeed. Phantom Colorcloth was a little embarrassed. Her natural talent was too good, so she had never meditated and practiced, and within the Devil's Cave as well, she simply couldn't be idle, so she had always wanted to have some fun. And if you want to have fun, of course you have to be with senior brother Sugu to have the most fun. So there is no such thing as, what a good coincidence. She had been waiting for Sugu to come out. What quest are you going on, elder brother? Together? Illusory Colorful Clothes leapt to her feet and said, sure, I'm going to look for some cooks. The higher the cooking skill the better. Sugu readily returned. Do you know where there are cooks with high cooking skills? Phantom Cloth's family is not bad, so he should know where to find a chef who is a good cook. Ha! After approaching Sugu, Illusory Colored Clothes didn't rush to answer Sugu's question, but instead, her embroidered eyebrows were slightly knitted, her agaric nose shrugged, and she surveyed Sugu with a grave expression. Sugu was confused. A few moments later, it was only then that Illusory Colored Clothes raised her head and said in astonishment, Senior brother, you've broken through again? Practicing chi at the 8th level, right? Sugu corrected. Late peak of the 8th level of chi practicing. It was all due to the Heavenly Devil's decree. It wasn't in vain that he carried the heavenly karma of the paid-to-work proposer status. Really? That's too fast. Illusory Clothes marveled. She was really surprised. Sugu's natural talent is not good. Only 3 spirit roots, and there is still inexplicable suppression within the Devil's Cave, restricting the natural talent of righteous cultivators. By all rights, Sugu's cultivation level should have risen very slowly, but now, Sugu's promotion speed was even faster than her, an immortal body. Thinking of this, the Illusory Color Cloth's resentment rose in her heart. Blame it on the damn inexplicable suppression. Sugu watched as a strand of wrist-thick grievance chi floated out from the top of Phantom Color Cloth's head and landed towards him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Then, with a smile, he explained, I practiced the Devil's Way technique. There was no way to hide the matter of practicing the Devil's Way technique, so it would be better to just come clean. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Undercover agent. Do the whole show. I'm sure Mirage Clothes will understand. Devil's Way technique? It's really aggravating for senior brother. Illusory colored clothes grew more and more admiring when she heard this. In her opinion, all Devil's Way techniques were shoddy, and once practiced would deplete one's potential and affect one's future achievements. I didn't expect that senior brother Sugu would make such a great sacrifice for the sake of the righteousness and light. The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched, and he always felt that Phantom Cloth's reaction wasn't quite right. If you and I are both undercover agents of the righteous path, then your reaction after learning that I practiced the Devil's Way technique shouldn't have been to be very shocked, worried, and saddened, and then to cry out, "Elder brother, you've actually contracted magic?" No wonder he was sent as an undercover agent by the 5 immortal sects. After paying careful attention to the illusory color cloth's expression, Sugu shook his head, sort of seeing the point. These 5 undercover agents of the righteous path didn't care about the Gong method, whether it was the righteous path or the devil's path. If, for example, the Devil's Way feats were given power, they would not have any hesitation at all in practicing them. The reason why you don't practice is that you don't see it at all. Let's hurry. After Phantom Color Clothes admired some, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked around, urging Sugu, "I know where the chef has the most superb cooking skills, and in the meantime." Li Xiaobai's excited voice rang out in the sound transmission channel of the undercover agents of the righteous path. "Senior brother Su is out of the gate. Is he heading your way?" This voice transmission channel, which was supported through a supreme treasure provided by their clan, was not worried about being discovered by the devils. Kong Haoran, no, not in the martial arts arena. Zhao Jingang, and not in the hidden scriptures. Mizui, neither is it at the leader of the Dan. Then, the crowd waited in unison for Illusory Clothes to reply. It wasn't just Illusory Color Clothes that couldn't be bothered to have fun, they all wanted to. In their perception, wanting to have fun was of course with Sugu. Follow Xiao Gu, Baoli's. Phantom Color Clothes looked up somewhat awkwardly at Sugu, who was also in this channel. Then, blinking her watery peach blossom eyes, she vocalized in the channel without changing her face, and not in the quest hall. Sugu didn't think there was a problem. It was true that he wasn't in the mission hall right now. "Go," Sugu said to Illusory Color Cloth. Illusory Colorful Clothes was instantly delighted, pulling Sugu, and flew away from the Devil's Cave, fearing that a few other people would see them eating alone. "Right, senior brother, what are you looking for the chef for?" Illusory Color Cloth then remembered and inquired. "Alchemy, ah," Sugu said rightfully. "What's the point of looking for a chef if it's not for alchemy?" "Ha, looking for a chef to refine pills?" Illusory Colorful Clothes was shocked and took half a step backwards. Her pretty face was filled with shock and incomprehension. Chef and alchemy, no matter what, they couldn't be linked together, right? Not to mention, whether the chef can make the elixir or not. Even if he does make it, can he eat it? Wouldn't it kill you? "Oh, I see." A ray of light flashed in Illusory Color Cloth's eyes. "Excited, senior brother Su, this is to disintegrate the Devil Cave's endogenous power. Letting the chef pretend to be an alchemist and make pills for the devil cultivators is no less than letting the Confucian cultivators go down to the field to physically fight. And the pills that come out of the practice are definitely problematic. If the devil cultivator eats it, for a short period of time, it might not be a problem, but something will definitely happen if he eats it for a long period of time. At that time, even if the Devil's Way rises, the devil cultivators look powerful on the surface, but their bodies are all filled with Dan poisons, so they are simply unbeatable." Illusory Color Cloth's admiration for Sugu grew stronger and higher. "What's not a genius for coming up with that?" Sugu's eyebrows slightly knit, surprised to see the illusion of colorful clothes for a long time. "Just listen to a few words. Can brainstorm these. Is not a genius is what?" "That's right it is," Sugu said frankly. Out of the demon cave boundary, the Illusory Colorful Clothes very skillfully changed her face, put on the disguise clothing, and also wiped the sunscreen Dan oil, and then, took out the flying sword, ready to take off. The sense of stealing is particularly acute. Anyone who saw it would only wonder if she was a wanted criminal. Although, Sugu didn't know why Illusory Colored Clothes was so skilled in this set of movements. Being an heir of the righteous immortal sect and a direct descendant of a top family, he still interrupted her. "Here." Sugu took out 2 pieces of talisman paper from his bosom and handed them to Illusory Color Cloth. "What's this?" Phantasmagoria wondered. "Flying boat tickets, ah," Sugu said. "If you have a flying boat and don't take it, do you really plan to fly there?" This was a worldwide unimpeded flying talisman that he had done a long time ago, able to ride on all the flying boats under the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce, making it convenient for business trips. "Ha!" Illusory Colored Clothes raised her eyebrows, surprised. "Our current identity, aren't we demonic cultivators? Can we take a flying boat? Not afraid of being exposed? A devil cultivator in a flying boat?" This was contrary to her knowledge. "Aren't all devil cultivators sneaking around, trying to run away like thieves?" Sugu was surprised. I'm a demonic cultivator and not a wanted criminal. Why can't I take a flying boat? The corners of illusory color cloth's mouth twitched, her embroidered brows knitted, her eyes rolled. She felt that there was something wrong with this statement, but she just couldn't say where. That seems to be the point. She thought about it for a long time, and finally realized that it really did make sense. Chapter 28, Target Zhao Jiago. Let's play a game of quintessence. Go to the Zhao Jiago by Magpie Street Station. The illusory clothes led Su Gu into the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce Fangzhou Airship Terminal, and in the sea of people, somewhat less skillfully found the ticket inspection office. Su Gu looked at Mirage colorful clothes tiptoeing around and thought that she was still immersed in her demonic cultivator status, so he didn't care much about it, but inquired, White Magpie Street in Zhejiagu? That name doesn't sound like a place with a famous chef, no matter how you look at it, rather like going for street food. Yes, Zhao Jiago is owned by Zhao Jingang's family. Phantom color cloth returned. Isn't it going to your house? Su Gu was surprised. He thought that Mirage color cloth would lead him to her house. After all, what he wanted was not an ordinary chef, but a famous chef, and famous chefs were not easy to find. Wouldn't it be more familiar to go to your own family's territory? Besides, isn't Zhao Jing'an's background sky high? His family is in the Zhao village? How can that be? To my house? Isn't that progressing too fast? Illusory colorful clothes blushed scarlet and muttered blushingly. Su Gu looked up and raised his eyebrows, puzzled. What's going too fast? No. Illusory colorful clothes hastily shook her head, realizing that she had lost her temper, and gave a dry cough, pretending to be reserved, and even raised her head slightly, pretending to be proud. I'm undercover now, and I'm sure I'll be recognized if I just go back to my family's territory. If you go to Zhao Jingang's house, you won't have to worry about being recognized. Don't worry, there are a lot of famous chefs in Zhejiagu's White Magpie Street, and its reputation is not too much worse than those Huanghe Lu, Dao Immortal Lu and other restaurants in my home, absolutely packaged for senior brother to complete the task. Saying that, illusory color cloth's expression rose solemnly as she said, moreover, I've also taken on a mission that's also in the Zhao clan gully. That's fine. Su Gu nodded his head and relaxed his heart. Although the Orthodox Five were a little bit more devilish, their essence was still Orthodox immortal sect children. They were all quite reliable. What's your mission? Go build some kind of demonic stronghold. As if she had thought of something, illusory color clothes looked at Su Gu, full of admiration and respect, and mysteriously said, Elder brother, you know what? I looked at the map of the Devil's Cave stronghold layouts. Not only the existing layout, but even the future plans are not far off from the layout of the Demon Cave that you deduced when you were at the third level in the illusion realm. Senior brother, not just the map of the Demon Cave's stronghold layouts, even the layout of the core buildings within the Demon Cave are exactly the same as what you deduced in the illusion realm. Elder brother, you're really amazing. How can you deduce and predict so accurately? She was genuinely in awe of the fact that countless sects throughout the righteous path were all wrong in their perceptions of the Devil's Cave. Even they and the others had been undercover in the Devil's Cave for half a month before they realized how powerful it was. Su Gu, on the other hand, just with the help of the Devil's Way Supreme Treasure, slightly deduced a bit out of instinct and restored the true face of the Devil's Cave, which was simply remarkable. The more she learned, the more she thought Su Gu was awesome. Su Gu, the layout of the main body of the Devil's Cave and the stronghold of the Devil's Cave is exactly the same as what I deduced in the third level of the illusion? Nonsense! They all copied it. How can they be different? What a lack of respect for originality. The most crucial thing was that the Devil's Cave implemented the three major strategies he had proposed in the illusion. The benefits were not available to him, and he was the one to take the blame. Mud. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Walking into the flying boat, illusory color clothes seemed to be very uncomfortable and kept frowning tightly. You're afraid of heights? Su Gu saw this and said with concern, how can that be? Illusory color cloth proudly said, I am a sword cultivator. In the future, I'm going to be in existence of a white-clothed sword immortal. Have you ever heard that there are sword cultivators who are afraid of heights? Flying with a sword is a basic lesson for sword cultivators. Su Gu was surprised. Aren't you a fantasy immortal body? Shouldn't you be an illusionary cultivator? Besides, your mom is the first in the way of illusions. Even if you don't become an illusion cultivator, you should still be a formation cultivator. What the hell is a sword cultivator? How beautiful the white-clothed sword immortal is. It's not like some illusion formation cultivators who look godly and crazy all day long and can't even find a Taoist couple. Illusory color cloth was full of resentment. I don't want to be like that. You're not referring to Auntie, are you? The corner of Su Gu's mouth twitched. How is it possible? Phantom color clothes instinctively timid for a moment, while looking at the surroundings, and then proud up, of course. Not only has she been trying to make me an illusion cultivator, forcing me to take so much coursework every day, but she's also making me take care of such a large territory. Otherwise, why do you think I came to the magic cave to go undercover? It's still not to hide from my mother. Sugu was completely speechless. What kind of plot is this? In order not to inherit the family fortune, and dare not leave home, so choose to suffer to the devil as an undercover agent? You're not afraid of heights. Why do you look so uncomfortable? Sugu changed the topic, not wanting to continue the conversation from above. It can't be social terrorism, can it? Not really, given her nature of finding fun all over the devil's den. Illusory Clothes was a bit embarrassed. I've never been in a public flying boat before. I'm a bit uncomfortable. Never sat in a public flying boat. It's fine, Sugu said, and then he didn't want to say it again. All that was done before was a private flying boat, right? Sugu wisely changed the topic. The space inside our box. It's still big. Although, it's a little smaller. But, for some reason, it's the other topics that are not in high spirits. Illusory Colored Clothes One laughed. Senior brother. I'm fine. There's no need to comfort me. It's not like I'm some golden lady, let alone the flying boat. I've been undercover in the devil's cave, so how could I mind if the compartment is good or bad? Sugu blinked. It's me who needs comforting, okay? Luckily, he woke up in time, emotionally stepping out from the thinking influence of his past life's memories and no longer sticking to these dung things. In the world of immortal cultivation, the fist is the biggest. These out-of-body things might be a bit important in the world of the previous life, but in the current immortal cultivation world, if one did not have enough strength, even if there were more, it would be a liability instead. The atmosphere eased up and the two of them talked and laughed without realizing it. Entering Zayajayagu territory ahead. The entire journey is 8 million miles, and the estimated duration of the entire flight is 15 days. The first stop in Zayajayagu, East Kingdom, has arrived. Please pay attention to the lower boat. Sugu heard the flying boat broadcast and raised his eyebrows in surprise, his forehead filled with black lines. This Zhao Clan ditch is so big? Then what do you call the ditch? Then, as if he had thought of something, Sugu said to Mirage Colorful Clothes, did you say before that Zhao Jiago was Zhao Jin Gang's home? Not Zhao Jin Gang's family? Rather, it's Zhao Jin Gang's family? Right. Phantasmagoria puzzled over the question, wondering what there was to ask. Sugu lapsed into silence. He had thought that he had overestimated the family history of this righteous five. Turns out it was still underestimated. Luckily, they all joined the devil's cave and became undercover agents to suffer with him. Otherwise, it would have been really hard for him to die. This seed is the future devil lord. Even if they are undercover agents of the righteous path and enter the devil's cave, in the future, they will still be under the control of this seat. Sugu thought like this, and only then did his heart feel better. Time passed, and in order to keep the fun-loving Phantom Clothes from getting into trouble and revealing his identity, Sugu took out a simple version of his homemade Yu-Gi-Oh! Card deck, and during this time, everything was usual on the flying boat, except that there was an ungrateful foundation establishment cultivator who provoked a certain chi practicing stage teenager who looked like he was tugging at his feet and wanted to be taunted twice, and then the two of them had a big fight in the ring of the flying boat. In the end, the chi practitioner junior was victorious, and the foundation establishment cultivator was unconvinced and called out to his brother, a late foundation establishment cultivator, to make the chi practitioner junior apologize. The chi practicing teenager shouted 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West, and summoned the soul sister in his body to suppress the late stage of foundation establishment. The late foundation establishment cultivator was not convinced and called out to his second uncle, an early Jindan cultivator, to suppress Miss Soul. Miss Soul's sister was not convinced and called out to her third aunt, the late Jindan Soul young lady, to suppress the early Jindan cultivator. He also called out to his eldest uncle, a late Jindan old ancestor. Third aunt Soul called out to his second mother, old grandmother Soul. In the end, both sides even called out to the Yuaning elder monsters and the harmonized god Dao friends. It was only until, as the two spirit transformation realm Dao friends fought, they suddenly stopped fighting, and then were surprised to find out that the other party was actually their long-lost classmate. That the fight subsided, both sides not only shook hands and made peace, but also immediately designated a dull marriage. Just this? Sugu, who was eating his melon on the side, raised his eyebrows slightly and looked strangely disappointed. It's all like this. Illusory Color Clothes was not surprised and was very much surprised. Getting high on melon seeds and playing cards. It was said long ago that the fight won't start, and even if it does, it won't affect us. Because, breaking something that doesn't make money for the Chamber of Commerce is going to be dumped. Chapter 29, my ancestor, am going to work 800 years of hard labor. Although Sugu had lived in this world for 2 years, he had spent most of his time as a demonic cultivator in a poor mountainous region, and his knowledge of this world was certainly far less than that of Illusory Colored Clothes and the others, especially when it came to common sense in life. For example, he had never even heard of Zhao Jiago being that big before. However, he knew more about the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce. The unprofitable Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in Tianxian continent. The forces behind it are complex and mysterious. The wealth it holds is countless, and any transaction can be found to be completed. As long as you have enough spirit stones, not only can you buy divine weapons and immortal fruits, but you can even be the emperor of the great merchant for a day, have lunch with the lord of the Western Buddha, cultivate the great Tao at night with the patriarch of the Acacia sect, and so on. And if someone owes a debt to the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce, or if they have a lucky break and deliberately damage the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce's property, then they will find that the thunderbolt doesn't just split the fairy stage cultivators either. Rumor has it that the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce initially advertised its service objective as making friends without making money in business. Later on, the money is too much, cannot hide. We see not make money Chamber of Commerce rich, no longer believe that slogan. The unprofitable Chamber of Commerce has also changed its advertised service mission to not making the last bit of money, meaning that it benefits its customers and makes less money for itself. However, the speed of not making money Chamber of Commerce to make money is too fast. Soon the rich let everyone afraid. Everyone all think not make money Chamber of Commerce is trying to make them to the body only a little bit of money left. In the end, the rate of unprofitable development became more and more alarming, and all the proposed tenets of the service became farts that were grossly misunderstood by the customers. Out of desperation, they changed their slogan back to the original version, which is still business is not profitable, just make friends, but the flavor is nothing like it was at first. No matter how the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce would explain it, people all over the world were convinced that it was absolutely impossible to earn a single penny by doing business with the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce, even if they were his peers, partners, or customers. In Su Gu's impression, the reason why the magic cave was in disrepair and decline had much to do with the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce. The most famous incident is that thousands of years ago, there are a few devilish ancestors, in order to rob some of the most precious treasures, went to not make money Chamber of Commerce to buy a batch of new type of magic treasures. Because of the lack of money, they chose to borrow not to make money Chamber of Commerce, repayment in installments. In the end, that robbery went down in history as a great success. It is known as the Great Thousand-Year Spirit Stone Robbery. Those few old ancestors of the Devil's Path had been very happy and excited. They had never dreamed that they could go so smoothly and grab a huge amount of spirit stones, feeling that they couldn't spend it all in a lifetime. Then, after repaying the loan from the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce, the demonic force that several demonic ancestors were in declared bankruptcy. Ka-ching! A strange sound pulled Su Gu's thoughts back. It's your turn to play cards, Illusory Color Cloth urged. Before she played cards, she was still reluctant, wanting to drag Su Gu to the deck to have fun, but now she was completely addicted. While playing the cards, he muttered excitedly, "Such a fun card, how come I've never seen it before? Did you invent it, senior brother?" Su Gu nodded his head with a but his gaze was not on the illusory colorful clothes, but at the front of the flying boat, a line of people dressed in golden robes, with a golden light shining as if they were a huge piece of moving gold-like crowd. It was them that made the noise just now. Their faces were expressionless, and they wore gold-colored clothes with 5 big, dazzling letters of the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce. These people are the staff of the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce. One of them stepped out, carrying a lamp-shaped magic weapon that shimmered with ghostly light and emitted an ancient and mysterious aura, shining it on the flying boat. This is. Some of the less knowledgeable people in the two crowds shaking hands were hesitant to say anything. They weren't the only ones who were hesitant. Su Gu was also hesitant. They are fixing the damage. Illusory Color Cloth still knew more about this and explained to Su Gu, "You can't fight on top of a flying boat. Otherwise, if you damage it, you need to pay for it." The lamp in their hands is a special secret treasure called the damage-fixing lamp. Some damage that can't be seen by the naked eye will be clearly visible when shown with this lamp. Su Gu frowned slightly. It's understandable that you need to compensate for damaging a flying boat. But, how is it that the phrase that you can see damage that is not visible to the naked eye with a fixative lamp is a little hard for him to understand? Does damage that is invisible to the naked eye count as damage? On the flying boat, some people were surprised, while others were generally confused like Su Gu. The people on both sides of the previous fight also changed color in unison, their faces becoming somewhat ugly. A few moments later, all the staff members of the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce stopped what they were doing and spoke to the two parties of transformation god elders. Physical damage totaled 378, soul damage totaled, and psychological damage to staff and passengers totaled a whole lot of crackling. The list of compensation alone is several meters long. Among the people on both sides, there were quite a few people who were staggered on the spot, directly dumbfounded. Where have they ever seen such a battle? Finally, the results are in. The two of you only need to compensate a total of 18,700,000 spirit stones. May I ask if it is to be settled now? Or in installments? Or in lieu of work? The head of the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce said to the old ancestors of both sides of the people. You mean, 18,700,000? Is that 10,000? Not blocks? Someone hesitated. Yes, 18,700,000 spirit stones. The person in charge repeated it once more. Swish! As soon as this number came out, both parties were all stunned. Some were angry and furious, and some cried out in despair and pain. They knew that on or near the flying boat, when a fight occurred and caused damage, compensation was required. Therefore, they purposely kept an eye out and tried not to injure the flying boat. But who would have thought that they would still have to pay out so many spirit stones? The guests who watched the show also changed color. There are faces shocked by the shock. There are also not surprised to see the fun. What can you do with us if we don't pay? The two sides looked at the men behind them and felt that they were outnumbered. Boom! Then, they saw several harmonized god-Daoist friends and a conjoined cultivator figure, with pressure emanating from their bodies, covering the sky and sky, descending from the heavens. The two parties who had fought a short while ago were directly silenced, their faces pale to the extreme. It's okay, kids. With us, it's the sky that's falling. Seeing this, both transformation god ancestors looked at each other and smiled in a very relaxed manner, as if they didn't place these several unprofitable Chamber of Commerce powerhouses that descended from the sky in their eyes at all. With their hands behind their backs, they looked proudly at the sky, their auras strong and spirited as they spoke to their clansmen. It's just a small amount of money, old ancestor me. Just go be a mining slave for 800 years. Saying that, the two fulfillment god Dao friends who had just met were escorted away from the flying boat by the people from the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce to the nearby spirit stone mine of the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce. Whoa! The men on both sides, at first, were dumbfounded, and then, for crying out loud, they cried even more. How many 800 years of life can there be in the transformation stage? Whose family's elder god of transformation, instead of being at large and sitting on one side, went to be a mining slave in a spirit stone mine, and had to dig for 800 years. We're not convinced. We're going to appeal. Go to the court and sue you for not making money, Chamber of Commerce. Among the people on both sides, there were people who were not convinced and shouted, never. The elders of the two parties' centaurs, their faces changed drastically as they hurriedly stopped them. We don't want to lose a few more old ancestors. Appeal? Might win, but we'll definitely lose money. At that time, their family might be made to lose all their money by the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce. It might be necessary to ask a few old ancestors to condescend to become mining slaves, in lieu of labor. Some people who have never seen the world, early by this scene, to the pale face of fear, hastily removed their hands from the table. Even chairs do not dare to lean, for fear of causing damage to the flying boat. So domineering. Sugu was immersed in shock, his eyes on fire. It's not a money-making Chamber of Commerce. It's magical enough. That's the real devil's way. The magic cave is really a slum compared to it. Seriously, this unprofitable Chamber of Commerce is very much to his liking. Sugu was already considering in his heart that when he became the demon lord in the future and led the demon Dao to glory, he might be able to pocket the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce. Don't worry, the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce is still very authentic. As long as you don't fight on the flying boat and just use it normally, even if you dismantle it all, it's all fine. Mirage Colorful Clothes saw Sugu's shocked outburst and thought that Sugu was frightened, and spoke out to reassure him. So authentic? That's a shame. Sugu shook his head, and there was actually a pang of disappointment. Ha! Phantom Colorcloth was surprised out loud. Isn't this a good thing? Why so disappointed? Chapter 30, The Threat of the Warrior. The farce on the flying boat ended very quickly, and as to whether or not the fun would continue to happen later on, Sugu and Illusory Colorful Clothes obviously couldn't possibly know. For the two of them had reached their destination. The two of them stepped on their flying swords and sped down from the top of the flying boat, arriving at the station without any problems. After landing, Sugu raised his eyebrows slightly. He had thought that the Bai Magpie Street station was just a commercial street. After all, even if a station was bigger, how big could it be? But things were still clearly beyond his expectations. White Magpie Street is several thousand miles square, but for some reason, he wasn't surprised at all by the result. Maybe it's because I've seen the world's first ditch, Zaejayagu, in advance. White Magpie Street, one of the more famous commercial streets in Zhaojiago, has a very large number of chambers of commerce gathered, so this area was named after White Magpie Street. The Zhao clan, the Zhao Jin gang, is a member of, are all physical cultivators, and generally have little culture. The way they take their names is like this. The favorites are still proud of it. Illusory Color Cloth explained. Let's go into the street. Saying that, very excitedly, he stepped on the flying sword with his feet and took out various devices, so he could finally soar a flying sword. Sugu shook his head. Let's help you finish your mission first. Yours should be easier. Ha! Phantasmagoria was surprised. Are you sure? I'm on a mission to build a magic cave stronghold. Ah, hello. Super hard, okay? In any case, it's more difficult than the one you had to recruit some celebrity chef, right? Immediately afterward, her embroidered eyebrows slightly raised and her eyes lowered, which made her think of senior brother Sugu's purpose. The reason why he was looking for celebrity chefs was not to invite them to cook, but rather, he wanted them to refine pills, or go to a slum like the Devil's Cave to make pills. Well, it does get a little harder. That's fine. Illusory Clothes didn't push any further. Completing whomever's task first was fine. The Devil's Cave stronghold in Zayajayagu, which was already in the process of being built, had infiltrated several devil cultivators one after another, only to encounter some problems, which was why the illusory colorful clothes were sent to help. As soon as they arrived near the stronghold, the two received a warm welcome. The Demon Envoy, you guys have finally come. If you don't come again, we'll all be buried in Zhaojiago. The devil cultivator in the lead, with a few juniors, saw Sugu and the two of them and directly knelt on the ground, wailing with a nose and a handful of tears. So sad. Waste. Phantom color clothes, however, only felt annoyed. As an immortal sect true successor and a direct descendant of a top-tier family, she could be considered the light of the righteous path. So of course, she did not treat these demonic cultivators well. Seeing them selling themselves like this made them even more furious. Indeed, waste a bit. Sugu's brows furrowed slightly. It's just a stronghold. At the moment it only lets you collect information. It doesn't let you attack the righteous sects. Why can't you take it until now? The demonic cultivator in the lead was immediately stumped on the spot. It wasn't just him, but the few demonic cultivators around him also had stiff expressions of surprise. No way. Are you guys for real? This is not a situation where we should be the ones to sell out and you guys show understanding by offering words of relief. Then we come up with good food and drink treats and a little gift. You ate and drank, received small gifts, patted us on the shoulder with satisfaction, encouraged us to do a good job, and promised that you would report to the top and grant us more funds and men? Why don't you follow the rules? The leading devil cultivator, Shi Shangpin, rolled his eyes, probably thinking that Sugu and illusory colored clothes were too young to know the unspoken rules of this place and needed to be mentioned. So one vigorously skimmed his head, guiding Sugu and illusory colorful clothes gazes down to the mansion courtyard, where the pre-prepared banquet was being held. If there's a problem with the head, I can take it off for you right now, Sugu indifferently said, although not angry, but from the authority, the aura is strong and oppressive. The Een Fury breath seems to be turned into substance. Although he was only at the 8th level of Qi practicing cultivation, he had killed a foundation establishment master and had rounded up a Jindan senior brother, and the pressure he emitted was only stronger and not weaker than an ordinary mint foundation establishment. Even Shi Shangpin, a cultivator at the 2nd level of foundation establishment, had trouble catching his breath. As for the few other demonic cultivators who were at the 9th level of Qi cultivation or half-step foundation building, they were even trembling. How could Sugu not know what these people were thinking? Except that he was here to do real work, not to mingle. How could Sugu, who had long since taken himself as the future demon lord, tolerate such behavior? If you can't do it, then get lost. The Devil Cave has the least shortage of devil cultivators. There are plenty of devil cultivators to do it if you don't want to, Sugu said coldly to these few devil cultivators. Yes, Shi Shangpin, a few devil cultivators, immediately shivered, his face pale and bloodless. They, the unscrupulous devil cultivators, would really die if they were expelled from the Devil's Cave, swallowing their saliva repeatedly, already realizing that this was a ruthless person who had come. We definitely work our asses off. It's just that there are really difficulties beyond our ability at the moment. It's not that we're lazy, Shi Shangpin said with a trembling voice. Sugu walked into the house. This calms the scene? Illusory colored clothes looked at Sugu in fascination, growing more and more in admiration. As the saying goes, little ghosts are hard to deal with, and she had expected to come here and put in some effort to tangle with the people of the stronghold, who, after all, usually each had their own agenda, passing the buck and covering up their own incompetence and transgressions. I didn't expect Sugu to comb the scene with a few words. It seems that the Devil's Way still has redeeming qualities. If it was in her sect, emissaries going to the grassroots to do tasks would often be fooled around, making it difficult to see the truth and seriously affecting the efficiency of their work. Shi Shangpin and other demonic cultivators, all relieved, knowing that it is considered to have escaped, but still apprehensive inwardly, and hurriedly jogged into the house. Tell me, what difficulties have been encountered? Sugu opened the door. His time was precious, and he had to invite some famous chefs back to the magic cave next, so he didn't have much time to waste here. The crowd of demonic cultivators looked at each other, and all of them lowered their heads and pushed each other away, as if they were ashamed. Seeing that Sugu might be about to get angry again, Shi Shangpin hurriedly said, Although our stronghold's current duty is only to hide and incite news to pass on information, we can't come into contact with two strong cultivators for the time being. But the Zhao Clan Gully is the territory of the Zhao Clan, a body refining family, and the people here practice martial arts. And although there aren't many cultivators, martial artists are everywhere. These martial artists call themselves chivalrous, but they are really snakes in the ground. We were warned by several martial forces before our stronghold was even established. He was ashamed to say it. A demonic cultivator was bullied by a martial artist. In the world of immortal cultivation, cultivators are honored and mortals are treated as grass. And amongst the cultivators and mortals, there is also a special kind of existence. Martial artists. The way of Wudao is rumored to have been casually opened up by an ancient body cultivation powerhouse. The martial artists, all mortals without spiritual roots, converted heaven and earth's aura by practicing martial arts diligently, condensed internal energy and internal chi in their bodies, and then mastered uncommon power, which was closely related to physical cultivation. Their strength was generally between the chi practicing and foundation establishment realms. Some legendary martial artists were even able to transcend the limits and manage to match a half-step Jindan. Zhao Jiago was the holy land of physical cultivation, and it had the largest number of mortal martial artists. As for the martial artists, like the devil cultivators, they were all mixed at the bottom, and with the use of martial arts to violate the prohibition, the two parties belonged to a competitive relationship. Therefore, it was only when the Devil Cave cultivators came here to establish a stronghold that they were focused on by the martial artists. I see. Illusory colored clothes nodded slightly. If the martial artists here really targeted the devil cultivators of the Devil Cave, then the devil cultivators of the Devil Cave really didn't have a way to easily establish a stronghold. Chapter 31, Speedway. 3 minutes of heat. I see. Illusory colored clothes nodded slightly. If the martial artists here really targeted the devil cultivators of the Devil Cave, then the devil cultivators of the Devil Cave really didn't have a way to easily establish a stronghold. Her eyebrows had furrowed in contemplation, already pondering how to solve the problem. Needless to say, this mission does seem a bit of a pain in the ass, not only to stabilize their own side, combing the interests of several surrounding martial arts forces, but also not to cause the government and the righteous sects. And then, far and near, subtle, a little bit of su-su. Just the thought of it made her head spin. As expected, this mission was not simple. No wonder the devil cultivators in the Devil's Cave were unwilling to take it. Sugu shook his head for a while after listening to Shi Shangpin's words. He had no background and completely belonged to the grassroots, all of which were able to mix well in the middle of the magic cave. And these devil cultivators, with their backs to the Devil's Cave, came here to be bullied by a group of mortal martial arts gangs, but they were really wasted to the core. No wonder, the Devil's Way has fallen to such a state. This is a big matter. Should we think long and hard? Shi Shangpin shrank his neck and looked up at Sugu, timidly saying. Illusory colorful clothes also nodded slightly. This matter really could not be rushed. It was still necessary to investigate first. She was planning on asking Sugu for his opinion. He saw Sugu holding the spectral demon staff in his hand, summoning several evil spirits and giving commands. Go, exterminate the several most lawless martial arts gangs in this neighborhood. This was precisely the Jindan level magic treasure that Elder Roaring Viator had gifted to him. The evil spirits that were summoned were the several Jindan realm demonic cultivators that had been refined on the spot by Roaring Viator in the past. Although this underworld magic staff had a prohibition on it and could not bring out its full strength, it would only fit Sugu's current cultivation level very well, mainly to avoid Sugu from relying too much on external objects. However, with Sugu's power to catalyze it, the evil spirits summoned also still possessed the strength of a mid-foundation establishment. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Several evil spirits, swirling up a gloomy wind, swept away one of the demonic cultivators on the field to show the way for themselves, and then swept straight out, speeding up to the extreme, charging towards the most lawless martial arts gangs in the vicinity. The people are all shocked. Never thought Sugu this impulsive. Want to stop, afraid of folding the halberd at the same time, but also hit the grass to scare the snakes. But they are in the way of Sugu's majesty. Do not dare to open their mouths. The illusory color cloth was completely trusting of Sugu, and even looked leisurely and relaxed. With elder brother Sugu around, all problems are not a problem. It didn't take long for several grim-faced heads, with unwillingness and horror written on their faces, to be rolled back by the evil spirits. I don't need to teach you what comes after that, do I? Take these heads and go and walk all the martial forces through. Tell them that they've messed with the wrong people, and if you don't want to end up in the same place as these heads, get the hell away from them. Sugu said indifferently. The Devil's Cave was afraid of everyone, but only not of these martial artists who weren't even cultivators. How is this possible? All the demonic cultivators on the field, looking at the heads of the several martial forces that were still against them before, were all dumbfounded. swallowing their saliva out of instinct. Horrified, nearly unbelievably, he looked at Sugu. That settles it? So fast. Phantom Colorcloth was also surprised for a while. She had thought that the task of establishing a stronghold would be troublesome, but she hadn't expected Sugu to be so thunderous and resolved it almost instantly. Let's go. Sugu waved his hand and lightly smiled at Illusory Colorcloth, who was in a daze. Do you really plan to eat here? Ha! Phantasmagoria was surprised. Subconsciously, he stood up and touched the sitting chair. The mission was accomplished without even warming up the chair? Will this be enough? Illusory Colored Clothes hesitated for a split second and voiced her concern, carefully transmitting, after we leave, will the stronghold be retaliated against? After all, it was suddenly wiped out by so many martial arts forces. A few other demonic cultivators, too, were terrified. Things have been resolved. Sugu shook his head and patiently explained. The neighboring martial forces, although they are not demonic forces, are all vicious and lawless in what they do. Even if they were exterminated, they wouldn't seek the help of the righteous and the government. All the martial forces are not ironclad. Previously, when they united against our Demon Cave stronghold, they were only at the level of moving their lips to be united against us. Now that the largest few martial arts forces have been exterminated, they won't risk being exterminated to boycott us again. As for these martial forces, even though they are running rampant here, they more or less have some relations behind them. But, in the end, they are just mortals, belonging to the category of grass and weeds, and their relations can't be hardened anywhere. The forces behind them cannot be tougher than the Devil's Cave. Taking these heads and going to the various martial arts forces is informing them that the energy behind us is beyond their imagination. They won't be stupid enough to seek death, so you can all relax. The matter has been settled once and for all. Sugu's words made it clear that the matter had been resolved and there would be no aftermath. Illusory Colorful Clothes looked up at Sugu, her eyes full of admiration, the light in her eyes brighter with every point Sugu made. Those devil cultivators, too, were dazed and shocked. So, what Sugu just did wasn't hard and reckless. Was he really unerring in his calculations? He recognized the advantages and disadvantages at a glance, and cut the Gordian knot? Hiss! This young demonic messenger. What exactly is his origin? It's okay to go. Sugu smiled at Illusory Colorcloth. Oh, Illusory Colorful Clothes laughed heatedly, jogging a few steps and getting close to Sugu, smiling brightly. Following senior brother Sugu out on a mission is just as simple as eating, drinking and playing cards, all solved without having to use your brain. Just a moment. Just as Sugu and Mirage Colorcloth and the others, the leading devil cultivator, Shi Shangpin, hesitated for a long time, and when he saw that Sugu was about to leave, he clenched his teeth and opened his mouth, decisively saying, "Please, Demon Ambassador, give me a chance. I don't want to just mope around. I want to do something great." Sugu paused in his steps and blandly said, "What are the chances? As long as the Demon Envoy can stir up some turmoil in Zhaojiago, I'll have the certainty to completely control the underground world of Zhaojiago." Shi Shangpin's fighting spirit is high and his blood is boiling. Sugu's actions today have completely stimulated him. The original magic cultivator can still be like that, talking and laughing about the situation, taking everything into his own hands. He wasn't going to mope around anymore and wanted to burn himself out and do something big. Oh, Sugu nodded bashfully without much of a ripple in his expression, and sort of answered before turning to leave. "Thank you, Demon Envoy, for giving the opportunity." Shi Shangpin was instantly thrilled, not expecting to actually receive permission. The other devil cultivators also followed the excitement, as if they had already thought freely of their own magnificent life as a lord of the devil path. Just say yes? Walking out the door, Phantasmagoria was puzzled. Although, the underground forces were also all not tolerated by the righteous path, and being occupied by the Devil's Cave was nothing, and even having them working as undercover agents in the Devil's Cave was still a good thing. But, isn't that asking for trouble? Setting off turmoil in Zhaojiago was not a simple matter. One might have to be caught by the officials or be silenced by other devilish forces. The impact would be too great to be something they could participate in at their current realm. Sugu laughed. Promising doesn't mean you have to do it. Don't worry, they are all 3 breaths of heat, and when they lie down on the bed, they lie down flat again, turn over and completely forget about the matter. Is that so? Phantom Color Clothes scratched her head, and upon careful consideration, it seemed like this was really the case. Once again, she marveled at Sugu's control of the human heart. Come on, let's go find the celebrity chef. We've wasted a lot of time. Let's grab some. Sugu didn't care about Illusory Colorcloth's astonishment. These were common knowledge. Nothing, and smiled. Ha! Illusory Colorful Clothes stared wide-eyed, blinking her watery peach blossom eyes with a complicated expression. Did they waste a lot of time? Doesn't it instantly solve the problem of the stronghold? Sure enough, there was still a gap between people. She had always thought that she was a supreme genius until she met senior brother Sugu. Chapter 32. Do you know what a god is like? White Magpie Street was bustling with activity, as if it were the capital city of a former imperial dynasty. Since the street was very large, Sugu had wanted to take a swinging flying boat, but Mirage Colorful Clothes always wanted to experience what it was like for sword cultivators to fly with their swords, and then the two of them were issued 2 tickets. We weren't speeding. Phantasmagoria pinched her waist in protest. Forward ban on unlicensed flying swords. The two of you do not have a royal sword license. Remembering that you are first-time offenders and are still cheap practicing cultivators, you will be fined 20 spirit stones, and you will not be able to apply for a royal sword license for 3 years. Great Shang Dynasty specializes in controlling the air flying swords of the Hanging Sword Division Constable. Expressionless, business skillful and a black and brown good as a small sword-like token to operate a bit, and then give 2 people each a ticket. After the constable of the Hanging Sword Division left, aren't you familiar with White Magpie Street? Sugu looked at illusory color clothes for a moment of speechlessness. Fortunately, he is not a wanted criminal. If it is because of following the phantom colorful clothes without a certificate flying sword, and exposed himself to be evil and a wanted criminal, that would be a loss. It's very familiar. Illusory colorful clothes was also puzzled, her jade hands resting on her cheeks, very puzzled. Although I've never been here before. Sugu's head was full of black lines. Haven't been here before? What are you familiar with this place? Illusory colorful clothes explained. Zhao Jin gang elders are all physical cultivators, and their brains are generally not too flexible, so their business industries are copied and reproduced. White Magpie Street, known as Little Yellow Crane Street, was built and managed 1-to-1 modeled after my family's Yellow Crane Street. I know Yellow Crane Street well, so doesn't that mean I know White Magpie Street well? Hiss. It seems like this is the reason. Sugu's brows furrowed and he fell into silence, finally nodding after a moment of contemplation. Seeing that she had been recognized, Illusory Color Clothes was instantly empowered, and she rightfully said, on Yellow Crane Street, I often fly my sword. My speed is fine when I soar to the limit. No one checks me at all. Strange, how is it that on this White Magpie Street, I was checked just above the sky? Sugu raised his eyebrows slightly. Nonsense, you're on your own street. Of course you can fly as much as you want. Who dares to check you? He opened his mouth several times, but didn't know what to say. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it from the point of view of the phantom suit. That's probably the price of being a rich kid. There are often jokes about why you don't eat meatloaf. These are trivial matters, and the fine is out of your pocket anyway. Sugu didn't dwell on this. It's not that he doesn't want AA, but he is running out of money. The magic cave is known as a slum, even if he has a special status and doesn't have to pay to go to work. And there's example money. The spirit stone issued every month is not much, and it's just enough for his own cultivation, and at the same time, it has to be exchanged for gold to be used for self-defense. Luckily, this was not the previous life, or else if a passerby saw him, he would definitely be called a shrimp head man. It's all the fault of Zhao Jin gang's elders. Even if they don't know how to run the business, they don't know how to copy it all. Seeing that Sugu didn't pursue the matter any further, Phantom Color Cloth's smile became innocent again and she shrugged it off. Maybe, Sugu wasn't sure if the Zhao family was to blame. However, there was one thing he could confirm, and that was that he could always hear contempt for Zhao Jingung's family in Mirage Color Cloth's words, belonging to the kind of thoughtlessness that was justified. Maybe that's the current state of physical practice. It's long since become a historical legacy that the refining of the body is looked down upon. It's a good thing Zhao Jingang didn't follow. Sugu couldn't help but say in his heart. The two next, honestly sit swinging flying boat, the prosperous scene on the way, more and more let Sugu feel that the magic grotto was a slum. It was no wonder that cultivators with a little bit of talent would join the righteous sects or the government instead of the devil's cave. If it weren't for his resolute heart of devil cultivation, he might have been shaken as well. Boom! When he walked to the White Magpie building, he had only just reached it when a majestic aura rose up from the White Magpie building and scattered in all directions. If it weren't for the large number of formation prohibitions around them, it's possible that all the houses around them would have collapsed in a heap. Sugu's face was flushed, his breath was flowing freely, and he felt that his cultivation had grown quite a bit in an instant. Next to a few cultivators, as if their cultivation level was higher than Sugu's, they were impacted, but nothing happened. Instead, they looked excited, and all of them marveled out loud. Wow! Is this the rice made by the White Magpie Mansion's cooking god? I've heard long ago that when you eat his cooking, you can easily break through realms, and even if you just smell it, you can gain some insight. The food he cooks, would it be so expensive that ordinary people can't afford to eat it, right? No way. It's all conscientiously priced. Moreover, the meals made by other famous chefs are not as effective as those made by the cooking gods of White Magpie House, but the results are not weak either. The key thing is that it's more affordable. Really? I'm definitely going to eat it. Wow! Holy cow! It's amazing that they cook food that glows. That's amazing too. Is this true? Sugu's expression stiffened. His brows slightly furrowed as he looked at the scene in front of him, not knowing whether to believe it or question it. Although, the reaction of those passers-by seemed pompous, but their stir-fry really glowed. Yay. It really feels like it's going to break through just by smelling it. 2. How can that be? They are all meal trusts. Illusory colorful clothes shook her head, her face showing shyness and anger, and she said with great displeasure, "Damn the Zhao family it's even if this white magpie house copied the yellow crane house. These rice trusts tactics are really despicable." If she didn't know this group of cultivators from the Zhao family, she might really have to wonder if it was a deliberate attempt to insinuate her family's yellow crane house, Diout, Immortal House, and other well-known restaurants. Sure enough, it's a rice trust. Sugu's smile froze. Somehow, he wasn't even surprised by this outcome. So rice can break through the realm because? Sugu took out his small notebook and pen and studied with an open mind to fill the knowledge gap. Added breakthrough Dan. Illusory color clothes explained. Sugu's forehead crawled with black lines. Sugu added. Stir-fry glowing is? There's a glowing formation on the pot. Illusory clothes said. Sugu silently put away his small notebook and pen. His emotions brewed for a moment, and finally he only said, "But it's really a plain and simple means of hype." He thought he had some brilliant trick up his sleeve. It turned out to be so rudimentary and a waste of his feelings. Hastily, he washed his ears and patted his head sideways for fear of contaminating the database with their rough handling, eating the loss of being uneducated. It was only a moment later that Sugu sighed. If he had known a little more about this world or had a higher cultivation level, he would not have been able to hesitate for half a second just now. In that case, that title of cooking god is also false. Sugu added. This is true. The illusory clothes were rare and nodded. Really? Sugu was shocked and greatly puzzled. There's a cooking god in town, so what's the point of playing the rice tray routine? The name of the cooking god man is nothing rare. It's all over the place. Illusory clothes spread his hands. Very bored. This name is found in all walks of life. At first it is still worth some money. The number of each industry is small, such as repair magic treasure repair for a long time. Slightly proficient. It is called repair treasure god. Drive the carriage drive for a long time. It is called drive the horse god. And later on, the industry breaks down and the definitions become more numerous. The one who drives a white horse is called the white horse driving godman. The one who drives four wheels is called the four-wheeled wagon driving godman. And the one who drives with a pink horsewhip is called the pink horsewhip driving horse godman. It really is all over the place. Sugu's eyelids twitched slightly as he couldn't help but spit. Right. Illusory color clothes paused for a split second, as if she thought of something, and said with a smile, originally, they wanted to call it so-and-so immortal. It was a great scholar who came up with the idea, called 360 trades and professions, and immortal in every line. Why can only cultivators who have practiced to the extreme be called immortals? Other professions are fine. Then that great confusion was cleaned up by the immortals. It could only be replaced by a godman. Hearing that the great confusion had been cleaned up, Sugu's frown from head to tail was only able to stretch, and his mood could be considered to be soothed. Sure enough, it was cleaned up. If the immortal doesn't clean up, when he becomes an immortal, he is also going to clean up that great confusion for a while, spoil the culture of the immortal cultivation world. This trend was so bad that even he, a devil cultivator, couldn't look at it anymore. 2 guests. You've been standing in front of the store for so long. Do you want to enter the White Magpie house for dinner? Quickly, please come in. There are seats available. Right at this moment, the 2 runners in the White Magpie building noticed Sugu and welcomed him out, only to see the 2 of them bare-chested and posed, bulging their whole body with muscles and full of horizontal meat. 2 guests, please. Chapter 33, Everything is right. The illusory clothes have come to their senses again. 2 guests, please come inside. Only to see that the 2 youngest were bare-chested and posed, bulging their entire body with muscles, their faces full of horizontal meat, and said, this kind of stance was too terrifying, as if it was like 2 demonic bears with the power of fury. The sudden move all but scared Sugu into pulling out his sword. If Sugu hadn't been able to see the smiles he was trying to squeeze out of their faces, he might have really wondered if the White Magpie house in front of him was a black store, and if he had encountered a robber. Please, seeing that Sugu and Mirage clothes didn't move, as well as the fact that the muscles he was displaying weren't powerful enough, Junior gritted his teeth and desperately squeezed his muscles so as to make them stand out even more. That's the way it is with physical training. Illusory colored clothes shook her head helplessly and transmitted her voice to Sugu. They think that everyone aspires to have a coffin body like theirs. By displaying it like this, they are implying that eating White Magpie House's meals will strengthen their bodies. Sugu finally realized why body cultivators were not treated well. The brain circuit was indeed a bit unusual. Good thing that here is Zhao Jiago. The crowd of cultivators in the brain is not too flexible. Body cultivators accounted for the majority. If it is in other places like this to open a restaurant, do not starve to death to see strange. Sugu walked into White Magpie House and spoke directly. Call out all the famous chefs you have here. There was no half-assed hesitation, just straight to the point. Wow! The scene was instantly in uproar. This kind of battle, if not for Sugu's elegant instrument and superb temperament, and illusory colorful clothing's exalted and unassuming temperament, both of their identities looked unusual. The crowd was afraid to think that they were here to smash the scene. Even so, the crowd of guests in the store all lowered their gazes down, with an expression of eating and watching. The shopkeeper's face changed slightly, a little uncertain, debating whether to go out and take these two down, or actually go to the back kitchen and report to the head chef, so that all the famous chefs can come and meet these two. From his sleeve, Illusory Color Clothes took out a token and waved it in front of the shopkeeper. The store assistant blinked, his expression eased, and he hurriedly tried to pile on the smiles. 2 guests this way please. First go to the compartment to sit. Soon each famous chef went to the 2 compartments to pay their respects. Illusory Colored Clothes retrieved the token and said to Sugu, "This is the golden order given to me by Zhao Jin Gang, and there are Vajra sect issued, which are divided into golden orders, gang orders, and sect orders, which are usually given to those who have made significant contributions to the Vajra sect. Among them, gold orders are the easiest to obtain. The Zhao family Gully Zhao family has a close relationship with the Vajra sect, and this golden order is here, and has privileges, but it's not too big, so don't worry about exposing your identity." Before she did the mission, she asked Zhao Jin Gang for such a token. Of course, the privilege she was talking about wasn't a big one, just relative to who she was. At the White Magpie House, a restaurant that only served low-ranked cultivators, it was still very intimidating. This did not surprise Sugu. That was the purpose of his traveling with the Illusory Clothes, to act conveniently. Although, Illusory Colored Clothes was by his side, disliking to use his brain, and showing some middle ground. To others, it was a solid absolute heavenly pride. The things that should be taken into consideration will definitely be taken into consideration. In the box, in front of Sugu and Illusory Color Cloth, delicious food was served, but neither of them moved their chopsticks. For one thing, people in the cultivation would take the initiative to dispel the grain, even if the chi practicing realm could not yet do the point of eating chi and needing to resort to the grain-preserving elixir. This was also the reason why most of the customers of most of the restaurants were mostly low-ranked cultivators. Even some of the famous and highly recognized restaurants were like this. Higher-ranked cultivators, even less desire to eat. Secondly, they came to invite the famous chefs to go to the magic cave to refine pills, or to show some sincerity. It couldn't be helped that the magic cave was too lowly forced, so they could only lower their stance. Originally, their backs were straight, but after adding the background of the inner disciples of the demon cave, their backs were instantly bent. Soon, coming, greetings to your guests, 17 or 18 famous chefs, hurrying from the back kitchen, all with new faces and smiles on their faces. I wonder, the 2 honored guests have beckoned us here for? Master Chef Xiao, the head cook, stood in the center of the crowd, with a long country face, some wrinkles on his forehead, tying a cloth skirt, but with very strong arms, and said gently to Sugu and Illusory Colored Clothes, both of them. Sugu's expression remained unchanged as he surveyed the crowd. "Is it for the preparation of the feast?" Grandmaster Zhao carefully inquired. His words were laced with excitement and thrill. He is the White Magpie House touted White Magpie House cooking god. Look at the scenery, but this line of competition is too big. All over the restaurant, all over the famous chef and cooking god. His greatest wish in his life was to be able to stir-fry a dish for a high-ranking cultivator. It wasn't just him, the other White Magpie House celebrity chefs were all thinking the same thing. Now, the arrival of Sugu and Illusory Color Cloth clearly brought them hope. To be so young and obtain the golden order of the immortal sect Vajra sect, there must be at least a god transformation stage ancestor sitting at home, right? When he came to the White Magpie House today and saw them, these famous chefs, it was obvious that the old ancestor of the family was having a birthday banquet and was planning to invite them to hold the fire. To be able to cook for a high-ranking cultivator, it was a glorious thing to do. Sugu only glanced at the celebrity chefs and guessed what was roughly in their minds, shaking his head and laughing. "You guys guessed half of it right. We do need to ask you guys to take charge of the fire, but instead of frying, it's alchemy." Alchemy? The dozen or so famous chefs, all of their faces changed in unison, very puzzled, somewhat doubting their ears. Did those two say it wrong? Or did they hear it wrong? How dare you ask them to make pills? They don't know about alchemy. If they knew how to make pills, why would they be chefs? You guys didn't hear it wrong. Sugu laughed. It's alchemy. We're disciples of the hidden sect Great Love Immortal Sect, because heaven's destiny foretells that the Devil Tao will rise. In order to cope with future engagements with the Devil Tao, a large number of pills need to be prepared in advance, but there are not enough alchemists in all the clans. Our sect then began to explore the possibility of celebrity chef alchemy, and currently the seniors in the sect have proven that the theory of celebrity chef alchemy is feasible, and have deduced a suitable method that can assist celebrity chefs in their alchemy. However, it is necessary to ask a group of famous chefs with a high level of awareness to first experiment for a period of time, incognito, in our clan stronghold. Speaking at the end, Sugu's face was sincere and very scorchingly pure. After all, this kind of research is to be used as a great killing weapon against the Devil's Way, so it cannot be leaked and the Devil's Way learns of the wind. I wonder, would a few seniors be willing to sacrifice themselves for a period of time for the sake of the righteousness of the righteous path? If you are unwilling, that's fine. However, we will erase your memories of having seen us, so I beg your pardon. Sugu's words landed on the ground, and the scene was silent. All the celebrity chefs were in deep thought. Then, it was the violent beating of the heart and excitement. This was undoubtedly a great thing for them. Not only can you build a career, but you also have the opportunity to become a true alchemist. As we all know, in the immortal cultivation world, the profession with the highest status is the alchemist. There is no one. The chef is not even worthy of mentioning shoes to the alchemist. So that's how it is. Hearing Sugu's words, illusory colored clothes also looked dazed, her eyes bright, and she actually had a feeling of enlightenment. It's right. Everything is right. Elder brother Sugu came from a hidden sect, and the sect he was from had already researched the chef's technique of alchemy, but the technique was unskilled, so they asked the chef to refine the pills in the Devil's Caves, and experimented by using the group of damned demonic cultivators in the Devil's Caves as guinea pigs. When she thought of this, her demeanor when she looked at Sugu became more and more esteemed. It's a ploy within a ploy. The development of the magic cave is in dire need of alchemists. So Sugu convinced the Magic Cave's senior management to use the chef who mastered the secret method of alchemy to replace them. And on the one hand, the magic cultivators were used as guinea pigs to perfect their experience. And on the other hand, they were filled with poison for the magic cultivators, so that they would explode after the big battle. It's a win-win. No, it's a triple win. After completing this mission, senior brother Sugu's position in the Devil's Cave would definitely still be significantly increased, and his power of speech would only be greater. Sugu naturally didn't know about illusory color cloth's mental activities, and he smiled at Master Zhao, the head of the kitchen, and said, "What do you guys think?" Chapter 34, Sugu sits down and discusses the way, and the master comes to his senses. Sugu's demeanor, language, and actions were filled with sincerity and enthusiasm, very impressive and very provocative. Of course, empty words were no proof. Sugu also took out a stack of paperwork that he had prepared long ago, on which were various official ultimatums of the great love immortal sect that he had forged to prove his identity. With this set of silky smooth moves, the celebrity chefs on the field, who are both cooks and physically trained, are all convinced. Of course, it was mainly because Sugu and illusory color clothes had the golden order of the Vajra sect on them. There is no doubt about the honor of the status, and since they were just a bunch of low-status cooks, there was absolutely no need for the other party to swindle them either. In the face of Sugu's invitation, all the celebrity chefs were very excited and thrilled. What's there to think about? Of course they agreed. Becoming an alchemist was a complete leap forward, even if there's only a glimmer of a chance. Try it. But who knew? The leading Master Zhao had a gloomy expression and spoke coldly. "You guys go away, we're not interested." What? Sugu and Mirage Colorful Clothes, who had not yet reacted too much, a group of famous chefs, all of them could not sit still. I couldn't believe that Master Zhao would refuse. Illusory Color Cloth's face changed slightly, a little surprised by this result, wanting to transmit a voice to Sugu to discuss a solution. Why? Sugu didn't answer Illusory Colored Clothes, but instead smiled and said to Master Zhao, "If you have personal reasons for not being able to go, you shouldn't stop others." The other celebrity chefs carefully nodded their heads, recognizing Sugu's words. "Lao Dang, you don't want to be an alchemist, but we do." Why? Because of faith. Grandmaster Zhao glared angrily at the crowd of famous chefs on the field, causing all of them to bow their heads, not daring to be restless. And then, to Sugu, "I'm a cooking godman, and I have faith in the culinary arts. Not just me, but all the famous chefs in the room have faith. Though we aspire to the immense scenery like alchemists, we hope to use our own hands to make the popularity of our meals comparable to that of spirit pills." Such words, coming out of his mouth, unexpectedly had the feeling of making one's blood boil. With that, he once again looked at all the celebrity chefs, all the famous chefs, actually all face color, lowered his head as very ashamed. To be able to become a famous chef, one was naturally one of the best in the chef's path. Not only was one gifted, but one's heart was equally excellent. The heart of the chef's way was very firm and hard to shake. Earlier, The joy of being called an alchemist had overwhelmed their minds. Now that they were reminded by Grandmaster Zhao, all of them woke up and felt ashamed of their previous thoughts and outbursts. They are celebrity chefs, beings who aspire to be cooking gods, so how can their hearts be shaken? It's not just that we won't want to. If you go to any restaurant that has a frying and cooking god or a famous chef sitting in it, the chefs in it won't go with you. Grandmaster Zhao looked proud and said to Sugu, this illusory colorful clothes was anxious in her heart. Wanting a famous chef to change from cooking to alchemy is really not that simple. She looked at Sugu and transmitted her voice. How about switch to another one? As she spoke, she more or less bottomed out. She could see the determination in the eyes of all the famous chefs, and already realized that even if she went to another restaurant and found another famous chef, it would be difficult to get a promise. Not only monks have the heart of the Tao, chefs also have the heart of the Tao, albeit the heart of the culinary arts. To the point of the famous chef, the heart of the Tao basically cannot be changed, but only influence, and that's too long for them to wait. Sugu, however, was blissfully unconcerned, as if he didn't take any beliefs in the culinary arts seriously at all, and instead said, Master Zhao, since you talked about the beliefs in the culinary arts, I'll have a discussion with you on the culinary arts. Zhao Master Ben faced contempt. You this brat, but on the basis of the distinguished family lineage, just got a gold order, only worthy of letting us this respect. Really think it is your own ability? You're still arguing with me? Also on the kitchen path, it's too much of a no-brainer. Then it will be as your excellency wishes. Master Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he coldly said, his natural talent is not very good, just 5 spirit root. Cultivation is only the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Normal discussion of Taoism he certainly cannot, but in terms of cooking, he consciously no one in the world is his rival. Sugu spoke directly, the way of cookery and the way of Dan are one and the same. They are just different forms of expression. Why are you guys resisting like this? Joke. Grandmaster Zhao was enraged on the spot, feeling offended. The Tao of Dan is the Tao of Dan, and the Tao of Kitchen is the Tao of Kitchen. The two are very different. This gentleman, if you discuss the Tao, discuss it properly. I don't want to pull my tongue out with you. Illusory color cloth slammed the table, her breath storming out of her body as she glared angrily. Discussing the Tao is discussing the Tao. What are you yelling about? Feeling the suffocating pressure, Grandmaster Zhao grunted twice, curbing his temper and coming down honestly, but his gaze towards Sugu was still tit-for-tat and defiant. Sugu was unsurprised and blandly said, then let me ask you, is taking the pure grain Dan considered a meal, or is it a Dan? At that time, it was eating. Master Zhao wanted to answer immediately, but when the words reached his mouth, he actually swallowed again. He was speechless by this one question. It was thoroughly asked. Not only him, the other famous chefs also wanted to speak. Their expressions changed and changed, then became more and more grave and deep, falling into contemplation. Resistant grain Dan, counting rice or Dan? This question, the more I think about it, the more I feel that it is deep and complex, as if it contains endless mysteries and the truth of the kitchen road. If it was said that the pure Dan was an elixir, then it could be eaten, it could be fruity, and it had flavor. If it is said to be a meal, but it is clearly an elixir, refined with the method of alchemy. Sugu laughed lightly, very calmly, as if everything was under control, and added, again, what is the difference between herbs and ingredients? Master Zhao grew more and more silent. A famous chef said, those that can be used to cure diseases and save people, enhance cultivation, increase enlightenment, etc., are medicinal herbs, while ingredients, on the other hand, are mainly used to pursue color and aroma, to satisfy people's palates and to be used to freshen up their stomachs. So herbs, they can't act as ingredients? And ingredients can't act as herbs anymore? Sugu asked rhetorically. That is certainly possible, but generally, occasionally, it is actually still possible, the celebrity chef replied, sweating and stammering. Just talking about it, he himself was not confident, and in the end there was no sound at all. That is, there is no clear distinction between ingredients and herbs. And again, what is the difference between a fire for alchemy and a fire for stir-frying? Again, what is the difference in nature between the furnace used for alchemy and the iron pot used for stir-frying? Again, a meal down the drain can be satisfying, physically and mentally pleasurable, as well as fruity. Doesn't that elixir do all that as well? Again, pills can be taken to heal injuries, break through cultivation, and increase qualifications. Could it be that meals made from spiritual materials are not? Grandmaster Zhao nodded frequently, his heart turning over in an incomparable shock. Sugu's voice grew higher as he continued to ask, since there is no obvious difference in the materials, the fire and the utensils are not very different. They are all swallowed into the belly and have similar effects on people. Could it be that the two are judged to be two things just because they have different shapes? All the celebrity chefs in the arena were silent. their whole body trembled slightly, swallowing their saliva, feeling the heart of the Tao kitchen Tao trembling, and having the feeling that their worldview had been turned upside down. So, pills and meals are one of a kind? Master Zhao trembled. Or what? Xiaogu asked rhetorically. In fact, pills are just a more advanced type of meal? Grandmaster Zhao seemed to have realized something. His eyes brightened with excitement. Why can't it be? Sugu laughed softly. So, the end of the culinary path is alchemy. Master Zhao trembled and wept with excitement, as if he had realized the Tao in a single moment. Not only Master Zhao, but all the famous chefs on the field. At this moment, they all seemed to have opened up a flash of a brand new heaven and earth, and their eyes were full of fire when they looked at Sugu, admired to the core. It's a push from the heart. My God! Illusory colored clothes blinked and looked at Sugu in awe, her eyes filled with admiration. This convinced the other party to make pills? And even, by the way, even changed their beliefs? What other surprises did his own senior brother, in the end, have that he didn't know about? That's too remarkable. We agree. After another moment of hesitation, Grandmaster Zhao conferred with the other famous chefs and solemnly said to Sugu, not just them, I'm going to launch a call for more good seedlings for Gongzi. Of course, I know this has to be kept secret. I'll do it quietly. Sugu nodded in satisfaction. Go and return quickly. You mean, you want to do this and that and that and that? The White Magpie building had been proofed in advance, and it didn't take long for the second floor of the White Magpie building to be filled with famous chefs at the call of Master Zhao. Arriving from the various restaurants within the Zhao clan gully, they were all existences that Master Zhao considered trustworthy. Sugu sat at the top, and illusory colored clothes sat on either side, scrutinizing the crowd. Suddenly the commotion rang out. An argument broke out in the fourth position to the left of Master Zhao. A celebrity chef who arrived late and didn't find a seat, looked around and landed his eyes on the man sitting in seat number 4 with a furtive look on his face, and said, what are you doing sitting here? Here come all the famous chefs from the 4 major cuisines of Sichuan. Lu, Huai and you. Are you a famous chef? All the celebrity chefs, who attached great importance to this event, were dressed up to attend, and all of them brought the golden spatula that symbolizes the identity of a celebrity chef, except this one who didn't bring it. The crowd first froze, looked at each other and saw that they all looked puzzled. They were speechless for a while, feeling that none of them knew that person. Immediately, the crowd's gazes fell in unison on the sneaky man at number 4, and they also had questions on their faces as to how the famous chef gathering had run into a muckraker. A famous chef? What's a famous chef? Do you guys know about Yellow Crane House? The sneaky man asked rhetorically. Of course I know, the most famous building in the world. White Magpie Street is known as Little Yellow Crane Street. How could the crowd not know the Yellow Crane Tower? Humph, there are eyes that don't recognize Tai. The sneaky man puffed out his chest and raised his head, snorted coldly, and after saying that, he turned around proudly and left. What's his status? The famous chef who had just opened his mouth to question the sneaky man inquired with a slightly raised eyebrow. Inwardly, he was apprehensive, afraid of causing trouble. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief, all looking solemn and bewildered. Some of the famous chefs even stood up. Him, used to scrub dishes at Yellow Crane House, Master Zhao leisurely opened his mouth and slowly said, this. The famous chef listened to a long time speechless, almost bluffed. A yellow crane building in the brush bowl. What can be proud of it? Master Zhao explained. He is my good friend's disciple. However, my good friend in his later years could not taste the flavor. Under the salt is very heavy. He followed the study for more than 10 years. The taste ain't heavy. This person's stir-fry fire, although great, is a rare genius in the culinary arts, is expected to become a stir-fry godman, but under the salt is too heavy, then did not pass the famous chef examination. I wanted to invite my good friend to come, but he sent his own disciple. Then leave him behind. Sugu spoke blandly. Really? Zhao Dazue, who had just planned to leave, all the way to the door, quickly stopped his body, with an ecstatic look on his face, jogged all the way, and made his way back to his position. Since the fire is good, stay and burn the fire. Sugu opened his mouth. Zhao Dazue, although he wanted to curse, he never said anything and stayed anyway, listening to the master. He said that this time was a celebrity chef intensive training. As long as he could participate, his cooking skills were bound to increase dramatically. Anyway, he was scrubbing dishes at Yellow Crane House before, so it was fine for him to go to the fire now. Sugu tortured the celebrity chefs one by one and made them make a spiritual contract of a confidential nature. Then said, the causes and consequences, you already know. This matter is important. Not only cannot tell others, once the door even more cannot be known by the world again. When the anonymity, change their face, from a new start, much less half a step away from the clan. Of course, you may take your own families with you if you have any attachments, but those families are not allowed to go out either. We are aware of that. The famous chefs who still remained were naturally able to accept these conditions.
Now go get ready, we'll leave that afternoon, Sugu said. That's done? Until now, illusory color clothes still felt like they were dreaming. Everything was surprisingly so simple. Was it because she thought about things complicated before? Or was Sugu too powerful? Two tasks that were as difficult as heaven in the Devil's Cave's view. Sugu just arrived without even having a chance to eat, and had already solved all of them? The thing that occupies the major part of the time, surprisingly, is catching up. After all the famous chefs had left to pack their bags, Chef Zhao personally cooked a few dishes and told Sugu with a smile on his face, "Senior brother, let's have a few drinks." Sugu didn't excuse himself. It was true that he hadn't had a proper meal after practicing for so long. Strange, why are you closed in broad daylight? Not doing business? Right at this moment, a neutral voice rang out, dressed in a constable's uniform, and the whole thing was very popular. Sholi and Sheriffly? Sugu raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. Before he came, he had done his homework. He had investigated all the officials at all levels of the Zhaojiago state, as well as the important figures of the righteous path, and not only did he know their appearance, cultivation level, and main areas of activity, but he also knew their preferences and habits. Although the Sheriffly was only at the foundation stage, he was the deputy sheriff of White Magpie Street City, equivalent to the deputy director of the city uncle's bureau in the previous life. Gu wouldn't be able to recognize it. Illusory color cloth's expression remained unchanged, but she was a bit flustered inside, and said to Sugu, "Why is the sheriff's chief here? Our mission, are we going to fail?" There was no way for her not to panic. Now that she was a demon cultivator, she was planning to lure a group of famous chefs to the demon cave to refine pills. When the constable came to her door, of course nothing good could come of it. If she was discovered, her identity was bound to be exposed, and she didn't want to end her undercover career just like that. "He's not looking for us." Sugu dropped his gaze to Master Zhao. Illusory colored clothes was in doubt when Grandmaster Zhao became furious. "Brat, who let you in? Get out. Can't you see that I'm in a meeting? Father-in-law, why aren't you in the back kitchen?" Li Shouha, who was still puffing out his chest and raising his head in the last instant, imposing and very arrogant, was shocked. His waist instantly bent, his face full of pleasing words. "Little son-in-law, I was looking for you, but I didn't realize you were at the meeting." This scene did not surprise Sugu at all. Since he had gone out and done his homework, he certainly knew that Master Zhao was Li Shouha's father-in-law. For her part, illusory color clothes looked at Sugu in amazement. Self-employed senior brother, does he have the power of omniscience? How come he knows everything? Master Zhao looked at Sugu, saw that Sugu didn't care, thought that he was also leaving and might not even be able to see this son-in-law in the future. His heart also softened and said, "What is it? Straight to the point, all trustworthy people." Li Shouha swept his gaze over Sugu and illusory colored clothes, and out of professional instinct, his eyes stared up, and when he saw illusory colored clothes light up the golden order, his face smiled broadly, and he sat down next to Grandmaster Zhao, and said to Sugu and illusory colored clothes, "Greetings to the two honored ones." After saying that, he took out a secret book from his bosom and carefully said, "Father-in-law, what do you see here?" "What?" Master Zhao said impatiently. He hadn't been able to look at this brat, but he had abducted his daughter, so it could be said that he was upset at the sight of Li Shouha, and when he saw that he was still selling out, his anger instinctively burned up. Li Shouha hurriedly said, "Martial secret, ranked number 1 in the world. The cliff breaker is ahead of other martial secret. It was found from the tomb of a demonic cultivator. As long as martial artists cultivate this technique, their martial realm will be able to advance rapidly. I'm a hallowed physical cultivator, and I'm even a god of cooking. What do I need martial arts secrets for?" Master Zhao coldly said, "Just so, then get lost. Don't hinder me from eating with my honored guests." "No," Li Shouha hurriedly said, "this is not for you, Lord Father-in-law, but for those who practice martial arts. As the saying goes, a warrior violates the prohibition by using martial arts, and his killing heart comes out of his body when he is hiding a sharp weapon. The martial artists, generally nothing good, coupled with the general tolerance of the great Shan laws for mortals, gave these martial artists a loophole to become more and more lawless. Fish and flesh in the townships, scourge of the people. Simply then the devil cultivator is even more abominable." Grandmaster Zhao nodded slightly in recognition that if devil cultivators were rats, most martial artists were cockroaches, but was still puzzled. If a martial artist is so sinful, why would he be given a supreme secret book? Of course it was used to set up a trap to pit all those martial arts legends against each other in one fell swoop. Li Shouha smiled triumphantly. In this way, it would be a great achievement for him, and he might be able to turn around. Of course, it couldn't be said that way. He had to find a way to say it in a profound and forced way, to impress his father-in-law and those two honored guests. While he was searching his mind for the right words, Su-gu, who had been silent, opened his mouth and inquired, "Sheriff-ly, could it be that you want to find a powerful cultivator in the official government to take this secret book and change it, add a precondition for cultivation,
such as self-cumming or cutting off kidney essence,
then
make millions of copies and spread them throughout the martial arts world, setting off a competitive trend,
so that all the people in the martial way will have to learn it. Then, at that point, all the martial artists in the entire martial way will be unable to procreate. If the martial artists can't have children, the martial artists will die out. It can be described as a net."
After Li Shoha heard this, his heart set off shocking waves.
His mouth opened extremely wide, swallowing his saliva. Very unbelievable. There is this kind of marvelous high-handedness? Saying that, Su-gu showed his face in admiration and said to Li Shoha,
"Worthy of being Sheriff-ly, he is just resourceful,
to be able to come up with such a marvelous trick." Li Shoha was once again shocked. "Is this the way I want to do it?"
"Yeah,
that's it." Li Shoha looked solemn,
nodded his head lightly,
and said to Su-gu,
"Worthy of being an honored guest,
you have seen what I have in mind at a glance. If this matter comes to fruition, I will definitely report it to the court and give you a big credit." Chapter 36, Implementing the Plan.
As the saying goes,
the king of hell is a good fighter and the devil is hard to deal with.
The devil's way is weak and has been severely fought by the righteous and the government, and has been in hiding,
and actually doesn't do much harm to the earth.
These martial artists, on the other hand, have exploited the loopholes in the laws of the Great Shang, and have powers not weaker than those of the bottom cultivators, but they are mortals,
and are treated leniently by the laws, often committing crimes and bullying men and women.
The rulers of the underground forces belong to the grassroots. Li Shoha and the other fellow constables, who had fought them from time to time, and had even suffered casualties, had long hated the martial artists. In order to rectify the martial arts forces and govern the matter of martial artists using martial arts to violate the prohibition,
the entire government can be said to have tried everything,
but all of them are only treating the symptoms but not the root cause.
He simply didn't dare to imagine that if he used Su-gu's ploy,
the next legacy of martial artists that had given the government a headache for hundreds or thousands of years would have been solved in how short a time, and how cleanly it would have been solved.
Anyway,
the martial artist must be silenced or withered,
because it's phallic. You want to protect your roots and don't practice? Well, there are always enemies, right? There's always a rival, right? How can you guarantee that your enemies won't practice? If you don't practice and your enemy does, will you die? If you practice, then you are bound to be infertile.
The most suitable group of people for practicing martial arts can't procreate, then martial arts will surely fall. Worthy of being a disciple of a hidden sect.
Chef Zhao looked at Su-gu in awe,
his heart stunned to the extreme, as if he was raising shocking waves.
Then came unimaginable esteem and admiration.
Not only did he have such a profound understanding of the culinary and dandao, but he also had the hope of solving the scourge of martial artists that had been left behind for thousands of years in just a few words.
Is this still a human being? Too demonic.
Su-gu's image fit more and more with the image of a worldly man in his mind. Of course he knew how his own son-in-law was,
that is to give him 10,000
years to think about it. It is absolutely impossible to think of this kind of desperate plan that can simply leave a name in history.
Thinking of this, he directly gave Li Shoha a kick. Li Shoha was originally immersed in shock and elation, like Fan Jin in the middle. He didn't even dare to imagine how great a feat he would gain once this scheme was implemented.
What are you kicking me for,
father-in-law?
Suddenly being kicked by his father-in-law,
Grandmaster Zhao.
Li Shoha was initially a little angry and confused, but after seeing Grandmaster Zhao's eyes, Fong snapped out of it and hurriedly apologized to Su-gu in shame.
Your Honor,
I am ashamed to say that this is not what I had in mind.
The scheme that I had in mind is a far cry from what Your Excellency just said.
If we were to force a comparison, it would simply be the difference between dung and the great sun.
Please don't worry, I will not covet a bit of credit from you. I will definitely report this scheme to the court and beg the court to give you a commendation.
Su-gu hastily shook his head and opened his mouth to deny.
This was not my idea. What a joke.
The reason why martial artists were born was that there were body cultivation masters who wanted to cultivate the fruits of the Tao of immortality and did experiments. If the martial way were to die out or wither away, wouldn't that physical cultivation powerhouse be so angry that he would vomit blood? He didn't want to be retaliated against by a body cultivation powerhouse. As for why he risked taking the fall for mentioning such a thing, it was not that he was kind-hearted and wanted to help the government control the martial arts power. It was well known that power did not disappear. It only shifted. If the martial forces declined, then this part of the power,
naturally, would return to the hands of the devil's way.
As the future demon lord, he naturally wished for the development of the demon road to flourish. If just one sentence can drastically change the situation of the devil's way's awkwardness,
why not? Don't worry, we will keep this matter a secret,
and will never cause the slightest bit of trouble to you,
Your Excellency. Li Shoha was certainly not stupid. Naturally he could see Su-gu's concern, and hurriedly patted his chest and assured, "You cannot trust me, but you cannot not trust the Great Shan law." Rumor has it that the Great Shan patriarch not only founded his country on the law, but also used the law as the fruit of the Tao and ascended to immortality. Therefore, the Dasang laws are fundamental to the Dasang dynasty and are absolutely 100% enforced, and the protection of the sages who work with the government or the court will be strictly protected. At the same time, they will be recognized, and will not let the sages pay for the court for nothing. Su-gu thought deeply for a long time before finally choosing to nod. The Devil's Way is now in a terrible situation. Wanting to rise, relying on its own power, is simply impossible, unless it borrows strength. The Great Shan dynasty, on the other hand, is a very suitable target for borrowing. In the early stages, if he himself could make good relations with the Great Shan dynasty, he would surely achieve great assistance. Alright then, Your Honor, you and my father-in-law continue to eat, and I will report to the chief and prepare to implement this matter. Li Shoha was in an agitated mood and had long been unable to resist the urge to carry out this scheme. What? Is it because you think my ploy is too extreme? Feeling uncomfortable? Su-gu noticed Mirage Colorful Cloth with a grave expression and thought that Mirage Colorful Cloth was upset because her scheme was too extreme, and inquired in a low voice. His schemes, indeed, are somewhat extreme, and while the advantages are great, the disadvantages are equally great. After all, doing so would cause unimaginable turmoil in the martial arts world in a short period of time. Li Shoha and Master Zhao are both physical cultivators, so they are good at fooling. Oh, are all people of nature? And do not feel that there is anything wrong with using such a poisonous and desperate plan against the martial artists. And, illusory colored clothes, as a supreme celestial pride with an unparalleled talent and a heavenly background, belonged to the light of the righteous path, and was not good for fooling around. Who knows? How? Illusory color clothes hurriedly shook her head in denial and transmitted her voice. Senior brother's plan is very brilliant. If it is implemented, it can definitely make the disobedient martial forces disappear from this world. And then, the positions in power they once held will be replaced by one demonic stronghold after another. Whereas, we fight our way into the demonic paths and become the top brass, and can easily know and grasp every move of these demonic strongholds. It's undoubtedly easier to manage. Although, in a short period of time, the martial arts Jianghu will be in chaos, but in the long run, the benefits definitely outweigh the disadvantages. It can be said that it is over in the present time and beneficial in the 1,000 years. Who knows? Not only was Phantom Clothes not fooled, but they thought very thoroughly. Illusory colorful clothes thought a lot. Not only thought of doing so, will cause turmoil. Even the power will not disappear. Will only shift have thought of it. It was very clear that the most direct beneficiary of the words of exterminating the martial arts would inevitably be the demonic forces. However, it might not be the biggest beneficiary. Martial forces, as if they were scattered sands, were difficult to manage only when they had no leader. If they are replaced by magic strongholds, then they only need to control the numerous magic strongholds affiliated with a few magic forces. In the end, the biggest beneficiaries were bound to be them, the Righteous Way and the Imperial Court. The words Su-gu wanted to explain were swallowed alive. Surprised, obviously, he didn't expect Illusory Clothes to think so thoroughly. On this journey, illusory colored clothes followed him and never had the chance to perform. He almost forgot that outer illusory colored clothes was a well-deserved absolute heavenly pride. Then why are you a little upset? Su-gu wondered. For so good a plan, it is difficult to carry it out. Phantom colorful clothes cannot help but heartache. Is a pity. This matter is a big matter. Involves the interests of all parties. Really, if you try to implement, will certainly be hindered by the forces of all parties. I am afraid that has not been reported to the emperor. Has been pressed to eat dust. That's what made her chagrined and unhappy. The corners of Su-gu's mouth twitched, and at first he was afraid that illusory color cloth felt that the idea he had come up with was too extreme. After all, doing so would more or less cause some turmoil and might involve innocent people. He was a born devil cultivator, so of course he didn't care about that. But he didn't expect that Phantom Clothes not only didn't care, but was also very attached. It was worthy of being the existence that decisively chose to save 5 people and give up 1 person when they passed the carriage examination level. He had felt before that the Undercover 5 belonged to the positive hair devil, and now that view was even more confirmed. Thinking of this, Su-gu laughed and said, "Have you forgotten what this place is? The holy land of physical cultivation. They'll definitely enforce it. They don't even need to report it to the emperor." He was always relieved when bodywork did something. In fact, he wouldn't have been able to even open that mouth if he hadn't known that this place was full of manginas. Hiss! Illusory color clothes violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at Su-gu with incomparable astonishment. Elder brother Su-gu has even taken into account the factor that body cultivators are reckless and like to take matters into their own hands? She was truly shocked. The more she spent time with Sugu, the more she realized Sugu's wisdom. Amazing. For others, things that were as difficult as heaven, senior brother Sugu was not only able to solve them casually, but he was also able to calculate them without any shortcomings, which was perfect. It's fortunate that senior brother you're an undercover agent of the righteous path. Otherwise, the demonic path would really be running rampant. Illusory colorful cloth's eyes revealed adoration, and she blushed as she whispered to Sugu. Sugu. Chapter 37, on the killing power of Sugu's random words. That afternoon, Sugu took a group of famous chefs and departed to return to the magic cave. Because of the large number of people, Sugu purposely hired a private flying boat at public expense. Road. This operation, codenamed Demonization. This is an extremely important secret mission. It must not be known by the demonic forces. For this reason we purposely imitated the construction of a devil's cave. All the devil cultivators in the devil's cave are our people pretending to be them, and now you will also be pretending to be the devil's cave's alchemists. Once you're on the mountain, you can only call yourselves demonic cultivators and completely forget your previous identities. If you leak the news, you will be the sinners of the entire human race. Sugu turned to the crowd of celebrity chefs and exhorted very seriously. Instilling the idea of pretending to turn evil for the sake of righteousness in them facilitates preconceptions and allows them to brainstorm on their own when they encounter doubtful things in the future. Hiss! All the celebrity chefs in the arena were in an uproar. They knew that they had to keep it a secret and not divulge half of it, but they didn't expect that hidden sect to be so generous, and for that reason, they purposely forged a devilish power. That way, there would be no worry that secrets would be stolen by the devil's way by placing undercover agents. Only Master Zhao, his brows furrowed as he realized the problem, looked very serious as he said to advisor Su, "Isn't it a bit too wasteful to do so? As far as we're concerned, it's actually fine to just forge a demonic stronghold. We don't only have the famous chef Alchemy Dan as a program." Sugu smiled and said, "There are also items such as weapon refining, talisman drawing, array formation, planting, etc. The war between the righteous and the devil is about to start, and at that time, the strategic materials, not only the lack of pills, but all of them are lacking. So that's how it is. Our clan is not right. It's our magic cave, but it's really far-sighted." Master Zhao stroked his beard and had already changed his words and substituted his identity. Other celebrity chefs, more so than him, quietly looking at the illusionary color clothes operated by Sugu, her eyes were full of admiring light, and her entire body was about to become a little fangirl. "Elder brother, it's just too good." Only, immediately after that, illusory colorful clothes showed concern on her face and transmitted her voice. "Wouldn't that be a bit wrong? I'm not talking about what you're doing, senior brother, but I don't think we should invite Master Zhao." Phantom color clothes certainly praised Sugu's operation, but she felt more or less uneasy about dragging Master Zhao into it. Master Zhao is the father-in-law of Sheriff Li Shouha. If we take his father-in-law away like this, and for a long time to come, Master Zhao won't come out of the devil's cave. If Li Shouha misses Master Zhao and comes to look for him, wouldn't that be? If the arresting head seeks out the devil's cave, won't the devil's cave be wiped out in one fell swoop? In response, Sugu let out a light laugh and said quite blandly, "It's precisely because Master Zhao is Li Shouha's father-in-law that I'm relieved to take Master Zhao with me." Ha! Phantasmagoria was puzzled. No daughter-in-law likes to target her mother-in-law at every turn, and by the same token no son-in-law likes to see his father-in-law who doesn't like him. Sugu laughed. Regarding Master Zhao and Li Shouha's mode of getting along, I'm sure that Li Shouha can be so excited that he can't sleep for 3 days and nights after sending Master Zhao away, and then, hate to never see each other again. Is that so? Illusory colored clothes would be skeptical. This aspect of the human world, she was still relatively ignorant. However, since it was senior brother Sugu who said it, it must be right, and in the meantime, the entire Zhao clan gully martial arts Jianghu underwent a violent upheaval beyond imagination. A supreme divine skill has appeared in all corners of the Jianghu. There is a horseman who raises horses and acquires divine powers. His martial realm skyrockets, and he marries the marquis daughter. There are teenagers who fell off the cliff. Not only repair their injuries, kung fu is even 1,000 miles a day. Kill out of the cliff. Slaughter enemies full of family. There is the son of a worldly family who was taunted by his family up and down the line, who obtained a divine power, whose cultivation is so high that he kills all the enemies who taunted him in the past in the ring where martial arts skills are tested. There were teenagers who were withdrawn from marriage and became so enraged that they practiced divine power, hit the door of the woman's house, and tried to rape the other's whole family by all means. In short, the speed at which the martial arts Jianghu was in turmoil exceeded everyone's imagination. A long pain is better than a short pain. In this regard, the crowd of physical cultivators in the Zhao clan gully viewed it this way. As Sugu had guessed, the officials of Zhao Jiago,
most of whom were physical cultivators, did not even consider that this plan would be rejected by the court due to the possibility of causing too much turmoil in a short period of time, and very confidently pursued this plan directly while reporting to the court.
And in the Devil's Cave stronghold in Zayajayagu, boss, do you think what the demon angel said is true? Why do I get the feeling he's swindling us, so that we will willingly work for him and the Devil's Cave?
The few demonic cultivators in the stronghold,
in less than a few days, faltered, coming out of the feverish,
beaten state they had been in from a few days before. It was impossible to think that Sugu would stir up the underground forces of the entire Zhaojiago state for their sake.
Apparently, they didn't think Sugu could do it either. This, their oldest, Shi Shangpin, sighed,
and did not count in his heart, and now that the heat has receded, he realizes how excessive his request really was. Although Sugu had casually solved the problem that had plagued them for a long time, it was still too difficult to stir up the underground forces of the entire Zhao clan gully. Even if they used the entire power of the Devil's Cave, the eldest brother and a group of devils all made an effort, they couldn't even do it. It's just a matter of continuing to mingle and wait for death.
Shi Shangpin hesitated for a split second,
suddenly feeling as if it would be more comfortable to continue to mingle and wait for death. It was at that moment that a voice of excitement beyond words suddenly came from outside.
Boss, it's chaos, total chaos. The entire underground forces of Zhao Clan Gully are in chaos. The martial arts Jianghu has gone completely crazy. Revenge. They're all out for revenge. Killing people, exterminating their families as if it's a family affair. A devil cultivator was out to inquire about news. Although
they had only just established themselves,
their influence was very small,
and the news that they had inquired about
had a very big delay. But this matter was so big that almost no one knew about it.
What? The group of demonic cultivators whose chicken blood strength had just passed,
all stared wide-eyed, their hearts set off monstrous waves of horror, unable to believe their own ears. Really messed up? A mess? Shi Shangpin's body trembled,
choking on his words, his heart beating violently, the admiration in his eyes reaching the extreme,
saying, was it the demon envoy who struck? It can only be him.
Such a big thing. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for it to suddenly erupt.
There must be someone secretly pushing it, and associating it with what Sugu said a few days ago. It was bound to be him. It wasn't just him.
The other demonic cultivators all inhaled deeply, their faces filled with shock and excitement as they said incredulously,
that demonic messenger. What exactly is his origin? This is too powerful. He alone, in just a few days, easily did what the entire demon cave couldn't do?
What they didn't know was that this martial unrest wasn't limited to the Zhao Clan Go state,
and it was as if a single spark could start a prairie fire,
instantly sweeping across the entire world at an unimaginable speed. The way of the martial artist, because of Su Gu's words,
would experience unprecedented darkness and lows. Chapter 38, Dirty Commercial Warfare. In front of the door of the Devil's Cave, several silhouettes stood, all of them spirited and evil and wildly wan, as if they were absolute devils, and they were superb and awe-inspiring,
as if they were gentlemen of the world. The crowd of famous chefs, led by Su Gu in illusory color clothes, were all shocked when they saw this scene, worthy of being a hidden sect. These four people, they are so transcendent, it's almost as if everyone is like a dragon. As the sound of amazement continued, illusory colorful clothes rolled her eyes and looked at the familiar four people in front of her,
asking in disbelief, what are you standing around for?
In front of him was no one else, but the four of the 5 undercover agents of the righteous path,
Li Xiaobai, Ni Su Hui, Zhao Jingang, and Kong Haoren.
Phantom Clothes had no bottom in her heart and was instinctively vain.
Could it be that this is knowing that he secretly followed Su Gu out to have fun and then came to ask for punishment? That's not right. It's all explained as a chance encounter. Su Gu was also silent as he looked ahead, wondering where they were going with this. Senior Sister Tsai, how did you know that we broke through? Yes, we've practiced the 9th level of Qi. Ni Su Hui hemmed and hawed, displaying her own aura.
Unsurprisingly, the other 3 followed suit and released their auras, though they posed calmly and indifferently with an air of superiority. The corner of illusory color cloth's mouth twitched.
Damn it, you guys are actually secretly practicing behind my back. Slander, naked slander. Others don't know us, but you still don't know us? Are we people who would cultivate properly? Don't deny it. Senior Sister Tsai, our natural talent is higher than yours. Kong Haoren instantly retorted, very arrogant, with bragging written all over his face. Phantasmagoria was speechless for a moment, watching illusory color clothes get defeated. The 4 of them all smiled brightly and were in a happy mood. It wasn't worth the fact that they had been posing here for a day and a night. Well, Senior Brother Su, we still have some strength, don't we? As Kong Haoren opened his mouth, the 4 of them adjusted their postures and faced Su Gu, still in the posture of a tall man, but their auras grew stronger. Bragging rights abound. although they are small in age, just started practicing not long ago, and do not like to meditate and practice, but they are all Tianling Gen qualification. Casually playing cultivation can be improved into the Devil's Cave when the cultivation is above Sugu, in the 8th layer of Qi practice, and after entering the Devil's Cave, not only is the cultivation gap with Sugu getting smaller and smaller, but he even has to be overtaken. Straight up skepticism for them. Could it be that his own heavenly spirit root was actually inferior to senior brother Sugu's 3 spirit root? Now that it's so hard to overtake, it's natural to show off. Indeed, Sugu laughed, not caring about that, but it gave illusory color cloth enough anger. This doesn't count. You guys are secretly trying to cultivate hard behind my back. Seeing this, Zhao Jingang honestly said, it's true that we didn't cultivate very hard, and I don't know what happened, but in the last few days, that layer of suppression in the Devil's Cave suddenly disappeared. We worked a little harder than usual again, so we all broke through. The corner of Sugu's mouth steeply twitched when he heard this, and his smile became unnatural. No wonder these people and the illusionary colorful clothes as fun-loving, but also then the illusionary colorful clothes as a dreamy immortal body first breakthrough. It turns out that because they are not in the magic cave, the suppression of the mediocrity of the people did not act on them. Sugu hurriedly said, what suppression or not? A few senior brothers are too modest. I can imagine your efforts during this period of time. It's only natural to have such achievements, but we can't let them think in that direction, or if we go out a few more times, won't they guess that the problem is with us? And just then, Sugu's words had just landed. Boom! The aura on his body changed abruptly, from the 8th level of Qi cultivation to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. This kind of commotion directly startled the crowd on the field, and everyone was shocked. In particular, the foursome who had just shown off, their mouths showing, were staring with wide eyes and open mouths, quite unable to accept it. It's a hanging wall, isn't it? How can this be? They exchanged glances, their expressions unable to the extreme, feeling that they had received a great shock to their hearts and minds. He had just bragged in front of Sugu that he and the others had surpassed his cultivation level, and then, he came back on the spot with a comeback? Why? Isn't he out on a mission? Is he a heavenly spirit root? Or are we heavenly spirit roots? The 4 men were frantic. Ha ha ha, you guys are still comparing yourselves to senior brother Sugu. Do you know what it means to return to the basics? Elder brother Sugu's 3 spirit roots are just an outward appearance. In fact, elder brother Sugu has long been in the immortal state of mind, and a breakthrough is only a thought away. Illusory colorful clothes smugly laughed. It was only after following Sugu on a mission that she realized Sugu's anticlimax more clearly. Long ago worshipped to no end. Hiss. Sugu, who had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, was not at all happy. Instead, he looked ahead worriedly, only to see that ahead, the sky was covered with dark clouds, as if it was an ocean, and the interior was all filled with a dense fury, as if it was a purgatory, with countless evil souls roaring. This scene could only be seen by him who had cultivated the heavenly demon resolve. Yes, these are the very negative energies he invoked. It seems like I've really stirred up a hornet's nest, Sugu muttered. He knew that his suggestion for Li Shoha to make copies of the divine secrets, resulting in turmoil in the Zhejiagu martial artists' rivers and lakes, would attract a lot of negative energy, but I really didn't expect it to be this thick. Without even practicing with the help of it himself, he had already tugged at his own breath and completed the breakthrough. This is the entire world's martial arts path, all suffering turmoil as a result, right? The bottom line is that it simply doesn't end. There was still negative energy behind it, coming in a steady stream, showing no signs of stopping at all. Don't come. I'm scared. Sugu all but swallowed his saliva, already knowing the terror of this heavenly demon decree. The karma was too great. You might expose your identity that day and get killed. Actually, the impact of Sugu's suggestion was indeed beyond his imagination. After all, once the inner volume started, it could not be stopped. Within a very short period of time, it affected the martial artists of the entire Tianxian continent. Who dares to touch my Dao fruit? And in a deep forest, in a deep ancient tomb, an aura rose up to the sky, shaking the heavens and earth, and a figure whose aura was strong to the extreme rushed out and stood in the void, oppressing the 9 heavens with stagnation. Who destroyed my martial way? Damn it! This was a very ancient mighty cultivator, and the martial way was what he had opened up, wanting to use it to evolve a powerful Dao fruit. Later on, as he had predicted, after the opening of the martial way, it had been evolving on its own. From the very beginning where the strongest martial artists could only match the Qi practicing realm, gradually developing to the point where they could match the half-step Jindan, his Dao fruits were also getting stronger. If he continued to let it evolve, he would eventually become immortal. At that time, the entire world would belong to him. Of course, this process was very slow, so he chose to utilize the ice marrow to seal himself and sleep in his tomb, waiting to become immortal. During this period, he was dreaming of sweetness. There was no way that the evolution of the martial way was too successful. And now, the way of the martial artist has unexpectedly and suddenly come out of its heyday, its unstoppable state, and is going straight to sudden death. Zayajayagu. The source is surprisingly in Zayajayagu, and the official court. He slightly deduced for an instant. His eyes flashed brightly. His killing intent was astonishing, and he forcefully killed Zhao Jiago. This time he wanted to destroy the entire Zhao Jiago and the great Shang dynasty, and at the same time, in the Zhao clan gully, the same person was burning with rage and his breath was sky high. It was none other than the current head of the Zhao family and the current head of the Vajra sect, Zhao Fudu, who abducted all the cooks from my Zhao clan gully. Which one of the 1,000 kills? Is it that you don't want to live? Zhao Fudu's eyes widened in rage. His killing intent was astonishing, and he was angry to the extreme. It's easy for them to earn money. It's so hard to copy other shopping streets. There are signs of development, but you've abducted all the chefs. All of them? What a dirty business war. It was also at this moment that he saw a very strong figure charging from the distance. Being angry, here comes a sandbag. Zhao Fudu coldly snorted. His toes pointed, the surrounding mountains collapsed, and his entire body exploded into flight, blasting out with a fist. Chapter 39, I don't know. The heavens and earth shook as if a shocking change had occurred, and a power beyond imagination and beyond comprehension hovered. The thousands of cultivation cities and ponds that were still bustling and lively, as if they were mortal capitals, had their aura suddenly change, full of killing and might, shaking the square circle, as a strong man released his breath, aiming it at the strong man that had suddenly appeared in the sky above. What's going on? How could a transitional succession stage giant come out of the world for no reason? A very unfamiliar aura. It should be the ancient transition stage. Strange. It's been dormant for so long. Why did it suddenly come out? I don't know that the great merchant ancestor ascended to immortality with the law as the fruit of the Tao, and all cultivators have been restrained and have long since been unable to be lawless. The mighty cultivators all followed the slumber, wanting to come out when the great Shang dynasty was heading towards its downfall and join forces to overthrow it. So how did he do the opposite? Coming out during the heyday of the great Shang dynasty? Whatever. The more chaotic the better. The more chaotic for the development of our magic path, the more favorable. The countless elders of the Devil's Cave were also horrified by this scene, and cast gazes of eating and watching. Transition stage cultivators, the strongest under immortals, regardless of any period of time. It was a well-deserved overlord. During the reign of the great Shang dynasty, cultivators of this level, all of whom were sleeping, were not rare at all, and thus were an absolute rarity. The illusory colorful clothes and Su Gu, who had just been talking and laughing, both looked at each other as if they had realized something and gulped. It's over. Things seem to have gotten out of hand. Although Su Gu was usually a little crazy, very enthusiastic about the great cause of cultivating the devil, but not really stupid. If it is really known by the transitional cultivator that he is the source of the martial arts road to wither, it is certain to finish the Kafa. The devil Dao couldn't even protect him with all of them. Of course, with the virtues of the devil cultivators, it was impossible to protect him. There are three great virtues of the devil's cultivator: surrender, running away, reporting, and harboring. What did he mean by those words he shouted? What martial arts path? Why did he say he wanted to destroy my Zhao clan gully? Li Xiaobai and the four of them were puzzled, especially Zhao Jingang, because this was obviously his family's business. Then, the four of them noticed Su Gu and Mirage Color Cloth's slightly sheepish expressions. What have you been doing in my house? Zhao Jingang's eyes went red, grabbing Su Gu's shoulders and saying in annoyance, you guys are too much. Don't misunderstand, we just casually mentioned an opinion, and we didn't expect that things would actually develop to this point. Su Gu and illusory colored clothes were getting more and more weak. Who would have thought that they would have messed with a transitional succession stage cultivator? It's all excuses. Zhao Jingang became even angrier. All this fun, and in my house, and you two don't bring me along? I don't think you even thought of me when you went to have fun. Su Gu was speechless. Was the plot supposed to go like this? Next time for sure, illusory color clothes hurriedly said. The corner of Su Gu's mouth twitched once again. He could sort of see that illusory color cloth had known that Zhao Jingang would be like this. Phantom color clothes just got weak in her heart. Not because she felt that she had caused trouble, but the weakness of being broken up after secretly going to Zhao Jiago with herself to have fun without bringing Zhao Jingang and the others with her. In the meantime, outside, it wasn't just the martial Dao Jianghu that was in chaos. The entire Tianxian continent was in chaos. The 5 great immortal sects, and a host of super-grade sex patriarchs or ancestors, all appeared above the courtroom and spoke to the emperor. Not bad for a saint. Indeed, he is a wise and divine man. He even knew long ago that there was an ancient transitional cultivator who was plotting against him,
making preparations in advance and forcing him out. But it's really fortunate. His Dao fruit is too strong. If we keep letting him sleep, the martial way will evolve on its own, and eventually he will become an immortal. And when he becomes immortal, the martial way will undergo a leap, and at that time, it will directly cannibalize or even replace the immortal cultivation Dao. At that time, all cultivators will meet their doom. The heavens will be reduced to a world of martial artists. The 5 great immortal sect leaders all looked serious. A moment of fear, and then, it is the endless reverence for the current saint. What 10,000 fortunes? This is all due to His Holiness strategizing and saving the day. Everything is in Your Holiness plan. Your Holiness is wise and mighty. The praises are endless. Am I so awesome? The great Shang Emperor, who was sitting on the dragon chair with a dumbfounded look on his face, was even more dumbfounded as he listened to these words. What's this all about? He was in the harem with the concubines, playing party games, when he was suddenly shouted out, and then all these old guys. You and I talked a lot. Yes, I am that awesome. The great Shang Emperor laughed out loud, though, didn't hear much of what was going on. It was all part of his plan. Then how to take down that transitional cultivator? The Emperor asked the most concerned question. Didn't you have it all arranged, Your Holiness? All the sect talkers were puzzled in unison. The Emperor took a deep breath. His surface showed no expression while inside he was panicking. What arrangement? What did I arrange? I see. Your Holiness, you're trying to test us. Your Holiness, you've really underestimated us. How could we not guess your intentions? Your Holiness, when they are so obvious. Although, that transitional cultivator is an ancient one, accumulating unknown tens of thousands of years of heritage. Very powerful. An ordinary transitional cultivator is really not necessarily a match for him. If we want to suppress him, we'll have to send out at least 2 transitional cultivators, but that would be too wasteful. So, Your Holiness, you made arrangements in advance to lure that ancient transitional cultivator to Zhao Jiago, while at the same time pretending to be in a commercial battle, abducting all the famous chefs of Zhao Jiago, and provoking Zhao Fudu. Zhao Fudu is the strongest body cultivator. His technology has long been updated and modernized, and he can have a technological lead against ancient body cultivators. At the same time, he has a special talent in cultivation technique. As long as the angrier the battle power is, the stronger it will be. This kind of chain of plans is coming down. At this point, that transitional succession stage cultivator is already throwing himself into the net. Your Holiness, I wonder if we guessed right. The crowd of sect talkers spoke eloquently, and their admiration for the Emperor increased by 1 more point, although they did not despise the Deshang Emperor before. But seriously, there is really not much admiration. The law is strict. Just change the head of the pig. Can be the Emperor. Now they have changed their previous attitude. Although, not much has changed. Hiss, is that so? Are these all arranged by the widow? The Emperor remained expressionless, while inwardly he was greatly alarmed. His emotions changed, and finally he was very certain, yes, it was the widow who arranged this. Sure enough, it wasn't difficult for you guys. Not bad, everything is in my plan. The great Shang Emperor's majesty was amazing. His compulsion was full, and his heart was soothed to the extreme. To be praised and admired by so many immortal sect and super-grade sect talkers, this treatment is something that his father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather, and a whole lot of other old ancestors have never had. Cool, though, he still didn't know exactly what was going on, as well as, the battle for Zayajayagu has begun. You're the one who ruined my plans to become immortal. Today, I'm going to break you into pieces. Use your bones to forge a divine weapon, and use your soul to forge an artifact spirit. Ancient transitional body cultivator descended to Zhao Jiago. His body was flaming, his blood fury breath was amazing, his oppression was powerful to the extreme. Not a devil cultivator, but crushed all devil cultivators, and he coldly said to Zhao Fudu, Chapter 40, The Unlucky Ancient Cultivator. The battle for Zayajayagu has begun. Ancient transitional body cultivator descended on Zhao Jiago. His body was flaming, his blood fury breath was amazing, the oppression was powerful to the extreme. Not a devil cultivator, but his aura was crushing all devil cultivators. With a single blast, the heavens and earth shook and the 9 heavens shattered, bringing forth a stunning and incomparable immortal light. There was immortal chi lingering around, and an incomparably terrifying silhouette emerged, condensing into a golden body protector, traversing through countless spatial domains. So strong, worthy of being an ancient body cultivator, simply terrifying. Countless powerhouses swallowed their saliva and were nervous. This was an ancient transition powerhouse. But then, boo, a shocking sound came from the sky. Before that ancient transitional body cultivator who had opened up the way of the martial artist's way could land his moves, a faster and stronger figure appeared in front of him.
No good.
The pupils of the ancient transitional body cultivator suddenly shrunk and his face changed drastically, as if he had seen the most horrifying scene in the world.
He panicked and tried to dodge,
but realized that it was simply too late.
Without any surprises, his body shot out violently, like a cannonball, and was given a round of flying by that sudden figure, splashing blood and water, spilling into the sky and earth.
The person who struck out was no other than Zhao Futu.
How can?
The ancient physical cultivator and Zhao Futu were all stunned to the extreme,
as if they couldn't believe it, and let out exclamations of shock. But the content is very different. Ancient body cultivation, how is it possible to be so strong? Zhao Futu, how is it possible to be so weak?
Put. Hearing Zhao Futu's words, the ancient physical cultivator directly spat out blood and trembled with anger.
Have you insulted people like this? You're looking for death.
The ancient body cultivator let out a furious roar and activated a secret technique to stop his injuries, as if he was a bloodthirsty beast looking at Zhao Futu. No wonder you dare to count on old husband.
But, you still underestimated old husband. His body skyrocketed,
opened his mouth to devour the mountains and rivers.
Many mountains and rivers did not enter his mouth, only instantly his body swelled to thousands of meters high.
With the sun and the moon picked up on his shoulders, his body was reddish golden,
as if he was a Buddhist Lohan. He cupped his hands and made a fist fall towards Zhao Futu, so loud that the air continued to explode, thumping and making a sound like thunder. Pay the price. However, boo!
The ancient body cultivator who had stormed out was once again wheeled away by Zhao Futu's fist, this time directly smashing into the ground, exploding countless earth and rocks, and a gully 1,000 meters deep appeared on the ground.
Get up and get on with it.
Zhao Futu's anger was still burning, not because he was provoked by this ancient body cultivator, but because his own famous chef had been poached.
What a monster you are! That ancient body cultivator, completely alarmed, revealed a look of fear. Just how long had he been asleep? How could such a strong body cultivator appear in the world? Has there been an explosion of fairy magic? Or is there a revolution in fairy cultivation? Without any hesitation, he turned around and was about to flee. There is no way. It is not that he is a wimp. On the contrary, the ancient cultivators have the most temperament. Every time they escape, there is a heavy psychological burden. It is really that the other party is too strong. Hitting him is similar to sandbagging. 2 punches nearly hammered him to death. Too arrogant. How dare you not chase me?
The ancient body cultivator turned around and fled. His speed was extreme.
He was originally apprehensive inside,
but who knew that Zhao Futu didn't even chase after him? The corners of his mouth lifted up into a cold smile,
his face grimacing. Just wait, I'll make you pay for it.
However, the words had just landed.
Ka-ching!
A brilliant divine light shone as if a great flaming sun had risen.
In the front,
there was a row of unprofitable chamber of commerce emissaries wearing golden robes that resembled a mountain of gold, and a few of them were urging an immense and incomparable fixing lamp.
Fellow Daoist, for no reason at all,
I damaged under the name of the unprofitable chamber of commerce.
178 spirit stone mines, 177,000 acres of spirit wood,
and 3,122,000 rare spirit beasts. A total of 123 trillion spirit stones need to be paid out.
Cash, credit card, or pay for work, please? The messengers of the unprofitable chamber of commerce opened their mouths in unison.
Where did the ungrateful dog come from?
Get out of the way.
The ancient body cultivator was very impatient. He was already furious and angry to the extreme. So much for being casually hammered by the descendants.
Now even cats and dogs dare to get in the way? Boo! There are no surprises.
The ancient body cultivator was sent flying by one of the messengers, who wielded the Chamber of Commerce's special magic weapon,
the money tree, and gave him a baseball-like round.
Lightning stormed out, and the wind and clouds changed color.
Several other messengers, all waving their shakers in succession,
formed a circle and passed the ball to each other.
No! What monsters are these? Let me go! The ancient body cultivator's face changed drastically.
His face showed despair, and his eyes were filled with panic. Of course, he could tell that these people weren't as strong as the individual cultivator who had just punched him, but he had already been seriously injured, and his strength had plummeted so much that he was no longer able to deal with it.
You made me do it. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and let out a hideous roar. His face was determined, his eyes were fierce, and his body's mana exploded. Countless runes pulsed, and heaven and earth trembled. He chose to blow himself up to escape. Boom! The explosion occurred. He dragged his tattered body, as if he were a swimming dragon, and fell into the distant air at great speed, as if he wanted to escape from this world. Stop! You've been speeding! Ha! Not only don't you slow down, you dare to speed up, planning to overtake my flying sword?
This commotion directly startled the strongest members of the Hanging Sword Division. A sword cultivator, his feet stepping on flying swords. His speed was so fast that it was like 1,000 rainbows, and he chased after them straight away.
No, go away, you guys. Feeling the pursuers behind him, the ancient body cultivator completely despaired and freaked out over it. Why wouldn't he let himself go even though he was like this? And just how long have you been asleep? When I was sleeping, I was clearly invincible. How did he wake up and make such a mess? In the end, yo, still a dodo. Don't speed next time. Cuffed. The Hanging Sword Division's strongest men surrounded him, took out special handcuffs and shackles, and locked his dantian and Dao fruit. Ancient bodywork. He was now figuring it out. The feelings of these three parties. They were not a group. At least it wasn't a joint effort to hunt him down, but rather he had inadvertently provoked so many people at the same time. Then, it was beaten and hunted down. Originally, he could have continued to exert his means and try to escape, but he really didn't dare anymore. He was completely scared. I'm afraid that if I run any further, I'll invoke a few immortals. Then the karma would be too great. The world is too vicious. The forces of the righteous path are so strong. But what a great collaboration. Our devil's path is like a sheep's footsteps compared to the righteous path. The devils, without a single distraction, all watched the whole scene. All of them looked dejected and desperate, obviously substituting into the role of that ancient body cultivator. Very sympathetic to what happened to the ancient bodybuilders. In this situation, what can we take to revive the devil's way? Has the divine order made a mistake? Are we that strong? They were so frightened that they were even shaken up about the providence. That was until the third senior brother of the devil's cave, Peng Wuqi, spoke a very short sentence with a complex expression. All this turmoil started because of a casual remark Sugu made when he was out on a mission. Chapter 41, Father's Resignation and Son's Laughter? Shivering demons. Ha! The demons were all abruptly startled, their eyes filled with astonishment, as if they had heard the most unbelievable words in the world, and were quite incredulous. Indeed, he did it randomly. Peng Wuqi nodded his head and said with certainty, of course he didn't know what kind of commotion Sugu had made outside, but inside the devil's cave, he had set up a few diversions, and it just so happened that one of them was the door guard. Illusory Clothes and the others would use voice transmission when talking about information regarding certain machinations. However, Sugu's operation of going out was not concealed because there was no need to conceal it, nor could it be concealed. It was so that Peng Wuqi was able to know the ins and outs of the matter. Hiss! Hearing Peng Wuqi's words, all the demons all sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this the gold content of the Skyfall demon child boss? Just a casual remark while out on a mission caused such a big upheaval? If it was someone else who made this maneuver, they would not believe it. It's not nonsense. But, if it was Sugu's words, then they had to believe it. Especially when there was still the assurance of Peng Wuqi. To be honest, they had long hated those martial artists. Lawlessness, not to take them devil cultivators in their eyes even so, but also to seize the mass base that should belong to them. As a result, they have no dominion over the grassroots, at all, and can only hide in the east. But, so what if they hated it? Even if all the devil cultivators in the entire devil path came together, they couldn't help those martial artists. For one thing, although the martial artists were not strong, they were numerous, as if they were stars in the starry sky, crisscrossing the endless realm. And what damage could a strike do to them? Secondly, martial artists are able to exploit the loopholes of the law and are treated leniently by the law, while demonic cultivators are focused on suppression by the righteous and the government, and are given seconds when they show their heads. It could be said that what all the devil cultivators in the entire devil path, including these great devils of theirs, couldn't do with their united efforts, was so easily solved by Sugu. Moreover, it also triggered the ancient battle between the body cultivators and the righteous path of the crossing. No matter how you think about it, it's amazing. It's inconceivable that he can wreak havoc on the world with just a single word. What a demon! It's simply horrible as hell. Although, the qualification is only a middle-of-the-road 3 spirit route, its intelligence is like that of a demon, a ghost's view of its skills. No wonder, Heaven's mandate has said that the devil's way should be revitalized. With demon child Su around, it seems like it would be quite simple for the devil Dao to flourish. At this moment, they felt that the devil's way was frighteningly strong in its depths, though, this underpinning is all supported by Sugu alone. But, speaking of which, what mission is he out on? The crowd of devils came out of their shock, the smile of joy on their faces not dispersed, and said with some curiosity, not good. The faces of both Elder Red Flame and Elder Blue Flame changed drastically, all of them terrified to the extreme. Previously, although they knew that Sugu had performed heaven-defyingly in the illusion examination, they hadn't shown much in reality, and they weren't really too scornful inwardly. Now, having seen Sugu's true terror, his heart was immediately abashed. Would he think he was deliberately making things difficult for him by giving him the difficult-as-hell task? You won't be liquidated by Sugu afterwards, will you? At the thought of this, the expressions of the two of them were as unsightly as if they had lost their lives. Miserable, offending the future demon emperor. That's bound to end badly. Why don't we do it one way or the other? The two of them, Elder Red Flame and Elder Blue Flame, looked at each other, their eyes glowing fiercely as they simultaneously transmitted their voices. With that, the two men laughed out loud, with the feeling of having found a confidant. Let's disarm and rebuild. Elder Red Flame and Elder Blue Flame once again displayed an extremely high level of tacit understanding, offending Su-gu. It was obvious that there was only one way to die, and even if he attempted to strike while he was weak right now, all of them would only end up being struck down by other devils, while still destined to be liquidated in the future. Then it would be better to be more sensible. Directly disintegrate, give up all cultivation, seize an ordinary cultivator, and hide far away. The corners of Ping Wuqi's mouth twitched, facing the questions of the elders. For a moment, he actually didn't know how to answer, and finally said truthfully, Elder brother, asked Elder Blue Flame and Elder Red Flame to build the alchemy peak, but there weren't enough alchemists, so the two elders passed the task to Su-gu. Let him go get some alchemists. Swish! Instantly, the gazes of countless devils that seemed like they could eat people fell on Elders Blue Flame and Red Flame, as if sharp swords were piercing through their hearts, making it difficult for the two elders to catch their breath, looking terrified and shivering, and almost shouting out to spare their lives. The crowd of devils were really up for killing, and such a difficult task was given to Su-gu. Isn't that difficult? If something happens to Su-gu, will the devil's way still prosper? Or if Su-gu hates them and holds a grudge against them, won't they be in trouble? It was good that Ping Wuqi opened his mouth in time, and his expression became more and more complicated as he said, he seems to have accomplished the task, only it was accomplished more or less. Strangely, he really didn't know how to describe Su-gu's operation. Strange? What kind of description is that? If you have something to say, what are you selling? Good is good, bad is bad, there's nothing to hide. It was never meant to be a human task. Under the pressing questions of the devils, Ping Wuqi told all about the sights he had seen with his own eyes in front of the door of the devil's cave. Hiss! Replacing a dancer with a celebrity chef? This mission accomplished. Sure is weird. This, hiss. After listening to Ping Wuqi's answer, all the devils froze on the spot, their brows slightly knitted, very serious, but also a look of wanting to say something. Intuition tells them that this is not bull asterisk 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 asterisk, but this was Su-gu's idea, and they didn't really have the strength to refute it. To be honest, after seeing Su-gu's several maneuvers with their own eyes, they were completely convinced that it was Su-gu pointing at a bubble of dog by the side of the road and telling the crowd that eating it would drastically increase their cultivation. They wouldn't have any hesitation. In comparison, I still think it's more outrageous to have a chef make pills. Hello. Whether it will work or not, just try it and you'll know. If it doesn't work, those famous chefs he brought back. The big deal is to stay in the devil's cave to continue cooking and improve the food for the brothers. Ping Wuqi opened his mouth and addressed the crowd. First senior brother Han Changsheng was out hiding from his debts and was not in the devil's cave. The second senior brother has also been wandering outside. Currently, he was the only one of the true legends within the magic cave, so his words carried the most weight. And in this situation, he naturally presided over the situation. That's the truth. The demons nodded their heads. Whether it's a mule or a horse, just pull it out. It seems to be over. No fun. Thought he'd last a dozen breaths. Waste of my feelings. The righteous five who had all moved out their small benches, intending to eat melons in front of the door, had wooden faces as if they had eaten a fly. It's like a long-awaited super blockbuster, only to have it end just as you sit down. Anyone would be speechless. Su-gu, no wonder you righteous lights didn't panic at all. You didn't even take that body cultivator seriously? You knew that the ancient body cultivator would be easily suppressed? Then the devil's way is revitalized. The righteous path is so strong. When Su-gu thought of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and his eyes were pure and fiery. It's a good thing I'm here, too. What a waste. Surprisingly, not even a single punch was hammered into my father? The disappointed voices of the crowd were interspersed with a very harsh sigh, and the person who spoke was no other than Zhao Jingang. Su-gu raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Jingang in surprise. What do you mean by that? Do you want to see your dad get beat up? Is that what you're laughing at? Illusory colored clothes smiled and explained. There are rules in the Zhao family, and if the heirs want to become adults, they need to defeat their own fathers. Uncle Zhao is the one who defeated his own father to complete his rite of passage. Just now, Zhao Jingang should have been expecting that ancient body cultivator to be able to force Uncle Zhao to use his full strength, or to cast one or two undercards, so that he could deal with it when he battles Uncle Zhao in the future. It turned out that it didn't at all. In Uncle Zhao's present-day state, without 1,000 or 2,000 years, I'm afraid that Zhao Jingang won't be able to become a human being. Saying that, illusory colorful clothes directly laughed out loud. It wasn't just her.
The other Li Xiaobai and the rest of them also revealed the scoffs that belonged exclusively to their detrimental friends. For the sons of the family, the rules are strict, and as long as they can't reach adulthood, there will be many restrictions on how they can act. Zhao Jingang looked sultry for a while, and felt nothing but a dullness in his chest. After hearing this, Sugu looked in the distance in the direction where Zhao Fudu's divine might had just been revealed, and then looked at Zhao Jingang, casting a pitiful gaze. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Jingang, being a heavenly spirit root and with the devoted cultivation of the Vajra sect and Zhao family, the probability of surpassing Zhao Fudu was only a matter of time, but with the help of his mediocrity, he was afraid that it would never be possible. For a while, Sugu couldn't help but be a bit relieved of Zhao Jingang. Just then, too, the doorman came forward. Several senior brothers, please head to Alchemy Peak. Senior brother Wu Qi has an invitation. Obviously, Ping Wuqi and other devils have already waited anxiously, impatiently want to see the chef alchemy. How spectacular the scene will be. Chapter 42, look, he's glowing in his Dan pot. Sugu collected his emotions and his mood returned to lightness. Although the proposed copying of the divine power, spread throughout the operation of the Jianghu, the impact caused, completely exceeded his expectations, not only attracted the hatred of the entire martial arts path, but also provoked a ferrying stage ancient body cultivator. But fortunately, that transitional body cultivator was suppressed by the joint efforts of the righteous and the imperial court. No fear of retaliation at all either. Since, senior brother Ping Wuqi and the elders can't wait, let's go up the mountain, Sugu said to the group of famous chefs behind him. Yes, the celebrity chefs jumped at the chance and had been waiting for a long time. Along the way, Sugu trained them along the way, and at the moment, they were very much identified with their identity as magic cave alchemists, and didn't have to worry about any missteps. Li Xiaobai and the others had all planned to leave. They had wanted to pretend to be a bully in front of Sugu and illusory clothes, but it turned out that they had become the companions that set off Sugu. However, after seeing this kind of scene and inquiring about illusory clothes, one by one, a very complicated look surfaced in their eyes. There was dismay, surprise, disbelief, and a strong sense of curiosity and anticipation. It couldn't be helped. Who let this be senior brother Sugu's operation? But with anyone else, they would have opened up a can of Wupass. Alchemy Peak. Although it was just built, it was still slightly empty, without much of the underpinnings revealed, and there was even less of an alchemist to be seen inside. Obviously just an empty shelf. But, amongst the Devil's Cave, or even the entire Devil's Tao forces, it was an astonishingly large amount of money. The devils in Heping Wuqi were already sitting high at the top inside the Alchemy Peak's Great Hall. Left and right are rows of alchemy furnace raging fire burning, but the air does not show a trace of heat. It is very cool, apparently with the array to isolate the furnace and the outside world of the heat, and pumped away the heat in the air. Greetings to senior brother Wu Qi, greetings to all the elders. Sugu bowed his head. This worship, almost to the upper head of the crowd of devils to scare off the stool, especially known for steady Ping Wuqi, just saw Sugu Na head raised his hand ready to worship, then directly get up and hide in his side. This worship, the karma is too great, really can't afford it. In the case of a devilish master like Sugu, it is also fortunate that there are no ancestral tablets in this Alchemy Peak, or else it would have to crack a few. Senior brother Sugu, you have the stature of a true disciple. There is no need to worship us when you see us in the future. It's all just a vain ritual. Our Devil's Cave doesn't care about these vain rituals. Ping Wuqi dragged Sugu's hand and smiled. Saying that, he looked at the Orthodox Five beside Sugu and said, all of you and senior brother Sugu are the same as well. Naturally, he couldn't forget about these 5 comparatively ordinary Skyfall demon children. At these words, all the field rejoiced. The devils don't have to worry about bearing karma. The illusory clothes and the others also grinned. They were already disgusted with this set of tedious etiquette. If they encountered a respected senior in the righteous path, they might pay homage from the bottom of their hearts. But in the Devil's Cave, their hearts were definitely reluctant, and it would be best if they could save. I have to say that the Devil's Way still has redeeming qualities. Ping Wuqi coughed dryly and introduced the main topic. I heard that senior brother you brought back some cooks, alchemists. How are their skills? Naturally there's nothing to say, Sugu assured. The Dan that is practiced will satisfy all of you. With that, Sugu said to the celebrity chefs, the basic manual of alchemy. You've all read it, right? Alright then, let's start refining pills now. The crowd of devils, including the righteous undercover agents and the others, were all speechless as their mouths twitched. Why was there a sense of you've learned the illumination technique, and now you've killed the transitional evil dragon? Good. Although the celebrity chefs were excited and looking forward to it, they were all very apprehensive and uncertain inwardly. As a matter of fact, even professional alchemists might not be able to practice a successful pot of elixir 100% of the time. not to mention their group of chefs who had never even been able to see the scene of others making elixirs.
Led by Master Zhao, the celebrity chefs took a deep breath and walked in front of the alchemy furnace in an orderly manner, inducing the Dan fire, taking out various materials, and starting the operation. The pills that they refined were the most basic qi-containing pills, suitable for qi refining stage cultivators, the Dan formula and the herbs. They were all on the side. The devils and the righteous five sat at the top, frowning as they watched, and although they expected to be able to refine it successfully, they felt in their hearts that it was unlikely. Sure enough, there are no surprises. The crowd of famous chefs who tried alchemy for the first time operated with their hands in a dazzling manner. It didn't take long for the fryer to start. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the alchemy peak, it was as if fireworks had been set off, and it was fortunate that there was a formation sheltering them, or else these celebrity chefs would have definitely suffered serious injuries. The illusory colored clothes and Ping Wuqi and the others, subconsciously their gazes fell towards Su Gu, and inwardly, they were actually already not optimistic about this alchemy. Perhaps, if we let these famous chefs practice more, there was still a possibility that the refining would be successful, but this first refining was definitely going to be a failure. And, if these famous chefs, who really needed a lot of practice, could only concoct a low-grade aura dan, then there was actually no need to use them, as other demonic cultivators could do it as well. Su Gu's expression, however, remained unchanged, not a bit moved or flustered. It was calm. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, after a succession of blowing up ovens, there were only two chefs left on the field. One is Master Zhou, who is known as the god of cooking, a Zhaodazue who wasn't even recognized as a famous chef and was picked to be a fire burner. Will it work? All the famous chefs, after failing, were chagrined to the extreme and were in a very low mood, feeling ashamed of the entire human race, and after retiring from the field, they watched as the number of famous chefs on the field for alchemy became fewer and fewer. After all, is it still too much to think about? Is a chef just a chef? In the end, they all converged their gazes on Master Zhao, who had clearly become the hope of all the famous chefs. It has to be a success. Grandmaster Zhao's forehead was covered in false sweat, very apprehensive and nervous to the extreme. He also noticed the change in the field and realized that he was now on his own. But, the more you operate, the more it feels wrong. No, it shouldn't be. This is not right. Master Zhao's brow was furrowed. His mouth was dry. Sweat was dripping down like rain. His hands were trembling. The more he did it, the more he felt that something was wrong. If this went on, he would definitely fail. Not after all? The crowd of devils in illusory colored clothes and the other side when they saw the scene, and it was clear that the end had been declared. Master Zhao himself doubted himself, and failure was a foregone conclusion. But just then, Su Gu leisurely opened his mouth and said to Master Zhao and Zhaodazue, I brought you here not because I expect you to make pills, but because I expect you to make progress in the culinary arts, not counting on alchemy, but counting on me to make progress above the culinary path? Grandmaster Zhao froze slightly, recalling the discussion he had with Su Gu not long ago. He was suddenly enlightened and excited. His entire essence changed. Right, senior brother Su is right. We're not alchemists, so naturally we can't use the alchemy method to practice pills, but we can use the chef's method to make pills. The thought of it was a good one, and he let go completely, even abandoning the stove to take out his own iron pot and golden spatula. What kind of operation is this? The crowd on the field all looked dumbfounded. What are you doing with a spatula when you're just refining pills? As for Zhaodazue on the side, it was also like opening the second chakra and having an epiphany on the spot. He was also confident and generous, but he didn't learn from Grandmaster Zhao, abandoning the Dan furnace to use an iron pot. Sure enough, just as I thought, Zhaodazue laughed. A few moments later, a golden light rushed up into the sky. Master Zhao and Zhaodazue at the same time. The alchemy was successful and the golden light came from Master Zhao. Hiss, he really refined it? With an iron pot? And what a commotion! My god, I can't believe I've attracted divine light. Listen carefully, there's even a dragon's roar. Could it be that the ultimate holy Dan has been refined? The upper head of the crowd of devils, suddenly shocked to the extreme, almost trembling to watch Zhao Master's Dan pot. Then, each and every one of them had their pupils slightly shrunken, and their expressions were stunned, staring blankly at the spot, only to see, the Dan pot is not an elixir, but a pot of rice? Saying rice isn't cutting it, it's an almost human head-sized elixir, countless times the size of an ordinary elixir. Chapter 43, Invite the judges to try the food. The crowd of devils looked at the Dan ball and Master Zhao's iron pot, all shocked to the extreme, incomparable surprise. How come? Obviously, it has induced a stunning divine light, and there are gusts of dragon chants surrounding it. It should have been a supreme holy Dan. How could it look like this? It doesn't even have a Dan shape, and It's so big? It's almost as big as a human head. They were all puzzled and reacted in a big way. The righteous five, on the other hand, were holding back their laughter like crazy when they saw this scene. Sugu laughed lightly and shook his head. Just from the behavior of the crowd of heavenly demon elders, one could tell that they, the giants of the devil's way, really hadn't lived a good life. Like him, he's never even eaten a dish prepared by a famous chef. He explained, glowing is because there is a glowing formation on the pot, and keening is because there is a keening formation on the spatula. And famous chefs cook like this. Ha! All the devils, wide-eyed, like opening up a new world. Originally, fried food can also be so false packaging. Show mystery? It was worthy of being a good seedling that Sugu had selected to enter the devil's cave to cultivate the devil. Then, looking at the danball in Master Zhao's pot, the attitude changed drastically. Immediately frowning, eyes averted, some even subconsciously took half a step back. Mouth uncontrollably said inexplicable words. Sight drifted to other places. Resistance was written all over his face. Can this Dan really be eaten? Not only does it not take the shape of a Dan, but why does it feel like it's emitting an unnameable aura of terror? Is it my illusion? Will it be okay to eat it? The devils were terrified to the core, and were in a dilemma. There was no way. The pills were practiced, and they, the elders, were the ones who needed to test the pills. How else can you be a judge? This is the pain of the judges. Do not eat it cannot say that this Dan does not work, but eat this pill in case it really does not work. That is not an old crime? No, not just in case. Taking this elixir is definitely going to be an old sin. According to reason, with their cultivation at the god transformation stage, they would not be fine at all if they ate some low-grade poisons, but they didn't know why. They had no idea what to do in their hearts when they were faced with the two pills. The demons wondered, even if it was a chef who crossed the border to make pills, they shouldn't feel this way themselves. Maybe it's because these famous chefs, they were hired by Siogu. In comparison, that fat man with the big mouth, the elixir he refined, is a bit more reliable. At least it looks like an elixir. The devils dropped their gazes onto Zhao Duzue, but the suspicion on their faces did not diminish in the slightest. It's said to be more reliable, but only compared to Master Zhao's work. Please ask the judges to test the pills. Master Zhao plated the Dan balls and, out of professionalism, paired them with delicate lace around the edge of the plate. Please ask the judges to test the Dan. Zhao Duzue followed suit. As for the demons, they were all startled, leaning back, desperately wanting to shake their heads, but thinking that they still had to maintain their demeanor in front of the crowd and maintain their high persona. They could only force a smile on their faces and act as if nothing had happened to them. In their eyes, what the two men said was not asking the judges to test the pills, but more like saying asking you all to die. Secretly, there had been a lot of noise in the transmission channel, in pushing for who exactly should taste. What's all the noise about? Of course it's Blue Flame and Red Flame who are eating it. The two of them are the peak masters of the Alchemy Peak. This is selecting someone for Alchemy Peak. Moreover, this mission is still the one they asked Demon Boy Su to do. So who will eat it if they don't? The demons quickly came to an agreement. The two of them, Red Flame and Blue Flame Elder, stared wide-eyed, completely not expecting that they would be sold out by the crowd in just the twinkling of an eye, and could only walk up to Sugu with tears in their eyes, and resolutely said, Demon Boy Su, our two brothers absolutely trust you at all times. Since they were all going to suffer, it was good to be in front of Sugu, to brush up his favor and lower Sugu's disgust value a bit. Please rest assured. Two elders. Sugu nodded slightly. The two elders smiled in relief. Then, as if they were dying, they walked towards Zhao Dazue and Master Zhao with great ambition. Grab whichever one you can. Elder Red Flame was the first to move, then transmitted his voice, and by the time the words landed, he was already standing in front of Zhao Dazue. In his opinion, compared to Zhao Dazue's elixir, it was a bit more reliable. Elder Blue Flame was speechless for a while. In this case, is it useful to pick? Elder Blue Flame took a deep breath, picked up the human head-sized Dan ball refined by Master Zhao, and wolfed it down, not daring to savor it at all, but not daring to cast a spell to swallow it in one gulp, so that if there was really a problem, there could be a time to backtrack. Hiss, not to mention, quite flavorful. Elder Blue Flame was a little surprised, and then, was so moved that he was about to cry out. He had never tasted this flavor since he was a child. It's simply wonderful. The crowd cast appreciative glances at Master Zhao, worthy of being a cooking god. His craftsmanship was indeed exceptional. Seeing this, Elder Crimson was also a little relieved. How effective it was is not to be mentioned for now, but the flavor will definitely not be bad. With this thought, he directly took Zhao Dazue's elixir and threw it into his mouth. The last moment, he was still smiling. Next moment, boom! The elixir, which exploded directly in his throat. Elder Chian's face changed greatly. His face was first pale, then crimson. His breathing worsened, his mouth was wide open.
It was difficult to gasp for breath. His whole body spasmed, his hands clawed at his throat, desperately wanting to cry out. The crowd of devils were alarmed to the extreme. This is a potion. Or explosives, how can it still blow up? In the midst of their hands and feet, they only heard Elder Red Yan's voice. Water, good, salty, Hearing this, the demonic children frowned, their faces filled with surprise and disappointment. It was actually just too salty with no other side effects. What a pity. Seeing this, Zhao Dazue revealed an embarrassed smile, appearing somewhat naive and harmless. Ping Wuqi raised his hand and struck a spell, condensing a water dragon that hovered beside Elder Qian. Gulp! Elder Qian, regardless of how the crowd looked at him, swallowed it down in a big gulp, and it was only after 10 or so breaths that he was able to slow down his strength, but he was also covered in a weak sweat, as if he had walked through the gates of the ghosts. Indeed, it is a Yunqi Dan. The effect is the same. It is too salty, Elder Qian said with a trembling voice. He finally knew the reason why he was bottomless in the face of this elixir. With his high cultivation level, although he could easily resist the poison, he couldn't resist such a savory impact. It seems that this one of mine is better. It's worthy of being made by a cooking god. Elder Blue Flame breathed a sigh of relief and sped up his swallowing, and when the elixir was swallowed in its entirety, a warm current was born in his stomach and then flowed throughout his body. Although it's a bit larger in size, it's a qualified aura chi pill. The effect is even better than the implicit chi pills purchased at high prices from the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce. Elder Blue Flame's eyes lit up in surprise. The eyes of the demons also lit up. Really? Then, almost instantly, all of them were ecstatic, excited, thrilled to the core, and their worldviews felt like they were being turned upside down. It turns out that celebrity chef alchemy is really possible. If this is the case, then the alchemy peak in the Devil's Cave will be able to be built. Soon, all the devil cultivators will be able to eat their own produced dan rice. The Devil's Way is really going to flourish. However, it was also at that moment that an ear-splitting noise came. Pust. The Blue Flame Elder changed slightly, having a bad feeling, followed by 2 successive pft sounds, and then the crowd smelled a stench. The crowd looked odd. It turned out that the side effect of Master Zhao's danball was farting. No wonder. Everyone would also have no idea in their hearts, because making someone fart was not a poison that could not be resisted. This, Elder Blue Flame was slightly embarrassed, but, in order to cover up the fart sound, he still laughed out loud. A little side effect is just a little side effect. It's nothing. Indeed, Ping Wuqi and the other devils, still excited, said, this side effect, no harm at all. Anyway, not they eat, is produced for the following magic cultivators to eat. Then, the gazes they looked at Su Gu were filled with admiration and marvel, as if they were looking at a godly man, including the Shoto 5. Chef alchemy. Surprisingly, it's not a farce, but it's really possible. Senior brother Su Gu is truly too marvelous. This is simply making history. The crowd marveled, excitedly wanting to throw Su Gu high into the air. Only, after thinking that Su Gu had, not long ago, buried the entire martial way and sent an ancient transitional body cultivator to the brig with a single sentence, he retracted that sentence again. There was no time when Xiao Gu didn't make history. This is routine for Su Gu. As expected, Su Gu was not at all surprised by this result and said indifferently, 2 elders, I've completed the mission, so the reward? Chapter 44, because I'm wanted, I can only refuse to be a saint. 2 elders, I've completed the quest, so the reward? Su Gu's gaze fell on the 2 elders, Red Flame and Blue Flame. How could one do a mission without a reward? The Red Flame and Blue Flame elders, their expressions were stunned, obviously not expecting this, as they didn't think Su Gu would be able to complete the task at all. The elders also looked at these 2, their gazes full of teasing and playfulness, wanting to see the joke on the 2. Such a difficult task, but Su Gu completed it. Then the rewards can never be light, otherwise it really makes Su Macho's heart hold a grudge, and the rest of his life will be miserable. Don't worry, the reward is definitely less. Not only is it less, but it's all yours. The 2 of them, Red Fire and Blue Flame, looked at each other, their hearts crossed. They were considered to be completely out of the question, and they gritted their teeth and said, the 2 of us jointly constructed a fallen spirit pool, which contains 49 fallen spirits, which were made by the 100,000 evil ghosts who raised parasites to kill each other. Each fallen spirit is of immense value. If you can master one, you can dramatically increase the number of evil spirit-type spells. We can give you 7 days. No, a month to fish in front of the fallen spirit pool, 4 lanes guaranteed, and if you catch as many as you can take as many as you catch. At these words, the scene was steeply silent. Then, there was a gust of cold air. Everyone was shocked. The devils were shocked at Red Flame's and Blue Flame's largesse. Fallen spirits, were of some use to spirit transformation realm cultivators of their level,
and each of them was extremely difficult to obtain. They knew very well that it had taken the two of them, Red Flame and Blue Flame, a full 800 years to raise these 49 fallen spirits, being fished away by Sugu. All of them will have to hurt for a long time, not to mention the guaranteed 4 channels, and also gave Sugu a month's time to fish for himself. If he fished up 7 or 8, then the two people, Red Flame and Blue Flame, were really going to vomit blood. The righteous 5, on the other hand, were horrified at the words of the two men, Red Flame and Blue Flame, that they had been refined by 100,000 evil ghosts raising parasites. There was anger burning in all of their hearts. A demon of 1,000 kills, a full 100,000 evil spirits. How many killings is this to create? You deserve to die. 100,000 evil spirits? Sugu also raised an eyebrow, high on the two elders, Red Flame and Blue Flame. Under such tight suppression by the righteous and imperial court, still able to collect 100,000 evil ghosts, there are still some means in boldness. Rather, he had underestimated the world's group of demons. But, just then, the two of them, Red Flame and Blue Flame, proudly said, of course, 100,000 evil spirits. At that time, a crackdown was underway, and the two of us, in order to collect these 100,000 evil ghosts, pretended to be Taoist priests and monks, and traveled all over the great merchant in the name of exterminating evils and capturing devils, and it took us hundreds of years of time to collect them successfully, especially, in order not to be discovered by the government. It is only in the remote countryside to haunt, can be said to have suffered a lot. Speaking of which, those righteous paths in the imperial court are really wasteful. They didn't even realize this and were fooled by the two of us. Sugu was speechless for a while. The 5 people of the righteous path also looked up sharply, their eyes filled with dismay. You're 100,000 evil spirits, is that how you got them? Saying that, Blue Flame and Red Flame both said indignantly, it's that the court is really damned, and even gave us 2 brocade banners, praising us as good Taoist priests and monks who do good things for the people, and wanting to give us a commendation. Isn't that an insult? We refused on the spot. We are demonic cultivators. How can we do good deeds? We're only doing this so that we can become successful in our cultivation and then do whatever we want. Sugu nodded, able to understand, but still said, but multiple official identities are always more convenient, so why refuse the commendation? The Red Fire and Blue Flame elders, the corners of their mouths twitching, fell into silence, somewhat difficult to speak. Peng Wuchi, who had at some point, out of habit, shielded the crowd in front of him, spoke up. The two elders were previously wanted criminals and did not dare to accept the commendation for fear of being discovered. The two of them, Red Flame and Blue Flame, were a bit embarrassed by their faces. Sugu, on the other hand, had a black eye. As for illusory colored clothes and the other 5, they fell into deep thought as waves of shock rolled through their hearts. 200 years ago, that ghost hunter who had caught countless ghosts, 800 years as one day, who did not seek fame or fortune, who traveled all over the countryside of the great merchant, finally refused all honors and chose to go into seclusion. The fat monk Thin Taoist, who was honored by the great Shang court as a character who moved the great Shang in that year, is the 2 heavenly demon elders, Blue Flame and Red Flame, the 2 major demons of the Devil's Cave. This, the righteous Undercover 5, the Taoist heart is shaken. It's too much of a shock. One must know that in the righteous immortal sects, these 2 people had always been held up as one of the models for disciples under their doors to learn from. As a result, you're telling me that they're absolute demons? 10,000 straw horses were racing in the hearts of the 5. Well, are you still satisfied with this reward? Blue Flame and Red Flame both asked Sugu in low voices, sincerity written all over their faces. As if they could still continue to negotiate. I'm fishing casually, right? Sugu inquired. Hiss. For some reason, the 2 of them, Blue Flame and Red Flame, suddenly had a bad premonition. But after thinking about those fallen spirits, all of which were incomparably spiritual and hard to be fished away, the maximum loss would only be 7 or 8, and if they were lucky they might only lose 4, which was completely bearable. Right, the 2 confirmed. Then, Sugu looked at illusory Sai and said, this mission, it was senior sister Sai who assisted me in completing it. Could she have a reward? Her? Blue Flame and Red Flame both looked at illusory colored clothes in unison, and hesitated for a split second. Why don't we also let her go into the fallen spirit pool to fish? However, how about no bailout? I don't want a false spirit. Illusory colored clothes shook her head. It wasn't like she was cultivating ghost-type spells. It was a complete waste of time, and she still wanted to go into closed-door cultivation so that she could catch up with the crowd. She had already fallen behind in her cultivation after her trip out. Do any of you want to go? Illusory color cloth asked Li Xiaobai and the others. If not, forget it. She also didn't expect that she would be able to get any treasures that would catch her eye on the Demon Cave Elder. As expected, The other righteous undercover agents, one after another, shook their heads, except for Confucian cultivator Kong Haoren. Me, Kong Haoren said, I'll go for you. Li Xiaobai and the others, all froze in shock. You're a Confucian monk. What do you need a fallen spirit for? It was well known that the restraints of Confucian cultivators on ghosts and demons were not as strong as those of thunder cultivators and Buddhist cultivators, but they were still ridiculously strong. Fallen spirit serves to augment ghost-type spells. Where is a Confucian monk casting ghost-type spells? I pondered. Confucian cultivators use literature to carry the Tao, and it's too much of a hassle to need to recite a brocade article when fighting. So if I can refine a group of ghosts to help me recite a brocade article when fighting, wouldn't it dramatically increase my battle power? Kong Haoren said with anticipation on his face. Ha! The crowd of devils in the illusory colored clothes and the others were all stunned for a moment. Can it still be like this? To be honest, in their opinion, this operation was not at all more outrageous than Su Gu's one that had the chef refining pills. Well, not as outrageous as having the chef refining pills. The crowd was silent. Even cooks can make pills. So it seems like it's nothing for a Confucian scholar to have an evil spirit recite a brocade essay for him. Still, as for me Su Hui, who was on the side, when she heard this, it was as if a brand new world had opened up, and a ray of light flashed in her eyes. I'm going to fish for fallen spirits as well. Chapter 45, Blazing a New Trail. Find him for me. I'll go fishing for fallen spirits too. Ni Su Hui leapt to her feet. I don't think it's out of the question to have the evil spirits recite the Buddhist scriptures for me. The crowd all turned black. You're a Buddhist monk. What are you doing here? If Kong Haoren had asked the evil ghosts to help him recite the brocade article, it might still somewhat work. After all, Confucian cultivators were not considered to be strong in their suppression of evil ghosts and evil spirits. You, a Buddhist monk, are pulling all the stops against evil spirits and evil spirits. Okay, if you do that, even if you don't get revolted, the evil spirits are bound to get revolted. Besides, even if the evil spirits can help you recite sutras, what can they do? Buddhist cultivation battle power, and not all rely on the chanting of sutras. Do you intend to let the evil ghosts recite the mantra of the past life, to overtake yourself? Although, the crowd was inwardly speechless for a while, but no one refuted it, in case it was really possible. The two of them, Kong Haoren and Mi Su Hui, looked at each other with a heroic stance, looking proud and looking around as if they were experts in loneliness. Then, his eyes looked towards Su Gu, hoping that Su Gu would comment on it. It's not impossible. Su Gu thought carefully and said, the probability of Master Haoran becoming a success is a bit higher, and if Master Si Bu Hui is a success, he might have to switch his mindset a bit when the time comes. Kong Haoren was instantly delighted. Thank you, senior brother, for recognizing this. He had long been convinced by Su Gu, and since senior brother Su Gu said it was feasible, then it was really feasible. What thought? Ni Su Hui was lost for a moment, but was not surprised. His suppression of evil spirits was greater than Kong Haoren's, and his ideas, indeed, were more difficult to implement, and hastened to ask after him. Su Gu didn't hide it and laughed. If evil spirits can't be driven by you, perhaps you can try driving demonic cultivators. Demon cultivator? Ni Su Hui immediately brightened up, and actually had a feeling of epiphany, incomparably excited. This can be there. His suppression of demonic cultivators was indeed smaller. The demons who witnessed this scene could not help but have the corners of their mouths twitch, all of them rising a wave of pity for the demon race. They knew very well that once Su Gu's words came out, the demon race was afraid that it would be difficult for them to rest in peace. We'll talk about this afterward. Let's try driving the evil spirits first. Su Gu smiled. Most of the demon cultivators gathered in the South Demon Continent. The demon race on the Tianxian continent was relatively rare, so if it was for an experiment, it would be better to take a trip to the South Demon Continent. However, the Southern Demon Continent was remote, so there was no rush to travel there. With that, Su Gu looked at the two elders, Red Flame and Blue Flame, and said, can we add another one of him? The two elders, Red Flame and Blue Flame, were very bold and did not have the slightest look of physical pain. Of course, a month's time, feel free to fish as you please, but the two of them don't have a guarantee. As long as there was no promise of a guarantee, it would be difficult to fish out a fallen spirit with the caliber of these two. Even if they did, it would only be one or two channels, so it wouldn't hurt. It would be better to send a favor to Su Gu. Su Gu respectfully said, thank you two elders. In any case, he was only a chi practicing cultivator, and he still had to keep a low profile in front of these devils. Seeing this, the two of them, Kong Haoren and Mi Su Hui, followed suit. It's too outgoing. The two elders hastily stopped it and said, in that case, we'll go ahead and make preparations, and in about a day or two, the fallen spirit pool will be opened, so we'll notify the three of you to head there at that time. The two elders, Blue Flame and Red Flame,
said that without giving Su-gu and the others a chance to regret, they directly filled the air with black smoke and disappeared in place. After leaving, both of them were all breathing heavily, with the feeling of having survived the festival. Who would have thought that Su-machon would be so heaven-defying? The two of us even dumped such a difficult task directly on him without discussing it before. We almost had to step into the path of taking death. Luckily he managed to finish the job. Don't think the two of us are being difficult. Even, thanks to us, the two heavenly demon elders laughed. It was better to be able to break the bank. Although the two of them left, the other demons did not. Running late, to be exact, those famous chefs who were eliminated, after listening to Su-gu's previous instructions, already seemed to be enlightened, and seeing Master Zhao and Zhao Dazue's success in alchemy, all of them seemed to have opened up their second chakra, and requested for a re-examination with full confidence, and asked the judges to taste it. The crowd of devils, inwardly, actually resisted, but these are after all the future Devil's Cave honored alchemists, and the face that should be given still has to be given. This time, the celebrity chefs seemed to have it down pat and were soon refining it. Immediately, the crowd of devils who thought they had escaped, all of them were as gray as death, and their eyes were hiding, as if they wanted to go to the torture chamber to taste the Dan medicine one by one. After the pills were taken, although the effects were the same as normal pills, but the side effects were revealed one after another, all without repetition. Even if their cultivation was strong, it was somewhat difficult for them to top it. On the other side, Ping Wuqi pulled Su-gu to the side and said with a slight frown, "These famous chefs can indeed refine pills, but their cultivation levels are too low, and their natural talents are all not very good, so I'm afraid that in the future, they will all only be able to refine some low-grade pills. In order not to be short of high-level pills in the future, shouldn't we also start selecting good seedlings in the demon cave at the same time, and train real alchemists from scratch? Since, at this stage, the entire development plan of the magic cave was copied from Su-gu's operation in the illusionary realm examination, it was naturally more cost-effective to ask Su-gu directly about the development of the magic cave. Why do we need to cultivate ourselves? We're magic cultivators. Su-gu was puzzled. Regarding this issue, he had long had a number in his mind, and directly shook his head in denial. There's no need at all. It's too much of a waste to cultivate alchemists, so let's just use them first. Their cultivation level is low, but their skills are high, so when the time comes, they only need to find a few high-ranking cultivators to give them a hand and listen to their commands, and they will be able to completely refine medium and high-ranking pills. When the Devil's Cave develops completely, then we'll end the Alchemy Association and just tie back all the high-level alchemists. There's no need to cultivate them on our own." Hiss. Ping Wuqi opened his eyes once again. Although he was skeptical inwardly and couldn't help but want to ask, letting a chef command a high-ranked cultivator to refine a middle to high-ranked elixir? Will this work? But, considering that these were the words spoken by Su-gu, there was no way for him to disbelieve them. Su-gu added, "As for the results they refined, there is no need to call it an elixir. After all, in the future, we are going to show ourselves as the image of a holy sect like the Great Love Immortal sect, a righteous and hidden sect, and we can't go against the law and violate the law by appointing unlicensed alchemists." Indeed, Ping Wuqi was surprised again, marveling at Su-gu's thorough consideration of things. He had thought that he had acted steadily and thoughtfully enough, but he did not realize that Su-gu was far above himself, and had even considered the matter of cutting with the devils way behind him and carrying out a whitewash, and inquired, which should be how to break the situation. The product that is refined is just called Dan rice directly. Master Zhao and the others are also no longer famous chefs, not to mention alchemists, but honored Dan rice masters, creating new products, new professions, and new standards that completely differentiate themselves from the alchemy industry. Naturally, there is no fear of violating the law. Su-gu said blandly. Not only that, when the time comes, we'll also establish the Dan Rice Masters Association to regulate the world's Dan Rice Masters. Ha? Still? Ping Wuqi stared wide-eyed. His heart trembled, as if he had opened up a new world. So the devil could still be cultivated in this way? At this moment, he actually had the feeling that the devil he had cultivated for so long before meeting Su-gu was considered to be in vain. The eyes that looked at Su-gu were even more filled with astonishment and shock. It was unimaginable how Su-gu could come up with so many amazing ideas that were enough to change the course of the future. Being the same person. Maybe that's the difference between a human being and the head of the Skyfall Devil Children. Heaven does not give birth to Su-gu. The devil's path is as long as the night. And on the other side, the emperor of the Great Shang dynasty, in his own cabinet, was furious and roared. What a bunch of losers. Can't even find anyone. What coming from a hidden sect is not good for finding. It's all an excuse. I don't care. I must find Su-gu. After finding him, I will reward him heavily. I will make him a state master. Chapter 46. What is the Dragon's Den? Inside the Great Shang dynasty, the emperor looked excited and exuberant.
ancient transitional stage body cultivator, has been taken into custody in a large prison. The future would have been for the scourge of the party's martial arts road is also considered to exist in name only. It can be said that he added a great deal of merit by lying down. One must know that there had been dormant ancient cultivators awakening one after another before, but this was the first big fish of the transitional succession stage that had been caught. Of course, to him, it didn't matter if it was meritorious or not. The point was that for the first time, he saw shock and admiration in the eyes of those immortal sect and superlative sect leaders. That's what he craves the most. All individuals like to manifest their saints, and he, the emperor, was no exception. Before, it was no fun to manifest sainthood in front of one's subjects, and in front of the immortal sect and the superlative sect, it was easy to be manifested, and even less fun. Now, it was not easy to have the opportunity to manifest the saint in front of the talkers of the great sects, so of course he was overjoyed. Under his thorough order to investigate, the whole matter was soon straightened out. In the end, the focus of everything pointed to Sugu. Sugu first abducted a group of famous chefs from the Zhao family Gojo to enrage Patriarch Zhao. He also suggested to Li Shouha, the deputy constable of the White Magpie Street City, to modify the secret book of the martial arts path and add a precondition for cultivation, the severance of kidney essence. This absolute young conspiracy not only led to the withering away of the martial arts path, but also drew out the ancient body cultivators who were hibernating in the shadows and watching intently. Lure the transitional body cultivator in front of the enraged Patriarch Zhao, and defuse the crisis without any effort. He even took into account the fact that this resolution would inevitably not be implemented if it were anywhere else, and purposely chose to implement it in the straightforward and naive holy land of physical cultivation. Zhao Jiago, the rings are intertwined. The counts are intertwined. What he thinks is simply the same as what I am planning. Exactly the same. The great Shang Emperor looked lonely and proud. His eyes showed a faint appreciation, a heroic expression, and said to the group of ministers below, with such great talent, isn't he qualified enough to be my national teacher? Just now, he had only said that he wanted to appoint Sugu as the state counselor, but he had directly aroused the collective opposition of all the cabinet ministers. It simply pissed him off. If such a talent were to serve as his national teacher and give him ideas, would he not be able to manifest his sainthood at any time? In this way, my life is colorful. The great Shang Emperor fell into a beautiful reverie. Unfortunately, fantasy is beautiful and reality is cruel. This is a matter of great importance, and the position of master of the state is a top priority, so it cannot be easily promised to others. Otherwise, it will shake the foundation of the country. Moreover, although this man Sugu is as wise as an immortal, he is incredibly mysterious and we know very little about him. In case he has evil intentions, even if he is really appointed as the state master, those who are in charge of the immortal sect and the superlative sect will inevitably be unconvinced in their hearts, and will probably also nominate people to become some kind of state master, imperial master, Shen master, or whatever, which is not conducive to unity. There is also the appointment of court officials. According to the law there is a corresponding statute, the direct promise to go out to such a large official position, and the law against the The ministers cleaved to the words. In short, the meaning is clear, or not. The emperor's face is dark, silent for a long time. The following ministers all hold their breath in convergence of voices. Inner speculation. Then, the emperor said in a cold, impatient voice, then how about giving him an external sword-bearer position? Sword-bearer, without rank, but representing the emperor, similar to an imperial envoy, with the power of preemptive judgment. Under normal circumstances, this position should have been honored and powerful. However, the great Shang dynasty was founded on laws and regulations. Even if it was the sword executor, after the first decree, if it violated the law, it would be severely punished, and there were no privileges. Therefore, the power is average, and it is a medium position in the court. But even so, it was more or less unorthodox to just promise it to a fledgling kid, especially, without even knowing what the other person is. They were about to continue to open their mouths to advise, and just then, Sugu's identity was investigated. Sugu, a disciple of a hidden sect, due to the signs of heaven's destiny when the devil's way was rising, foreseeing that the world was about to be in great turmoil, so he went out to save the world. Together with the 5 true legends of the 5 immortal sects, Li Xiaobai, the illusionary colored clothes, and the other 5, went undercover in the devil's cave, with a clean identity. An eunuch scrambled into the cabinet and pointedly said, the reason why he didn't change his face during his trip to Zayajayaga should be to hint to the imperial court to give him a similar position so that he can facilitate his activities in the devil's way afterward. The ministers were in deep thought. The emperor above, on the other hand, looked down without anger, as if to say again, see what excuses you still have. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers bowed their heads in obeisance. Now, Sugu's identity is clean, and with such merit, he should indeed be rewarded. Moreover, the emperor had made a concession.
From appointing the master of the state to appointing the sword-bearer, a retreat that was not by a hair's breadth.
They, the ministers, would be a bit insensitive if they obstruct it any further. Then the meeting is adjourned.
The great Shang emperor snorted coldly and waved his hand for the cabinet ministers to retire.
Your Majesty is wise.
The heavy ministers hurriedly bowed their heads in obeisance.
Then they retreated. The emperor then looked easing, the corner of the mouth up. I still cannot pinch you?
Before he opened his mouth to say that Sugu was a national teacher,
originally is to let the ministers bargaining. It was his intention to appoint Sugu as the external sword-bearer. Then, the emperor turned to the eunuchs around him, who were his beloved, and laughed. Whenever it is convenient for Secretary Su, give him the position token and say that I expect him to do something for the world. He was already looking forward to the scene where Sugu would be used for him in the future to help him constantly manifest his sainthood. The heart eunuch nodded and bowed. And on the other side, because, with the great chaos in the martial arts path, there was a vacuum of dominance in the grassroots underground. All the magic forces are happy to bloom.
Although I do not understand why the martial arts Jianghu why suddenly messed up like that.
But all are not stupid. Has already begun to crazy seize this part of the power,
taking advantage of the chaos of the accumulation of the martial arts road of survival space. All of this is under the control of the righteous and the imperial court.
All the magic forces. There are undercover agents of the righteousness and the government. The magic path occupies the grassroots underground domination, but it is better managed. After all, the devil's way was different from the martial way, not belonging to mortals and not protected by the law. To investigate the forces of the devil Dao, there was always no need for evidence, only a list. Zaya Jiagu, Shi Shangpin and the other demonic cultivators, with maniacal faces, stepped on the heads and corpses of a bunch of martial artists, holding bloody swords in their hands, and very fervently said, Lord Demon Envoy, did you see that? We took down a small half of the underground forces in Zhaojiago, and we didn't fail to live up to your high hopes of stirring up the entire Zhaojiago martial arts Jianghu for us. Although we are bottom-level devil cultivators, we are bottom-level devil cultivators who are not willing to be ordinary. Give us some more time, and we will definitely live out a devil-like life. At that time, who in the world won't recognize you? Their blood boils. They think they have fulfilled the promise they made with Sugu in the first place, and they are highly demoralized and ambitious, eager to go further. These movements outside, of course Sugu was not aware of them, and he didn't care. At the moment, he's in his cave. He who had originally left the alchemy peak wanted to go to the Tibetan scripture cabinet to pick a few devilish spells to use to show off his skills in the fallen spirit pool. Then, the word system, surprisingly, popped up with a prompt. Completion of life achievement, building the alchemy peak, rewarded with 3 purple word fragments. Sugu naturally wouldn't have any hesitation, and of course chose to return to the cave to fuse. Congratulations, you've acquired the purple word Dragon's Den. The Dragon's Lair. The Dragon's Lair is always next to the Tiger's Lair. Ha! Teleportation type word entry? Sugu pondered for a split second and roughly guessed the use of this phrase. Then, there was a flash of light. The corners of his mouth turned up, and a bold idea came into his mind. After thinking about this, he got up and walked out of the cave, heading to the hidden scripture pavilion. You came back alive? What is this for? The white fox who was resting in seclusion in the cave felt the commotion, and seeing that it was Sugu who came back, she was very happy and excited, and leapt onto Sugu's shoulder with a single leap, and then queried, learn a few spells at the Tibetan scripture pavilion so that you can go fishing, Sugu said indifferently. Chapter 47, Fishing? It's not as fast as electrofishing. Early morning on the 3rd day, Sugu went to the alchemy peak to meet up as promised, and Misu Hui and Kong Haoren had been waiting for a long time with eagerness written all over their faces. When Sugu approached and saw the two of them dressed up, he raised his eyebrows slightly and blinked, puzzled. Not just him, within the alchemy peak, the 2 elders, Blue Flame and Red Flame, who were waiting to open the passageway to the fallen spirit pool for Sugu's trio, had just descended from the sky when they saw that the people had arrived, and smiles would have been written all over their faces. However, after seeing the 2 of them, Misu Hui and Kong Haoren, their faces could not help but darken, and both of them took a deep breath at the same time, quite speechless, only to see that the 2 men were clad in white gauze nets emanating a thick black aura, both holding a piece of fishing rod in one hand, and a rod that seemed to be draped with countless shadowy souls in the other. It's weird how it looks. What are you guys doing? Sugu said. Net fallen spirit Kong Haoren's eyes flashed with a wisp of cunning as he transmitted. The 2 old devils, Red Flame and Blue Flame, are definitely not likely to do a losing deal, since we dare to let us fish freely for a month. It means that this fallen spirit is very difficult to catch, and it's possible that at the end of a month, we won't even be able to catch one. So, we came with a net.
It's a net woven by heavenly spider demon silk, not to mention some fallen spirits. It can catch even a dragon. Don't worry, we've specialized in changing this fishing net into the form of clothes. Even if they don't allow to bring fishing nets, they can't allow to wear clothes, right? Ni Su Hui added. Sugu's eyes twitched out of the corner of his eye, pointing at the sticks in the hands of the two men. This is the whaling stick, built from Antarctic silver wood. It's the dragon that can be taken down with a single stick. This is to prevent the net from catching aborted spirits and then being broken free by them. A whaling stick goes down, directly knocking them down and then bagging them. Kong Haoren raised the crying stick in his hand, and even more so, he intentionally displayed the large muscle groups on his arms. Sugu became more and more speechless. This outfit of yours, is it really something a righteous undercover agent can have? It's just that some senior devil cultivators may not be able to be so devilish. We've practiced many times for this, and it's guaranteed to be very rewarding. Ni Su Hui picked up the conversation. It was an idea the two of them came up with together. The two said, quite synchronized, looking up proudly, the corners of their mouths rising 45 degrees. It was as if they were waiting for Sugu's compliments. The line "we're both really talented" was almost written on his face. Then, surprised, he looked at Sugu and queried, "Senior brother, didn't you prepare anything? Or is it in the storage bag?" Did he ask to bring a storage bag? It shouldn't be. I didn't bring anything. Sugu shook his head. Ha, you told us earlier, we thought you had a better idea, so we didn't inform you. The two of them, Kong Haoren and Ni Su Hui, were dismayed. This was true. They instinctively felt that as long as senior brother Sugu made a move, it was bound to be shocking, so they didn't look for Sugu. Originally, Ni Su Hui proposed to look for senior brother Sugu to see how he prepared, but Kong Haoren sternly refused, claiming that if they kept relying on senior brother Sugu, how would they be able to grow? I didn't realize that Sugu hadn't prepared anything, Kong Haoren said to Sugu. Don't worry, senior brother Su, when we have enough nets, we'll give them to you to use. As he said that, he also patted the fishing net he wore as clothing and bragged. How's that? That's a good enough move, right? Not bad. Sugu gave a dry laugh and said without losing his politeness, but why don't you guys practice a handful of lightning spells? Wouldn't you just pick it up by directly electrocuting all the fallen spirits? Why bother with such trouble? Hiss. Right. And you can just blow up the pool. Why didn't we think of that? The two of them were immediately startled. Their eyes were on fire and they looked at Sugu with admiration, worthy of being senior brother Su. So, senior brother, you've been practicing lightning techniques for the past few days? Sugu became more and more speechless. You guys are really serious. These devils, although they don't have high combat power, they are all experts in using their brains. How can they let you guys just find a leak so easily? Traditional cheating methods, for sure, don't work. As expected, the two devils, Red Flame and Blue Flame, averted their sights from Ni Su Hui and Kong Haoren, and though speechless neither said anything, but instead turned to Sugu and said very sweetly, "Do you have anything to bring? Bring whatever you want." Obviously, it's implied that if you want to get some of the same equipment as the two Misu Hui Kong Haoren, that's fine, no need, I'll just lead the tiger. Sugu shook his head and laughed. With that, he took out a necklace with a black as ink gem in the center of the necklace. It was a magic treasure that he had borrowed from his surrogate leader, Roaring Velvet Sky, capable of storing living things. He's got a tiger in there. Tiger? The four people on the field were all stunned, surprised and puzzled. They thought about it for a long time, but they couldn't think of any connection between tigers and capturing fallen spirits. If it was someone else who did this, they would most likely have to mock a sentence of madness. But the person who did this was Sugu, so then they could only wonder about themselves and if they hadn't come to their senses. Elder, can the two of us also go catch a tiger and bring it in? The two of them, Kong Haoren and Misue, chose to copy their homework. Although he couldn't figure out why Sugu was leading the tiger, it was right to do as he was told. Elder Blue Flame and Elder Red Flame, their faces pitch black, really fed up with these heavenly descending demon children, directly said, "What did you say? We can't hear you." As he spoke, his hand pinched the magic decision, and a gateway that seemed like a whirlpool was violently opened in front of him, and at the end of the road it seemed like there were thousands of evil demons hissing and roaring, and the sense of oppression was full. "Get in you guys." The two of them grabbed the three Sugu people, evil and wild one, domineering, as if they were absolute devil gods descending into the world, and directly threw the three people into the portal. Ah! The screams rang out. It was not from the three Sugu people, but from other beings within the fallen spirit pool. This is the fallen spirit pool? Sugu's white clothes hunted, one hand on his back, his stance sliding down from the air in a calm manner, his toes slowly pointing on the ground. The two of them, Ni Su Hui and Kong Haoren, also landed smoothly. Then, in unison, they frowned and looked ahead, only to see that ahead was a very huge dark deep pool.
emitting a dark light and gloomy aura, with an incomparably dense miasma shrouding the four directions of the cold pool. Below the pool, huge shadows tumbled from time to time, and cold air swept out, and in, around the cold pool, even stood full of silhouettes, all pale, thin, holding a fishing rod, staring nervously at the pool below, as if in anticipation of a big fish bite. What's going on here? The two of them, Su Hui and Kong Haoran, looked serious and vigilantly surveyed the people around the cold pool. Sugu's eyes flashed as he faintly said, "They think they're fishing, but they're really the bait. The fallen spirits in this fallen spirit pool need to feed on other people's flesh, blood, and essence. With such a large pool of aborted spirits, the amount of food required should be massive. And if we go out and kill people to collect blood food, the risk is too great, and it's easy for the righteous and the government to set their eyes on it and get rid of it." So the two old devils, Red Flame and Blue Flame, set up a scheme to lure devil cultivators from all over the world to enter the fallen spirit pool to fish for fallen spirits, and the price for angling is to pay part of their essence and flesh and blood, used to feed the aborted spirits. In the end, the fallen spirit will not get it, but its own essence will be lost. Su Hui and Kong Haoran picked up the conversation. They weren't stupid, and after Sugu mentioned it, they were naturally able to guess the general idea. Then, one by one, they were horrified and solemn, taking these devils seriously. During this period of time, they almost thought that these devils, all of them were straw men, not expecting that each and every one of them was so insidious and cunning. Sure enough, no demonic cultivator should be underestimated. Not bad, the heroes of the world are really like the carp that crosses the river. Sugu lamented a sentence in his heart, and his gaze fell on those crowds of cultivators who were fishing in the distance, and he said to the two of them, Su Hui and Kong Haoran, "Don't bother with them. We're not like them. We're fishing here. It doesn't cost us anything and the location is the best." Although they seem to be very close to the fallen spirit pool, they are actually very far away, and because of the prohibition, they can't even get close to the edge of the fallen spirit pool, and can only fish from afar. Even more so, they can't interfere with us. The two of them, Su Hui and Kong Haoran, nodded their heads and picked out a suitable fishing spot, then began to drop their nets, preparing to catch and fish at the same time. Sugu, on the other hand, was in no hurry, but released the tiger and said to it, "Make a burrow for yourself." The tiger was puzzled though. "You packed Master Tiger and brought me in just so I could dig a hole? To play?" But it was, after all, controlled by Sugu's 9 bulls and 2 tigers and could only do as it was told. And in the meantime, the Blue Flame Elder outside, his brows furrowed slightly as he said with some bad foreboding, "Just now, when we opened the portal to the fallen spirit pool, we seem to have moved a bit too much in order to show off the majesty of our devil Dao. It seems to have brought open quite a few spatial cracks. Did some cultivators follow and blend in? It can't be." Elder Redfire shook his head. "If there were other people also blending in, Demon Child Su would have warned us long ago." Chapter 48, How Dare You Fool Me? Don't you want to live? The fallen spirit pool was a natural cave fragment, with the interior forming its own heaven and earth, isolated from the outside world. If an ordinary person enters the fallen spirit pool, in the interior, they are absolutely unable to contact the outside world. But Sugu had a special status and was worshipped within the Devil's Cave as the head of the heavenly descending devil children, so naturally he was treated extremely well. Elder Blue Flame and Elder Red Flame had specifically left passages inside for Sugu. If Sugu had something to do, he could order whatever he wanted, and if he encountered an accident, he could also directly detach himself from the fallen spirit pool. However, they also instructed that they should try not to use that passageway as much as possible. Because of that, it would invoke a spatial rift and invite unnecessary trouble. Of course, Su Hui and Kong Haoran had a special position in the Devil's Cave, although it was far less than Sugu. It's also true that since Demon Child Su doesn't even have any doubts, then it should be fine. Elder Blue Flame nodded, saying that, a bright smile once again appeared on the faces of the two men. Looking at the alchemy peak with black smoke behind them, their joyful excitement was undoubtedly revealed. They couldn't even dream of imagining that one day an old devil like themselves, who everyone shouted at and could only hide, who couldn't even eat hot pills, could become the alchemy peak master. Moreover, it was also the peak master of the first ever alchemy peak in the entire Devil's Way. This was simply the pinnacle of demonic life, the dark sect's black ancestor, and the cost, at most, is only a few fallen spirits sent out. Make a fortune. Okay, no, it's a win-win. I thought that CO demon boy, who finally got the fallen spirit, would be happy. Strange, how did they, the three of them, run to the pool? Why can't we? But are they here to be funny? Bringing fishing nets? Are they planning to net fish? That one's even funnier. With a head tiger, is it here to perform acrobatics for the fish? The distant silhouettes,
seeing Su Gu's trio leaning against the edge of the fallen spirit pool and finding the best spot.
Each one's shock was mixed with unimaginable envy and jealousy. After all, there were formation prohibitions near the fallen spirit pool, and they were ostracized by the formation prohibitions, unable to approach. One can only fish from miles away, in mid-air, using one's own flesh and blood in essence as bait.
This doesn't need to be thought of to be particularly inefficient and costly beyond belief.
However, after seeing the equipment of those three, the envy and jealousy of the crowd disappeared, and they even showed sarcasm and mocked out. Turns out, it's three idiots. It's the aborted spirits in the aborted spirit pool, not the fish. Thinking on your toes, it is unlikely that a fishing net would catch a fallen spirit. That crowd out there seems to be laughing at us. Nisu Hui's face darkened with a bad feeling.
Just saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Kong Haoren was very calm and was already preparing to get off the net, while not forgetting to say to Su Gu, "Senior brother Su, you rest for a while. When we've fished enough, it'll be your turn." As he spoke, the fishing net had already fallen. Snort, snort, snort. However, the fishing net just touched the pool water of the fallen spirit pool, and several dark liquids burst out of the pool water, and it was as if it was a yin shui lei, which directly knocked away the net under Kong Haoren. Kong Haoren raised his eyebrows in dismay. What's going on here? You won't let me get off the net? I'm going to go off today. He had actually sensed that it was not good. This pool of water was special, and it was not possible to lay a net, not even his net, which was woven with heavenly spider demon silk. But today he does not believe in this evil. Operating his mana, he condensed thousands of pounds of great power and violently suppressed the fishing net that had been knocked away, stiffly shaking the multitude of black liquid impacts that rushed up. The scene was steeply silent, and the crowd of cultivators outside were stunned. These three look young, but their strength is so strong? It's hard to believe that it's really going to be a success for him to get out of the net. Is this the legendary miracle of vigor? It was also at this moment that boom, 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 a stronger jet of pitch black water rushed by, causing Kong Haoren's fishing net to fly completely high into the air and land on the shore. Even the entire pool of water seemed as if something incomparably terrifying was continuing to brew. Alright, you're bull. I'm convinced. Kong Haoren spread his hands, put the net away, sat very cleanly on the stone bench he brought in, and somewhat helplessly said to me, Su Hui, it's better to fish honestly. Obviously, he had underestimated these devilish tactics. Ni Su Hui was slightly disappointed. Then, looking towards Su Gu, whose expression was always talkative, he said, Senior brother Su, you already knew this would happen? This pool of water has a very unusual origin. It once contained 100,000 evil spirits, and even though they ended up killing each other and only 49 corrupted spirits remained, the negative emotions and power of the other evil spirits were incorporated into the water of the pool. To be exact, these pools of water were originally transformed by those evil spirits who lost the competition, containing a very terrifying power. Even if a Yuaning powerhouse came, he might not be able to forcefully shake it. Su Gu looked calm. He has always had the habit of making a strategy beforehand, and looked for his surrogate leader Roaring Vishnu Tian to inquire about it in advance. So, one can only fish honestly. Kong Haoren let out a sigh of immense disappointment. Not even senior brother Su can cheat? Ni Su Hui inquired. Su Gu shook his head slightly without saying much. That's just it. Fishing is fishing. With my fortune, I still can't catch a few fallen spirits? Kong Haoren said in a revitalized manner. The two of them were both supreme celestial pride on the outside, and their hearts were naturally no match for each other. Start fishing in earnest. Su Gu, however, always looked calm and relaxed, not even taking out his fishing rod, just surveying the terrain, again as if he was in a daze. That handsome little guy in the middle, has he given up? Until now, he didn't even take out his fishing rod. Damn it! Occupying the toilet. The crowd of cultivators in the distance, seeing Kong Haoren and Mi Su Hui failing to get off the net, naturally gave full ridicule, wanting to interfere with the two people's state of mind. But those two people's hearts were firm, their minds were not distracted, and they didn't care at all. All of them are immortal cultivators. If others ridicule a few sentences, then emotional waves, anger to the extreme, so the heart is not strong. There is no need to cultivate immortality, or go back home to study. It made them more and more upset, and in the end, they could only sneer at Su Gu out of jealousy. Su Gu, of course, cared even less and just said to me, Su Hui and Kong Haoren, when you have time, help me kill them all. Good. The two men thought nothing of it and said dryly, demon cultivators should be damned, not to mention gambling dogs. Time passes. Turn the nightfall. The pool water began to agitation. The long silent surface of the pool appeared channel waves. Everyone looked uplifted, including the two people, Kong Haoren and Mi Su Hui, who had been waiting hard for a day. In particular, there was a fallen spirit that approached towards Kong Haoren's fishing hook, and it could be seen trying to bite the hook.
Right, too right. Kong Haoren's face was delighted. Unimaginable anticipation surfaced in his eyes as he quietly said, "Hurry up and bite the hook." Ni Suhui also held her breath and tightened her grip on the whaling rod. The two of them were very nervous and concentrated, and as soon as the aborted spirit bit the hook, Kong Haoren reeled in the rod while Mi Suhui swung the weeping rod, assured of a catch. However, this depraved spirit, who had been hovering around the hook, even put the hook in his mouth and swallowed and spat it out, just wouldn't bite the hook. In this way, it lasted for an incense stick of time. Mud. It's playing us. It's just playing us. It's playing us. Kong Haoren waited until the end. His eyes were red with rage, unable to endure, directly about to leap into the fallen spirit pool. Put. And at the same time, Mi Suhui had already jumped into the fallen spirit pool, his whole body flashing with golden light, his 6-foot golden body protecting his body, and his mouth screaming the Buddha's name, Amitabha Buddha. Dare to play tricks on the little monk. Do you not want to live? Chapter 49. It doesn't matter. I'll do it. This scene shocked everyone. No one had even imagined that Mi Suhui would be so short-tempered that she would directly leap into the fallen spirit pool. You have to know. This is Dissolve 100,000 Evil Ghosts. The power is amazing. It is the Jindan cultivator. Fall into this abortion spirit pool. Maybe also want to die in the road. Is he crazy? These three people. They really are all idiots. One goes under the net. One dazes. And one jumps in and grabs it? The crowd of cultivators who were watching from afar were shocked and horrified, thinking that Su Gu's trio had a problem with their brains. Then, there was the growing envy and jealousy. The three fools were able to get that close to the fallen spirit pool, while they could not. If they were to go in their place, they would definitely be able to catch the fallen spirit, and then, drive 100 ghosts, transform into an absolute demon, and dominate the area. Su Gu. Likewise, the unexpected was him. Of course he wasn't surprised that Mi Suhui jumped into the pool. After all, that degenerate spirit did deserve to be punched, and any other angler wouldn't be able to stand it. What's more, my generation is a devil cultivator. When can we be subjected to this kind of aggravation? It was mainly shock and surprise that Mi Suhui had directly executed the Zhanlu golden body. That's a great Buddhist move. It is some profoundly cultivated monks who are difficult to perform. Even more so, they are unwilling to perform it easily, because the killing power is too great and it hurts heaven and harmony. As a result, you used it to beat up a fish? It was also fortunate that he cast it with a strong demonic aura and made a disguise. Otherwise the identity of the undercover agent of the righteous path would have been exposed. Senior me. Seeing this, Kong Haoren's expression was delighted, feeling more and more that he had made the right friend. What an honor it was to have a confidant in life. As he spoke, he also pounced into the pool of water, opening his mouth to recite the brocade article. A dark smoky aura of literature surrounded him and shielded him. The two of them were like demonic monks and ghosts. Their aura was so strong that it was unimaginable. All of them exerted the strongest means, and blasted towards the corrupted spirit that had just tricked them. I blossom. The Buddha says hell is in the air. When sword breaks the sky. Buddha's fury. The two killed continuously, and the entire fallen spirit pool was directly boiling. The water of the pool was agitated, and countless fallen spirits were frantically fleeing, and a rare panic surfaced in their eyes that should have been unconscious. In particular, the fallen spirit that had been blasted by Mi Suhui and Kong Haoren was terrified beyond measure, his face turning white and his body trembling, terrified to the extreme. It had never dreamed that it would incur such a big trouble after just teasing the other party. Almost instantly, it had its skin split open and screamed miserably. The sound of grief resounded throughout the fallen spirit pool. It was very harsh and unpleasant to hear, but the killing moves didn't show the slightest sign of stopping, and it could only keep dodging. It was the first time that it had been in such a sorry state in the fallen spirit pool. It's all going to be desperate. Swish! Just when this abortive spirit was about to run out of strength and had no way to dodge, the surrounding area resounded as if the waves were tumbling, and a water column as thick as a bucket, containing a strange and horrifying aura that seemed to be able to corrode everything, was like thousands of swimming dragons, sweeping towards Mi Suhui and Kong Haoren. The counterattack of the other fallen spirits in the fallen pool began. Not good. The two men's complexions changed slightly, and they were very unwilling inwardly, but they didn't take any chances and turned around to retreat, because this pool of water was full of corrosiveness. They could only delay the corrosion by exerting extremely strong means, but they were not completely immune. After the battle just now, the mana protection shielding their outside had been almost corroded, and if they were hit by so many water pillars again, they would really be in trouble. Squeak! Countless fallen spirits surfaced, all making strange noises as if mocking the two for fleeing, or maybe it was an angry threat to keep the two from leaving. In response, Mi Suhui and Kong Haoren didn't have any concern at all. Fight if you can beat them. Run if you can't. A reasoning that fools know. How could they not understand? On the shore, Sugu had already stood up, holding the spectral magic staff in his hand, watching the two below, and if the situation was bad, he would make a timely move to save them. Such great two good seedlings for devil cultivation. How could he, the future devil lord, sit back and just waste them? Fortunately, both of them grasped the balance, retreated in time, and did not suffer too serious damage. No harm done. The two were just about to sit down and take a break. But a fallen spirit violently swallowed a mouthful of pool water, and then violently spat it out, as if it were a green poisonous arrow, running through. It grazed Mizui's shoulder. A drop of blood traced over Mizui's shoulder. Mizui. With this strike, the attack was not strong, nor did it contain any toxins, but while it doesn't hurt much, it's extremely insulting. Disembarkation of Misuhui. As a monk, good temper, originally were all going to be angry to subside. At this moment, the anger swish up again. Face black, feel to be angry to death. He was actually provoked by a fish. Let go of me. Today the little monk will definitely overpower it. Misuhui's eyes were furious and very agitated. Kong Haoran, who had just gone ashore to regulate his breathing, heard Misuhui's words and first froze. I didn't stop you. Then reacted and hurriedly pulled Misuhui and advised. Forget about it. Don't get generalized with a fish. Recuperate for a few days. We have a long time anyway. We'll clean them up sooner or later. Since senior brother Kong has spoken, let's give them a few days to live. Misuhui coldly said. Sugu, you two have quite a lot of drama. Just immediately after, his attention moved from the two men's actions to the drops of blood that Misuhui had spilled on the ground. This is dragon blood? How can there be dragon blood here? Sugu raised his eyebrows and jerked his head up, looking towards Misuhui's wound that was already about to heal. The undried blood on the wound was indeed dragon's blood as well, making him more and more puzzled. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face dawned on him, and then, he was speechless for a while. What's wrong, senior brother? Is something wrong? Misuhui hesitated. It couldn't be that the saliva arrow was hiding poison, right? Otherwise, why was senior brother Sugu staring at his spilled blood so seriously? Sugu didn't answer him, but said somewhat inexplicably, you're a human, right? Yeah. What's wrong? Mizui wondered. What kind of blood is this? Sugu inquired as he pointed at the blood on the ground again. My blood. Misuhui scratched her head, a little hesitant. It's alright then. Sugu was completely sure, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. His expression changed and changed. It was very complicated. There were surprises and astonishment as well as speechlessness. Looking at the two of them, Misuhui and Kong Haoran, both of them were in a daze. Thought Siogu was having a seizure. Rumor has it that before going undercover into the Devil's Cave, elder brother Su was a bit of a maniac on little Liangshan. So, this is the true use of everyone being like a dragon, Sugu faintly said in his heart, due to the fact that word explanations were generally more abstract. Although he was able to guess quite a few of them, there were also those that he couldn't guess and needed to feel his way through. And the usage of this Renren Ruolong word, to be honest, he hadn't really been able to figure it out until now. Really okay? Kong Haoran said with concern. It's fine. Sugu laughed. I just figured out a little bit about spells. I see. The two of them, Kong Haoran and Misuhui, then dawned on them, before Kong Haoran proposed. The two of us just tried the possibility of catching fallen spirits in Shimitan. It can work, as long as you cooperate with us. The reason why they didn't ask Sugu to join them just now was actually because they were worried about Sugu. After all, even though elder brother Sugu came from a hidden sect, he was only a 3-spirit root, and his bottom card couldn't possibly be more than theirs, so it would be easy for him to be in danger if he ventured down there. Now that the exploration was clear, it was natural to invite Sugu to go down to the pool with him. Only, just as his words landed, the water in the pool in front of them tumbled, and a fallen spirit flashed its turquoise eyes, mobilizing an extremely dancing fiend aura as it stared at the three of them. The feeling of oppression was so powerful that it was unimaginable. This crap just made a move that spooked the snakes. Both Misuhui and Kong Haoran's faces changed slightly, realizing that it was not good. The other party was serious. So many fallen spirits were on guard against them. If it went on like this, unless the group of 6 gathered together, it would be a delivery. It seems like we're going to return fruitlessly. Misuhui and Kong Haoran looked at each other helplessly. In this situation, let alone going down to the pool to catch it, it is impossible to catch it even by fishing. The fact that it was fruitless was nothing, but these guys had the nerve to play them like that. To this day, it's spitting water arrows at them. I'll do it. Sugu swept his gaze over the crowd of fallen spirits who were looking at him provocatively, his expression cold and indifferent as he patted Kong Haoran and Misuhui on the shoulders and said, "Watch this, this is how the fish are caught." With that said, the Tiger King, who had dug the cave. His whole body exploded, as if he had a premonition of something bad, and with a fierce roar, he leapt out of the cave. Immediately afterward, the entire cavern erupted with vast ethereal light, permeated with a profound and incomparable Tao pattern aura that was frightening, as if it was a black hole that swallowed the heavens and devoured the earth, wanting to swallow everything around into it. In an instant, the entire pool water of the fallen spirit pool began to fly and roll toward this tiger's den. Chapter 50, We're fishermen. How can we be so aggrieved? In an instant, the water of the entire fallen spirit pool began to fly and roll towards this tiger's den. Dragon pools and tiger lairs. When there is a tiger lair near you, you can open a spatial channel to connect to the nearest dragon pool. Sugu note. This kind of sight directly shocked countless people. Senior brother, this is to draw water? How did he do it? What kind of spell is this? Misu Hui and Kong Haoran stood in awe, their eyes filled with amazement. While the two of them were still figuring out how to launch nets to catch fish and how to go down to catch by hand, senior brother Su was already figuring out how to pump water. It's just that the pool here is special, and the environment it's in is special, so it should be even harder to pump water. Sugu casually said, it's just an ordinary space-type spell. If you want to learn it, I can teach you guys some other day. It's good to pass it on, but whether or not you can learn it is another story. Space-type spells? Can it be cultivated at the chi refining stage? Misu Hui and Kong Haoran were once again shocked. These types of spells were generally only mastered by Jindan cultivators, and even they had only touched the threshold. It's worthy of being Brother Su. The understanding of the Great Tao was actually far above them. Is he really just a three-spirit root? In particular, they tried to see the principle of operation, but found that they could not understand it at all. However, didn't you just say, senior brother, that the environment here is special and there's no way for you to cheat? Misu Hui touched his bald head and said with some hesitation, it's not like I'm cheating. Sugu was puzzled. Misu Hui and Kong Haoran were first stunned, then they reacted. It was those two old devils who didn't limit the rules, so naturally it wasn't too much to do anything about it. With that, the two looked at senior brother Su with admiration on their faces. Although they were incredibly proud of themselves and felt that they were more talented than anyone else, at this moment they were willing to admit that Sugu was the strongest genius in this world. Immediately after that, there was unimaginable elation, excitement to the extreme. With a vengeful look, his gaze sweeping towards the group of fallen spirits in the pool of water, with the thrill of having his revenge avenged. Swish! What are they doing? Pumping? How is that possible? It's harder than getting off the net. How can he do it? The cultivators on the sidelines were shocked, as if they had seen the most unbelievable scene in the world. All of them stood up and spoke out in shock, with shock written all over their eyes. It's a moment that shakes the worldview. So, it's still possible to do this? Isn't this crazy? Pumping the water out of a pool just to catch some depraved souls? Equally astonished were the group of fallen spirits hiding in the pool of water, constantly provoking and mocking Sugu's trio. Their smiles instantly solidified and disappeared, with only fear and panic remaining on their faces. Squeak! They roared angrily, their eyes blood-red, as if they had transformed into a supreme demonic beast, sweeping through the water of the roiling pool, pouncing on Sugu to make a death-defying counterattack. Sugu must be stopped, otherwise, they are only dead. Poof, poof, poof. However, just as they leapt up, they were caught in the net by Sugu, who was holding the underworld demon staff in his hand, releasing 6 artifact spirits like hideous Shura, holding a large plunge net. Sending? What are you sending? Kong Haoran and Misui raised their eyebrows and said to the artifact spirit, fish them hard for me. These 6 artifact spirits, although they were spirit bodies, were huge, more than 10 meters in size, as if they had topped heaven and earth, and the sense of oppression was strong to the extreme. It's not even close to easy to deal with a pumped-up fallen spirit. In 3 or 2 strokes, the fallen spirit in tan was captured. Senior brother, let the 2 of us take these courses. The last few fallen spirits, Misu Hui and Kong Haoran snapped out, grabbing the whaling stick and greeting them. No one would not believe it if they said they were making hand-beaten fish balls. You're the only ones who dare fool us. How dare you? We fish. Can we take this kind of abuse? The 2 sought out the few fallen spirits that had provoked them, and they gathered them up. There was a lot of screaming. These aborted spirits can be said to regret to the extreme. How can not think that actually messed with a few crazy? Sugu didn't care about this, but said indifferently, these 6 fallen spirits are sent to you. However, now is not the time to clean them up. Adjust and prepare for battle. There were a total of 49 fallen spirits in the pool, and after sending out 6 fallen spirits, there were 43 left, which was barely enough for him. Then we'll take it. Thank you, senior brother. The 2 were not polite. They were all their own people. Being polite would be out of place. They would definitely not forget senior brother Su if they had something good. Only, Sugu's latter half-sentence caused them to look slightly stunned. somewhat confused. Isn't it over? Is it to deal with those demonic cultivators who were watching from the sidelines? There's no need to prepare anywhere. Just as this thought, a loud boom came. The entire tiger's nest from the inside erupted with unimaginable might, and for a time, demonic winds rose in all directions, and thunder rolled. This, Misu Hui and Kong Haoren were all shocked, hastily ingesting those abortive spirits, running their magic power, standing beside Su Gu, standing in a strict stance. This might, the enemy is not simple. And on the other side, who is it? Who's dumping garbage into the king's bath? Looking for death. Don't let this king catch you, or I'll eat your entire clan. In the distant East China Sea, an unimaginable commotion erupted in a Jiaolong pool cave. A giant Jiaolong tens of meters tall, gulping demonic flames and roaring to the sky, angry to the extreme. He had been taking a dip in the dragon pool when a large amount of wastewater suddenly came pouring in. Not only did it ruin his bath, it poured all over his head. Can this be tolerated? He's the king of these waters, who see not respectfully kneeling down, so disobedient to him, not a death is what. In the midst of his fury, he was keenly aware of the depths of the dragon pool, which seemed to harbor a space formation that hooked into another space. That unimaginable amount of wastewater came from nowhere. His violent temper, on the spot, came up, and he directly leapt into the space formation. He wanted to strike and slaughter the entire clan of people who teased him. Why is the Jiao Demon King angry again? But don't flood our village. Pray for the indestructible God's blessing and send a divine general down to collect it. If it continues like this, your people will perish completely. The people of the villages and towns around the sea area, sensing the commotion, were terrified to the extreme, and all of them knelt down, shivering as they prayed for divine refuge. Of course, they knew in their hearts that this was just their fantasy, and if prayers worked, this poisonous and evil augur would have been removed long ago. It is you three mole crickets that have offended this king? The Jiao Dragon King was furious, his huge body poking out from the tiger's den, his body exuding amazing might. His demonic fury was monstrous, as if he was a demonic god that had come from hell. His cultivation level was actually the middle stage of Jindan. This is a Jindan ancestor. Swish, a group of cultivators watching from afar, all pale, legs and feet soft, face despair, facing the middle Jindan cultivator they cannot resist, let alone the legendary dragon. The wind is pulling tightly. It's a dragon? Sensing the commotion, Misu Hui and Kong Haoren didn't even think twice before opening their mouths to Su Gu, intending to tactically retreat. After all, the visitor is a middle Jindan. Although they have strong natural talent and countless cards, but after all, it is still only the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Bullying the 9th layer of the foundation is okay. Joining forces is the 1st layer of Jindan. It is not impossible to fight, but the middle Jindan is really cannot be beaten. Only, after noticing that the comber was a Jiaolong, the corners of their mouths rose, revealing a playful smile as they silently took out the fishing net woven with heavenly spider demon silk and the whaling stick crafted from Antarctic silver wood that they had specially prepared before coming to the cold pool. Coincidentally, the fishing net woven by the heavenly spider demon silk is specially designed to attack the Jiao dragon. The whaling stick made of Antarctic silver wood also specializes in destroying Jiao dragons. Chapter 51. What doesn't defeat me will make me stronger. Senior brother. Just watch. Watch the two of us clean him up. Misu Hui and Kong Haoren's eyes flashed as they pounced with their weeping sticks in hand. Griffin, seek death. The dragon was burning with rage. Seeing the two of them, Misu Hui and Kong Haoren, not only did they not flee, but even dared to launch a counterattack at him, angering him more and more, with demonic flames burning behind them, as if they were going to set the surrounding air ablaze. When did Emir Qi practicing stage mole cricket dare to provoke him? Roar! With a dragon's roar, thousands of streams of light that seemed like flying swords erupted from his mouth, blasting towards the two men, and wherever he passed, the ground exploded. Countless pieces of stone turned into mincemeat, and flickered with bursts of fire. But Misu Hui and Kong Haoren, however, their expressions remained unchanged, and the two of them violently threw out the net woven by the heavenly spider demon silk in their hands, the spiritual light spreading, as if it contained a special Dao rhythm. The dragon's breath that was spat out by the augur dragon sprinkled down and melted and dissipated as much as it could. Then, the go-getter fell towards the augur. This is a trap. At that moment, the augur's pupils suddenly shrunk, and it was very alarmed, letting out a roar. These two, obviously, were prepared. Otherwise, who in their right mind would carry these two magic treasures with them? A whaling rod made from the Antarctic silver wood where the holy bird Garuda had inhabited, and a web woven from the silk of the sky demon spider, which fed on the augur dragon, were targeted at him, pulling all over the place. Okay, it's clearly a trap. The two of them, Kong Haoren and Misu Hui, had the corners of their mouths twitching and their foreheads crawling with black lines. What's wrong with you?
The two of them had specially prepared these two magic treasures in order to capture the fallen spirit, all of them targeting water-type spirits, especially the dragon genus. Who knows, the fallen spirit is not afraid of these two things at all. Not only did the two of them get nothing, they made a fool of themselves. Now that it was brought up by the augur, naturally his face couldn't bear it. If you can't cure the fallen spirit, you can't cure you. The dragon? The two of them, Kong Haoran and Misu Hui, held the weeping stick in their hands and suppressed it forcefully. Deceiving is too much. Even if you hold these two magic treasures in your hands, which specifically restrain this king, it's too delusional for you to want to take down this king with just your strength at the 9th level of chi cultivation. The dragon saw that heaven and earth were isolated, and although there were many cultivators around, most of them were cannon fodder, and his heart immediately gained confidence, and his eyes blossomed with cold light, and his killing intent surged. As he spoke, the entire augur body was pulled out of the dragon pool and descended completely. The entire body, as if it was cast in iron, glittered with dark luster, hideous and smooth, full of evil beauty, bringing a pressure that was even more terrifying to the extreme. It caused the small world where the fallen spirit pool was located to be filled with fierce winds and rolling red thunder. Augur leaped divine destruction. The Jiaolong performed a supreme spell, thousands of thunder flashes, charging straight at Misu Hui and Kong Haoran to kill them. He wanted to top the restraints, shattering the heavenly spider demon silk web and the South Pole silverwood weeping stick, and swallowing both of them into his belly. Even if one held a weapon that restrained him, so what? With such a weak self-strength, in front of him, they were still ants. However, when Kong Haoran and Misu Hui saw this scene, they actually burst out laughing. Not only did they burst out laughing, but they even pointed at the pouncing Jiaolong with one hand before turning their heads to look at each other, their faces filled with sneers and contempt, looking for death. When the dragon saw this scene, it became even more furious. Its sanity was about to be lost, mobilizing its entire body. It was going to crush these two brats. He had just arrived in front of the two people, Kong Haoran and Misu Hui, when he heard a strange noise. Then, he saw Misu Hui bloom with monstrous Buddha light. His body was like gold, his height was 6 feet tall, as if he was a Buddha, and the most crucial thing was that there was a roiling demonic aura permeating the sky, incomparably oozing. Kong Haoran beside the countless books of Confucian sacred texts shadow without wind, flying over, appearing in the sky 7-colored text, the vastness of the gas across the 8 wastelands, set him off as if the Confucian little saint, but the ghosts and fury of the gas surrounded. The two people's aura skyrocketed like two absolute demonic Buddhas and ghostly Confucians. In an instant, the situation flipped. In the eyes of the crowd, the Jiaolong, which was hideous and terrifying as if it was an immortal demonic god in the last instant, became like a small loach in front of the two of them, Kong Haoran and Misu Hui. Kong Haoran and Misu Hui held the wailing rod in their hands. Their smiles were very plain and easygoing, but in the eyes of the crowd, they were incomparably hideous. Kong Haoran, just you? Dare to yell at us? Mizui, eat your heart out. Ha! As the words landed, the wailing rods fell from the hands of the two men, as if mountains were dropping down, and the sense of oppression was so strong that it was unimaginable. Boom! The dragon was directly knocked to the ground, dazed and confused. Not that his head had suffered a heavy blow, but rather, he couldn't figure out why these two brats, who appeared to be only at the chi refining stage, had suddenly become so terrifying. Can't figure it out at all. Wow! In the distance, shocked voices continued to be heard as all the cultivators were shocked by the scene and were unable to calm down, their hearts beating violently. Aren't you in the chi stage? How can you be so fierce? Sugu also had the corners of his mouth twitching, his mind numbly criticized. What two wall hangers? It's not even a matter of luck to take two random props that just happen to restrain this augur. Strength is also so strong. Fighting at a higher level is like eating a family meal. It's almost like a pervert. However, after thinking about this righteous five, all have the world's strongest natural talent and the strongest background. Put in the words of the novel, it is clear that it is the treatment of the son of the destiny of the fate of the protagonist of the treatment. Sugu also relieved. It does seem normal. Then, Sugu silently withdrew the dozen or so lightning-inducing talismans that he had already taken out, as well as the talisman paper that had summoned the two elders, Red Flame and Blue Flame. These dozen or so lightning attraction talismans, which he had borrowed from roaring Vishnu sky, were able to attract the 9 heavens in thunder, which was incredibly powerful. As for the summoning talisman paper, it wasn't a real summoning talisman. That one was too precious and the magic cave didn't have it. It's just a backdoor left by the two elders, Red Flame and Blue Flame. And when it's crushed, the two elders outside will know that something has happened here, and will descend here directly. His original intention was to use lightning-inducing charms to blow up an electrocute fish, plain and simple. If it stirred up a hornet's nest, then shake the people and call out to the two elders, Red Flame and Blue Flame. However, This mediocre idea was abandoned after being given the gift of the dragon's den.
Obviously, pumping is more enjoyable. As such,
these means were also used to guard against the overwhelming dragon that might kill against the current after connecting to the dragon pool.
Now,
seeing that Misu Hui and Kong Haoran were easily suppressing that auger dragon and had absolutely no use for these means,
he naturally put them away. Ahead,
the screams continued. Misu Hui and Kong Haoran thrashed that auger dragon for a while.
Facing the two of them, Misu Hui and Kong Haoran,
who were holding the heavenly demon spider web and the Antarctic silverwood weeping stick, Jiaolong simply had no power to fight back and was directly hung up.
A few moments later, Jiao Dragon's skin cracked, shivering lying on the ground.
Long ago lost the previous untamed. Low head prostrate on the ground,
good like a poor worm.
If it wasn't for the Jiaolong species,
with its thick skin and flesh, it might have been killed by the random stick. At this moment, he wanted to ask who exactly was Jin Dan and who was practicing Qia. The two of them, Kong Haoran and Misu Hui,
with their sleeves hunting and hands on their backs,
slowly descended from the sky, with a powerful aura,
as if they were gods descending from the heavens, attracting the crowd of cultivators like a tidal wave of astonishment and shock.
Instead of being arrogant,
they had indignation and loss written all over their faces. A four-legged loach is really a four-legged loach.
So unforgiving.
It's this damn devil's cave.
The suppression is too strong. If it wasn't for that invisible suppression from the devil's cave,
I would have been in the middle stage of foundation establishment long ago. Where's the need for these things when you beat this four-legged loach like this? The two cursed and were not satisfied with their performance just now, and even felt a bit defeated. They were perhaps the worst heavenly spirit roots among their peers who had mixed it up.
Su Gu,
watching with his own eyes, a stream of incomparably thick resentment bubbled up from the two men's heads and surged towards him.
Su Gu,
who was burdened with the words of a man of the middle, had long since become accustomed to it, and the smile on his face remained unchanged,
as if he hadn't heard their complaints, and instead, he inspired the two men to say, "It's normal to be suppressed when heaven's destiny is to raise demons, but, there is a saying that you remember, what does not defeat me will eventually make me stronger."
I believe that heavily envious talents such as the senior brothers will certainly become the strongest Confucian and Zen cultivators ever after this training.
Hiss, what can't defeat me will eventually make me stronger.
Misu Hui and Kong Haoran's eyes flashed with a ray of essence, their fighting spirit rising, and the more they tasted these words, the more they felt that they made sense, as if they contained infinite true meaning.
Immediately afterward, the two marveled, no wonder senior brother can be so strong.
It turns out that he has long since comprehended the true meaning of cultivation,
and,
we're still not working hard enough.
Not bad, very aware. The future is promising.
Su Gu nodded his head in satisfaction,
then looked at the Jiaolong on the ground and frowned. What's your origin?
After urging the dragon pool and tiger denwards,
the tiger den is connected to the nearest nearby dragon pool.
But the Great Shang dynasty is tightly regulated, and if it is the augur of the central continent, it shouldn't be so bloodthirsty. But, if it wasn't for the central continent's augur, how would his dragon pool have been connected to it? It was then that Misu Hui and Kong Haoran remembered,
and were equally serious,
their eyes like swords,
staring at the augur on the ground. There's been a crackdown lately. Where did you come from? Surprisingly, able to be a leak?
Apparently, they've been noticing this for a long time.
2. Chapter 52, This thing and I are fated to be together. Master, spare your life. I'll say it, all of it. Never torture me. When the dragon heard the question,
it directly prostrated itself on the ground,
and with a sniffle and a tear,
it incomparably dryly said, I was originally a snake demon from a small archipelago in the East China Sea,
and I could only eat birds for a living. But one day, when I was out, I encountered a torrent and was swept into a cold pool.
There is a supreme treasure that shimmers with holy light in that cold pool, and I feel my entire body's blood boiling just by being close to it. So I lived next to that treasure, and it didn't take long for my bloodline to start returning and evolving to the level it is today. He had only recently evolved into a Jiaolong,
and was on a remote seashore,
and had been making waves for a short period of time, so that's why he hadn't been suppressed by the righteous path or the imperial court.
A supreme treasure? The two of them, Misu Hui and Kong Haoran, looked at each other,
a ray of interest flashing in their eyes.
Just by living in its vicinity, it could make ordinary snake demons
open their bloodline to return to their ancestors, and gradually evolve into a dragon's supreme treasure,
which was an absolute supreme treasure in any place.
Of course, the two of them weren't really that interested in treasures.
It's mostly about coming to the fun,
Su Gu said in a deep voice.
What if it's a fake, deliberately swindling us into stepping into the dragon pool, and then, trying to find a way to trap and kill us?
Right.
Misu Hui also realized this.
Simply search your soul directly,
Kong Haoran said impatiently.
Ha! The augur dragon was instantly shocked.
No, it can't even give an honest explanation? Immediately afterward,
his legs and feet went soft,
and his entire auger dragon body almost softened into mud and fainted to death. Soul searching, the impact on the divine soul is too great. After soul searching, even if you don't die, you will be demented. Sugu looked at Kong Haoran in surprise. I swear in the name of the ferrying Heavenly Father that if I have the slightest intention of plotting against the three lords, or swindling their intentions, I will be struck by the five thunders, and I will be denied reincarnation for all eternity. The dragon hastened to make a vow of faith. Ferrying Heavenly Father, an ancient thunder cultivator, rumored to be a ferrying powerhouse with a fledgling Dao fruit about thunder, was said to have been able to ascend, but later changed the purpose of his Dao fruit in order to subsidize his family, providing the world with the service of swearing as a guarantee. The person who swears needs to pay some spirit stones or essence to conclude the thunderbolt oath, and if it is violated, a thunderbolt will land and punish. This change made him a lot of money, but the fruits of the Dao were real crooked, and he also lost the opportunity to ascend. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, no one can say. Even by virtue of his own power to bring crooked all the lay cultivators, a large number of lay cultivators were influenced by him, and when they had achieved success in their cultivation, they would also try to take over the business and earn some extra money, resulting in the thunder cultivation. There hadn't been an immortal for tens of thousands of years. Then let's keep him, Mi Su Hui said. After being reminded by Su Gu, he also felt that it was a bit difficult to get the ghosts to chant for him, and had already set his mind on the demons. This augur is a good test subject. Su Gu and Kong Haoran naturally knew what he was thinking and did not refuse. Thank you, three great masters. The dragon was overjoyed and cried tears of joy, very actively removing the dragon tendons, pulling out the dragon bones, and pulling off the reverse scales, its strength plummeting, making it easy for the three to control. Then, hovering his body in front of the three Su Gu people, he stuck out his tongue and hailed respectfully, "Please sit down. I'll take the three great masters to find that supreme treasure." All three had their mouths agape. So knowledgeable. This augur also has the potential to cultivate magic. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the augur dragon dragged Su Gu and the three of them, and as soon as they leapt into the tiger's den, they leapt out of the dragon pool, which was 1,000,000 miles away from this place, with a great sound, and the crowd of cultivators around the fallen spirit pool were completely dumbfounded. You finish pumping out the fallen spirit pool, all the fallen spirit fishing, and then, just like that, you're gone? What about us? Didn't we come here for nothing? Boom! The dragon landed and shook the 9 heavens. The aborigines on the nearby islands looked up from their horror. Their whole bodies trembled tremendously, tears flowed from their eyelids, and despair was written all over their faces, having already resigned themselves to their fate and intending to go to their deaths openly, to be devoured by the augur dragon. However, they waited for a long time, but they didn't wait for the dragon's bloody mouth. Look, there's someone on that evil dragon. What a handsome trio, especially the one in the center, simply a heavenly god. No, they are the gods of heaven come down. Our indestructible God answered us. The most instrumental one in the center is the incarnation of the indestructible God, and the two next to him are the right and left protectors of the God, the good and evil divine generals. They subdued the evil dragon. The islanders only looked up and saw the three Su Gu with their feet on the augur dragon's head, and at once, they wept with joy and bent down on their knees, their eyes filled with devotion and fervor. The gods came down to earth, and there was no room for impiety and fervor. A few moments later, it was straight into a clan dance to celebrate the day. The other side. Strange, why do I feel a power of faith floating around? Could it be that I'm too handsome and dashing? And then, I've been worshipped as a male god by trillions of young girls? Kong Haoran's brows furrowed slightly, puzzled. Su Gu's mouth twitched. Are all Confucian cultivators like this? You've come to feel it too? Little Monk thought that it was because the karma of the previous life had not been completely severed. It seems that it was a mistake on the part of the little monk. Hurrah! Mi Su Hui said in astonishment. You came to feel it too? Kong Haoran was shocked and disappointed. Kong Haoran and Mi Su Hui looked at Su Gu as if they were waiting for Su Gu to speak. Su Gu nodded his head faintly. I also have this feeling, but it's very faint. It shouldn't be that there's a power of faith floating around. After all three of us have come to feel it. Guess the aftermath of traveling through space. It's possible. Kong Haoran and Mi Su Hui nodded in agreement. Apparently, they took no notice of the natives of the archipelago, and when their emotions had subsided, they stamped their feet on the augur, plunged into the seawater, and descended rapidly, after passing through innumerable dark currents. In the end, it appeared in an undersea basin that was 1,000 feet deep and seemed to have collapsed down directly for thousands of miles in circumference. And within this undersea basin, there was no breath of life. The internal waters all emanate an eerie aura, sacred and demonic. This place seems like an ancient battlefield. Kong Haoran frowned. Mi Su Hui added, to be exact, it should be a weapon pit. A mighty weapon dangled down and smashed a pit of this size in the sea. Ha! Hearing Kong Haoran and Mi Su Hui's conversation, Sugu raised his eyebrows, having a feeling of refreshing his perception. You guys aren't kidding, right? Such a big place is a pit smashed out by a cultivation powerhouse. Whose weapon fell? This immortal cultivation powerhouse was a bit too strong. Let's go. Take a deeper look. Maybe we can really come across treasures. Kong Haoran's face was delighted as he urged. Buzz. The closer he got, the more he could feel the bizarre aura of sacredness and demonic evil intertwined together, and the pressure encountered by the augur dragon grew bigger and bigger, and soon he could not continue to go deeper. Sugu also felt the pressure. Mi Su Hui was relatively relaxed, and Kong Haoran was the most relaxed and even a little excited. This object and I have a destiny. Kong Haoran exulted. Could it be the Ru Dao Supreme Treasure? Mi Su Hui and Sugu clearly felt a pang of disappointment. Letting Kong Haoran, the dog, get a supreme treasure was worse than killing both of them. The three of them abandoned their augur seats and parted the waters themselves, heading into the depths. But, at the end of the walk, there was only an axe. Sugu and Mi Su Hui's gazes were like swords as they landed on Kong Haoran in unison. Although, this axe is flickering with internalized ethereal light, surrounded by mysterious runes, exuding an aura of ancient vicissitudes. It is extraordinary and is a well-deserved supreme treasure, but you say that it is destined to be with you. A Confucian cultivator? Chapter 53, refusing to fulfill obligations but choosing to enjoy power. Why are they all looking at me like that? We're Confucian cultivators, not mere readers. Being both literate and martial is a basic quality. Okay, the world of immortals is so chaotic. How can you reason with others without an axe at your side? Kong Haoran noticed the look in Sugu's and Mi Su Hui's eyes and was puzzled, retorting as a matter of course. Mi Su Hui froze, very surprised. Are a bit skeptical of their own ears? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Take an axe to reason with others. Are you reasoning? But, even though his instincts told him that reasoning shouldn't require an axe, he couldn't really argue against it. After listening, Sugu tasted it slightly, but was very agreeable, and said seriously, it's this reasoning. When one encounters a shiokai, there is a way to reason with a shiokai, and when one encounters a physical cultivator, there should also be a way to reason with a physical cultivator. Rather, it was my previous perception of the Confucian cultivator that was a bit narrow. Mi Su Hui looked at Sugu in surprise. Is this what Rudolph originally looked like? For some reason, he always felt something was wrong. Right. Seeing that he had received Sugu's approval, Kong Haoran became more and more pleased, and without any hesitation, he took a step forward and approached the most central undersea supreme treasure. With that, he was about to raise his hand to grab it. However, a line of mysterious and vast runes emerged above the axe, forming a row of small characters. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This axe, containing monstrous power, can represent the Confucian orthodoxy. If you take it, your strength will skyrocket. Are you willing to give everything for the world? From now on, cultivate your body and family, rule the country and level the world? As the small line of words surfaced, the corner of Mi Su Hui's mouth twitched. It's really a Ru Dao supreme treasure. Sugu was also a bit surprised. It was understandable that it was a Ru Dao treasure, but for this axe to represent the Ru Dao orthodoxy, it was a bit too much, right? Feeling like it's still a legacy item? Then, Mi Su Hui's complexion moved slightly, and she admonished Kong Haoran. It seems that in order to obtain this treasure, you need to bear karma. Are you sure you want to? This supreme treasure is not so easy to take. Only, before his words fell, Kong Haoran's hand was already on top of the axe. Being so decisive was completely beyond the two men's expectations. Mi Su Hui gave Kong Haoran a high look. He did not doubt Kong Haoran's heart of that righteousness, but the requirement on this treasure is to give everything for the world's living beings. It is impossible to do so without being selfless and a saint of the highest goodness. Sugu similarly raised his eyebrows. It was painful to see. Had he been wrong about Kong Haoran? No, Kong Haoran said very frankly. As he spoke, the hand that held the axe exerted a fierce force, pulling the axe up in its entirety. He refused to take on obligations, but chose to enjoy power. Axe? The axe had been humming, its divine light dazzling and its Dao rhythms filling the air, and especially when it was about to be picked up by Kong Haoran, it was even more obvious that excitement and agitation could be felt from it. But just as Kong Haoran's words landed, it quieted down. The light and the sound, as well as the Dao rhythm, all simply disappeared, so much so that it seems to be frothing. Again, it's as if the heart of excitement and euphoria died outright. He wasn't the only one who froze, but also Sugu and Mi Su Hui. It still works like that? The two men looked at each other and said in unison. Sugu is the loss of uneducated. See less. This kind of scene, only seen in the words of the book, often are the treatment of the main character of the destiny, thought that the only way to take away the treasure is to agree to it. So, The last wish left behind by the previous owner of the treasure doesn't have to be granted. On the other hand, Ni Su Hui, seeing Kong Haoren so decisive and righteous, did not expect him to refuse at all. This operation was completely beyond his knowledge. What? Is there a problem? Kong Haoren became more and more puzzled. It asked me if I was willing, and I wasn't. Su Gu and Mi Su Hui both looked at each other speechlessly. Logically, seems to be fine. With that, the gaze fell to the axe. He didn't want to, and you let him pull you out? Mi Su Hui is painfully aware of this. He is also afraid that his brother will have a hard time and that he will not have to fulfill his obligations if he gets the treasure. It's worse than killing him. Axe. It's harder. Who knew that this Confucian Tao Chi rich beyond imagination? Seeing the small line of words that surfaced on his face, with zeal and determination written on his face, the Confucian repaired seedling would come to this hand. It has not seen a Confucian cultivator due to more than 100,000 years, let alone such a good Confucian Dao seedling with outstanding talent. Just too excited. Joy blinded reason. In a hurry, it did not wait for Kong Haoren to finish answering, and chose to accept Kong Haoren. As it turned out, the wrong one. Now, is it still appropriate to jump back in? Boom, boom, boom. Obviously it's inappropriate. As it was taken out by Kong Haoren and no longer suppressed the surrounding area, the surrounding ocean began to stir. The seawater tumbled and swept so loudly that the mountain ranges at the bottom of the sea began to collapse. Run! Mi Su Hui crushed a Vajra talisman, pulled Su Gu and Kong Haoren, and sped away as streams of light. This is, sensing the commotion, the scaly dragon that was guarding outside, trembled and instinctively wanted to flee. But, if you escape, will you be killed by those three crazy people? To death? After all, it's a tough fight out there, and this sea isn't that big, so where can you escape to? Moreover, with the sinister and viciousness of those three people, although they didn't put a ban on him on the surface, but secretly they must have been on the means. Just as he made up his mind to go out and swim against the current to pick up Su Gu's trio, Ni Su Hui's voice rang out. It's a pity that it didn't escape, or else I could have eaten roasted loach. The dragon's scalp tingled. Aren't you a Buddhist? Do you still eat meat? However, immediately after that, he was fortunate that he did not want to escape, or else he would have been finished. Boom! The dragon leapt up and flew out of the sea, tumbling over the clouds and escaping the dark waves of the sea, and then, after a moment, plunged headlong into the dragon pool of his own breath. Along the dragon pool, it flew into the middle of the tiger's den. It was just that. In order to return to his ancestral cultivation with the help of the sacred axe of Confucianism, he had built the dragon pool very close to the axe. He had just led Su Gu and the others, leaping into the tiger's den and back into the fallen spirit pool, when huge waves from the monstrous sea swept in, wanting to pour into the fallen spirit pool. Not good. It's going to flood over. Kong Haoren and Mi Su Hui showed panic on their faces, rushed to destroy the tiger's den. Su Gu's expression remained unchanged as he spoke to Kong Haoren and Mi Su Hui. Yes, the two men and the augur cast a spell to stop the pouring ocean and attempt to destroy the tiger's den. But just then, there was a strange noise in the distance. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Earlier, a group of cultivators who were fishing in the distance. Their faces were excited, very manic and ecstatic, and one by one, they harnessed their flying swords and sped over. Spells were brewing in his hands, even more so, he was clearly aiming at the three Su Gu people. What a providence, I thought they were gone. I didn't realize that it had come back. Not only did he come back, but he also caused trouble, and now not only is he overwhelmed, but he even crumbled the prohibition that restricts us here. All the cultivators had paid a great price for fishing for aborted spirits, and when they saw that all the aborted spirits had been fished away by Su Gu and the others, they were naturally unwilling in their hearts. Even when the water was drained, they didn't try to leave, but reluctantly tried to rummage through the puddles to find the missing fish. Now, the three Su Gu people had returned in a sorry state, and had even shaken the prohibitions of this heaven and earth, no longer restraining them. It was naturally regarded by them as a heavenly opportunity. Kids, hand over the fallen spirit or die. Threatening voice just issued. Their attacks has already fallen. All are deadly killing moves. Ordinary chi cultivators, as long as the contact is bound to die. However, Su Gu saw the scene, but a wisp of a cold smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. All thought they were done running. I didn't realize that all of them are here waiting to die. As he spoke, tens of feet of black smoke and fog emerged behind him, and 6 evil spirits emerged, with teeth and claws, as if they had broken heaven and earth, like the descent of the god of hell and the underworld, and the sense of oppression was strong to the extreme. Suddenly, he swept towards the group of cultivators who swooped in. It just so happens that I'm going to cultivate the ghost Dao spell 100 ghosts carrying lotus, and I'm lacking in materials. Su Gu condescended, his demonic flames roaring, and said indifferently, Chapter 54, if you don't kill us, you still want to leave? His aura Why is it so terrifying? It's just a pretense. He's the weakest existence among the three. At this moment, the two strongest ones are resisting the monstrous water scourge, leaving him alone to be able to divide his mind. This is a heavenly opportunity for us. A chi practicing cultivator. Even if he can fight beyond his level, how strong can he be? With so many of us swarming around, we're guaranteed to chop him into mush. Although, Sugu looked devilishly flaming and not to be messed with. But, as the saying goes, many hands make light work. These cultivators, originally gambling dogs, unwilling to heaven's great opportunity, slipped away in front of their eyes, and crowded, one by one, all boiling blood. Killing intent is amazing. Hand over the fallen spirit and spare your lives. They each cast spells. Spiritual light blossomed, demonic mist swept across the 8 directions. The sight was incomparably astonishing, and while the attacks fell, threatening words also came together. Elder brother, watch out. Nisu Hui and Kong Haoran raised their eyebrows slightly, intending to spare their minds and help Sugu defend against the enemy, but he was stopped by Sugu. Reggae dance. Sugu threw the thunder-drawing talisman in his hand, and suddenly the wind and clouds surged in the sky above, and the thunder clouds rolled. But unlike the thunder that normal people saw, the thunder that roamed in this thunder cloud exuded a sinister aura at every turn. It's Een thunder. However, instead of splitting down towards the crowds of cultivators who were pouncing, it landed on the 6 artifact spirits that were summoned by the underworld demon staff. These 6 artifact spirits, which were originally evil spirits with bare flames, not only didn't have any damage after being struck by the Een thunder, but their breath skyrocketed, and they were clad in Een fiendish electric armor, holding thunder in their hands, and their evil aura was rampant. With incomparable ease, he blocked the first round of attacks from the crowd of cultivators. This is a lightning-attracting talisman, and it's also a talisman paper that specializes in triggering Een thunder. This kind of might was directly beyond the crowd's imagination, making the attack of all the cultivators. They all slowed down a bit, and for some reason, they suddenly had a bad premonition, as if they were enveloped by an unspeakable fear in their minds. But, just like that, it shouldn't be able to help so many of them. However, in the next moment, Sugu's hand actually had more than 10 lightning-inducing talismans in it, and he threw them out as many as he could. The thunderclouds expanded wildly, almost instantly forming a giant millstone that rumbled and rolled, expanded, rolled again, and expanded again. The power was so strong that it was beyond cognizance. On the other hand, the 6 evil spirits clad in shadowy lightning, which had been considered as Sugu's means of attack, had never pounced out, merely quietly guarding Sugu's surroundings, shielding him from any cultivators and attacks falling towards him. Damn! How dare you cast so many Een thunder talismans? Isn't he afraid of losing control? Could it be that he wants to die with us? That's also impossible. With so many Een thunder talismans, he's already eating his own words before he can even activate them to attack us. The hearts of all the cultivators panicked. The first round of attacks were blocked by the evil spirits summoned by Sugu as much as they could, and now that the thundercloud had become a reality, it made them feel an unimaginable threat. However, he did not understand why Sugu would do so. Talisman paper, magic treasures and also elixirs all had the ability to drastically increase one's battle power, but they all had a limit, because once they exceeded that limit, one would not be able to control them. It was possible that before one could kill the enemy, he or she would die from the backlash. Squeak! And right at that moment, above Sugu's head, a gray translucent spirit state fox emerged, which was precisely what a fallen spirit had transformed into. Fallen spirit, no fixed form, and then after being refined and recognized, the appearance is transformed by its master's heart. With its appearance, the air agitation vaguely want a storm, uncontrollable cloud of cloudy thunder, actually smoothed down. The function of the fallen spirit was to drastically enhance its master's control over the power of Een and evil. That was why it was worth so much. No! Fallen spirit, how could he refine a fallen spirit so quickly? How did he do it? So many lightning-inducing talismans, or Een lightning, and even more refined fallen spirits. He's been counting on us for a long time. Run! Their faces changed drastically. Their pupils shrank. Their bodies trembled. Their faces showed fear and despair. Very unacceptable. Without any hesitation, they all turned around and fled. No more talk of taking the treasure. Yang Lei is so powerful that the talisman paper on the market is commonly Yan Lei. And Een Lei talismans are pitifully scarce because Een Lei talismans only work wonders under specific conditions, and regular people simply won't use so many Een Lei talismans. And this fallen spirit pool was the perfect place to use the Een thunder talisman. Plus with the aid of the fallen spirit, he was able to catalyze so many lightning-inducing talismans, which was enough to easily suppress a mid-Jindan cultivator. One ring to rule them all. What is this if not specifically targeting them? Sugu indifferently watched all of this, his expression always calm, and faintly said, "Extinguish." As the words landed, Boom, boom, boom. Countless shadowy thunderbolts dangled from the sky, wrist like thunder pillars, as if they were raining, smashed down densely, containing an extreme destructive aura. The screams were incessant and dismal. All of the cultivators' attacks were instantly crushed, and then, it was themselves that were hit and completely exploded. With blood and flesh flying, the sight was horrifying to the extreme. They wanted to escape, but this place was isolated from heaven and earth, so where could they escape to? Spare our lives. We just want a fallen spirit. No offense. Not guilty as charged. Prayers rang out, and the crowd of cultivators were no longer as brash as before. Only fear and despair remained. However, Sugu didn't have any emotional changes at all. How dare you still have the effort to beg for mercy? It seems that the power is still not enough. Chelly urged the thunderclouds to crush down. The scene was instantly reduced to a slaughterhouse, and all the cultivators were blown to smithereens by the thunder, their bodies falling on the spot. None of them were spared. The Jiao Long, who was fending off the water scourge and had wanted to spare his mind to help Sugu so that he could establish some credit, saw this scene and his pupils suddenly shrunk, shocked to the extreme. It was more of an afterthought. He also felt at first that Sugu was the weakest of the three. Now it seems clear that this is the strongest one. Okay. Although, the hard strength was not necessarily better than the two heavenly spirit roots of Kong Haoran and Misu Hui. The soft strength was too strong. The killing moves were a ring of terror, and it was even more ruthless and ironic. That fast? Kong Haoran and Misu Hui were equally shocked. They weren't marveling at this world-shattering tactic of Sugu's, having seen it a long time ago, and in fact, they hadn't put the attacks of these cultivators in their eyes from the beginning to the end. They were just shocked at how Sugu was able to refine a fallen spirit so quickly. They had also obtained the fallen spirit, so they knew how difficult it was to refine it. Even with their amazing stature, it would take 10 days and half a month if they wanted to refine it. With Sugu's 3 spirit roots, even if his enlightenment was amazing, it should at least take several months or even several years. Sugu sat back and watched the souls of all the cultivators after the body fell into resentment, step by step into evil spirits, turned around and erased his hand. He easily destroyed the tiger's den, isolating the connection between the dragon's pool and the tiger's den, and solved the water scourge that swept over the area, and then calmly said, "It's just refining the fallen spirit. It's not that hard." Kong Haoran's mind was moved, incomparably excited, holding the mentality of seeking to learn. "How did you do it? Teach us both?" "It's simple. Grab a fallen spirit and ask it if it's willing to recognize its master in front of the other fallen spirits," Sugu said. "That's it? They can't agree, can they?" Mizui hesitated. "Kill it if you don't agree." Sugu was surprised. "What's the point of keeping it? Ask the next one directly. If you don't agree, keep killing. There's always one who agrees. I'm not short of fallen spirits anyway." The two of them, Kong Haoran and Misu Hui, looked at each other and then remained speechless for a long time. The righteous path and the great Shang dynasty cracked down, and it was very difficult to collect evil spirits, and it was probably only 2 devils with great perseverance such as Red Fire and Blue Flame, who were rooted at the grassroots and had been working for 800 years as one day, who were able to collect such a large number of them. Therefore, every fallen spirit is a supreme treasure of the devil's way. Who would use such a simple and crude tactic? Probably only Sugu, who let him plagiarize the lair of the 2 demons, Red Flame and Blue Flame, and get more than 4 dozen fallen spirits? The other side. All the heavenly demon elders gathered together to discuss the next development plan of the demon cave. Then, the gazes of the crowd naturally landed on the 2 of them, Blue Flame and Red Flame, lamenting that these 2 were really well off. After paying only a few fallen spirits, he solved all the difficulties and smoothly became the lord of the alchemy peak. The crowd was envious. He, there's no way. Who made the 2 of us lucky? The 2 of them, Blue Flame and Red Flame, also hemmed and hawed. This was indeed for them to pick up the pieces and earn a great bargain. How many fallen spirits could they catch if they let Sugu and the 3 of them go fishing? They're guaranteed to eat. It's only 4 channels. Only. In the next instant, the 2 men's expressions changed slightly, finally sensing the movement of the fallen spirit pool, and for some reason they had a bad premonition. Chapter 55, Pigs, Dogs, Beef and Lamb are more affordable. No good. It's the fallen spirit pool that's in trouble. The 2 of them, Red Flame and Blue Flame, changed color in unison, finally noticing the movement in the fallen spirit pool. The fallen spirit pool was a world of its own, isolated from the outside, and if Sugu didn't notify them, they wouldn't be able to detect the internal movements under normal circumstances. It was just that Sugu's trio had made a trip to the East Sea, which had led to a monstrous water disaster that had overwhelmed the formation restrictions they had set up in the fallen spirit pool's small cave, and the commotion had been too great. Naturally, it alarmed both of them. "Gentlemen, we'll excuse you for a moment." Red Fire and Blue Flame, 2 people looked nervous. Inner speculation, very eager, on the spot to open the passage to the abortive spirit pool, fire to break into the abortive spirit pool, fearing that something would happen to the three of them. There was no way. The three of them were too valuable, especially Sugu. There is simply no room for error. They didn't even dare to imagine how the entire Devil's Way would punish them if something happened to the three Sugu people in their fallen spirit pool. However, going the wrong way? Where is this place? How come it looks so much like our fallen spirit pool? Our fallen spirit pool, however, is not in such disrepair. The two of them descended over the fallen spirit pool and looked at the scene below, froze for a while, confused, suspecting that they had gone to the wrong place, because it was nothing like the fallen spirit pool they remembered. Then, he saw the three teenagers standing below. They were superbly temperamental and handsome, full of coy smiles, very human and harmless as they greeted the two of them. It was the three Sugu. Hiss, the two men sucked in cold air. If the three of them are Sugu, then here is. No! Miserable screams rang out, and the two of them, Red Flame and Blue Flame, raised their voices to the sky, their hearts dripping with blood and pain. They were forced to recognize the reality. Their eyes could not bear to look downward, directly by the scene in front of them, to the impact of the gas and blood. Cardiac arrest. Almost fainted to death. Pain. It hurts too much. Good news. The three Sugu are fine. Bad news. The entire fallen spirit pool had disappeared. Not only were the 49 fallen spirits gone, even the water of the pool was gone. What the hell happened? Who? How dare you rob my fallen spirit? Is it to start a war with my magic cave? Red Fire and Blue Flame both had their auras skyrocketed. Demonic flames were monstrous, evil and wild, and all of a sudden, the winds were raging and the shadowy thunder rolled. They were truly angry. It wasn't that the two had lost 49 fallen spirits, it was that they had lost a whole 800 years of hibernation and endurance. Their gazes swept over the hordes of cultivators' corpses under the ground. Then, enraged, they descended from the sky and landed in front of Sugu's three people, holding back their anger. Their voices gloomy. Are you three okay? Nope. The trio blinked and were well behaved. That's good. Red Flame and Blue Flame let out a slight sigh of relief and pointed at the corpses on the ground. Do you know who brought people to fight up here and robbed our fallen spirit pool? They didn't suspect Sugu's trio and thought that someone had beaten their door to their door and robbed the fallen spirit pool, because, with their knowledge of Sugu, being able to fish away 7 or 8 would be considered heaven-defying, not to mention packing away the entire fallen spirit pool, even the water. Hiss. Nisu Hui and Kong Haoran's expressions changed slightly. If they admitted it at this time, they would be beaten to death, right? Of course, they came undercover and were given the means to save their lives by their families, so they certainly wouldn't be killed, but they would be forced to terminate their undercover assignments. They transmitted their voices to Sugu, contemplating whether or not to dump the mysterious enemy. No one fought their way up. Sugu's expression was calm as he said lightly, "It was me who learned a space spell, and then, pumping the water away, fished all the fallen spirits up. There's nothing to hide. It was the two elders who promised that they would come here to catch random fallen spirits." The two elders, Red Flame and Blue Flame, stared with wide eyes and furrowed brows, somewhat doubting their ears. What a strange phrase. To be honest, it was they who, up until now, hadn't been able to fully master a single space spell. How could he, Sugu, a chi practicing realm cultivator, master space spells? Are you saying that you have mastered a space spell? Don't be afraid, just be honest. If the enemy is too strong, we'll be sensible and admit it. Both of them were about to be exasperated and laughed, relieving Sugu. Only, Sugu looked solemn and said very seriously, "Indeed, how is it possible? What realm are you only in?" The two people were surprised out loud, not believing it at all, but associating it with Sugu's previous heaven-defying operation. The skepticism steeply became pitifully small. The two men looked at each other, feeling dizzy and half-cold. If it was snatched by someone else, they would still have a way to snatch it back, but if it fell into Sugu's hands, then they wouldn't be able to get it back at all. This was, after all, what they had opened their mouths to promise Sugu to catch. In fact, even without the promise beforehand, they didn't dare to ask Sugu for it. The two men wanted to cry. It was known that it was impossible to take advantage from Sugu. And what's with this body on the ground? The two men said reluctantly. This time it was Sugu's turn for the three of them to be puzzled. Isn't this the two elders? Using the fallen spirits as bait, designing to lure the crowd of cultivators to come and descend here, actively sacrificing their blood, flesh, and essence to feed the fallen spirits in the pool? Sugu said hesitantly. It can still be like this? The two elders, Blue Flame and Red Flame, stared with wide eyes, quite unbelievable, as if they had opened up a whole new world. The three Sugu people were speechless. Emotionally, these two demon cave elders hadn't even thought of such a thing. And these people? Counselor Seo said.
The fallen spirit pool is not tightly isolated from the outside world, and there are many spatial cracks spreading out, and because it emits a dense chi, it tends to attract hordes of demons, ghosts, devils, and other cultivators. If they aren't enemies, they should be the ones who triggered quite a few spatial cracks when we opened the passageway to send you in, and the cultivators guarding the vicinity of those cracks took advantage of the situation to break in. Elder Blue Flame said, I told you that I felt someone slip in earlier. Elder Redfire said, then how do the fallen spirits here feed? Kong Haoran's brows furrowed slightly as he pursued the question. Mizui nodded from the sidelines. They obviously couldn't believe what the other side was saying. These cultivators, if they weren't intentionally lured by the two devils to be used to feed the fallen spirits, then how did these two devils manage to get enough flesh and blood to feed so many fallen spirits? Despite the strict crackdown by the Great Shang Dynasty and the Righteous Path, there's a huge amount of merit hidden in there. Pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. Taoist Blue Flame and Taoist Red Flame rightfully said, we cooperate with several slaughterhouses, specializing in their trimmings and blood. Although the results are poor, the price is very affordable. Kong Haoran and Misu Hui were speechless to the extreme. Sugu also shook his head and laughed out helplessly. Such a demonic cultivator is too much of a waste of dim sum. However, considering the situation of the Devil's Way, and the strength of the Righteous Way in the Great Shang Dynasty, it was barely acceptable. So, all of our fallen spirits, all of them, you're fishing for? The two elders accepted the reality and said without tears. Sugu shook his head. The two elders rekindled their hope, their faces showing anticipation. Now it's our fallen spirit, Sugu said. The corners of the two elders' mouths twitched, their faces ashen, as if they had died, completely resigned to their fate. It wasn't long ago that I thought I was picking up the slack, but now it seems like a total blood loss. Needless to think, when they return to the Devil's Cave, the two of them will inevitably become the object of ridicule for all the devils. And on the other side, in the middle of the North Sea, where the water disaster had just been triggered by Kong Haoran pulling out his axe, several figures with deep, terrifyingly evil auras walked out. Chapter 56, The Three Idols of Handsomeness. Sugu's trio didn't know that the Ru Dao sacred axe was not the legacy of an ancient Ru Dao powerhouse, but rather a seal that it had deliberately left behind. With the Rudraksh sacred axe taken away, the entire sea has changed drastically. Four figures with deep, horrifyingly evil, palpitating breaths crawled out of the waters. Free at last. 100,000 years. A whole 100,000 years. Do you know how we have lived these 100,000 years? The four men roared up to the sky, their words full of indignation and joy at their restored freedom. Just as they were planning to make waves, snatch the materials, and replenish the blood food to restore their strength, the figure in the lead suddenly frowned slightly, with a strange look on his face and said, Hiss, how come the Great Shang Dynasty still rules the world now? Didn't you say that we will break the seal and get a great escape when the Great Shang Dynasty is on the verge of extinction and the Devil Dao is on the rise? He had insight into cause and effect, and perceived that the Great Shang Dynasty in the world today was still powerful and in its heyday, with no signs of decline at all. What? We got released early? Then how about this? Shall we return to it? The other three had goosebumps in their hearts, and their faces were incredibly torn and hesitant. It was not easy to get through to the point where he was going to be released at the end of his sentence, and if he was suppressed by the Great Shang Dynasty for another 100,000 years because he was unsealed early, then it would be too miserable. The crowd was inwardly terrified, and there was no longer any joy in regaining their freedom. They were not devil cultivators, but ancient cultivators from 100,000 years ago. Of course, in terms of cruel and bloody methods, they were actually far above the devil cultivators. Although it was sealed in the North Sea by the ancient Confucian sages, it has never completely severed its connection with the outside world, knowing that in the last few tens of thousands of years, the central continent has established a new dynasty called the Great Shang, whose founder is moreover ascended with the law as the fruit of the way. There are unbelievably harsh restrictions placed on cultivators. Any serious breach of law and discipline will be severely punished. As a result, the ancient great powers who acted boldly, liked to fight coolly, had a free and easy character, and believed that treasures were in the possession of those who had virtue, were all forced to sink into a deep sleep and seal themselves. They are very clear about their own style of action, knowing that as long as they go out, it won't be long before they will be wanted and arrested by the Great Shang Dynasty, suppressed in the dungeon, and will never be able to turn around. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been suppressed by the Ru Dao saints in the first place. I thought that this time, the world will come to the era of the great rise of the Devil's Way, and from then on, I will do whatever I want, and once again go to the top. Who knows that the world is early? There's no point in going back again, but it's possible to hide and do some business. The leader, Daoist Tiangon, pondered for a moment. The seal has been lifted, and the elders, sect masters, and supreme elders in our indestructible sacred sect will all be revived one after another. When our sacred sect, all the powerful people are revived, plus our secret operations, naturally we will not be so afraid of the great Shang dynasty. Moreover, when the time comes, the sect master and the supreme elders will definitely reward us. But, the elders are strong, and the seal's power to suppress them is stronger. Who knows how long it will take? The second Diwan Daoist hesitated. The oldest three, Daoist Shui, and the oldest four, Daoist Shanfu, nodded their heads in agreement. If they waited for 1,000 or 2,000 years, not to mention whether they could be patient and hide for 1,000 or 2,000 years, they didn't have that much longevity alone. Have you all forgotten that the foundation of our religion? Daoist Tiangon said. Of course we can't forget. Our indestructible sacred sect. At its peak, 1 out of 10 people in the world was a follower of ours. The top powerhouses in the sect are all worshipped as gods and nourished by incense. That's why it was able to quickly rise up and become the world's superlative power at the time. Daoist Diwan and the other three arrogantly said. Although 100,000 years had passed, the splendor of the past was as if it had happened yesterday. Then continue preaching. Daoist Tiangon said. The strongest seal has already been lifted. The power of incense gained from preaching will fall towards the great figures within the sect, restoring their strength and being able to drastically reduce the time needed to break through the seal. The three of them, D1, had a happy face, followed by a slight loss, and shook their heads. 100,000 years have passed. Our indestructible sacred sect has long since died out, right? Re-evangelizing, or under the eyes of the great Shang dynasty in the righteous way. The difficulty is too great. How can we possibly do it? They had a very clear perception of themselves. 100,000 years ago, they were only protectors of the undying sacred sect, or protectors in charge of the inner workings, and knew nothing about preaching, or even scoffed at. In their view, faith is all just a means of fooling the underclass into voluntarily being harvested, and the higher one's position in the Holy Church, the less one believes in one's own teachings. Isn't it hard to get them to preach? Who said anything about dying out? Open your dog eyes and look. There are so many islands nearby. Aren't they filled with our sect members? Daoist Tiangon said triumphantly. When he came out, he checked the surroundings for fear of an ambush. The three of them, Diwan's face changed slightly, and they hurriedly released their divine sense to investigate. And as expected, they saw countless islanders, reciting the undying sacred sect's Bible, praising the undying God, and even bowing down to the undying God's idol. It's unimaginable that 100,000 years have passed, and our undying sacred religion's beliefs still exist? What's unimaginable? This is obviously a backhanded move made by the sect lords, when they were suppressed. Otherwise, how could the parishioners be so close to where we were sealed? Elders, all of them are indeed calculating, making layouts as early as 100,000 years ago, making preparations for a resurgence in the East, purposely left behind the seeds of our indestructible holy sect's faith. The three of them, D1, were thrilled beyond measure, and the path that had been dimly lit was instantly filled with light and hope. In this case, we don't even need to bother preaching. These sons and daughters have the purest beliefs and inheritance of the indestructible holy religion. The four of us only need to hide in the shadows, pretending to be indestructible gods, constantly manifesting our saints, stepping in to solve the difficulties for these people, descending blessings, and taking refuge. In this way, the children will spontaneously preach, and then absorb the people of the entire sea area to join our indestructible sacred sect, gathering faith and incense. Daoist Tiangon's face was filled with smiles as he said with longing for the future. Right, that's it. The trio of Daoist Earthriders couldn't agree more. Between their excitement, the four of them descended to the largest island, looking at the crowd of islanders, bowing reverently to the three idols, and in their mouths, they praised the indestructible God and his two divine generals in a tone of incomparable reverence. These three idols, it's actually so handsome and peerless, transcendent and full of majesty, worthy of being the indestructible God and his two divine generals. It's more full of meaning than all the idols we've seen before. Daoist Diwan and the other three marveled. That's for sure. These three idols were made by the parishioners, who witnessed the indestructible God and the two divine generals personally manifesting their true bodies, and then burned them down. It should be our mysterious young sect master lord, as well as the two mysterious Taishang elders, who performed the trick. Obviously, the reason why we were able to break the seal is also all their handiwork. Otherwise, why would the seal be opened early? In order for us to be able to come out ahead of time and secretly operate our forces to welcome the arrival of all the lords, they manifested themselves to subdue the evil dragons in the neighborhood and were wildly worshipped by the parishioners. But it was just a casual act so that it would be easier for us to preach. Daoist Tiangon said with great certainty. That's right. The three of them, the Earth Wizard Daoist, had a very combative spirit as their eyes flashed with essence. the great men had paved the way for them. And next, as long as they honestly manifested their saints and preached the East Sea, when the great men descended, there would be no shortage of heavenly rewards for them. Chapter 57. What a hell of an idea! Sugu and the others were naturally unaware of the strange changes in the East Sea. In the pool of the fallen spirit, only Sugu, Kong Haoren, and Mi Suhui were left, waiting for those cultivators who had been killed and turned into resentful spirits. The two people, Taoist Red Flame and Taoist Blue Flame, left this sad place as if they had died. Before leaving, he even organized his emotions and praised and encouraged the three Sugu. Although his heart was dripping with pain, he could only grit his teeth and admit it, for fear of giving Sugu's trio the impression that the two of them were petty and might retaliate afterward. Outside, earlier, seeing the two demons, Red Fire and Blue Flame, suddenly rushing into the fallen spirit pool, they thought something had happened, and all the demons were concerned and nervous, thinking about moisturizing. Now, seeing the return of the two devils, he quickly asked for the cause of the matter. Instantly, the entire council chamber was abuzz with laughter. I told you it wouldn't be that simple. That's right, all the fallen spirits, surprisingly, have been caught. It's worthy of being a heaven-sent demon child. Where in the world is there a free lunch? Getting an alchemy peak for nothing, how can you do it without paying something? Losing a fallen spirit pool in exchange for an alchemy peak is barely acceptable. When the other devils heard about this, they all burst out laughing, none of them relieved. Although, a friend's failure is hard to bear, but a friend's success is even more heartbreaking. Before, Blue Flame and Red Flame both picked up such a big bargain for nothing. It was simply harder than killing them. As long as they thought about it, they could not sleep hard. Now, when he thought that the aborted spirits captive to these two old devils were all captured by Sugu and the others, and even the water of the pool was drained, his heart could not help but feel free. Feeling the enthusiasm of the crowd of demons, Blue Flame and Red Flame twitched the corners of their mouths expressionlessly. Sure enough, the sorrows and joys of demons and devils are not connected. In the pool of the fallen spirit, above the corpses, the power of Yin Fury coalesced, and a large number of resentful spirits were molding little by little. This place is rich in Yin Qi and has a shocking aura of death. The probability of them turning into resentful spirits after death is high. But then again, isn't that inappropriate? In their lives, although they were guilty, they were already dead, so it is more or less inappropriate to let them be transformed into resentful spirits and enslaved again. Mi Su Hui hesitated. He is a Buddhist monk, believes in putting down the butcher knife and becoming a Buddha, and since his past life has ended, the karma should be written off. That's why there are a large number of transcendental scriptures in the kingdom of Buddha, dedicated to dissolving the karma of the dead. You say this? It seems to be a little inappropriate, but, Kong Haoren frowned slightly, but does not care about this, want to retort, but for a time cannot find a foothold. Sugu looked at Mi Su Hui and said indifferently, if a devil cultivator kills an innocent person, does he have to pay for his life? With so much capital, he wouldn't just give it up. Of course, in the current environment, it's hard to find the evil spirits needed to lift the lotus with 100 ghosts. Okay? Of course. Mi Su Hui nodded. But what if that devil cultivator killed a city of innocent people, and also only pay for his life? Is that appropriate? Counselor Su said. This, Mi Su Hui was speechless. Their sins cannot be cleansed by death alone. Wouldn't it be only right if after death, they could continue to pay for their sins? Sugu said. Is that so? Mizui said hesitantly. Seeing this, Sugu shook his head and said to Mi Su Hui, do you know why your Buddhist teachings, which are only prevalent in the Western Buddhist countries, are unable to spread in other continents? Why? Mizui said with concern. This was a matter of concern for every Buddhist practitioner. Even the reason why he was disbanded in his previous life and reincarnated in the central continent was that he was burdened with the heavy responsibility of spreading the Dharma in the central continent in a big way. If it was someone else who spoke like this, he would only think that it was arrogant and netted some crazy words. But, senior brother Sugu was different. They had seen Sugu's wisdom with their own eyes. Because, you failed to follow the customs, Sugu slowly said, Buddhism is not a specific text, but a direction. You should not stick to those one-size-fits-all scriptures, and then force another very different world to accept it. You should adapt your Dharma to other different worlds. According to the customs of the central continent, they have done evil in their lives, and since one death is not enough to undo it, they should continue to atone for their sins after death. Your Dharma, then, should adapt to this. This, Mi Su Hui snapped his head up, as if he had an epiphany. There was actually a feeling of enlightenment. His eyes flashed, as if he saw a radiant avenue, and his body was emitting golden light. Boom! Immediately afterward, the aura on his body changed abruptly, and he even directly broke through to the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, looking at his breath, the foundation he built was very solid, a perfect foundation,
Sugu was slightly stunned. He just wanted to fool Mi Suhui so that he wouldn't stop him from captivating the evil spirits. As it turns out, Mi Suhai really realized it? And topping off his middle-of-the-road talent with a strong breakthrough? Don't be so outrageous. However, after thinking that Mi Suhui was a Zen heavenly spiritual root, an inheritor of the inverted Buddha sect, one of the 5 great immortal sects, and a reincarnated body of a great disciple of the Lord of the Western Buddhas, doing this kind of thing didn't seem to be much of a big deal. Hiss! Kong Haoren stared with wide eyes, shock and envy written all over his face. It was very unacceptable. Everyone was at the same starting line. Why did you suddenly take off? He hurriedly said to Sugu, "Senior brother, hurry up and you nudge me too." Sugu, "I'd like to nudge myself a couple of times. Many thanks to senior brother for his enlightenment." Mi Suhui was thrilled beyond words as she thanked Sugu. The breakthrough in his cultivation level was nothing. What was more important was that it allowed him to find the path he might want to take in the future, pioneering a local dharma that is different from that of the Western Buddhist countries and best suited to the central continent. He knew that the path was very difficult, but with brother Sugu as a role model to learn from, he could definitely succeed. It's all as it should be. Sugu was envious beyond measure. Sure enough, good talent and a good background are just enviable. Fortunately, he has amazing wisdom, heaven-defying perseverance, extraordinary enlightenment. The future demon lord is bound to be him. The devil will also rise because of him, otherwise the heart must be lost for a long time. Come to think of it, system, fusion, Sugu said in his heart, before the fallen spirit pool was pumped, as well as when that axe in the North Sea was picked up by Kong Haoren. They were both treasured places, and he was able to fuse them after obtaining 2 green word fragments in these 2 places, along with the one he had obtained in the Devil's Cave earlier. Congratulations, you've gained the green talent phrase, carve the boat. Carving a boat for a sword. After carving a mark on the boat, you may be able to find the sword underneath. Sugu frowned slightly. This phrase, was it originally used this way? This word system is, indeed, a bit crooked. After being convinced by Sugu, not only did Mi Suhui no longer stop it, these cultivators turned into evil spirits after death and were driven by the 3 of them. More so, he inquired about the possibility of Sugu and Kong Haoren, following the local myths, constructing a Buddhist hell, corresponding to the netherworld, specializing in capturing and punishing the souls of those who had done evil. Sugu's mouth twitched. This idea of your kid, it's hellish. If it was true that Mi Suhui had established such a hell, then future cultivators would be blessed. Not to mention that when they died, their souls would have to be dragged to the Buddhist hell and tortured. In this instant, he actually had the illusion that Mi Suhui was even more of a devil cultivator than himself. He never does anything that doesn't benefit him, and Mi Suhui does things that don't benefit him. This can be had. Kong Haoren just thought about it slightly and said excitedly, if we can really do it, it feels like we can directly use this to condense the immortal Tao fruit and ascend to immortality. This is a great merit. Sugu. He sort of understood why the righteous 5 could play together. One can try. Sugu was silent for a moment, and eventually encouraged. However, the underworld, after all, is only a legendary concept, and building a Buddhist hell modeled after it should be difficult, so there's no rush. Right. Let's first work out a way to get the evil spirits to chant for me. Mi Suhui nodded in agreement. Time passed, several days passed, and thanks to the favorable terrain, 90% of the dead cultivators, whose souls were transformed into resentful spirits, were eliminated by Sugu's trio. Chapter 58, Why Eldest Brother Was Struck by Lightning, Request for Follow-up Reading. The 2 of them, Mi Suhui and Kong Haoren, catching ghosts were only used for experiments, and the amount of evil ghosts they needed was not large. One took only 6 evil spirits. Very kindly enough, he left 100 evil ghosts for Sugu to use to cultivate the 100 ghosts carrying Lotus. When the 3 of them were planning to leave the fallen spirit pool, the Demon Cave's crowd of devils were still discussing a number of topics regarding how the Demon Cave would develop at a high speed under the plans made during Sugu's examination, including the 2 of them, the Blue Flame and the Red Flame. Thus, the crowd of devils watched Sugu's trio with their own eyes as they walked out of the fallen spirit pool as if nothing had happened, and their expressions were very strange. How do I feel? They're looking at us strangely. Kong Haoren hesitated. Sugu. Bull asterisk. Can it not be weird? All 3 of us have taken the 800 years of the Blue Flame and Red Flame's 2 great devils' heart and soul, and they're hardly looking at us in a way that isn't strange. After greeting the demons, Sugu and the 3 of them left blandly and returned to their respective residences. They had all gained a lot from this trip and needed to freshen up. Why don't you ask Siogu what he thinks? Eldest senior brother isn't here. 3rd senior brother is a wimp and doesn't care about anything at all. We can't come up with any results even if we continue to deliberate. Proposed by the devil. They were not good at management. Otherwise the devil's grotto will not be mixed up in this way. and also on the arrival of Sugu, only gradually flourished. Shoo, this matter is off the table. Some key issues, if they can't be solved, it's okay to ask him. These cockamamie things, it's really not necessary. Because of what? He charges too much. The few devils at the head of the group hastily vetoed and stopped the crowd of devils. That's the truth. The crowd of devils thought carefully and looked at the two Taoists, Blue Flame and Red Flame, who wanted to cry and seemed to have lost their souls in the past 2 days, and thought deeply. Returning to his residence, Sugu did not directly cultivate, but took out several fallen spirits and gave one to the acting leader Roaring Velvet Sky, and one each to illusory colorful clothes, Li Xiaobai, and Zhao Jin Gang. He had let Roaring Victor a lot of things, and it was only right to give a fallen spirit. The other 3, they are all close friends. Even if they didn't have the idea of the imperial ghosts and indulging fury, they should still send one of them, in case they couldn't think of anything else in the future. In the cave, everything was as usual. Sugu was sitting on his knees, preparing to cultivate the 100 ghosts lifting lotus, when he hesitated for a split second before realizing that something was missing. Then he got up and, in the White Fox's den, found a note. I didn't run away, just visiting family and will be right back. White Fox stayed. Sugu, a family visit is a family visit, so why emphasize the lack of a run? Not caring about this, he checked the formations laid down in the cave again, took out the refined fallen spirit, as well as 100 evil ghosts, and began to cultivate. The spell he practiced was called 10,000 Ghosts Night Walking. The spell was powerful, and if it was greatly accomplished, it could manage to manipulate 10,000 ghosts, covering the sky and the sun. It was known as the Little Devil Pass. The 100 ghosts carrying lotus was only one of the phases, but the power wasn't bad either. Without the help of fallen spirits, it would be difficult for an ordinary demonic cultivator to cultivate even at the late stage of foundation establishment. As a matter of fact, 100 evil spirits was not something that an unusual late-stage foundation establishment could collect. If he succeeded in his cultivation, in the short term, he would also possess a certain level-crossing fighting ability. It wouldn't be too much worse than those 5 hanging walls of Konghauren. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. The 100 ghosts lifting lotus had been cultivated. His cultivation had also successfully broken through to the 10th level of Qi practicing, only 1 step away from foundation establishment. If a regular person knew about it, they would only be incredulous. After all, Sugu had only been in the Devil's Cave for 3 months, and with a mere 3 spirit root qualification, it was simply unimaginable that he could make it this far in such a short period of time. Heavenly Demon Decree. Worthy of being a forbidden demonic Dao technique passed down from the heavenly demon realm, Sugu took a long breath and lamented. Without the heavenly demon decree, it would have taken him at least a year or 2 to go from the 7th level of Qi cultivation to the present perfect 10th level of Qi cultivation. Not to mention, during these 3 months, he had been busy with other things, and had even less time to actually use for cultivation. He did not rush out for air, but continued to wait. He had a talent phrase called 100-day foundation building, which read that after 100 days, he would definitely build his foundation. Calculating the time, it was just today. Only, after he waited hard for a day, there was no movement. Unbelieving, he waited another day, and still nothing happened. Then, as if he thought of something, Sugu's mouth twitched slightly. No way, don't mess with it like that. He suddenly realized that so-called 100 days seemed to mean something. Now, it seems too late to brush up on the material. Forget it, rather, there's no need to count on this phrase. Just build your own foundation. Sugu faintly said. At this moment, he has already practiced Qi 10 layers of the Great Circle. From the breakthrough of foundation building, would have been only 1 step away. Go to the Alchemy Peak to buy a few foundation building pills to assist. Breakthrough is easy. Senior brother? The stockpile of fine foundation establishment pills has already been sold out. However, our Alchemy Peak, we are already able to refine our own foundation establishment pills. The quality is very good. Should we inform Master Zhao to refine one for you? In the Alchemy Peak, the demonic cultivator disciple in charge of hospitality was very respectful to Sugu. Sugu hesitated for a split second. Always felt that it was the revenge of the 2 elders, Red Fire and Blue Flame. This Alchemy Peak homemade foundation building Dan, can the quality be good? He is still not clear? However, after a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded his head in agreement. After all, he was the one who proposed to hire a famous chef to make pills, so he always had to support it. The celebrity chefs had been experimenting for 2 or 3 months, and now that they had practiced the elixir, they thought that there wouldn't be too many side effects. Senior brother can return to his cave first. It won't take more than a few hours for the foundation establishment pill to be refined, and someone will deliver it to the front of your cave at that time. The devil cultivator disciple respectfully said. Sugu nodded in satisfaction and turned to return. Only, on the way back to the cave,
A sudden agitation came from the distance.
I'm not the only one in the entire central continent who owes you money. Why are you guys always after me? 30%. I'll give back 30% at the most. I'm telling you guys, if you really push me hard, the big deal is to report it to the authorities. I'll go to jail for the rest of my life. And you guys can't escape judgment for lending money to demonic cultivators.
The voice of eldest senior brother Han Shangsheng resounded in the sky,
very sad and annoyed, incomparably determined,
as if he was about to break the pot.
Sugu was speechless for a while.
It wasn't just him who was speechless for a while. The entire group of 5 from the righteous path, including most of the demonic cultivators, were all like this.
So, eldest brother really owes loan sharks? No wonder the second level test is a simulation of debt repayment. I just don't know who exactly lent it to him.
No, I'm more curious as to why he and the Devil's Cave are still in such disrepair after he borrowed so many spirit stones.
The chat channel of the Righteous Five was buzzing with your words and mine. Sugu obviously didn't care about that.
He just wanted to know if Big Brother was going to pay him royalties. That's saying a lot about his words.
Just, in the next instant,
there was a rumbling sound,
and the sky,
where the sun was blazing, was suddenly covered with dark clouds.
And the demonic aura was so strong that the oppression was so extreme that the crowd of demonic cultivators couldn't catch their breath.
Then, a mysterious figure, holding thunder in its hands, descended from the sky and slashed straight at Han Shangsheng.
No matter how much Han Shangsheng ran,
the thunder struck down, and there was no way to dodge it.
Hiss, the debtor is actually in the late stage of harmonization?
No wonder. Even the Demon Cave senior brother of the combined layer has to repay his debt.
It looks like there's no hiding from the debt.
The voices of the crowd rang out in the sound transmission channel of the Righteous Five, which sort of cleared up the confusion.
Why not?
Han Shangsheng screamed miserably,
struck by lightning with desire.
But what he couldn't figure out the most was that he had all but copied the operation from Sugu's assessment.
Why is Gu okay and he's not? Could it be because the other side looks at the face? Chapter 59, Between Debts There's a Great Terror, Requests for Catch-Up Readings. Please ask the debtor ancestor to step in and do me justice.
The mysterious debtor in the sky above raised a note and summoned a roaring thunderbolt.
Thunder cultivation powerhouses,
after realizing that they had cultivated to a certain level and could influence thunderbolts,
earned extra money,
making paid guarantees for various oaths,
notes, and so on. If anyone defaults, thunder will fall.
Even though there were some thunder cultivation powerhouses that had already fallen.
The Dao fruits,
or Dao fruit seeds to be exact, that they had once grasped were still in operation.
Among them, the best business is to open up the debt repayment thunderbolt business of that thunder cultivation power. Just this business, let its entire family,
rich tens of thousands of years.
Saying that debtor's eyes were cold,
and he opened his mouth in a very domineering manner. You are advised to pay off your debts as soon as possible.
Otherwise, every once in a while,
the thunderbolt will fall on you.
As for that, if you want to break the bank, that's up to you. As you said, I'm just a loan shark, so how long can I sit in jail? You, on the other hand, will lose your whole life.
With that, his figure disappeared, directly disappearing into the clouds.
However, the thunderclouds did not dissipate,
and it seemed as if there were thunder and lightning gods in the thunderclouds holding electric whips and continuously lashing them,
with great sound and might, which could simply destroy the heavens and the earth.
It was also fortunate that eldest senior brother was an early-stage harmonization cultivator.
If he was a spirit transformation cultivator,
he would have been reduced to ashes at this moment.
On this day, the entire Devil's Cave echoed with the miserable screams of eldest brother.
The thunderclouds had lasted for an incense stick of time, so eldest brother screamed miserably for an incense stick of time, while the crowd of demonic cultivators ate and watched for an entire incense stick of time.
After this scene, all the people were chilled, knowing how miserable the end of not repaying a debt really is. In the future, never borrow from loan sharks. Even if you borrow, you can't sign a receipt. Even if you sign a receipt, you don't sign a thunderbolt guarantee level that's too high,
or the end will be too tragic.
The demonic practitioners were deeply impressed and took warning. Sure enough, the rogue failed.
The Righteous Five were not surprised by this result,
including Sugu. It wasn't a surprise, although it has copied his operation, but did not learn the essence. Only belongs to the cat and mouse.
Naturally, it is impossible to succeed.
The only thing that exceeded Sugu's expectations was probably Han Shangsheng's vitality,
which was so resistant that after being struck by the thunderbolt for a whole incense stick of time,
he was only seriously injured. As expected,
to be able to mix into the acting demon lord of the demon cave,
the holy land of the devil Dao, one still had some skills.
Eldest senior brother,
are you alright?
Among the crowd, one of Ping Wuqi's doppelgangers stepped out and helped Han Shangsheng up,
taking a few healing pills.
When the crowd saw this scene, they were shocked but not surprised.
Get used to it. Why, did I not succeed in reneging on the debt? Han Shangsheng,
although he was dying from the lightning, stared at him with wide eyes and was very reluctant to say, replied Pinocchio after a moment's thought.
Maybe you're not determined enough and don't owe enough money. I see.
Han Changsheng carefully recalled Sugu's initial operation and realized that this was indeed the reason.
Letting out a long sigh,
although chagrined, it did not affect his mindset.
He was also aware that not everyone was Sugu.
Being called on by a black-hearted loan shark chamber boss at the late stage of merging,
it was probably only Sugu who could do that to that extent. That's just it. I'll think of something else. Han Changsheng was silent for a long time and sighed, with Sugu giving him inspiration,
ordering all the devil cultivators in the devil's cave to pay to go to work.
In particular,
Sugu's sentence is to take out the martial arts path, causing the devil's cave to take root at the grassroots level and establish a number of strongholds. Long gone are the penniless fiends of yesteryear,
and have been able to repay. It's good to be fine. Ping Wuqi nodded,
and was about to send Han Changsheng back inside to let him heal on his own when he suddenly looked up as if he had thought of something and hesitated.
Wait a minute, eldest senior brother. I remember in the examination illusion, the debt Sugu and the other 6 faced seemed to be huge. That's not right.
He saw the debt on the note that the debtor had just taken,
and compared to the debt that the people owed at the second level during the original examination, it was completely a drop in the bucket. If the debt is just that much, why set the test debt so high? Unless
Ping Wuqi suddenly had a bad feeling.
Shu, Han Changsheng,
who was originally dying from the lightning strike, hurriedly tucked his neck and stared with wide eyes. His whole body tensed to stop Ping Wuqi from saying further. Ping Wuqi's gaze was like a sword as he stared intently at Han Changsheng. He was a demonic cultivator,
not a good person. There is no such thing as brotherhood, and if the pit given by Han Changsheng is too big, then only. Alright, Han Changsheng was stared at by Ping Wuqi's scalp,
and somewhat unable to resist, he let out a sigh and transmitted a voice to show his cards.
It's just that, as things have already come to this, I shouldn't hide it from you. You know,
our magic cave's greatest treasure.
It can make people fall into illusions, and it can also invade other people's dreams. So, Ping Wuqi's brows furrowed. Han Changsheng took a deep breath and carefully transmitted his voice.
So, I made use of the supreme treasure to invade the dreams of our demon cave's disciples one by one, silently controlling them and letting them sleepwalk in a sleepwalking state,
and went and borrowed the loan sharks.
Ha! Ping Wuqi's eyes widened in shock, and he almost threw Han Changsheng out and ran away himself.
Karma is too big.
If this matter was known by the devil cultivator disciples and elders, it would be difficult for Han Changsheng not to be destroyed. He was about to cut righteously with Han Changsheng right away. Didn't even think to ask Han Changsheng if he also controlled him and went to borrow loan sharks.
Don't go.
Han Changsheng panicked and spoke eagerly.
If you dare to leave,
I'll say that it was you who performed the divergence technique, turning into the likeness of your brothers and taking their identification to take out a loan from a loan shark.
It's well known that your split art is the most brilliant.
It's the varying powers that may not be able to easily see through it,
and it's perfectly possible to do so.
Ping Wuqi, who was planning to drop Han Changsheng, had his figure lurched and his face stiffened.
Very unbelievable.
Looking at Han Changsheng in incomparable astonishment.
For a moment, the body was shaking with anger.
10,000 straw horses were racing in his mind.
Don't worry, one person does everything. I won't involve you,
Han Changsheng said in relief.
In this matter, you must not publicize it. Is flat out unimpressive. I've got to be vocal too. Next,
you only need to help me out 1 or 2 times. I'll find a way to pay off the debt.
Saying that,
Han Changsheng unexpectedly stood up slowly. His injuries unexpectedly healed for the most part.
And then, he actually wanted to leave the devil's cave. You are?
Ping Wuqi said in surprise,
hiding from the next debtor.
Han Changsheng's face was expressionless as he said,
in the meantime,
go and try to take down that spirit stone mine as per Demon Boy Su's operation. Ping Wuqi became more and more speechless in his heart. Although, he felt that the probability of Han Changsheng having descended on this trip as well, he still encouraged.
Senior brother, you'll definitely be able to, because, he knew his big brother too well. With this sky-high debt, if he couldn't pay it back, he would definitely have to take the blame. Watching Han Changsheng leave, for some reason, Ping Wuqi's mood was incomparably heavy,
as if he had inexplicably been burdened with a huge debt of billions of spirit stones. Chapter 60, Loans Are the Truth of the World, kneeling for catch-up reading.
The farce ended. Although, the various demonic cultivators were not yet finished, but they did not dare to show it. One by one, they all pretended to be busy, while privately, they were frantically transmitting their voices, spitting and hotly discussing this matter. Some even treated it as a joke, and in the voice transmission channel, they laughed non-stop, including the Shoto 5. How did he get into so much debt?
The honest Zhao Jin gang scratched his head,
somewhat puzzled. Loan sharks, I guess. The interest rolls up and rolls down, with his status as a demon cultivator. A wanted criminal.
There's no regular chamber of commerce that would dare to give him a qualified loan. Illusory color clothes spoke up. Originally, she was going to say that with Han Changxing's status as a demonic cultivator, no one would dare to lend to him normally. Then she thought of the scene where Sugu took her on the flying boat and hastily opened her mouth to become a wanted criminal. Although the life of a demonic cultivator is not a life, a demonic cultivator is also a human being, not wanted, and still has human rights. Even after removing the interest, it shouldn't be this much. Zhao Jingang became more and more puzzled. 1. You underestimated the interest rate of loan sharks, Kong Haoren explained. 2. Casual cultivators are like this, taking out a loan to cultivate, and then, using their whole life to pay back the loan, sort of selling the rest of their lives to the Chamber of Commerce. There are some small clans that even specialize in encouraging their disciples to take out loans. What with elixir loans, magic treasure loans, flying swords loans, beast pet loans, cave loans, etc. So that in order to make money to pay back the loans, these disciples have no choice but to sell their lives for the clan. Illusory color clothes nodded. With Han Changxing's qualifications, even if he were to cultivate even more diligently and hard, it would be impossible for him to make it this far, and he must have consumed a large amount of heavenly materials and geomantic treasures. These heavenly materials and treasures are definitely worth a lot of money, so I don't need to think that they were bought with a loan. Su Gu, who was also in the voice transmission channel, was silent, not knowing why he always felt that this routine was déjà vu. Of course, he reserved his own opinion on the matter of Han Changxing's loan. With his understanding of this group of old-time demonic cultivators, the reason for the loan would definitely be very unbelievable, and the amount of the loan, too, would be beyond imagination. In response, Sugu gave another sigh of relief. No wonder the devil's way is so down and out. It's rotten from the roots, and it's a good thing I'm here, or else the devil's way would have prospered my ass. Time passes. That afternoon, the demonic cultivator disciple from the alchemy peak respectfully and incomparably delivered a box of pills to Sugu. Senior brother, this is the foundation establishment pill you ordered, the devil cultivator disciple said. Sugu raised an eyebrow and looked at the box he was holding in his hands with a strange expression. Saying it's a box is still a euphemism. It's a big box. I only ordered 3 foundation establishment pills, right? Sugu inquired. Yes, it's 3 pieces. The devil cultivator nodded and said that he opened the box and pointed it out to Sugu. But, inside the box, it wasn't 3 pills, only that there were densely packed pills lying inside. Sugu, say that again. How many pills are these? In the old days, a deer was called a horse, but nowadays, it is called 103? Could it be the 2 elders of Alchemy Peak, sent to knock themselves out? It seemed that in the future, if he had the chance, he should do away with these 2 elders as well. Achoo! Far away in the council chamber, still in the meeting of the Blue Flame and Red Fire, 2 Taoists suddenly sneezed. Inexplicably a burst of back cold. Do not know the cause of a bad feeling. The 2 men looked at each other, wondering why they suddenly felt this way. I haven't offended anyone myself lately. Ha! Senior brother must not misunderstand. Feeling Sugu's eyes become stern and seemingly unkind, this demonic cultivator disciple hurriedly explained. These 3 are only the foundation establishment pills. As for these other pills, they are taken as an aid. Assisted taking? Sugu was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of this expression and asked, could this be Master Zhao's and their innovation? Knowing that the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill was too aggressive, it was equipped with auxiliary pills that were used to minimize the damage to the user and increase the efficacy of the pill? This group of chefs, but also know the principle of the king and the minister. Not bad, creative and thoughtful, better than the local alchemists. Ah, the demonic cultivator disciple stared with his eyes and mouth open, very stunned. Did auxiliary elixirs still have this kind of efficacy? However, he hesitated for a split second, and after careful thought, he felt that this was indeed the case. Therefore, he opened his mouth and introduced to Sugu. This is the Foundation Establishment Anti-Diarrhea Pill. Our homemade Foundation Establishment Pill will cause diarrhea after consuming it, and ordinary pills can't cure it, so the only way is our Foundation Establishment Stop Diarrhea Pill. This is the Foundation Establishment Diarrhea Stopping and Itching Pill. After eating our homemade Foundation Establishment Diarrhea Stopping Pill, it will itch all over the body, and ordinary pills can't cure it, so the only way is to take our Foundation Establishment Diarrhea Stopping and Itching Pill. This is Chukio Stop Diarrhea Stop Itch Stop Laughing Dan. This is. Sugu's face darkened and the corners of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, I still overestimated that group of chefs. Take it away. Sugu blackened his face and chose to refuse to take it. There were only 3 Foundation Establishment pills, but there were hundreds of pills to treat the side effects. Even if the divine doctor came, he wouldn't dare to take them. Really? Our demon cave's fine elixirs have all been consumed. There's no telling when the next batch of fine elixirs will be procured.
and I don't know if it will delay your foundation building. Senior brother, the devil cultivator disciple carefully said. Ever since Sugu and the Righteous Five had arrived at the magic cave, the magic cave had given the best treatment, including genuine pills bought outside. It's just that, nowadays, the spirit stones in the magic cave were all secretly taken by the eldest senior brother to pay off his debts. This led to a temporary shortage of elixirs and other supplies. They can only be supplied with homemade elixirs. Doesn't matter, I have a way. Sugu dismissed this demonic cultivator disciple and got up, ready to string along the Righteous Five to ask for some foundation establishment pills. Each and every one of them is worth enough to buy the entire magic cave. Pills are naturally plentiful. Just before he walked to Kong Haoren's cave, he heard a nuisance sound, and then, he saw thick smoke drifting in the sky, and there was also the intermittent, hideous and trembling tone of the recitation of brocade articles in the air. Curious, Sugu snapped the stone door of the cave. Elder brother, you're here? Feel free to enter. There's no formation on. Kong Haoren's voice rang out. Sugu had just pushed open the door of the cave. When he saw that in the cave, Kong Haoren was urging a fallen spirit, and then driving several evil ghosts, holding a book of saints and reciting the brocade articles on it. And, without exception, all of these evil ghosts, all of them had tormented faces, incomparably agonized, their bodies twitching and smoking black. For every word recited on the brocade article, a cloud of holy light sprang up, scorching them and smoking them. Sugu froze slightly for a moment. I have to say, Kong Haoren's execution is really strong. That's practicing what you're thinking already? Truly, these ghosts can be such losers. No matter how much I teach them, they just can't memorize that simplest of brocade essays. They can't even read it. What a pisser. Kong Haoren had a look of hatred and anger. Sugu's mouth twitched. It would be weird if they could memorize it that fast. In life they would have been semi-literate. If they could read in, why would they still be magic practitioners? It will be more difficult to recite these brocades after death. The vastness of these brocaded articles would have been extremely oppressive to them. Sugu gave a few words of relief. There is nothing difficult in the world but only those who have the will to do it. So take your time. If this matter is accomplished, you will surely be able to cultivate the great Dao Dao fruit. Imagine how easy it is to become an immortal and become an ancestor. Seems like it. Kong Haoren, who was originally all a bit discouraged and was thinking about not giving up, was once again combative, and this time even more bursting with great determination. Instantly, all the evil spirits looked at Sugu in unison. Full of grudges, wisps of grievances floated out from their heads and fell towards Sugu. Sugu raised his eyebrows slightly, having a bad feeling. It wouldn't be that when the idea of both Kong Haoren and Misu Hui really came to fruition, the black pot would have to be taken by him as well, right? I just made some suggestions off the top of my head. Chapter 61, I'm not leading anyone astray. Requests for follow-up reading. Feeling the group of evil spirits, generating a constant stream of resentment towards himself, Sugu deeply sympathized, and then, said to Kong Haoren, the intensity of the training is still too low. Look at all the distractions. No wonder you can't learn. All the evil spirits, at once, stared at Sugu with wide eyes in great consternation. Are you a living hell? Sure enough, there's even room for distraction. Seeing this, Kong Haoren was indeed like this. He immediately burst into a rage, and all kinds of means began to greet him. Instantly, miserable screams resounded throughout the cave, until all the evil ghosts are dying, fuming and starting to recite the jinx. Even if their bodies nourish and smoke, simply don't learn too well. Kong Haoren was then satisfied and asked the reason for Sugu's visit. I've recently planned to break through the foundation establishment realm, and I need a few foundation establishment pills. The Devil's Cave is out of stock, and the Alchemy Peak's homemade pills cannot be eaten. Sugu opened the door and said, so, I came to ask you for a few foundation establishment pills. Who knows that Kong Haoren was confused after hearing this. Ah, foundation pill? There's this kind of elixir? What's it for? Can it increase any special abilities if you eat it during foundation building? Sugu raised his eyebrows slightly. If it wasn't for the clear innocence revealed in Kong Haoren's eyes, he might have thought that the other party was playing with himself. In this world, there were still cultivators who didn't know about things like foundation building pills. The other party was even a true legend of the immortal sect, the first son of a top family, and he didn't even know what the foundation establishment pill was for. It was simply not too funny. Only, smiling and laughing, Sugu suddenly thought of something, and the curves of his mouth converged, his smile disappearing as much as it could. What is this foundation building pill for? Kong Haoren pursued. Sugu said woodenly, after eating it, it can increase the success rate of foundation building. That's it? It can't be? Isn't foundation building a casual breakthrough? Can it still fail? Then this cultivator is too much of a failure. Kong Haoren was astonished. Sugu's mouth twitched and filled with darkness. What about me? Aren't you afraid I'll beat you up? I just learned how to carry the lotus with 100 ghosts. How can I suffer this kind of aggravation? Let's go. Let's have a match, Sugu indifferently said. He didn't intentionally let Sugu, but he was really afraid of making a date with Sugu. He was very clear in his mind. Although Sugu's natural talent is mediocre, from a humble background, a hard power is indeed no match for his own. But there are too many means, and the pattern does not bring repetition. Ever since he had seen senior brother Sugu in the fallen spirit pool, using all sorts of means, all without even striking out on his own, he had slaughtered a group of cultivators in a crushing manner. He had understood one thing in his heart: never fight with a prepared senior brother Sugu. Cutting might be considered, but dating is definitely not. Kong Haoran said with a straight face, "My heavenly spirit root, there is no bottleneck for breakthroughs. I never need this kind of elixir. Why don't you go ask me Su Hui?" This was the truth. Not to mention that he didn't need it, even if he was curious and wanted to taste it. If the division and his family knew about it, they would break his legs, just as well. Sugu hesitated for a split second and knew that Kong Haoran was telling the truth. Heavenly spiritual root, the strongest qualification in the world. If you still need the assistance of pills to break through, that would be abnormal. Saying goodbye to Kong Haoran, Sugu hadn't yet walked to Misu Hui's cave. He then perceived a strand of dark resentment from the direction of Misu Hui's cave, falling towards him in a steady stream. It was many times more than the grievances produced by the evil spirits in Kong Haoran's cave. Sugu raised his eyebrows and pushed open the stone door of Misu Hui's cave. Then, he was met with a sight that surprised even him, only to see, in the middle of the cave stood 6 evil ghosts, their whole bodies burning and bubbling with Buddha's light, all about to be burned to death. Yet they were forced to recite the scriptures. What's that look on your faces? By now, it's just a simple enough scripture that you can't even read it. Take a look at the evil ghosts raised by Brother Kong, and then you look at you? Don't feel bitter. I'm telling you, you're just pretending to try. Mi Su Hui also hate iron. As long as the evil spirits have a little slow, is ahead and face a reprimand, and occasionally on the magic power, a severe punishment. With that, he looked at the evil spirit that had fallen to the ground, his anger intensifying. And you, how do you sleep at your age? I ask you, how do you sleep? Sugu's eyes raised slightly and the corner of his mouth twitched, without spitting out anything else. Are you sure that the one lying on the ground is asleep and not because the Buddhist light of the scriptures is too strong and too masculine and has burned him to death? I have to say, these two are a real living hell. If Kong Haoran doesn't mention it, this Mi Su Hui is really determined to become the king of hell. That's understandable. Senior brother, what brings you here? Seeing Sugu's arrival, Mi Su Hui hurriedly put down the work in her hands and gave the few evil spirits a short break before asking Sugu. Sugu opened the door and informed him that he needed the foundation building pill. Mizui shook her head no. Sure enough, Sugu frowned slightly. It was similar to what he thought. The 5 people of the righteous path had similar natural talent. All of them were the world's absolute tripod. Since Kong Haoran cultivated without taking pills, the others also when not taking pills. The next step was to find the other 3, and presumably they all had the same result. Roaring Velvet Sky and the other devils, whose cultivation levels were too high, might not have these low-grade elixirs. As for other devil cultivators, he really didn't dare to ask for it, fear that they're a rash. In the potion tampering, devil cultivator well, although the external dish a little, but is notorious for the nest. Sugu thought about it and sighed. Pills, you still need to eat what you've refined. Senior me, I've recently obtained an elixir recipe and want to try refining it. It's the materials that are a bit hard to find. Can you give me some of your blood, can't you? Sugu opened his mouth. My blood? How much do you need? Is 1 bucket enough? Not enough for another bucket. Mi Su Hui was very bold, and without even asking, she directly took out a spirit wood bucket, cut open her arm, and began to bleed. Worthy of being a Zen spiritual root, even his blood blossomed with Buddhist light. Cultivators like him, letting out a little blood is nothing. There was also no worry that, if this blood was released, it would be obtained by miscreants who would then reverse karma and use it against him. His division had long ago made means of isolation for him. What's more, how could senior brother Sugu be an outlaw? Enough, Sugu hurriedly said. Just a little bit will do. When the elixir is ready, I'll give you a taste. Receiving the bucket of blood given by Mi Su Hui, the corners of Sugu's mouth rose slightly. It was just as he thought, dragging the blessing of everyone like a dragon phrase. The blood released by Mi Su Hui was all dragon blood to him. Moreover, it was still dragon's blood that shimmered with Buddha's light. Senior brother, wait a moment. Just as Sugu was planning to take his leave, Mi Su Hui called out to Sugu and begged for guidance. These evil spirits of theirs are simply too foolish, hopelessly stupid, and it feels impossible for them to learn to chant the scriptures in a short period of time. Are they not fit to recite the scriptures? Sugu was speechless for a while. You just realized it now. Misu Hui's words landed on the ground, and instantly all the evil spirits, all nodded their heads with incomparable approval, and even dropped their gazes to Sugu, pleading for Sugu to say something good. Elder brother, do you have any suggestions? Misu Hui said in a good and learned manner. Sugu was silent for a moment, then said, it's not impossible to want them to restrain the scriptures from backfiring, and then recite the scriptures for you to suppress the enemy. There are generally two ways. There are actually two ways? Misu Hui was astonished. Worthy of being senior brother Su, he was bullish. Not only did he have a way, but there were two ways. He hastened to follow up with, which two? Sugu said, 1. Pardon for them. There was once a Buddhist lord who drove demons to fight for himself. These demons were absolved of their sins by him and pardoned as protectors of the Buddha sect, so naturally, they will not be afraid of the backlash of the Buddha's law. All you need to do is ask them for a pardon from the Buddha kingdom and the great Shang dynasty. What about 2? Misu Hui directly shook his head. He drove the evil spirits to recite sutras for him. Isn't it just to figure out that the evil spirits are cheap and affordable? If he had to ask for a pardon, then the cost would soon go up. In the future, how could he fight the sea of ghosts? How can we build a Buddhist hell? 2. Modifying the Dharma. Sugu said, modifying the Dharma? Misu Hui came to be interested. Sugu said, Buddhism doesn't necessarily have to be a Buddha's light. It can also possess the power of Een, emitting demonic intent, eerie and horrifying, and fueling the power of evil spirits. Just like magic, it is the magic that the originators of the magic path modified the righteous Dharma to get a Dharma that is more suitable for magic cultivators to use. This, Jui, indeed hesitant? Sugu raised his eyebrows slightly. Wanting to bring them crooked was indeed a bit difficult. However, he was not surprised by Misu Hui's hesitation, and had already prepared his speech, intending to speak about the relationship between knives and good and evil. For example, who can judge the goodness or evil of an incredibly sharp knife? If it is in the hands of a good person, it is a good knife, while if it is in the hands of an evil person, then it is only an evil knife. But who knows? Misu Hui unexpectedly raised her head abruptly, and her eyes flashed brightly, as if she had opened a door to a wider world. Surprisingly, it can still be like this. Such a great idea. Why didn't I think of it before? Misu Hui said excitedly. Sugu. Chapter 62, Sugu's Alchemy. Re-emerging clouds, kneeling for a catch-up reading. Surprisingly, it can still be like this. Such a great idea. Why didn't I think of it before? Misu Hui said excitedly. Listening to Misu Hui's reply, Sugu fell into a short silence. Did you really underestimate their demonic nature after all? However, Sugu wasn't too surprised by this result, because this was not something that he had casually made up in order to fool Misu Hui. It was a solution that he had come up with after seriously thinking about it and substituting himself into it, and he truly felt that it was feasible. If, in his place, he would have done so. The reason he was surprised was that Misu Hui was able to accept it so openly. Then he thought that the attitude of the righteous five towards him learning the devil's way techniques was indifferent and even supportive, and Sugu was then enlightened. The five of them do not care about the world's eyes, spells and magical powers as long as it is good to use on the line, regardless of what the right way magic, as long as the person who uses it is the right way on the line. It's similar to how wine and meat pass through the heart of the Lord Buddha. However, if a person of wisdom sees this situation, he will naturally understand it, but most worldly people will not understand it, and will instead deepen their misunderstanding. No wonder, the five major immortal sects of the righteous path would send them undercover. If these five were placed in the righteous path, they would definitely be misunderstood by most righteous cultivators and be resisted and ostracized. Whereas, if they were placed in the devil's cave, they would be able to mix it up completely. Otherwise, the righteous path can flourish to such an extent. So there is a high person. It's a pity that I ran into this future demon lord. The corners of Sugu's mouth rose. With him around, the devil Dao would surely prosper in this life. Thank you, senior brother, for mentioning it. The more Misu Hui thought about this method being feasible, she was thrilled and very grateful. Sugu's several nudges had given him great insights, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it had specified the direction for his future, as well. As for transforming Buddhism, to normal people, it might be difficult, but for him, a supreme genius who possessed a Zen spiritual root, a Buddhist Jedi Ding, was a true disciple of the inverted Buddha sect, and was even continuously awakening the memories of the great disciples of the Buddha Lord in his previous life. It was simply not too simple. Besides, even if they really encountered difficulties, they could totally ask senior brother Sugu. As long as brother Sugu is around, there are no worries in the world. Do you want more blood? Letting another bucket out for you? For a moment, Misu Hui didn't know how to repay him, so she could only roll up her sleeves and prepare to bleed. No need. Sugu hurriedly stopped it and said, as far as our relationship is concerned, It would be out of place to say thank you. Yes, Ni Su-hui thought deeply, then said, in the future, if something happens, you don't need to squeak, I will step in. Sugu nodded with a smile and left Mi Su-hui's cave. Just as he stepped out of the door of the cave, he heard the screams of the evil spirits again. Sugu smiled and shook his head, not caring too much. First, he went to the alchemy peak and received a small furnace, a foundation establishment Dan formula, and a few of the materials needed to refine the foundation establishment Dan. Afterward, returning to the cave, without any slowness, he directly took out the Dan furnace, the foundation building Dan formula and a bunch of materials, and then began to try to refine the Dan. In his previous life, he had also fried a good handful of dishes, and in this life, he had even inherited the amazing wisdom from his previous life, and had an advanced understanding of the Dan Dao that far surpassed others. District Alchemy. Hand in hand, time passes. In the cave, hot air and the fragrance of the Dan filled the air, startling countless people. Senior brother Sugu, actually refining pills. Mi Su-hui, why are you only telling us now with such important news? Do you know what it would mean if you missed it? There was a lot of noise in the Righteous Five. Originally, Mi Su-hui didn't take it seriously and just casually mentioned it in her spare time. Then, Mirage Colorful Clothes reacted violently, like a little fangirl who didn't want to miss the sight of Sugu's first alchemy. With that, the other three realized the importance. Just with senior brother Sugu's heaven-defying ability to find fun and make things happen. As long as he made a move, he would definitely set off countless storm clouds, and this alchemy was no different. Perhaps, in the future, if senior brother Sugu moonlighted as a legendary Dan fairy, then this alchemy was going to go down in history, and missing it was equivalent to losing 100 million spirit stones. They were already idle, and when they said they would act, they already stood guard in front of Sugu's cave, waiting for the pills to come out, and the five of them, what with the descending devil child, the attention among the demon cave executives was pulled straight to full capacity. In this way, the matter of Sugu's alchemy was quickly taken up by the entire demon cave's senior management, as well as the crowd of Dan rice masters on the alchemy peak, who were also guarding Sugu's cave as much as they could. In the cave, Sugu looked at the furnace in front of him and stretched. 2 days and 2 nights. The foundation building Dan was finally going to be refined successfully. Alchemy isn't that hard. From introductory to mastery in 2 days, Sugu Shangyang was about to open the furnace to inspect the Dan, when he noticed the illusory colorful clothes and the others, leaving a message to his flying sword. Are they people out there? Sugu raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. The flying swords left many messages. The content was that there were people guarding outside, wanting to come in to observe the opening of the furnace. Simply couldn't figure out that he was just refining a Dan. What was there to see? That there would be so many people wanting to visit. After hesitating for a split second, he finally opened the cave door and let everyone in. He won't have any baggage. Originally not a professional alchemist, without any foundation, the first time he made an alchemy, even if he failed, it didn't matter. As the cave door slowly opened, the crowd guarding the outside, all of their faces were happy, very excited and thrilled, their eyes full of anticipation, wanting to witness a miracle. The crowd lined up to enter. However, no one made a sound, and it was quiet, afraid of disturbing Sugu's alchemy. What a strong fragrance of Dan! This time it's true that there is a hidden dragon's roar echoing, causing me, a tiger demon, to tremble and feel the true dragon's pressure in it. This is real alchemy, and not frying and cooking. The crowd of demon cave executives in illusory colored clothes and the others were just feeling the fragrance of the Dan in the cave, and one of them was intoxicated by it. The only world reached by the Dan rice masters who came from the alchemy peak and were injured. Why are you stepping on us when you're praising Mr. Sugu? You even emphasized that it's not cooking. Are you afraid that we won't know that you're ordering us? Bad guy, really bad. Sugu didn't know what was going on in the minds of the crowd in the contents of the voice transmission exchange. Very calmly and casually, he opened the Dan furnace. In an instant, a golden true dragon silhouette, carrying the light of the Buddha in the sky, flew out of the Dan furnace and hovered in the sky, rolling up endless rhythms and shocking visions. The scene was instantly in an uproar, and everyone was stunned into a stupor by this kind of vision. Surprisingly, a true dragon silhouette had really been refined. Moreover, it was flickering with Buddhist light. This was a Buddhist dragon descending from the sky. This is definitely a holy elixir. Moreover, it was related to the Buddhist cultivation and the dragon race, worthy of being Su Demon Child /S senior brother. Even the means of alchemy is so heaven-defying, compared to senior brother Su. What are those Dan rice masters in the alchemy peak refining? Astonishment surfaced in the eyes of the crowd, and they used their voice transmission to marvel, including the well-informed Righteous Five, or the higher echelons of the Devil's Way, as well as the Dan rice masters of the alchemy peak. However, Sugu frowned and sighed slightly.
He knew very well that he had failed to refine his first furnace of Dan. He had added dragon blood to the ingredients of the foundation building pill, with the intention of strengthening the effects of the pill. As a result, the dragon's blood contaminated the entire material, and the effect of building the foundation disappeared. Although the effect of the dragon's blood was stimulated, he was not sure exactly what the effect was. But, probabilistically, it's not destined to work out well. Strange, so successful. Why is senior brother Sugu sighing? Did the refining fail? What kind of elixir did he refine? Foundation building pill. The foundation building pill? That should be a failure then. This elixir basically has nothing to do with the foundation building Dan. That's also true. After all, it's the first time to refine pills, so it's normal to fail. The crowd's hearts and minds tightened, followed by a loss, obviously, for Sugu's alchemy failure. And then, it was relief, remembering that even if Sugu was more heaven-defying, he was still only a human being, not an immortal. Previously, the frenzied attitude towards Sugu gradually calmed down, but just then, the aura on Sugu's body, however, changed steeply, unexpectedly breaking through. From the 10th level of chi cultivation, he had been promoted to the first level of foundation establishment, and judging from his breath, it was perfect foundation establishment. This, everyone froze, by the scene in front of them, to the blank brain, completely unable to understand, because, in their perspective, Sugu had just inhaled a mouthful of Dan Chi, and he had actually broken through to foundation establishment? Chapter 63, yes, this is the holy pill. Kneeling down to catch up on reading, just breakthrough? Did he take the elixir? Just sniff the Dan Chi, right? And, it's still perfect foundation building? Is this refined out to be an immortal elixir? In an instant, the crowd on the field was breathing heavily, agitated to the extreme, each instinctively moving forward, sticking out their necks and shrugging their noses, not caring about image at all, just to be able to inhale a breath of Xanadu Chi as well. Some even began to take out their storage bags and began to pinch their hands in preparation for pumping air. Ahem. Seeing this, the two Taoists, Blue Flame and Red Flame, who were the peak masters of the alchemy peak, looked solemn and criticized the crowd. How can this be an immortal pill? Immortal pills, which are made by immortals with top-grade exotic treasures and consumed by their hearts, can fly to the sky and escape from the earth after taking them, and they can cross the threshold in one day, which is heaven-defying. Sumo Tong, neither an immortal, the Dan formula used, the furnace, and even the materials, are all ordinary to the extreme. What makes you guys think it's an elixir? It's not even halfway related to an elixir. Don't you guys smell the fragrance of the Dan too? A breakthrough? The crowd was splashed with cold water and calmed down, whispering, fair enough, by the looks of it, it's just an ordinary elixir, just of a better quality. That's right, even if senior brother Su is even more heaven-defying, his cultivation realm is where he is. It's still his first time refining an elixir. How could he possibly refine an elixir that's too stunning? The crowd agreed with the words of the two elders, Blue Flame and Red Flame. If someone else had said this, they would never have believed it, but when it came from the two elders, Blue Flame and Red Flame, they had to believe it, because these two heavenly demon elders were the two people in the entire Devil's Cave that understood the Dan Dao the most. In their early days, in order to purchase the cultivation materials they needed, and because they were wanted criminals and had no way to take out a loan, they could only join the Test Dan Association and earn spirit stones. As we all know, the types of elixirs are not static, and in order to meet the needs of all kinds of immortal cultivators, the elixirs sold in the market not only have a wide variety, but also regularly introduce new ones. All the big clans and chambers of commerce, in order not to lag behind others, will spend a large price to research and develop new kinds of pills, but most of the invention of the pills are out of chance, so it also requires brave cultivators' human body to try pills, to judge the effect. Thus, the immortal cultivation world came to have the amazing organization of the Dan Trial Association. Blue Flame and Red Flame, the two heavenly demon elders, were not only members of the Dan Trial Association, but were also 9-star senior members who had been trying out pills for a whole 100 years, so they knew whether the pills were good or not as soon as they tasted them. Although, they were not able to personally try out the pills that Sugu had refined, but just through the appearance of the pills, the aroma of the pills, as well as the visions that occurred when the furnace was opened, they thought that they would be able to make a clear judgment completely. However, just after everyone had calmed down, the two demons, Red Fire and Blue Flame, chopped their heads off. Obviously, this is not an immortal pill, but a holy pill. The crowd's eyes widened. Are you two playing with us? We were about to believe you when you said it was an ordinary elixir, but you ended up saying it was a holy elixir? As far as the wording is concerned, is there a difference between the elixir of immortality and the holy elixir in their mouths? When they said immortal Dan before, they were all exaggerations. They certainly didn't feel that Su-gu had refined a true immortal pill, they just wanted to express that the pill was bullish. The Holy Dan, on the other hand, did not have a specific grade definition, and was likewise specifically used to describe an elixir that was sufficiently bullish. The two elders, Red Flame and Blue Flame, said excitedly, "This is the holy grade foundation building Dan without a doubt. Just the first wisp of the Dan's aroma can make a person build their foundation perfectly. I dare not imagine what amazing effects the whole thing will have after consuming it. I'm only afraid that all of the natural talents can be drastically increased, against all odds." Saying that, the two men subconsciously secreted saliva in their mouths. Their occupational diseases. Is it only the first strand of the Dan fragrance that works wonders? How can it be? It's the first strand that has the greatest effect, and the subsequent danchi have a small effect. With the guarantee of the two elders, Red Flame and Blue Flame, the crowd's hearts and minds were completely on fire, once again scrambling to pack their danchi. Su-gu looked at the frantic crowd and was speechless for a while. The reason why he had broken through was simple, and it had nothing to do with this furnace of foundation building pills that had half a spirit stone, but because there was another influx of grievances from all over the sky. The amount of this resentment was so great that it rolled like an ocean and covered the sky. Fortunately, he did not let go of his mind, and only he could see it, or else the disciples of the Devil's Cave would have to think that the righteousness of the road was fighting over it. The grievances that he had caused were already numerous. Even if he desperately absorbed them, he couldn't catch up with the increase, so he retained a lot of them, and now so many grievances had surged in, that the quantitative change directly caused a qualitative change, as if the dam had broken, and it actively didn't enter his body, and because he was already a chi practicing great perfection, he wasn't too far away from breaking through to foundation establishment, so it broke through. As for why so many grievances suddenly emerged again, he was not quite sure. In this furnace, there are a total of 8 pills. If Demon Child Su feels that there is something wrong with taking them just like that, for fear of an accident, the two of us can test the pills on his behalf. The two of them, Blue Flame and Red Flame, spoke. The other Devil's Cave executives were instantly displeased. What these two people are playing, they are more than clear, saying that it is a test of the Dan, will definitely be hidden in private and coveted. There is no need to be so troublesome, if you want to. Su-gu knew that the elixir was not normal, and also had already perfectly built up the foundation, completely lost the desire to take it, and was planning to send these 8 elixirs out or seal them up. Suddenly, outside the cave, a flying sword transmission came. It's Big Brothers. The content is very simple. From this moment onwards, all the devil cultivators in the entire Devil's Cave will pay to go to work, and at the same time, the amount of spirit stones that need to be turned in, or the difficulty of the tasks that need to be done by selling one's life, have all been significantly increased. The corners of Su-gu's mouth twitched, finally realizing why the grievances were suddenly surging so horribly. Previously, the strategy of paying to go to work was only promoted on a small scale in the Magic Cave, and only the most desperate low-ranking magic cultivators needed to do so, with little impact. And now in the entire Devil's Cave, there is no one who can be an exception. All of them have to regularly do quests or turn in spirit stones to save their lives. Even the original percentage of spirit stones to be turned in had been raised by quite a bit. Even if you were a Jindan powerhouse, or a Yuaning ancestor, you wouldn't be able to escape. Apparently, eldest brother was also in a real hurry to pay off his debt. At this moment, inside Su-gu's cave, were the Demon Cave's senior management, as well as the Righteous Five, with high status, belonging to the vested interests. Even if they started to turn in their spirit stones, they would only be happy to get more. The devil cultivators outside, on the other hand, were only going to be furious by this time. This can't go on like this. If we keep letting him run wild, the Devil's Cave will rot again. Su-gu's eyes flickered as he contemplated how he could replace his eldest senior brother. After all, loan sharking was a bottomless pit, and if it couldn't be solved, it would definitely drag down the entire Magic Cave. Although, the eldest senior brother was powerful, with a pre-combination cultivation, basically considered the strongest in the Devil's Cave, and even the entire Devil's Way at the moment, and it was unrealistic to get rid of him, but it was still possible to replace him. Su-gu quickly collected his thoughts and didn't dwell on it too much. Seeing that the crowd was also disturbed by this news, he spoke directly. I've already built my foundation, so these 8 pills, which I won't be able to use anymore, will be given to all the elders. There were 5 heavenly demon elders and 3 half-step incarnation top earth demon elders coming to the scene. 8 pills, just enough to share, sort of a personal favor. Even if the elixir was really badly refined, they wouldn't have too many side effects if they ate it. Of course, with Su-gu's knowledge of them, he thought that these fallen devils would not eat them. Sacred foundation building Dan, it was a complete waste for them to eat it, and when the time came, they would most likely sell it or reward it to their beloved ones. When the time came, the problems with the elixir would not be able to be blamed on him. Really? The elders were instantly delighted and excited. The value of a saint-grade pill was beyond imagination. Naturally true. However, there is one thing to keep in mind. This furnace elixir is very different from the unusual foundation establishment and the specific effect I'm not sure. It's best to keep it as a collection and try not to take it. Sugu said. No problem. The 8 devils patted their chests and assured. Of course they won't eat it, because they've already figured out which channel to go through and give it for sale. Chapter 64, Going Out on a Mission. The Devil's Way will have a big move. Requesting for catch-up reading. The pills were all given away, and the crowd on the field retired one after another. After the crowd left, Sugu clearly felt that the air in the cave thinned out, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. These devil cultivators were also really poor and crazy. Even the air that was filled with the fragrance of Dan was intended to be packed up and sold. Congratulations, senior brother. You've made a holy elixir on your first alchemy. Terrific. Not bad for a senior brother. After the group of devils left, the righteous 5 sent their congratulations, each one praising from the bottom of his heart. Sugu was silent for a while, and eventually chose to tell the truth. The refining failed? I can't say it's a failure. It's a holy elixir without a doubt. It's just that you, senior brother, gave it a crooked refining, and the efficacy has changed? Elder brother, you also don't know what effect it will have after taking it? The 5 members of the righteous group were all surprised, and some of them were surprised to ask after them. No wonder it wasn't given to me. The illusory colorful clothes balanced in her heart and laughed cheekily. Then why give it away? Will it affect the innocent? In case someone doesn't collect it, sell it or give it to their disciples. Will something happen if they really give it to someone to eat? Zhao Jin Gang was puzzled and said with some concern. No? Are you a devil? Before Sugu could open his mouth, the other 4 members of the righteous path cast breathless gazes, with expressions of what are you worried about written all over their faces, and said, is there innocence in this devil's cave? Such an extremely high-quality holy elixir. Even if it is circulated, the devil cultivator who has the chance to take it is bound to be in a high position of power in the devil path. It's only a good thing if you really eat it. It's called removing demons for the sake of righteousness. If they didn't know Zhao Jin Gang well, the 4 of them might have to suspect that Zhao Jin Gang was an undercover agent, to ask such words for the devil's consideration. So that's how it is. Zhao Jin Gang scratched his head and came to a realization, then was a bit ashamed. He often seemed out of place with the crowd because he wasn't brainy enough. It was good that he was very studious and was already learning from Sugu and the other 5s. Sugu, do you want to hear what you're talking about? The only normal thinking righteous physical cultivator, Zhao Jin Gang, would be accused of being a devil, which was something he never expected. As the 5 people began to wonder which of the unlucky ones would eat these pills and what changes would occur, Sugu did not dwell on this, but instead said, have you completed your contribution tasks for this quarter? Are there any who are going to do the quest together? Right now, all the people in the entire demon cave are being asked to turn in their demon entry fee, as well as do contribution quests. This will cause the contribution quests released by the task palace to become very scarce. If it had been any later, the difficulty might have spiked. Does it have to be now? I've recently planned to go on a retreat to catch up with your cultivation progress. The illusory color cloth poured out a pang of pity, as it was impossible to go. She had gone out on a mission with Sugu before, and her cultivation had already fallen a bit, so she wanted to catch up and didn't dare to play anymore. It's a pity, Kong Haoren similarly said. I have to study the usage of the Holy Virtue Axe recently, and the research on having the Ghost Cultivation sect chant brocade essays for me has also reached a critical point, so I can't leave. Otherwise, he would have said anything to follow Sugu to have fun. Following Sugu, not only do they have fun to play with, but they also have great opportunities, and they can gain a lot of truths about the great Tao that they can't learn in their clans and families. Although, the content expressed pity, however, the tone was full of bragging, drawing envy from the crowd, especially Ni Su Hui, who still has no clue about transforming Buddhism, and those evil spirits are all rotten to the core. So far there's no progress in chanting the scriptures. I can't either. The famous chefs at home have all been tapped to refine pills. Business has gotten a little worse. I need to make a trip home to help out. Zhao Jin Gang naively scratched his head and said, although he didn't seem too smart among the group of 5, he was extremely smart among the group of physical cultivators in their Zhao clan gully. It has always been the wisdom of the whole ditch people to take charge. It was even hailed as the hope of physical cultivation in the world. As Zhao Jin Gang's words landed, the crowd fell into a long silence, always feeling that the words were awkward. Me, I'm free. Senior brother, take me. Li Xiaobai was excited and thrilled. I also want to go beyond the limits. He heard that Kong Haoren and Mi Su Hui followed Sugu to the fallen spirit pool, and only fished for a few days for the fallen spirits, and when they came back one of them turned out to be transformed.
Kong Haoren had not only obtained the supreme treasure of Confucianism,
he had also found a direction to drastically increase his strength.
Mi Su Hui was even completely enlightened, realizing the true meaning of Buddhism and gaining insight into the path to the immortal realm. If, however, the two were allowed to grope on, they might surpass the limits of their respective kinds of heavenly spirit roots. As a sword cultivator who sought the ultimate power, he naturally couldn't sleep with envy. Su Gu's mouth twitched. Do you really think I'm a wishing tree? I'm still trying to go beyond the limits. Let's talk about this in detail on the way. Su Gu thought about it and seriously said to Li Xiaobai. Yes, Li Xiaobai said excitedly. And me. Mi Su Hui likewise leapt to her feet. Those evil spirits of mine, they're so stupid. Letting them chant the sutras, they actually transcended themselves. Su Gu, Mizui, so, I'm going to go catch a few more. I've picked one of the quests before, and it's still a group quest, so we can be together. Do you have any requirements for the mission, senior brother? No. Su Gu shook his head. He didn't have any requirements for the mission. Just be able to go out and practice and finish your quota for the 3 months. By the way. Mi Su Hui looked at Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai also nodded his head, indicating that there was no problem. Mi Su Hui said, then the 3 of us will go to Little Willow Town, where there is an important industry of our magic cave, and now this industry has been subjected to some trouble, seriously affecting the production, and we have to let us go to solve it. What industry? Su Gu was curious. He didn't expect that the Devil's Cave had fallen to such a level that it still had its own industry. It wasn't just him, the other 4 also had curious faces. Mi Su Hui said, some female ghost cultivators, in order to survive, gathered together and set up itinerant academies, answering questions and solving problems for passing scholars and earning some meager yang qi. With this yang qi, in addition to maintaining their own ghost bodies, they can take the excess and trade it with other ghost cultivators for spirit stones. We, the Demon Cave, provide them with shelter and then take a cut. Phantom Clothes listened in confusion. Can't figure it out. The scholars there, are they all down to this level? Do they need to sell their yang energy to study in a mobile school run by ghost cultivators? As for Kong Haoren, who was well versed in spring and autumn, he had a look of I get it, and for a moment, he wanted to go on this quest as well. The Devil's Cave is finally a little bit devilish. It's not easy, Su Gu lamented in his heart. Although, the means are a bit crude, they are to be encouraged. It's fine to go there, just so you can try to revamp the industry. After the 3 of them finalized that they would do this quest, Illusory Colored Clothes, Zhao Jingang, and Kong Haoren also took their leave one after another. After the 3 of them prepared slightly, they were ready to leave the Devil's Cave, take a flying boat, and head to Little Willow Town. Meanwhile, the 8 elders who had received the gift of Su Gu's elixir, the first thing they did after returning was to contact the buyers and sell this holy elixir, which was unattainable in the Devil's Way, at a high price. Is this really a holy elixir? 1,000 times true. Taoist Blue Flame and Taoist Red Flame, personally guarantee it. The inner disciple within my Devil's Cave, just sniffing a mouthful of the Dan fragrance, is even more directly perfect foundation building. Inside this elixir, the dragon's blood stirs and the Buddha's light is vast, but it exudes a special magical power that can drastically improve the root bone qualifications, and it is most suitable for the outstanding disciples within the sect to take. Only 88,800,000. You can't lose or be fooled. With the 2 Dan Dao authorities, Blue Flame and Red Flame, these 8 pills were not at all worried about selling, and the pills in the hands of the 8 elders were sold in an instant. As the 8 holy pills flowed into the black market of the Devil's Path and changed hands several times at an extremely fast speed, it soon caused a furor. There were even some cultivators that were planning to make a move to grab it. There was no way that these 8 holy pills were too rare, especially since they could also increase the qualifications of outstanding disciples within the sect. But in the end, a mysterious force, showing amazing financial strength and vigor, actually took all 8 holy pills in one breath. When did such a powerful force appear in the Devil Dao? This result caused all the devil cultivators to be horrified in their hearts, and even more so, they detected a sense of crisis as a mountain rain was coming down. Intuition told them that the Devil's Way would make a big move. Chapter 65, the special reason why the split is Eldest Brothers X, 2-in-1 requests for catch-up readings. The Great Liang Devil's Cave. Boo! A meteorite star, descending from the sky, was so loud and powerful that the dark light raged, startling countless demonic cultivators. At the same time, the air was interspersed with mournful and incomparable screams. The crowd wasn't surprised, as this was the sight of senior brother Han Shangshang being knocked down. They've seen it all before. Eldest brother had thick skin and flesh, and was also good at escaping, and usually landed in this stance after incurring strong enemies outside. Eldest brother, are you alright? The surrounding devil cultivators cautiously gathered around. wanting to lend a hand and assist Han Changsheng. However, he was stopped by Han Changsheng, who coughed dryly a few times and said breathlessly, "It's fine, all of you stand down." Yes, the crowd of demonic cultivators retreated as far as they could. Only, a voice rang out immediately afterward. "Senior brother Wuqi, please stay." Among the crowd, Ping Wuqi's doppelganger, who was glad to be able to bolt, stiffened his body and, with a face full of lifelessness, stepped forward to help Han Changsheng up. "Eldest senior brother, that spirit stone mine, can the robbery go smoothly?" But who knew that Han Changsheng's eyes were actually red, directly showing signs of a mental breakdown. Seeing this scene, Ping Wuqi sighed and, obviously, it failed. Come to think of it, without a debtor on the sidelines to provide an endorsement of trust, it was simply impossible to replicate Su Gu's operation in the test, calling on the several surrounding demonic forces to join together to snub that spirit stone mine into their hands. Su Gu's strategy, a single look, perhaps simple, but they are all a ring, pour a ring, are going to lose. Ordinary people simply cannot replicate. That's not even the most critical. The most critical thing was that at this moment, Han Changsheng's mental state was obviously too much debt collection and too much pressure, and he was already about to collapse. "Wuqi, help me." Han Changsheng took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, with a solemn expression. Ping Wuqi grabbed Han Changsheng's hand and helped him back to his cave, sighing and somewhat puzzled. "Why don't you ask Demon Boy Su to do it?" If, at the beginning, he had let Su Gu help to renege on the debt, and then snubbed the three forces and the person in charge of the spirit stone mine, the debt problem might have been solved by now. Is it really just a matter of saving face? He is the hope for the revitalization of the Devil's Way. How dare I put him in danger? If anything happens to him, how will the world's devil cultivators look at me? Han Changsheng was depressed and heavy-hearted, and said with exhaustion, "Don't worry, I don't need you to help me pay off my debt. When I recuperate, I'll turn myself in, and when I do, I'll take the water of forgetfulness of life to erase my memory, and I won't sell out the Devil's Cave. When the time comes, the Devil's Cave will rely on you to carry the load." With that, he closed his eyes and waved Ping Wuqi away. In the past, he was able to climb straight up from even the heaviest of injuries, but now that his heart was tired, he could no longer climb up and wanted to get some rest. "The sky is drizzling." With a heavy look on his face, Ping Wuqi walked out of Han Changsheng's cave and remained silent in front of the door for a long time before walking towards Su Gu's cave. He certainly couldn't sit back and watch his eldest brother erase his memory and turn himself in, much less dare to pick on the Devil's Cave. In this case, you can only look for Su Gu. After all, without his eldest brother to be the head of the group and draw the fire, how else could he need out? Senior brother Su is not here, out on a mission, Illusory Colorful Clothes said. On the side, Kong Haoran, who was preparing to close his eyes, and Zhao Jingang, who was planning to go home, nodded their heads. In the Devil's Cave, Ping Wuqi had quite a few doppelgangers, and he naturally knew this, which was why he sought out these three and said, "The three of you are on good terms with Su Gu, so I think you have the means to contact him remotely. There's something I want to trouble you guys to pass on to Su Gu." "What is it?" Phantasmagoria was suspicious. "It's the issue of eldest senior brother's debt that we may need to ask Su Gu to take care of. Eldest brother is the only harmonization realm cultivator in our demon cave, and with his shelter, our demon cave has been able to survive to this day. If, because he can't pay his debt, he just leaves the magic cave, then our magic cave will also have to follow the bad luck." Ping Wuqi let out a sigh and said painfully, "Eldest senior brother has tried everything he can think of, but it's useless. Although he has been stopping me from telling you guys for fear of you taking risks, there is really no way out now." The three phantom clothes nodded their heads in understanding. "We can contact senior brother Su Gu and ask for his opinion. Don't worry, as long as senior brother Su is willing to make a move, it's bound to succeed." Without even thinking about it, Phantom Clothes agreed straight away. After all, if the Devil's Cave just collapsed, how could they still go undercover? "Say whatever you have to do to save the magic cave, even if they advance money to pay off the debt." Ping Wuqi's face was delighted. However, immediately afterward, Illusory Colored Clothes frowned. "It's just that we want to know why eldest senior brother owes so many spirit stones?" Zhao Jingang and Kong Haoran on the side had already moved out their stools, took out their melon seeds, and crossed their legs, ready to watch the show. That's what they're curious about. Ping Wuqi was a bit speechless, not knowing what to say for a moment. He borrowed the spirit stones in order to raise the strength of the Devil Cave and secretly prepare various forbidden means, such as refining top-grade magic treasures, laying down the circumstantial Devil Emperor formation, and summoning the world's devil cultivators to gather together for defense and counterattacks against the righteous way. Right? Illusory Colorful Clothes guessed. Zhao Jingang and Kong Haoran's eyes also lit up. If we can find out the layout of the magic cave's defenses, it would definitely be a great achievement. Ha! Ping Wuqi was surprised and quickly shook his head. "No,
How could we dare to fight against the righteous path?
This matter, it's not complicated.
But it has to start from 900 years ago. At that time, eldest senior brother was not yet called Han Changshang,
but manhwa,
a true disciple of a certain first-rate sect of the righteous path,
with a distinguished family lineage and a waterwood double spiritual root.
So he could be described as having a great deal of popularity, and he is generous and incomparable,
modest and low profile, indifferent to fame and fortune. Friends never look at the identity, to the people, to the country,
but also even our magic cultivators have more succor.
Can be called the Confucian saying of the gentleman. Unfortunately, our eldest senior brother is an infatuated seed. If one meets the right person,
then naturally it would be happy and fulfilling.
However, he was unlucky and met a bad person. When he met a woman,
he treated her as his beloved, but the other party just treated him as a spirit stone mine, constantly asking for spirit stones towards our eldest senior brother to buy all kinds of extremely high-quality magic treasures,
pills, spell aptitudes, vestments, flying swords, and so on.
In order to satisfy her various unreasonable demands, one can only go out frequently to do various dangerous clan missions, but it's just a drop in the bucket.
And then, one begins to sell one's family assets, and then, one begins to take out loans.
He had thought that he would be able to obtain that female cultivator's heart,
but on the eve of the scheduled date when he was going to become a Taoist couple, that female cultivator proposed to break up. In the end, he couldn't resist the pressure, couldn't accept the reality,
and jumped into the river to kill himself.
The illusory color clothes trio stood in awe, their brows furrowed, and even a wisp of slight anger surfaced between their brows.
Ping Wuqi snorted, feeling somewhat self-deprecating for his eldest senior brother.
Isn't it stupid?
At that time,
his death didn't attract too much attention from the righteous path. His clan, his family all chose to remain silent,
while that female cultivator,
including her clan, not only failed to blame herself,
but even raised her clan in laughter and issued taunts. The neighboring merchants,
in order to make a profit,
even the liquor used by the people to pay homage to him, was replaced with white water. The righteous path doesn't care, but we in the devil's path can't care. He once disregarded his former suspicions and relieved countless brothers of the devil's cave who had accidentally gone astray and were wanted.
On that day, we devil cultivators up and down the devil's cave, unable to bear it, all begged for mercy, begged my master to take action,
and each gave a point of strength to awaken the devil's cave's supreme treasure,
the afterlife tablet, to help Hanzwa to be reincarnated. After Hanzwa was reincarnated and reborn, he is now our eldest senior brother, Han Changshang.
In order to avoid the memories of his previous life from affecting him, my master sealed his memories of his previous life, and he grew up in the devil's cave from a young age, becoming a qualified devil cultivator and sheltering us for hundreds of years.
So, eldest brother still has such a side. All three of the illusory color clothes were moved. Unexpectedly, Han Changshang, who was the acting demon lord of the demon cave, actually had such a past. That's for sure. Otherwise, why do you think it's his contemporary demon lord that we all obey him? Just because he's at the pre-combination stage cultivation?
Ping Wuqi asked rhetorically.
It makes sense. The three men agreed.
So, eldest brother owes a debt because he was recognized by his past life debtors?
Kong Haoren said hesitantly.
No.
Ping Wuqi shook his head.
It was the eldest senior brother who encountered that female cultivator again after his reincarnation.
He didn't recognize the other party,
but was recognized by that female cultivator.
Although, eldest brother has no memory, he is still the same Hanzwa, the infatuated Hanzwa, without any surprises, facing that female cultivator's deliberate approach again,
and flowery words,
he soon fell again,
feeling a sense of meeting the love of his past life.
And then, he was cheated out of everything again,
and ended up carrying a heavenly amount of debt.
Ha!
The three were greatly shocked. This development was completely beyond their expectations.
This matter,
all of us were furious when we found out about it.
We didn't put up with it anymore and investigated the other party.
Ping Wuqi looked serious. Killing intent filled his brows as he said, "It was only then that I realized that what happened to eldest senior brother 800 years ago was not an accident, but a deliberate setup by the other side. It was the righteous sect where that female cultivator was from, as well as several other righteous forces in the neighborhood, who were afraid that eldest senior brother's natural talent was too good, and his character was too good, and that he would lead his sect and clan to a rapid rise, and were jealous of it, and that's why they used the ploy to destroy it." Speaking of this, Ping Wuqi's eyes were red and killing intent filled the air. It's understandable to do normal tricks to victimize him for the sake of the family's interests. Why are you still unwilling to let him go when you meet again and your eldest senior brother has been reincarnated? The illusory color clothes trio also furrowed their brows, with nameless fires burning in their hearts, feeling that the other party had gone too far.
Then, Zhao Jing Gang inquired unwillingly, It would be really hard for him to let that female cultivator get away with it. The two of them, illusory colorful clothes and Kong Haoren, were also in the same mood. What then? We are demonic cultivators. Ping Wuqi was surprised. Of course we killed them all. Having provoked us like this, she and her family and fellow disciples still want to live? Are we still devil cultivators then? When he said this, he shrunk his neck and looked around, fearing that he would be known by Han Changsheng others, a bit of a thief. Afterwards, in order to avoid eldest brother having a hard time in his heart and getting angry with us, I then used my doppelganger, pretending to be that female cultivator, and casually mentioned a reason to break up with eldest senior brother. Unfortunately, this made eldest senior brother keep thinking that it was his own bad self that got split up, and it was hard for a long time. Ping Wuqi whispered in a voice, "Don't say anything about this, otherwise, if eldest senior brother knows that I used my doppelganger to become his predecessor, he'll kill me, and of course you guys might be silenced as well." The three phantom clothes burst out laughing. It wasn't because of Ping Wuqi's final operation of using his doppelganger to turn into that female cultivator, but rather, it was an unimpeded smile in his heart knowing that that female cultivator was dead. They are righteous, but not pedantic. In terms of what that female cultivator and the forces behind her did, they were even worse than most of the devilish forces, so they naturally deserved to die. Saying that, Ping Wuqi said with some regret, originally, at that time, the Devil's Cave was under the leadership of the eldest senior brother, and everyone was already preparing to wash their hands of the matter and make a fresh start. Unfortunately, eldest senior brother owes too many debts, and because we killed the other party's entire family and clan, even though we framed a few ancient cultivators who had just come out of the world and were prospering, we were still affected by the righteousness of the Tao and the Great Shang Dynasty's severe crackdown, and the whitewashing plan could only be nullified. Phantom colorful clothes three people indistinctly. No wonder hundreds of years ago, the Great Shang captured a group of ancient monks who had been doing wrong since their emergence from the world, and they confessed to all the crimes, but they just did not confess to those several tragic cases of slaughtering the door and a few heavy cases of stealing the treasures. So it really was not done by them? So can you ask Su Gu if he's willing to step in and renege on the debt for our eldest brother? This is not for him, but for our entire demon cave. Our devil cave can't afford to be without a harmonized cultivator. If you are willing, when the matter is accomplished, the reward will definitely satisfy you all. Ping Wuqi said to the illusory color cloth trio. I've already informed senior brother Su, and I'll get a reply soon, illusory color cloth said. Chapter 66, The Sentient Swordsman's Emotionless Sword, 3K words requested. On the flying boat, Li Xiaobai was talking to Su Gu about his own situation, hoping that Su Gu would nudge him a couple of times, and then, cause him to have an epiphany and his cultivation to skyrocket, as in the case of Kong Hoin and Mi Suk Wai. How strange. At this time, Mi Su Hui scratched his bald head with a hesitant expression and said to Su Gu, Senior brother, have you had that special feeling recently? What special feeling? Su Gu was surprised and looked at Mi Su Hui, who had a tangled face, and said, Are you constipated? Ha? No, it's just incense. Ah, Mi Su Hui said, Don't you feel that lately, there has been the power of incense and fire, constantly coming in? Don't you have this feeling? He was a Buddhist monk, and was already more sensitive to incense and beliefs and such, can clearly insight that since out of the fallen spirit pool, there has been a steady stream of incense and the power of faith pouring in. Recently it is more and more. Before, it was harder to notice. Now it is simply impossible to ignore. Oh, Su Gu's expression was flat. I guess we went to the East Sea to subdue the Jiao dragon, and were seen by the local sea people, who thought it was a display of the gods. The people on the islands in the East China Sea make their living by going out to sea to fish, and are therefore even more superstitious about the gods. The three of them had manifested their sainthood in the East China Sea, subduing the vicious Jiaolong, and they all looked extraordinary, as if they were dragons and phoenixes among men, and heavenly gods descending to earth. So it was normal for them to be worshipped as gods by the islanders who saw them. It's all 3/4 of an hour of heat. This power of faith is not much use. After a while, when we all stop manifesting our saints, the fishermen will stop on their own without motivation. Su Gu was very casual, obviously not taking these joss sticks seriously at all. Also, Mi Su Hui touched her head, somewhat agreeing. He had more or less heard of the customs of the islanders of the East China Sea, and knew that they had many beliefs, and that on almost every island. They believed in very different gods. They had manifested once, and even if someone saw them, how many people could they influence? At best, their influence would be limited to a few islands, and it wouldn't spread at all. Li Xiaobai looked furtive. His forehead blackened, clenched his fists in front of him, gritted his teeth and said to Mi Su Hui, Can you stop disturbing me and elder brother all the time? Can't you see you're busy? How many times has it been? Could it be that you want to stop elder brother from instructing me to become the strongest sword cultivator ever? How can it be? Mi Suhui was honest and naive, hastily waving his hands, assuring, I really had a feeling.
I never intentionally disturbed.
You guys continue?
Are you saying that you cultivate the emotionless sword? And this emotionless sword,
or is it a family heirloom? Sugu continued to ask Li Xiaobai about various information,
conveniently providing him with some cultivation ideas.
Yes,
this emotionless sword
is very powerful.
It is rumored that when practiced to the strongest, it can cut down immortals,
and is the most lethal sword technique in the world.
The person who answered was not Li Xiaobai,
but Mi Suhui.
You. Li Xiaobai's face was pitch black and he had already raised his sword sheath to teach Mi Suhui a lesson. From the time the flying boat departed,
until now, Mi Suhui, the dog,
had been gagging and interfering with Su Gu's understanding of his information.
Don't. Above this flying boat, fighting is not allowed. Otherwise you'll have to pay for it.
Seeing that Li Xiaobai was going to come for real, Mi Suhui hurriedly raised her hands above her head,
craned her neck, and sent out a goosebump. Compensate for what?
I just chopped this flying boat with a sword. Instead of making money, the Chamber of Commerce has to compensate me for the loss of my flying sword. Li Xiaobai gritted his teeth and became ruthless.
Today he must beat up Mi Suhui. No, we're not doing a mission. We can't reveal our identity. I'm at fault. I'm really used to it. You know,
we Buddhist monks are all like that. Our words are all very secret.
Don't worry. I'll pay attention next and never disturb you. You know monks never lie.
Mi Suhui was afraid of her chest and assured her. Of course he did it on purpose. It was better to denigrate others than to improve himself.
As long as his friends couldn't improve,
then he didn't need to work hard himself. Li Xiaobai's mouth twitched,
and in his heart,
he secretly resolved that when he got off the flying boat, he would definitely give the other party a fat beating.
Sugu fell calm, without much of a ripple in his expression at the two men's jostling, and continued to ask, so, your father, Li Taibai, cultivates the emotionless sword as well?
Right. Li Xiaobai was surprised. Since it was passed down from his ancestors, then his father must have cultivated it as well.
Oh,
only then did Mi Suhui understand what Sugu was saying and said somewhat pitifully,
Xiaobai, your childhood, it must have been very unhappy, right?
Why do you say that? Li Xiaobai said in disbelief.
You're stupid. Mi Suhui was very hateful and said,
your father cultivates the forgetfulness sword,
so how could he be on good terms with your mother? And how could he be on good terms with you? No wonder you've always been so lonely and cold. So it's because of this.
However, you should not blame your father. Your father also has no choice. After all, if you do not cultivate the forgetfulness sword,
you will not be able to become the world's first sword cultivator. You cannot keep.
Sugu was also listening to a burst of head. Before also did not feel that this Mi Suhui mouth so broken, not worthy of the Buddhist cultivator, to Li Xiaobai tolerate said, do him. Li Xiaobai has long been unable to endure,
directly pounced out and pressed Mi Suhui underneath and violently beat him. Finally, it was too weak to do so. So he got up and said indifferently, my father did cultivate the emotionless sword.
However, he quickly cultivated to the sword Dao perfection realm,
instantly mastering any sword technique. Naturally,
there would no longer be a need for a merciless sword.
And even more so, no longer be merciless.
And then, before marrying my mother.
Sugu raised an eyebrow,
although he had guessed the outcome.
But this process, he really hadn't expected it. He had thought that Li Xiaobai's father,
who was gifted and cultivated the emotionless sword,
had comprehended the legendary sentient sword intent.
I didn't expect that it would be a straightforward way to beat the level with the emotionless sword first,
and then,
switch to other swords,
and be proud of it. What a fierce man this is. For his part, Mi Suhui was unsurprised. Of course he knew all this. He was just trying to find an opportunity to interject.
Elder brother,
do you have any suggestions?
I don't ask for much, just be able to be fiercer than my father?
After finishing his situation, Li Xiaobai was in an excited mood and said to Sugu.
Sugu's mouth twitched.
Nice one for not asking too much.
He was silent for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, his brow furrowed and his face changed.
Senior brother, what are you doing?
Li Xiaobai noticed Sugu's change in demeanor and hesitated a bit. Then he fiercely looked at Mi Suhui and said with a murderous aura,
are you transmitting your voice to disturb senior brother Su?
Ha!
Injustice.
Mi Suhui hurriedly denied that it really wasn't him.
At the same time, there is a burst of indignation in my heart.
Why is the sword cultivator so strong?
When I am able to drive evil ghosts and demons, chant for me, and build a Buddhist hell, I want you to look good. This is really treating me as a wishing tree?
Sugu shook his head and both laughed breathlessly,
telling the two of them about receiving a summons from the magic cave's illusory colorful clothes.
Ha! The two were also surprised, not realizing that Han Shangsheng had such a past. However, they were not surprised that they begged Sugu to step in and renege on their debt.
Hearing Sugu's tirade, Mi Suhui muttered, the wishing tree isn't really as spiritual as you, senior brother. Well, want to go next? Li Xiaobai inquired. If we can complete the mission, it would be a heavenly feat, and it's not impossible to be directly promoted to a true legend afterward, and come into contact with the most central inheritance of the demon cave. The corner of Su Gu's mouth twitched. I'm just a mole cricket. Who gave me the courage to rely on the accounts of a late-stage harmonization powerhouse? You guys are really not treating me like a human being. Then, refuse? Mi Suhui said with some regret. He had never had a clue about transforming Buddhism. If he could get the core inheritance of the magic cave, he might be able to find inspiration. Immediately afterward, he thought of more. If the magic cave closes down, what about them? The undercover agents? The Devil's Way hasn't risen yet, and these undercover agents of theirs are out? Su Gu thought carefully and said, agree first. Anyway, Han Changshang had already carried through one round of debt collection, and there was a not-so-short interval when the next round of debt collection began. He had a general idea. That's fine. Mi Su Hui's face was joyful. As long as Su Gu agreed, there was nothing he couldn't do. The Devil's Cave inheritance was basically considered to be in hand, and the mission of going undercover in the Devil's Cave was also considered to be preserved. Li Xiaobai also followed the joy, and then, snapped out of it. His forehead was full of black lines. He just wanted to be nudged by senior brother Su Gu for a couple of sentences. How come it was so difficult? So, how should I cultivate next? Li Xiaobai collected his emotions and asked after him. Su Gu thought for a moment and said, my advice is simple. Find more girlfriends. Li Xiaobai and Mi Suhui both grew their mouths wide in disbelief. Chapter 67, there's a very serious question. 3 keywords for catch-up reading. Li Xiaobai and Mi Suhui both opened their mouths wide. Very incredible. What is this understanding? A merciless sword. Shouldn't you stay away from love? Shouldn't you not get a girlfriend until you're consummated? Li Xiaobai opened his mouth, wanting to question it, but when he thought about Su Gu's previous few maneuvers, which were all too deep and beyond the world's knowledge, he was also a bit shaken for a moment. Only, no matter how much he convinced himself, in the end, he still couldn't accept and understand. His face was suffocatingly red, and he couldn't help but say, why? Yeah, why? Mizui said with the same curiosity. Su Gu looked calm and took out an apple, placing it on the table where the three were sitting around, and said to Li Xiaobai, split him. Although Li Xiaobai was confused, he still did as he was told, and with a swoosh sound, his sword was sheathed, and with a sword slashing out, he saw a flash of cold sword light, and the apple was split in two. Good sword art. Su Gu marveled. Worthy of being a sword spirit root, just a casual sword was so rhythmic. Perhaps Li Xiaobai casually practiced a few days of swordplay. It would take him a few years to catch up. It's a good thing he's a devil practitioner. There were ways to get rid of spirit root restrictions. A single hand of the 100 ghosts carrying lotus, in the short term, could give him the confidence to proudly look down on the heavenly spirit root, not to mention other means. Otherwise, really low self-esteem. Afterward, Su Gu pointed at the split apple and said, this apple, what changed after it was split? Li Xiaobai and Mi Suhui both looked at each other, their brows slightly knitted. What can this change? Some hesitation in unison. It was split? Su Gu, do you want to hear it? What are you talking about? Li Xiaobai got serious and inquired. It became two? Can you split it between two people? Is it bad? Is it sweeter cut this way? Seeing that Su Gu hadn't responded, Li Xiaobai got anxious and kept giving answers, and Mi Suhui also helped to guess up, and the answers given by the two of them could be said to be varied, but Su Gu always lapsed into silence. Li Xiaobai suddenly brightened up and said to Su Gu, I see. It turned yellow? The corners of Su Gu's mouth twitched as he looked at the gradually oxidizing apple, and there was really no way to refute the other party. He sighed and said, it got smaller. He had wanted to follow his lead, but it was clear that Mi Suhui and Li Xiaobai were not following his train of thought. Saying that, he took out his own underworld demon staff, and with one hand, 100 ghosts lifted the lotus, and hundreds of evil ghosts, shrunken down to the size of a thumbnail, dragged the ebony light, and with their hands on their blades, swooped out, and in an instant, chopped the apples into hundreds of portions. When Mi Suhui and Li Xiaobai saw this scene, they were both shocked for a moment. They knew that senior brother Su's strength was not bad and far exceeded the other three spirit roots at the same level, but now it seemed that they had underestimated senior brother Su. However, these were not the point. Su Gu pinched up a grain of apple and asked Li Xiaobai, did it get smaller? Yes. Li Xiaobai fiercely straightened his color, his pupils slightly trembling and flashing with essence. Seemingly enlightened, Su Gu nodded his head in satisfaction at the sight and said, what if we keep dividing it up? If you divide it all the way, I get it. It will keep getting smaller and smaller until it is close to nothing. So, if one divides sentience into two, and two into three, it is multi-sentience. whereas if one divides it into countless parts, then it is sentience.
Li Xiaobai's body was instantly filled with sword qi, and the vast vicissitudes of the sword Dao meaning swept in all directions, and the magic swords of all the passengers on the entire flying boat were humming, as if they were cheering.
Really realized? Ni Suhui was stunned on the spot. Quite unbelievable. In fact, he didn't quite believe that Sugu could enlighten someone on the spot with a few casual remarks.
He had always felt that it was a coincidence that he was nudged by Sugu and had an epiphany on the spot.
Although Sugu's words were enlightening,
the greater credit goes to himself for being enlightened.
But now he had to believe that senior brother Sugu was the real bull. The reason why he could have an epiphany was entirely because of senior brother Sugu's good nudging, and it had little to do with whether or not he had any enlightenment. Sugu was also a bit surprised. Could it be that in this world, there was a similar mathematical limit thinking? You've heard similar theories? Sugu inquired.
Of course, Li Xiaobai subconsciously said.
Isn't it just that one life is 2, 2 is 3, and 3 is everything? This is something a cultivator knows. Ah,
elder brother,
you really underestimate me. How could I not know this?
With that, he elaborated on his deeper understanding.
My father had always asked me a question,
and it was a question he often asked himself. That is whether the great Tao is sentient or sentient. The world generally considers the great way to be unfeeling, because it is impartial, never favoring certain things or detesting certain things. But if we say that it is merciless, then how should we explain that all cultivators in the world are able to cultivate,
all living beings in the world are able to survive, and all things in the world are able to function as they should?
And how should it explain that the great Tao is 50,
and the heavenly diffusion is 49? The heavenly Tao lacks 1, but leaves a thread of life?
The more Li Xiaobai spoke, the more spirited he became, and the more pure the sword intent in his body became. He excitedly said,
I couldn't figure it out before, but now after your enlightenment, senior brother, I've completely realized it. Sentiment as long as it is not the only thing is amorous, and amorousness to the extreme is emotionlessness. The great way, because it is sentient to all things under the sun, is therefore merciless. After saying that, the aura on his body steeply changed,
and he directly broke through several layers in a row and reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. Sugu saw Li Xiaobai talking. The sword intent on his body was getting more and more pure and thick and strong,
and in the end,
he even directly broke through several small realms, and his envious back teeth were about to be clenched. These celestial spirit roots,
they're too unreasonable, aren't they? Is it true that epiphanies are commonplace?
Sugu had thought that he had nudged Li Xiaobai a couple of times. Li Xiaobai would at most seem to understand,
have a vague direction of cultivation,
roughly know how to cultivate the emotionless sword,
and then keep trying trial and error,
and ultimately realize the true meaning of the emotionless sword.
As a result, you've come to your senses straight away? And that's a bit of a drastic reaction, isn't it?
Don't look at Li Xiaobai only broke through a few layers of realm, but that was the smallest gain. The biggest gain was that his obvious knowledge and understanding of the swordway was much deeper and more thorough. His sword intent was much deeper and stronger, and his extreme battle power skyrocketed.
Currently, I can't do what the great Tao does,
being amorous to everything under the sun and cultivating into the supreme emotionlessness.
With my current realm,
the next thing I need to do is just find enough girlfriends to keep refining my sword technique, Li Xiaobai summarized. It was then that he realized what Sugu meant by the words he had said not long ago.
For a while, there was an overwhelming admiration for Sugu, worthy of being senior brother Sugu. No, Ni Suhui looked up to the sky, very red-eyed and unable to accept it. Although,
both found the future direction of condensing supreme Tao fruits,
but the degree of difficulty was completely different. Alright,
he needed to modify the Buddhist teachings to accommodate the demons and devils,
and then capture the ghosts of the world and establish a Buddhist hell. To say it's as hard as it gets is an understatement,
and Li Xiaobai just needs to fall in love.
That's all? That's not fair. Just, right at this moment, Li Xiaobai, who was excitedly leaping, suddenly converged with a smile on his face, his brows slightly knitted, and his expression was serious and somewhat grave. Damn, I forgot something serious. I can't do this. What's the problem? Sugu wondered.
You have come to such a point of enlightenment,
and the radiant path is already in front of you, so why can't you do it again? Ni Suhui's heart instantly balanced a bit, inquiring, is it pushing into trouble? It's fine, it's normal, just find a way to overcome it. What kind of trouble? Li Xiaobai nodded his head and said very seriously, I'm underage now, and my family won't let me fall in love early. This time,
it was Mi Suhui and Sugu's turn to look at each other for a long time without words. Chapter 68, I don't want to be a shame on the pillar of shame, requests for catch-up readings.
Underage? Can't fall in love early?
What kind of strange reason is this?
Sugu also froze. As far as he knew, in this world,
although the age at which bar mitzvahs were held varied,
The age at which families were formed was generally very low. 13 or 14 would do. Li Xiaobai is clearly past that age. Perhaps this is a reflection of the upbringing of a proper immortal cultivation family.
You're not allowed to womanize and cause trouble.
Then you should be almost an adult too, right? Su Gu asked rhetorically.
Li Xiaobai was speechless, Su Gu's eyelids slightly raised, as if he had thought of something, and he was surprised.
What is the adult condition set by your family?
It wouldn't be to defeat your father as well, right? He thought of the odd conditions of the Zhao Jin gang family's desire to become an adult, and given the piss-poor nature of these people, the family styles of several of their families should all be pretty much the same.
And not much more decent? How can it be? Our family are all sword cultivators.
How can we set up such a silly and rash condition?
Isn't this pure torture for future generations?
Li Xiaobai directly shook his head and said,
I only need to cultivate the emotionless sword to perfection, even if I am an adult.
Su Gu's mouth twitched. This one of yours isn't much better than the adult condition of Zhao Jin gang's family,
is it?
With the power and anti-climax of the emotionless sword that you all speak of. If the emotionless sword were to be perfected,
would there be any enemies left in the world?
Su Gu thought for a moment and advised, rules are dead, people are alive.
Your Li family.
The reason why you set up this family rule is to prevent someone from falling in love with another person while practicing the emotionless sword, interfering with the cultivation and affecting future achievements.
The essence is to protect you from the outside world's influence on your cultivation. And now, you have been initially enlightened,
comprehending the radiant Tao of the mercurial swordsman's merciless sword.
Naturally then, there is no need to abide by this family rule. After all, this family rule is already hindering your cultivation. Wouldn't this go against the original intention of your family's oldest ancestor when he made this family rule? Is it like this? Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up. It seems so. Su Gu nodded. Be confident, that's all. Only, immediately afterward,
Li Xiaobai was again hesitant and said,
but, what if this avenue of my enlightenment isn't actually that good? I mean, what if I can't hold it and fall into it? Wouldn't that make it impossible to cultivate the emotionless sword? Wouldn't that leave me with no excuse to violate the family rules? As he said that, a ray of sorrow appeared on Li Xiaobai's face. Rather than worrying about cultivating a fork in the road, as a supreme pride, the heart of the road naturally far exceeds the world's cognitive toughness, and will not be afraid to look after the uncertain future. Failure is failure. Just get up and fight again. He was mainly afraid of violating the family rules. Although, there wouldn't be any specific punishment, but at that time, he was going to be carved into the family's pillar of shame, so that people could nag him for dozens of lifetimes. Ni Suhui also nodded slightly.
This was indeed a serious problem.
This one is very simple.
If the emotionless sword can't be practiced, then practice the sentient sword.
Have you ever heard of the reverse training technique? Su Gu was not surprised by this query,
and without any need to think at all, he directly replied. As the future demon lord, he had long regarded Li Xiaobai's 5 people as the 5 most courageous demon generals under his seat in the future.
Certainly won't pit the 5 of them against each other. This answer, too,
was all something he had long pondered over.
If Li Xiaobai really failed in his emotionless sword cultivation,
he could still cultivate the sentient sword.
Sentient sword? The reverse practicing great technique?
Li Xiaobai hesitated.
Seeming to understand,
the Mi Su Hui on the side also came to the spirit.
Is this some kind of profound avenue philosophy again? Haven't you guys heard of it?
A technique that is very extreme can often be attempted to be practiced in reverse.
The longevity technique can be reverse trained into the short life technique, and the cold ice technique can be reverse trained into the flame decree.
The emotionless sword,
naturally, can be changed into the sentient sword. Su Gu said, many of the devil's techniques are what the devil's ancestors,
who practiced against the immortal laws,
got,
and their power is not bad as usual.
For example, the heavenly eye pass was originally a top pupil technique, and a devil Dao ancestor retrograded into blindness, but comprehended the devil ear pass,
the heavenly god's raging thunder, which was originally a great magical ability to kill the enemy by condensing mana and then blowing it up after throwing it, had a devil Dao ancestor retrograde into the earth exploding heavenly star minor devil passage that could only explode itself,
and so on.
Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai furrowed their brows slightly.
Reasonably speaking, it seemed to be the case, but why did it sound so implausible?
Especially after senior brother Su Gu cited the examples of the Devil's Path ancestors.
Li Xiaobai was silent for a moment, said, I understand the reasoning, the negative, things will be opposite.
But, senior brother, you cited these examples.
No.
Su Gu shook his head, raised his index finger and shook it slightly,
saying, devil cultivators, are there any with good natural talent?
Nope, Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui said in unison.
That wouldn't be the end of it.
Those devil cultivators were so poorly endowed, and after practicing against the odds, not only did they not die, but their cultivation increased greatly.
Does that still not speak for itself? You Hall of Heaven Spirit Root, reverse training is not a handful? Besides, it doesn't let you directly reverse practice. You first practice positively, and reverse practice is considered to leave you a way out, Sugu said.
Li Xiaobai blinked his eyes and thought it made sense, but he was still a bit torn.
It's just, forget it. Sugu waved his hand, no longer continuing to persuade, not wanting to do useless things. You'd better wait until you're an adult. Ha, don't. Seeing this, Li Xiaobai immediately panicked and hurriedly said, when I become an adult, the flame mountain will be cold. Help me think of another excuse. No. Senior brother, you persuade me again. I'm a person who listens to persuasion. Sugu.
The corner of his mouth twitched, and this is when he could sort of see that Li Xiaobai had no worries at all. He really wanted to find a few more girlfriends, but suffered from not having an excuse to fool his family.
What about getting him ideas for excuses? It's not like he's trying to persuade it. It wasn't just him, Ni Suhui was also directly speechless. If you want to make excuses, just say so. We'll help you. It's just that you want more girlfriends. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Aren't all men like that? Why be so bent out of shape? It was also fortunate that he was a monk. Otherwise he would have had to cultivate the emotionless sword. Senior brother, help give another tip.
Li Xiaobai touched his head and blushed a little. When he heard Sugu's suggestion that he should find more girlfriends,
he even thought of a name after he became an immortal,
and called it Peach Blossom Sword Immortal.
Peach Blossom luck all over the world. How could he just give up? This is simple.
Sugu casually pointed at Mi Suhui and said,
just say that he forced you to do it. So simple?
Li Xiaobai froze slightly, followed by a flash of his eyes and the corners of his mouth rose.
However, it does seem to work. Mi Suhui stared wide-eyed. How could she be shot while lying down?
And hurriedly was about to open her mouth to stop it.
How can this work? Isn't this a trap for him?
Uncle Li Taobai heard that his son fell in love early and had many girlfriends,
and then, when he inquired about it, he forced him to do it? Then, will Li Xiaobai's father not abolish him? However, by this time,
the flying boat had already arrived at the station, and Sugu and Li Xiaobai had already stepped out of the box and started to prepare for landing.
Don't! Ni Suhui hurriedly chased after him, anxiously saying, let's have a discussion. Xiaobai, elder brother Su, don't be like this, someone will die.
Li Xiaobai and Sugu did not care.
Suddenly, Ni Suhui got wise in a hurry and said, that's right, just say that the demonic cultivators forced you to do it. You had to do it in order to complete your undercover mission. The lives of demonic cultivators aren't lives anyway.
Chapter 69, This Sword.
It's going to hurt.
Requesting for follow-up readings.
Inside the Devil's Den. In a burst of excitement,
Pingpor rushed to Han Shangsheng's cave and said to Han Shangsheng inside,
eldest senior brother,
you must pull yourself together. I've already approached Sugu and talked about asking him to step in to help renege on the debt.
And he agreed. Really? In the last instant, Han Shangsheng, who was still lying on the bed, as if he was dying,
and could fall at any time in military disintegration,
was directly alive and well in the next instant,
and his spirit was to the extreme. Ping Wuqi was dumbstruck, almost petrified on the spot.
Aren't you dying? Why are you acting like you're fine? Are you acting me?
He suddenly had a bad feeling.
Cough cough, don't look at my apparent vitality, but in fact,
I have suffered a very serious internal injury.
This is all a disguise.
I just don't want to make the brothers of the demon cave
unnecessarily terrified. Han Shangsheng noticed Ping Wuqi's expression and instantly coughed violently, his face pale as if he would fall to the ground at any moment, and with a trembling step, he walked to the bedside and lay down again, flat out. I really believe in your ghost, but you seemed so happy just now.
Ping Wuqi said expressionlessly,
didn't you say before that you didn't want to trouble Sugu, afraid of causing danger to him? Knowing this, shouldn't your first reaction be to worry about Sugu and reprimand me? How could it be?
Han Shangsheng patted Ping Wuqi's shoulder and said in a very serious tone, what senior brother is worried about is that if senior brother opens his mouth to ask Sugu to help with the debt problem, and it turns out that Sugu has an accident,
then won't senior brother inevitably be liquidated by the devil's way?
And now that you're the one who asked Sugu to step in and settle the debt, you can't clear your senior brother's head no matter what.
How could I be upset?
Ping Wuqi looked flustered,
with a vestigial feeling of having to take the blame, and hurriedly defended. But,
it's your debt he helped to settle.
No, it's your debt now,
Han Shangsheng said with an innocent look on his face.
After all, it's not your debt, so why did you ask Sugu for help? F***ck.
Ping Wuqi originally wanted to argue, but when he heard the end, he directly red-warmed and steeply drew out the magic sword at his waist,
performing a sword technique, about to stab towards Han Shangsheng's hemorrhoids. Han Shangsheng,
but the pre-compatibility cultivation, but can become the entire magic road generation of the Devil Master,
naturally has the ability.
By virtue of the superb to the extreme recluse method, and lightning cannot be killed by the super resistance,
as long as the transition to the great powers do not make a move, the cultivator who can cause substantial damage to him, there is almost no. However, Ping Wuqi was aware of where his own senior brother Han Changsheng's hood was. Han Changsheng transformed into a wisp of black smoke, seemingly easily dodging Ping Wuqi's attack and dissipating between heaven and earth, spoiling for a fight. Junior brother, you're still too simple. If you stay like this, how can you still mix in the devil's way? Today is considered a free lesson for you from senior brother. No need to thank me. Seeing Han Changsheng slip away, Ping Wuqi didn't go after him. Instead, he was a bit melancholy and let out a long sigh. When the devil's way was on the rise, it might be a good thing for most devil cultivators, but it might not be a good thing for the old-time devil cultivators like them who stood in high places. This was especially true of senior brother Han Changsheng, who was the acting demon lord. In the future, there would inevitably be devils who would rise quickly and then challenge Han Changsheng in an attempt to replace him. After all, deceiving one's teacher and destroying one's ancestors was a tradition of the devil's way. If the other party originated from the devil's cave, that is okay to discuss. Abdicate to give way on the line. But if the other side from other magic forces, that is really immortal. It was needless to think that if he really faced that situation in the future, the probability of Han Changsheng falling would be very high. His own eldest senior brother, holding the devil's cave's greatest treasure in his hands, was able to continually deduce it, and surely all of them were clear about this, knowing his own destiny. So, this was indeed eldest brother teaching himself a lesson, telling him that since he had mixed with the devil's way, he should not trust anyone. Of course, that wasn't the reason why he didn't go after them. Thinking of this, he raised the falchion in his hand and looked at the bloodstains on it, the corners of his mouth rising. Rather, it was because of that sword thrust of his. Little willow. It was hazy because of the light rain that had just fallen, and the small willow branches on both sides of the road were hanging low and looked verdant. The three of them, Su Gu, Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, disembarked from the flying boat and stepped on their flying swords, so they rushed over. What do you guys say? Will I meet my first girlfriend here? The closer he got to Little Willow Town, the brighter the smile on Li Xiaobai's face became. Su Gu, you're really not picky. According to the information, the probability that the young lady who can meet here by chance is PPO, right? And, still, it's the long-suffering PPO. On the side, Ni Su Hui, on the rare occasion, silently recited Buddhist scriptures so as not to be disturbed by Li Xiaobai's Taoism. Adults, you're finally here. The demon cave demonic cultivator in charge of the Little Willow Town stronghold sensed the arrival of Su Gu and the others and rushed to the town. Rushing to greet them, Li Xiaobai just wanted to open his mouth to inquire about the reason. Su Gu, however, frowned. You don't live in the town? Right. The first few demonic cultivators, who were in the lead, did not understand why they were asking this question, but still answered truthfully. Why don't you live in town? Su Gu's eyes were sharp, and the two of them, Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui, couldn't help but straighten up. Little Willow Town is not a mortal town. There are quite a few low-ranked cultivators living, so it is still quite prosperous, and the spiritual qi is also thicker than the surrounding area. It is reasonable to say that these few devil cultivators should be living in the town. Also, that business in the devil's den is all in the town. Living in a small town is significantly better managed. My lord, don't misunderstand. The leading devil cultivator, Zhao Doju, immediately said in fear. We really aren't undercover agents of the righteous path. The reason we don't live in Little Willow Town is because the itinerant school run by the female ghosts here is famous, and a number of famous families have come here to read. We were afraid of running into those famous sects, that's why we hid outside. Su Gu looked at Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui in surprise after hearing this. Famous sects are like that. The two looked at each other before nodding in unison. Indeed, they have to be a bit more bookish than the demonic cultivators. Su Gu, is this a love or hate of reading thing? Knowing the reason, Su Gu didn't pursue why these devil cultivators didn't live in the town, but asked directly, what exactly is the reason? Causing the bookstore's business to suddenly go cold? Don't say you guys don't know? Zhao Dezhu felt the incomparably strong sense of oppression on Su Gu's body and winced as he truthfully said, it's not particularly cold. Business in the town of Little Willow, it's still booming. It's just that there's a lot less business from the neighboring towns. In the past, the female ghost cultivators under our sect, in order to develop their business, would regularly open mobile academies within a few nearby wild temples in the mountains to receive cultivators from neighboring towns. Because, the female ghost teachers, the teaching level is first class. Come to the mobile school. Follow the female ghost teachers to read and study. The foreign cultivators are especially many. But during this recent period, the cultivators from these neighboring towns have suddenly stopped coming. We feel that it should be related to the great demon, Blackwood Granny, who recently moved in and occupied a nearby barren mountain. Granny Blackwood? Hearing this, Ni Su Hui blinked at Li Xiaobai and said, It's true that if you don't forget, there will be an echo. Xiaobai, your first marriage, isn't this it? Chapter 70, What a Vicious Curse, request for follow-up reading. Granny Blackwood? Hearing this, Ni Suhui blinked at Li Xiaobai and said, it's true that if you don't forget, there will be an echo. Xiaobai, your first marriage, isn't this it? Shoo, Li Xiaobai's face was expressionless. The magic sword on his waist was automatically sheathed by inches. The sword chi was waved, and the temperature between the sky and the earth, all steeply dropped by several degrees. Hey, wasn't I just kidding? Ni Suhui took a step back and hurriedly hid behind Su Gu, still playfully smiling without the slightest hint of admitting fault. What are you doing? Shouldn't be hitting me, right? Senior brother Su, look at him, how violent he is. Unlike me, I would only reason with others with a kind brow. Li Xiaobai forcefully resisted the urge to violently beat up Ni Suhui. In front of outsiders, gave enough face, recovered the waist-sheathed inches of the magic sword. Not good at words, he did not panic and did not rush. She's your in-laws. Ni Suhui was instantly anxious and shot back on the spot. She's your in-laws, you in-laws. The two of them actually argued like this. Su Gu's head was spinning for a while. Ni Suhui hadn't seen such a bad mouth when she was with Kong Haoren. It may be that he feels that he may not be able to say Kong Haoren. Su Gu thought about this. The surrounding group of demonic cultivators, on the other hand, had long since set off shockwaves in their hearts. Just now Li Xiaobai, waist sword only sheathed less than half an inch, but the scattered sword gas, even made them all chilled. Legs and feet soft, felt the unimaginable death crisis. One didn't dare to imagine how terrifying his strength would be if he went all out. And among the three, that monk was obviously not afraid of the other. His strength was only comparable. The most handsome and peerless teenager in the middle was even the core of the three, and his strength was only more profound. Don't waste time, let's go directly to meet that Blackwood granny. Su Gu stopped Ni Suhui and Li Xiaobai and directly said. Also, the two men closed their hands, their emotions collecting. Regardless of whether or not this Blackwood granny has a direct relationship with the mobile bookstore's business girdle, as a demonic creature that has not been filed in the immortal sect or the government, it is not a bad thing to get rid of it directly. We'll show the way to the three Lord Demon ambassadors. Devil cultivator Zhao Dezhu respectfully said. No need. Su Gu waved his hand and said directly. We don't have time to protect you. However, it still received the intelligence that Zhao Dezhu had gathered, and just scanned it, then threw it all away. Because, before they came they had already gone to the stronghold of the righteous sect and purchased a piece of information in the capacity of a casual cultivator. It was conceivable that the intelligence casually sold to outsiders by the strongholds of the righteous sects could not possibly contain any opportunistic information at all. However, the intelligence gathered by this demon cave stronghold was actually not even as good as the lousy intelligence purchased outside. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. A bunch of wastes. Su Gu's eyes were ice cold, sweeping over Zhao Dezhu's several people, causing them to shiver and sweat coldly. One by one, they even directly bent down on their knees out of habit, howling and desperately begging for mercy. Su Gu shook his head, with no intention of punishing them, because, knowing that they are supposed to be losers, why be harsh on losers? Instead, he led Ni Suhui and Li Xiaobai towards the deep mountains. It seems that when some time passes, there is a need to think of a way to have the immortal sect or the imperial court send a team to specifically train out a group of devil cultivators for the Devil's Cave who are in charge of the intelligence work of the various local strongholds. Su Gu muttered, when the Devil's Way is rising, the first thing the Devil's Cave should do at the moment is to finish off the other Devil's Way forces, to ensure that it is the Devil's Cave that rises, followed by a confrontation with the righteous ones. With the current rate of development of the magic cave, it was too slow, and it was time to speed up. As for, would doing so cause the Devil's Cave to be infiltrated into a sieve by the righteous? With the collapse of the Devil's Cave, is there any point in discussing the infiltration or non-infiltration of the righteous path? Can't you see that the 5 members of the righteous path are all mixed up into the heavenly devil children? The hope for the future of the magic path? On the part of the Devil's Cave, what might be more important to worry about is perhaps how to fool the other side into sending someone to guide them. This is good. Ni Suhui and Li Xiaobai all brightened up and were very excited. I have quite a few brothers and sisters who want to come undercover in the Devil's Cave. Su Gu, it seems that one is overthinking things. The further into the mountain wilderness we went, the more gray the sky became. It seems like it could rain at any moment. But, all three of Su Gu didn't care because they knew very well that this was a tactic performed by the female ghost teachers of the Mobile Academy, changing the weather on a small scale to be able to increase the amorous feelings. It's just that I didn't realize that the environment hadn't changed much after this place was taken over by Granny Blackwood. Hoo. As he approached, a fortune-telling Taoist priest, dressed as a scholar, panted and ran from the mountainous interior, outward, although, carrying a book basket and wearing a scholar's robe.
He looked very much like a scholar who went to the capital to catch the examination, but there was no scholar boy beside him, so it could be ruled out that he was not a scholar. The reason why he is said to be a fortune-telling Taoist priest is that when he runs in haste, he is surprisingly very particular about not going in a bad direction, and every now and then he has to tell his fortune. Because of the rush and the fresh rain on the ground, he looked a mess and got quite a bit of mud on him. Strange, how come a big evil trigram will be measured out when it's fine? That's odd, the fortune-telling dowser muttered in panic as he ran. Stop! As he was panicking, a deep and oppressive voice suddenly rang out. Fortune-telling Taoist snapped his head up, actually saw the air hovering 3 people. These 3 people can be described as a man and the dragon in Phoenix. Elegant, as if the heavenly gods and goddesses down to earth. Spare your lives, 3 lords. I'm not a demon, This fortune-telling Taoist priest hurriedly begged for mercy. He's a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, and by the looks of it, he's still a true disciple. Li Xiaobai raised his eyebrows slightly, recognizing the other party's details, and said to Su Gu. At the same time, both he and Mi Su Hui were a bit surprised, not expecting to meet a true disciple of the Yin-Yang sect here. Yin-Yang sect's true biography? Su Gu was speechless for a while. Although the Yin-Yang sect was not one of the 5 great immortal sects, it was still a super-quality sect. Its true biography even looked like this, and those who didn't know about this battle thought that they had encountered a demonic cultivator. Mi Su Hui explained. The Yin-Yang sect is good at deducing heavenly chances and can foretell good and bad fortune, but because of this, the disciples within the sect have all been subjected to a curse called falling down. The disciples within the sect will not be able to earn any money in this life or the next. What a vicious curse! Su Gu was shocked, then said, however, since it's because of revealing the heavenly chance, it's normal to be subjected to such a heavenly backlash. Mi Su Hui said, this curse is not a heavenly backlash, but a curse placed on a certain old ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect, who accidentally messed with the young priest of the Witch Compass clan at the time. Su Gu raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, the experience of immortal cultivation that he had read from novels in his previous life was not suitable for this world. Mi Su Hui continued. At that time, the young priest of the witchcraft clan and the young sect master of the 5 poison sect were happily married, and the world was invited to a banquet for all the world's outstanding people. That old ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect also went, after meeting the bride and groom. I don't know why the old Yin and Yang master suddenly said great evil. Then, when the 5 poison sect and the witchcraft clan heard about it, they hastened to stop the wedding. Because, at this time, the old ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect has already been the deduction of the heavenly chances of a titan. The calculation is not allowed. In the end, not only did the wedding fizzle out, but the 2 parties even got into a big fight. The bride and groom could be said to hate the old ancestors of the Yin-Yang clan. As time passed, when the young priest of the witchcraft clan grew up, he used the most vicious curse of their clan and cursed the Yin-Yang clan. Under normal circumstances, that Yin-Yang sect's old ancestor, whose strength is actually overwhelming, would logically be able to completely weaken the other party's curse even if he couldn't block it, but for some reason he didn't do so. Su Gu heard. Face expression changed again and again. Very complex. Silent for a long time and finally said, maybe, it is that the old ancestor of the Yin and Yang clan feels guilty in his heart. Chapter 71, The Marriage of 3 Abstracts, Request for Follow-up Readings. It could be. Mizui nodded. Li Xiaobai didn't open his mouth, obviously not interested in such age-old secrets. There's no need to panic, fellow Daoist. We're all renowned sects. Su Gu hurriedly pacified this Yin-Yang sect true legend, saying. Jing Hao panicked even more. It's the famous family that's more scary. Okay. Su Gu was speechless for a while, and finally said truthfully, there's no need to be afraid. We're all demonic cultivators. Hearing this, Jing Hao, the Yin-Yang sect's true disciple, was a little more relieved. He slowly raised his head, and after carefully sizing up the 3, he didn't know why he felt that the 2 people on the left and right were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Even, after a little deep thinking, there was an unimaginably bad premonition. Could it be them? Jing Hao shivered violently and hastily had to bolt. This was a great karma. Saying nothing must not be messed with. Only, it was obvious that the 3 Su Gu people did not have the idea of letting him go. Why are you here? Mi Su Hui said in disbelief. He was genuinely puzzled. Even if he had come to read, but wasn't this place now occupied by Granny Blackwood? The mobile bookstore, which is no longer open here, has to go to town. I'm here to get rid of demons. Jing Hao looked at his own line and straightened up. Demon removal? The 3 shook their heads for a while after hearing this, obviously not believing it. Jing Hao said, there are 3 rooms in this Blackwood Granny's territory, and every night a stunning female ghost and 2 demonic creatures that suck other people's essence will appear in these 3 rooms. Passers-by who happen to set foot here and don't want to sleep out here will be penalized by having their yang energy sucked hard if they choose the wrong room.
and if you choose the right room you will be rewarded. The corners of Sugu's mouth twitched. Had the wind of the blind box blown to the other world after all? It had to be said that there were still quite a few great talents among the demon and ghost cultivators in this world. Not only could they think of the idea of a mobile academy, they could also think of the idea of a B&B blind box. So you? Mizui hesitated. I won't hide it from the three of you. Xiaodao, I'm proficient in fortune-telling and can deduce heavenly chances. I can very accurately surmise that room will be infested with stunning female ghosts, ergo, demonic creatures that suck other people's essence. When the time comes, I will forcefully kill and suppress it, Jing Hao said righteously. The three of them, Sugu, looked at each other. Then their foreheads filled with black lines. Is that a demon hunt? You're totally cheating to open the B&B blind box. We're too embarrassed to break you up. No wonder. Just now when Jing Hao met the three of them, he was so terrified, and after hearing that it was a devil cultivator, he completely relaxed. So it's because you're afraid of being raided. Come on, the hand just came up. Recently these gua counting is particularly accurate. I give the three of you to count on a gua. Don't worry about the charges, pro people. Jing Hao Shun heatedly smiled. Regardless of how the three people reacted, the potential to set up a fortune-telling booth, very skillful out of a variety of tools, intends to calculate a fortune for the three people, to earn some extra money. They, the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, lived in hardship and relied on this bit of extra money. Only, he regretted it as soon as the stall was opened. Damn it, I forgot who these three were. Although, he didn't know Sugu's identity, but to be able to stand in the middle of those two living hells, he was obviously not a good person either. According to the clan's ancestral teachings, he should have just run. In fact, my recent fortune-telling is not so spiritual. I am now anxious to go to the government to turn myself in, so I will excuse myself first. Feeling Li Xiaobai's expectant gaze, Jing Hao was somewhat abashed and said, there's no rush, we'll send you there later. Now first tell each of us a fortune. Li Xiaobai blocked his way and directly said, calculate the marriage. Jing Hao raised his eyebrows, and his leg that wanted to run was retracted again. Just counting the in-laws, it shouldn't be subjected to any repercussions, right? There's money to be paid, Jing Hao said. Double, Li Xiaobai said. Okay. Jing Hao was full of smiles and didn't resist as he took out the bamboo tube filled with bamboo sticks. Measure this Buddhist master first. Jing Hao spoke to me. Su Wei. What kind of marriages do monks have? Of course not. So it's the simplest. To test, of course, the simple ones first, to make it easier to find the hand. He directly drew a random stick from inside the bamboo tube and casually surveyed the bamboo stick. Then, immediately startled, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, and he smiled harder than crying. How come? He seemed to disbelieve, and from the bamboo tube to draw the result is the same result. Disbelief in the continuous pumping of few. The result is actually the same result. Jing Hao was about to burst into tears. What's wrong? We sensed something bad. You're not planning to fool us, are you? Saying that what you measured for us is a great evil and then asking us to spend money to break the bank? How can that be? Jing Hao hurriedly denied. You'll be killed that way, he said calmly. Everything is under control. With that said, he didn't directly announce the results of Su Hui. Instead he planned to measure Li Xiaobai's marriage. This time he ditched the bamboo tube and chose to use the turtle shell. But when the turtle shell burned, Jing Hao laughed out loud. Only this laugh was full of rawness, as if his emotions were about to collapse. Unbelieving, he fired a few more turtle shells, but the end result is the same. It's fine, everything is under control. Although, at this moment, Jing Hao was sweating coldly, he still took a deep breath and said calmly, starting to prepare to measure Sugu's marriage. This time he took out a stack of cards, like tarot cards, and after letting Sugu extract a few, a glance at the contents caused Jing Hao's hanging heart to completely die. The look on his face was no longer crying and lifeless. It felt like it was going crazy. At this sight, the three Sugu's brows furrowed as they watched, and the same pang of fear came over them. This Yin-Yang sect's true biography wouldn't be played out by the three of them, would it? I heard that the Yin-Yang sect has an ancestral tradition of not allowing disciples within the sect to test the heavenly chances of those whose fate is too strong, saying that they are prone to backlash. Misui carefully transmitted his voice. Could it be that the three of us have too strong fate patterns, causing him to suffer a severe backlash? Li Xiaobai nodded, thinking it was possible. Sugu was silent. If he might have felt that way before, but after gaining a deeper understanding of this immodest world, he no longer felt that way. When the three of them transmitted their voices to discuss, Jing Hao had already organized his emotions. His face was expressionless, and he couldn't tell if he was happy, angry, or sad. Dao, I have measured the results of the three of you and put them into these 3 pouches. However, you can't open them now. You must wait until I'm far away, otherwise they won't work. With that, he put away the fortune-telling booth and handed the brocade bag to Sugu's 3 people. And then,
he directly performed the recluse method to escape. Just run out not much distance, and then turned back, showing a very professional smile, said, "Sorry, a total of 200 spirit stones, thank you." Misuhui scratched his head, unable to see what the other party was selling, but still paid the spirit stones and watched the other party leave. I'm not afraid of the other side playing tricks on me. After all, you can't run away from the Yin-Yang sect's true heritage, but you can't run away from the Yin-Yang sect. It wasn't until they couldn't see Jinghao's shadow that the three of them opened their pouches and took out 3 slips of paper from them. Then, all 3 froze, only to see that it was actually written separately. Uncountable, unnameable, unrecited. What is this? The 3 of them rolled over in anger, feeling that they had been tricked. 4. The first uncountable is the result of the marriage measurements given to Mizui. He's a monk with uncountable marriages? Isn't this nonsense? There is also the unnameable, unchantable, which is even more inexplicable. All 3 had trouble understanding what this was trying to say. It should be that we took the wrong brocade bag. Misuhui thought for a moment and said, "This one is uncountable. It should be Xiaobai's. Doesn't he want to practice the sword of many sentiments? This is not to be chanted. It should be mine, because I am a Buddhist monk. I will definitely become a central Buddhist lord in the future. So naturally the marriage is not to be chanted." Sugu raised an eyebrow and glared. "So, my in-laws, they are unnameable? What kind of nonsense is this? Why is there even a discussion? Apparently our destiny is too strong for him to dare to calculate for us, so he tried to come out and fool us. Li Xiaobai does not believe in this. Sword cultivator preaching my life by the sword not heaven. Some anxious to urge. It's better to hurry up and remove the demon. It's going to be dark soon, and if we're a little later, the 3 houses infested with female ghosts will be closed." Chapter 72, A Slide Shovel for Me. Kneeling down to catch up on reading. Sweating and panting, Jinghao lay down under a huge green stone, using his 5 senses to keep an eye on the surrounding movements, and only after he was sure that Su Gu's trio hadn't caught up with him, did he let out a long breath of relief. The ancestors' training is really right. You really can't tell the fortunes of people whose fortunes are too strong. Otherwise, if the math is wrong and they want to beat me up, I really can't beat them. Jinghao's heart palpitated. The corners of his mouth rose at the thought, revealing a hint of a smile. His eyes brushed with awe and admiration as he celebrated. "Thanks to the 3 pouches given to me by my senior uncle before I left the mountain. Sure enough, it'll help me out in a pinch." He gathered his emotions and the smile on his face became even brighter as he took out the spirit stone given to him by Misuhui from his bosom. Although 200 spirit stones were not considered a lot of money to most foundation establishment cultivators, to them, the Yin-Yang sect disciples who had the curse of being poor, it was definitely a super large sum of money. He took out the spirit stones and held them up piece by piece, and with the help of the weak sunlight, he admired the reflection of the spirit stones, and his face overflowed with the heartfelt joy like a beggar asking for food. Just the next instant, boo! A spirit stone in his hand actually suddenly exploded, although, the power was not great, and only blew him into an exploding head, covered in ash and smoke from his mouth and nose, with no actual damage. What killed him was that with the explosion of the spirit stone, a rainbow light rose up in the air. Special marks were formed in the air. No way? Jinghao instantly wanted to cry. His mind directly collapsed, grabbed all the spirit stones and started to fly, paying less and less attention to his image. Even the bookcase he used to pretend to be a scholar was discarded to the side. Su Gu, who was heading up the mountain, raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to look at the special rainbow light that appeared in the sky behind him with some hesitation. Misuhui wasn't surprised by this at all and explained to Su Gu, "It's a special kind of signal mine. Once it bursts open, it sends out a signal that sends a locator message to the officials. At the same time, a special odor will be emitted after bursting, marking the criminal suspects, and the spirit seeker bees, a spiritual beast raised by the government, can lock onto this odor very accurately. There are also many types of signal mines, and the one in front of us is mainly used to mark cultivators suspected of stalling without a license." Su Gu raised an eyebrow. "So," Misuhui said, "I put it in the spirit stone that I gave to that Yin-Yang sect's true master in passing. If he tricks us, then the signal mine will blow up, informing the officials that someone is setting up a stall without a license nearby. As a disciple of the immortal sect inverted Buddhist sect, there is generally an obligation to assist the government in handling cases, and there are quite a few of these signaling mines, not to mention him, a true disciple of the inverted hanging Buddha sect temple." The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched as he silently gave Misuhui a thumbs up. Not bad for cultivating magic. This little tidbit didn't bother any of the 3 too much. It didn't take long to walk to the destination. Sugu looked at the temple in front of him and said, "There are indeed 3 rooms in the backyard, and according to the intelligence, the Blackwood granny who occupies this place is at the late stage of foundation establishment cultivation, and considering that this kind of lousy intelligence is generally not very accurate, it is presumed that her realm should be at the half-step Jindan.
In addition to that, there are 3 other minders under her, 2 demons and 1 ghost. The exact realm is unknown. It's easy to scare the snakes by just killing them straight in.
Why don't we pretend to be bookworms and live in these 3 houses first?
Then, as Su Gu spoke,
he gradually shut up because Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai had,
at some point,
changed into their scholarly attire and had anticipation written all over their faces,
eager to try. I can understand Li Xiaobai's eagerness to seek the Tao and act like this. You're a monk, why are you like this too? The corner of Su Gu's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but say to Mi Su Hui, this is a ghost, a consumable essential to my achievement of the Buddhist hells. What if I spook the snake and let her escape? Mi Su Hui said rightfully. Saying that,
he also looked specifically at Su Gu and Li Xiaobai and said about it.
In advance, the 3 of us will each pick a room, and whichever room she enters will be hers. Coincidentally, this female ghost was so lucky that it worked on all 3 of them.
Mi Su Hui wanted to use her to establish a Buddhist hell, and Su Gu wanted to use her to cultivate the little demon passage 10,000 ghosts at night, and Li Xiaobai needed to use her to practice his sword. Su Gu and Li Xiaobai looked at each other and slowly nodded their heads in agreement with the proposal.
You choose first. Okay, then I'll pick first. Shouldn't you excuse yourself? I'm not good at excuses. With a grimace, Mi Su Hui looked at Su Gu, wanting Su Gu to say something fair. All the same, knowing that the probabilities were all the same, Su Gu didn't fight for first, saying, Xiaobai will choose first, then Su Hui, and I'll go last. Since elder brother has given his word, then so be it. Mi Su Hui nodded.
Li Xiaobai held the Dharma sword in his hand and silently operated the emotionless sword technique,
wanting the Dharma sword to give an answer.
Then the Dharma sword flickered with a spiritual light, pointing to the right side of the house that looked rather dilapidated, and walked in with a calm demeanor.
Seeing this, Mi Su Hui was instantly delighted and said to the house in the center, I want this one. This house is so clean and gives off a fragrance if anything.
It must be the boudoir of a stunningly beautiful ghost cultivator,
said the man, walking into the middle of the house. Su Gu walked towards the house on the left. In the darkness, 3 pitch-black figures stared at the 3 Su Gu, their eyes emitting a devouring blood-red light. This time, there are actually 3 of them. Remember, you must wait until all 3 of them are asleep before you do it. You 2 are ugly. If you scare them when you suck their yang qi, it will give them a bad impression. It will affect our reputation.
The purple-clothed silhouette admonished. She knows very well what is in the hearts of these men. They do not care about the absorption of yang qi. They only care about the other ugly. If the selection of the blind box fails, the loss of a bit of yang qi, it is nothing. Admit to gamble and accept defeat. But, to be frightened by ugly-looking monsters when you lose your yang energy is unacceptable. The 2 lumps of dark shadows next to him nodded approvingly. When Su Gu entered the house, he didn't rest directly, but was busy setting up traps. The pile of demons guarding outside waited long and hard outside the door for Su Gu to fall asleep. However, until late at night, even the release of the mesmerizing smoke failed to make Su Gu sleep, and the house was still brightly lit. The eyes that made this demonic creature suffer were red, and it was difficult to suppress his anger. Completely impatient and unable to endure the road. Damn, it's this time of night, why aren't you asleep? Saying that, he directly pounced out, setting off a storm of blood, carrying a demonic aura and fury that was dense to the extreme. The sound was so loud that it made the whole house shake, and at any moment it seemed like it was going to crumble and collapse. Late foundation stage. Su Gu, who sensed the commotion and instantly went into a fighting stance, had expected a vicious battle, but, after seeing the visitor, he raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Surprisingly, it's a tiger demon? What's wrong with tiger demon? It's not that, you're lost? The tiger demon noticed Su Gu's reaction and her anger increased. Already angry, now even more so. I'm going to eat you. Originally, she only wanted to take Su Gu's yang qi, but now she changed her mind and wanted to take Su Gu's life. However, next moment, then he saw that Su Gu had killed him with a sliding shovel. In an instant, the late Foundation establishment tiger demon felt an unimaginable life and death crisis. Chapter 73, I, a Buddhist monk, am afraid of ghosts. Request for follow-up reading. Inside the room, also lit up, was Mi Su Hui. Hiss, now I realize that I seem to be a little afraid of ghosts. Mi Su Hui lying in bed, do not know why, just cannot sleep, and do not dare to turn out the lights. The mood is very irritable. Afraid of ghosts? You're a monk and you're afraid of ghosts? Suddenly, the lights in the room, directly extinguished, a seemingly ghostly figure, sweeping gusts of cool wind, filled around the entire room. Immediately thereafter, towards the direction where Mi Su Hui was, he lunged violently. She was indignant. I wanted to wait outside for Mi Su Hui to fall asleep, but the result was surprisingly until now, there is no sign of sleep, and finally this little monk, even began to recite the scriptures. The Buddha's light that filled the room nearly burned her. It made her completely furious, and under her anger, she directly lost her mind, forced her way in, and even moved to kill. As long as people die, there are naturally no bad reviews to affect their reputation. Finally, Misu Hui's eyes flashed, his face showed joy, and the Buddha's light shone on his body, as if he were a Buddhist Lohan, upright, and all the demons and ghosts in the 10,000 directions were unable to get close to him. Lifting his hand, he directly condensed the piercing Buddha light, but exuded an eerie aura that was horrifyingly incomparable, and his momentum was as strong as a bamboo, easily shattering the streamliking wind in front of him, and the countlessine fiends that the other party had invoked exploded. Boom! The demonic creature's pupils suddenly shrunk, its face turned pale, blood seeped out from the corners of its mouth, and it was shocked as it was blown back violently. I didn't realize that this little monk who was afraid of ghosts was so powerful. It's just beyond the pale. Damn! It's not a female ghost. Misu Hui was disappointed to see through the other party's true form. The demonic creature in front of him was a wild boar demon that had not taken on human form. Ugly and incomparably ugly, with a bloodborne aura that was palpitating. However, Misu Hui had nothing but anger at this. Damn! You are the righteous disciples of the immortal sect? The boar demon similarly cursed out, realizing that he had fallen into a trap, and in a panic, he ran all of his mana and slammed into the room to his right. She heard the monk himself say he was afraid of ghosts before she came in, and to the right just happens to be the room where Sister Penny is. However, before she could get into the wall and ask Sister Xiaoqian for support, she was blocked by Misu Hui. Don't force me. The boar demon was incomparably terrified, and spat out a mouthful of Yin blood from her mouth, containing the cultivation she had practiced for 100 years. She wanted to summon the undead who had died here and transformed into ghosts and monsters. However, the ghosts and monsters were only summoned halfway, but they were wiped out by Misu Hui with a raised hand, and the dead souls that had died in the past were all transcended. How is that possible? The boar demon's pupils shrunk, incomparably terrified and dismayed. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? How could? She was, for a moment, somewhat unable to take in the scene. Misu Hui looked at the dissipating ghosts, shook his head slightly, grinned, and said towards the boar demon, "Reintroduce yourself. I, a Buddhist cultivator, am afraid that the ghost is not strong enough." Seriously, as far as the wild boar demon summoned wilderness ghosts and monsters, he couldn't even get his eyes on them. The words landed on the raised hand, and it fell with a thud. In a moment, the boar demon, who was used to doing wrong, dragged his huge and ugly body, his eyes full of unwillingness and fear, and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Misu Hui shook her head and said, "With such thick skin and flesh, it would be difficult to eat it even if Master Zhao were to handle it, right?" With some regret, he released the previously captured auger from the fishing cage. The dragon listened to this, a burst of goosebumps, fearing that this living king of hell in front of him, one day hungry, will eat himself. At the same time, the heart was eager to say to Misu Hui, "You're a monk, can you not be so ferocious?" Misu Hui walked out of the room and realized that senior brother Sugu, surprisingly, was waiting outside early. "Senior brother, how are you faster than me?" Misu Hui was surprised. As a heavenly spirit root, he is also a Buddhist cultivator, which happens to restrain demons and devils, and he thought he would be the first to beat the level, and was all set to help senior brother Sugu. "I didn't realize that Siogu had ended it a long time ago." "Me?" Sugu spread his hands and said, "What I encountered was not a beautiful female ghost, but a tiger demon." "And then?" Misu Hui pursued. He wanted to know how Sugu managed to kill the enemy faster than him. Sugu truthfully said, "I happen to have learned a few spells and aptitudes that have an innate suppression of tiger demons." "What kind of spell aptitude?" "I slide shovel," Sugu said truthfully. Of course, it wasn't a spell, but a green word that he had gotten from accumulating fused word fragments during this time. When encountering a tiger-like being that does not exceed one great realm above one's own, casting a sliding shovel has a 30% probability of directly subduing it, a 30% probability of breaking armor, and a 40% probability of sliding into the opponent's mouth. There's even such a magical spell? After hearing the introduction, Misu Hui was surprised. "So, elder brother, you got lucky and directly subdued it?" "No, I slipped her mouth," Sugu said lightly. "Ha?" Misu Hui's eyes widened. Sugu added, "All of this is in my plan." "What's your plan, elder brother? Propping her up?" Misu Hui couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Sort of." Sugu nodded slightly, recalling the scene just now. He made a sliding tackle and had the bad luck to slide into his opponent's mouth. Even the other man was a little stunned, almost breathless laughter. However, immediately afterward, she heard the sound of 100 ghosts lifting up the lotus, 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 and so on, as if it were the death god's murmuring sound. Subsequently,
A demonic, ghostly, eerie aura emanating from a lotus flower with hundreds of petals, each one drooping down and being carried by a little ghost, appeared in the air. It contains the ultimate aura of destruction. Then, the tiger demon didn't even have time to be shocked and scared before her body directly exploded. What? Ni Su-hui, who heard this, was also shocked. Although, the 100 ghosts carrying lotus wasn't a powerful spell for him, it wasn't a minor spell either. And it was even more so for Su-gu, who could be considered the strongest killing move at all, who fights and comes up with random killing moves. It's like playing a PK, where you're supposed to test each other out, and then you start with a big move, or one after another? Ni Su-hui was silent for a moment, very worried, and said, performing killing moves at such a high load will cause damage to oneself and affect future accomplishments. Senior brother should try not to do so in the future, and just call out our names if you encounter danger. Don't worry, when I really encounter danger, I won't try to be brave. Su-gu smiled and said, I have fallen spirits to help me gather strength, and I have fallen spirits to help me resist the backlash after casting it. This bit of strength is nothing. I've managed to catch so many corrupted spirits. If I can't use them in battle, it'll be a waste of effort, won't it? But this is also, on the abortion spirit, Ni Su-hui originally wanted to say, even if there is abortion spirit resistance, but if it has been going on like this, although, will not produce any damage to the abortion spirit, but it will lead to abortion spirit dissatisfaction, produce resistance emotion. But, thinking that Su-gu had dozens of fallen spirits, and that if this fallen spirit didn't do it, there were other fallen spirits who did, he had the sense to shut up. Finally, Ni Su-hui said in a long silence, try not to become dependent. After all, now that we are in a low realm and the magic Dao spells we learn are not very powerful, the fallen spirits can help cast spells and resist backlash relatively easily. And when we all grow up and the magic Dao spells we learn are strong, the fallen spirits won't be able to help cast spells and resist backlash easily anymore. Su-gu laughed. Don't worry, this is just an experiment. I won't really mess around. In time, he would find other means of cheating. For example, the human emperor's streamer, the mountain of people, the body transformed into a river of blood, etc. A magic practitioner? Can't cheat. That would be a failure. The two of them collected their minds. Then their gazes fell in unison towards the room on the far right where Li Xiaobai had entered, waiting for Li Xiaobai in the room to finish the fight. But, this time, I waited until it was going to be dawn. He couldn't really be in love with a female ghost, could he? The corner of Ni Su-hui's mouth twitched as she looked at the early sun that was about to rise and couldn't help but mutter. Chapter 74, First Girlfriend, Request for Readings. Li Xiaobai was slightly nervous, lying on the bed, pretending to huff and puff. His eyes kept glancing at the door, fearing that what came in was not a beautiful female ghost but an ugly demon. The magic sword at his waist, too, was humming as if it was equally nervous. Suddenly, the door opened. Walking in was a silhouette, dressed in white, with a stunning appearance, a slender figure, and a dusty temperament, very gentle and generous. Slowly drifting inward, Li Xiaobai couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising, trying to suppress his smile. The beautiful female ghost, he really did let himself encounter it after all. It seems that yin-yang sex true biography, or a bit of skill, although careless, the result will be loaded in the wrong brocade bag, but all harmless. His in-laws, indeed, are uncountable. That's just the first one. Lang, wake up. The gentle voice of the white-clothed female ghost rang in Li Xiaobai's ears. Li Xiaobai woke up in a daze, looked at the female ghost in front of him, and said with a slightly greenish look, "You are?" The female ghost in white froze for a moment. "It's all come down to this and you're still pretending to be reserved? Ask me who I am? This person is not a scholar, right?" Immediately afterward, the female ghost in white dawned on her, knowing that this was a play on the plot, and tenderly said, "Lang Jun, I'm your wife. Is it progressing so fast?" Li Xiaobai looked excited. His first girlfriend just became a success? Told you, there's nothing hard about practicing the sword. However, he immediately remembered Su-gu's advice on the road. The more times like this, the more you can't show happiness, or you'll let the other side stomp on you. Although, he hadn't been in love, and elder brother Su might not have been in love either, but listening to elder brother Su would be correct. His emotions returned to calm and he continued to revert to his trance-like appearance. The reddish lips of the female ghost in white, gradually approaching Li Xiaobai's cheeks. Li Xiaobai's mood was inevitably agitated, his heart beating violently, but just at this critical moment, the white-clothed female ghost suddenly staggered in place and stopped moving, a trace of surprise and dismay flashing in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Li Xiaobai was a bit puzzled. "Go on, why did you stop? Can't you feel that my sword intent is getting stronger? I'm about to break through. What's with the sudden stop? You are underage?" The white-clothed female ghost frowned, her eyebrows filled with suspicion, staring at Li Xiaobai very keenly. "Li Xiaobai, What's the matter? Do you have a family motto against early love? Sure enough, it's underage. Seeing this, the white-clothed female ghost sighed with disappointment as her heart was clear. She had noticed that the teenager in front of her was a bit childish from the moment she entered. The way he just acted was not at all like an adult either. Then what to do? Li Xiaobai was silent for a moment, slightly embarrassed, wanting to open his mouth to explain. At my age, I actually gotta add money. The female ghost in white thought for a moment before saying seriously. Li Xiaobai froze slightly. It has to be extra. After repeating it, the female ghost in white explained seriously. This is another price. Underage yang energy is insufficient and weak to withstand. Not only is it easy to be discovered, but it is also protected by the focus of the law. If I am found out, the amount of the fine and the time spent in jail will both be doubled. I take more risks. It's only right to charge more, right? It should. Li Xiaobai blinked and thought about it for a moment, as if that was the truth. Su Gu and Mi Su Hui were waiting outside and getting sleepy. Do you think that Xiaobai will be eaten by that female ghost? Mi Su Hui stewed. Maybe. Su Gu also felt that it had taken a little too long. If, however, one didn't have an understanding of Li Xiaobai's combat prowess, one might really have to worry that Li Xiaobai had already met an untimely end. No, we can't wait any longer. Granny Blackwood is coming. Mi Su Hui couldn't wait any longer. She got up and wanted to rush into the female ghost's room to save Li Xiaobai. At the same time, the door suddenly opened, and Li Xiaobai slowly walked out of the room, meeting the rushing Mi Su Hui on all fours. What's wrong? Such a rush? Li Xiaobai hesitated. What do you say? Mi Su Hui asked rhetorically. What hour is it now? If we delay any longer, Granny Blackwood will kill us. Say, what have you been doing in there? Didn't we agree that whichever room she enters is hers? What do you care about me? Li Xiaobai held his head high and said. Su Gu didn't care about the argument between the two, but looked at Li Xiaobai's clothes were flat and not messy, and his breath wasn't weak. His brows knitted slightly and he was surprised. What have you been doing in there? Seeing that Su Gu also opened his mouth to ask, Li Xiaobai didn't hide it anymore and opened his mouth, talking about life and ideals. Su Gu stared wide-eyed in dismay. We've been waiting for you outside all night, and you're just inside talking about life and ideals with a female ghost? Aren't you bored? Might as well let me collect it. Mi Su Hui also felt wasted. Li Xiaobai didn't care about this and said, I talked to her and felt that she was quite nice and talked to her. Although, she is a ghost cultivator, or a blind box of a BNB, but it's all because of life. She has a miserable life. Miserable when alive. Even more miserable when dead. Father gambling, mother sick, brother studying. Just do not do soon, not yet familiar. Siblings rely on me. Business failure to repay the loan. Ex-husband domestic violence and also gambling. Their own children with no income. Rely on relatives were pitched. No choice to embark on the road of no return. Su Gu looked indifferent and said, which one did she give you? Li Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know it all? Su Gu. Mi Su Hui was also speechless. Li Xiaobai. You're not really hungry, are you? You can even eat this? Just kidding. Her life is quite innocent. She was a lady of the house in her life, and became a ghost cultivator after her death. Her cultivation was insufficient. She has always been a spirit body, and there was no way for her to have a relationship with others. Being forced by Granny Blackwood to suck the young chi. Also all of them are using illusions to lure others. Li Xiaobai shook his head, not caring too much and said, even if it's fake. But senior brother Su, didn't you explain to me? Good girls don't fail, bad girls don't waste. I think she's quite suitable for my sword practice. I already feel like I'm going to break through. Hearing this, Su Gu's expression stagnated as he seriously sized up Li Xiaobai, and immediately raised his eyebrows slightly in astonishment, because Li Xiaobai's aura had actually become much stronger. On the way here, it was clear that he had already broken through a few minor realms one after another, and at this moment, he was actually showing signs of wanting to break through again. The Sea King's sword technique, is it really going to be practiced by him? By what right? Mi Su Hai scratched her head in envy. These days, the thought of building a Buddhist hell was a big headache, and, being the same heavenly spirit root, Li Xiaobai could keep breaking through just by falling in love? So, the two of you have finalized your relationship? Xiao Gu inquired. Sort of, Li Xiaobai proudly said. She's willing to be my first girlfriend. Su Gu always felt that this was strange and said, why doesn't she come out to meet us? Is she shy? She said she's a ghost cultivator and doesn't dare to see the sun. Li Xiaobai didn't care much. Apparently, for him who aspired to become the Sea King, even his first girlfriend wasn't much at ease. Saying that, Li Xiaobai said to Su Gu, moreover, senior brother, didn't you instruct me before coming here? It's fine to find a girlfriend and meet her parents, but it's not fine to meet my family and friends? Worthy of being a good seedling for devil cultivation. Su Gu silently gave Li Xiaobai a thumbs up. Learning is fast. Not good. In the middle of joking, Li Xiaobai's face changed slightly and he said to Su Gu, Sister Xiaoqian sent me a voice message saying that Granny Blackwood is coming, so let's hurry and run. The words had just fallen. The heaven and earth suddenly became furious with wind, gloomy clouds, and the black demonic chi was spreading across the 8 wastelands. The sound was so great that it was extremely powerful, and this kind of scene caused countless people's hearts to palpitate. Chapter 75. This is the qualified devil cultivator. Request for follow-up reading. Bot intel is really unreliable. Listening to the little money girl's voice transmission, Li Xiaobai's brows were tightly locked, full of seriousness, and the look on his face was getting more and more grave. Sister Xiaoqian told me the bottom line of Granny Blackwood. She is not in the late stage of foundation establishment, nor is she a half-step Jindan as you speculated. Senior brother, but a mid-stage Jindan, and there seems to be help. Mid-Jindan? Su Gu looked up, a trace of dismay flashing in his eyes. Although Little Willow Town was blessed with great people, it wasn't a heavenly paradise, and there were only a number of chi practicing and foundation establishment cultivators gathered here. The aura and Dao rhythm here simply couldn't support the development of a Jindan stage cultivator. Therefore, he didn't even think that the other party might be at the Jindan stage. Not at the early stage, but at the middle stage. Especially, it looks like there are other helpers. There seems to be some kind of conspiracy hidden here. Su Gu raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes sharp as he said to Li Xiaobai, are her words believable? After he killed that tiger demon, he just searched his soul. Unfortunately, the other side was too stupid, like they had just been enlightened, to extract any useful information. It should be believable, Li Xiaobai said. Sister Xiaoqian was controlled by Granny Blackwood. Her heart wasn't willing and she had long thought of defecting. Moreover, she can roughly guess that I am not an unusual loose cultivator. Su Gu nodded. What Li Xiaobai had said was clear enough. On the one hand, she was being continued to be controlled by the old demoness and had a grey future, while on the other hand, she was becoming the love interest of a righteous male, and had a bright future. It's a woman who knows how to choose, not to mention this kind of windbag ghost. Although, the little money girl has always emphasized her innocence. Combat? Or tactical evacuation? Misu Hui was similarly gloomy as she looked at the demonic clouds that pressed over from the sky and opened her mouth. The three of them were naturally able to cope with an ordinary mid-Jindan stage. But, after all, this is the other side's territory. Moreover, if the other party really had help, it would be troublesome. Su Gu's expression remained unchanged, and he was just about to open his mouth. Trying to escape? A shadowy and incomparable voice rang out. Wild wind whistling, gloomy thunder gusts. A figure stepped on a crow demon, stepping on the air at an extremely fast speed and prospering, his body getting bigger and bigger, and finally even transformed into a giant ape, holding a wooden staff in his hand, and landed on the ground with a bang, smashing out a huge crater. Who gave you the guts to touch my people? Die! At a distance of less than a dozen feet from Su Gu's trio, this great demon slammed his fist down. The posture is crazy, incomparably berserk. Black smoke lingers above the fist mane, emitting an incomparably fishy odor. Just the wind of the fist makes the roof of the surrounding houses continuously explode. Ancient trees break, and green stones fly up. Not good. Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai's eyes were very sharp. Their bodies flickered with spiritual light. One of them held a Zen staff in his hand, and the other held a sword in his hand, and they took a violent step, blocking in front of Su Gu. They saw the other side's intentions. Instead of attacking towards the two of them, he looked for Su Gu, who was relatively weak among the three, to attack. Possibly, it was an attempt to capture the thief, or perhaps he saw through Su Gu being the broken one of the three. In short, the demon's attack fell straight down towards Su Gu. Boo! Just as Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai were about to make a move to suppress the other party, Su Gu stopped the two of them and extended his palm towards the incoming killing great demon, clasping it in the void. In an instant, that incomparably strong great demon's figure steeply lurched in the air and stopped in the void. It was as if the space around them was fixed. Then, Su Gu's expression was bland, without the slightest ripple of emotion, and his palm, which was held in a false grip, was casually swung downward. Boom! That great demon's body smashed to the ground uncontrollably, as if it was a falling meteor, with a great sound, smashing a huge deep pit in the ground. Put! The great demon was too late to be shocked and fearful, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, followed by the huge body exploding inch by inch, blood and flesh splattering, revealing capped white bones, directly becoming moribund. Swish! The heavens and the earth were steeply silent. Everyone was so surprised by this tactic of Su Gu's that they almost forgot to breathe. Senior brother, what is this tactic of yours? Li Xiaobai and Misu Hui took a deep breath and were horrified. Was this still the senior brother Su Gu they knew? Although senior brother Su possesses astounding wisdom, scheming against the heavens, as if he can do everything. But,
is the qualification of a 3-spirit route? Even if there are all sorts of treasures and devilish techniques to make up for it, he shouldn't be able to achieve this kind of intensity. To kill the 4th level of Jindan in a second at the 1st level of foundation establishment. It was the heavenly spirit route that had to use some treasures to do so, wasn't it? What kind of monster is this? Obviously just building the foundation. By what right does it kill me, a Jindan ancestor, in seconds? To say that he was shocked, the demon that was obviously beaten to death with severe injuries was even more incredulous, directly doubting the world. The heart of the way is broken. Of course, the little money girl who had been hiding in her room was in the same mood. Sugu looked indifferent, his sleeves fluttered, his hands behind his back, and he said in a cloudy manner, "The middle stage of Jindan in the district is naturally, ahem." Right at this moment, a calm voice resounded from the distance, and in the crowd's unexpected gazes, a large group of cultivators wearing Department 6 uniforms flew down. The middle-aged cultivator at the head of the group wearing the yellow-ranked arresting officer's uniform of Department 6, was actually clearly in the late Jindan stage. "Your Honor, the target has lost the ability to resist and can be taken into custody." 2 Department 6 constables, very skillfully touched up, analyzed once, confirmed that there was no resistance, and then said to the head constable, "Mi Su Hui and Kong Haoren froze for a moment. That's the reaction." It turned out that it wasn't Sugu who had just made a move, but rather, it was the Department 6 constable of the Great Shang Dynasty who had made a move. "I saw that you stayed in your room the whole time and showed no signs of coming out, in order not to disturb your good deed, and to easily suppress Granny Blackwood. I'll just pass along the message to the officials." Sugu glanced at Li Xiaobai and said indifferently. When Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai heard this, each of them fell into a deep silence. Reporting to the police? What a strange word. We're magic cultivators now. How can we report to the police? Even if you report it to the authorities, shouldn't you at least open a small number and remain anonymous? To be honest, not only do demonic cultivators not report to the police, even when they were still disciples of the righteous immortal sect, when they encountered demons, they would not report to the police. If they did so they would feel ashamed of themselves and the immortal sect behind them. Upon hearing Sugu's words, the great demon that had been knocked down was also shaking with anger and almost fainted. "Kid, you don't talk about martial arts. A fight is a fight, and you report it to the police." Snap. What are you trying to do? Trying to threaten the hot crowd? The constable who escorted him directly covered his big mouth, smacking him all over his head. According to the information, he should be Granny Blackwood. Strange, though, he's actually male, and not a wood demon, but an ape demon. The constables quickly finished their questioning and came to the conclusion that the identity of the other party was confirmed. But there was some hesitation. Sugu said, "It's probably to cover people's ears, to make everyone think that Granny Blackwood, a female cultivator of grass and trees, is actually a male ape demon." That's what he said. The catcher nodded. "Let go of me. I'm telling you, you're totally screwed. My reinforcements will be here soon, and then you'll all die." Seeing that he was going to be taken into custody, the ape demon couldn't sit still at all and said in a broken manner. As he was talking, there were actually cultivators in the distant sky, swallowing clouds and swiping towards this place, with the same eerie and horrifying aura emanating from their bodies. "Coming! My help is coming! You're dead! He's an emissary of the Supreme Demon Lord. Even the great merchant can't detain me." When the ape demon saw this, he was overjoyed and excited, and provoked the crowd of constables. The constables reacted instantly, their expressions stagnant, their hands holding their magic weapons, slightly nervous as they prepared to meet the attack. Indeed a formidable enemy. Prepare to meet it. Both Sheriff Lian and Sugu no longer looked relaxed, except for 2 people, Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai. 4. They recognized the visitor. This demon emissary, so familiar looking, Li Xiaobai murmured. "It is so familiar." Mi Su Hui nodded in agreement. Chapter 76, a hearty and helpful request for catch-up readings. Senior Brother Su, it seems like the 2 of us know each other. Mi Su Hui fixed her eyes and carefully surveyed, confirming what she had in mind, and transmitted her voice to Sugu. "So what demon emissary? You guys know each other?" Sugu was astonished, followed by a speechless moment as if he had thought of something. Sugu said to the head constable of Department 6, "Lord Sheriff, just leave him to the 3 of us." "How does this work?" The constable next to him shook his head directly and was about to refuse. "Are you kidding me? This is a meritocracy. How could they just let it go? Though, not necessarily a fight. But, as a Department 6 constable, the death pensions are generous. Besides, what if something bad happens to these 3 enthusiastic people?" However, the leader of the group, Sheriff Wang Qin Tian, nodded his head and said, "I'll trouble the 3 of you. Lord, this is not." Beside the constables, see the face slightly changed, quickly to stop. The words are to the edge of the mouth, but was Wang Qin Tian with a look, to suppress. "Go, Li Xiaobai stepped on his flying sword like a rainbow and took the lead to kill.
Su Gu and Mi Su Hui followed close behind. Kid, when you see this lord, you don't hold your head and run away, but you dare to fight back at me? Look at this grandmaster. How to clean up, you three brats. Come to die. The great demon that killed the incoming demon, seeing this, immediately laughed in anger, urging his mana.
The demonic flames on his body became more and more monstrous, and he forcefully suppressed it. It rolled up the cloudy thunder in the sky and blew up the flying sand. It was loud and appalling. Good you Jia Daoi, you don't want to be a good immortal sex alternate true disciple, but you even went to become a devil cultivator. Look at today. You three little masters collect not to clean up your end. Mi Su Hui body Buddha light shines. Mana fluctuation cohesion. A pom-pom cover pressure and go. As the golden body Luohan suppression of demons. Amazing power. It doesn't look like early stage foundation establishment at all. Instead, it looked like early Jindan. Jia Daoi, who was killing, could have easily defused this attack, but when he heard this, his body trembled, and he even wandered off for a moment, and was directly caught off guard by Mi Su Hui's attack, and could only dodge in a sorry state. Chop! Li Xiaobai followed closely behind and slashed out with his sword, breaking his back and preventing Jia Daoi from dodging. Not good. Jia Daoi's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped his stance. Seeing this, Mi Su Hui exclaimed a good opportunity, and the Zen staff in his hand, at some point, turned into a weeping stick. Shining at the back of the other party's head, was a muffled stick. Put. Jia Daoi, the back of the head solidly received the stick. The body shape in the air hit a pendulum. In the monstrous force under the action of the uncontrollable slam down, smashing a huge crater in the ground. Smoke rose in all directions, and a dark light spread. You two dogs, how dare you take personal revenge? Jia Daoi sat crouched in the pit, holding his head in tears, and couldn't help but curse. Apparently, he also recognized Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai. What personal vendetta? We are enforcing justice. How dare you defect to the devil's path? Only giving you a crybaby stick is completely light. Mi Su Hui was righteous and fell from the air, sadly saying, give him another lesson. Li Xiaobai, who was not good with words, added from the side. Ah, don't! Jia Daoi hastily raised his hand to stop him. He was truly afraid and hurriedly explained. I'm an undercover agent, not joining the devil's path anymore. Su Gu. Sure enough, it was just as expected. What a righteous undercover agent. Somehow, he was surprisingly not surprised at all. He's an alternate true disciple of the Tai Dao sect, initiated more than 20 years before us, dual spirit roots, mid-Jindan cultivation, and has a certain ability to fight across levels. Previously, we had crossed paths at the sect celebration held by the Tai Dao sect. The five of us are rookies of the immortal sect, a one-of-a-kind existence. Perhaps it's because the rewards of the rookie-level ring match are too generous. Even a group of old disciples of the five immortal sect who have been initiated for more than 20 years have the cheek to go to the ring and pretend to be some kind of rookies. The results, which speak for themselves, were that we got our asses kicked. Among them, there is this Jia Daoi. Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui transmitted their voices to introduce Su Gu. 4. Jia Daoyi's stated identity as an undercover agent. It was not at all surprising. However, there was no change in attitude, but rather, he said, if you say you're an undercover, you're an undercover? How dare you fool us? Looks like you've been beaten up a lot. Beat him, the two men said, and then they were about to do it again. Jia Daoyi's mouth twitched and his head was filled with black lines, so he could only take out the paperwork from the immortal sect and the Deshang court that had hired him to be an undercover agent and said, this paperwork, it can always prove my identity, right? At the same time, the heart was overwhelmed with indignation. Having just exchanged blows, if it wasn't for the fact that he had seen an acquaintance and was somewhat distracted, in addition to being recognized as a true demon cultivator, in order to clear his name and prove his identity, he could not fight back forcefully. He was a Jindan powerhouse, and he wouldn't be beaten up by two foundation establishment brats. Paperwork? Undercover turns out to have paperwork? Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai received the paperwork, and just after checking it out, they froze for a while, astonished. Of course, without paperwork how can you prove that you are an undercover agent? Without the paperwork, if you pretend to be a demonic cultivator from the actual offense and are caught by the officials, will the officials let you go? Jia Daoi said rightfully. For example, right now, if I didn't have the paperwork, wouldn't I be beaten up by you guys? Ha, it seems so. Then how come we don't have one? Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai transmitted their voices in shock. Su Gu was speechless for a while. With your status, you still need to prove that you are righteous? Half of the righteous cultivators combined are not as righteous as a few of you. It means that he's not even at a high enough level as an undercover agent to warrant strict confidentiality. Su Gu analyzed. Also, both the immortal sect and the court felt that he could easily mess things up. so they gave up paperwork to use to protect themselves.
That's right.
Li Xiaobai and Mi Suhui nodded in agreement. Mi Suhui touched his bald head and pursued.
You're a good candidate for the Tai Tai Dao Sex Authenticity. How did you become an undercover agent of the Devil's Way? This is a long story. Jia Daoi let out a sigh and said, it was a complete accident. Not long ago,
I went out on a mission and stumbled upon a few cultivators pulling a flying boat with a whole bunch of injured cultivators lying on it.
Speeding forward. Saying that, Jia Daoi inquired about the three of them, Mi Suhui and Li Xiaobai.
When encountering such a situation,
shouldn't all normal cultivators avoid it? It's supposed to be. Mi Suhui nodded.
As soon as Jia Dao spoke, his voice rose, but there are actually several cultivators chasing after it with their swords,
trying to stop this flying boat.
I think they were overtaken by this flying boat and triggered air rage. This helpful temper of mine,
when I saw the scene, I couldn't stand it at once.
When encountering this kind of situation,
it's fine if you don't help, but how dare you add to the chaos?
I'm afraid you're not a demonic cultivator. Not only did I make a move to stop the cultivators who were trying to block the way, I also helped pull that flying boat along at a rapid pace.
And then what?
Then, we were arrested.
Later, I realized that the cultivators in this flying boat were all demonic cultivators. Their stronghold was terminated.
They fled with injuries,
and the ones chasing them were plainclothes constables.
Jia Daoi said quietly. The three men lapsed into silence.
That's a whole lot of helpfulness.
Chapter 77, The Whaler's Wand's Miraculous Utility, Request for Follow-Up Reading.
What about back there? Mizui pursued. Jia Daoi continued. At the back. Although the misunderstanding was clarified, however,
it still caused some trouble for the constables, so they were briefly imprisoned for a period of time.
I was originally very angry, but I don't know why those demonic cultivators looked at me in a completely different way, and one by one,
they worshipped me and wanted to develop me into a demon.
I was going to refuse. After all, the environment of the Devil's Way is too harsh.
But the constables said that this would be a way to get credit for my crimes.
So I became an undercover agent of the Devil's Way. Speaking of this, he himself was a little emotional.
Because of his own one-time to see justice, but was forced to join the Devil's Way. This experience, no matter how to think about it, all feel magical.
Undercover. Surprisingly, you're still forced to do it. Your awareness is really poor.
Mi Suhui and Li Xiaobai shook their heads in contempt.
Jia Daoi didn't argue with them, but said, return the paperwork to me, and pretend I didn't meet you guys today. With that, he was about to leave. However, he was called out by Mi Suhui. Jia, you've overlooked one thing. Although, you're an undercover agent of the righteous path,
but now we're the devil's path.
What? Jideo froze, somewhat not understanding. Immediately,
they saw Mi Suhui and Li Xiaobai's bodies instantly filled with heavenly black light,
and their fury was rampant, as if they were absolute devils coming out, about to wreak havoc on the earth.
You guys, this is. Jia Daoi saw this and was shocked, unable to believe that the sons of the righteous path like Mi Suhui and Li Xiaobai would defect to the devil path.
However, immediately afterward,
it occurred to him that the other party's identity at the moment should be the same as his. It's also a righteous undercover agent. It also instantly understood Li Xiaobai and Mi Suhui's intentions.
Or is it a personal vendetta? He was about to cast the transportation technique in a hurry to flee, as well as keep punching him. The two of them, Mi Suhui and Li Xiaobai, had already greeted the wailing rod in their hands.
There were a lot of screams. Jia Daoi was beaten up and held his head in disarray.
You're taking a personal vendetta.
Jideo protests by screaming under his breath for a personal vendetta while being punched.
Under normal circumstances, even if Mi Suhui and Li Xiaobai teamed up, he would still be able to tough it out. After all,
he had practiced 20 years earlier, and his cultivation was where it was.
However,
having just been suppressed by Li Xiaobai and Mi Suhui in a panic, there was no way to resist now that their battle strength was 6 out of 10. Although, both of them had left their hands open and wouldn't cause any serious injuries.
It hurt.
It only stopped when Li Xiaobai and Mi Suhui got tired. Mi Suhui also asked Su Gu in a very thoughtful manner.
Senior brother, do you want to beat up a couple of times as well, to get out of it? It's getting late, so that's it.
Su Gu shook his head. He's not that boring. Besides, this was a grudge between Li Xiaobai, Mi Suhui and Jia Daoi. When Jia Daoi and the other immortal sect disciples, pretending to be young and brazenly pretending to be rookies,
beat up the 5 of them in the ring.
It's normal for them to look for a chance to punch back.
What's he doing interfering?
Li Xiaobai and Mi Suhui then stopped.
Okay, don't cry. It's just to beat you up. How old are you? How dare you still cry?
Mi Suhui couldn't help but despise Jia Daoi as she looked at Jia Daoi, who was sitting on the ground, in tears and crowing.
I'm a Jindan powerhouse and I'll be beaten up and cried? Jia Daoi was instantly enraged and wiped his tears and snot, hysterically saying, why am I crying?
It's not because of that what's his name crying stick that you two are holding.
If you were to replace it with any other magic weapon, I wouldn't even frown. Sugu raised his eyebrows, a little stunned. The weeping stick, isn't it a magic weapon? Although he didn't know much about the wailing wand, in his impression, the killing power of the wailing wand was still one of the more gigantic types amongst all the demonic magic weapons. In particular, the Magic Grotto magic weapon cannon, but also introduced its claim to be the ancient fairy black impermanence of the underworld in charge of artifacts. Holding it can make all the dead ghosts, liver and gall bladder want to be broken, even if it is an ordinary weeping stick, but also extraordinary power, specializing in hitting the soul of others, very poisonous. I didn't realize that it had the effect of making people cry and cry. He had wondered before how this Tai Dao sect disciple, after being beaten up a few times, started to cry. It turned out to be the effect of being hit by the wailing stick. Mi Su Hui added, devil cultivators are generally poorer, and there is a faction of devil cultivators who, in order to earn extra money, often go in and out of white places and do white jobs. This wailing stick was created by an ancestor of this sect. He found that some guests who couldn't cry would bawl and feel the heavens when they just needed to be struck with this rod refined by this special method. So he named it the wailing rod. This wailing rod in my hand. The reason why it can have a certain suppression effect on dragon genus water genus beings, is mainly because it is made of Antarctic silver wood, and the effect of the wailing rod itself, does not have much to do with it. The corners of Sugu's mouth twitched slightly. The devil cultivators in this world were really racking their brains in order to survive as well. At the same time, there was also a burst of speechlessness. The feelings of this wailing stick has no other function other than letting people cry and mourn? That the Devil's Cave's Devil's Dao magic artifacts canon is still recorded as being so counterintuitive? Of course, soon Sugu was relieved. It said that it could attack the soul, and it didn't say what happened after it did. How could knocking others and making them cry uncontrollably not be considered attacking their souls? Moreover, he was so out of his mind that he would believe in the records in the Devil's Way canon. However, it stands to reason that this should be very popular and have a promising market. So why don't we see any demonic forces getting rich? Sugu wondered. Because, by forcing tears, the heart is not sincere enough and it is easy to gaslight the deceased. Mi Su Hui said. Gaslighting the deceased? Sugu raised an eyebrow. Yes, there were many instances of this happening during the time when crybabies were just becoming popular. Some of the deceased who were originally dead, their souls drifted in front of the hearth, wanting to see the filial piety of their children and grandchildren. But in the end, when they saw such a false scene, most of the deceased were so angry and resentful, that they turned into corpses on the spot or transformed into stern ghosts. Sugu, what do you call being so angry that you turn into a corpse or a ghost? He realized that he still had a rather large misunderstanding of this world of immortal cultivation. It was nothing like the imaginary world of immortal cultivation, but, when he thought about it, it made so much damn good sense. So, this wailing stick was banned by the government and was not allowed to be used. Mi Su Hui said. Sugu then understood. Many thanks to this little brother for his righteous words. Jia Daoi didn't know what Sugu and Mi Su Hui were chatting about in a voice transmission, and slowly got up from the ground, saying gratefully to Sugu, I have a task to do, so I'll leave you to it. After saying that, he was about to leave, fearing that he would be beaten up again by the two living hells, Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai. Wait a moment. Sugu's brows furrowed slightly as he called out to Jia Daoi and voiced his question. Senior Daoi, what is the devilish force you are undercover with? Why are you and Granny Blackwood entrenched in this remote little willow town? What great conspiracy are they brewing? Hearing someone call out to him, Jia Daoi, who was planning to bolt, subconsciously stalled in his form and shivered, fearing that it was Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui who had changed their attention and would not let him go. And after hearing Sugu's later question, he froze for a split second, his brows furrowed, his expression hesitant, racking his brain to try and answer, but not finding a single bit of useful information. And after a moment, he could only say back, Ha? Sugu stared wide-eyed. Didn't hear me ask you, what do you mean this, although I am deeply trusted by the other party, but up to now, how to say it, I am actually not the core layer. After all, undercover time a bit short, for their confidential information, do not know much. Jia Daoi stammered. Sugu nodded his head in understanding. So, which demonic force did you join? Ha? Jideo froze. Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai also couldn't sit still and uttered in shock. No way. You've been undercover for such a long time, and it's not even a problem if you don't get any results. You don't even know the name of the demonic organization you've joined? Jia Daoi took a deep breath. His face changed, and finally his voice was suppressed to a particularly low level as he stammered in some shame. They haven't really said a name. It's just that I was told to follow Granny Blackwood and protect her well-being. Chapter 78, This is the sixth evil of the righteous path. Requests for follow-up reading. A question? Did you go undercover or go on a publicly funded trip? Misu Hui's face showed contempt. This. Jia Daoi was ashamed and opened his mouth to try to defend himself. Alright, play alone. Misu Hui looked at Jia Daoi, whose face was suffocating red, and didn't even have the intention of listening to his explanation, waving her hand casually. Misu Hui. Jia Daoi red warmed on the spot. Although, Misu Hui and the five of them had, before, enjoyed tossing and turning, and were simply inhuman. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the face to even not want to, pretending to be rookies and going down to the ring at the Tai Tai Dao sex celebration. Wasn't that just to use this opportunity to beat the five of them up? By all rights, it's long overdue to get used to it. But, as it turns out, he was overthinking it, and it's just not something to get used to. It had only been less than a quarter of an hour since they had met, and he had been made to break his defenses by both Li Xiaobai and Misu Hui, and his Dao heart was trembling, already regretting how brainwashed he was to dare pretend to be a rookie coming down to the ring to beat up these guys. I felt nothing before, but now when I think about it, if I messed with these kings of hell, I'm afraid the rest of my life will be over. What? Still want to continue crying? Misu Hui waved the crying stick in her hand, then said, Isn't what I said the truth? Why are you excited? Li Xiaobai, who was relatively silent, couldn't help but take a step forward, similarly holding a wailing stick in his hand to back up Misu Hui. Jia Daoi was infuriated and laughed on the spot. He almost drew his sword and fought for his life with both Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai. When Su Gu saw this scene, he was speechless for a while and could only helplessly pull back Jia Daoi, who was attempting to die. Not bad for an existence that gave him a chance to see justice. He was able to block the plainclothes constable and help the demonic cultivator escape. That's a bit too innocent. If Li Xiaobai and the others went undercover in the devil's way, they were positively hairy devils. This Jia Daoi, then, is simply a hair demon. As simple as the fallen magical practitioners. No wonder, he was recommended by the immortal sect in the court to go undercover against the demonic forces. And even more so, he was recognized by the demonic cultivators. That means you don't know anything? Su Gu pulled Jia Daoi while stopping Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai and inquired. Jia Dao was stunned. He really didn't think that the famous immortal sect's five evils would listen to Su Gu so much. Originally, he had thought that Su Gu, like him, was also a victim captured by Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai. Now it seemed that he had really looked the other way. This is totally the sixth harm, Jia Daoi said with a solemn expression. For the time being, I have not had the opportunity to learn about this demonic force I have joined. Su Gu nodded his head and concluded. So, this group is not a traditional demonic sect, but a newly emerged force, and it should be the collective emergence of members within some ancient dusty force. Why? Jia Daoi froze slightly, somewhat puzzled as to why Su Gu could be so certain. Su Gu explained. As far as the known demonic forces are concerned now, they are all down and out. The organizational structure, rotten to the core, is such that an individual joining would have access to the most confidential information, and this power, even in the body, cannot get a bit of information. Since several Jindan cultivators gathered here, did not reveal a bit of wind, not to mention the exposure of the real intention, the whole organization can be said to be airtight. This is not something that the current forces of the Devil's Path can touch. But, Jia Dao frowned. Still feel a little unconvinced, just want to open his mouth. Then he saw Su Gu continue. Of course, it's also possible that you're too much of a loser, senior brother Jia, and that's why you weren't able to gather a bit of information, and it has nothing to do with whether or not the other party is tightly organized. What? There are actually ancient forces coming out en masse? I told you that I've been undercover for such a long time. How could I not be able to search for any information at all? Jia Daoyi's mind was shocked, incomparably agreeing with Su Gu's explanation. And for a moment, some chills ran down his back as he panicked. Should we report it to the clan and the court? This is too terrifying. If there really is an ancient giant power that has revived, quietly lurking around, secretly operating and plotting monstrous conspiracies, if we can't stop it in time, it's bound to cause a monstrous disaster. Seeing this, Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai were speechless. You don't have to worry about these for now. Su Gu smiled and politely declined Jia Daoi's offer. Senior brother, you can just go undercover at ease these days. I have an idea in mind. If there's a situation, we'll notify you. This is a situation that really isn't suitable for reporting. Moreover, there was no need to report it. Otherwise, wouldn't he really be mainlining the idea of ridding the people of evil and upholding the right path? Then isn't he practicing magic for nothing? Even if it was to take out the Demon Cave's rivals and stop the other party's conspiracy, at the very least, they should first see if they could make some profit out of it. This is good. Jia Dao hesitated, still a bit relieved. But after considering that Su Gu could even cure Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai, he didn't dwell on this. then I'll take my leave.
After confirming that there was nothing else, Jia Daoi hurriedly stepped on his flying sword and flew away. It was true that he didn't want to have any more interactions with people like Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai. Of course, there was good news on the trip. That would be the 5 evils of the immortal sect, who went to work undercover as undercover agents for the forces of the Devil's Way, and they went to plague the Devil's Way. Next, the 5 immortal sects would finally be able to clear the air for a while. After Jia Daoi left, Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai also furrowed their brows slightly and said, "Senior brother, what do you think they're doing this for?" They did not question Xiao Gu's decision not to report. It is irresponsible to report on the basis of speculation without certainty. Moreover, it is also easy to scare the snakes. They were just a bit puzzled that Granny Blackwood was occupying this place and was just opening a bed and breakfast, even though the sitting demon would suck people's yang qi. But it should be completely unnecessary to use so many experts to sit down. Granny Blackwood herself was a middle Jindan stage, and the force behind her had even sent Jia Daoi, a middle Jindan stage, to help. This would have been out of character. Inputs and outputs are not proportional. It's probably just a cover-up. Su Gu pondered for a moment, then said, "The real plot is hidden in the shadows. This Blackwood Granny may just be used to draw fire." With that, he said in a deep voice, "It's useless to just guess. Let's go back first and finish the mission in the Devil's Cave before saying anything else." "Good." Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai nodded. "Sorry, letting the other party get away." Su Gu landed and descended, saying to Sheriff Wang Qingtian, who was already still waiting in Granny Blackwood's temple, "It's good that the 3 good men weren't hurt." Wang Qingtian laughed out loud, not caring about any of this at all. However, immediately afterward, a wisp of hesitation and self-reproach flashed across his brow as he said, "It's just that the little Chen girl that you all instructed to take care of and not to let her suffer, she fell by herself. Along with her, there was that ape demon." "What did you say? Sister Xiaoqian has fallen by herself?" Li Xiaobai looked up sharply, a ray of shock flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly ran towards the room that had been reduced to a large portion of rubble due to the battle between the 3 of them and that ape demon. "Sure enough, I saw a streak of Miss Xiaoqian's clothes, as well as some ghostly aura left behind by the unusual ghost cultivator who had fallen since. How is this possible? I told her before, she was forced to do it, and the circumstances of her victimization are not particularly serious, so she won't be reprimanded too severely, and as long as she sits in jail without fear, with me posting a bond for her, she'll be able to come out in 3 or 5 years at most. How could she have fallen on her own? It's completely illogical." Li Xiaobai looked agitated and muttered. He couldn't quite believe the scene in front of him for some time, unable to accept the fact that he'd only just found a girlfriend, and in less than a day, she'd died. Mi Su Hui's gaze was like a sword, staring at the crowd of constables on the field, wanting to see something different in their expressions. If it was these constables who had done something out of the ordinary and forced Miss Xiaoqian to fall on her own, this matter could never be put to rest. However, it was a pity that he didn't see anything strange in the look of these constables. Su Gu walked into the house, surveyed the traces of the little money girl's self-fall, and glanced at the corpse of the already dead ape demon, and finally shook his head and said to Li Xiaobai, "There are 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear?" "Good news," Li Xiaobai said. "Your little money girl didn't die." Su Gu said, "Not dead? That's really great." Li Xiaobai's mood recovered, no longer low. Su Gu's words, he still believed them. Then some hesitation. "What about the bad news?" "She should be Granny Blackwood," Su Gu said. Chapter 79, the story Li Xiaobai and Granny Blackwood had to tell, request for follow-up readings. "She should be Granny Blackwood," Su Gu said. Mi Su Hui's eyes lit up. "How can this be considered bad news? This is good news." "What? Sister Xiaoqian is Granny Blackwood?" Li Xiaobai froze and was so dismayed that he didn't even care about Mi Su Hui's gag and said in great confusion, "Isn't Granny Blackwood that ape demon?" It's a name he used to confuse the public on purpose. Even if Granny Blackwood has another person, it has nothing to do with Sister Xiaoqian in any case, right? Mi Su Hui also put away her joking mindset and said seriously, "Indeed, Miss Xiaoqian's previous situation was clearly controlled by the ape demon. The man behind the curtain pretending he's being controlled? It is indeed possible. But it's not so much, right? Just sucking people's yang qi, making it look like a demonic giant is plotting a shocking crime." Su Gu shook his head and looked at the ape demon's corpse, analyzing. The ape demon didn't fall on its own. To be exact, it wasn't a willing self-fall, but rather, the person behind it was killing to kill. After all, a good death is better than a good life. Most demon cultivators will not fall on their own after being caught by the government for their evil deeds, because of the long lifespan. Even if a mid-Jindan demon cultivator sits in jail for a few hundred years, it's actually not too hard to accept. Obviously, this is someone who doesn't want him to divulge information. Speaking of this, Su Gu inquired of Sheriff Wang Qingtian, "Don't you guys think it's fishy that this ape demon and Miss Xiaoqian died?" Sugu 3 just exchanged.
Belongs to the sound transmission. Wang Qingtian and others do not know. After being Su advisor words, frowned and said, Ape demon is self-fall without fault, but not willingly, I cannot say. The sheriff is also unclear? Mi Su Hui said, not even a soul search? Soul search? The corner of Sheriff Wang's mouth twitched, because it was too inhumane to do so.
The law stipulated that the soul of a prisoner could not be searched,
even after death, except under special circumstances.
Sheriff Wang still said, he dissolved his soul along with Miss Xiaoqian's,
and couldn't get any useful information. However, the reaction of this ape demon before his death was somewhat odd, although, he didn't appear to be resisting or very unwilling before he died. Instead, he even revealed a relieved and relieved smile. But, the smile of release is weird, like it's been poisoned by a poison. What poison? Sugu and the three of them spoke in unison, looking somewhat agitated. Sheriff Wang replied back, smiling half-step yuaning epileptic spirit scatter. The person who is poisoned will fantasize about becoming a half-step yuaning before he dies. Some cultivators who have no chance of being a yuaning in their lifetime will show a delighted smile at this moment. However, immediately afterward, they will lament why they are only a half-step yuaning. Then, one will realize that one's potential is insufficient and can only cultivate into a half-step yuaning, and one will be relieved. But, soon enough, the heart will swell and want to try to impact the yuaning, but the talent is too poor, leading to failure in promotion, and even more tormented by the demon of the heart, falling into endless fantasies, incomparably painful. There is no choice but to self-fall. Self-fall in fantasy and self-fall in reality, and when they succeed in self-fall, they will even show a look of relief. Therefore, the cultivator who was hit by the smiling half-step yuaning epileptic spirit dispersion also had a strange smile of elation, relief and liberation before he died, much like this ape demon's performance before he died. With that, Sheriff Wang shook his head. However, this Hanyu half-step yuaning epileptic spirit dispersion has been completely extinct as early as tens of thousands of years ago and does not exist in the world. It should be a simple self-fall. Tens of thousands of years? Originally, Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui were still a bit unable to accept Su Gu's speculation. After all, there is no empirical evidence. Even Sheriff Wang felt that the ape demon was simply self-meteorizing. However, Sheriff Wang's later sentence made them have to believe it. If, indeed, there is an ancient power behind this that has been dusty for a long time and has come out en masse to cause trouble, then it is highly likely that they have this poison. Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui frowned slightly, have realized that things may be far more complicated than they thought. Wang Qingtian said with some shame, because, the ape demon suddenly fell on its own. All of our minds were focused on the ape demon at that time, and we didn't pay much attention to Miss Xiaoqian. Who would have known that Miss Xiaoqian unexpectedly fell on her own as well? Sugu nodded without saying much. But, even if the ape demon died in a strange way, it should have been silenced by the forces behind the scenes. What does this have to do with Sister Xiaoqian being a Blackwood granny? Li Xiaobai frowned and transmitted his voice to Sugu. The two have nothing to do with each other. Under normal circumstances, it's good like this. Sugu was not surprised and continued. But, what information can an ape demon know? Is it information about that mysterious demonic force behind him? Even Jia Daoi doesn't know anything when asked. So what can this ape demon, whose brain is obviously not very smart, know? Demon cultivators, their heads were generally inflexible, especially those who had not fully transformed. That's the truth. Li Xiaobai nodded. Mi Su Hui transmitted with a solemn expression. Jia Daoi sent word that he is also unsure of Granny Blackwood's true identity. It was said above that he was to come here to protect Granny Blackwood, and then, he was received here by the 4 ape demons, and seeing that the ape demons were at the head, he defaulted to the ape demons being Granny Blackwood. When Sugu had questioned the identity of Granny Blackwood, he had summoned Jia Daoi and asked if he knew anything about it. Jia Daoi's reply, combined with Sugu's speculation, makes Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai even more biased in favor of Sugu, believing that the ape demon is not Granny Blackwood. Granny Blackwood, on the other hand, was among these 4. Otherwise, when the forces behind the scenes gave Jia Daoi a mission, they wouldn't have said anything about protecting Granny Blackwood. They would have just said protecting the ape demon. The answer is already crying out. Not surprised by this result, Sugu continued his analysis. But, killing the ape demon to silence it again must be to conceal a certain piece of information. Then what is this information that the other party is trying to conceal? If it's not the organization behind it, then the probability is that it's someone's. So, the answer is simple. Miss Xiaoqian's true identity is not simple. She is the real Granny Blackwood, and she is the one behind the manipulation of the operation of this temple that sucks people's young energy. If she is Granny Blackwood, the one behind the scenes, then she knows very well that once the ape demon is arrested, her identity will definitely be exposed. At that time, she will face more than just 3 to 5 years of imprisonment. she definitely has to find a way to escape. Then, we can only kill the 8th demon first to silence her and ensure that she is not exposed. Then, use the treasure to self-fall the golden cicada to escape. Such a treasure is not rare. It seems that Granny Blackwood is really little money girl. Ni Suhui blinked and said to Li Xiaobai, how's that? I told you long ago that you and Granny Blackwood are destined to be together. What one good news and one bad news. It's simply a double whammy. Li Xiaobai's face was expressionless. However, the magic sword at his waist was steeply sheathed by inches. I'm just kidding. Ni Suhui hastily changed her words and snapped. Su Gu said, if my speculation is true, then this Blackwood Granny should not be simple either. Either she is from that ancient power or has a close relationship with them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get the Hanyu half-step Yuaning epileptic spirit scatter, which went extinct tens of thousands of years ago. Nor would she have been sent a mid-Jindan cultivator to help. She might be the clue to investigate all this. Chapter 80, Su Gu becomes an official, request for readings. After listening to Su Gu's speculations, Li Xiaobai was silent for a moment and said, provided that the speculations are all true. Su Gu nodded his head and didn't dwell on this, but said, if Miss Xiaoqian really isn't dead, she should be looking for you again. After all, she's your girlfriend. After a while, we should see the results. Moreover, that mysterious force, it can't be mysterious all the time. It always has to continue its activities. There will always be traces revealed. I hope. Li Xiaobai sighed, and didn't want his first girlfriend to die just like that. Ni Suhui looked equally serious. The fact that the other party had handled things so beautifully was complete proof of the terror of the forces behind them. This time the enemy is different. Anyway, there's no rush. Just wait and see. There might be other clues. Su Gu laughed. Speaking here, Su Gu's eyes flashed with a ray of essence, mixed with a slight fervor. I thought that the devil's way is all waste snacks. This time, and the devil's cave crowd of devils to get along, are going to wear out his enthusiasm to cultivate the devil. Now, finally, comes a bit of a challenge. Regardless of what demons and devils are behind you, the future demon lord is bound to be me. Su Gu's expression was certain, incomparably pure as he said, don't worry, 3 of you. The entirety of our law enforcement has been recorded with magic weapons, and will be reviewed in the aftermath. There is indeed something strange about this matter, and we will ask the adults in the state city to help analyze it, and will not just hastily close the case. Constable Wang Qingtian saw that Su Gu's 3 men were silent for a little while, thinking that they were not satisfied with the result, and assured them for this reason. Su Gu laughed. We trust the officials. Ni Suhui and Li Xiaobai also nodded in agreement from the sidelines. After saying that, Su Gu and the 3 of them were about to leave, but they were stopped by Sheriff Wang Qingtian. Lord Su, wait a moment. Su Gu's figure lurched and said with some hesitation, what did you call me? Sheriff Wang laughed. Lord Su. With that, he took out a silver order from his bosom with 5 big words written on it: External Sword Bearer. Su Gu's name was engraved on the back. This is the External Sword Executioner's Order, issued to you by the current emperor, in recognition of your merits in the incident of grinding out that ancient transitional body cultivation conspiracy. Please accept it, and from today onwards you will be the Honorable Sword Executioner. Sheriff Wang said with a solemn expression and a soft smile on his face. He knew Su Gu's identity long before he came. On the way, I kept lamenting what kind of fierce man could come up with such an absolutely brilliant plan. Just a few words, can directly give before the prosperous martial arts road? Dry basically exist in name only, and the underlying demonic cultivators that replaced these martial artists were all under control and exceptionally well managed. Encountered disobedient and uncooperative. All do not need evidence. Directly go to arrest people on the line. Come back to approve. 10 magic cultivators, 9 are wanted, and 1 can be directly sentenced to be a wanted criminal. All can be directly taken into custody. Now take a look. Although an imagined image of a fierce man, slightly deviated, did not expect to be a fluttering gentleman, but with this kind of temperament and appearance, it is a well-deserved dragon and phoenix among men. External sword bearer? Su Gu was stunned. He guessed that the court might give him a reward, but he didn't expect that they would directly make him an official, more or less out of his league. This devil cultivation of his own can all become unofficial. Having an official identity makes it easier to practice magic. Su Gu took the token and expounded on his worship and admiration for the emperor. Then, transmitting his voice, he asked me Su Hui and Li Xiaobai what level of official position this belonged to. Sesame green bean size, I guess. Mi Su Hui said disdainfully. Sesame green beans aren't that small, are they? Li Xiaobai hesitated. Su Gu's mouth twitched. Mud, wrong person to ask. The identity of these 2 people had long been at the top of this world, even if the identity level of this sword wielder was even higher. In the eyes of these 2 people, it did not enter the eyes. Senior brother Su, don't worry about this position. Come back to the clan with me some other day.
I'll ask the patriarch to give you an external true disciple as a position equivalent to the crown prince of the great Shang dynasty. Li Xiaobai picked up the conversation.
Mi Su Hui similarly snatched. Come to my inverted Buddha temple, and I'll have my senior brother give you the position of chief true disciple. This is not something they are joking about. It is very serious. In their opinion, with senior brother Su's great talent, it would be condescending to be the immortal sect's true successor. He should be the sovereign directly. However, the two lost their heads a bit immediately afterward, feeling bad for Su Gu, because Su Gu's qualification was only 3 spirit roots. It was too poor, even if his intellect was heaven-defying. In this world where the strongest were honored, at best he would become a military leader. It's fine, senior brother Su, 3 spirit roots are pretty good too. Not to mention, there's us. When we grow up, no one will dare say a word against you, Mi Su Hui assured. Right. Li Xiaobai held his sword in his hand and said, so what if you are a 3rd spirit root, senior brother? With me here, whoever dares to mess with you, I'll split him with my sword when the time comes. The sudden consolation caught Su Gu off guard. Are you two cricketing me behind my back again? What's wrong with the 3 spirit roots? Can't you see that I'm already trying to cultivate magic? I have 3 spirit roots, and I don't see that I'm weak. Haven't you heard that famous saying? There are no wasteful spiritual roots, only wasteful cultivators. I thank you all. Su Gu's face was pitch black as he said in a single word. Although, it was hard to be happy knowing that Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui meant well. Sheriff Wang saw through Su Gu's doubts and explained, sword bearers, which have no rank, belong to a special position, belonging to His Majesty's close confidants. When facing city-level officials, they have to look at your attitude. When facing state-level officials, there is no need to look at their attitudes. Su Gu drifted off, sort of knowing the gold content of this sword wielder, the equivalent of a Chinaman. It's pretty powerful. As for the other party being able to accurately know his identity, as well as his location, and sending the token all the way from the capital, Su Gu was not surprised. Even Li Xiaobai and the rest of them, the undercover agents of the righteous path, are going to be mixed into the next generation of the Magic Cave's successor, and the entire Magic Cave is leaking like a sieve. The court wants to know his general whereabouts. Isn't that easy? And after he reported to the officials were naturally able to further ascertain his identity and send the long-prepared token. As Su Gu guessed, Wang Qin Tian Constable, indeed has long known his identity, so just now back to agree to Su Gu 3 to catch that 8 demon's helper. Congratulations, Lord Su, on your assumption of the position of sword executioner. We should have received Lord Su, but now we have official business to attend to, so we will not exchange pleasantries with you. Sheriff Wang congratulated him a few times, and then, he was going to return with his own men. Although he wanted to befriend a fierce man like Su Gu, he knew in his heart that he was not qualified. Circle cannot be hard to squeeze, otherwise it is easy to attract disaster. Us? Mi Su Hui looked at Su Gu and then at Li Xiaobai. Return to Little Willow Town. Su Gu's face was grave as he said, stay here for a while first, and see what will happen to Little Willow Town after the Blackwood Granny is removed. Since the other party has laid out Granny Blackwood to attract attention, they must have something planned here. Saying that, Su Gu added, of course, the most important thing is to see the performance of the Mobile Academy and whether it will recover. That was their mission for the trip. Chapter 81, There's no choice but to succeed, request for follow-up readings. The 3 Su Gu returned to Xiaolu Town. However, this time, the 3 of them returned to Little Willow Town in a completely different style from the last time when the 3 of them first arrived in Little Willow Town. Because Su Gu had written a flying sword message in advance to the magistrate's hotline in Wonsan City. Tell the magistrate that he, the sword bearer, has come. Then, it returned to Little Willow Town in a big way. Lord Demon Envoy? Outside of Little Willow Town, a group of Devil Cave stronghold devil cultivators waiting in a piece of wilderness were shocked and delighted when they saw Su Gu's trio return from afar. Look at this. It's a total win. To be honest, they had not expected at all that in just one night, the 3 Lord Demon ambassadors had not only returned safely, but had even disposed of that arrogant and overbearing Granny Blackwood, because, in their perception, Granny Blackwood was simply too strong. It was the mayor of Little Willow Town, that terrifying existence, who went up to the mountain to suppress the demons and returned in defeat. It is said that the mayor returned with a pale face, forehead covered with sweat, legs shaking, eyes lifeless, and muttering under his breath about being too rough and too mean. Just as their group of demonic cultivators, filled with admiration and excitement, were thrilled beyond measure, intending to welcome them, they suddenly saw a group of people walking in the town. At the head of the group was clearly the mayor of the town, as well as several of the town's constables. Just as they were cursing the lack of coincidence and planning to call out to Su Gu's trio so that they wouldn't meet up with Lord Mayor, several piercing sounds of flying swords shuttling were even resounding in the distance. Then they met.
Under normal circumstances, the superb person they should never have met in their lives, the Wonsan County Magistrate. This time, although County Magistrate Wonsan traveled in a low-profile manner, at his side, there were still a few of the town's constables standing around, each with a powerful aura that almost suffocated the crowd of demonic cultivators. This horrible as hell aura, could it be the man in the legend? What day is today? Honorable as he is, why is he here? Could it be that the matter of the mobile academy has been exposed? It shouldn't. This project, the town mayor Sama was still very supportive before. He also said that he intends to apply for funding and use it to make Little Willowtown a 5-star attraction. What are you waiting for? Run! A few devil cultivators were shocked beyond belief, very much at a loss for words, and when they realized that they should flee, they found that their boss, Zhao Doju, was already nowhere to be seen. That's when they deeply realized why the boss was the boss. Boss, don't you need to mind the demon envoy Sama? If Lord Demon Envoy meets an untimely end in our territory, will we be chastised by the demon cave side? On the way to escape, a devil cultivator opened his mouth, not with a clear conscience, but for fear of being implicated and chastised. Zhao Diju's face changed slightly and his expression was tense as he flew away while twisting his head, trying to send a message to the 3 Sugu to inform them to flee. 3 Lord Demon Ambassadors. It's not good. The legendary magistrate is here. Run for your lives. Never touch. His words, before they even landed, he saw a scene that he found most unbelievable in his life. In his eyes, the town mayor and the county magistrate, who should be high up in the air, with immense scenery, and as honorable as dragons, were actually saluting the 3 Sugu people. In an instant, his Dao heart, demonic heart to be exact, trembled. This, the magistrate, who is so honorable that he only exists in legends, is actually leading the town mayor, and a group of constables, to salute our Lord Demon Envoy? How is this possible? I'm not blind, am I? It wasn't just Zhao Diju. The other demonic cultivators also discovered this scene, and were instantly shocked and dumbfounded, their minds going blank, unable to accept this scene at all. In their perceptions, it seemed as if demonic cultivators had always mixed poorly. When you see a constable, you can be scared half to death, not to mention encountering a terrifying existence at the level of a county magistrate and being able to look as calm as usual was considered an absolutely ruthless person. And at this moment, honorable as the magistrate of Wonsan County, he was actually saluting his own demonic messenger? This world, it's crazy, isn't it? Even the eldest brother who was the acting demon lord doesn't have this kind of compulsion, right? Misui noticed the reaction of these demonic cultivators and shook her head with a smile, casually transmitting her voice to explain. After all, they have to stay undercover. It would be inappropriate if a misunderstanding arose as a result of this and the people of the Devil's Path were led to believe that they were in fact the righteous path. What? Is that true? Lord Demon Envoy. Surprisingly, that is the same demonic ruthless person who, with just a few words, subverted the entire martial way and created a foundation for all the demonic forces to flourish and develop? I always thought it was a legend. Another story made up by the forces of the Devil's Way bragging. It seems to be true indeed. Or else it would be impossible for Lord Demon Envoy to be honored by the government and treated with such courtesy by Lord Magistrate. The adoration in the eyes of the crowd of demonic cultivators almost reached the point of fervor. Dare I ask the world's devil cultivators, throughout the ages, who can achieve such a level? Suddenly, they felt that the devil cultivator's waist, which had been broken a long time ago, had picked up and straightened out. However, followed by a demonic cultivator, hesitantly said, Lord Demon Envoy is so successful that even honorable people like Lord Magistrate have to salute. So why do you still need to be a demonic cultivator? Wouldn't it be good to become an official directly? Idiot. In addition to being an official can enjoy free magic weapons and spells as well as high-quality pills, travel subsidies for long-distance trips, heirs can be sent to the official school, reducing the test scores to enter the immortal sect. After the old man returned to his hometown still have a monthly salary can be received. Accidental death in battle can even be a casualty pension and so on after the death of the ghost cultivator into a ghost to continue to spend and so on the benefits of the treatment. You don't have to throw your weight around and fight to the death on weekdays. You just have to have meetings and get promoted on schedule. What good can come from living in such a pool of stagnant water? Zhao Diju scolded that ignorant devil cultivator on the spot, saying, and by becoming a devil cultivator, not only will you have a family of 4, but you will also be wanted everywhere and shouted at by everyone. And there is no other choice in life but to go upwards to achieve success. With the monstrous demonic nature of Lord Demon Envoy who, in a few words, overthrew the way of the martial artist and tricked everyone in the world, do you think he would choose a life of a pool of stagnant water or a life full of challenges and constant upward mobility? The crowd of demonic cultivators listened in disbelief, but in the end, they felt as if it was somewhat reasonable. If you don't say that Lord Demon Envoy can become a figure who calls the shots in the demon cave and is respected by the magistrate,
This realm is different. In front of the town of Koyanagi, after confirming his identity, the magistrate greeted him respectfully. The magistrate had a square look, and the usually unsmiling man was smiling happily today. I didn't expect that the three adults would be able to come here for an inspection. There's a loss of a distant welcome, there's a loss of a distant welcome. The magistrate put his posture very low, full of smiles, very respectful. My name is Hai Yuliang. I'm the magistrate of Wonsan City. The three adults can just call me Xiaoliang. The town mayor on the side was even more flattered and excited. I am Wang Fugue, the town mayor of Little Willow Town. The three adults will just call me Tiny King. As he finished introducing himself, even the constable on the side wanted to open his mouth to introduce himself. You all are welcome. Sugu hurriedly stopped, and in his heart, he lamented that what Sheriff Wang Qintian said was really good. Wearing this sword executioner's token, even a city magistrate in the immortal cultivation world would have to look at your attitude. The reason why he, in this capacity, came to Little Willow Town was not to pretend. Rather, it was to be able to mobilize the forces of the government and the righteous to better investigate the conspiracy of that ancient power. Otherwise, with the Magic Cave's intelligence network, by the time they found out what the other side was up to, the world would have ended long ago. The three lords, please come in, Hai Yuliang respectfully said. The three lords, this time you must have come to inspect the outstanding industries in our Little Willow Town in Wonsan County, right? Recently, we have just planned to support the town of Shaolu and vigorously develop the tourism industry in an attempt to turn it into a 5-star tourist attraction in Dishang. Among them, it is necessary to mention the mobile bookstore project, which has the most humanistic value and historical and natural characteristics. Saying that, Hai Yuliang instructed the people, intending to take this opportunity to give the three of them, Sugu, an introduction to the local specialty attractions and services. I hope that after the inspection of the three Sugu people, they will be able to say a few words of praise in front of the saint and support the industry of this place. Chapter 82, Business Wizard Hai Yuliang, Request for Follow-Up Readings, Itinerant Academy? Sugu raised his eyebrows in dismay. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that this term could come out of the mouth of Hai Yuliang, the magistrate of Wonsan County. Was this still the immortal cultivation world he perceived? In this world, is there really no reversal of good and evil? Shouldn't itinerant academies, this particular industry, be expressly forbidden by the court? Even the Devil's Cave, which was the holy land of the Devil's sect, only dared to organize it secretly. As a result, you, a county magistrate of a city in the Great Shang dynasty, even openly regarded it as a local star industry? You even intend to focus on supporting it and develop it into a 5-star tourist attraction whose reputation resonates throughout the Great Shang dynasty? And even more so, without any concealment, informed the swordbearer who came to this place? This is a bit too absurd. And, if you do, I'm going to get excited. Sugu suddenly felt that he might be able to do something big. However, immediately after that, the corner of Sugu's mouth twitched as he said with some hesitation, wait, it's not possible that this itinerant bookstore is not the kind of itinerant bookstore I'm thinking of, is it? At this moment, he became more and more skeptical about the purity of the demonic nature of the demonic cultivators in the Devil's Cave. Hai Yuliang saw Sugu reveal his hesitation and laughed. Your Excellency Su seems to have quite a deep misunderstanding of the itinerant academy. Under the governance of our great Shang, the people in the territory live peacefully and happily, and compared to being ruled by an ancient dynasty, the birth rate and survival rate have greatly increased, but this has also led to a significant increase in the population, and the number of cultivators has likewise surged. As a result of the intense competition in the immortal cultivation industry, every cultivator is under a lot of pressure and is in need of venting, and our town of Little Willow is strategically located in the Enon Moon, naturally attracting ghosts and demons. Though, ghosts and demons converge and tend to plague the 8 wastelands, eating people and eating yang energy. At first, it did cause a great deal of trouble to Little Willow Town, as well as several neighboring towns, because the ghosts and phantoms came in a steady stream, and could not be easily managed at all. This place was once a barren land, and the people were in dire straits. However, later I do not know why, these ghosts and phantoms have gradually become rules, even if they suck people's yang qi, but also only suck a little bit, purely go amount, will not cause too much damage to the human body. And, since the ghosts need yang energy to survive, this act by the person who is sucked in yang energy is undoubtedly a great favor to these ghosts. They tend to give special rewards to repay the favor. The people are also more willing to help the ghosts. In this way, the ghostly chaos that had been a scourge to one side of the world was resolved on its own. Moreover, the things that happened here gradually spread out, and instantly attracted a large number of cultivators from outside the area. Countless cultivators, who released their stress here,
greatly reduced the probability of having a heart demon on the way to cultivation and causing trouble in all directions. At the same time, due to the arrival of a large number of foreign cultivators, which drove local consumption and drastically increased the various industries in the neighborhood, the originally desolate Wonsan city also became thriving. It can be said to be a four-win situation in one move. The ghosts were able to survive. The people of the surrounding towns are no longer worried about being attacked. The foreign cultivators released the pressure, and the officials of this place got political achievements. After hearing this, the corner of Sugu's mouth twitched, and he didn't need to think about it to know why the ghosts and demons, who had been so difficult to govern before, would suddenly abide by the rules and weren't harming anyone. This is clearly the handiwork of the Devil's Cave. No wonder, the magic cave had fallen to that level, and this property was still able to hold on to it and not be seized by the court. So, this was, inadvertently, a big good deed, Hai Yao added. Moreover, although our law explicitly states that no people may prostitute themselves in any form, in any place, violators are fined 5 spirit stones and detained for 50 days. But, the ghosts don't take money, they just repay the favor. If they don't take money, they are not selling. Those monks, too, were just trying to save someone, although, the other party gave a reward in return. But if they didn't pay, it's not whoring. So, no offense. Sugu silently raised his thumbs up as he listened. You know the Torah. Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, on the other hand, listened in awe. However, the two of them, Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, soon had their eyes flashing with essence, very excited and thrilled, because they hear a lot of ghosts here. It's hard for people to follow the rules, let alone ghosts. This place is yin and lunar. Ghosts gather on a large scale, and there are always unruly ghosts, which to me are all the ingredients to become a Buddha. Mizui's eyes were glowing red. The whole person, who couldn't wait to immediately wipe out the ghosts that were doing evil around them. Of course, what Li Xiaobai thought was more or less different from what Misu Hui thought. In that case, aren't there a lot of bad girls here? Then wouldn't its all not be wasted? Then won't my sword Dao skyrocket? Li Xiaobai also laughed out loud. Sugu couldn't help but be speechless for a while as he felt Li Xiaobai and Misu Hui's sudden seizure. What kind of weird maneuver did this come up with? He made no comment, however, and likewise frowned, lost in thought. If, as he guessed correctly, that mysterious demonic force behind it, the reason why it appeared here might also be because of Little Willow Town's special geographical location. This place is in the Yin and the Moon, and there are a large number of ghosts gathering. Could it be that they are aiming at the large number of ghosts here? Seeing that Sugu remained silent, Hai Wulan smiled and said, Please rest assured, my lord, we know that this is not conducive to publicity. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is not something of great elegance. Therefore, we have specially selected a kind of ghosts with excellent posture, so that they are well read in poetry and books, and each of them is molded into a talented ghost. The travelers who come here to save the ghosts can be taught to read, write, and recite poems and couplets, so that they can get a meritocracy at the top, and cultivate the spirit of the world in their chests at the bottom. In this way, this is naturally a matter of great elegance. It can be widely publicized and praised. In this way, it is fully capable of growing bigger and stronger with the support of the imperial court. Sugu once again gave a thumbs up. You're a real talent in the packaging industry. No wonder the devil's way is in decline and the righteous way is thriving. The righteous way has so many talents, how can it not thrive? Have you considered coming to my magic cave? Seeing that he had Sugu's approval, the magistrate became more and more self-satisfied. Recently, we have observed that some cultivators, in order to save the ghosts, can often only dress up as readers, which is really troublesome and inconvenient. To solve this pain point, we are planning to launch a mobile Taoist temple that can teach and instruct travelers who come here to save ghosts to practice. After all, although the readers are generally more inclined to be happy to save ghosts, there are still more cultivators in this world. We can't ignore their kindness. Moreover, there are many cultivators in the world, and even more casual cultivators, and they do need someone to guide them on their way forward on the Great Tao. We firmly believe that by being so considerate of the people, we will be able to make the town of Little Willow, and the entire city of Vincennes, more prosperous. Good. The town mayor, Wang Fugue, very skillfully acted as the atmosphere group and led the applause. The other constables clapped along. Sugu forehead full of black lines. Do not know why this scene, full of vestigial feeling. However, the atmosphere are baked here, or praised. Good. Very pioneering spirit. Of course, hearing is not believing. Little quantity. I will take the 3 lords to the mobile academy and experience it. Hai Yuliang said to the 3 Sugu. The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched as he shook his head. This is not necessary. Our line of work is so ho-hum that it's easy to affect the experience of other customers and tarnish the reputation. But, Hai Yuliang was a little reluctant, afraid of missing this opportunity to support the industry in his territory. Don't worry,
we'll go privately when we're free, Sugu said. Hai Yuliang instantly returned a manly expression.
Sugu didn't care and was already thinking about what to say and how to get Hai Yuliang back. He had asked Hai Wuliang to come just to show his identity to people,
not to listen to Hai Yuliang introduce any industry.
Now that his own identity was unchallenged,
he naturally didn't need Hai Yuliang.
However, Hai Yuliang didn't intend to just let the 3 Sugu people off the hook,
and said very enthusiastically, in addition to the mobile bookstore, we also have a very good industry here called the Dao Xian Broken Street,
which has an equally hot future.
Chapter 83, The Street of Broken Hearts, request for follow-up reading. Dao Heart-Shattering Street? Sugu frowned.
What kind of lousy name was that?
Cultivators are generally very metaphysical and usually avoid such names when they hear them. With that name alone, it was not destined to be an interesting place. Otherwise,
he had been around Little Willow Town for so long that he wouldn't have only heard of the itinerant bookstore and Granny Blackwood's B&B.
If, under normal circumstances, he heard the name of this street, he wouldn't even look at it. However,
considering that the mobile bookstore was his own property,
this Daoxin Broken Street was a competitor, and it was only right to go and then examine the opportunity to denigrate it. Thus, under Hai Yuliang's enthusiastic invitation, Sugu eventually failed to push his way out of the way, and took Su Hui and Li Xiaobai with him as he walked towards Daoxin Broken Street. This street, very ordinary, is similar to an ordinary street.
Green brick and gray tile houses,
not next to each other,
perhaps the erosion of the years, so that these houses have long been dilapidated. The whole street exudes a depressed and sad atmosphere.
On the streets, there weren't many people. Only, some teenagers, or simply children, could be seen lying on the ground, far away from each other, and if one were to keep a close eye on them,
one would realize that the site of the place where they were lying was actually out of place in the town's environment. There was blood, mud, even rain and snow stains, as well as a few teenagers lying in the dark.
This, Sugu frowned slightly.
Li Xiaobai and Su Hui also looked hesitant.
Hai Yuliang smiled and explained, on this street, there is an illusion formation arranged. As such, there are 4 seasons of scenery each, and they represent a single protagonist of heaven and earth, and you can learn about their lives by looking closer. In this way, travelers will be able to sharpen their cultivation through their experiences.
The reason why it's called the Street of Broken Dao Hearts is that all of them have had their Dao Hearts broken,
and they are irrecoverably broken.
We spent a large amount of spirit stones to build this Dao Heart Broken Street, in the hope that travelers will take this as a warning and adhere to their own Dao Hearts.
Gu will believe it and walks into the street, approaching a teenager. Then,
the formation fluctuated and fell into an illusion.
The 3 of them, Sugu, had indeed met this teenager. With his turbulent life, though, with only a few short frames, it's like a super abridged version of a movie. Rather, a dozen or so shots of a key plot point of a movie pulled out, set to sound, and then assembled into an immersive set of comic strips. Though humble, it does show its colorful and inspiring experiences. Sugu's heart was shocked. Before he was thinking that this world's illusion technology was so developed, why didn't he see them move towards the VR virtual world?
Now it seems that the world has taken shape in this regard.
Of course, only in embryonic form. Then, the illusion disappeared, and Sugu returned to reality. And then, one could see lines and lines of large black characters, with a vicissitude, floating in the void.
Where is the cool heavenly emperor who shattered the open heavenly gate with a single punch and suppressed the extraterrestrial heavenly devil?
But a teenager who was scooped up to become an immortal bone, an unrealistic dream, and when he woke up from the dream, his Taoist heart was shattered, and he fell on the spot by himself. Sugu's mouth twitched.
Su Hui and Li Xiaobai were also speechless for a while.
Disbelievingly, he walked over to the other teenagers. Personal experiences, much the same, are very inspirational, and the black letters that came out of the illusion did not disappoint them. Where is there any Yin Xian Xiaoqiwa? But it's just the scummy young master of a downtrodden family in a remote town,
who was withdrawn from the marriage, a dream that he wished for. When the dream woke up, the heart of the Tao was broken, and from then on, he got drunk to paralyze himself. Where is there any body Tao martial immortal Sun Jing? But it's just an empty dream of a young master of a fallen family in Lumu Town, who saw his father being wasted, but was incapable of might. After waking up from the dream, his Dao heart was shattered, and he was killed by his enemies in a muddle. Where is the world's first Su Longyue, but a wandering quadrant of the beggar, starving dizzy after the yellow sorghum dream? After waking up from the dream, his Taoist heart was shattered, and he went to eat a bully's dinner out of forgetfulness, and was beaten to death on the street. Where is the new piece that walks 1,000,000 miles and fights 1,000,000 miles and eventually becomes the supreme immortal of the world? But it's just a dream of a teenager who didn't make it through the winter and froze to death under the corridor bridge. Sugu's 3 faces were expressionless as they turned back to look at Hai Yuliang in unison.
Is this what you call a heartbreaking street? A street of broken hearts where travelers can sharpen their minds? This is the street that breaks travelers' hearts, right? Well, this street is creative, isn't it? Right now, it's not open to the public for the time being, and it's intended to put together 50 ways to break the Dao heart. Then, after Little Willow Town develops into a 5-star tourist attraction with the help of the Mobile Academy, and attracts a large number of visitors, it will open up again. A direct hit. Hai Yuliang said with a slight thrill in his excitement. The project is indeed a good one. The corners of Sugu's mouth twitched as he walked back in place and said to Hai Yuliang, however, it's still recommended that you don't open it up. Why? Hai Yuliang was puzzled, and his heart burst with apprehension. Not just him, but the town mayor Wang Fugue as well. I'm afraid that your town will be demolished, Sugu said indifferently. With that, he turned and walked out. Hai Yuliang and Wang Fugue were puzzled. Hai Yuliang hesitated. What does Lord Su mean by this? He did hesitate to suggest that if it's a good program, then why not suggest opening it up? Wang Fugue took a deep breath and said, is it because the streets in town are too small? When the time comes, a large number of people will come, but it won't be able to accommodate that many? Hai Yuliang nodded his head and said deeply, it should be. With their preconceptions, they subconsciously felt that with the addition of the flowing school and the Dao heart-shattering street, Little Willow Town would surely catch fire and attract countless cultivators. And in the meantime, in the Vincennes County Jail, damn it, who reported me? Don't let me know. Jing Hao, the Yin Yang sect's true disciple, cursed in his prison cell. It was simply unacceptable. I don't know who it was that reported him for setting up a stall without a license, and he was not only sentenced to 50 days in jail, but also confiscated the illegal income and fined 3 times the illegal income. If you can't deliver, the jail time doubles tenfold. Isn't this going to kill him? Where does he have that kind of money? I was right. This trip is really bad. Silence. If you dare to rant about the prison cell again, the offense will be increased. The few jailers guarding the prison cell, with a burst of headache, scolded Jing Hao. Jing Hao immediately shut up. Aggrieved. Click. It was also at this moment that a few constables came outside the prison cell, following a middle-aged cultivator. Sensing the commotion, Jing Hao subconsciously looked up, then suddenly his eyes lit up with joy. Senior uncle, why are you here? You came to bail me out? Uncle Jing Hao touched his nose and said in a cloudy manner, how did you get locked up? Didn't I give you 3 pouches before I left? Jing Hao was aggrieved beyond measure and complained. Those 3 brocades are not useful at all. What's useless? That brocade pouch is a top-grade ice silk weave that can be exchanged for spirit stones wherever you go. Uncle Jing Hao glared. Take it out and pay the bail fee yourself. Chapter 84, The Truth Comes Out, Request for Readings. Jing Hao froze on the spot, completely not expecting those 3 pouches to have such an effect. These 3 pouches, aren't they said to be used to help me turn bad luck into good? Of course it's for you to turn bad luck into good. Uncle Jing Hao sighed long and hard, saying, this brocade pouch is equivalent to money. With money, you can break your fortune and eliminate disasters. Our Yin Yang sect has been hit by the poor ghost curse, and we can't carry much money on us. It'll just have to be a different way. Hurry up and bring out the pouch. No way? Jing Hao was petrified on the spot, feeling the wrong billion, and in the end, he could only be incomparably sad and inform his senior uncle about his mistake of giving away the brocade bag. Then the sadness adds another. No bail fee? Next to the constable who has been silent. See the situation at hand will Jing Hao uncle, to push into the cell. Very skillful lock. Jing Hao's eyes were wide with disbelief as he said to his senior uncle, you didn't come to bail me out? You were captured? Because of what? Senior uncle Jing Hao sighed. Senior sect master calculated that there is a great evil here, and that there might be forces plotting a great conspiracy, so he asked me to investigate. And then what? You found a clue? But was victimized by a traitor? Sent to jail? As soon as Jing Hao heard that there was a conspiracy brewing, he immediately became energized and set off a brainstorming session, saying, so the other party has someone in the government as well? And then? Uncle Jing Hao sighed. Then, I was arrested for not paying for my meal in town. Jing Hao was confused and dismayed, looking straight at his senior uncle, wishing very much that he would say it was a joke. However, senior uncle Jing Hao spread his hands helplessly and said, I would like to do that, but it's the truth. Senior uncle, why are you even more unreliable than me? Jing Hao couldn't help but spit it out. Then with a sad face, he said, so what now? Wait for the clan to come. Before I was captured, I had already summoned back to the clan. Senior uncle Jing Hao said, by then, their brocade bag will be enough for us to pay the bail fee. Jing Hao's mouth twitched. It seemed that it was standard for Yin Yang sect disciples to go out and bring 3 pouches with them on quests. Then why don't I know how to use it? You are the true legend. The brocade pouch given to you is expensive. Can't tell you for fear that you will spend it indiscriminately. This brocade pouch is not an ordinary brocade pouch. In addition to the expensive material, it is also a brocade pouch imported from the witchcraft clan that can isolate the curse.
Jing Hao Master Uncle said.
I'm actually speechless.
Jing Hao was speechless for a while.
However, immediately afterward,
Jing Hao raised his eyebrows, and a light flashed in his eyes as he said,
Senior uncle,
if everyone has a brocade pouch when the clan goes out,
what about yours? Ha, mine?
Uncle Jing Hao touched his nose,
hesitantly, and stammered, spent it all.
Jing Hao's voice rose steeply.
That's a huge amount of money. Spent it all? What did you do with it? Eating.
Uncle Jing Hao said truthfully.
What? Eating? What did you eat? Did you eat a dragon? Jing Hao couldn't take it.
Uncle Jing Hao looked around. His eyes narrowed slightly as he approached Jing Hao and whispered,
Ghost Maiden Sojourn, a new brand of catering.
As long as the flying swords transmit messages to inform each other what they want to eat, it won't be long before there will be a ghost maiden, with cooking utensils and ingredients to come to your place of lodging and cook fried rice for you.
Specialty stir-fry? That can't be that expensive.
Jing Hao still didn't understand. Uncle Jing Hao sked, seemingly dissatisfied with Jing Hao's insouciance,
and looked around again, explaining more and more carefully and obscenely and patiently.
Oh, Jing Hao instantly drifted off after hearing this, his eyes widening and his mouth growing.
Then, muttering, you really did eat a dragon.
Master Jing Hao corrected after a moment of silence.
It's 7.
Jing Hao fell into a deep silence.
A moment later, Jing Hao, as if he had blacked out, said, I don't care. When we go out, I'll eat the dragon too. You pay for it.
Uncle Jing Hao quickly had to shake his head.
Just kidding. This is very expensive. If you dare to refuse, I will tell the sect master.
Jing Hao Jiejia laughed,
an expression of I'll eat the secret of yours for the rest of my life written all over his face. After dismissing the magistrate, Su Gu's trio didn't leave, but stayed directly in Xiaolu town. Su Gu had been keeping an eye on the business situation of the mobile bookstore. For her part, Mizui is asking around where there are evil or wanted ghosts. Li Xiaobai, on the other hand, is trying to find a way to find his second girlfriend. Time passed, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Strange, after the Blackwood Granny was removed, the business of our mobile academy didn't recover. Su Hui looked at the table of customer traffic within these 3 days that Su Gu had compiled and fell into deep thought. Li Xiaobai also frowned slightly. If this mission was not accomplished, there was no need to even think about it. When they returned, they would definitely be ridiculed severely by illusory color cloth. Zhao Jingang, and the three of them, Kong Haoran, the heavenly spiritual roots could not even complete a mission in the district's demon cave. At this point, there was a click. Su Gu looked gloomy and slowly pushed the door in from outside, holding a few very thin silk scarves with small, densely written words in his hands, handing them to both Su Hui and Li Xiaobai. What does that mean? The two men glanced at the silk scarf, then were hesitant. Su Gu said in a deep voice, this is the culprit who robbed our business. The culprit who robbed our business? Su Hui froze, very surprised, turning over the silk scarf in her hand, looking at it many times, but did not understand. Puzzled, isn't this a menu? It's got the name of the store and the dishes all over it. Though, just needing a flying sword to send a message and then someone will cook for the door is sweet. But, no matter how you look at it, it can't take our business, can it? Neither is in the same industry. They're catering, we're education. It's not a match. Su Gu was silent and didn't answer. Su Hui was a little unsure, and after taking a closer look at the silk scarf to make sure it was the so-called menu, she said, don't tell me that they were all too busy eating, so they didn't come to study in our mobile academy. Li Xiaobai also looked up, not seeing anything fishy, and looked at Su Gu, hoping to get an answer from him. Holding his forehead with one hand, Su Gu placed a silk scarf on the table, and with the other hand pointed to the names of the stores and dishes on it one by one, saying to Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, read it out. What's the big deal? It's just a tofu store. Shishir tofu, soft and silky. Ha, the cook can hang upside down? Read Su Hui. Face changed, became red, eyes are written full of shock. Then, as if resigned, his gaze swept wildly downward. Is this, fine Buddha jumping over the wall, the cook who makes it at home, can stand upside down? Boiling water cabbage, the cook who made it on the doorstep, is proficient in disguise? This dish, door-to-door made by a cook who can do a zigzag? This, likes violence? This. Su Hui's jaw dropped, shocked to the extreme, with a feeling that her cerebellum had shriveled up. Li Xiaobai was similarly red-faced, gulping from time to time, and completely opened his eyes. Su Hui swallowed her saliva and said, so, they are? On the surface, it is a ghost cook who comes to the door to cook, but in fact, it is also a request for Yang Qi, and then, pay back the favor, and our itinerant bookstore is away. Su Gu said in a deep voice. such an obvious competitor. Why didn't they realize it until now? Those intelligence workers, what are they doing? Ni Suhui was a bit annoyed. If the Devil Cultivators intelligence network was a mess, what about the official governments? Su Gu had deliberately revealed his identity in order to mobilize the official government's intelligence network, but the result was also useless? Su Gu, on the other hand, looked calm and said, "Remember the Blackwood grannies? Their existence is to cover people's ears. For this kitchen woman's solicitation, a cover." Chapter 85, Who is the Real Genius? Request for follow-up reading. Su Gu said seriously, "During this period of time, all of our attention was attracted by Granny Blackwood, and we completely failed to anticipate that in the nearby town, a food street like this had opened. By the time we noticed this, they had completely developed and had some influence." After hearing what Su Gu said, Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai froze for a moment, then somewhat speechless, said, "So, this is the plot being hatched by that mysterious force behind Granny Blackwood? Thanks to them." Before thinking so seriously, I didn't realize that the other party was just trying to secretly open a food court. One can only say one of the purposes. Su Gu nodded his head, although he also felt it was rather absurd. He wasn't surprised at all, and then said, "To develop power, the most necessary thing is money. Their food street doesn't simply accept yang qi, but also spirit stones. Mortals don't care about yang qi, while cultivators often don't care about spirit stones. With the help of heaven and earth, the other party will soon be able to develop and earn enough spirit stones and yang qi to feed the ancient forces behind them." "How is that possible?" Ni Su Hui immediately retorted. "With our mobile academy around, even if it secretly develops, how far can it go?" Li Xiaobai also nodded in agreement and said with some pride, "Yes, not noticing it before is what allowed it to develop. Now that we've noticed it, as long as we start suppressing it, we can easily snuff it out. After all, our itinerant academy is an old one. It has a reputation." Su Gu shook his head and didn't look at it favorably. "The mobile academy can't do it. It can't be done. Not to mention, the other party collects yang qi in addition to spirit stones, and the payment method is more flexible and considerate. Moreover, their food court, without all the fancy stuff, is straightforward. It's not like our mobile academy, where we still have to attend classes and it's a lot of hassle. Especially, these cooks of theirs, there are so many dishes that the cultivators simply can't get tired of eating them. That's why foreign cultivators favor each other's food courts more." This, Mi Su Hui fell into silence. "Should we also follow each other and improve?" Su Gu shook his head. "Copying will only result in the loss of one's own characteristics and will only result in a faster defeat." Li Xiaobai's eyes flashed with a ray of cold light and he fumed. "Then it's one or the other." Reporting, "They also collect spirit stones, which undoubtedly constitutes prostitution," Su Gu said in a deep voice. "They sell vegetables, not bodies. Bodies that are only used to repay favors," said Su Gu, explaining. "A female ghost that comes to your door and cooks for you. Isn't it right for you to give spirit stones?" "Right." Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui hesitated. "After giving the spirit stone, then, she admires you and asks if you want to have a relationship with her. After the conversation, she tells you that you are average and don't meet her needs, then break up with you and leave on that. Ask, is this a crime?" Su advisor Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui said. "Hiss." Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui fell into silence. "It doesn't seem to count. Then it's not over," Su Gu said. Mi Su Hui shook her head, unwillingly saying, "We don't know much about the law. Ask the town mayor." "What? This is the right person to ask. It depends on how much that vegetable is sold for. If it far exceeds the market price, then it definitely violates the law. If it doesn't exceed the market price too much, the payment of spirit stones by the other party is simply spending money on a meal. The aftermath is the private life of the individual, and the law doesn't care." The mayor, who was called in, listened to the question and chested it out. He can be too knowledgeable about this part of the Torah. Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai fell into silence, because these surrounding towns are considered attractions. They know the dishes in the scenic area, how high the profits really are. Even according to the market price, as long as they can be sold, they can make a lot of money. There is no need to increase the price. After saying that, Mayor Wang Fugui's eyes picked up and said, "The three lords, could it be that they intend to help the itinerant academy and expand the employment surface? There's no need to do that. It's too much effort. The female ghost girls, just teach well." Su Gu spread his hands and threw the silk scarf to Mayor Wang Fugui very casually. Mayor Wang Fugui hesitated for a moment, carefully surveyed the contents of the above, and then, completely exploded. Hysterically said, "Kill 1,000 people. How dare you rob the business of our town? No, I'm going to report it." Su Gu, Mi Su Hui, and Li Xiaobai were all speechless. "We rely solely on this itinerant academy for our meals. If the business of the itinerant academy is gone, we won't be able to live. Wang Fugue completely recognized the reality. Knowing that reporting does not work, and then full of tears, very miserable, praying for Sugu 3 adults to help. Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai both looked grave as well. Racking their brains, neither of them could think of a solution, so they could only drop their gaze to Sugu. I hope Sugu has a solution. Seeing this scene, Sugu couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking very relaxed as he said, "Why are you so serious? It's just a food court. It's not easy to suppress them." The next day, elder brother, is this your idea to open your own store and start a business? Mi Su Hui touched his bald head, a little stunned. It was because Sugu had surprisingly plopped down a restaurant in the town, in the busiest area. Why not? Are you questioning senior brother Su? Li Xiaobai held his sword in his arms and trusted Sugu, refuting Mi Su Hui. With that, he looked at Sugu and asked, "Elder brother, what kind of store are you going to open? Opening a restaurant as well? We can have this one, and we can have the ghost chef. Moreover, we have famous chefs all over the magic cave, making even more delicious meals. When the time comes, we'll directly let those famous chefs finish frying the dishes and have the ghost cooks deliver them. Try to tie them in terms of ghost cooks, and then compete with them in terms of the flavor of the dish." Sugu looked at Li Xiaobai with surprise, not expecting a dull appearance, but there are quite a few ideas. Immediately after that, Sugu burst into a sudden realization. In the end, it was also a top-tier heavenly pride, although it was lined with a little bit of stupidity around himself, but to others, it was still a terrifying existence like this, including wisdom. Thinking of this, Sugu faintly said, "Instead of opening a restaurant, we'll open a medical center." Why would you choose to be evenly matched when you can just strike down? A medical center? Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui were both surprised and said in dismay, "What's the point of opening a medical center?" Being puzzled, the two suddenly flashed a sly look in their eyes and subconsciously Jie laughed out. "Senior brother, are you mobilizing the ghost clan for war? Since we can't play, we'll lift the table and no one will be allowed to play. Then, open a medical center to reap the benefits?" The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched, finally realizing why they had been sent undercover by the righteous Tao to the devil's way. Sugu organized his emotions, then said, "It's not that complicated. It's just pure healing. Nowadays, the pressure to cultivate immortality is so great that there is no need to think about which aspect of many cultivators' abilities are only a little bit problematic." "Which way?" "Oh, that aspect. Are there really many cultivators with problems?" Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai froze in shock. That's not something they know much about. "But, even if they are disturbed in any way, we won't cure them. If you cure someone, you have to pay for it, and if you cure more people, you have to go to jail." Mi Su Hui was worried. As if he hadn't heard him, Sugu said, "It just so happens that we have absolutely beautiful ghost physicians here who are gentle, considerate, and highly skilled, specializing in helping people release stress and helping them revitalize and enhance their abilities." Oh, both Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai all came to their senses and understood completely, looking at Sugu with eyes full of admiration. The most crucial, Sugu was full of mystery, said, "We are a medical center. Guests come here to see the doctor, can brush the medical insurance card." Chapter 86, for the benefit of the family, request for readings. Strange, I remember this place was a tavern. How come it's opened as a medical center now? Under the night, the two cultivators who had wanted to eat wine, stumbled upon the original restaurant, disappeared, and was replaced by a building that looked like a not-so-serious medical building. Still struggling with which area of function is blocked due to stress? Slander, naked slander. The two cultivators, out of curiosity, read the door couplet next to the medical center, which was used by Sugu as an advertisement for introduction, and were instantly annoyed with the atmosphere, wanting to tear this medical center down. Mad, just want to have a drink, but somehow I was scolded for not being able to. Immediately afterward, however, the two of them noticed what was on the other side of the couplet. The store's newly developed ghost pressure cure, performed by a variety of stunningly beautiful ghost women, in person, will help you relieve your stress and stamina. The two froze for a split second, and then, clarity arose in their eyes at almost the same time. A new twist on the mobile bookstore? A mobile medical center? Saying that, the two of them wiped their saliva, looking at the stunningly beautiful ghost lady in the medical center, which simply made one's mouth water with desire. Heal it? Go inside and heal. The two of them hit it off and walked inside the medical center. As soon as they entered the medical center, the two of them were shocked by the long, dense and winding queue. It was surprising that there were so many cultivators in line. The cultivators in the queue, one by one, were full of anticipation, and they were getting along with the other cultivators in the queue, calling them brothers and sisters, and they were very friendly. The patients who came out from the medical center, all smiled and reminisced, praising the ghost lady here for her excellent medical skills, simply a medical fairy in the world. A fairy doctor. The tactics are brilliant. Healed my brother in one fell swoop. The praises keep coming. A new medical center. So hot? But, with so many people, how long do we have to wait in line? Why don't we go read? Or maybe order food for dinner? Some other day. The two cultivators were a little hesitant, although they expected to be cured as well. After all, this kind of store can be on fire to such a degree. And even more so, there must be a reason. It cannot be cured. But, the line was too long. There's no point in waiting. There are plenty of alternatives anyway. That's great. And you can swipe your health insurance card. It was wonderful. I feel like I still need to heal tomorrow. Don't you? You feel it too? Tomorrow then? And just then, a few patient voices paying their bills to leave came to mind. What? And swipe your health insurance card? In an instant, the corners of the two cultivators' mouths rose, and their figures were no longer in the same place, but had appeared in the middle of the long line, in a loft not far away. Female cultivators could also be seen lining up, but were more reserved in comparison, generally wearing veils. This is the same business that Sugu started, pioneering the business of female cultivators is Sugu's insistence on the main one of gender equality, so that every cultivator with a loose style can enjoy the benefits of brushing medical insurance. Hiss. This business is horrible too. It's simply 10 times better than the business of the mobile bookstore. It's still just opened, and it's not even publicized. Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai were shocked in unison and simply couldn't figure out why business could be so hot. Then, there was the undisguised admiration for Su Gu, worthy of being senior brother Su with his amazing wisdom. There was nothing he couldn't do. For the two people's doubts, Su Gu was not surprised at all. These two rich kids, how could they know that for ordinary people? The killing power of being able to swipe the medical insurance card for medical treatment? Of course, Su Gu was also a bit surprised by such explosive business. I didn't realize that the other person would want to be cured even if they had to wait in line. It seems that I still underestimated the determination of the cultivators to cure the disease. Su Gu lamented. It had only been open for 2 days and it was already overcrowded and required long lines. He suspected that when the third day came, it would be a shakedown. By the 10th day it would be time to open a chain. In 1 month, a dozen chain stores will be opened in the entire county. After 1 year, it would be possible to open hundreds of chain stores throughout the entire state and county. 3 years later, it can be completely spread throughout the entire central continent. 5 years later, everywhere, where people gather, there are chain stores. Moreover, it will not be only for male cultivators to cure. Female cultivators can also be cured. No need to think about how much revenue just this move could bring to the magic cave. Debt repayment is a breeze. From then on, the magic cave will also be on the road to high-speed development. With so many people, should we raise the price? It's a swipe of the health insurance card anyway, Mi Su Hui suggested. The lines are so long that it's a serious waste of the Ghostbusters' energy. It's a benefit for the brothers not to increase the price. What is our vision? To make all brothers healed. Sugu shook his head and said, preparing to expand. Little Willow Town belongs to the attractions in this area. There are very many admiring cultivators. There are many target customers. That is, expanding the scale by another 3 times. It is also completely eatable. The neighboring towns, although the customer traffic is not as good as Little Willow Town, it's not bad either. All of them can open a chain. Prepare to do it. With the demon cultivators from the Devil's Cave organizing the ghost cultivators, the constables from Wonsan County maintaining order, and the management running the mobile bookstore helping out with the administration, we should be able to replicate a number of chains very quickly. We're going to take down the food court across the street. For good. Strange. Why has our traffic dropped so much in the last few days? Small Acacia Town. A teenager. The whole body bubbling with black light. The fury is thick. The breath is eerie and horrible. The sense of oppression is strong to the extreme. Holding a stacks of statements in his hand, his face is hesitant, and he simply cannot figure it out. Could it be? Is it our dishes that are outdated? It shouldn't be. It's not like they're eating real dishes. Or is it that the ghost ES don't have enough to do with their handiwork? People getting tired of it? That's not right. So many stores, so many cooks. It's only been a few days, and people are getting tired of eating? He was puzzled, his brow furrowed, his expression grim, and he felt more and more grumpy. Just then, a gentle and incomparable voice rang out. Across the street, in the town of Little Willow, a medical clinic has opened up, and the name is the Ghostbusters Medical Clinic. Open a medical center, just open a medical center. Magic Shadow Jr. did not care, but also thanks to the person who spoke, the identity of the special. Otherwise at this moment is angry he has already eaten her. The little money girl sighed. They also have a name for their medical center. It's called the Mobile Medical Center. That's right. The person who spoke was no one else but Miss Xiao Qian, and as Sugu expected she is indeed not dead. Not only did he not die, but he became the wise counselor of the food court owner, and the teenager in front of him, who was covered in a demonic aura, was the shopkeeper of the food street. What? Hearing Sister Xiaoqian's words, the Demon Shadow Jr. instantly became furious and said angrily, "How could no one tell me about such a big competitor? What are they all doing?" Sister Xiaoqian sighed. Little Willow Town took advantage of the situation to open a Dao heart-shattering street, and then caused a few cultivators with unstable Dao hearts to have their Dao hearts shattered on the spot, and then gathered a large group of people with the intention of tearing down that street. So many cultivators ran to eat and watch the show. Our people, thinking that the patrons were off eating and watching, that's why they didn't notice the opening and development of the other medical center. The reason why she knew was still because she sneaked off to find her boyfriend, Li Xiaobai, and compared to being a devil, it was still more of a sea change to be the wife of a son of a big family of the righteous path. Then, he met the three Li Xiaobai, who were running the medical center and making it a big fire. What a cunning ploy! Hearing this, the corners of the Demon Shadow Jr.'s mouth twitched, his face stiffened, and his brows furrowed. This is meeting an expert awe. If what I've expected is correct, the other party's itinerant academy is supported by the local Devil Path forces, right? This mobile medical center, then, should be as well. Sister Xiaoqian said, yes, without the cooperation of the demonic forces, the ghost cultivators wouldn't be so obedient. Then let's settle them in the way of the devil's way. Receiving the reply, the demonic shadow boy revealed a cruel smile. Chapter 87, Please call me the tax maniac, request for readers. My lord, you intend to? Miss Xiaoqian's face was slightly unnatural, worrying about Li Xiaobai, because there was no one else who knew better than her the honor and horror of the young man in front of her. Jie, of course it's to perform the strongest devilish means, the Demon Shadow Jr. said with icy cruelty. What about those few humans who are loyal to us? The time has come to use you. Go and report them to me hard. Little money girl, this is a great way to get into the country. With that look on your face, I thought you were going to kill a flip-flop. I didn't realize it was just for the minions to report it. The demonic shadow boy explained as if he had read her mind. Nowadays, the Great Shang is in its heyday. Once you make a move and violate the law, you will be ruthlessly arrested by the Great Shang dynasty. Especially, this is still a tourist attraction with a huge flow of people. So if it triggers public opinion, the crime will be compounded. Try not to do anything until you have to. The little money girl was silent for a long time, not knowing whether to praise the other party for her prudence or to complain about the other party's lack of boldness. What do we report them for? That, Lord? A few mortals stepped forward, hesitantly. Nonsense. Of course it's to report them for tax evasion. How about reporting them for organizing prostitution? Would that work? The Demon Shadow Jr., who was sitting high on the white bone skeleton seat, held his forehead with his hand and was disgusted. I don't know why, but after spending time with these natives since I'd been down here, not only have I gotten an aversion to stupidity, but it's gotten worse. Yes. These few people, rolling and crawling, hurriedly ran out of the room, fearing that the teenager above would eat them in a fit of rage. Similarly, the girl with the unusual status of Xiao Qian, after a moment of silence, sighed and said, it's absurd, but reasonable. Seeing that the little money girl had been silent, the Demon Shadow Jr. smiled and relieved. No need to worry. There is no chamber of commerce or store that can withstand a tax check. Just wait patiently. Last month's tax payment period has passed. It's the right time to check on them, and it won't take more than a few hours to break their families. As it happens, 3 hours later, the few human minions that he had assigned to report Sugu's ghost pressure bed medical center were filled with embarrassment and ran back in a very panicked and cowardly manner, shouted under his breath. It's no good. The tax inspector is coming. Originally, the devil shadow teenager in the white bone throne closed his eyes, incomparable chest, but also humming a small song. The heart early to Sugu's ghost pressure bed medical center sentenced to death. Hearing this voice, the entire person almost jumped up, stunned beyond measure, and burst into a rage. What's going on? Didn't I tell you guys to report each other? Bunnies, what on earth have you done to draw the tax inspector here? As he spoke, the aura on his body skyrocketed, and the fiendish cheese seemed to be as thick as substance, transforming into several huge black hands that covered the sky and lifted these few people up. The demonic shadow teenager's face was ferocious. As long as these few people's answers didn't satisfy him, he would pinch them to death and swallow them in his belly. Injustice. We went to the tax court to report the other party, as you instructed us to do, Your Excellency. But the other side went one step ahead and reported us, so we went to report it and it became a self-inflicted wound. These few little brothers, terrified to the extreme, feeling the gaze of their own boss who was about to eat people, were trembling with fear, and were already incontinent. They are aware of their own boss's power. Simply amazing. But facing the tax officer to check the accounts, but also so panic. You can see the horror of the big business tax collector. After listening to the devil shadow teenager, froze for a moment, the anger on his face disappeared, and the condescension between his eyebrows disappeared as much as it could, becoming incomparably serious, and after a few moments of silence, he said in a deep voice, "It's me who underestimated the world's Juniper. Surprisingly, it's an evenly matched opponent. Is this an even match? You're all going to be ed to pieces." The little Chen girl on the side couldn't help but shake her head in slander in her heart. "Boss, what do we do now?" The crowd of juniors, terrified, hoped that the Demon Shadow Jr. would be able to preside over the situation and resolve this crisis. "Don't panic, I have people in the tax office," the devilish Shadow Boy arrogantly said. "I'm not afraid of their investigation." "Boss, are you talking about that Lord Li Chao? When I went to report it, I heard that he was removed from his position," the junior brothers said apprehensively. "What? How could Lord Li Ultrasonic be removed from his position?" The Devil Shadow Jr.'s heart skipped a beat, and he angrily cursed in his heart how it was so unfortunate, and immediately pointed at the junior brother who had been serving as the bookkeeper, saying, "You're miserable, how dare you cheat on taxes?" "Ha!" The bookkeeper's little brother who had just asked the Demon Shadow Jr. what he should do was instantly dumbfounded. Although he is stupid, or else he would not be mixed with the devil's way, but he is not stupid. Naturally he can see that this is the Devil's Shadow teenager, wanting to let him be a scapegoat. "Boss, I've been with you for so long, I have no credit." The little brother freaked out. Demon Shadow Jr. said, "Don't worry, I will try to find a way to make connections and arrange for you to be placed in the Lifting Purple Road jail, where all the people locked up there are talented people who are bookkeepers. You go in, not to jail, but to further your education. When you get out of jail, I'll personally go pick you up, and then I'll open a chain of food courts and make you the boss." The little brother hesitated for a moment, a little heart, mainly because the Lifting Purple Road jail is too famous. The outside world are circulating such a slang. The bookkeeper who has not been in the Lifting Purple Road jail is not a good bookkeeper. And after hearing the last promise of the demonic shadow boy, the little brother resolutely said, one for all, one for all." In the lobby, the amount of suspected tax evasion is huge, but in view of the good attitude of admitting fault and the willingness to pay back taxes and fines, you, the bookkeeper, should only be locked up for about 120 years before you are released. The tax officials of the tax court, after approving all the books, patted that little brother on the shoulder and said, "Ah," that little brother who was pushed out to top the thunder. His face changed greatly, incomparably pale, and no one said that he would be imprisoned for 120 years. He's only in the foundation establishment realm. If he's really locked up for 120 years, when he comes out, his teeth will all fall out, right? Don't worry, if you behave well inside, your sentence will be reduced," Demon Shadow Jr. said to his little brother in relief. At the same time, he transmitted his voice, "I'll help you out there and try to release you earlier." "Good." With a heavy heart, my little brother agreed. "It's just the way things are." "Sir, don't go first, come all the way. Just so happen to check the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center in Little Willow Town. Also give it a check." Devil Shadow Jr. saw the tax officials, about to press his own little brother to leave, said in a deep voice, "You're teaching us things?" The tax officer at the head of the group, his brows furrowed as he turned to look back at the demonic shadow boy with a sense of oppression. "Don't dare." Although the Demon Shadow Jr.'s anger was climbing in his heart, he didn't dare to show it at all, so he only had to lower his voice and accompany a smile. "How could I dare to teach a few adults to do things? The main thing is that recently there have been rumors that there is tax evasion in that medical hall next door. If we let the gossip spread." Before he could finish his words, he saw several tax officials, taking out a stack of documents and handing them to him. The demonic shadow teen hesitated, his eyes scanning over the document. "The results of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center's tax sampling. Pay your taxes with quality, quantity, and on time," the tax officer at the head coldly said. Before Sugu went to report it, he invited the tax officer inside the medical center and checked the accounts. After saying that, the tax officer in charge, displeasure written all over his face. These days there are very few excellent merchants who pay their taxes with such quality and quantity. How could they tolerate being denigrated by others? After saying that, a few people snorted coldly and turned around to leave, leaving the Demon Shadow Jr. alone. He froze on the spot, his entire being shattered. Not only did he not succeed in reporting, but he was reported by the other party? Not only do you have to turn in those spirit stones you saved from tax evasion, but you also have to pay a triple fine, and even offended the tax officials? It's a lost cause. He was about to cry out at the thought of it. A triple fine, isn't that killing him? But if he doesn't pay, then it's not just his bookkeeper who will be taken away. He'll have to go in too. Chapter 88, Medical Disorder? I'm a devil cultivator who's afraid of you. Requesting for further reading. Did you cure it today? Cured. Have you? It's on its way to being cured, due to the fact that the business of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center was so overwhelming. It caused the people of several nearby towns to change the way they greeted each other after meeting. Upstairs in the medical center, the mayor of the town, Wang Fugue, was about to kneel down for Su Gu, looking at him with admiration in his eyes. My lord, you are simply too powerful. It's almost as if an immortal has descended to earth. The business of this medical center is beyond imagination. It's more than 10 times hotter than when the Flow Academy was at its peak, and the other side's food court was directly at up. Now cultivators from the entire state and county are coming this way, already treating our little Willow Town as a must-play attraction. Mayor Wang Fugue was excited, and still feels dreamy road to this day. The other side of the town food street development. He felt that his small Willow Town to be finished, but who knows in front of this adult, just slightly out of the way, completely reversed the situation, but also created an unimaginable miracle. The entire town's passenger traffic had more than doubled tenfold, becoming incomparably prosperous, and if he could keep it up, it wouldn't be long before he could inevitably rise high in the ranks. Su Gu's expression was calm, and he didn't have too many ripples regarding this result. As a future demon lord, how could his mind ripple for this small achievement? You take a few constables and guard this place, Su Gu instructed the mayor. It's best to hire a few constables from the city. What do you mean, my lord? There will be people coming to cause trouble. Wang Fugue was naturally a human being for being able to become the town's mayor, and directly heard Su Gu's words. In fact, he should have thought of it without Su Gu reminding him. Business is so hot, no doubt moving other people's cake. Competitors will certainly not be able to look at it, will certainly come to make trouble. Su Gu nodded. Please rest assured, my lord, I will definitely do it. Wang Fugue all pointed to this medical center business as red hot. Drive the development of the town, and then promoted it. Surely will not put it in the heart. Do not dare to have half a bit of negligence. Right, why don't we see the other two adults? Wang Fugue looked around. He hadn't seen the two of them, Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, for several days, and said with some hesitation, went out to play. Su Gu said casually, it's the truth. Ni Suk Hai has gone around catching evil spirits and preparing to build hell, while Li Xiaobai is going around falling in love. As if he has 2 more girlfriends, the emotionless sword is progressing at a rapid pace. Even if there is a mediocrity to press on, he has actually advanced to the 4th level of foundation establishment. As for me Su Hui, who was also a heavenly spiritual root, she was only at the 2nd level of foundation establishment, so it was evident that the emotionless sword technique was terrifying. However, when it comes to who Li Xiaobai talks about, it's really abstract. Counting the little money girl, there are 3 of them, all ghost cultivators. One is a pickpocket ghost and a hangman's ghost, and the little money girl, though her original form is unknown, is either already a ghost or will be very old. Rest well, my lord, I'll leave you to it. The mayor saw that Su Gu was not very excited, so he had the sense to leave. But just then, restlessness rang out downstairs. What kind of medical center are you? What wonderful hands. All of them are fake. How dare you tease me? I must be given an explanation today. Only to see downstairs, an imposing, Dagon thick man, holding a magic weapon in his hand, said angrily. As he spoke, he was about to move his hands to tear down the entire medical center. This, bold, Wang Fugue's eyes widened in anger, burning with rage, daring to cause trouble in his territory. Wasn't this looking for death? He was about to go down to suppress it, but was stopped by Su Gu raising his hand. It's time to come. He is familiar with this battle. Medical trouble. As for, why he this Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, obviously only provides special medical services, also can be medical trouble. No need to think obviously is the competitors I read. Make means. Go down and take a look. Su Gu said indifferently. This Taoist friend, may I ask what you are? The female ghost in charge of reception, softly said. The crowd of cultivators in the queue also dropped their gazes onto the Hanyu. Curious. I am a patient. You guys say you can help people get back on their feet, but why is it that after I bought your package, it still didn't work at all? The Hanyo's voice raised, storming with rage, before addressing all the cultivators in line. This is a fake store. It's a fraudulent store. With that, he said to the female ghost reception, have your shopkeeper come out? If he doesn't give me a statement today, I'll bring people to smash your store. The female ghost reception was difficult. Toast to the drink. A wisp of fury flashed across the burly man's brow, and he was about to slap the top of the female ghost's head. This action made the onlooker cultivators all startled, each worried beyond measure, and subconsciously shot out to save the female ghost reception. These are female bodhisattvas. How can you tolerate them being hurt? Only, the reaction was slow after all, and it was too late to try to rescue them. Boo! The burly man's attack, however, did not fall. Instead, it was as if it had been met with a huge force. and then it flew backwards like a cannonball. The crowd was stunned beyond belief. And then, they saw Sugu slowly walk down the stairs, one by one. They were instantly stunned. This kind of appearance, figure, temperament, and aura could be described as a celestial being, a dragon and phoenix among people. Not to mention that the cultivation level was even more astonishing. So young, but already at the foundation establishment realm. It was the direct lineage of some great powers that had difficulty achieving this level. Sugu didn't care about the crowd's reaction and said indifferently, "I sympathize with what you're going through. However, that's not a reason for you to do wrong." Cough. The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood, horrified at Sugu's strength while climbing up from the ground, clenching his teeth. "So, you admit that you're all quacks and can't heal? In that case, then close your doors, and compensate me." Sugu shook his head and said, "You're mistaken. The sympathy is for your intelligence. This medical center of ours, what does it treat, you know? Isn't it a cure for his brother's illness?" The burly man was displeased and suppressed his anger. "Right," Sugu said. "As you know, we cure diseases, not immortals performing miracles. It's fine to cure your brother's illness, but if your brother is all dead, how can our ghost physicians cure him? It's like if a person is sick, we can cure him, but he's all dead. How do you want us to cure him?" "You have strong words." The burly man's face changed, feeling humiliated, wanting to open his mouth to retort. "So, you are not going to be reasonable?" Sugu's eyes were cold and sharp, already planning to ask the constable to come and teach him a lesson. "I'm a devil. I'm not afraid of you, but who knows?" The crowd of cultivators who were eating on the sidelines had long run out of patience. "Don't embarrass yourself here. Waste of my time." "No, he really can't? I thought he was trying to renege on his debt." "No, he can't. Then what is he doing here? Then why scream so loud?" The cultivators next to him, the group was enraged and their anger was ignited. "It's a complete waste of their time. That's not all. It's hard to find a mobile medical clinic where you can swipe your health insurance card, and where the female ghost practitioner is gentle, understanding, and skillful in her service. This guy is screaming for closure? If he really let him in front of their eyes, the ghost pressure bed medical center to the closed door, is their own late dying? Think of all to be hard to smack themselves a few times. Fork it out." Without even Sugu opening his mouth, the patients in the queue threw the burly man, who was causing trouble, out. The cultivation level of the few cultivators who made the move was such that even Sugu was shocked. "What did I just see? It's not even if there are Jindan powers among those who made the move. There are also Yuanin old monsters?" The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched. This world was truly a world of hidden tigers and dragons. Chapter 89. Who is the real devil cultivator? Requesting for follow-up reading. How dare you do this to me? I will make you all pay. Wait, soon. My boss will kill all of you. The strong man who had been thrown out was covered in wounds. His breath was shriveled, and there was unimaginable resentment mixed in with the panic. However, this bit of indignation and cursing did not dare to be expressed at all, because, just now, when he was thrown out by that group of customers, he actually had the illusion of a sheep entering the mouth of a dragon, as if he would die on the spot wherever he was if he had the slightest resistance. No, it's not an illusion. He wanted to get up and return to the food court in Little Samuel Town, but was shocked to find that the bones in his entire body had finished shattering. ********. I can't believe he beat you up like that, but it's just as well. That way we'll have grounds to sue him for willful wounding." The gourmet street executives who had come to meet them, noticing this scene, were first shocked, appalled at Sugu's ruthlessness, and then they were endlessly delighted. Even if the strong man wants to make trouble, first beat the other woman ghost reception. Sugu just counterattack. But, yet, beating the burly man so badly would be considered self-defense in any case. "No," the strong man said in horror. "This injury, not the other shopkeeper hit, but the store customers." "What?" The crowd of food street executives, all froze. The burly man recalled the scene just now. Then, his body shaking, he said in a trembling voice, "Among the people queuing up, there were Jindan powerhouses, and even Yuaning ancestors. They just touched me and I had a fracture. How could it be? How could a Jindan powerhouse and a Yuaning ancestor be so bored as to line up to be cured?" The crowd of higher-ups didn't understand, and they couldn't figure it out even more. Of course, even if you think about it now, it's useless. The solution of creating a medical crisis and shutting down the other side's haunted medical clinic is not going to work. Even if the strong man was seriously injured, it was for nothing. Or else make a scene to the end and then the Jindan and Yuanin old monsters who just made a move also implicated? A few people returned to the lobby in the backyard of the food court, and as expected, the violent anger of the Demon Shadow Jr. rang out. "What a bunch of losers. You can't even handle this small matter. What do I need you for?" As he spoke, the monstrous fury chi converged into countless tentacles,
grabbing the two minions next to him who had failed in their mission, directly in the air, and then violently pumping them and swallowing them into their bellies. My lord, it's not that we're incompetent. It's really that the other party is too despicable. The burly man and the several higher-ups next to him were completely stunned, and they hurriedly kneeled down and kowtowed, explaining in fear, they have such a good reputation? Even the customers help them? The Demon Shadow Jr. was stunned. On the side of the girl Xiao Qian, her face changed, and in her heart, she said, isn't this nonsense? Can you have a bad reputation if you can swipe your health insurance? She wanted to speak up and give some advice. However, he was interrupted by the words of the Demon Shadow Jr. What a toast! Since soft doesn't work, then we can only come to the hard one. As he spoke, the aura on his body became incomparably tyrannical and cold, as if he could eat people, as he coldly said, arrange for men to burn down his store at midnight tonight. Remember, find some unrelated ones, do it cleanly, and don't involve us. In the future, if he dares to open his business, he will burn down his store. If you don't do some sleight of hand, do you really think that he, the future giant of the Devil's Way, is doing charity work? Yes. The crowd of minions were all excited to the extreme. It was long overdue. Having been bullied and humiliated like this, if they didn't teach him a lesson, could they still be considered the Devil's Way? As for, burning stores may be illegal, the last thing they need in the Devil's Way is wanted criminals. It's just a matter of continuing to abscond, or escaping the central continent and going to other continents to hang out. Late night, while the traffic is at its lowest, a few demonic cultivators with gloomy temperament and wrapped in grey robes, who looked incomparably lewd and ghastly, walked to the front of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, and with mana running on their bodies, a ball of fire that smoked black and sinister coalesced. GGG. In your next life, pray that you don't mess with our extreme bliss demon sect. As he spoke, a few demonic cultivators were about to smash out the mana fireballs in their hands, but just then, stop, get down, all of you, you are under arrest. If you dare to disobey, kill them on the spot. One by one, the constables, as if a tidal wave clattered, directly surged out, each of them holding a mana crossbow, with a solemn expression and a shocking pressure, and surrounded the several devil cultivators. A few demonic cultivators of the extreme bliss demon sect were instantly dumbfounded. Their faces stiffened. In this instant, their brains were all completely blank. They forgot that the mana flames in their hands were still burning, and they almost set themselves on fire. In the end, they could only crouch down with their heads held in incomparable grief and despair, with a lifeless face, while inwardly cursing the demonic messenger who had given them these orders to live. Is that what the demonic messenger said? By the way, it's just a matter of getting caught, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is there a constable guarding this place? Pissed off, the Demon Shadow Jr. and the other higher-ups who followed behind and wanted to watch the medical center burn with their own eyes were incomparably surprised and very unbelievable. All of them were cursing. This means of retaliation, obviously, also failed. Just as they were depressed and ready to return to the city without any success, they suddenly realized that there was a fire ahead. Boss, it's on fire. A little brother's face froze and he trembled. On fire? The Demon Shadow Jr. was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly looked forward. These local devil cultivators we found, they aren't too much of a waste. As he was saying this, his smile tightened and he felt like he was being played. Where's the fire? It's dark up ahead. You dare to fool me? He was already in a rage, the devil flame spreading on his body, his gaze like a sharp sword locking that little brother in place. The direction of the fire is not Little Willow Town, but our Little Samuel Town, the little brother hurriedly said in a trembling voice. Our little Locust Town? Is it that unlucky bastard's house that's been hit? The Demon Shadow Jr. froze for a moment, turning his head to look in the direction of Little Samuel Town, and instantly his face turned pitch black, his heart beat violently, and his entire body almost exploded. Mud, it's our food court that's on fire. Hurry back and put out the fire. Our house has been burglarized. The Demon Shadow Jr. was in tears, and his entire body nearly collapsed as he led his people on a wild goose chase, trying to put out the fire. Unfortunately, it was Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui who set the fire. Su Gu didn't know why the two of them were so skillful. First, silently, he took out the guards. Immediately, the gathering of spirit formation, spirit inflammation formation, bursting formation and other various combustionating formations, hand to hand to set up and down, and then, it is a variety of unknown purpose of the talisman paper. Then, Su Gu only saw Li Xiaobai snap his fingers, and the entire food court directly burned violently, and in less than a few breaths, it was completely reduced to ashes. On the way they even evacuated innocent people. Why are you still standing? Not leaving? Su Gu said to Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui. Aren't you curious, senior brother, about how they reacted after seeing their homes burned? Mi Su Hui said.
What reaction can there be? Li Xiaobai shook his head sadly. Unfortunately, we still have to dig out the big fish behind them with the help of them. Otherwise it would be better to just chop it up and dry it out. Su Gu. Sure enough, messing with the righteous five is really considered messing with the king of living hell. Chapter 90, correcting Li Xiaobai. No. Who set the fire? Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center. You dare to burn my store. If I don't get this revenge, I'll swear not to be a demon. The demon Shadow Jr. returned at the head of the crowd, looking at the food street that had been turned into charcoal, roaring up to the sky, incomparably miserable and grief-stricken, his anger as if it were substance, and his entire being about to go on a rampage. The blow was too big to take. How did this happen? The juniors on the side, too, were all stupefied and incredulous, their hearts feeling as if they had been punched violently. You just went out, and your home is gone? And that's even after they went and burned the store across the street. The key thing is that they didn't succeed in burning, and the opposite side succeeded. It's worse than killing them. Be sure to pull yourself together. It's just a matter of fewer stores and fewer batches of cooks. As long as we can get rid of the other side, we can always make a comeback. Little Miss Qian said in relief. Stores can be newly built. Cooks can be recaptured. This feng shui place, the least of which is ghosts, so it shouldn't be too easy to make a comeback. The premise is to bring down your opponent. As for this result at the moment, she had already roughly guessed it. Although, this devil shadow youngster in front of me, born honorable, devilish and heavenly, with amazing achievements in the future, but now is still too tender after all. How can it be possible to fight over those old, little foxes on the opposite side? She had fought those three. Each one is talented, not worse than the magic shadow boy, even if they are evenly matched with each other. But 3 fight 1. It is also complete abuse. Help me up. The demon Shadow Jr.'s eyes were resolute, regaining his composure. This point of frustration could not break him. After being helped up by his little brother, he looked at Miss Xiao Qian and said, Sister Xiao Qian, do you have a good plan? Naturally. A wisp of cunning flashed in the little money girl's eyes as she looked around and said, This is not the place to talk. Sure enough, he didn't die. Sugu was not surprised to see this scene. Mi Su Hui joked, Xiao Bai, isn't this Granny Blackwood? Your first female friend. Why don't you go say hello? Shoo! The magic sword on Li Xiaobai's waist automatically came out of its sheath, and the sword chi was dazzling, locking Mi Su Hui in place. Mi Su Hui immediately wimped out and hid behind Su Gu. Although that teenager looks a bit stupid, his status is not low. Su Gu's eyes were deep. Is it a direct descendant or a true heir from the ancient power behind him? Want to go out and tackle him? Li Xiaobai said. Wait a little longer. Su Gu said in a deep voice. Don't startle the snakes. The death of the ape demon before had shown that without some means, it was difficult to follow the trail. Senior brother will just know in his heart, Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui said in unison. Earlier, illusory colored clothes said that if you follow senior brother Su Gu on a mission, you don't have to think about anything, just have fun, and senior brother Su will step in. They're still a little less convinced. It's a long time ago now to believe. Everything that required brain power was handed over to senior brother Su, and the results were absolutely perfect. Food court backyard lobby. It used to be a gloomy but lively place. However, today, this place was dead, and all the demonic cultivators were depressed and disheveled. In particular, the demon Shadow Jr. was still in a state of rage, and all the demonic cultivators were even more afraid that they would accidentally provoke him and be devoured in one bite. As a result, the atmosphere became incredibly depressing. However, the little money girl acted very relaxed and blandly said, Since the other party's business model is more advanced than ours, then we can just copy them directly. Just this? The few heartthrobs on the side, hearing this, immediately showed contempt and spoke out in mockery. They thought had some tall tale to tell. As it turned out to be just plagiarism. This they will too. Shut up. The Devil Shadow Jr.'s eyes were deep as he looked at the chesty little Chen girl, and after a moment of silence, he said, Do as she says. He knew that the little money girl most likely had a backhanded trick up her sleeve. The three of them, Su Gu, returned to Shaolu Town. They definitely won't stop. Mi Su Hui said, Should we do some defense? Su Gu shook his head. What means can they think of? It's nothing more than those. Compared to that, it's still distributing the loot that's a bit more important. Mi Su Hui nodded her head, and from the bag of 100 ghosts, she took out dozens of beautiful ghost cooks and suspended them in the air. Of course, these dozens of beautiful ghost cooks had been sealed up, as if trapped in a fist-sized glass ball. It was one of the loot they got from sweeping the food court. These beautiful ghost cooks, let's not divide them up. Su Gu said, Our medical center is short of manpower, so train them and let them fill in. Divide up those 12 evil ghost guards. For each, Xiaobai doesn't like evil spirits, and of the 4 he has, 2 for you and 2 for me. Yes, Mi Su Hui didn't refuse. These beautiful ghost cooks did not how to harm people, but was controlled by the outlaws, suffered a lot. The crime is not to death, just train them and let them do hard labor. Anyway, they had also captured 12 evil spirits, enough for him to use to study evil spirits preaching. Li Xiaobai was a bit embarrassed. Don't my share of beautiful ghost cooks, can you let me manage? The corner of Su Gu's mouth twitched. How could he not know what Li Xiaobai was thinking in his mind? And immediately refused. Xiaobai, eating everything will only spoil your stomach. Li Xiaobai immediately protested. Wasn't it you, senior brother, who said that good girls don't fail and bad girls don't waste? It's good like this, but I didn't ask you to specialize in finding bad girls. Su Gu's face was dark. Always felt that this guy was a bit off. Must be corrected back. Otherwise, this kid really degenerated. Instead of becoming a ruthless lover, he became a hungry whoremonger. Then his father would not split himself with a sword. So something had to be done to make this kid eat something good. Thinking of this, Su Gu admonished, Xiaobai, don't you realize that you've gone astray? Right now, you're only pursuing quantity, not quality. Not like a relationship at all, but like a horny John looking for a date. Is that so? Li Xiaobai was solemn, his brows furrowed. Su Gu said, haven't you noticed that your cultivation progress has obviously slowed down? Remember, you are an infatuated man. Only your infatuation is not confined to one girl, but is equally divided among every girl you have ever had. The point is love. All you have to do is love this one today and the other one tomorrow. Got it? Thank you senior brother for pointing out. After hearing this, Li Xiaobai came to his senses and was completely enlightened, but he was already sweating profusely and was terrified. He was, indeed, a little caught up in the moment before. In order to become stronger quickly, only the quantity of girlfriends is pursued, indeed not the quality, and the emotion invested is minimal. At this rate, it is indeed going to take a detour. This was something he had never experienced before as a heavenly sword spiritual route. Immediately afterward, however, he perked up. The fact that the difficulty is so high just shows that the sentient swordsman's way of the emotionless sword is heaven-defying and powerful. It must have crushed the emotionless sword Tao comprehended by all the ancestors in the past. I will surpass my ancestors. Su Gu looked at Li Xiaobai as if he was enlightened again, the corners of his mouth twitching. A moment of numbness, long used to it. It's just a heavenly spiritual route. I don't envy it at all. No way. He's realized again? A deeper understanding of the way of the sword? Senior brother, hurry up and enlighten me. Ni Suhui was envious and jealous, anxiously saying to Su Gu. Su Gu's mediocre response was because his natural talent wasn't very good. It was only a 3-spirit route. There was no way to compare it to a heavenly spirit route no matter what. But, he's also a heavenly spirit route. Just going out and doing a quest, only a month old, and being surpassed by so much. How does that make him take it? Coincidentally, I really do have an idea to corroborate with you. Su Gu laughed. Chapter 91, Preparing to create the human emperor's flag. What? I knew you would be able to do it. Senior brother. When Mi Suhui heard Su Gu's words, she was suddenly bursting with excitement and elation. It's time to comprehend the way again. Su Gu said blandly. Hell, how are you going to build it? Mi Suhui opened her mouth, but in the end she could only close it and shook her head. I have no thoughts for the moment. Su Gu wasn't surprised at all and said, that's normal. Hell wasn't built in a day. It's bound to be a big project, and it's still too far away for you right now. It's like this. Mi Suhui was in a low mood. Knowing that what Su Gu said was the truth, in recent times, he had been studying how to build the Buddhist hell, but he had encountered countless difficulties. Questions such as where do ghosts come from? Where are the ghosts kept once they are caught? How should these ghosts be managed? Where should the address of hell be chosen? How to build hell? Etc. At present, none of them has a suitable solution. Please ask senior brother to solve the problem. Mi Suhui's expression was solemn, incomparably sincere as she asked Su Gu for advice. Since Su Gu had brought up the topic, there must be a solution. Su Gu looked at Mi Suhui's 100 ghost pouch and said, how many ghosts can you store at most in this magic treasure of yours? 100 ghost bag? It's commonly a dozen or so. This 100 ghost bag of mine, the quality is quite good. It can store a few hundred evil ghosts, right? Mi Suhui said truthfully. A magic treasure that could be called nice by him was definitely not just nice, and it would not be too much to say that it was an excellent product. Only a few hundred? Su Gu frowned, then asked Mi Suhui, in this world, are there no magical treasures that can invite thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of other people's souls, inside the flag, and then ask them to come out and help when they encounter an enemy? Mi Suhui froze, then said in dismay, is there such a great magic treasure in this world? Su Gu raised his eyebrows and looked at Mi Suhui in surprise. You watch what you say. You're an undercover agent of the righteous. Mi Suhui shook her head and said sadly,
there shouldn't be any such magic treasures. The best 100 ghost bag type of magic treasure would probably only be able to hold a few thousand evil ghosts, because, when the number of evil spirits reaches a certain level, they will fight each other without control. The fallen spirit pool is the best example. It is reasonable to say that the broken little cave sky has exactly enough space to store 100,000 evil spirits, but in the end, they still fought until only 49 fallen spirits were left. Even amongst the devil Dao spells and aptitudes, there are none that enslave thousands and thousands of evil ghosts at the same time. The 10,000 Ghosts Night journey is barely won, but it takes the fusion route, where dozens to hundreds of evil ghosts are fused into a single ghost phase, and then 100 ghost phases, which then converge to form the true 10,000 Ghosts Night journey. Technically speaking, the 10,000 Ghosts of the Night is actually the 100 Ghosts of the Night. As a matter of fact, this 100 ghost bag of mine, even if it can store hundreds of evil ghosts, it is only storage, and the ones that can be controlled by me are estimated to be only a dozen or so, still with the help of the fallen spirit. So that's how it is. Sugu suddenly realized. No wonder he hadn't heard of any human emperor flag-type magic treasures in this world. So it turned out to be difficult. However, if there are difficulties, just overcome them. Sugu said, it's difficult to build the hell. So why don't we lower our goal first and find a way to refine the human emperor flag? First, human emperor flag? Mi Su Hui hesitated. It's the one I just mentioned. The magic treasure that can invite everyone's souls into the flag and ask them to come out to help when they encounter enemies. Sugu said, that's a really good name, and it would be even better if it could be called the human Buddha flag. Mi Su Hui laughed. Worthy of being you, the future king of living hell. Sugu silently gave Mi Su Hui a thumbs up. Saying that, Mi Su Hui was silent for a split second, and after thinking about it, she felt that this solution was feasible, and said with slight excitement, if, indeed, the human emperor flag can be created, that would be the equivalent of creating a small hell. Subsequently, it is entirely possible to build a hell based on it. Saying that, Mi Su Hui was a bit hesitant and said, however, I don't know much about refining. Moreover, neither the righteous nor the demonic paths have heard of this human emperor flag. Would it be impossible to refine it at all? Sugu did not have any surprises and said, there is no such thing as not being able to refine it. If you can't refine it, just go back and ask the elders in the clan who specialize in refining weapons. 100 ghost bags are created by a certain ancestor of the demonic path. It is always known that demonic cultivators are all very good. The level of refining is also the same. If they are really superior, they won't be a demonic cultivator. And it's normal that there are defects that lead to a limit on the number of them. And we righteous cultivators have little need for it. That's why we haven't improved the 100 ghost bag. If the human emperor flag can attract the attention of the righteous path, and a large amount of resources are tilted down, it can definitely be manufactured. Sugu followed the advice, something he had long contemplated. If you want to become a qualified devil cultivator, the human emperor flag, for sure, must be refined. Now, the 100 ghosts carrying Lotus had gradually failed to give much of a boost. The 10,000 ghosts night walking was too slow to cultivate, and its power was actually average. New cheats are desperately needed. Since, refining the human emperor flag, those old waste treats of the devil's way couldn't be counted on, they could only think of a way to ask the righteous Dao's artifact refining powerhouses to make a move. How? It's simple. Let Mi Su Hui invite. Once the idea of a Buddhist hell came out, Mi Su Hui, as well as the immortal sect inverted Buddhist temple behind him, would definitely not refuse. As it happens, that's the truth. Mi Su Hui's face was joyful. Without any hesitation, she directly excitedly said, some other day, you can go back to the sect and ask my Huiran senior uncle. He is very good at refining weapons. He should be able to help me. After all, this involved the broader Buddhist path, so one didn't need to think that the sect would certainly be very supportive of one's own. The corners of Sugu's mouth rose, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile, and he patiently explained the functions of the human emperor flag, as well as the general principle of how it worked. For Mi Su Hui, it does seem to work. I'll send a message to Uncle Huiran to let him try it. If it really works, we, the 6 wise men of the righteous path, will have a copy. Mi Su Hui promised. Sugu nodded in satisfaction. With the inverted Buddha temple, an entire immortal sect, pouring their efforts into research, they should be able to develop the human emperor flag. Speaking here, Mi Su Hui's eyes snapped, bright light flashed and said, it just so happens that the masters and brothers of my inverted Buddha temple will regularly come down to the mountain to catch ghosts and surpass them. So if there is really someone's royal flag, you can ask the masters and brothers to help me catch the ghosts. With my relationship with Xiaobai, Haoran and the others, I can even get the 5 major immortal sects, and even the entire righteous disciples, to help me catch ghosts. In that case, not to mention just a small human emperor flag, even if a Buddhist hell were actually built,
it would still be completely filled. Let the disciples of the righteous path work as ghost messengers for you? That's a good idea. Sugu nodded his head and praised. At that time, you can develop a series of treasures out of it based on the Buddhist hell. Treasures such as Ghost Spirit, Een Sand, Soul Gold, Fallen Spirit, and Soul Detainer. Then, give those disciples who catch ghosts rewards, and they might be more proactive. Having a disciple of the righteous path work as a ghost messenger for me? This can be had. Ni Su Hui was in an agitated mood, once again enlightened. The Buddhist hell that he had been thinking about for months was now finally considered a thought. First, ask the clan to help me make the human emperor flag, then, ask the clan to catch ghosts for me, develop a series of ghost-derived treasures and use them to ask righteous disciples to work as part-time ghost agents to catch ghosts for me, then, collect caves and bless lands to open up the hells, and set up the earth to become a Buddha. Ni Su Hui was completely enlightened and excited, finally having a clear path. Although, every step of this was difficult and there were a lot of details that needed to be dealt with, but at last, the general idea was organized and it was not like before, when there was no thought and it was like a headless fly bumping around. Then, his gaze towards Sugu was filled with admiration. His own senior brother, truly wise through and through. The human emperor's flag is not something that the average person can really think of. As Senior Su said, although there is no human emperor flag right now, the main reason is that no one is focusing their energy on it. The devil's way is incapable and the righteous way is not interested. And now that the value of the human emperor flag had been determined, the general direction had been set, and it was entirely possible to build it with the help of the 5 immortal sex refiners. After Su Gu's nudging, he felt that the path of his life was suddenly radiant. My turn. When Li Xiaobai saw that Mi Su Hui had gotten the solution and was comprehending on his own, he couldn't wait to squeeze in front of Su Gu and said, "Senior brother, hurry up and instruct me twice more." Su Gu was speechless for a while. Do you really think I'm a wishing tree? Cultivation is not urgent. Let's take out this ancient power first. Su Gu returned to the topic and said, those few prisoners, who have already been interrogated, are from the extreme bliss demon cult. So, that mysterious ancient power behind it has cooperation with the extreme bliss demon cult. Maybe we can get some clues from the extreme bliss demon cult. Chapter 92, A Message from the Shelf. Tomorrow is going to be on the shelves. Please like the book of the Big Brother. Can help the small puff street point of first order? Thank you very much. After it hits the shelves, regardless of grades, 10,000 shifts for 3 months. The follow-up is beyond awesome. I'm asking for your support. Note, as long as the subscription of the big boys are my bread and butter, I will never delete paid readers' comments. There are suggestions if you see will also return. Chapter 93, What happens when black and white are all over the place? The first round requests subscription. And on the other side, Magic Shadow Jr. led the crowd in full swing to rebuild the food court. Although the food court was Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, sucked away most of the traffic. But, like the mobile bookstore, it still retains some of the taster traffic by virtue of its own distinctive attributes. Meanwhile, it mobilized a lot of energy to start an additional business, directly copying Su Gu's Ghost Pressure Medical Center. And even the name is a direct copycat, called American Ghost Pressure Medical Center. Copy? Whoever does good business is the genuine article. The Magic Shadow Boy is not the least bit concerned about possible plagiarism. I've practiced magic and you're still trying to morally kidnap me? Is that possible? With his approval, the entire force, up and down, carried out a massive publicity campaign for the opening of the new store, Beauty Ghost Pressure Medical Center. And the publicity campaign could simply be said to be overwhelming, buying flying boats for advertisements, asking literati to write poems to praise them, and even sponsoring all the ring tournaments in the entire state and county, even the ring for the martial arts competition, all sponsored there. It's a big deal to nip the genuine Ghostbusters Medical Center completely in the bud. But, time passes and the end result is not satisfactory. Why is that? Our American Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center is clearly copied from the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, without a single difference, and can be completely replaced, and spend so many spirit stones to publicize it. How could it not have any effect? And it seems like all the guests we advertised to attract went across the street. When the Demon Shadow Jr. learned of this result, he almost stormed out and looked angrily at the little money girl. He knew that it would be difficult to completely crush the opposite side by copying it, but it wasn't so bad that it wouldn't have any effect at all. No, it's completely counterproductive. Business on the other side, in turn, is getting better. All the traffic they attracted by throwing money at their own publicity went into the other store. If it wasn't for the little money girl, who had a special identity and was equally extraordinary and impossible to betray, he might have suspected that the little money girl was a mole. No, even if Miss Xiaoqian wasn't the mole, there was bound to be someone else who was. The little money girl's brows were furrowed in concentration, as well as a slight hint of guilt as she said, Because we are not eligible for health insurance. Although it was applied for a long time ago, it has been delayed and not long ago it was denied completely. Rejected? The Demon Shadow Jr. was shocked and unbelievable. Didn't the Lord Wang Tianli, the one we attracted into the devil, pat his chest and guarantee that the package would be taken down? He also said that if he couldn't take it down, he resigned on this occasion. There's no need to be this official. It was taken, but he was the one who was taken. The little money girl said with some embarrassment. Magic Shadow Teen. The scene was silent for a dozen breaths. The little money girl could clearly feel that the Demon Shadow Jr.'s entire demon was about to shatter. Why was it rejected? The Demon Shadow Boy said unwillingly. Find a way to look for other officials of the Imperial Medical Department again and apply for the qualification down. There's no reason. No means no. I've asked many officials under the Imperial Doctor's office. None of them can. Xiao Qian girl said. Ha, then why can the opposite side? Demon Shadow Jr. said incredulously. I also asked, and they said that this one is an exception. The little money girl thought for a moment and said, perhaps, when this qualification was issued before, the relevant government officials of the Great Shang Dynasty didn't think that it would have such a great influence, and now they regret it. But the qualification has been given out, and it would be inappropriate to take it back, but then not open that qualification to any other subsequent store. What bad luck! The Demon Shadow Jr. felt that ever since he met the opposite side, he had been getting defeated, which was simply out of character. The Demon Shadow Jr. inquired about Miss Xiao Qian, saying, then, what should we do next? It was your idea to open the store as copied, so if there is no way to solve the other party, then the loss will be yours to bear. Little Miss Qian wasn't surprised, as if she had known this outcome would come about, saying, none of this matters. I suggest copying the other side's aim, which was not originally to win the commercial war either, but to make them completely overthrow it. The demonic Shadow Boy could barely hold back his laughter. You're a bigger blowhard than I am. Tell me about it. The demonic Shadow Boy coughed dryly and squared his shoulders. Little Miss Qian said, before, I suspected that they also had connections in the government, and they were not lowly connected. Now, the fact that we have failed to copy and did not qualify to brush up on our medical insurance is a good indication that the other side has an official background. The Demon Shadow Jr.'s brows furrowed. In that case, Lord Li Chao of the Taxation Yamen, and Lord Wang Tianli of the State and County Imperial Doctor's Department were all taken down by the other side? The other party's official background, so big? The little money girl was speechless for a while. You didn't suspect anything until now. Of course, this is normal. After all, who would have thought that the other party's background would be so big? Even these two adults said to take it down. Then how can we fight each other? The Demon Shadow Jr. looked solemn and grave. The little money girl is not at all panicked, and has long had a good idea of what to do. The other party doesn't only have connections in the government, but also in the demonic path. It's black and white. Otherwise it's impossible to mobilize so many ghosts and demons. The demonic Shadow Boy nodded in agreement. It was such a good thing. Even the fact that they were able to control so many beautiful ghost cooks was all due to the support of the Extreme Bliss Demon cult. In this world, although the Devil's Way was broken and fallen, it still had a strong dominance over some ghosts and demons, as well as demonic cultivators. But, doesn't this just mean that they are even worse to deal with? Black and white are omnipotent. In a previous dynasty, they would definitely be a hand-to-mouth existence. The Demon Shadow Jr. didn't feel that this was good news. You also said it was a past dynasty. Miss Xiao Qian smiled heartily and said confidently, in the Great Shang Dynasty, black is black and white is white. If they were pure white, or pure black, they wouldn't be easy to deal with, but black and white would be too easy to deal with. Just use the disassociation, disengagement plan? The Demon Shadow Jr. raised his eyebrows slightly, instantly understanding what the little money girl was thinking, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The little money girl continued, we just need to spot blast. It's been investigated clearly. The 3 shopkeepers across the street, from the Great Liang Devil Cave, are inner disciples. Because of their merits in overthrowing the martial way and the ancient physical cultivation powerhouses, they were honored by the imperial court, which did not know their true identities, and were enthroned as sword-bearers. That's why it's black and white. We just need to, constantly, pass on to the Great Liang Demon Cave the information about how these 3 people do good deeds, how kind they are, how they are loved by countless people, how they are not demonic cultivators at all, and how they are undercover agents of the government. Then, to the imperial courtside, constantly pass on the news that these 3 people are doing wrong, have a lot of bad deeds, simply no evil, but also soul-searching, indiscriminate killing, arson, enslaving living beings to sell their bodies, etc. is the 10 evils of the devil cultivator. It would alienate them on both sides. If the effect is good, there is no need for us to make a move at all. The 2 forces behind them will clean up their doors. Even if it doesn't work too well, as long as we can make the two parties suspicious of them, we will be able to make them lose their power after a slight trick, which will be enough to make them lose their power and not be able to turn over completely. Not bad, exactly as I thought. The demonic shadow boy praised. Go ahead and do it. We will give you the greatest support. Chapter 94, What Court Dog? This is your excellency. The second shift begs for subscription. Have you heard? There's a scum in our devil's way called Sugu. His deeds are admired even by the officials. In the Devil Cultivator themed tavern, a high-strung devil cultivator, godly and full of braggadocio, explained the rumors that had just arrived. Really? What kind of devil cultivator is so powerful that even the government admires him so much? That name, it seems to ring a bell. Isn't that nonsense? The name sounds like a man among men. Of course you're a bit impressed. The devilish practitioner who explains the rumors. What's great or not? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? This man is the scum of the devil's path. It has nothing to do with being awesome with half a spirit stone. Or are you guys so stupid that you can't hear that I'm being conspiratorial? The devil cultivator who told the rumor continued. Powerful? If we're talking about being a lackey for the court and betraying our brothers who hang out in the devil's path, then he can indeed be considered powerful. The scene was precipitously quiet. All the demonic cultivators in the restaurant fell into silence. Then, the crowd of demonic cultivators let out a surprised sound. Dogs of the court? That word, why is it so unfamiliar? Shouldn't such a person be called Lord? To be able to work for the court, that's quite impressive indeed. Brother, do you have a way to hook up with the court? Or have that Lord's contact information? I've already collected all sorts of evidence of the crimes committed by my master and all my fellow brothers and sisters, just waiting for a chance to wrestle for riches. Some devil cultivators even directly transmitted their voices. Ah, the demonic shadow boy dressed up as a demonic cultivator, completely freaked out, simply going crazy. How did it feel like this group of demonic cultivators were deliberately working against him? He says one thing and these guys tear it down once. Ahem, I'll do it. The little money girl disguised as a demonic cultivator transmitted the voice of the demonic shadow boy and said, this honored being, having just arrived, has not yet fully settled into the country. I don't know. The devil cultivators on this continent are proud of their shame. What deceiving a teacher, backstabbing a brother, and being a lackey to the righteous path are all very devilish things. You do it, the demonic shadow boy said with slight defiance. Miss Xiao Qian stood up and picked up the conversation. This brother, that's not true. I can't agree with you when you say that he is the scum of the devil's way. In my opinion, he is the light of the devil's way. I would be his brother if I could. You also know things about him? The other demonic cultivators were surprised. Naturally, Lord Su's character is too noble. Little Miss Qian said vociferously. A friend of mine had followed him on an expedition. It was a very large secret realm, with many demonic cultivators participating, all of them harvesting a lot. But unfortunately someone woke up the sleeping Jindan stage human devouring demon spider in the secret realm. In the midst of being chased by the man-eating demon spider, the people were lucky enough to find a cave where they could hide, and barely managed to stay alive, as long as they waited for rescue. But at that moment, there were demonic cultivators outside the cave asking for help. And if no one opens the stone door of the cave and saves them, these demonic cultivators outside will have no choice but to die. That's right, it was Lord Su who stepped forward. Resolutely, he opened the stone door and picked up a few brothers, who were outside. Although, this led to the human-devouring demon spider taking the opportunity to kill its way into the cave and eat countless devil cultivators. However, Lord Su still saved the devil cultivator brothers outside who were begging for help. It was just great. After saying that, Miss Xiao Qian opened her arms, very emotional, as if she wanted to greet the crowd of demonic cultivators' admiration for Sugu. What kind of stupidity is this, Holy Mother? This kind of person can also be a devil cultivator? I cultivate magic just to kill the Holy Mother. When I encounter danger, the first person I kill is the Holy Mother. But, the response to her was countless invectives. The corners of Miss Xiao Qian's mouth rose. However, she pretended to be puzzled and said, why are you guys trying to discredit Lord Su? Imagine if it was you who was saved? After saying that, she didn't wait for the crowd to respond and continued. There was also a time when he went to explore the secret realm with a few of his demonic cultivator buddies, and on the way, he encountered the victims, who were so pitiful that they all had to starve to death. That's right, our Lord Su, once again, stepped forward and not only took out all of his own spirit stones, but he also had a group of fellow demonic cultivators all take out all of their spirit stones as well, to be used to purchase food for the relief of the flood victims. In the restaurant, when the demonic cultivators heard this, each of their faces were grim, and they felt angry just listening to the story. Whereas, Miss Xiao Qian had no intention of stopping and continued to, speaking of which,
Those few demonic cultivators who accompanied us were really unintelligent. When Lord Su approached them to ask for spirit stones, they even refused. There's nothing we can do. Lord Su can only teach them a lesson and force them to hand over their spirit stones. Who made Lord Su kind-hearted? What? The demonic cultivators in the tavern were completely unable to endure and were about to explode. Aren't you guys also very touched? It's normal. Everyone has times when they don't have enough to eat, so naturally they hope to meet a good person like Lord Su. Xiao Qian girl said. The little money girl took a sip of her drink and continued. And, the crowd of demonic cultivators raised their eyebrows, surprised. This kind of disgusting thing, 1 or 2 is enough to disgust a demon. He even has more? Of course, this is the great Lord Su. If the selection of the demon lord is by voting, I will definitely vote for him. Little Miss Qian, putting on an adoring look, said. He had also protected the wife and daughter of a fallen devil cultivator and helped escort them to their mother's home, during which there were quite a few devil cultivators that were heartless and wanted to overrun them. But with Lord Su around, it wasn't a dream. His master fell, and the disciples within the sect wanted to divide the master's inheritance, as much as they could, and it was he who stood up, suppressed the disciples within the sect, and guarded this part of the inheritance, giving it to his master's son. So many different things, simply too many to count and too many ways to go. When Miss Xiao Qian finished speaking, she sat down and stopped speaking. The scene was, once again, silent. Then there was a complete clamor. This person is a demonic cultivator? Which demonic force took him in? Is it blind? This wouldn't be a devil cultivator, but a holy mother. Being a devil cultivator with him is simply a disgrace to me. There were no surprises. The reaction of these demonic cultivators was, well, huge. One by one, they were dissatisfied with Su Gu to the extreme. Awesome. The demon Shadow Jr. turned to the little money girl and cast an appreciative glance. That's when it kind of hit him. The demonic cultivators on this continent were accustomed to, and even proud of, undermining others and benefiting themselves, even if the person who might be undermined was themselves. And there is a great distaste for behavior that is detrimental to self and others, even if the person who was favored may be himself. Thus, the demon Shadow Jr., who had found the trick, also began to denigrate, changing his style to praise Su Gu as a good person. Listening to the demon Shadow Jr. and Miss Xiao Qian, as if they were telling a story like a comic opera. Although the crowd of demonic cultivators hated their teeth, they drank the wine with increasing pleasure. Sure enough, stories are wine, and the more you drink, the more you have. The tavern keeper had long been beaming with joy, and was already calculating whether or not to invite both men to tell stories to the guests in the future. As for what to talk about, it's about hotspots. Of course, inquire about the recent positive and demonic 2 channels. What happened to the big event? And then add oil and vinegar and nonsense can be. No one cares about the details anyway. For example, who cares if it's true or false when it comes to the shame of the demonic cultivators? Su Gu? As long as there is enough curiosity on the line. In this way, this matter is like inserted wings as fast spread out. In a short time, almost the entire magic road. All know there is a shame of the magic road, named Su Gu. Counting the time, these deeds should have already reached the Great Liang Demon Cave. Already, I'm beginning to look forward to how the devils of the Great Liang Devil Cave are going to react. I'm only afraid that he'll just go on a rampage and try to skin Su Gu, right? The corners of the demon Shadow Boy's mouth turned up. Thinking freely, Miss Xiao Qian was relatively reserved and smiled gently. The public opinion that will be stirred up on the courtside has also been prepared, just waiting for the water to fall out. Chapter 95, I Am a Man. The third shift begs for subscription. In the Devil's Cave, Han Changsheng, who had no more knots in his heart, led the disciples up and down the Devil's Cave during this period of time, and began to build in full swing. The whole Devil's Cave has been on track, more and more flourishing. Even, Han Changsheng had additionally borrowed a few more loans from loan sharks to purchase the materials needed to build the Devil's Cave. Anyway, Su Gu had promised to find a way to settle the debt. So, why not owe more, or less, when it's really the same? Su Gu gave the planning, plus the loan to the huge amount of spirit stone, without having to use their brains. Just copy the Devil's Cave in a very short time, from the previous slums, change their face, become more and more like a serious clan. On this day, inside the Hall of Deliberation, Han Changsheng held his usual meeting, discussing with the devils how to solve several problems in the development of the Devil's Cave. A long conference table, the devils honestly sat on either side. Han Changsheng sat in the center, and next to his right hand was an empty spot with a precious jade seat carved with a dragon and phoenix pattern, very luxurious and forced. This was something he had prepared especially for Su Gu. The grace of repaying a debt is as great as heaven. Just as Han Changsheng was reciting his usual long string of proposals and the devils were drifting off to sleep one by one, a panicked voice suddenly came from outside. Not good.
Big deal. The owner of the voice, rolling and crawling, with panic written all over his face, ran very hurriedly to inform him, very anxious and frightened. What? The righteous path is fighting again? All the devils were all energized, and each one of them had their hearts pounding, were very nervous and apprehensive. No, it's elder brother Su's win rating that was victimized. The disciple who ran to report the news, gasped sharply and anxiously worried. So it's just this, I thought the sky was falling. Han Changsheng walked in through the door, wiped the false sweat from his forehead, and sighed in relief. Only, in the next instant, he suddenly froze, startled. Wait, what did you say? Senior brother Su's win rating was killed. That disciple repeated once more. What? The sky has really collapsed? Han Changsheng was at a loss for words and had trouble accepting it, almost fainting. It wasn't just him, the other devils were also tense. I was afraid that Su Gu would have a little accident, dragging Su Gu's blessing. They have been living a good life for half a year, and the future days will be even better. So good that it is beyond imagination. Simply don't want to go back to the days when it was almost the equivalent of picking up trash for a living. Therefore, Su Gu was not to be trifled with. The wind review was killed? What exactly is going on? Tell me. Han Changsheng took a deep breath. His eyes were deep. There was already a killing chance brewing. Whoever dared to touch Su Gu was trying to fight him. The other devils, too, had their auras revealed, showing their attitudes, each one like a devil god of the 9 heavens, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. The disciple who reported the news informed Han Changsheng and the other devils of the rumors outside, saying that he had also taken out some projection stones to prove that what he had said was true. After hearing all of this, Han Changsheng and the others, all of them touched their heads, somewhat puzzled. This is, Senior Brother Su, are you planning to pit anyone again? How did you even whitewash yourself? Could it be that you want to go undercover as a shoto? Not trying to, not being an officer already? As soon as he thought of this, the demons were touched. Sima Chong really paid too much for the devil's way, and sacrificed too much, and now he is even risking his life to go to the righteous way to be an undercover agent. So bowing and scraping, racking his brains for the great prosperity of the devil's way, the head chair of this devil's cave, should be Su Gu to sit. Feeling the gazes of the demons looking at him, gradually becoming unkind, Han Changsheng hurriedly opened his mouth. My mind is made up. When Master Su comes back, I will accept disciples on behalf of my master and accept Master Su as the 4th true disciple of our devil cave. By the time he is able to take on the mantle on his own, the position of demon lord may be his. Better hurry up and get ready for Zen. Otherwise, looking at this stance, we might be deceived by then. Even that scene, Han Changsheng could imagine it. A group of devils surrounded Su Gu and raised their black robes high, saying, Lord, it's cold, wear a demon lord robe. The gazes of the devils, then eased up. Then, eldest brother, what should we do? The disciple who reported the news, inquired. Han Changsheng frowned. This kind of secrecy, is it also something you can pry into? Then, he saw the disciple who had reported the news, exuding a trace of divine soul aura as he opened his mouth. I'm Ping Wuchi. The demons, including Han Changsheng, were speechless for a while. Senior brother Su should have his own intentions, regardless of the line. Really encountered trouble, he should be directly summoned us. If you don't feel at ease, fly the sword to summon a message and ask Senior brother Su what he thinks. Han Changsheng said. Speaking of which, Ping Wuchi said, by the way, Senior brother Su had a flying sword transmission back earlier. When was that? The devils all came to their senses. Then, slightly reproachful, looked at Ping Wuchi. Actually dared to rely on his many detachments to privately withhold Su Emoton's flying sword summons? Just the day before yesterday, Ping Wuchi said, it wasn't anything big. It was just to ask us about what mysterious people or forces the Extreme Bliss Demon sect has been in contact with recently. As well, he opened a medical center in Shaolu Town, Wansan County, Qingzhou, and it seems to be very profitable. The other devils were pondering, recalling if the Extreme Bliss Devil sect had been acting erratically recently, and even planning to send someone to poke around for information. Only, Han Changsheng snapped his head up, as if he had discovered a new continent, and said with incomparable excitement and incredulity, What? What did you say? That medical center. He runs it? It's the Ghostbusters Medical Center, isn't it? It's that name. Ping Wuchi was surprised. What? It's just a medical center. Why are you reacting so strongly? I knew it. When Devil Boy Su makes a move, it's bound to be extraordinary. Han Changsheng jumped up in excitement and danced with his hands in ecstasy. Previously, he was speculating whether this ghost pressure bed medical center would be Su Gu's handiwork, because it was similar to Su Gu's previous operations, which were all equally amazing. It just so happened that the place where Su Gu went to do his quest was also Shaolu Town, Wansan County, Qingzhou. What ghost pressure medical center? The other demons, slightly sluggish, were unaware. Han Changsheng laughed so hard that he couldn't even speak, and it was only after a quarter of an hour that he barely stopped laughing and said, "We won't be short of money in the future." With that said, there was a desire to laugh. Still, it was only after being stopped by the demons that they managed to collect their emotions and tell the crowd everything they could about the ghostly bed press. Yes, you guys heard it right, the only medical center in the entire central continent, where you can swipe your medical insurance card, and where treatment services are provided by a beautiful ghost physician, was opened by Suma Chong. According to my estimation, the amount of spirit stones it earns every day is equivalent to a year's worth of income for our magic cave. It's almost like digging a mine. There's a constant flow, Han Changsheng said with excitement and excitement. The devils came out of their shock and were naturally ecstatic. And then, they looked at Han Changsheng in surprise. This medical center is far away from Qingzhou, millions of miles away from the Great Liang Devil's Cave. How do you know so clearly? Han Changsheng said with slight embarrassment. I'm a man. Chapter 96, The Devil's Cave boils over. Fourth shift requests subscription. I'm a man, Han Changsheng stammered, as if he had something to hide. It dawned on the demons that they understood. It's normal for a man to be concerned about this information, even though millions of miles separate the two places. Then, he heard Han Changsheng continue, being pressed for debt. I thought to find some part-time jobs that are not tiring and earn some extra money. So naturally, I knew about the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center. The demons were speechless for a while. Thought you were trying to consume, but it turns out you're trying to get consumed? But, well, get used to it. It's the kind of thing a big brother can do. Although, Sugu has promised that he will help Han Changsheng to solve the debt problem. The debt collectors, however, will not just let Han Changsheng go, and during this period of time there have been a succession of debtors who have come to the door to collect the debt. Han Changsheng took out the Magic Cave Supreme Treasure and guaranteed it, promising to send the Magic Cave Supreme Treasure a year later if he couldn't pay the debt, before he could be considered to have sent the debtor away. And by the way, he took out another loan for the construction of the Magic Cave. But, you can't just let these debtors go home empty-handed. Han Changsheng always sends some accompanying gifts to show his appreciation for the other party's accommodation of the debt. And, since the exposure of Han Changsheng carrying a huge loan, the devils up and down the Devil's Cave will keep a very tight eye on Han Changsheng, not to mention these newly loaned money. That is, the Devil's Cave's entry fee collected from within the door. Han Changsheng is not allowed to use it indiscriminately. These accompanying gifts, naturally, could only be purchased at Han Changsheng's own expense. The financial pressure is, indeed, great, but that's not so bad as a part-time job at a haunted medical clinic. The only one who was surprised was Ping Wuqi, who was puzzled. Isn't the Ghostbusters Medical Center a haunted theme? It doesn't seem like they'd want you as a living, breathing human being, does it? The demons were once again speechless. That's what you're questioning. Don't we have a door magic in the Magic Cave? It can allow one's soul to leave the body and disguise itself as a ghost. This magic, I have cultivated to the highest level, and all 3 souls and 7 spirits can split out and transform into ghosts. Originally, I had it all arranged so that only 1 soul or 1 spirit would remain in the body each day, and the other 9 spirits, all of them, would go on duty, 10 days around. Really, I'm all certified as a physician. Han Changsheng was slightly proud of himself, as if he was sharing his secret to getting rich. And, what made Ping Wuqi most speechless was that the crowd of devils on the field actually had someone actually taking notes. Ping Wuqi coughed dryly, pulling the crowd's attention back to the topic and said, in senior brother Su's transmission, he also mentioned that he wanted us to dispatch more manpower, saying that he was preparing to start a chain. What? There's still a chain? Han Changsheng almost fainted, overwhelmed by joy, and the smile at the corner of his mouth didn't stop. Earlier, friends on the road claimed that this store was lucky to drill the law control, the first to play like this. The officials of the Imperial Medical Department made an error in judgment and agreed to swipe the application of the medical insurance card. After that, when the Department of Imperial Medicine reacted, it stopped opening this access. There will be only one such medical center that can open with medical insurance. Moreover, friends on the road speculate that the subsequent government offices of the Imperial Medical Department will give the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center many restrictions to prevent it from getting out of control. I didn't realize that it was possible to start a chain. It's unbelievable. Han Changsheng was so incredulous that it felt like he was dreaming. It wasn't just him, the other devils were also excited. They weren't stupid. They could naturally imagine that in this case, once the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center was able to open a chain, it would surely earn a huge amount of wealth. Their Devil's Cave was really going to get rich. Normal people naturally can't do this to this extent. But, is Demon Child Su not a normal person? There's nothing that doesn't shock the world when Demon Boy Su strikes. You are saying that it was he who opened the heavens. And I believe it. While the crowd was shocked and admiring, they all understood why outside There were rumors that Sugu was a great benefactor. No wonder, to whitewash to go undercover in the government. It turns out that it is actually to take the relationship to open a chain. He's real, for crying out loud. Immediately afterward, the demons turned their heads, their gazes like swords, and looked at Han Changsheng in unison, revealing a kind smile. At once, it made Han Changsheng feel as if he was stabbed in the back and his bones were stuck in his throat, and he backed away repeatedly. No, what are you guys doing? Don't be so scary. Okay. Han Changsheng was feeling scared, suddenly being stared at so eerily by these great devils who are 10 evils and have done nothing wrong. No one can feel good about it. Demon Child Su, for our demon cave, to make such a great achievement, shouldn't we reward something? It's only right to reward something. Otherwise, what if he thinks we don't value him enough and defects to another demonic sect? The devils were expressionless, still looking kindly at Han Changsheng, but they picked up one sentence after another. Han Changsheng raised his eyebrows, sort of understanding what these demons were thinking, and was incomparably frantic. If you want to reward him, go ahead. Who's stopping you? Why are you looking at me? So you want to take my stuff and reward Siogu? Bunch of posers. Han Changsheng, who was being stared at by the crowd of devils, let out a sigh and said, even if I were to abdicate and give way to senior brother Su now, this is still not appropriate. There are so many external enemies. Senior brother Su is too weak to stand up to them now. And having him be the lord of the demon cave and the acting demon lord of the demon Dao is something that will invite disaster. He said it sincerely, as if he didn't covet power at all, and was very righteous, as if being the acting demon lord was a great grievance. However, the demons all remained unchanged, quietly looking at Han Changsheng. Han Changsheng had no choice but to compromise. How about this? When he comes back, in addition to me accepting disciples on behalf of the master and letting him be the true heir, I'll also let him enter the Holy Devil Cave and receive the Holy Devil inheritance. Under normal circumstances, the Holy Demon Cave opens once every 500 years, and it's not even time yet. So if you want to open it additionally, you'll need to pay a heavenly price, so let me pay this price. When he said that, his heart was bleeding, and the cost was really high. But, in order to keep Siogu on a leash, it had to be done. Hearing this, the demons nodded their heads in satisfaction. Don't worry, you won't be left to bear the cost alone. Eldest brother, when the time comes, we will also contribute. The sacred demon cave was the fundamental of the great Liang demon cave, even the fundamental of the demon Dao. There had been countless demon Dao ancestors who had survived in it, leaving behind a vast amount of demon Dao treasures, magical powers and spells, as well as secrets about the heavenly demon realm. The reason why Han Changsheng was able to cultivate to the harmonization realm at such a young age, only 800 years old, besides being a dual spirit root himself and having a notable qualification, was that he had entered the sacred demon cave. In addition to the accelerated cultivation, Han Changsheng's ability to hold the title of extreme speed under transition despite being at the early stage of the harmonization realm was all related to the sacred demon cave. In fact, it wasn't just Han Changsheng's transportation technique. It was rumored that Ping Wuqi's diversion technique was all comprehended from within the sacred demon cave as well. That's best. Seeing that the devils were satisfied, Han Changsheng let out a long breath, then immersed himself in joy once more. It wasn't just him, but the entire devil's cave, on this day, was immersed in joy. Although the bottom-level demonic cultivators didn't know what was happening, the band they were told that the magic cave was finally going to be rich. And in the meantime, in the court, rumors also spread. In some of the restaurants at the entrance of the government offices, one could hear a few cultivators, as if they were telling a comic opera, telling the same small essay-like stories about Sugu as they did in the previous Magic Path restaurants. However, since it was the opposite of the image of a good person circulated by the demonic forces. Chapter 97, yes, I'm so awesome, the 5th more requests for subscription. In these people, Sugu became an absolute devil, bullying men and women, killing and setting fires, committing crimes and doing nothing wrong, and simply deserved to be killed by 1,000 cuts. The most frightening, such as the great devil, but even became a court official. Is this a loss of humanity or a loss of morality? Boo! A muffled thud suddenly sounded outside the tavern, and the doors on either side were violently kicked open. Then came the influx of teams of constables. How dare you instruct you to openly spread rumors? This denigration of court officials, questioning the court's decision. This is tantamount to treason. Take it away. If you don't give up your accomplices, you will be executed. The constable who rushed in, with a fierce face and fierce eyes, made a flying swoop and directly arrested the few cultivators who were talking vigorously. The few cultivators who had been paid to discredit Sugu were dumbfounded on the spot. It's not true, is it? You're just making a little extra money yourself. Didn't they say that even if they were caught for spreading rumors in such a blatant manner, they would at most be fined and detained? What's with the chopping block?
The reason was simple. At this point in time, there were actually hundreds of rumor-mongering incidents against Su Gu in Qingzhou, which was no longer considered mere rumor-mongering, but belonged to plotting a rebellion. After all, organizing manpower and massively discrediting court officials and questioning court decisions is not an attempt to rebel. And watching these rumor-spreading cultivators, arrested and quickly taken away, the guests just clapped their hands. The Great Shang dynasty, although its laws were harsh and far superior to those of many ancient dynasties, was a form of absolute protection for the underclass and cultivators. They won't object as long as they're not stupid. Sure enough, it was stifled in the first place, the Demon Shadow Jr. said with a slight sense of regret. Miss Xiao Qian, however, was not surprised and said, but the effect has already been achieved. After making such a big commotion, the entire Qingzhou knows that Su Gu is this person, and the officials will definitely investigate him. After all, in the event that Su Gu is truly not innocent, and he is still allowed to be active in front of the world, and continues to hold an official position, it is going to cause public discontent. Su Gu is dead. In that case, both the Devil's Way and the court will see him as a traitor. A complete liquidation. The demonic Shadow Boy followed suit and laughed, very pleased with himself, as if he had already sentenced Su Gu to death. The result regardless. Part of the fact is indeed as Xiao Qian girl guessed that, there are indeed local officials, suggesting that the state pastor to investigate Su Gu. However, it was stopped directly by the state pastor. These people were not at a high enough level to know Su Gu's origins. How could he not know when he was a state pastor, in charge of millions of miles of territory spanning across the entire Qingzhou, and with a status equal to that of an ordinary super-grade sect leader? This one was a terrifying existence that had resolved the heavenly trouble that was the martial way with a few words, pitting ancient transitional physical cultivation powerhouses. Deeply appreciated by the emperor, he was specially appointed as an external swordbearer. On top of that, it was an undercover agent of a hidden sect, sent to the Devil's Way in order to fight against the mandate of heaven, and it was rumored to be the ultimate weapon of the righteous way. Nowadays, it has even merged with the 5 evils of the righteous path, officially forming a new combination of the 6 evils of the righteous path. Thinking of this, he had a look at the zheng presented by his subordinates and felt a burst of ridicule. This is not nonsense. He went undercover in the Devil's Way. Of course he has to mix a little like a devil. It's rumored that he's going to become the successor of the Devil's Cave. Doesn't that show that he's doing a good job and deserves praise? Saying that, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a grave expression, however, the matter of his ghost pressure bed medical center opening a chain should still be reported to the court. If it really opens a chain, the influence of this matter will be great. Without opening a chain and limiting it to one town, even if the number of admiring cultivators is very large, the influence will be limited. But instead, it will lead to employment in the neighboring towns, and the benefits will completely outweigh the disadvantages. But, opening a chain is a different story. To a lesser extent, it may lead to law and order problems in various places, and to a greater extent, it is likely to promote bad customs and corrupt the moral culture. Above the court, the emperor of the Great Shang, forced to work overtime in a meeting, looking down at the great members of the court, the war of words, yawning, very boring. The Minister of Rights was the first to be dissatisfied and said angrily, Your Majesty, I thought that this move was a whitewashed organization of prostitution, which is a major crime, but it turned out to be ridiculous that you can even swipe your health insurance card. Suggest to Your Majesty that you immediately abolish the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center's qualification to swipe medical insurance and order the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center to close its doors on the spot. Cough. The Minister of the Ministry of Revenue coughed dryly and spoke out to stop it. Lord Wang is wrong. What organized prostitution? This is difficult to identify as organized prostitution, both in terms of the process and the outcome. A guest has a problem in that area, goes to the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center for medical treatment, and ends up with remarkable results. So can you say that it's not a medical center? Even if the other party has drilled a loophole in the law, then what we need to do is to amend the law and patch up the loophole, rather than abusing our power and doing whatever we want. With that, the Minister of the Household dropped his gaze to the Minister of Justice and said, Old Qian, do you think it's right? This is the reasoning. However, the law cannot be changed lightly, and more drafts need to be written and discussed from many sides, weighing the pros and cons in detail, before final changes can be made. The Minister of Justice nodded. Deschang ruled the country by law. The only way for the country to be stable is for the law to be stable, and it is not possible to say that certain statutes and regulations can be changed at the drop of a hat. What do you mean by that? Just letting him continue to be so wrong? The Minister of Rights said in a cold voice, not satisfied with this result at all. The scene was once again thrown into a brawl. The yawning emperor above couldn't muster a single ounce of interest. It was fortunate that this kind of thing was still a small matter. Otherwise the 5 great immortal sects and a bunch of super great sects leaders would have been involved, and it would only have been even more noisy. Again, I don't know how much time passed. The emperor finally became impatient and said, "Enough, since there is no violation of the law, let him go ahead." But the Minister of Rights is still a little reluctant. The emperor beckoned. A eunuch presented. "Will be several copies of the booklet?" handed to the hands of the ministers. "This is." The ministers quickly swept through. To their realm, as long as they swept a glance, they can know what the entire booklet is written. At once, some people are staggered, some people are surprised, and some people are calm and usually unsurprised, as if they had already known. This is reliable intelligence based on the information gathered by our Ink Ice Terrace and the 5 great immortal sects, collected, summarized and organized. The heavenly destiny of the great rise of the Devil's Way has begun. Among the many demonic forces, the Extreme Bliss Demon cult was the first to stir up, and its originator, the Extreme Bliss Old Demon, is not dead and has already come out of the world. It has even colluded with a certain mysterious ancient power. It is even suspected that there is collusion with the heavenly demon realm as well. They tried to reconstruct the Tao fruit of lust, and even if they succeeded or not, the living beings in the world would then be more or less affected by it, and would additionally nourish lust. Even without Su Gu's Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, countless similar prostitution organizations will soon spring up all over the world, and will be as difficult to eradicate as cowhide freshness. And these prostitution organizations will provide the forces behind them with resource support, as well as nutrients for the growth of the fruit of the lustful Tao. Blocking is better than sparing, so it would be better to support Su Gu's Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Hall and suppress other prostitution organizations. As long as the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Hall can be completely controlled by us, even if it is large in scale, it won't be able to create any major impact. The emperor lightly opened his mouth. All of this has long been finalized. It is the great merchant think tank and the 5 great immortal sects as well as the think tanks of the superb sects, the results of the deliberation together. He only needs to read out. That's why he always found being an emperor boring. However, at the end of his words, the emperor obviously still revealed a hint of a smile and said with great admiration, "As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for I-Ching Su, who utilized his astounding wisdom to come up with the brilliant idea of a ghost pressure bed medical center that can swipe the medical insurance card, directly suppressing other similar industries from doing their job, things simply wouldn't have been so simple. It's your majesty who is wise." The minister of the Ministry of the Interior, who was on the side, immediately said with immense esteem, when Lord Su applied to open up the swipeable medical insurance card privileges for his ghost pressure bed medical center, he was met with layers of resistance, and no one was able to penetrate his true intentions. It was His Holiness who was wise enough to see what he really wanted at a glance, and approve Lord Su's application despite the objections of the ministers. If not, things couldn't have been so simple. At that time, it would really be the end of the world. Several other ministers, likewise, worshipped and admired immensely, including the several immortal sect elders sent on duty as ministers. They also reacted in the same way. This is not ass-kissing, but heartfelt admiration and praise. He. The corners of the emperor's mouth rose 45 degrees, arrogance written all over his face as he said in his heart, "That's right, I'm that awesome." Chapter 98, Leave no stone unturned. Completely break the defense. The 6th shift begs for subscription. The emperor was simply too pleased with Su Gu. He couldn't wait to immediately recruit Su Gu to his side as a national teacher. Although, in the land of the great Shang dynasty, there was never a lack of talents, and every one of the talents in the think tank had the amazing ability to rule the country and calm the world. But, is it talent he's missing? He's short on talent that can help him have a whole lot of fun and pretend to be something he's not. And Su Gu is just such a talent. No, we must find a way to fish him out as a national teacher. The emperor coughed dryly, and with a voice full of majesty, said, "This matter, if no one objects, is settled. Your majesty is wise." The ministers naturally had no words of opposition, and bowed their heads, respectfully and incomparably saying, when he was out of the courtroom, the Minister of Rights gritted his teeth and stared viciously at the Minister of Punishment and the Minister of Households, who had just opposed him, and said, "You guys knew all this already? Then why don't you inform me about it? Isn't this looking at me as a joke?" No wonder he was the only one questioning the matter in the courtroom, which, in retrospect, looked like a claptrap monkey, or what? The other ministers, in an instant, laughed. Rites of passage. One should never have pursued it. It was just like that before, but now it was completely. The new food court in Little Locust Township, Vincennes County, is a lot cooler than it used to be. Originally, business was pretty much taken by the Ghostbusters Medical Center across town, but, the other side of the 3 murderous palms, even the second chain store, directly open to the small Acacia town. This is really going to kill them. Walking through the crowded Ghost Suppressor Medical Center,
The Demon Shadow Jr.'s face was cruel as he coldly grunted. Soon, you won't be able to be complacent.
My disassociation plan will soon take effect.
And then you'll be miserable. Black and white eat all? It's being eaten by black and white.
With such thoughts, he returned to the main house in the backyard of the food court and sat on the white bone chair, his eyes deep and proud, with a slight hint of teasing, waiting for the news of Su-gu's group of 3 being overthrown to come. He simply couldn't imagine how Su-gu and the others would survive after being so divorced.
In the dark, fishy main room, flanking the Demon Shadow Boy's seat, sat a skeleton crew. They were apprehensive, forcibly suppressing their inner joy, and the Demon Shadow Jr., together with them, waited for the news of the overthrow of the top management of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center. A few moments later, the little money girl came hurrying up. Finally, a win! The Demon Shadow Jr. immediately jumped up in excitement. At this moment, his joy was simply beyond words, directly dancing with his hands and feet, even to the point of tears. Hell knows what kind of pressure he's been under for a while, ever since he descended into the world. He had been given high expectations by the people of the Devil's Path, and was highly respected and supported in whatever he did. He is also competitive, from his debut to now, but also has not suffered a bit of defeat. The demonic cultivators around him can be said to have reached the extreme of admiration for him, and have never been disappointed at all, except encountering Su-gu and the 3 of them. Ever since he encountered Su-gu's trio, he had been on the receiving end of defeats and hadn't won once. If, however, he couldn't settle the other party, he knew in his heart that it would be a stain on him for the rest of his life. Even, it would affect the awe and worship of the demonic cultivators towards him, and from then on, he would be pulled down from the altar by the Su-gu trio. Cheers rang out, and the other minions, too, followed in their excitement. The Demon Shadow Jr. was temperamental, and once he was upset, he was truly cannibalistic, and during this period of time, hell knows what kind of pressure they had suffered. The good news is that all setbacks will pass and all enemies will be swept away. However, the little money girl who came back with the news, but her face was incredibly ugly, her brows furrowed, and her face was written with solemnity and sorrow. The Demon Shadow Jr.'s smile gradually solidified as his emotions returned to flatness, and he didn't know why he suddenly had a bad premonition. Say, what exactly is the result? He stared at the little money girl with a serious expression and lowered his voice. The other juniors, who had also arrived at the atmosphere, gradually stiffened their movements and swallowed their saliva. Feeling bad, the little money girl let out a long sigh and said, "The plan failed. Our disassociation plan, it didn't work." "What? Failed? How is this possible?" The Devil Shadow Jr.'s eyes filled with blood and became blood red. His face was hideous. His body's fierce aura filled uncontrollably, itching to tear and eat the little money girl as well as all the people around him. It is simply impossible to accept this reality. Our plan, so perfect. The Devil's Way is spreading rumors everywhere that the 3 Su-gu are Madonna whores, and the court is littered with gossip that the 3 Su-gu are devil cultivators. This is basically a sure kill for cultivators like them who have their feet in 2 boats. As long as one is willing to check on them, they will definitely be able to find out that they are undercover agents. Even if the 3 of them are really undercover agents sent by a certain party, the other party will still take his life if they find out. The Demon Shadow Jr. muttered, simply unable to figure out what had gone wrong. No matter how he looked at it, the 3 Su-gu people were in a situation of certain death. The little money girl was silent for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know why, but it is so." Over at the Great Lian Devil Cave, after the higher-ups realized this news, not only did they not punish Su-gu and the 3 of them, they even perversely wanted to reward them. Even, they are going to prepare to promote them to be true legends. "What did you say?" The demonic shadow boy lost his voice, doubting his ears. "Are the executives of the Great Liang Magic Cave's heads kicked by donkeys? Isn't it obvious that they're undercover agents of the righteous? If we don't get rid of them, why don't we keep them for New Year's, and give them promotions?" Little Miss Qian sighed again, her expression incomparably complex and sorrowful. On the court side, it's the same. The rumors and gossips did not have any effect on Su-gu and the 3 of them. No, it still has an impact. A glimmer of hope flared in the demonic shadow boy. Little Miss Qian said, "However, it's not an unfavorable influence, fueled by the gossip." Not only did the court not punish the 3 of them, it even agreed to the 3 of them's application regarding the opening of a chain of ghost pressure bed medical centers across the continent. What? The Demon Shadow Jr. almost fainted to death, disoriented and grimacing, frantic. It wasn't what he thought. Why, it wasn't the same at all. This world, is there something wrong with it? How common sense, all ing wrong, or is it actually yourself that's going wrong? Devil Shadow Jr. grabbed little Qian girl, his eyes scarlet, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and said hopefully, "Is it possible that we've made a mistake?" The Great Liang Devil Cave. The rumor heard was how the 3 Su-gu people were devilish. And the rumor the officials heard was how the three Su-gu were merciful and great. Little Miss Qian shook her head. It's impossible to get it wrong. I went back to confirm a few times afterward, and the two sides of public opinion were indeed as we had arranged. And you were present at the time. Then where exactly is the problem? The Demon Shadow Jr. felt like his brain was going to explode, and his entire being was going crazy, unable to accept all of this, and even more so, unable to figure it out. If, however, one had not had an understanding of the Great Shang dynasty, one would know that they were cynical and that they were truly good and evil. He even had to suspect that the imperial court had been in cahoots with the demonic path, colluding with it. In fact, even the ancient dynasties could not be in the same boat as the Devil's Cave, because the Devil's Cave was too weak and not yet worthy. The little money girl shook her head in the same way, wondering why this was happening, and was very much in a state of raw frustration. As for, next to the not long ago joyful little brothers, at this moment all hide in the corner shivering, afraid of being crazy devil shadow teenager, to devour. They knew that this incomparably honorable existence was truly furious at this moment. Chapter 99, What? The young lord is a traitor? 7th shift for subscription. This matter, absolutely cannot be let go like this. I'm going to kill all three of them. Nye Xiao Qian, you'd better think of a way for me to kill them, or it's you who will die. In a violent rage, the aura on the Demon Shadow Jr.'s body rushed horizontally, raging out and across the 8 wastelands, as if an immortal demon god had descended. A channel of ebony baleful chi, transformed into a sharp tentacle, as if it was a blood-colored spear, suddenly stabbed out and fell towards all the juniors on the field. Swish, swish, swish. These ebony black demonic chi that resembled tentacles and blood spears only instantly drained the flesh and blood essence of all the juniors on the field, not even sparing their souls. Barta, Barta, Barta. Body after body talked down from the tentacles and crashed down. Struggle, pain, fear, and despair written all over their faces. The little money girl's complexion changed greatly, knowing that the Demon Shadow Jr. was temperamental. She completely did not expect to be so maniacal and directly go on a killing spree. I can help you kill them. Facing the murderous Demon Shadow Jr., the little money girl's face turned pale and didn't dare to disobey the other party, although her identity was also special. But in case the other party was really crazy and insisted on killing her, there was nothing she could do. Really? The Demon Shadow Jr.'s emotions stabilized, and all the fury he had just emitted disappeared, his expression calm and his demeanor elegant. All disorders dissipated, except for a ray of coldness hidden deep in his eyes. It was hard for anyone to tell that he had just been in a state of rage. The little money girl's mind was enlightened. Is it that you need to eat people in order to maintain your sanity? Seeing that the other party calmed down, the little money girl sighed in relief and told the Demon Shadow Jr. her plan. You were once the lover of one of those three? In the devilish shadow boy's eyebrows, a shadowy eye that was as black as ink, as if it were connected to an abyss of extreme evil, seemed to be opening and closing. The little money girl could tell from this third eye that he had murderous intent and anger towards himself. Apparently, the Demon Shadow Jr. had begun to suspect that the reason why the various previous plans had failed was because of her betrayal. You doubt me? The little money girl laughed coldly and did not have any hairy goosebumps at all. Even instead, she rose up in anger. I also suspect you. The eyes in the Demon Shadow Boy's brow closed completely and disappeared. He lowered his voice and said, And how do you explain that? Little Miss Qian said, I used to run a temple on the eastern mountain of the town, which I used to attract the attention of the itinerant bookstore. Incidentally, it absorbed the yang energy of passers-by. These three, who went up the mountain to get rid of the demon, overthrew my men, and, before they did, they had pretended to be travelers to test the waters. It was also under these circumstances that I was able to cross paths with that young warrior named Li Xiaobai. The Demon Shadow Boy's eyes steeply sharpened. Young warrior? To be able to get into my eyes and make me constantly eat my words is worthy of a young warrior. Miss Xiao Qian said blandly. The reason why I crossed paths with him was to take away his yang qi, and for that reason I purposely talked to him freely for a night, during which I learned that he was practicing the Senshin sword technique, and that he needed a companion to serve as a lead for practicing the sword. I joked about whether I could do the lead-in, but who knows, he agreed straight away. The demonic shadow boy withdrew his sharp gaze, and he knew all the things that followed. The other side reported to the police and arrested the little money girl, who faked her death to get away. So, what the little money girl called being in a couple relationship with Li Xiaobai, one of those three damn guys, was actually a facepalm. To the demonic shadow boy, it was more like playing house. Each side made false pretenses. Little Miss Qian could see what the Demon Shadow Jr. was thinking and laughed. No matter what, he promised that he would let me be his companion, and has already left karma behind, even if it's just a playful comment. He cultivates the Senshin sword. With such karma, he must find a way to cut it off, or else there's a chance that he'll breed heart demons, and if I show up, they'll definitely chase me out. This can be used to lay a trap and pit them against each other. The Devil Shadow Jr.'s eyes flashed scarlet. It's long overdue. This time, he was going to take these 3 people and skin them. Skin, sinews, bones, and flesh each practiced into a magic Dao treasure, while the 3 souls and 7 spirits were refined into weapon spirits. Let them suffer, and in the meantime, strange, our business, how it's getting better, well out of the ordinary. Even if we have an excellent reputation, we simply can't ferment in such a short period of time and shouldn't be able to attract too many customers. Misuhui rubbed his bald head and looked at the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, where the line was going out of town, and simply couldn't figure it out. Mind you, this is still the result of opening several chains in several neighboring towns, one after the other. Sugu was speechless for a while at Misuhui's doubts, and only after a long time did he say, "Didn't you guys notice that the other party was planning to copy our Ghost Pressure Bed Healing Center before? And then, madly smashing spirit stones to publicize it? Because, as they copied our stores, they can't swipe their health insurance cards, so the traffic they advertised to come to our stores. It wasn't that long ago that the other side was going crazy with publicity, so to speak. Haven't you all been paying attention? Like this? He. Lately I've been comprehending the Buddhist Hell Avenue, and the Dharma to make evil spirits recite sutras, so I haven't gone out much." Mi Su Hui was a little embarrassed. Under normal circumstances, even if he didn't go out, he would still understand the changes outside through various intelligence, so as to avoid any accidents due to ignorance when doing missions. However, now that he was following Sugu's side, if something happened, he could directly ask senior brother Sugu to take action, and there was no need to use his brain at all. Li Xiaobai was surprised. Is this their means of retaliation? Copying our store? It looks like it should have failed? Then they followed up and have not been making any other moves? Mizui also cast a curious glance. Can't figure out how the other guy hasn't tried to retaliate when he's been put down like that. Sugu handed the spy report he had just been reading to both Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai. They've already made their move. Already did it? How come I didn't feel it? Li Xiaobai said in dismay. Mizui nodded back. What did they do? Sugu was speechless again. You guys are really unwilling to use your brain. The information is in your hands, so just analyze it and you'll know what's going on. Sugu explained. There is no feeling because they failed. The plot overthrew itself before it even started. They first incited the emotions of the Devil's Way, portraying me as the image of a great benefactor, hoping that the Devil's Cave would be gaping at me as a result. It was the same with the courtside, portraying me as a great devil. No, they are brainless, right? Hearing this, Misuhui directly had to faint from laughter. Over at the Devil's Cave, with senior brother Sugu's talent, he's all set to become the successor. And, on the court side, not to mention, the emperor even wanted Sugu to be the state master before. How could this situation shake Sugu's position in both parties? You're making us demons suspect that the next demon lord is a spy? You still want me to suspect that the future master of the state is a mole? It's not funny yet. Chapter 100, Who is the enemy? 8th shift requesting subscription. Sugu spread his hands, innocently. He also didn't expect his opponent to come up with a self-inflicted wound. Although, Sugu hadn't felt that the other party was a formidable enemy. He really didn't expect the other party to lose so quickly. He hadn't even made a move yet, and the other party had already sent himself to play. However, when you think about it, the other party's methods are indeed sinister. It's also fortunate that elder brother is there. Otherwise, there's a real possibility that they'll get their way, Li Xiaobai said in a deep voice. Not to mention on the side of the righteous path, without senior brother Su's amazing means to lead them in the Devil's Cave and achieve an extremely esteemed position, they might really be suspected by the Devil's Cave executives, influence them to do undercover missions. Luckily, with senior brother Su around, their status in the Devil Cave was now no lower than that of a true evangelist, especially senior brother Su. He felt that his prestige among the devils was practically all higher than that of the Devil Cave's senior brother, the Devil Dao's acting Devil Lord Han Changshang. Mi Suhui also nodded his head at the side. He had followed Sugu for the longest time, and had the deepest knowledge of Sugu's amazing wisdom, and was about to become Sugu's little fan. Sugu didn't care about the two's praise, having long since gotten used to it, but instead faintly said, "Prepare for battle." How? As soon as Mi Suhui and Li Xiaobai heard that there was another battle to be fought, they immediately became interested and quite excited. With eagerness written all over their faces, Sugu said, "The other side has used all the conspiracies and young plots, and now it's time to break the defense and catch the madness, and make a desperate attempt to put us to death." The words had just landed. The beautiful ghost downstairs entertained, calling out from the door, "Three lords, there is a sneaky cultivator who sent up a letter saying that he has something very important to inform the three lords." The letter was confirmed to be non-poisonous, harmless, and curse-free. Ghosts, born on the Yin and evil side, can be said to be natural devil cultivators, want to subdue them, the same can only use the devil's overbearing means, the softer means will not work. Therefore, these ghosts, although they were working for the three Sugu, their status was that of slaves of the three Sugu. Only, the three Sugu didn't oppress them too much, they just let them do their favorite jobs as normal people. Isn't this coming? The corners of Sugu's mouth rose as he took the letter, scanning and checking it once to make sure it was correct. He didn't open it straight away, but instead said to the American ghost reception, "Where's that messenger? Wanted to leave, didn't let him." The beautiful ghost entertained. According to him, it was someone who gave him 5 spirit stones to deliver this letter. Report him to the police, collude with the demonic forces and lock him up. Then, by the usual rules, apply for him to come to our store to wash bed sheets for labor service. Sort of teach him a lesson that pies don't fall from the sky. So don't give things away indiscriminately next time. Sugu casually said, "The Lord is so kind." The American ghost entertained in admiration. With that, she quietly backed away, closing the door behind her. Only then did Sugu open the letter, only scanning it, knowing the content. Then, handing it to both Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai. Someone found out that Miss Xiao Qian is not dead and is out on the lake island. However, it seems to be in danger. Mi Su Hui looked playful and looked at Li Xiaobai. "This is a setup specifically for you." Li Xiaobai's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the bottom of the letter and blandly said, "The letter says that on the island in the center of the lake, but there are dozens of evil spirits. Bad. This is directed at me." When Mi Su Hui heard about the 10 or so evil ghosts, she immediately brightened up and her expression grew more and more excited. There was nothing broken about that expression. Instead, there's a vestigial sense of being about to have a good time. Sugu mused, "It's still necessary to make some preparations, not to take the enemy lightly. The other party still has a bit of brains. If we hadn't already known that Miss Xiao Qian wasn't dead and was still in league with them, this would barely be a good ploy. Don't worry, we have it in our hearts." The two of them, Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, nodded their heads in succession, but the expressions on their faces directly betrayed them that they still didn't take it seriously at all. Sugu shook his head at the sight, but he could understand the two of them. A vicious tiger pouncing on a rabbit naturally doesn't need to be too nervous. It is the lion that needs to be nervous. Locust Lake, the water is calm, but endless, and the lake is hazy with water vapor, which is quite impressive. The map of the immortal cultivation world was vast and boundless. A small ditch, on Earth, might be considered a large river. This Locust Willow Lake looked like a small-size sea, put on the Earth in the previous life. It is also considered one of the big lakes, but here it is only considered a small lake. Sugu landed with his sword and looked at the lake in front of him. His brows furrowed slightly as he said with a slightly gloomy expression, "This place, it's a bit weird. The yin qi here is indeed heavier than anywhere else." Mi Su Hui looked around and said in a deep voice, "Thinking of this," he queried, "However, this place, it seems that there is a natural formation that hides the yin qi, making it difficult for normal people to detect it. How did you detect it? Senior brother? Heavenly spiritual root. Being a great qi luck person, the limit of all qualifications, the only one who could match it would be the immortal body, which could be very keenly aware of all kinds of crises." That's why he hesitated. It was reasonable to say that Senior Brother Su's cultivation was only at the first level of foundation establishment, and his spiritual root qualification was also a 3-spirit root, so his spiritual sense shouldn't be this sharp. Sugu's face darkened. "I really want to punch this guy in the face. His mouth is really broken. How do you manage to say something so presumptuous so smoothly? Can't you give me some face?" However, it really wasn't because of his keen psychic sense that he realized something was wrong here, but because he was able to collect green word fragments here. The level of the spirit land, higher than his cave in the demon cave, was already similar to the fallen spirit pool. What does a township lake need such a high grade of spiritual land for? It's weird not to be creepy. Especially, this surrounding land is still recognized as a yin and moon place, which is easy to breed and attract ghosts. "Senior brother, do you want me to help you beat him up?" Li Xiaobai jumped at the chance. He couldn't stand it anymore for a long time. "I'm now at the 4th level of foundation establishment. There's no pressure to beat him up." Mi Su Hui stared wide-eyed. Sure enough, sword cultivators and body cultivators were almost the same. They were all reckless. Still, Kong Haoren, who was a Confucian cultivator, was more in tune with his temperament, preaching that a gentleman should move his mouth and not his hands. "Li Xiaobai, do you have the ability to wait until I cultivate into the Buddhist hell before you talk to me like that? Let's see if Master Buddha beats you up or not." Mi Su Hui very skillfully hid behind Sugu and arrogantly shouted, "By the time you've cultivated into the Buddhist hell, my great Tao sword would have been cultivated long ago." Li Xiaobai's figure flashed, swept to Mi Su Hui's side, took the scabbard, and lashed down. "Are you serious? Ghost 1, Ghost 2, you two go, beat him up for me."
Nisuhui summoned the two evil ghosts that had already been tempered and convinced, and told them to beat up Li Xiaobai, while she herself hastily dodged and hid behind Sugu once again. Then, the guttural screams of the two evil spirits were heard. Sugu didn't care about the two men's jostling, having gotten used to it a long time ago. Take a boat over there. Sugu looked at the lake blandly and beckoned for a boat. It is so close to the tourist attraction of Little Willow Town that a number of patients, who choose to seek medical care outdoors, rent boats to hang out on the lake. As a result, there are a number of boats of varying sizes docked along the shores of Locust Willow Lake. Yes, approaching in disguise as a tourist will reduce exposure. Li Xiaobai retrieved his sword sheath and said with a straight face. Sugu didn't have so many worries. Mainly, he had a talent phrase called, carve the boat, and it was hard to meet the boat, so how could he not try to see what would happen? Three gentlemen, are you here for sightseeing? Seeing Sugu beckoning, a medium-sized vessel, which had been slowly docked, came to life, while a slightly familiar voice came out from within. It's you? The three Sugu people raised their eyebrows, the corners of their mouths rising in amusement. It's you guys? When the boatman saw the three of them, he was startled, as if he had seen three living hells, almost dropping his oars and directly jumping into the lake to run away. That's right, he was the Yin-Yang sect's heir who had not long ago given the three Sugu, each of them, a fortune-telling session. Jing Hao. Chapter 101, on the core technology of swearing. The first shift begs for subscription. It's a great way for enemies to see each other. Liar! Nisuhui shouted angrily. The weeping rod in his hand was used as a vajra pestle, shining at Jing Hao's head, about to smash down. The anger and the striking of the hands happened at the same time, without any interval at all. It wasn't just Nisuhui who was angry. Jing Hao was also angry. As soon as he saw these three people, he thought of his three deceased gold silk pouches, as well as being reported to be caught in a jail cell, squatting for a small half-month number. Bloody hell! Jing Hao's anger rose as if he wanted to eat someone, kicking the boat under his feet. This damn broken ship! Jing Hao couldn't wait to smash the boat under his feet, straight away. If it wasn't for the fact that the ship was worth a lot of money and he was afraid that if he lost it, he would go straight to bankruptcy and not be able to pay his debts, he would have abandoned the ship and fled for his life. How did they get caught by these three living hells? You still dare to point and curse? Nisuhui's baton fell, directly knocking Jing Hao into a stupefied state, his mind going blank. This is a stick that has just the right amount of force, and the riposte doesn't hurt your brain. Then, Jing Hao realized that tears started flowing uncontrollably from both of his eyes. Although, he did want to cry too. Who's pointing the finger? You liar, you lied to us, and you even condescended to get on and cry. It's really a disgrace to the Yin-Yang sect. No, I'm going to record you with a shadow retention stone and send it to your Yin-Yang sect. Nisuhui was disgusted. Jing Hao cried even louder. Bastard, I'm crying, you're the one who knocked it off. However, involving the honor of the clan, he still insisted. I didn't lie to you guys. Those three results, that's what I measured. Absolutely no lies. Not a liar. Then what are you running for? Li Xiaobai couldn't look away either and said in a cold voice. Humph. Cheating us out of money is not even a problem. Actually dare to curse us in disguise. Really think you can run away? Nisuhui now savored the fact that those three brocades in the beginning were cursing them in disguise. Thanks to him initially, he still thought that the Yin-Yang sect disciples were burdened with the curse of poor ghosts and it wasn't easy to earn a living, so he took care of the business. Even when he first got the results, he didn't get skeptical. In retrospect, wasn't that just scolding them? He was a monk, a being who was going to become a Buddha in the future. And Jing Hao even said that his future in-laws would be countless. It's all about pointing your nose. There is also the saying that Li Xiaobai's future Dao couple is not describable. Isn't this cursing him to marry an ugly wife in the future? It was even if he cursed Li Xiaobai. The most unacceptable thing was that he dared to curse senior brother Su. What future marriage cannot chant, is to curse Su's future wife cannot speak, cannot be on the stage. Thinking of this, Nisuhui became even more furious, and another crybaby fell. Jing Hao was wanting to cry. Wanting to cry. Instantly, crying even louder, aggrieved to the extreme, saying, "Can you lend me a few spirit stones?" Nisuhui was surprised and subconsciously took half a step back, saying, "What for? Why do you want money all of a sudden when you're fighting? What kind of trick is this? Trying to blackmail someone? I'll swear to prove my innocence." Jing Hao cried. Swearing requires spirit stones, and I don't have any. The three Sugu people were speechless in unison, knowing that the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, burdened with a curse, were all down and out, but I really didn't think that they would be down and out to this extent. If this were a banquet, I'm afraid I'd have to sit at the same table as the demonic cultivator. At the same time, Sugu also slightly lamented that there was still something about the righteous path in this world. The Yin-Yang sect disciples, who met almost all the conditions for blackening,
actually didn't blacken, which was something. Mi Su Hui hesitated, trying to rip me off again? Jing Hao, my Yin Yang sect disciples are burdened with a curse and really have no money before they make a few spirit stones precious. You, a direct descendant of the immortal sect and the future leader of the inverted Buddhist temple, do you care about these few spirit stones? I'm afraid you wouldn't want to bend down and pick up even a few hundred spiritual stones if they fell by your feet, right? Mi Su Hui still gave Jing Hao 9 spirit stones, wanting to see how he would defend himself. I, Jing Hao, swear to the 9 heavens integrity thunder ancestor that everything I say next is true, and if it's false, the heavens will strike me with 5 thunderbolts. Jing Hao took out an oath guide from his bosom, and after finding the required thunder oath, he followed the steps on the guide and started drafting the oath. As the various steps ended, Jing Hao fondly picked up the 9 spirit stones and placed them on the oath formation. Instantly the spirit stone aura escaped and transformed into 9 empty spirit stones. The oath array disappeared, and a thunder fire the size of a thumbnail appeared out of nowhere in the air, hovering in front of Jing Hao. This formation, it's quite subtle. No wonder the thunderbolt can have so many uses. Su Gu lamented. He didn't know much about the thunderbolt oath, and this was the first time he had seen it, so he inevitably found it novel. Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui also nodded slightly. Their knowledge of the thunderbolt oath was not too far off from what Su Gu knew. Jing Hao added in a small voice, this formation is only used by those lay ancestors or their descendants to extract the spiritual chi from the spirit stones, and within the cave or family they are in, there will also be a formation that is responsible for receiving this spiritual chi and charging it into the empty spirit stones. Of course, the journey is long and there will be great wear and tear, but there are many cultivators who swear by it, so it's still an excellent business. Swearing is easy. Just call out the name of the corresponding thunder ancestor and say that you want to make an oath. By the end of his speech, his eyes were red with envy. When will the Yin Yang sect be able to give birth to a transitional thunder cultivator as well? The 3 Su Gu, feeling like the cost of concluding the thunderbolt vow is all about paying the cost? That result, really I measured it. I am also unbelievable. Measured it many times. All the same result. Jing Hao said. Then why did you run? Mi Su Hui asked, raising an eyebrow. Seeing that no thunder struck, Jing Hao aggravated. Because, I looked at those 3 phrases and also felt like cursing, afraid that you guys will clean me up. I ran a step ahead. He also wanted to take advantage of the situation and ask for the 3 brocades back, but after looking at the crying sticks in the hands of Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, he finally thought better of it. The 3 Su Gu people were speechless in unison. When you ran away, didn't you just confirm that you're a liar? Well, measuring this result and not running seems like it would be taken as a fraud. Although, it feels outrageous, it makes sense when you think about it. And, in a way, he knew that, after telling the truth, he might be cleaned up, but he didn't tell a lie to fool the 3 of them, so he was considered a truthful person. Then just pointing and cursing is? Mi Su Hui pursued. Didn't point a finger at the boat, I was really cursing the boat. Jing Hao said, I'm afraid that you guys will consider me as a liar and then clean me up. I was going to run, and I can actually run. But, this ship, I rented it, and if I lose it, it's over. I'm going to take a beating because of this boat. Of course I'm pissed. Told you so. The corners of Mi Su Hui's mouth twitched as she withdrew her crying stick and said, alright, don't cry. We know you're not a liar. You're just simply a vegetable. The corner of Jing Hao's mouth twitched. You might as well call me a liar. Then I can go, right? Jing Hao saw that the misunderstanding was solved, and immediately planned to bolt. The 5 evils of the righteous path let him encounter 2. If he didn't run faster, he really couldn't top it. There's no hurry to leave. Su Gu finally spoke. Aren't you a Yin Yang sect true scholar? How come you're ferrying solicitors here? Chapter 102, Su Gu's version of carving a boat to seek a sword, second round request subscription. This is a long story. Jing Hao sighed and said, I was reported for setting up a stall without a license, and not only was my illegal gains confiscated, but I also had to pay a fine, as well as squat for 50 days. So you took out a loan to make up the fine and bail? Now you're earning money to pay off the loan? Su Gu was surprised. We also want to take out a loan, and no one is lending at all, knowing we can't afford to pay it back. Jing Hao shook his head and said very matter-of-factly, my senior brother came to ransom us. Su Gu raised an eyebrow. No, even a demonic cultivator can lend money, but you guys can't? How down and out you really are. What kind of witch tribe is that? Is it that strong? It seems that when it comes to world domination in the future, we have to watch out for some of them. On top of that, he wanted to ask Jing Hao, how did you survive when all of your Yin Yang sect disciples are so down and out? All thanks to the righteous path and the court's precise poverty alleviation? Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui, on the other hand, looked calm, as if they had seen it all long ago. Jing Hao may be aggrieved. It is not easy for someone to listen. Continued, out.
We would have liked to order a portion of the United States Ghost Sojourn taste,
but who knows the next town, but opened a medical center. I heard that you can brush the health insurance card. Then we went to the cure. The days of healing always fly by. When he came to his senses, he had spent all the money on his body, and, moreover, had mortgaged some of the magic weapons that he had on his body. There's no choice but to rent a boat and ferry it across Locust Willow Lake for some hard-earned money.
So it's because you want to make money and redeem the mortgaged-out spells?
Sugu dawned on him. No, it's to make money to continue seeing the doctor.
Jing Hao corrected.
The three of them, Sugu, looked at each other and then, in unison,
gave Jing Hao a thumbs up. Worthy of being a disciple of the Yin Yang sect, he was able to grasp the point.
At the same time,
Sugu also roughly understood why the disciples of the Yin Yang sect
could fall to such a degree. Not necessarily all blame that what curse.
It's more like a self-indulgent and timely moment after learning of the curse known as the fall from grace.
Alright, we know the cause and effect. We're going to take a trip to the Lake Island. You take us there. It's a bit far, but we'll give you 300 spirit stones,
Sugu said to Jing Hao. It's kind of taking care of business.
This Yin Yang sect,
it was necessary to have a good relationship.
In case, when the disciples of the Yin Yang sect on that day can no longer stand it and intend to blacken, they can be directly taken under their command.
A group of poor men made up of underlings who can work their asses off for just a few favors.
300 spirit stones?
Jing Hao immediately brightened up. He had wanted to refuse.
After all, before he came,
he had calculated that there was evil on the Lake Island.
But, as the saying goes, life and death have their own destiny of riches and honor. 300 spirit stones, it was his income for a month. In one's life, one should still fight. Plus, with these three masters around, they really weren't afraid of a small fierce in the district. The three Sugu walked onto the boat.
Jing Hao was very attentive and said,
in the cabin, there are all kinds of fruits and wines and meat. Feel free to eat and drink as you like, as long as you pay. With that,
he operated his mana and channeled it into the ship's power spell formation,
driving the ship to speed.
Under normal circumstances, it was possible to use a spirit stone as an energy driver.
But, Jing Hao didn't have any money,
so he could only manually mana drive it.
Sugu casts over the window and observes the lake,
while Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai look forward to meeting the ambushed enemy. After the ship had traveled a small distance, Sugu suddenly stepped out of the cabin.
Senior brother Su, what are you doing? Jing Hao said hesitantly.
Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai also thought that there was a situation and hurriedly followed,
quietly operating their mana. It's fine. Seeing the reaction of the three, Sugu laughed softly.
I seem to have dropped a sword.
In the lake,
Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai were confused.
Just now,
they were right there with Xiaogu and knew that Xiaogu didn't have anything to fall into the lake. Jing Hao also didn't notice that Sugu had dropped something and,
moreover,
a sword. He subconsciously had a bad feeling,
a face of rawness. This is not to blackmail. Or is it just that the plan is to screw him over and try to force him to jump to find it? How did you get so destructive yourself? I go down to help you find?
Jing Hao looked at in the lake,
as if also cannot run away,
has been resigned to fate, be screwed on the whole.
The last can be cool to give money on the line.
No, I have the impression that it just fell here. I'll draw a line to mark it.
Sugu said on the boat, really drew a line, and then said, when we dock, just go down and pick it up.
Jing Hao's cerebellum shriveled as he listened.
Do you want to hear it? What are you talking about? This guy, he's not a fool, is he? Then, his eyes fell on the two of them, Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai. How did the two of you play with him?
Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai were also confused, although they knew that whatever senior brother Su did had a deeper meaning. But with the operation they had just performed, they really couldn't understand what their senior brother Su was up to.
This is not going to work, because, it is falling to, Jing Hao said. Suddenly shut up, so close almost hit.
He didn't have a sword to drop at all. If he himself had just gone along with the other party's reasoned explanation,
he would have been blackmailed for sure. You're overthinking it. No one is thinking about your 3 melons and 2 dates.
Sugu stopped Jing Hao's rambling thoughts and said,
you row well, this is not something you need to worry about. After saying that, he went straight into the cabin and waited quietly for the docking.
Li Xiaobai and Misu Hui thought about it and followed into the cabin.
Anyway, they followed Sugu around and neither of them used their brains much. Inexplicable.
Jing Hao carefully took out the ship's shadow retention crystal and confirmed that everything that had just happened was recorded before he sighed in relief.
Luckily, I rented a ship with a shadow retention crystal. Then, only then, did he begin to concentrate on driving the boat. The rest of the way was very calm, and there was nothing but 7 or 8 other boats on the lake. In less than a quarter of an hour,
Jing Hao maneuvered the boat and finally docked at the shore of the Lake Island.
3 masters, the Lake Island has arrived. Do you need me to wait here? Jing Hao said with a very cordial and sincere attitude. Finally arrived. The corners of Misu Hui's and Li Xiaobai's mouths rose, and they couldn't wait to get out of the cabin, already looking around the island, wanting to look for traces of the enemy. And after Su Gu walked out of the cabin, he didn't get off the boat, but found the mark he made earlier and flipped over and jumped into the water. Being shoreline, the lake was shallow and just a man's waist high. What about really planning to find the sword? Jing Hao was stunned. His expression changed and he forced a smile, but in the end he couldn't help but say, "It's impossible to find." This way, the words hadn't even landed. From underwater, Su Guzhang found a magic sword, a superb sword that shone with a bright spiritual light, mellow Dao rhythm, and overpowering sword intent. The grade was sufficiently at the 3rd grade Jindan level, and, amongst the 3 grades, it was also the best. Strictly speaking, there was still a grade in the middle to upper 3rd grade. If, for example, it was taken to a point pawn store, it could at least be mortgaged for tens of thousands of spirit stones. What? Can you really find it? Jing Hao's eyes widened at once, as if he had seen the most incredible scene in the world. His right hand trembled uncontrollably as he pointed to the lake, then to Su Gu, and finally to himself. Countless movements in a split second were enough to show his shock. And, didn't he not drop his sword? Could it be that he buried it here in advance? That's not right either. I drove the boat. How did he know that I would drive it here? Ah, this can't be right. Jing Hao freaked out, feeling like the world was going crazy. Li Xiaobai and Misu Hui were also shocked and stared wide-eyed in dismay. It's still possible? What kind of principle is this? Not just the 3 of them. Su Gu was also very surprised. Although he had followed the description of the words and performed the operation, from start to finish, he hadn't used a sword, which meant that a sword had been transformed out of thin air. Chapter 103, What? Do you want to go dark? The 3rd shift begs for subscription. Su Gu raised his eyebrows slightly, falling into a brief moment of disorientation. In his opinion, these talent phrases, which were nothing heaven-defying, were only equivalent to some special spells or divine abilities. Therefore, it is never possible to create something out of thin air, out of nothing, at least not with only green-rated word carve-outs. If it didn't come from nothing, then how did this sword appear? Oh, so that's it. Su Gu understood everything and knew roughly how it worked. It's a talent phrase similar to the directed search and then summon item class. Below the surface of the water, there would always be swords left behind, either top-quality magic swords or tattered wooden swords, and by casting this phrase, one could search the nearby waters, and if there were any swords, they would be given a rollover. It turns out that you can only pick up rags. It's not much use. Su Gu didn't see Jing Hao's reaction that was so envious that he was about to go crazy, and said indifferently, "It's not like he's short of money. As for this magic sword, why is it so new? Not only does it not have the vicissitudes of being underwater for a long time and being eroded by the years, but even the style is the latest model. So I guess someone has just lost it." Su Gu shook his head and smoothly took the magic sword he found and pocketed it. A middle to upper 3rd grade magic sword would be enough for him. What? Return it to the owner? Is that possible? He's a demonic cultivator. You go back. Su Gu dismissed Jing Hao and they went back to their own imperial swords. Then, to Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai, he said, Go ashore and kill the enemy. Go. A ray of essence flashed in the eyes of Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai, and in the meantime, on the west side of the lake, 2 groups of people sneakily sailed their boats on the lake, far away from each other, and did not meet. The bald man at the head of one of the groups said in a cold voice, Cargo, where? East of the lake underwater 200 meters from shore. The bald big man instructed his 2 little brothers, saying, Go, bring it back. Where's the money? The voice from across the room said, The usual place, the center most of the lake island and the east shore. The bald man said in a cold voice. A few moments later, Boss, the goods were found. Boss, no money found. Almost simultaneously, the voices of their respective minions rang out from both sides. But, the content is very different. What? No money? The people on the opposite boat, bursting into anger, shouted angrily, You damned well should eat black. Masters and brothers do it. Them to death. What, no money? The latest model of the magic sword, worth 15,000 spirit stones. Or you guys picked the style. Cast a concealment spell formation. Just put it on the good. You guys intend to eat in the dark? The bald big man was first stunned, and angrily cursed out, Senior brothers, them to death. And just like that, the big battle was on. Su Gu, who had disembarked, naturally didn't know that some small clans, in order to reduce unnecessary costs, would choose to buy some smuggled spirit materials, and, the smuggling side, instead of directly asking for spirit stones, would ask for some magic treasures close to hard currency, such as magic swords, in order to escape the supervision of the tax yamen of the Great Shang dynasty. What is the principle of this? Is that why they, the immortal sect, are so rich? Surprisingly, just by drawing a line on the ship and going ashore. You can get a middle to upper third grade Dharma sword? No wonder. They didn't even bring their female companions. 3 big old men. They had to take a boat when they could have just flown there. Jing Hao didn't leave straight away, but instead hung around on the lake, trying to figure out why Su Gu, just by rowing to the line on the boat, was able to get a third grade magic sword, and a stay crystal record. No, I want to learn. Jing Hao took out the shadow retaining crystal and began to view the recorded content, but he watched it many times, and at first it was fast playing, then it turned into normal playback, and finally it turned into slow playing, but still looked puzzled and confused. In this instant, he even faltered, wanting to change his school and worship Su Gu, since he didn't perform any additional spells. It should be this line he drew that has a mystery. Jing Hao focused all of his attention on the line Su Gu had just drawn, constantly observing it with incomparable seriousness. Finally, start trying it out too. Strange, it's obviously exactly the same. Why isn't it? Oh, and his movements. Jing Hao imitates Xiao Gu from the beginning and does almost exactly the same thing. Then, this time, he just drew a line, still on the lake. Suddenly a golden light, dazzling, lit up below, swept towards the side at great speed, and by looking at the shadow one could make out the shape of a sword. Really? Jing Hao was incredibly excited and laughed out loud, quite out of character. I'm going to be rich. Then, boom, a strange noise rings out. Jing Hao's face changed drastically, instantly going pale, his pupils suddenly shrinking as he cursed. Damn it, this isn't a magic sword. No, it's an attack spell cast by someone with a magic sword. No, my ship. He hastily cast spells and desperately tried to defend, but because he had lost his concentration earlier, it was already too late. Boom, the boat broke directly into 2 halves, and Jing Hao, who was thrown out, had his heart half cold. It's over. It's your own rented boat, to be slaughtered. Did one really not have a life of great wealth? Couldn't even afford a fortune of 300 spirit stones? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smack himself a few times. He had really drifted. With a huge sum of 300 spirit stones in his pocket, he didn't go to see a doctor, but was actually hanging out on this lake. Well, now there's nothing left. On the shore, Su Gu felt the commotion and twisted his head in surprise. Then he saw Jing Hao's boat, which had exploded. Su Gu was surprised and looked at Mi Su Hui. You're on his ship, burying phalanx mines? How could it be me? Mi Su Hui hurriedly shook her head. Misunderstanding solved. He didn't offend us. Why would I blow him up? I'm not really a devil cultivator. Neither am I. Li Xiaobai said. You know me. I usually take revenge on the spot when I have a grudge. Sorry, almost forgot that you guys are the right way. Su Gu couldn't help but spit in his heart. Little people, get out of here. This is no place for you. Su Gu's trio had just crossed the jungle on the outskirts of the lake island when they heard a ghostly, icy voice, seeking death. How dare we, who are like gentlemen in our hall, call us villains, really looking for death. Before Li Xiaobai's words had even fallen, the Dharma sword in his hand, named Emotionless, had already violently chopped down. The sword's light streaked across the landscape, ravaging the 8 wastelands, as if it could chop up a mountain in stone. The power was appalling to the extreme. The corner of Su Gu's eyes twitched. It was said that sword cultivators were cynical. This really wasn't a rumor. Well, the stereotype of the swordsman has deepened. The evil ghost that opened its mouth in front of it was dizzy and almost died of fright. Didn't the boss say that he only needed to guide the 3 of them deeper, and that there was no danger? It's not dangerous? Just struck up a conversation and it was going straight to the chopping block. Warrior, spare my life. I am not. Before his words fell, Li Xiaobai's sword had already fallen, instantly splitting his body in 2. Of course, Li Xiaobai did not decapitate him. Rather, he intended to search his soul, and then, leave it for elder brother Su or Mi Su Hui to use for cultivation. Chapter 104, Quick Pass Plot. Mysterious Dragon Man appears. 4th more requests for subscription. Say, your men, where are they? Li Xiaobai's sword blade was sharp, as if it was a man-eating evil dragon, and he said in a cold voice to the evil ghost that had been split in 2 and whose breath was dying, half a breath of time, not to mention soul-searching. Li Xiaobai said, that way. The evil spirit shivered and hastily pointed in a direction. Half a breath. You want to search your soul? Just say so. With a flick of his wrist, Li Xiaobai's sword chi spread across the sky, dryly sending this evil ghost to Mi Su Hui. Mi Su Hui raised her hand and put it in the bag of 100 ghosts with great skill. It will be redistributed when the battle is over. Along the direction pointed by that evil ghost, the 3 of them soon saw, 3 by 3 to form a team, wandering around the evil ghosts. In the center of a few strong breath, enough Jindan stage of the evil ghosts, but will be small money girl surrounded. There were traces of spell detonation all around, as if the 2 sides had just been fighting and killing each other. At this moment, the little money girl was already going to lose. Who? Just as Sugu's trio arrived nearby, the few evil spirits at the head of the group knew instantly, and immediately spoke out angrily. Those who don't want to die should hurry up and get out of the way. At the same time, the movements of their hands, without any restraint, cast stronger ghost Dao spells, completely shattering the defense of the little money girl. The evil ghost in the lead directly tackled the little money girl in her hands. Are you guys trying to save this? Unfortunately, you're one step too late. All of you throw away your magic weapons, or I'll kill her. The evil ghost in the lead viciously threatened. Xiaobai, hurry up, don't bother about me. When the little money girl saw Li Xiaobai, she was first delighted. Then, thinking of her situation, she burst into tears and was incomparably determined to let Li Xiaobai go. Such a scene, under normal circumstances, the next staging must be a doggedly bitter drama. However, Li Xiaobai didn't take it seriously at all. Before the person arrived, the sword had already arrived. This sword, with its blazing sword light, was pure to the core, containing endless flavor and killing power, as if a sword immortal could open up the heavens and the earth with his sword. Sharp, fierce, and strong to the core. Although it was the 4th level of Foundation establishment, the fighting strength was stronger than the unusual 4th level of Jindan, only not weaker. Why don't you press? All the evil ghosts, their pupils were suddenly shrunken, their souls were scared, their faces were pale, and they were scared and almost fainted to death. The evil ghost in the lead, likewise, was horrified in his heart, terrified to the extreme, hissing, if she dares to take another step forward, I'll kill her. Boo! Before his words even landed, he was directly chopped to the ground by Li Xiaobai's sword. Xiaobai, said the little money girl with a trembling delicate body and a complex expression of dismay. Li Xiaobai, however, didn't care about her at all, as his Dharma sword chopped down and swept across the other evil spirits on the field as if chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Ni Su Hui, on the other hand, followed behind Li Xiaobai very skillfully, as if picking up stones, and grabbed all the evil ghosts that had been chopped over into the 100 ghosts bag. The two were as if they had come to stock up. In an instant, all the evil spirits on the field were suppressed and packed into the Mizui. Looking at this scene, Sugu was a bit surprised. Originally, there was a thought of walking the plot to see what the other side was up to. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. Li Xiaobai has chosen Speed Pass. Very well, no wonder it can be my opponent. Just as all the evil spirits were being suppressed, and the three of them, Sugu, were scanning the field, searching for the true mastermind behind the scene, a teasing, lone, and lofty voice slowly sounded out. Then, from the void, a figure with an aura so strong that it seemed to contain an endlessly cold and bloodthirsty intent came out. The temperature around them instantly plummeted. It was as if a supreme demon had descended into the world. The visitor was no one else but the demon Shadow Jr. The little money girl stepped back without a trace, leaving the field empty. The two of them, Li Xiaobai and Misu Hui, looked at each other, and their gazes fell towards Sugu in unison, not taking any action without authorization, but letting Sugu make up his mind. Sugu looked indifferent, although he did not show his breath, but his aura was strong and not inferior to the other party. Slightly disappointed. Just you? The reason he had waited until now was that he wanted to use this person to draw out the forces behind the other party. If, however, this fellow came only by himself, then Sugu was really going to be disappointed. Less big talk. The demon Shadow Jr. coldly grunted. I know your backgrounds and that you have a high status amongst the demon cave, but don't think that this makes you high and dry. Those devils, who are all extremely selfish and fearful of death, won't protect the way for you. In that case, you're just 3 Foundation establishment brats. Even if the treasures are special and enable you to fight beyond your level, it's nothing more than that. Sugu's brows furrowed slightly as he said impatiently, why are you talking so much nonsense? Can't you hear what the demon master asked you? Xiaobai, do him. Swish, Li Xiaobai's magic sword in his hand. His sword energy instantly skyrocketed, his body hanging in the air, his clothes hunting, his long hair flying, countless sword chi hovering around him, as if he was a supreme sword immortal. Sword from the 9 heavens. Raising his hand was the great divine power of the sword Dao. In an instant, countless sword chi coalesced and formed a waterfall that seemed to roll down from the 9 heavens above. And within the waterfall were countless light swords that buzzed and shot out divine light violently. It's harsh, majestic, and tyrannical. The sense of oppression was instantly drawn to the extreme. Seeing this, the demon Shadow Jr., who was still trying to show off and say some pretentious words to get back his face, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and he subconsciously cast a defensive magic to resist Li Xiaobai's attack, while cursing at the same time. A bunch of reckless people. Since you want to die early, then it's as you wish. Come out, Hapo brothers. As the words landed, in the void behind him, a loud sound that sounded like divine thunder exploding and like a god moving a mountain steeply resounded, causing one's ears to buzz. Then,
a humanoid monster with a dragon horn on its head and clad in dragon scales, but glowing with Buddha's light and blood-gold eyes that flashed with endless bloodlust and coldness. Each one was in the middle Jindan stage, but the power manifested was definitely more than that. Li Xiaobai's sword light shook, chopped the defense of the Devil Shadow Boy, saw the Devil Shadow Boy's body flashed, dodged behind him, but did not go after him, but his eyebrows slightly knitted, and his expression was grave. The Dragon Man, surprisingly, has made a comeback. Su Gu and Mi Su Hui were both stunned and somewhat surprised as well. Dragon Man, a special kind of existence, is said to be able to possess the advantages of both dragon and human races, i.e., relatively high talent along with relatively high fertility, and is very powerful. Its clansmen generally had outstanding natural talent, with the weakest being equivalent to a 4-spirit root, and most being 3-spirit roots. However, later on, an ancient powerhouse learned of this matter and specifically captured some dragons and humans for directed breeding, hoping to continuously breed outstanding dragon people. This led to the dragon and human races being greatly jeopardized. The ancestors of both sides then asked the witchcraft clan's ancestors to step in and leave a curse in the bloodlines of both sides, preventing the two clans from intermarrying and giving birth to the dragons. Because of the curse, once the two clans intermarried, the probability was that the heir would die in the womb, and even if it didn't die in the womb, it would be born stillborn. Nowadays, it's been a long time since we've heard the legend of the Dragon Man. I never thought that I would be able to see it here today, and it was still a full 8 Dragon Men. Chapter 105, The Great War. The Beginning. The 5th shift requests subscription. Now you know you're scared? Sensing the consternation of Su Gu's trio, the Demon Shadow Jr.'s eyes were cold as he hung in the air, looking down on Su Gu's trio. Senior brother, in the battle later, you stand behind the two of us and pay attention to safety. Li Xiaobai looked solemn as he quietly stood in front of Su Gu and said. Ni Su Hui was equally serious, holding a Vajra pestle in his hand, his entire body shining with Buddha's light. These 8 dragons are formidable enemies, even they have to be taken seriously. Of course, they did not underestimate Su Gu, knowing that Su Gu's methods are complex and horrifyingly diverse, and that his strength is at least comparable to that of a dual spirit root of the same level, and that even though he is at the early stage of foundation establishment, he may not be weaker than an unusual early stage of Jindan. Moreover, Su Gu still had the spectral demon staff, a magic treasure gifted by Elder Roaring Velvet Sky, as well as other backstops. It might be difficult to kill a dragon man, but it was absolutely fine to defend oneself. I'll fight 5, Su Hui you fight 2, and senior brother Su you fight 1. Li Xiaobai's body was filled with sword chi, and the magic sword in his hand gleamed, powerful to the extreme. Yes, Mi Su Hui nodded. Xiao Gu wanted to protest though, thinking it was too little. 1 was enough to fight anyone? For the other demonic cultivators to see, they would think that he couldn't afford to fight. However, looking at the big and thick dragon man in front of him, with a strong Jindan aura, Su Gu had the sense to keep his mouth shut. 1. Genuinely quite a lot. After all, he was not the kind of hanging wall of the heavenly spiritual root, and the early stage of foundation establishment to beat the late stage of Jindan was actually already quite remarkable. How dare you presume to resist? Kill them for me, the demonic shadow boy said in a cold voice. The 8 dragons roared, suddenly leaping to kill, their bodies burning with a blazing spectral fire, extremely high temperature, containing a terrifying bloodbath aura, their claws falling, bursting with demonic light, the ground instantly exploding. 1 step to kill 1 person, 10 steps to kill 10 people. Li Xiaobai was the first to kill. His hand pinched a magic decision, and within his storage ring, 9 supreme magic swords flew out, each of which was a supreme treasure of unknown grade. Of course, there were seals on all of them that would automatically fit Li Xiaobai's current realm and strength. The 9 supreme magic swords, in addition to the magic sword in his hand, formed a sword formation, with sword chi spreading across the landscape, as if the water of the heavenly river was pouring in, and casually wafting out a wisp of sword chi. Turbulence had the terrifying power of shattering mountains and rocks. This kind of means, he didn't use it often, because in his opinion, using too many external objects wasn't pure enough, and sword cultivators were concerned about a purity. But, the kills are also really big. Li Xiaobai alone, as if he was the reincarnation of a supreme sword immortal, really resisted the 5 mid-Jindan dragon men alone. This is so unfair. Senior brother Su's mercurial and most merciless sword Dao that instructed him is clearly easier to cultivate than my Buddhist hell Dao. When Mi Su Hui saw this scene, she was simply envious. The same mutated heavenly spirit root, 1 sword spirit root and 1 Zen spirit root, with similar backgrounds and ages, should have been on par with each other. But now, Li Xiaobai was unexpectedly strong to this extent. 1 person could monopolize 5 mid-Jindan dragons, while he could only fight 2. Roar! Mi Su Hui was in the midst of her anger when the 2-headed dragon man, who had suddenly pounced on her,
let out a hideous and piercing hiss. How dare you guys yell? Nisu Hui's hand pinched the Dharma decree and performed the Buddhist divine power, and in an instant, the robe on his body exploded and crackled. His tendons and bones roared in unison, and his chi and blood filled up and stirred, flashing with a blinding golden light. It was like a Buddha made of pure gold. Invincible golden body. Nisu Hui cast the Buddhist divine ability Invincible golden body. Defense and attack power are in an instant. Directly pull full. A fist blast. In the air to pounce halfway to the two dragon people. Face slightly changed. Hastily cast the magic means. However, their devilish means were clearly far inferior to the Buddhist aptitude that Nisu Hui had cast, and their proficiency was far inferior as well. Boom! Boom! Nisu Hui was alone with two mid-Jindan dragon men and still battled for the upper hand. Marred! Two freaks! Sugu cursed angrily at the sight. The strongest family lineage coupled with the strongest natural talent spawned the strongest heavenly pride, and it was truly terrifying as hell. Roar! The last dragon man, obviously sensing that Sugu was the weakest of the three, had his aura skyrocketed, and his attacks were all of the desperate kind, obviously wanting to fight a quick battle and then support the other dragons. What kind of reaction is that? Sugu glared and almost laughed in anger. Do you really think I'm stupid? I can't beat those two freaks, but it's easy to beat you? 100 ghosts carry the lotus. 100 ghosts carry the lotus. 100 ghosts carry the lotus. Sugu held the underworld demon staff in his hand, and behind him, a sky full of fallen spirits emerged, countless evil ghosts suspended in the air, emitting buzzing, hideous and horrifying, and the aura of the Wu Fury coalesced, as if millions of evil ghosts had broken through the door from hell to suppress them. The 100 ghosts lifting lotus, which was supposed to be a must-kill technique, was used by Sugu as a starter, and a hideous and ghastly ghost lotus was smashed down as if it were a mountain. Boom! 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 Directly smashing the kind of dragon man that killed him. He smashed his body, dripping blood all over his body, and retreated back and forth. Damn it, what exactly are the three of them from? The demonic Shadow Jr. who was manipulating the 8 dragon men in the sky above. His pupils suddenly shrunk and he spoke out in horror, clearly terrified. You know, this isn't a battle of the same realm. These 3 people, all of them were fighting over a level. Moreover, they were still crossing a large realm. You're just watching? The demon Shadow Jr.'s bloodshot eyes were fierce as he leaned down to look at the little money girl who was hiding. I've only just blown up my spirit body. My strength is 10 to 1. How can I help? The little money girl said morosely. Waste, the demonic shadow boy said in a cold voice. With that, he merged his hands and worked his mana to summon an ebony blood talisman that emitted an ethereal light. Boo! With a crisp and violent sound, the ebony blood talisman thrown by the demon Shadow Jr. did not land on the 3 Sugu, but instead landed on the dragon man at the head, the same dragon man who had been fighting against Sugu. Apparently, he was still treating Sugu as the broken one among the 3. In an instant, the dragon man who had incorporated this blood talisman within his body soared as if he had turned into a demon. His entire body's blood fury condensed into armor, and his strength became even more terrifying. Fight quickly. After striking this ebony blood talisman, the demon Shadow Jr. was slightly tired and obviously had some meat on his bones as he urged these 8 dragons, because the commotion had already made a big noise. Even if this place was special and able to shield spiritual power fluctuations, this level of fighting was already considered intense, and it wouldn't take long for the constables to arrive. Pissed off, Sugu's face darkened as he was treated as a broken man again. Then I will kill you today. Sugu fumed fiercely, his devilish Dao mana surging like an ocean, his hand pinching the Dharma resolution, the underworld demon staff in his hand, emitting rolling black smoke, emitting oozing death after death, as if it was an absolute evil ghost, crawling out of hell. In the end, the 10 or so Jindan evil ghosts and the underworld magic staff, their spiritual bodies skyrocketed and melted into one, transforming into a mythical black impermanence. This was precisely the second ghost phase of the Little Devil Tong 10,000 Ghosts Night Journey, Uncanny Sorrow. The normal second ghost phase had a total of 2 impermanents, the black impermanence and the white impermanence, which were incredibly powerful and strong to the extreme. However, Sugu's energy was limited, and even though there was no shortage of evil spirits lately, and with the help of the fallen spirit, he was able to save a lot of refining costs and time, he still wasn't able to coalesce into a complete black and white solemnization, and was only able to invoke the black impermanence, which was considered to be a half phase. Black impermanent phase? The dragon man facing Sugu's face moved slightly, a little stunned. As a devil cultivator, he obviously knew the terror of the famous 10,000 Ghosts Night walking in the devil's way, but it was reasonable to say that this technique was very difficult to cultivate. That is, it was difficult for some Jindan cultivators to practice even the first ghost phase. As for the second ghost phase, it was even easier to practice it at the Yuaning stage. As a result,
Sugu is only at the foundation stage and he already has 100 ghosts carrying lotus and black impermanence,
which is 1.5 ghost phases. But, just one black impermanence is not yet my opponent. The dragon man, who was empowered by the blood talisman, laughed out loud, exterminating mountain dragon breath. The air spat out blazing dragon breath and met the incoming black impermanence, directly knocking him back. Though, casting this dragon breath was not easy, but it's harder for the other side to cast black impermanence. Exchanging moves, the ultimate winner can only be him. Then, before he had time to rejoice, he saw Sugu pinching his hand and already summoning the second black impermanence. This dragon man, his pupils suddenly shrunk, the smile on his face instantly solidified, and his heart felt like it had been violently hammered. It was very unbelievable. At the moment, he had a very bad feeling. Chapter 106, The Great War. Cool. 5,000 words big chapter begging for subscription. The dragon man at the head, the corners of his mouth trembling and his face turning blue, looked at the second black impermanence that descended from the sky, and a very bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. As a matter of fact, when Sugu had continuously executed the 100 ghosts carrying lotus earlier, he had already slightly sensed that it was not good. That feeling is even greater now. After all, a killing move of this level, where could it be casually placed? As expected, after he fought to shatter the second black impermanence invoked by Sugu, the third black impermanence appeared. Correspondingly, the caster, Sugu, looked relaxed, as if nothing had happened. Why is that? The demon Shadow Jr., who had maneuvered the 8 dragon men and fought against Sugu's trio through the ages, frowned slightly at this scene and let out a sound of amazement. Somewhat confused, Fallen Spirit, and the girl Xiao Qian, who was obviously more experienced, exclaimed with wide eyes. When Sugu had just cast 100 ghosts lifting lotus, she felt like a fallen spirit. But, Sugu had too many fallen spirits at his disposal, so many that she couldn't believe it and could only dismiss the idea. And now, it is completely confirmed. This is the fallen spirit, a full 30 to 40 fallen spirits. Even if an elder god of transformation saw them, they would have to be red-eyed, right? Why would it be grasped by Sugu, a mere foundation stage cultivator? Especially with his natural talent, he doesn't look like much. It was clearly just a 3-spirit root. It was simply impossible to be taken so seriously by the forces of the devil's way. Moreover, with the selfishness and greed of the demonic cultivators, even if they really looked favorably upon Sugu and treated him as their own son, it would be impossible for them to bestow such a heavy treasure. Could it be that he got lucky and entered the ruins of some demonic powerhouse and obtained its secret stash? That's not right. He's mixed with the devil Dao. Even if he really had a chance, he should have been killed and seized by the devils in the devil's cave long ago. The little money girl obviously knew the devil cultivators of this world very well, but it was also because of the very good understanding that led to the fact that it was simply inconceivable why so many and so precious fallen spirits had appeared in Sugu's body. No matter how you look at it, this was never going to happen. That's quite something. That blood talisman is really a treasure. Sugu was slightly surprised to see that he had summoned 3 black impermanents in a row, all of which were blocked by his opponent. Immediately afterward, the 4th, 5th, and 6th black impermanents descended into the world. Of course, as a price, there were already 6 fallen spirits whose spirits had wilted down, obviously somewhat overdrawn. Under normal circumstances, if they could make a god transformation stage powerhouse feel like a treasure, they would naturally not be so impatient to build. When a Devil's Way practitioner casts a ghost-type spell, they will perform aids that can reduce the various expenditures of casting the spell, as well as dramatically increase the power of the spell. It is a divine favorite, but they are always just aids, whereas Sugu clearly used them as the main force in casting spells. Sugu himself played as a support, with the main and auxiliary reversed. Although Sugu didn't have much to consume, their consumption, on the other hand, was naturally greater. If, for example, Red Flame and Taoist Blue Flame, they would absolutely go crazy with heartache when they saw the scene. The fallen spirit that they held in their hands were afraid of melting, but it turned out to be spoiled by Sugu like this, killing 1,000 knives. This, looking at a split second, even directly descended 3 black impermanents. This dragon man strengthened by the blood talisman, completely back cold. The heart of the goat, already no longer before the courage, produced fear. Surprisingly, all of you blocked it. It's me who underestimated you guys. The demon Shadow Jr. let out a cold snort, never expecting that the 8 Nijindan dragons that he had spent a great deal of money to put together, not only did they fail to have a quick battle, but instead, they were suppressed by the other party's 3 foundation establishment brats. Yes, it wasn't just the dragons who dealt with Gu and faced defeat. At this moment, even the 7 dragons who were dealing with Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui were in a bad situation, having fallen into a disadvantageous position and about to lose. However, this is a good thing on the contrary.
being able to eradicate your group of formidable enemies prematurely. When His Highness ascends to the position of Demon Lord in the future, he will obviously be able to reduce a lot of trouble. Inside the demonic shadow teenager, his body began to dry up, gradually condensing a drop of dark green color at the center of his brow, containing a horrifying aura that seemed to come from the ancient barbarism, as if the power of the ancient demons in his bloodline had been awakened. There were a total of 8 drops of dark green blood, and the interior seemed to be a world of its own, sealed with countless overwhelming demons, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression. Sensing the commotion, Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai stopped the movements in their hands and looked at the demonic shadow boy in unison. This evil force, it shouldn't have belonged to the devil's way, but he is the devil's way without a doubt. Both of them looked very grave, sensing the extraordinary nature of this demon Shadow Jr., somewhat hesitant and somewhat unable to guess the other party's origin. But, immediately afterward, the corners of his mouth turned up in a smile. So what if the other side is big? Can he be as big as he is? It's all over. Similarly, Sugu raised his eyebrows slightly and fell into a brief moment of contemplation before a ray of fervor and excitement flashed across his eyes. In that case, it's only interesting. The corners of Sugu's mouth rose, and he faintly said in a very human and harmless manner, obviously, guessing where the other party was coming from, "Extinguish," the demon Shadow Jr. said icily. The sound shook, and the jungle on the island in the lake shook violently. Ancient trees snapped, mountains and rocks shattered, and the surface of the lake close by stirred, and the 8 drops of dark green blood water trembled violently, as if it had boiled, transforming into 8 swimming dragon shadows that suddenly fell down towards the 8 dragon men below. It was needless to think that once these 8 drops of special blood were incorporated into the 8 dragons, their strength could definitely skyrocket drastically. Li Xiaobai's magic sword stabbed out, and a sword chi pierced through the sky, wanting to chop off these 8 drops of bizarre blood. In one fell swoop, Misu Hui's attack was equally close behind. However, the other party seemed to have known that the two would attack. These bizarre blood, directly divided into countless portions, as if thousands of arrows, swept away rapidly in all directions. After dodging the attacks, they then fell into the 8 dragon men in unison. It was visible to the naked eye that their breath was skyrocketing. It seems that today is really going to be a vicious battle. Li Xiaobai laughed out loud, not panicking in the slightest. The sword aura on his body became more and more stagnant and sharp, and with a single step forward, he actually planned to face the 8 strengthened dragon men alone. There are many types of cultivators in the world, including physical cultivation, art cultivation, Confucian cultivation, Buddhist cultivation, fire cultivation, array cultivation, Dan cultivation, thunder cultivation, etc. Each branch of cultivation has its own strengths and weaknesses, and it is not possible to distinguish between high and low. However, if it was about killing power alone, sword cultivators ranked second, and no other cultivator from any other branch of cultivation dared to say first. And the sword cultivator Li Xiaobai, who was equipped with the strongest physique of the sword Dao, the sword spirit root, and was the first son of the world's #1 sword Dao family, and was even worshipped by the world's #1 sword Dao sect as a true disciple. It could be said that he was the limit of the killing power of the same level of cultivators in this world. If it was anyone else, attempting to use the middle stage of foundation establishment to harden against the 8 middle stage Jindan dragons that had been strengthened by special treasures would definitely be seen by others as being insouciant, even if this person is a heavenly spiritual root. But Li Xiaobai is clearly the exception. He's a real possibility. Moreover, he doesn't need to win, he only needs to protect Misu Hui and Su Gu, because the commotion here has already made a big fuss, and the officials will be here soon. With their status, they are naturally not afraid to meet the authorities, not to mention their backgrounds, their status as the head of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, which paid its taxes on time and in quantity, was enough to be honored by the government. And the other party is a magic cultivator, really encountered the government, absolutely no less than a bowl of jail food to eat. However, Li Xiaobai had yet to face the 8 green-blooded enhanced dragon men alone. It was then heard that Su Gu once again chanted, as if it was like the voice of a demon whispering, "The unconstant demands life, the uncanny demands his life, the uncanny wants to die, the impermanent demands his life." The evil spirits and fallen spirits that were subdued by Su Gu were subjected to unimaginable oppression. The uncanny solicitation, which was originally a killing move, was used as a summoning skill by Su Gu, who had turned on a no cooldown, no consumption hang. In the sky, all of them were shrouded by dark clouds, and a black impermanence with a tall body, as if it was standing on top of the sky, with an eerie aura, exuding a riching fury chi, full of oppression, rumbled, descending from the sky. Not only that, but Su Gu levitated all kinds of gold nuggets around him, and words were thrown at him in 1,000 pieces of gold. In the bag of 100 favorites,
Dozens of evil cows and dozens of magic tigers scurried out, and the word 9 cows and 2 tigers. In addition to this, such as the most poisonous woman's heart, 100 steps to penetrate the poplar, the needle point to the wheat, windlass automatic, etc. Some attack-type words, similarly catalyzed, although they are all just white words. The power is actually at the level of the foundation establishment to the early stage of Jindan. If someone else possessed it, the power would actually only be average. But in Sugu's case, that power was truly not bad. Before, Sugu was poor and his hands were tied up in dry fights, but now that he had succeeded in his business and didn't lack money, this kind of might, in fact, had little to do with words, because all of it was smashed out by him with a huge amount of spirit stones. The gold nuggets were not mentioned, they were directly money. Then, the evil bull demon tiger was bought, as were the bows and arrows, talismans, array discs, and so on. The most crucial thing was that these means were also able to cooperate with each other, one ring after another, and their power was even more amazing. If you really want to compete with the affluent Sugu, then the means, the whole world, almost no one in the same realm can compare with him. Even Li Xiaobai and the other 5 members of the Righteous Path could not make a date with Sugu by default. This time to participate in the war, Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui cannot make preparations, but Sugu cannot make preparations? Naturally, he had to make some preparations. Now, clearly, the time has come to pull out all the stops. At this moment, Sugu was like a demon god. On the side of the devil tiger evil cow, dozens of black impermanence pressure formation, evil gas is monstrous, gold nuggets burning purple devil flame, arrows, talismans hanging pressure formation automatically open and close, layout of the 8 sides. Sugu was helpless and said, since he can't be a professional player because his talent is not good, he can only be a kryptonite player and occasionally turn on the charm. Worthy of being senior brother Su. Watching Sugu's dazzling display of means, both Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai couldn't help but look pleased and said with heartfelt admiration, there is no distinguished family, but to be able to develop the 3 spiritual roots to such an extent, it can already be called a god. Mi Su Hui, who had all taken out a string of Buddha beads with the intention of zooming in, eventually held back and stood in the middle of the godly mighty Li Xiaobai and the devilishly flaming Sugu, and laughed out loud. Where did that little creep come from? Really think that you can be an enemy to the 3 of us just because you had an ambush earlier? Magic Shadow Jr. This is something that the terrifying sword cultivator and the devil cultivator with 100 different methods might still be able to convince him to say. But you, a little monk, are no one. However, he did not respond directly to Mi Su Hui, but fell into a brief moment of disorientation, because he's really going to have a breakdown in his mind. He came from an extraordinary background, incomparably proud, no matter means, wisdom, natural talent, are recognized as the world's top group. Before the road can be said to be smooth, unbelievable, admired and worshipped by thousands of demonic cultivators, and held in high regard by the great ancient powers. But, what kind of perverts are these 3? These 2. Why, it crushed him, especially that 3 spirit root demonic cultivator. Li Xiaobai is a heavenly spirit root. This, he has already seen, against the sky point normal, but you a 3 spirit root, what makes you also so against the sky? Even if you have a magnificent family lineage and have all kinds of treasures that can be catalyzed, but these means are used at the same time and are paired with each other. It is very mind-consuming. Even if it is an unusual late Jindan cultivator, it is difficult to have such a strong mind to control everything. He looked at the little money girl with a grim expression. The little money girl shrunk her head, already thinking about how to bolt, noticing the gaze of the demonic shadow boy, and was also incomparably bitter. Who would have thought that this would come up? Boom, boom, boom. The battle showed a one-sided result. Even after being strengthened by the green blood, the strength of these dragons skyrocketed, and with 8 people joining hands, their strength had reached a terrifying level. It was the unusual half-step Yuaning cultivator who would have to send out a wimpy look directly in front of them. However, he was brutally beaten by the 2 of them, Li Xiaobai and Sugu. Mizui, on the other hand, is in charge of taunting. In a matter of moments, all the dragons were faced with being subdued. What other means do you have? Use them. If you drag on any longer, you'll definitely die. Mi Su Hui said. Of course, you can also choose to surrender. All you need to do is kowtow a few times and beg us a few times for Grandpa to spare your life. We might be merciful and help you apply for out-of-prison rehabilitation. Our medical center. We are lacking a talent for washing bedsheets. Nonsense. You deserve to die. Demon Shadow Jr. gritted his teeth. Being almost high-broken defense by Mi Su Hui's words, anger rose in his heart. If not for the fact that he was a royal spirit cultivator, good at manipulating his men or puppets to fight, not good at fighting on his own, he would have long ago gone down to tier and eat Mi Su Hui, the ultimate mouth breather and mouth breather. How can one person have both?
Of course, he did not act impulsively. His eyes swept across the distance, sensing that there were already people on the lake who had sensed the commotion here and began to clamor, knowing that time was really running out. The officials, they'll be here soon. Since that's the case, it's the only way. The Demon Shadow Jr. sighed, flesh pain written all over his face, as if he had made some sort of determination, and said with incomparable determination, "Boom!" He probed his hand and fiercely grabbed at his chest. Blood splattered and 8 ribs were broken from it, a total of 8 green ribs that exuded a shocking demonic nature. With their appearance, the entire heaven and earth became eerie and horrifying. The wind was raging and the magic thunder rolled. With the removal of these 8 ribs, the breath of the Demon Shadow Jr. instantly weakened, becoming incomparably weak, as if he had lost 90% of his essence. He had a special identity, and these 8 ribs were already 90% of the essence of his body. Go! Click! 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 The 8 ribs, as if they were like thunder suddenly splitting down, descended from the sky, vast and terrifyingly falling towards the 8 dragon men who were beaten back and forth, carrying a might that was simply monstrous. Not good. The pupils of Sugu's 3 people suddenly shrunk, and they exclaimed in unison, and in panic, they mobilized their attacks in an attempt to stop them. Trying to stop it? How is it possible? Although the demonic Shadow Boy's breath was weak, as if he had aged countless times in an instant, he still sneered coldly and proudly. Your attacks, even if they were to be boosted 10 times more, you still can't do anything to stop them. On the contrary, you will also be shocked and injured by them. In the next instant, the 2 Sugu's attacks that were supposed to collide with these 8 ribs unexpectedly dissipated abruptly. Sugu and Li Xiaobai withdrew their attacks very silently, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but rise. This, Demon Shadow Jr. was hesitant when he saw this. Is this knowing that it is impossible to win, so he chose to avoid the battle? Although this thought, but he still has a very bad feeling, as it happens, as the 8 inner bones that contain 90% of the essence of the Demon Shadow Jr. disappeared into the Dragon Man, causing the 8 dragon men to undergo a radical change. Sugu and the 3 of them laughed out loud instead. Completely stop hiding emotions. Not good. It's hit. The Demon Shadow Jr.'s pupils suddenly shrunk, although he didn't know exactly what kind of scheme he had fallen into, but with this performance of the other party, he had definitely stepped into a pit without paying attention. Humph! In front of absolute strength, all schemes are nothing. The Demon Shadow Jr. couldn't think of what ploy he had fallen for, so he couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance and completely stopped thinking about it, but instead said in a lonely and arrogant manner, "Kill them for me." The Demon Shadow Jr. instructed the 8 dragon men. Roar! 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 The 8 dragon men let out a roar. Their faces were hideous and terrifying, roaring out a sound that was already infinitely close to a dragon's roar, and on top of that, it was also mixed with an unimaginable sinister and evil aura. Each one had a terrifying aura, huge size, and a tough torso, as if it was cast in iron, flashing with a cold light. The compression pulls right up to full. As the Demon Shadow Jr.'s order fell, these 8 dragon men, all of them executed their strongest moves and pounced towards Sugu's trio. Their attacks, which had yet to be conceived, let alone when they attacked the 3. Suddenly a Buddhist sound resounded. Enlightenment. Misu Hui held a wooden fish and gently struck it, bursting out bursts of Buddhist light that dispersed along with the Buddhist sound. This Buddha's light and sound were not supposed to be very lethal. However, acting on these 8 dragon men, they burst with unimaginable divine energy. One by one, the eyes of the dragon people that contained blood fury actually gradually began to brighten and clear up. Want to grab control with me? Dream on. They are the dead soldiers I have cultivated. Not only are they loyal to me, but even more so, they have long been refined by me. They are the living puppets that are absolutely loyal to me. The Demon Shadow Jr.'s heart and mind first jumped with some trepidation, and then, after seeing clearly what Misu Hui's wanted to do, he laughed out loud, even facing a sneer, because he knew very well it was useless. Just handcuffed the magic decision, dispersed the mind. Instantly the eyes gradually bright and clear. Dragon Man, once again evil. It's just a futile endeavor. Execute the demonic Dragon 8. Completely exterminate the 3 of them. The Devil Shadow Jr.'s smile turned cold, his killing intent blazing as he once again gave an order. An extremely powerful formation that these 8 dragons were not strong or talented enough to cast before. Now, their strength and natural talent were clearly enough. It was already possible to execute this terrifying demonic Dragon 8 square formation and completely obliterate Sugu and the 3 of them. This time, after his words fell, the 8 dragon men did not respond to him for a long time. Didn't you hear me? Use the demonic Dragon 8 square formation for me. Realizing that it was not good, the Demon Shadow Jr. bent down fiercely, his face grim as he roared. Magic Dragon 8 is it? Misu Hui's voice rang out, very relaxed and complacent. In that case,
Let's use the demonic dragon 8 and kill him. Boom! With the fall of Misu Hui's voice, the 8 dragon men that were supposed to be under the control of the Demon Shadow Jr. actually really reversed their direction and violently killed the Demon Shadow Jr. in the air. How is it possible that you really snatched away my control over them? It's impossible. The Demon Shadow Jr.'s hanging heart was completely dead. His eyes were bloodshot, and he exclaimed out in shock. Frantic. Although, he had activated the backhand that he had prepared long ago, in order to prevent the 3 Sugu people from pulling out and attacking him, and now that he could naturally dodge the attacks of the 8 dragon men, he could barely be considered to have gotten away with it. However, although he dodged a blow, the Devil Shadow Boy's mind at this moment was in a trance to the extreme. His heart set off huge waves, his body trembled, his face was full of unimaginable and despair, and he simply couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. This was even more unbelievable than seeing Su Gu and Li Xiaobai displaying great power, because it was supposed to never happen. Lesser scene. Misu Hui shook her head and said with disdain, "Could you not? Have you not realized that the aura on their bodies is somewhat similar to mine?" Chapter 107, You're the Heaven-Sent Demon Child. Then who are we? 5,000 words big chapter begging for subscription. Their breath is similar to yours? Are you kidding? The Demon Shadow Jr. hesitated, and in fear and shock, his gaze swept towards Misu Hui, then landed on the 8 dragon men, and froze. The aura on this bald monk and the 8 dragon men were really similar. To be exact, it was the 8 dragon men that had the aura of that bald monk. But what's going on here? This dragon man, which he had personally refined, should never have the other parties sent off. Moreover, even if each other's breaths were similar, then the other party couldn't so easily snatch the control of his living puppet. For the first time, he felt that this world was unfamiliar, and the common sense he had accumulated before felt simply inadequate. So that's how it is. The little money girl on the side froze for a moment, and snapped her eyes wide open, her heart and mind shocked, feeling incredible. Obviously, she had already roughly guessed why Misu Hui was able to control these 8 dragon men. Those 8 pills were refined with his blood. That's why he has an innate suppression of these 8 dragon people. It's as if he's recognizing his master by dropping his blood. Little Miss Qian transmitted her voice to the Demon Shadow Jr. In the potion, there is his blood? How is this possible? The Demon Shadow Jr. exclaimed in shock, feeling that it was too outrageous to accept. Isn't that the Dragon Man pill? Does it use blood? Even if it really was refined using blood, the blood used should be dragon blood. This bald monk, he's obviously not a dragon race, because the human and dragon races have a curse of not being able to intermarry with each other, and it is true that there are no longer any dragon people in the world. These 8 dragon men were refined afterward by using the 8 dragon transformation pills he had obtained, along with the ancient secret method to find the right candidates. In a way, it was indeed possible for a situation like the one on the field to occur if the potion did have the opponent's blood in it. But, no matter what, the potion shouldn't have the opponent's blood in it, right? But, this is not a pure dragon human Dan. To be exact, it should be a Buddhist dragon human Dan that also carries its own Buddha nature. Possibly, this blood of Buddha nature comes from this bald monk. Xiao Qian girl said, cannot help but a burst of sighs, look frustrated, very reluctant. Feel that the creation of people, too bad luck, encountered such a situation. If they weren't unlucky and happened to be restrained by the other party, how could they have lost? That Buddha's light comes from the blood of a Buddhist cultivator? After listening to Miss Xiao Qian's explanation, the Demon Shadow Jr. froze for a moment. It was really possible, but this was too much of a coincidence. In an instant, he was cloaked, his hands pounding on his chest, roaring up to the sky, looking miserable and resentful, complaining about the unfairness of fate. Why? Thief God, you even should deceive me? Isn't it said that the destiny of heaven is in the devil? Why should I be allowed to lose like this? If it's a lack of strength, I'll naturally admit it. How can I accept it if I'm made to lose on top of my fortune? The demonic shadow boy was completely frantic. His eyes were blood red. Even after paying a great price and giving up 8 ribs, he was already skinny, like an old man who was struggling to survive. But at this moment, under the storm, he was like a terrifying demonic beast that had come from hell. It even became more hideous and scary. The aura of his body, which was constantly storming, caused dark clouds to coalesce, gale force winds to blow, and shadowy thunder to roll. What kind of words are these? When Misu Hui heard this, she was instantly displeased. What do you mean? You lost to luck? Until now, you didn't even realize that from start to finish, you were being teased by us? Ridiculous. Saying that, he directly laughed out loud without the slightest concealment. The Demon Shadow Jr., who was about to storm out and was incomparably frantic, froze for a moment and looked at Misu Hui in astonishment. Misu Hui said, just when you invoked these 8 dragon people, we already knew that they were restrained by me and could be directly suppressed. In fact, even if they are not restrained by me,
we can still raise our hands to suppress them. After all, when it comes to a real battle, who would give you, an imperial spirit cultivator, the chance to strengthen your battle puppet little by little? What a dream! Strengthening a battle puppet is like taking your life, being motherly, twisting and turning, and having to split it 3 times, not to mention me. Even senior brother Su and Xiaobai have already killed you enough times to try to kill you 100 times. The reason why I didn't do anything and kept giving you the opportunity to strengthen them is that I just wanted to wait for you to finish strengthening them and snatch them over. You can't even see through such a simple ploy, and you still have the face to say that you lost a fortune? To have no strength, no brain, and just a mouth. These were all great truths, and as soon as the battle began, he realized that he had an upper hand over these dragons, and could easily control them. After a brief moment of concentration and doubt, he guessed that it might have something to do with the special foundation establishment pill that Sugu had used his blood as a guide to refine. With that, he asked Sugu if he wanted to just go ahead and collect it. Unexpectedly, Sugu directly shook his head and refused to answer, not even thinking about it. Imperial spirit cultivators generally have means to strengthen their living puppets, and most of them are permanently strengthened. This person's origins are extraordinary. His means of strengthening is probably even stronger. Wait for him to finish strengthening, and then collect these 8 dragon people. Sugu said so at that time. Then, Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, heeding Sugu's suggestion, began to act out the drama, allowing the Demon Shadow Jr. to get on top a little bit, and ultimately completely go out on a limb, paying an unimaginable price to complete the ultimate enhancement of these 8 dragons. No, that's not true. Your bull ting me. Originally, the Demon Shadow Jr., who was still just reluctant, heard that the defense was directly broken at the end. Originally, he had wanted to pretend to be unwilling, divert the attention of the 3 Nisu Hui people, and perform the escape aptitude. Then he could run away. As a result, Nisu Hui's words really messed up his defense. There's no such thing. You want to kill a man with a heart of gold? Then he heard a sound like a demon from hell. You can do it now. This space here, I've sealed it. He can't escape, Sugu faintly said as he held the array disc in his hand. He wasn't proficient in formations, nor did he have the energy or talent to be proficient in them, but illusory color clothes was. This could be one of the many array discs that illusory color cloth had given him. One could easily lay down a small-scale formation that sealed off the space between heaven and earth. What? The Demon Shadow Jr. froze on the spot, his face ashen, his entire body petrified with despair. Turns out, it wasn't just him stalling and distracting the other side. The other side was doing the same. Only, he was trying to run, and the other guy was trying to stop him from running. Obviously, he was interfered with and failed, while the other party succeeded. No, what kind of monsters are you? Say, which of you are the reincarnated and reincarnated old antiques? I can't accept it. The demonic shadow boy was completely frantic, his demonic heart trembling. These 3 were too terrifying. He had the feeling that he had been suppressed and played with by the other party from beginning to end. Are all the cultivators in this world so terrifying? He had just come out of the world and was planning to do something big, but as a result, the 3 opponents he had casually encountered were all perverted to this extent. Then if they met a stronger righteous heavenly pride journalist, wouldn't they be completely hopeless? Then, in this world, what the hell is there to talk about when the devil's way is flourishing? Extinguish it. Sugu saw that after all this excitement, the Demon Shadow Jr. didn't even exert any means, so he thought that he was really drained, so there was no need to keep it around. When the time comes, if there's anything you want to ask, you can just search your soul. Simple and rough. Good. The corners of Nisu Hui's mouth rose, walking step by step towards the Demon Shadow Jr., fist pumping, evil and impetuous, the sense of oppression pulling full. Jia laughed. You just seem to look down on me? The Demon Shadow Jr. took a deep breath, forcing himself out of his frantic emotions, and facing the slowly killing Nisu Hui. His eyes were ice cold as he said, I admit that you are all qualified opponents, but green mountains don't change. Green water flows forever. I have already written you down, and the next time we meet, it will be the time of your death. After saying that, he directly took out his life preservation talisman. This is the ultimate bliss demon sect master. Gave him the life preservation thing. Is said to be its great effort to create. Has endless divine power. Is facing the attack of the merged great powers. Can also survive. But because of this life preservation talisman was too valuable and there was only one. The sect master of the extreme bliss demon sect, after that, would not be able to refine a second one for him. At this moment, taking out this life-preserving talisman and about to use it, his heart was incomparably heavy, and his heart was literally dripping blood. In this battle, he lost everything. All that's left is a rotten life. When I go back, I must find out what exactly the 3 of you are from.
Don't ever let me know that you are which old guys reincarnated and reincarnated. Otherwise I will exterminate your Dao lineage. The Devil's Shadow Jr. was ruthless in his heart and muttered. He was convinced that the other party was not an ordinary juniper, but some old-timey cultivator, reincarnated and reincarnated. Otherwise, he couldn't have lost so badly. With that said, there was a click, and this life preservation talisman automatically burned. In an instant, a vast aurora erupted with divine flames, and a vast and majestic divine might swept across the 8 wastelands with a great momentum. It caused the entire lake island to shake, and it was fortunate that this lake island was sheltered by a natural large formation that prevented a devastating collapse, and also isolated most of the power from victimizing the surrounding towns. The divine light coalesced together and transformed into a figure that could not be seen exactly, nor could it be discerned whether it was of the righteous or demonic path. However, it was possible for one to tell at a glance that this was the backhand of a harmonized cultivator, although it was only the combined layer. Fellow Daoist, give me face, spare my junior's life, and I will be grateful in the future. This summoned figure said to the 3 Sugu. This devil's way backhander is quite polite. Ni Suhui couldn't help but say. Sugu was speechless for a while. Isn't this nonsense? This world's righteousness and court are so vicious that he, a devil cultivator, dares to be impolite? Can't you see that this backhander doesn't even dare to show his devilish aura? Li Xiaobai, on the other hand, shook his head and was very dissatisfied with the devil's cave. A waste like him has a devilish power to give, has a means of preserving his life. How come the devil's cave didn't give us a means of preserving our lives? Sugu spread his hands. Helpless, devils, individuals certainly will not give them this valuable life preservation things, not rob them even if it is a great mercy. Devil, how can you be a devil if you're not selfish? As for the demon cave side, it is reasonable to give them life-preserving things, which belongs to the public funding. The other demon cultivators are not too resistant, but there is no way. Who let them stall a big senior brother who owes a lot of debt? Han Shanxing himself hated to sell the ditch to raise money. The money in the inner treasury of the Devil's Cave, only to be moved out long ago. How could there be extra life-preserving things for the 3 of them? The 3 of them still dare to make jokes? The Demon Shadow Jr. gasped and laughed, feeling insulted, wanting to say to this doppelganger void, kill the 3 of them. But, in the end, he held back. The situation is stronger than the people. It's all the same, you'd better keep a low profile. In fact, it wasn't just him who felt humiliated. This summoned ensemble stage void also felt insulted and furious. Even if he was a demonic cultivator, he was automatically shorter than a head when he saw people. But, it's still a harmonized cultivator anyway. Fellow Daoist, how is your discussion going? He wanted to open his mouth angrily, but as a senior demonic cultivator, he finally chose to hold back a small hand. Devil's ancestor quotes, the first rule of cultivating the devil, never let negative emotions affect your work. For countless years, within the devil's way, how many amazingly gifted devil cultivators were unable to manage their own emotions, and were provoked to kill in public with passion, and were ultimately arrested by the government, ending what should have been a dim life. Give you face? Who do you think you are? What face do you have? Misuhui laughed coldly and waved his big hand. The sky of Buddha light flashed and turned into a Buddha light cage, falling towards the Demon Shadow Jr. You dare! The Devil Shadow Jr.'s pupils suddenly shrunk. He was truly surprised that this bald monk was such a tiger, and even in this situation, he still dared to take a shot at him. However, it was immediately followed by a surge of joy. Originally, he was still disappointed that this summoned backhand was too wimpy, saying that he was unwilling to make a move against the 3 of them. Now, in this situation, there was no need for him to be persuasive. The backhanded vapors that he had summoned would never be able to endure any longer. As it happens, unbridled, the shadow of the extreme bliss demon sect master suddenly swelled, his fury coalescing, causing the heavens and earth to shake and his killing intent to surge. Completely enraged, he's just afraid of getting into trouble. But that doesn't mean he's afraid of it. Do you really think that he, the demon sect master, doesn't have a temper? Even if it's just a diversion, it has a temper. Since you won't let him go voluntarily, I'll have to. As he spoke, he mobilized the power of the heavens and earth, raising his hand to destroy the spatial prohibition Sugu had set up, and then suppress these 3 people as a sign of punishment. The attack has already fallen. Vast, even if it is only a breath detachment, and the real body than the strength of 1,000, but it is not Jindan or the first baby can resist. If it really hit the 3 Sugu, if the 3 Sugu didn't die, they would still be without half a life. Then, Li Xiaobai took out a small order. This is, boom, this breath doppelganger of the extreme bliss demon sect master, with his sharp eyes, noticed the token in Li Xiaobai's hand at the first time, and it was like he had been struck by divine thunder. His face was shocked, and his body was trembling, as if recalling something incredibly horrible and terrible and desperate. Then, In a hurry, he changed to put away his offense. No face, no face. With a cold grunt, he disintegrated with a loud bang and disappeared into thin air. Then, the Demon Shadow Jr. and the little money girl were left alone where they were, with a dumbfounded look on their faces. No way. What the hell? Why did it blow itself up? Even if you can't think straight, then you should wait until you get us out of here before you blow yourself up. Li Xiaobai put away the token. His expression was flat, not moving at all. There were no surprises for Mizui. Su Gu was surprised for a moment, but it is not a surprise. The rich second generation. Even the Devil Shadow teenagers such as the heir to the Devil's Power have a backhand. How can he not have? Then, he silently informed the constables ambushed in the perimeter that there was no need to come up. What other backhanders do you have? Just bring them out directly. Su Gu was patient and said to the Demon Shadow Jr. The Demon Shadow Jr.'s face changed and changed. Very ugly, as if he had died. You're not running out of backhanders, are you? Su Gu was surprised and shocked out loud. The demonic Shadow Boy completely broke his defense again. What kind of words are you talking about? The backhand I just showed. Isn't that enough? This has already crushed countless demonic cultivators. Looks like I guessed wrong. You're just a little Karami. Su Gu shook his head in disappointment. He thought it was a big fish. The Demon Shadow Jr. was incomparably frantic. And this reaction from Su Gu was worse than killing him. He calmed himself down and said to Su Gu, you are also a devil cultivator. Let me live. I am a heaven-sent demon child. Heaven's destiny is mine. You can't kill me. So why don't you make a good karma today? As things stood, he could only bet that Su Gu was a demonic cultivator. Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai. It was obvious that they couldn't be devil cultivators. The means were too righteous. On the contrary, all that Su Gu had executed were pure devil cultivator tactics. Surely a descending demon child? Su Gu raised his eyebrows, not yet having too much of a reaction. After all, he had already guessed it before, and just now almost doubted his previous guesses because the other party's backhand was too small. On the other hand, Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai were very dismayed, as if they couldn't believe it. What? You're a descending demon child? Then who are we? Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai said in unison. Oh no, he's become a stand-in. Ha! Hearing the words of Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, the demonic Shadow Boy froze in amazement and subconsciously said, you guys are also descending demonic children? In an instant, he was completely enlightened. Everything is understood. Everything is understood. No wonder he had been defeated. It turned out that these three on the opposite side were also heaven-sent demon children. Then it is not surprising that he was defeated. The other three, he is only one. One fights three. It is normal to lose. However, this luck of his own is too good. Wasn't it said that the number of descending demon children was scarce and there were only a few of them? One only came out of the world and encountered three? Could this be the so-called descending devil children that will meet on their own due to fate? The demonic Shadow Boy was suddenly in a brisk mood, and was just about to open his mouth to say that several people were of the same kind. However, he heard Mi Su Hui say, what do you mean by also? Don't put gold on your face. We, the descending demon child, are not as weak as you are. The Demon Shadow Jr.'s unimpeded mood became bad once again. He wanted to retort, but he realized that he seemed to be really weaker than the other three. Su Gu, who was watching all this, was speechless for a while as the corners of his mouth twitched. You too, you're still serious. Even more to the real descending demon child, to the whole not confident. Kill it, Su Gu said to Mi Su Hui. The descending demon children, all of them are white-eyed wolves that can't be fed. They can't be compared to Li Xiaobai and the few righteous heavenly prides of them. There is no possibility of cooperation, much less the value of cooperation, much less the need to make false pretenses and pretend to befriend him and then gain insight into the other side's schemes. After all, what kind of power could stand behind this guy? It was nothing more than a great ancient power and a demonic power that was crushed head over heels by the Devil's Cave. What waves can you make? There's nothing too difficult about overthrowing it. To summarize, this kind of amazing devil child, after encountering, directly kill, is the optimal solution? Lest the night is long and dreamy, and raise a big father. Good. Li Xiaobai's eyes flashed with a wisp of killing intent. His hand gripped the Dharma sword, locking the demonic Shadow Boy in place with a chop. The sword light was so powerful that it seemed like it could open up the sky with a single sword. Very well. Since you're all so ignorant of the human condition, then all of you will die. The Devil Shadow teenager already regarded Su Gu three people as the heavenly descending devil child. See after the self-explosion of identity, but also to be killed. Smile cold, incomparable determination, clamped in the thick curse and the meaning of uncertainty. When he finished, his body quickly dried up and then, violently, he drew out a tentacle, then a second, then a third. Immediately afterward, the surrounding aura, by his body, was devoured at great speed. In an instant, the entire island in the center of the lake began to be unstable. shaking violently, and the monstrous ghost Chi, with no idea where the source was, actually swept in from all directions, like an ocean pouring in. The ghost world. It's really here. Uncle Jing Hao, who was in the ghost pressure bed healing center, performing treatment, his originally pinned expression steeply became grave, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he said in a deep voice. After a few moments, however, he reveled in the thrill of the treatment. At the same time, to the treating American ghost practitioner, he said, gently, slowly, it's not easy to make a little money. You can't waste it. Chapter 108, What? Skyfall Demon Child is Cthulhu? 5,000 words big chapter begging for subscription. Uncle Jing Hao rolled over and continued to receive treatment. Yin Yang sect disciples, generally will not go out, because they are all poor, easy to starve to death outside. If they really want to go out, then most of them have an important task to complete. These are important tasks with far-reaching implications, and if they are not accomplished, they could easily cause turmoil in the world. For example, the Yin Yang sect had sent true disciple Jing Hao, as well as him, a true elder, down the mountain this time in order to search for the murder here, also known as the ghost world. According to the collective speculation of the elders of the Yin Yang sect, near the Wonsan County, there might be a larger cave-blessed land hidden, and because this place is a Yin counting month, it is easy to gather ghosts and demons. Ghosts like to roam and will wander around, looking for places to inhabit with a high level of aura and Dao rhythm. Even if the cave hidden in this place was very secretive and difficult to detect, there would always be ghosts and demons that would discover it and enter it. With the accumulation of this in the long run, there would inevitably be a large number of ghosts and demons that would enter that cavernous paradise. Of course, the prerequisite was that the cavernous land was vast enough to accommodate enough ghosts and demons to survive without them killing each other. When time passes, this cavernous paradise will naturally become a ghost world where only ghosts survive. In the early days, the ghost realm was equivalent to a cistern, which constantly held most of the evil spirits that had gathered, preventing them from wandering around in the outside world and attacking the people. Only a small portion of the ghosts were left behind, roaming around a few surrounding towns and villages. Although, it also inconvenienced the populace, it did not make life impossible for them. But now this ghost world, the capacity is already going to be full. Just like a cistern that has held too much water and is about to burst its banks, ghosts in nature are born out of grudges and are ferocious and bloodthirsty by nature. Not to mention the fact that ghosts that have become a sizable swarm will only become more ferocious and tyrannical. Once the ghost realm came out and released the massive amount of evil ghosts within, it was bound to cause an unimaginable disaster. Under normal circumstances, if, for example, the ghost realm had remained out of existence, it would not have caused much of an impact, and the follow-up would not even need to be managed. Because, the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center opened by Sugu accepted a large number of ghosts in desperate need of employment, and also planned to open a chain across the country. That ghost talent gap would only get bigger, and the newborn ghosts in the neighborhood might not even be enough. In this way, the ghost realm that was not replenished by newborn ghosts would naturally die out gradually. This was also the main reason why their masters and nephews lingered in the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center. It's to investigate, and then, to assess whether this solution of opening a haunted medical clinic is reliable. Really think they are simply horny? Like to indulge? However, this situation is now clearly beyond expectation, because the ghost world came out. If, regardless, there will be millions of evil spirits sweeping across several counties, infesting hundreds and tens of millions of people, causing countless deaths, injuries and economic losses. It is not too much to call it an act of God. But Uncle Jing Hao didn't panic. Still, because of Sugu's opening of the Ghost Pressure Medical Center, the treatment became much simpler, since the source problem has been solved. Next, as long as they made a timely move to seal the passageway and stop the ghosts in the ghost realm from pouring out, they would still be doomed to a natural demise. So, Uncle Jing Hao turned to the American ghost practitioner treating him, extended his index finger, and said, "Add another hydra. A small course of treatment." The other side, Locust Willow Lake Shore. Jing Hao, although raised his head, looking at the sudden change in the center of the lake island, also counted out that this is what they are looking for fierce. That is, the ghost world out of the world. But, he didn't have the time, right now, to go to the lake island to solve the problem, because he was dealing with both sides of the firefight. It's the smuggling gangs and smuggling buyers where one side doesn't find the money for the goods, and one side insists that they pay for the goods themselves, and then they both think that the other side is blackmailing them, and they do it. I know, you're in a normal drill, not organizing manpower for a blatant firefight. It's not against the law. I just want to know why you two maneuvered to blow up my ship. I don't want to hear you guys apologize. I just want you to accompany me on my boat money. What go insurance? Who am I to go insurance? You two parties blew up my boat. You want me to take accident insurance?
I killed your two parties' moms.
How come you two parties also take accident insurance? What kind of eyes do you have? Why don't you give in? You want a fight? You know who I just pulled?
Forget it. You guys wouldn't know if I told you.
Come on, do it. Someone has to die today.
Jing Hao had wanted to communicate with them properly, but it turned out that these two damned guys from these two parties, seeing as he was dressed in ordinary clothes and was very shabby, and didn't look like a disciple with a big origin,
surprisingly, trying to get him to take accident insurance. This is a rented ship. Go accident insurance.
The ship owner will not give him a hole in debt,
only to go to the black mine stone mine, digging for redemption. After saying that, he directly copied the magic weapon. His body's aura skyrocketed, and his killing aura was rampant. He can't afford to mess with the 6 evils of the righteous path, but he can still be bullied by you little Karamis? Kid, do you really think that you can talk nonsense just because there is a mutation on the island and we are in a hurry to escape and don't have time to care about you? If you dare to speak nonsense again, I will take you. On the smuggling ship, a fierce body cultivator, with cold eyes and angry eyes, as if he were a vicious tiger staring at Jing Hao, threatened viciously. On the other ships, both the smuggling gangs and the smuggling buyers were cold, looking at Jing Hao as if he was looking at a dead man, and obviously moved to kill. Since they're in this business, they can't be any good. They're all ruthless. However, next moment, this big man, then, had his chest split open by Jing Hao's copper sword, and was dying. What? Late foundation stage. How can it be? How can he, this little brat, have this high realm? Moreover, why is his strength so terrifying? It's simply stronger than a mid-Jindan stage. The other smuggling gangs and smuggling buyers were all shocked by this scene and hurriedly fled frantically, fearful to the extreme. Where to go? Can you walk away? The copper coin magic sword in Jing Hao's hand automatically divided and transformed into dozens of powerful golden lights, attached to the golden astral body, piercing through the bodies of these thieves. Poof, poof, poof. These thieves, one by one, fell to the ground, their breath weak and heavily injured, but none of them died. Jing Hao did not move the killer, but made a spell, sealed them, and all ingested up, threw to the shore more conspicuous place, and left a sign, identified himself, prompting the constable who was about to arrive that the two gangs were smugglers, and had broken his boat and refused to pay compensation for their unpardonable crime. Then, Jing Hao took a deep breath, stepped on the flying sword, and turned into a stream of light, flying toward the lake island at great speed. On the island in the center of the lake, the three of them, Su Gu, felt the movement in front of them and were all surprised for a while, only to see that ahead, countless spiritual chi and ghost chi poured in, converging into a vortex, spinning crazily, vaguely wanting to form a huge portal, building into a passageway, hooking up to one of the worlds within. One could vaguely see through the portals and passages that there were countless beings with blood-devouring auras, tyrannical auras, and powerful cultivation levels inside. On this island, it's actually still the entrance to a cavernous blessed land. Ni Su Hui marveled. Li Xiaobai nodded his head. No wonder. This lake island is so special that it can have a natural concealment array, so it's protected by an underground cave. Su Gu nodded. This also explains why this fellow and these 8 dragons, hiding in the void and waiting for us to come, didn't notice him in the first place. So, it wasn't a concealment spell that was used before and hidden in the void, but it was hidden in this cavernous paradise. Ni Su Hui drifted off, stunned and at the same time solved her previous doubts. As for the demonic shadow boy in the air who seemed to be absorbing aura and fury like a self-explosion, constantly condensing power and causing his body to undergo aberrations and grow countless tentacles, he didn't care much about it. Li Xiaobai likewise didn't care much. This demonic shadow boy, when he was at his peak, exerted all his means, but could not help them. After losing the 8 fundamental life ribs, the power is at least 90% less. What's the use of blowing himself up again? It was nothing more than just breaking the pot and using the power of his own self-detonation to blow open the gateway to this cave of heavenly bliss and release the living beings inside. That's true. You're dead. The demonic shadow boy let out a piercing sound interspersed with mysterious noises, as if he were a demon whispering. At this moment, his whole body was deformed, hanging in the air, countless tentacles falling from the sky. The surface of his torso was full of eyes, and large piles of putrid slime rolled down from it, twisted, hideous, ghastly, and full of unsettling aura. Why did I choose this place? It's because even if I lose here, I can still let you all die. Know what's down there? It's a ghost realm. Now that the passageway has been opened, countless evil ghosts will soon descend into the world and devour everything. And you, the first meal of the army of evil spirits. The demon Shadow Jr. laughed out loud, very joyful and maniacal. Although, his initial thought was just an extra insurance policy. Even if he lost, he could use this to threaten his opponent and spare himself. But the other side won't let him go.
so they'll have to die together.
What? The ghost realm? There are countless evil ghosts inside?
When Misuhui heard the demonic Shadow Boy's curses and threats, at first she looked a bit gloomy, afraid that the other party would mess things up, but when she heard the latter, a bright light suddenly flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose up crazily, so much so that she couldn't even suppress it. Though, he tried to keep himself as solemn as possible. After all, the other man was speaking so seriously, it would be more than a little rude to laugh. But, how can this be endured? Almost the next instant, Misuhui laughed out loud and said to Sugu, "Elder brother, did you hear that? He said there are countless evil spirits down there. We're going to be rich this time." The demon Shadow Jr., who was cursing with vigor, even amused by it, looked at this reaction of Misuhui, and the corner of his mouth twitched, wanting to go down and beat him up. "What's that look on your face? Mocking me? Can you show me some respect? I have to admit, this damn monk is really super beat up." If, of these three, he could only choose one to retaliate against, he would definitely choose this bald monk. This, instead of answering Misuhui's question, and even more so, instead of focusing his main attention on the ghost world that was about to come out like Li Xiaobai, Sugu looked at the demonic shadow boy who had undergone an aberration. His brows furrowed slightly, and his face revealed a look of shock. He rarely showed such a look of shock, but at this moment, not only was he this shocked, he blinked his eyes, somewhat unable to believe the scene before him. Tentacles, slime, full of eyes, deformed and twisted in form, emitting thought-provoking noises all the time, and exuding an ancient, mysterious, and ghastly aura that could almost be collectively called the unnameable things. Sugu muttered, a sight that reminded him of the Cthulhu, a B&B mythological type of legendary monster from his previous life on Earth. "You recognize me?" The demonic shadow boy noticed Sugu's shocked expression as he looked at himself and was overjoyed. "Which side of existence are you all from? It's all been said that we are both heaven-descending demon children, born allies. Quickly save me. This projection of mine is about to blow itself up. The next time it descends, I don't know when I'll have to wait." Sugu raised his eyebrows, his heart growing more and more marveled. Which side exists? A projection? The next coming? The other party's words were so informative that they caused huge waves to rise in his heart, but he tried his best to remain motionless. "What's the situation with this shape you're in now?" Sugu asked indifferently. "What about testing me? It's all about me. I'm definitely a heaven-sent demon child. This handsome figure is naturally the original face of my true body projected into this world. The previous body and appearance were only assimilated disguises to adapt to this world, in order to integrate into this world. Even our consciousness and way of thinking, etc., have been carried out in order to assimilate in disguise." The demon shadow boy thought that Sugu was asking questions to determine if he was really a heaven-sent demon child, so he didn't hide anything just to prove his identity. Sure enough, Sugu was completely convinced of his suspicions. "Can you save me now?" Demon Shadow Jr. said excitedly. Sugu shook his head and said, "I can't." "Ha?" The demonic shadow boy froze. "Why don't you follow the rules? If you recognize me as a demon child, why don't you save me? What was that shocked look you just gave me?" He couldn't figure it out. Although he didn't say that the heavenly descending devil children would inevitably form an alliance. All of them are devil children. Deceiving their teachers, backstabbing their friends, and being greedy and horny are all very normal things. But, all three of you Skyfall demon children, you can all be together. Why can't there be one more of me? Because, the official constables will be coming soon. Rather than being arrested, you should be killed by me, Sugu said indifferently. After saying that, a spectral devil staff fell, carrying monstrous devil might, completely erasing the life of the demonic shadow boy. Zip, 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 and at the end, the demonic shadow boy let out a string of harsh, distorted, peculiar sounds that made him almost gripped and insane. Losing his mind, Sugu knew that this was the sound that the demon Shadow Jr. was completely unable to maintain his assimilation disguise, and his mind and consciousness became what it was supposed to be, and then made before he died. "Senior brother, is he really a heaven-sent demon child?" Misuhui and Li Xiaobai opened their mouths in unison, curious. Just now, when Sugu had acted abnormally and exchanged words with the demon Shadow Jr., they had been listening silently from the sidelines, not opening their mouths to interrupt. Sugu nodded. It's the Skyfall demon child. Though, it was a little different than what he had imagined for a Skyfall demon child. He had always thought that the heavenly descending demon child referred to some powerful demon race in the heavenly demon realm that opened up a spatial passageway and descended a demonic teenager. Who knew that this heavenly demon child was Cthulhu? Well, in a way, it makes sense. Who says that, in the heavenly demon realm, there can't be Cthulhu mythological type monsters to survive? Since they can survive, it's normal for Cthulhu demonic children to descend. Cthulhu mythology, a category of recent myths and legends on Earth in his previous life, was not something Sugu knew much about. Just know that Cthulhu mythology often involves elements of horror,
evil and taboo,
as well as a strong aura of darkness, with storylines full of darkness and pain.
These Cthulhu monsters, possessing rule-like powers beyond imagination, are generally very ancient, unnameable in appearance, not understood and causing everything to go chaotic. Among other traits, the Cthulhu class of monsters is also meticulously divided into categories such as the Dominion of Old, the Ancient Gods, and the Outer Gods, all of which are different but all of which are very powerful. When comparing it to the cultivators of the immortal cultivation world, it should be considered an immortal level being. If that's the case, things are complicated.
Sugu was in deep thought. The Cthulhu demons could not be dealt with well, especially since the other party was not dead, but only projected to be dead, and would make a comeback later.
Moreover, judging from his behavior, the demon child's race is not the only one they have.
The Cthulhu demon race.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have recognized us, too, as heaven-sent demon children,
much less ask us which side of existence we are on.
He obviously doesn't know either.
What devil races in the heavenly devil realm have sent their heavenly children down to the realm to become devil children?
Sugu pondered.
If that's the case, then the situation is even more complicated.
No wonder.
Heaven's destiny foretells that the devil's way will rise.
These devils, they seem to be a bit overpowering,
Sugu muttered in his heart,
but immediately afterward,
the corners of his mouth rose, and his eyes flashed with a ray of fire and excitement.
They're the only ones who can be the children of heavenly descent, but not me? The future demon lord can only be me. Whether you are a Cthulhu, or a Titan, or an Azura, you can only be a stepping stone in front of me.
It wasn't that he was blindly confident.
After all, he had just sent away a Skyfall demon child. So, we're killing a heaven-sent demon child?
Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai were silent for a long time before finally saying incredulously,
"This is too easy. We're not even serious."
Sugu was speechless for a while.
"Just you two freaks. If you were placed in the heavenly demon realm, you'd be absolute prides of the heavens. After all, the heavenly spirit was simply the qualification to ascend into immortality.
Not to mention having the strongest background to add to it, and becoming immortal was only a matter of time.
It wasn't easy to solve a Skyfall demon child. However,
Sugu shook his head and said,
sort of killed one, but he didn't die.
What died was only his projection,
which can also be understood as a bilocation.
But under normal circumstances,
in a short period of time, there is no way for him to project down to the realm again. So it's just a bilocation? No wonder it's so weak."
It was then that Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai were enlightened. The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched.
Is it that he is not clear?
The opponent's main body can't go down to the realm,
and can only project down to the realm, so killing his projection is similar to killing his main body.
He didn't dwell on that, but instead set his eyes on the ghost realm portal that was about to open.
The evil ghosts in here will not only allow me to cultivate the complete second phase of the 10,000 Ghosts Night journey, gratuitous solicitation of life, but will even allow me to cultivate the third phase, blossoming on the other side of the bank.
Sugu was filled with anticipation. That's a whole ghost world of evil spirits. It could definitely increase his strength
to an unimaginable degree. He wasn't the only one with an expectant face.
Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai were also looking forward to it. Misu Hui is looking forward to capturing a large number of evil spirits and building a Buddhist hell, while Li Xiaobai is looking forward to stumbling upon a few more hands of love and improving his strength.
However, just at this moment,
Jing Hao descended from the sky,
pinching a spell in one hand and holding a talisman in the other.
He sealed the ghost realm passageway.
Chapter 109, Don't Go Out, There's a Great Terror Outside.
5,000 words big chapter begging for subscription.
In Sugu 3 people,
the ghost world in front of them, full of expectations.
A figure, from the sky, strong aura, handsome appearance, Taoist robes fluttering, as if the heavenly immortals descended to earth. Get out of the way, all of you. The ghost world is dangerous. I'll seal it. At this moment, Jing Hao was spirited,
and his words were all mixed with a sense of honor, as if he was about to save the world and be respected and loved by all the people.
In fact, this is true for anyone facing their upcoming high.
And what Jing Hao thought was actually simpler. As long as he could give these 3 evils a little bit of a small shock,
let them have a little bit of a small admiration for themselves on the line. If, on the other hand,
they were willing to take out a few hundred spirit stones as a token of appreciation,
that would naturally be even better.
Then I heard a sound as if thunder had exploded.
Sinner, are you going to ruin our chance? Misu Hui was like an angry Vajra.
The Vajra pestle in his hand, bursting with divine light, were about to directly cover and press. If he hadn't recognized the visitor as Jing Hao, he had promptly switched his Vajra mortar and pestle
for a weeping rod. Probably, from today onwards, Jing Hao wouldn't even have to live that kind of downtrodden life anymore. Even so, this stick down,
also still let the face full of spring, immersed in the beautiful fantasy of Jing Hao, completely back to reality. The whole person like a cannonball was knocked away from the big far. Enough, and the ground rolled several times, splashing countless dust and gravel, dragging out a long gully. Bastard! Jing Hao slumped on the ground and barely raised his head, revealing a face that was covered in blood due to a bleeding nose. On top of that, the tears on both sides of his face were flowing uncontrollably and frantically down his face. Make among him a ghostly curse. He swore that in the future, if he saw this 5 evils of the righteous path, no, now it was the 6 evils of the righteous path, if he didn't hide far away, he wouldn't be surnamed Jing. I came to save you and this is what you do to me? Still dare to scold me? Mi Su Hui's eyes widened in anger, and the wailing stick shook in her hand. Don't misunderstand. Jing Hao was startled and quickly cried out, I'm here to save you. Could you upside down Jing Hao? You are clearly trying to spoil our chances. Mi Su Hui glared. Then, glancing at Li Xiaobai, who was slowly putting his Dharma sword into its scabbard, said, see, I'm the one who's really saving you. I used a crying stick, but he used a sword. Li Xiaobai. He thought the enemy was coming, so he subconsciously drew his sword, but only stopped moving when he noticed it was Jing Hao. Otherwise, with his swordsmanship, Jing Hao would have landed on his head. Jing Hao raised his head, and after witnessing everything, he had a moment of fear, and hurriedly climbed to his feet and said to me, Siyu Hui, thank you, senior brother Siyu Hui, for coming to my aid. It was indeed abrupt of me to fly in all of a sudden. He noticed that the surrounding grounds that were messy as if they had been bombarded by lightning once, and realized that the 3 Sugu, who had just been here, had experienced a vicious battle and killed a lot of enemies. The fact that he landed so abruptly did tend to irritate the Sugu trio. The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched. It was worthy of being a yin-yang sect disciple who was poor like this and hadn't even blackened out, and after being knocked out by Mi Su Hui, he even gave him a thank you. Seeing that the misunderstanding was solved, Jing Hao slowly climbed up, and although his tears showed no signs of stopping yet, he still had a solemn face and eagerly said, with the opening of the ghost world, countless evil ghosts will soon pour out, and at that time, it will cause unimaginable disasters, and the passage must be sealed as soon as possible while it is not completely open. I have a talisman here given by my yin-yang sect that can seal the passageway here, but it's a bit troublesome to cast. I also ask the 3 senior brothers to be able to help me. Jing Hao was very sincere. However, none of the 3 of them, Sugu, moved. Jing Hao looked slightly stunned, thinking that Sugu's trio didn't believe in it, and hastily had to defend himself to prove that what he said was not false. But Sini Su Hui do not know when, has stood in front of the channel. A spell read down. 10,000 wisps of Buddha light flashes. God's glory piercing. Mi Su Hui body suddenly elevated. The whole body gold, as if the gold carved from the general Buddhist avatar Zhang Lu golden body. At the same time, Mi Su Hui was still holding the enlarged bag of 100 ghosts in her hand, which was connected right in front of the passageway, like there were fishermen guarding the pipeline, catching fish in sacks. This is. Jing Hao's face was written with shock, subconsciously scratching his head, very puzzled, and even more so, he couldn't figure out what Mi Su Hui was trying to do. He was about to open his mouth to inquire, when he saw Sugu pinching his hand and summoning black impermanence, similarly holding 100 ghost pouch in his hand. Li Xiaobai, on the other hand, stood next to him, holding his magic sword in his hand and condensing thousands of sword chi, as if the sword immortal was back, defending Mi Su Hui and Sugu. Next to it was a scaly dragon, as well as a few tamed ghosts, who were busy with their hands, urging the 100 ghost bag, as well as all sorts of talismans that sealed and trapped the evil ghosts. Jing Hao was completely confused. For a moment, he held his feet up a bit. He could see what Sugu's trio was planning to do, which was to take advantage of the opportunity to catch ghosts and then go to the court to collect the reward money. To be honest, he was a little ticked off too, but he knew the horror of this ghost world. It had to be sealed as soon as possible, or something would go wrong. This won't work. This ghost realm has accumulated for countless years. The evil ghosts in it are not only powerful but also numerous. Otherwise it wouldn't have been made a ghost realm. Jing Hao told the 3 Sugu people, "Don't worry, we have it in mind." Mi Su Hui assured, "The passageway becomes stable. It needs a process. At first when the passageway is unstable, only some small ghosts can pass through. If the big ghosts want to pass through, they will be subjected to spatial repercussions. The very first brats were their fish. They had prepared quite a few hundred ghost bags in advance because they were plotting to open a chain for the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center and needed to capture a large number of ghosts. This time, it's definitely going to be a hard sell." Then, by the time the bag of 100 ghosts was about to be filled, the court and the righteous would have long since arrived. With the energy of the imperial court and the righteous path, sealing this ghost realm was simply not too simple. The reason why the Imperial Court and the Righteous Path were worried was actually because they were afraid that on their way here, there might be a small influx of evil ghosts to hurt people, but this portion of evil ghosts would only go into their bags nowadays. But, although, there was Misu Hui's promise, Jing Hao was still uneasy. Sleep first. Misu Hui didn't bother to explain and knocked down another stick, directly giving Jing Hao a knockdown. This stick, with just the right amount of force, riposts without hurting your brain, and falls asleep at the touch of it. Is this what I counted as fears? Before falling asleep, Jing Hao was in tears and frantic, realizing that he was either taking a beating or breaking his bank after meeting these three. On the other side, in the middle of the ghost world, countless evil ghosts, gathered together, were in high spirits, each one ecstatic, incomparably excited and thrilled. The passage is finally opening. A wider, better world beckons. We will, for once, have a new life. Even if there's a court out there called the Great Shang, dictatorial and inhumane, but, we have millions of brethren, and wherever the army goes, nothing survives, so who dares to mess with us? Among the group of ghosts, a few evil ghosts with strong breath and high prestige were roaring in excitement, because, the Devil's Cave came up with the idea of a mobile medical center as a themed attraction, and unknowingly cooperated with the local authorities. A number of evil spirits have been trained and sent to do business. The number of evil spirits that have entered this cave in recent centuries is almost pitifully small. Most of the evil ghosts here came to this place and took root a long time ago. They are already tired of the life in the cave of heavenly bliss, and are incredibly eager for the outside world. Almost instantly, all the evil spirits roared along. They are hopeful, motivated, and ready for the big time. Finally, amidst the roaring cheers, the passageway finally opened. First it cracked open, then again. This crack gradually widened and formed a passage. Although, the passage was small and the spatial barriers were unstable, it was already passable for some Foundation Establishment stage evil spirits. Moreover, this channel is still becoming solidified little by little. Soon Jindan stage evil spirits, Yuaning stage evil spirits, and even Transformation God stage evil spirits will be able to descend in one fell swoop. At that time, their army of evil ghosts will be entrenched on one side, cracking the land and sealing the borders, completely forming a realm of their own, becoming a king within a king, a dynasty within a dynasty. We'll go ahead. New world, here we come. Meet the Ghost Masters. The swarms of Foundation Establishment stage evil spirits were the first to pounce out, howling excitedly as if they were locusts in transit, causing fear and creepiness in one's heart. Then, they had just passed through the passageway, and before they could breathe the fresh air outside, they saw the sky and the earth darken steeply, and then the sky swirled around, completely losing all perception of the outside world. What's going on? Why is it dark? Why is it that we don't see the sky? Could it be that during these days that we have been cultivating in the ghost realm, the outside world has suffered a crisis in heaven and earth and has been extinguished? The evil spirits were astonished and couldn't figure it out. Just as they were staggered, more and more evil spirits poured into it. Immediately afterward, the sound of mournful, desperate voices faintly rang out. No, do not come out of the world. It's a scam. There's a great terror out there. Outside, the two of them, Su Gu and Misu Hui, alternated with each other. And when 100 ghost bags went down, they were hundreds of evil ghosts. Because, having rehearsed it in advance, it was so skillful that it did not miss a single evil spirit that flew out. Not to mention, there's a host of indoctrinated evil spirits that are beating the bushes. But even so, between the two alternately catching ghosts, there was still a gap, allowing some evil ghosts that flew out to notice the movement and discover the truth of the world. A desperate scream that was beyond compare, trying to send a reminder to the evil spirits on the other end. Of course, there are also unattached evil ghosts who, upon realizing the truth, start shouting loudly because they are not willing to be arrested themselves and want to drag other ghosts into the water as well. They're lying to the devil. The outside world is very beautiful, and they don't want other ghosts to snatch the chance with them. You're the ones who are lying to the ghosts. Don't listen to them. There's something really scary out there. In the ghost world, the evil spirits that were full of anticipation and excitement, lining up to go out, all froze, listening to the cacophony of voices outside. For a moment he didn't know how to react. What's going on here? Is there a great terror out there? Or is there a great opportunity? It should be a great terror. I came in a little later, and by then I had already heard about the greatness of the Great Shang dynasty. Simply countless races and countless forces, all terrified by it, available. I also think there is a great terror. Their cries were too desperate, terrified and miserable to be false. Instantly, the countless evil spirits on the field were chilled through and through, fearful. Luckily, I didn't rush to the front, or I would have been dead. However, it was immediately followed by a moment of loss. There was a great terror outside. Did that not mean that one could only hover here in this life? The Ghost King has ordered that there is a great terror outside. Hurry up and close the passage. From now on, any ghosts are forbidden to go out." At the same time, in the center of the army, on a mountain rock in the shape of a human-faced seven-coordinated bleeder that was held up by a rich bloodbath aura, a ghost cultivator powerhouse emitted his breath, suppressing the agitation and maintaining order. A few of them were the Ghost Kings and a few Ghost Generals that had been born in this ghost realm through long years of killing. They were full of confidence, wanting to go out and conquer, cracking the land and sealing the borders. But at this time, they could only make a hasty decision, giving orders to cut off the passageway and ordering all the ghost cultivators to return. "Damn that little guy, how dare you lie to us?" a Ghost General, gritting his teeth and glaring angrily, viciously said. The little guy in his mouth was naturally the demon Shadow Jr. The reason why they were all ready to go was because they believed in the promise of the demonic Shadow Boy. The demon Shadow Jr. had entered this place and told them that the living beings outside were unbearable and could be destroyed with the lift of a hand, while the world outside was wonderful and full of countless opportunities. 4. The mandate of heaven has raised the devil, and the great merchant is faltering. This is the time to come out and get a head start. If one agrees to cooperate, he will, at a specific time, open the passage and let them out. These Ghost Generals and Ghost Kings originally did not believe in it, but the other party showed his identity as a heaven-sent demon child, and even took out the evidence, the prophecy of the heavenly destiny to raise demons as well as the heavenly signs. They also saw that the other party had really opened the passageway at the agreed time, so they were convinced. But now, they were completely in a panic, each one terrified to the extreme, fearing that the great terror outside was thinking of them, ordered to interrupt the passage and forbid all evil spirits to go out. However, panic had set in, and these instructions did nothing to stop the farce. There's a great terror out there, and we're just not going out. As life was before, so life will remain after. Retreat quickly. Today's events do not affect you. With this king here, even if the sky collapses, it won't hit you guys. The Ghost King opened his mouth majestically, soothing the emotions of the ghosts, while the ghost cultivators who didn't respectfully listen to his orders all went into his stomach and were completely devoured. That's how the scene was maintained. The passageway began to close, and the group of ghost cultivators all turned around and returned, ready to continue their previous lives. What's the situation outside? Sugu and Misuhui raised their eyebrows in unison, surprised, because the evil spirits were getting fewer and fewer, and in the end, they were even directly absent, and even the passageway was closing. Didn't they say that there are millions of evil ghosts in the ghost world? He had only captured a few thousand of them, and they were all at the foundation stage. Not much use. The effect of raising cultivation was too poor, and even if they were trained and sent as healers, they were all far from enough. After all, not just anyone can be a physician, they still have to be screened. Something is indeed wrong, Li Xiaobai said. Ask this guy. Sugu looked at Jing Hao and said. Mi Su Hui understood. Another stick fell, directly to the fainting and sleeping Jing Hao, forced to turn on. We can't do this. It will release millions of evil spirits and cause a monstrous disaster. Jing Hao woke up with a start and subconsciously blurted out, hurriedly panicking as he tried to stop Sugu's trio, but by the sight before him, he was stunned. What is this situation? Jing Hao was surprised and looked at the three of them. Sugu, who were dismayed. You guys also have the means to seal the passageway of the ghost realm? He said, looking at the passageway in front of him that was fading away with an odd expression. No wonder, the three of them are so calm, so they also have means. Mizui shook his head. Ha! Jing Hao exclaimed in shock. You don't have the means to seal the passageway. So this is. Mizui explains a bit. What are you saying? Jing Hao almost jumped up, waves of shock rippling through his mind. Simply unbelievable. Stunned. You mean you guys didn't care about anything, just watched the passageway expand, let the evil ghosts gush out, and then only caught the ghosts outside? As a result, the ghost is gone? The passage closed by itself? What is this? In his cognition, shouldn't the channel finally solidify? Kill a bunch of strong to the extreme ghost cultivators, capture these three people, ruthlessly rubbing and abusing the town, and then, begin to wreak havoc in the world? This development, how it was not what he expected. Misui raised her eyebrows and said, we still want to ask you, where are the promised millions of evil spirits? How come there are only so many? Jing Hao was speechless, he didn't know what was going on. Up to now he hadn't been able to accept reality. Hurry up and say what's going on. Mi Suhui was very eager, wanting to ask what the situation was. The passageway was about to be completely closed. This kind of opportunity could not be lost before it was too late. Sugu stopped Mi Suhui, who had roughly guessed the reason, and said to Jing Hao, we want to enter the ghost world. Is it convenient to come out then? He knew that to enter the ghost realm, he didn't need a special passageway. He only needed to be in a specific orientation and cast the boundary-breaking technique to enter.
But whether it comes out well or not, he doesn't know. After all, the other side of the evil spirit army descended, but also specialize in inside and outside to cooperate to open a channel. That's good to know,
Jing Hao said. This ghost realm is no different from any other cave heavenly blessed land.
It's simple to sneak in, and for a short period of time,
as long as you don't get assimilated by the aura of the cave heavenly blessing,
it's not hard to come out,
provided there is a treasure to help. Of course, with Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai around, there was certainly no shortage of such tools.
Wait, what do you mean by asking that?
Jing Hao snapped back to his senses, his voice rising steeply as he said with great nervousness and concern,
listening to the meaning of the words. They still plan to enter the ghost world and continue to catch ghosts? Is this crazy, or do you want to die?
Su Gu didn't answer him, but said to Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai,
are we going? Neither had any extra words. It was straight up go or no go. Needless to say, Mizui leapt to her feet.
The corners of Li Xiaobai's mouth rose.
Then, pointing down at the little Chen girl who was acting transparent in the corner, he said to Jing Hao, take a look at her for me. We should be back soon.
This was the truth. There were god transformation powerhouses sitting in the middle of the ghost realm, and there were definitely quite a few Yuaning, not to mention everywhere. At best, the three of him would just sneak in and catch some ghosts that had fallen behind,
and they'd be out in no time. Ha, don't! There are millions of evil ghosts inside, and there's also a spirit transformation ancestor in attendance.
You guys are sending yourselves to death. Jing Hao was about to stop it in a hurry, but the three of them, Su Gu, had already leaped into the ghost realm in a single bound.
Chapter 110, The Cthulhu Demon Child from Above. Li Xiaobai's Honor Defense,
5,000 words. Big chapter requesting subscription.
And help me look after it as well. And if it's not too busy, help it dig a burrow.
Su Gu's voice,
likewise, rang out. With that, a tiger was thrown out.
This is. Jing Hao saw the trio jumping directly into the incomparably dangerous ghost realm.
Ben looked dismayed, full of panic, and even had anger rising, feeling that Su Gu's trio was too much of a fool,
taking their own safety as child's play. Then, looking at the demonic tiger that was thrown out by Su Gu, he became more and more staggered and was simply puzzled.
What's the point of throwing a tiger out? Could it be that this is Master Su's pet?
Because he thought that the ghost world was dangerous and that he might encounter accidents,
he threw his beloved pet out? That's not right either. Why go in and take a chance when you think you might meet with an accident? Just to catch some ghosts? These ghosts, what use can they be?
A righteous cultivator is not allowed to enslave others or other intelligent beings. Even if it was a ghost or demon that had committed a crime, it would either be killed in battle or captured and then twisted to the court or one of the righteous sects that had the qualifications to detain them. There's also the fact that it's strange to keep such a demon tiger with little intelligence and stupidity as a pet.
Okay?
The three of them are the proprietors of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center.
And these ghosts are, to them, the little money girl on the side, timidly explained. What did you say? They are the bosses of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center?
Jing Hao's brain went blank.
Very unbelievable. As if he was bombarded by 5 thunderbolts, unable to accept it at all. Really?
Jing Hao swallowed his saliva,
not daring to be sure.
True, the little money girl said with certainty.
Surprisingly true? Jing Hao's eyes instantly reddened with envy.
In order to be able to occasionally go to the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center a few times for treatment, he can be said to have lost all his family's money. Not only mortgage treasures, but also are reduced to the point of renting a boat ferry to earn money.
And now, you're telling me that the 3 of them run this Ghostbusters Medical Center? All my money was made by the 3 of them? How can this balance his heart? God is not fair. Immediately afterward,
Jing Hao suddenly drifted off,
completely understanding why the 3 Su Gu people were acting like this. The Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Hall
has the qualification of labor in lieu of punishment. After the 3 of them catch these evil ghosts, they can apply to have the ghosts and demons among them who have committed crimes and need to serve their sentences to work for nothing in their medical center.
Where is this a ghost? It's a constant stream of spirit stone mines. No wonder they're so crazy.
Jing Hao lamented.
If it were him, when he saw a chance to get rich, he would try it all the same, even if it was risky. I'm Nia Xiao Qian, Xiaobai's first girlfriend. You can call me junior sister Xiao Qian.
Miss Xiao Qian introduced herself with a drop of generosity and said, the reason why he took the initiative to get close was that he wanted to fool Jing Hao and then leave this place of wrongdoing.
You?
Jing Hao looked at the little money girl in surprise and said with a strange expression,
the girlfriend of senior brother Xiaobai? Aren't you a ghost cultivator? How could you be his girlfriend? Or first girlfriend? So, he's had a lot of girlfriends? He was genuinely dismayed, and wondered a little if he had heard wrong. Other people didn't know Li Xiaobai's true identity, but as a true disciple of the Yin Yang sect of the supergrade sect, he definitely knew. The first son of the Li family, the first family of the No. 1 Sword Dao family, and the son of Li Tai Bai, the No. 1 person in the world of Sword Dao today. If, for example, the Li family or Uncle Li knew that Li Xiaobai had found a ghost cultivator as a love interest, and that he had found more than one, he would definitely break his legs, right? Yes, his other girlfriends, I don't know them very well, but I know what kind of ghosts they are. A pickpocket ghost, a hanged ghost, and, the little money girl nodded her head, as if counting. She had, before, thought about finding Li Xiaobai to get back together, but by then Li Xiaobai already had a new girlfriend, and several of them. In her anger, she couldn't help but investigate these female ghosts some more, although, for fear of spooking the snakes, she didn't dare to investigate too meticulously, but more or less she still knew some information. Thinking about this, the little money girl was even more fired up. When she and Li Xiaobai shared a room in the temple, Li Xiaobai told her very innocently that he was practicing the sentient sword and needed a partner to help him cultivate, and asked her if she was willing to do so. As soon as she heard that it was Li Xiaobai who practiced the sentient sword, or the son of a large family of the righteous path, and this young, as if he had just entered the Jianghu, is this not a typical extremely high-quality spirit stone mine? Without even thinking about it, she agreed. As a result, it's only been a short while, and Li Xiaobai has found so many girlfriends. She wanted to say to Li Xiaobai, "You are practicing the sentient sword, not the abusive sword. Ah, how is this? All ghosts and all of them are various?" The corner of Jing Hao's mouth twitched, and for a moment, he didn't know what the reaction was, and was very dismayed, as if he had been thunderstruck. No one in their right mind would pick a girlfriend like that. It is hard to believe that it is a sacrifice made in order to go undercover in the devil's way, and deliberately discredit himself, so as not to let the demons of the devil's way suspect. After all, that righteous path, with so many girlfriends, is still all ghost cultivators. For a moment, Jing Hao felt that Li Xiaobai's sacrifice was so great that his heart was filled with admiration. However, immediately afterward, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes fiercely, and he said ecstatically, "I knew I wasn't wrong in my calculations. His marriage is, indeed, unnameable." The little money girl next to her, who was wearing a smile and wanted to draw closer, heard this and the smile on her face instantly disappeared, her face darkening. "You're the one who's not to be named. Your whole family's not to be named. We female ghosts, we're all pretty after makeup, okay?" However, considering that he still had to get close and beg him to let himself go, his expression instantly eased, a smile appeared on his face again, his posture was put very low, and he was planning to open his mouth to exchange pleasantries and get closer. "Pardon." Jing Hao took out a piece of talisman paper, pinching his hand with a magic decision, and threw it towards the little money girl. The talisman paper transformed into a golden light, and when it fell, the sky was filled with flashes of golden light, and the Tao rhythms flowed, and it actually formed a golden light cage. Imprison the little money girl in it. "What are you doing?" The little money girl was very angry and enraged, wanting to mobilize her ghost arts to break open this cage, but she found that she couldn't mobilize any ghost power at all. More than that, she found herself completely cut off from the outside world. Not only could they not hear the sounds outside, but even the scenes they saw were the same as before, no longer changing. Outside, after sealing Miss Xiao Qian in a golden light cage, Jing Hao was satisfied. A friend's wife is not to be deceived. On this island, we are the only one person and one ghost, as the saying goes. In order to avoid misunderstanding by Xiaobai, it's better to isolate you. Saying that, he took out the shadow retaining stone and purposely checked the previous image to see if it was recorded. He was relieved to see that it was all recorded and continued to record. Staying in the picture is mainly used to prove your innocence. It is not that he is too neurotic. It is really that when facing the 6 evils of the righteous path, he cannot help but be this cautious. The other side. The 3 of them, Su Gu, entered the ghost realm and landed in a ghost-free wilderness. Inside the ghost world, the scene was very different from the outside world, although there was also the sun, but it was incomparably dim, emanating a dense yin qi, accompanied by gusts of yin wind, setting off the entire ghost world, which was incomparably eerie. There wasn't a single green plant around. All of them were all kinds of strange rocks exposed. The aura in the air was thin, and had long since been transformed as much as possible, possibly into yin and ghost fury chi that was more suitable for ghost cultivators. This place might be a holy place of cultivation for ghost cultivators, but for ordinary cultivators, it would be tantamount to purgatory, and would be all uncomfortable and moody. This is the ghost transformation technique, which allows you to disguise yourself as a ghost. Sugu took out a pamphlet with a demonic spell on it and handed it to Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai. The Devil's Way even has this kind of divine weapon spell? It's true that the Devil's Way understands the Devil's Way better, and the Devil's Way isn't useless either. Misu Hui's face was joyful and slightly excited. In the middle of the ghost world,
It was natural to disguise oneself as a ghostly creature,
more able to blend in and more convenient to act. Saying that,
he took out a few talismans from his bosom and handed them to Sugu,
saying, "This is the concealment talisman. After using it,
you can conceal your own breath and figure.
Even late Yuaning cultivators are hard to detect. The effective time is half an hour, and you can use it to get things done at critical moments."
With that, he said to Li Xiaobai,
"I won't give it to you. It was a 4th grade concealment talisman,
and he didn't have much with him."
Li Xiaobai nodded. "He has it naturally." It certainly wasn't much.
Although their backgrounds were heaven-defying,
none of them were very fond of using external objects. In fact, none of their elders, either, allowed them to easily use external objects. After all,
it's hard to get growth if you're only using externals. Sugu took the talisman paper and practiced the method of activating it for a few times,
and after becoming skilled, he looked around and said,
"First, find a single evil ghost to search their souls,
and see where there are evil ghosts of the Jindan stage." Since they had ventured in, they definitely wouldn't be targeting
on the chi practicing and foundation establishment stage brats.
If you want to catch them,
you should only catch Jindan ghost cultivators.
Currently,
it was also only the Jindan ghost cultivator that had an obvious effect on the growth of their strength.
In this regard, the two of them, Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, who had long since treated Sugu as an external brain, naturally had no opinion. Sugu had just finished performing the ghost transformation technique, disguising himself as an evil ghost, and was leading Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai forward, before he could take a few steps, when he suddenly stopped, a moment of dismay and hesitation on his face.
"What's wrong?"
Noticing Sugu's reaction,
Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui inquired with concern.
"Nothing, thought of something."
Sugu shook his head without saying much,
"But, it hasn't been figured out yet. Let's catch the ghost first.
It won't affect us much,"
said the man, as if nothing was wrong, and marched forward. His attention, however,
was mostly on the panel in front of him. Achievement reached enemy to the clerical Skyfall Demon Child. Acquired 3 purple word fragments.
It's actually an enemy of the grammatical Skyfall Demon Child instead of beheading the grammatical Skyfall Demon Child's projection. Moreover, this time, the achievement determination is actually so long.
Sugu fell into deep thought.
Achievement determination. There is a delay,
or there will be an inspection period. For example, when the initiation achievement was reached before, it wasn't reached on the spot when joining the Devil's Cave, but only after completing the ceremony of new disciples entering the Devil's Cave. That is, after defeating the group of old disciples who tried to bully them. Whereas, the heavenly descending demon child was at least a grammatical heavenly descending demon child. Although it descended into the cultivation world by way of descending a projection, the price paid was high, and once the projection was damaged, it would be very difficult to project it again within a short period of time. This so-called short period of time, given the Cthulhu monster's timescale, could very well be hundreds or thousands of years, and by the time he lowered his projection again, he himself would have long since ascended, right? If that was the case, this so-called making an enemy of the grammatical heavenly descending demon child would obviously be inappropriate. This means that during this period of time, that grammatical heaven-sent demonic child whose projection I exterminated, made a decision and intends to continue descending projections, even at an unimaginable cost. Sugu's eyes flickered as he surmised the result, although it was just a guess.
In Sugu's opinion, the probability was high.
It seems that the 3 of us gave him a bit of a big stimulus.
This is obviously uptight, wanting to take revenge on us.
The corners of Sugu's mouth rose,
somewhat taut, though, inviting such an enemy would be troublesome. However, Sugu didn't care too much. Thinking of this, he directly told Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai the results of his speculation, finding a reason to do so.
"What?
That guy, he dares to come back?"
Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai were both very excited and thrilled,
rubbing their fists together,
with kind smiles on their faces, saying, "It's too bad that I didn't know that he was a heavens descent demon child before and didn't greet him properly.
If we meet him next time,
we'll make sure he doesn't make the trip in vain. Thoroughly make him realize who is the real heaven-sent demon child." Listening to the words of Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, for some reason, even Sugu could not help but feel a chill at his back. He had now begun to doubt whether this so-called heaven's mandate for the emergence of demons was the emergence of heaven's descending demon child, or whether it was them, the 5 demons of the righteous path.
However, it's still important to be cautious. Sugu admonished, the other party has descended once again,
and there are bound to be more thorough preparations.
Moreover, he's only one of the heaven-descending demon children. There are other heaven-descending demon children that have not come out of the world. It's fine. With you, senior brother. All problems are not problems. With senior brother you advising us and guiding us in the right direction. What heaven's descending demon child is all just a little caramels. Mi Su Hui said.
He was telling the truth.
The two of them, he and Li Xiaobai, hadn't been with Su Gu for long before one of them broke their original limits and became stronger. He didn't dare to imagine how strong he would be if he kept following Su Gu's side. Joking, Su Gu shook his head in denial. Senior brother is really modest. Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai couldn't help but say. No, I mean, I fight hard too. Xiao Gu corrected. He wasn't interested in being some kind of warlord or wise guy. Although, right now, his battle power was quite a bit worse than the heavenly spirit route. But when the human emperor flag, the mountains of people, the endless sea of blood, and other devilish killing moves were all successfully refined, he would be invincible under the heavens. Mizui, Li Xiaobai. They thought that senior brother Su shaking his head was being modest, but it turned out that he felt that they hadn't boasted in the right place. However, the two laughed out loud immediately afterward, because they realized that they seemed to be the same way. Perhaps this is the fine character of the strong, who like to compete in everything. Perhaps it was because they had descended too peripherally. Su Gu's trio wandered for a long time without finding a single ghost. Mizui was all set to fly straight up and observe the situation around her. Also at this time, Li Xiaobai's eyes flashed as he said, "We've found the fallen ghost," only to see in front of him, a village gradually appeared, but it was very desolate, with rows and rows of houses with earth walls and thatched roofs, long abandoned, most of which had collapsed and were very dilapidated. Su Gu's spiritual sense was not as sharp as Li Xiaobai's, and as he looked around in front of the village, he suddenly noticed a little girl, walking towards them. Su Gu carefully sized up the other party, then looked at Li Xiaobai with an odd expression, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, only to see this little girl, the appearance of 12 or 13 years old, white and clean, the temperament of gentle and lovely, very pleasing to the eye, let people not only heart pity, but that's her outward appearance. If, with a sweep of divine sense, one could see that her body was draped in a rich ghostly aura. This kind of rich ghostly aura was something that an ordinary foundation establishment ghost cultivator would be hard-pressed to possess. It's a big ghost. How about she's mine? Before Mi Su Hui had time to get excited, Li Xiaobai took the lead and spoke up, very excited and elated, with eagerness written all over his face. Su Gu, bastard, that's a little girl by the looks of it. Su Gu feels that Li Xiaobai has been completely biased, which let Li Xiaobai's father know, will not be flayed alive, right? However, speaking of this little girl, other than looking a little younger, she was quite normal, at least not as abstract as those cheap girlfriends Li Xiaobai had found before. The little girl opened her watery peach blossom eyes, very cute and droll. Three great uncles, I have a question. If any of you can answer it, I can hay with whoever. If you can't answer it, then you have to be eaten by me. Saying that, the aura on her body began to become incomparably vicious. The heaven and earth seemed to become more gloomy and dim, and her mouth even became crazily large, intending to swallow the three who were destined to fail to answer the question into her stomach. Asking questions is the ghostly art she practiced, and as long as others can't answer, they will be trapped and then devoured by her. Only, her words had not yet fallen. Li Xiaobai had already packed her into the ghost bag. A wrestling, wanting to abolish her half-step Jindan cultivation, as well as washing away most of her body's refuted and dirty evil fury chi, the cruelty of the means. Even Su Gu and Mi Su Hui raised their eyebrows at it. At that moment, a mournful and incomparable scream rang out from the ghost bag. Swish, Li Xiaobai sheathed the magic weapon at his waist, and the sword she flowed, locking the other party in place, completely keeping the other party honest and continuing to wrestle. Finally, seeing that Su Gu and Mi Su Hui were looking at him in surprise, he touched his head and smiled. One of my girlfriends, who teaches in Little Willow Town, the proper kind, has been looking for a maid to be a book girl. When I saw that she was suitable, I thought of grabbing her back and giving her to that girlfriend of mine as a maid. However, she has done too much evil. The number of cannibalism and ghost eating is too high, and she has gathered a sea of evil spirits in her body. So it's too scary to take it out and it's easy to be caught by the officials, so she'll help her drain the evil spirits out. Su Gu and Mi Su Hui looked at each other, and for some reason, they were a little disappointed. You might as well grab it back as a new girlfriend. Granted, it looks perverted a bit, but at least it's not abstract. Ghost cultivators are also divided into races, but they are roughly categorized into two types, an ordinary ghost and a special ghost. Ordinary ghosts, that is, after the death of a person, the inner collection of grievances and unwillingness, just happen to die in the place. The yin qi is thick, will be transformed into ghosts. The appearance of this kind of ghost is no different from before death. As for special ghosts, such as drowned ghosts, skinned ghosts, hanged ghosts, dowry ghosts, etc., they are born after a person's death, all of which have special ways of dying in special scenes, and have extremely strong grievances. This kind of ghost, which retains some of its features from the time of its death, is generally more abstract in its original form and has a narrower employment base. Although they are all capable of manifesting their forms and generally do not meet people in their original form, they are still not pleasant to be around. Even if they are sent into the Ghostbusters Medical Center as a physician, it is common for only heavy customers to pick them. Of course, it wasn't without its benefits. Special ghosts were equivalent to the special physique in the human race and the special bloodline in the demon race, all of which had certain special abilities, and compared to ordinary ghosts of the same realm and background, they tended to be a bit stronger. And Li Xiaobai found a lot of girlfriends. Our special ghosts, Sugu guessed, may be because the special ghosts, gifted, he used to practice sword effect better. Of course, it's also possible that Li Xiaobai really likes it. What do you guys take me for? Seeing that Su Gu and Mi Su Hui actually showed a hint of disappointment, Li Xiaobai quickly defended himself. She doesn't look 12 yet, and the Great Shan law strictly states that no man or woman under the age of 12 may marry. How could I go against the law? Though, she must be pretty old. Su Gu and Mi Su Hui gave him a blank look, not even listening to Li Xiaobai's defense. Moreover, they didn't care about this, but said, hurry up and interrogate where there are more Jindan ghost cultivators, but not too many. Li Xiaobai nodded. After the fall just now, the little girl ghost cultivator has long been honest, with tears in her eyes, full of fear and trepidation, asking what to say. 200 miles to the east, there is a ghost city that originally had a Yuan-ing ghost general sitting in it, but this ghost general, due to the opening of the passageway, was transferred to his side by the Ghost King in preparation for attacking the outside world. Although the passageway is now closed, he has not returned yet. He has quite a few consorts, all of whom are at Jindan cultivation level. Su Gu and Mi Su Hui's mouths twitched as they said, ask something serious. That's the most serious of all. That Yuan-ing ghost general, in order to attack the outside world, took away most of his battle force, and now the city is empty. There isn't even a single Jindan ghost cultivator sitting in the city, only a few of his consorts, Li Xiaobai explained, his forehead filled with black lines. What kind of eyes are you guys looking at? Do you really think I'm starving? It's just a relationship. Just move your emotions, no need to move your body. Besides, I'm only in love for the sake of practicing my sword. It's very pure. Okay. He felt that he might be losing his reputation if he didn't clarify, but who knows? The expressions of the two men became even more contemptuous. Ha, you actually shouldn't be able to, right? Mi Su Hui even opened her mouth. What did you say? Li Xiaobai glared angrily, so anxious that he was about to move his sword. This is good news. Su Gu hastened to square up and didn't stimulate Li Xiaobai anymore. Although he was also surprised that Li Xiaobai had so many girlfriends, but he was still guarding his body as if it were a jade. Dao, we're in luck. Their army has been redeployed and has yet to return today. I think the many ghost cities nearby are also like this. Their internal guards are empty. This is exactly our chance. Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai both lit up. Chapter 111. What is the best sneak? Of course it's to kill all enemies. 5,000 words big chapter begging for subscription. Then what are we waiting for? Take this opportunity to hurry up and end a few more cities. Mi Su Hui said. With so many ghost concubines, there's always one that suits me. Li Xiaobai said the same. The two couldn't wait to get up. Su Gu once again looked at Li Xiaobai in surprise. You don't even sleep. You just talk about your feelings. Can you even get this worked up? To be honest, Su Gu wanted to give Li Xiaobai a thumbs up, going with the King of the Sea persona and still being able to keep it together. You're a real cow. Maybe, in the future, Li Xiaobai could even achieve the strange name of a Virgin Sea King. Of course, Su Gu also knew that the probability that the reason why Li Xiaobai did this was to guard Yuan Yang. In this world, Yuan Yang or Yuan Yin were not too important, but they did have some impact on cultivation. Li Xiaobai was obsessed with the way of the sword, although he liked to have a whole lot of fun and didn't really like to meditate and cultivate, but this was mainly because he was burdened with the sword spirit root and didn't have to go on any hard cultivation at all. It didn't mean that he didn't want to have a higher cultivation realm. When the realm reaches a certain level and Yuan Yang will no longer be able to influence cultivation, Li Xiaobai should completely let go. After all, don't look at Li Xiaobai's weekdays, always sidling his sword, not talking much, very high and cold, in fact stuffy a match. Xiaobai it's still important to pay attention to quality. Nonetheless, Su Gu still urged. I once heard that there was an ancient powerhouse who practiced the sentient and most emotionless method. He was born in a remote town, originally a downtrodden young master, but accidentally obtained the inheritance of the evil saint, and from then on rose all the way up, fought against the heavens, suppressed all enemies, and eventually became a great power in the transitional succession. Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui listened as they walked, not too moved. Transition is just a matter. They didn't put it in their eyes at all. They are going to become immortals in the future, and they are going to achieve the strongest immortal. Su Gu continued, during this period, he had encountered countless certain death crises, but His personal charm is high, harvested the heart of countless heavenly pride of women. Every time to death crisis, these heavenly pride of women will have been determined to come forward for him to resolve the disaster. And because of this, at the Jindan stage, the Jindan he condensed was an unprecedented harem Jindan. Harem Golden Dan? Li Xiaobai froze, never having heard of this kind of golden pill. Sugu nodded his head and said, "This Jindan is very powerful and can be called the #1 Jindan in the world, bar none. Because of that, one can call upon a bunch of one's own harem's Golden Dan. When fighting, one can directly summon hundreds of Golden Dan, especially his harem. All of them are heaven's proud daughters with strong natural talent, and they are generally all double spirit roots. Their Jindans are already strong enough, and with 100 Jindans like them, how can they not be invincible? If, with 100 Jindans, you guys don't feel invincible enough, what about 200? What about 300? Hiss, so strong." Li Xiaobai sucked in cold air as he listened, his eyes filled with excitement and yearning, already seeing it as a goal. Ni Su Hui, on the other hand, envied her teeth. Why is Li Xiaobai's avenue so easy that he can become stronger just by falling in love? If it was just that, it would be fine, but as a result, not only are you easy, you're also the strongest in the world? How does that make him take it? Sugu said to Li Xiaobai, "The prospect is vast, but you are still far from it now. After all, your current girlfriends, for one, don't love you that much, and secondly, their qualifications are not good, not to mention, willingly lending you their Golden Dan. It's a mystery whether they can achieve it or not." He had gone to great lengths to help lead Li Xiaobai onto the right track and keep him from going astray. "Senior brother, please don't worry, I have it in my heart." Li Xiaobai looked solemn and listened carefully to the instruction. Like a student being instructed by a teacher, the number of girlfriends I've been looking for lately is already decreasing, and the quality is also improving. This is also in accordance with what you taught me, senior brother, to solve the problem of quantity before quality. That's fine. Sugu nodded in satisfaction. He had always wanted to make Li Xiaobai into the kind of pure love harem male lead in a kingly hot-blooded web novel, and didn't want him to be skewed into a scumbag who only knew how to play with abstractions. After all, it was one of the 5 great demon generals under his future command. "It's here." The female ghost named Sakura, who was grabbed by Li Xiaobai, reminded. Sugu and the 3 of them were extremely fast, and under Xiao Sakura's guidance, they soon reached the edge of the ghost city, and upon hearing Xiao Sakura's reminder, the 3 of them all stopped their stance, and their gazes fell towards the ghost city in front of them. It was said to be a ghost town, but it was actually more like a town in the outside world. It was nothing more than a high layer of black walls built outside the town. The walls are made of a special black stone that can additionally withstand ghostly attacks, and have spells carved into them to prevent attacks. From this wall, the obvious traces of old and new, it could be seen that this ghost realm was not stable, and from time to time, there were things that attacked the city and plundered the land. The city was quite cold and quiet, not as lively as the outside towns. However, this had already alarmed the 3 Sugu. "How come the density of ghosts is so high in Ghost City?" Ni Su Hui said in dismay. He had done very much research on evil spirits in order to construct the Buddhist hell. One of the things that bothered him the most was that the evil spirits were cruel by nature, and once they gathered together in large numbers, they would kill each other and could not coexist. And, in this ghost city, the various ghosts surprisingly live in groups like humans. At a cursory glance, there are nearly 10,000 ghost cultivators in this little ghost city, right? Sugu nodded. Moreover, this is after the Ghost King has drawn away a large number of evil spirits. If he hadn't drawn away most of them, the number of evil spirits housed in this city would only be greater. Then, the 2 of them snapped their heads up and looked at each other, their eyes both flashing with a ray of essence. That is to say, there is a special force that suppresses the evil spirits' nature to kill each other, so that they can gather in groups. Nisu Hui's voice was a little shaky as she said, "Right." Sugu nodded his head and said with slight excitement, "It could be a special treasure, or it could be a formation, or the special construction of the ghost city and so on at work. However, as long as there is a reason, we will definitely be able to find it." There was no way for him not to be excited. If he could find the cause, it meant that the difficulty of making the human emperor flag would drop dramatically. Li Xiaobai was equally happy for Sugu and Nisu Hui. "What should we do?" Nisu Hui eagerly asked Sugu. "Let's split up." Sugu pondered for a split second and said to Li Xiaobai and Nisu Hui, "Capture more Jindan ghost cultivators. They know a lot of secret stories, so when the time comes, they should be able to find out the answers by casually asking. This will neither delay catching the ghosts nor knowing the reason why the ghosts are swarming." "Good." The 2 of them, Li Xiaobai and Nisu Hui, did not hesitate and directly said, "What a death wish." Sakura, who knew all this, sneered in her heart. "I don't know where the 3 little brats came from, but they are so unaware of the sky and dare to hit the Lingdong ghost city. Don't they know that this is the Ghost King's city? Even if the Ghost King had transferred most of his power, the remaining power was still not something that these three little kids could fight against. Moreover, even if the three of them did take advantage of the emptiness in the city and grab some treasures, so what? It's not like the Ghost General won't come back? Robbing the Ghost King's city, isn't this looking for death? In her mind, she already regarded the three Sugu people as dead ghosts. The three of them walked into the city and automatically separated, and Sugu touched off in the direction of the east, specializing in finding the tallest and largest, most spectacular buildings. Sugu casually grabbed a ghost without saying much, directly searched his soul, and after finding the target's location, he hurriedly flew and soon arrived at the target. This is a rich ghost district, where many of the residences of the city's dignitaries are located. However, in the mansion today, it was all very cold, with only a few servant ghosts and some women. Will there be no strong people in this rich ghost area? Sugu's divine sense swept through. There were only some Foundation establishment stage ghosts. Of course there were quite a lot of ghost-type possessions, but he wasn't interested in money. Despite saying this, he still quietly swept through one mansion after another, constantly rushing toward the front, until they came to the gates of a most exclusive and luxurious manor house. The manor as a whole was on the dark side. There was not much wood in this world. This manor, however, was almost all made of wood, which was seen to be luxurious and exuded an unimaginable sinister aura. The build is all going to be similar to the manor in the outside world, in the town of Little Willow. Sugu was just about to walk in and continue probing, when suddenly a figure, swaying falsely, came in front of him and said icily, "This is the residence of the beloved consort of the Lord Ghost General of Ridge Mountain. Idle ghosts and the like are not allowed to enter. Before I lose my appetite and don't want to eat you, hurry up and get out of the way, maybe you can still live." This voice was vicissitude in oozing, possessing the magic power to seduce people's souls, as if it was a ghostly messenger coming from hell. The first level of Jin Dan? Special Ghost Clan sedan chair carrying ghost? Sugu glanced at him, the corners of his mouth rising. You, the sedan chair carrying ghosts that were blocking the way. Their stiff faces changed slightly, sensing a hint of something wrong, and just when they wanted to make a move, they saw two impermanent beings emerge behind Sugu. One black impermanence, one white impermanence. The evil spirits that he had caught outside had been partially refined by him, using the fallen spirit. The second phase of the gratuitous demand for life of the 10,000 Ghosts Night journey has been completely perfected. Boo! Almost instantly, this Jindan first level sedan chair carrying ghost, who couldn't even be stunned in time, was directly knocked unconscious to the ground. Sugu made a big move and took the sedan chair carrying ghosts that had fallen to the ground and put them into the 100 ghost bag. Who? Sugu had thought that he was godless enough, but almost at the same time that this palanquin carrying ghost was captured, a roar like thunder exploding resounded in the manor, mixed with unimaginable anger. Apparently had spotted him. Kid, whatever you're from, hurry up and let me go. I'm just the weakest guard of Lady Han Yuan. You've been found out. Hurry up and let me go. And I might be able to plead for mercy and beg the lady to spare your life, or else you'll have no choice but to die. The sedan chair carrying ghost in the bag of 100 ghosts had come to its senses and roared out while chagrined at being eaten for being gullible. Sugu's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were bland, holding the 100 ghost bag in his hand without any movement, feeling the three strong auras that rose up to the sky in the manor. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a kind smile. Jindan first layer, Jindan second layer, the fourth level of Jindan. It was not in vain that I came here. As the words fell, black clouds coalesced behind Sugu's back, and a black and white invincible with a huge body, as if they were standing on top of the sky, walked out of the black clouds and landed on the ground with a thud, causing the earth to tremble. Since, having been exposed, it's just a matter of killing everyone. All the ghosts in order to keep sneaking around. The light became dim. Some of the surrounding ghost cultivators, noticing the commotion, made as many panicked noises as they could. Unbridled, who dares to act recklessly near General Lingshan's beloved concubine's mansion? Come to die. Three figures, strongly killing out, all wearing black robes. Their appearance was similar to the sedan chair carrying ghosts that had already been captured by Sugu. Apparently, these three are also sedan chair ghosts. For sedan chair carrying ghosts, there should be a connection between them. No wonder they found me in the first place. So, the general's consort here is a dowry ghost? Sugu's expression was playful, then some pity. It's only 4 sedan chair. If it was an 8 carrying sedan chair, or a 16 carrying sedan chair, perhaps I could introduce you to my brother. The 3 palanquin carrying ghosts, seeing that Sugu didn't know respect or inferiority like this, and dared to say such treacherous words, were instantly enraged, and the runes on their bodies flickered and coalesced with black light. One by one, they cast ghost path spells and swept towards the black and white irregulars. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The ending was naturally very tragic.
One by one,
They were all slapped on the ground and fainted as much as they could.
impermanent solicitude. This kind of demonic art was difficult for even some half-step yuaning demonic cultivators to perform.
Su-gu exerted so much, and how could it be that these few early Jindan and just mid-stage ghost cultivators
could touch the porcelain? How is this possible? How can he be so strong? How dare you knock out several of my older brothers with a single slap? The palanquin-carrying ghost that was first suppressed by Su-gu let out a shocked voice. Quite unbelievable.
Then 3 coffin-carrying ghosts appeared before him. It was none other than his older brothers.
The fact that this was the case, even if he couldn't believe it anymore, he could only accept it, and for a while he was emotionally depressed, incomparably sad and desperate.
Su-gu didn't care about this and gave an order for the black and white irregulars to capture the ghost cultivators in the surrounding manor, while he himself took a step into the manor.
In an instant, the manor changed and became austere,
and the scene changed to one of lights and colors and the day of the new couple's marriage.
A special talent for grafting ghosts? Su-gu didn't care.
His mouth just mumbled,
reciting incantations.
100 ghosts carry the lotus. 100 ghosts carry the lotus. 100 ghosts carry the lotus.
A very large, demonic and incomparable lotus flower descended from the sky,
and hundreds of little ghosts carried a petal of the lotus flower,
filled with a sinister and destructive aura. Wherever it passed, everything went up in smoke,
and only moments later the illusion of the newlyweds here
disappeared.
The only thing that came into view was a stunningly beautiful ghost wearing a wedding dress,
with a handsome appearance, outstanding temperament,
and a ghost with a ghostly and miserable look on her face,
sitting on the ground,
with her eyes filled with shock and trepidation.
Looking at Su-gu,
it was as if he had seen the most incredible scene in the world, an early foundation establishment cultivator, yet he raised his hand to suppress himself,
a mid-Jindan ghost cultivator,
as well as several early and mid-Jindan guards?
How is this possible? What are you waiting for? Come in.
Su-gu's expression was calm as he took out his 100 ghost bag and gently beckoned.
At the same time, in his heart,
he lamented that he really couldn't be with the righteous 5.
When he acted alone,
the others all marveled at his rebelliousness, while with the righteous 5, the others all treated him as a broken man,
causing him to have an inferiority complex. My husband will be back soon, and if you capture me, he will find trouble with you then.
The grafted ghost took a deep breath, and although it was very grumpy and not convinced, it still obediently went into the 100 ghost bag to avoid being tortured.
Your husband?
I hope that the next time I ascend to this place,
he will be able to hold back from kneeling and bending down. Su-gu looked calm,
not taking her threats seriously at all,
and said indifferently, what about your husband's several other concubines, on the east side of town?
The grafted ghost naturally wouldn't hide information for his love interest and directly chose to give an account. Su-gu nodded his head in satisfaction, then frowned slightly, looking around at the several black and white invincibles in the several manors with tall bodies, as if they were catching chickens,
shaking his head slightly. It was supposed to be a sneak,
and this messed it up and made it into a sweep.
Just as he was thinking this, he saw that in the other 2 directions in the ghost city,
there was also a great commotion.
Apparently,
Li Xiaobai and Mi Suhui also failed to sneak and started sweeping.
A few moments later, the 3 of them converged, all with smiles on their faces, clearly reaping a great harvest, and the female ghost Sakura,
who had been grabbed by Li Xiaobai before, was incredulous and trembled.
They really made it. What on earth are they from? Why can they be so ferocious, directly sweeping through the entire ghost city? Not caring about Xiao Sakura's exclamation,
Li Xiaobai sighed.
I was unlucky. I didn't find a single ghost general consort. I only found a few Jindan guards guarding the treasure vault, all of them in the late stage.
I'll switch with you,
Mi Suhui said.
I found the city's guards camp and a few Dao palaces that teach ghost cultivation, and there are a few Jindan female ghosts among them.
Not a consort? Li Xiaobai lost it. The corner of Mi Suhui's mouth twitched. You love it or not?
Su-gu laughed.
I've found a few of them, and among them, there's an extremely good grafter ghost that you'll absolutely love.
What? Li Xiaobai's face was really happy and he hurriedly said, I'll switch with you, elder brother.
You actually intercepted it. Mi Suhui could only look on with envy. That was a late Jindan ghost cultivator. One could top 5 mid-Jindan ghost cultivators, change the ghost town and continue.
Su-gu looked at the sky and said, it's still early. There's no need to sneak next. It's too much of a waste of time. Just sweep.
Exactly. Mi Suhui and Li Xiaobai nodded.
Just as Su-gu's side was sweeping comfortably, there was another group of people who were also plotting to seize the city.
According to Lord Demon Shadow's plan,
after all these ghost cultivators are killed out, let's take advantage of their internal emptiness and sweep away their wealth.
After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the wealth here is a vast amount.
Enough to make our Extreme Bliss Demon sect soar into the sky. The leader of the Extreme Bliss Demon cult Hall Master Jijia laughed, already envisioning a better future. Beside him, there were several demonic cultivators with strong breaths surrounding him. All of them were the mainstay level characters of the Extreme Bliss Demon sect, and each of them had breaths at the Yuaning stage. The head of the hall is even at the late stage of Yuaning. Obviously, compared to the impromptu intentions of Sugu's trio, their Extreme Bliss Demon sect had obviously prepared more and more thoroughly. They have long been in various cities, made ambushes, came 18 Yuaning late-stage hallmasters, and a group of Yuaning stage demons, just waiting for the order of the Devil Shadow Boy. Can be the first time, the entire Ghost World sweep complete. It had to be said that the Demon Shadow Jr., as a heaven-sent demon child, still had means. In his plan, the evil ghost army swept out and would inevitably be struck by the Great Shang dynasty, so he could take advantage of the chaos to collect a few evil ghost armies and raise his strength. At the same time, there were also ambushes of henchmen sweeping through the ghost world, amassing large amounts of money and boosting their financial power. It could be said to be a big win, but it was a pity that he encountered Sugu and was completely crushed. All plans were shattered, and even his projection was shattered. When will we do it? The brothers can't wait. A few demonic cultivators next to him urged the Hall Master. Wait for Lord Demon Shadow's order. The Hall Master was also anxious, but without Lord Demon Shadow's order, he didn't dare to act at all. Suddenly, just then, a message came that made his face turn ashen. Not good. The channel opening has failed. The army of evil spirits, no longer out in the world, is already preparing to return home? A demonic cultivator passed on the information and said, "What?" The Hall Master of this place, his heart was suddenly half cold, very unacceptable, saying, "Why is this happening? Damn it. Inform the brothers, prepare to retreat. The plan has failed." And just as his order was about to be given and relayed to the other Hall Masters, another message came through. "What? Who dares to act without authorization? I can't believe the sweep has already begun. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this going to hurt us?" When the Hall Master learned this information, he almost fainted in anger. Chapter 112, it was just a bandit suppression, but now the king has become a rebel? 7,000 words. Big chapter begs for subscription. Who on earth is taking liberties? Don't they have any brains? Before we came here, we were told 3 times not to make a move without an order. This is really going to kill us. Looking for death. Don't let me know who led the charge. I'll kill him. The Huang Shengli Hall Master of the Extreme Bliss Demon cult sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes glaring with rage, burning with anger, incomparably grasping at straws, his face so gloomy that it was almost as if he was trying to eat someone, and he was even sweating, incomparably terrified. The reason was simple, there was a change of plans, and the army of evil spirits had not come out and returned. At this time, if they swept through the ghost city, it would not be like lighting candles in the toilet, looking for death. It should be that there are brethren from the halls that can't wait to take action without authorization. And then the brothers from the other halls see this and think that Lord Demon Shadow gave the order to strike, and follow suit. The heartthrob next to him looked equally grim and speculated. The crowd nodded, thinking this was the way to go. The halls that acted without authorization will naturally be liquidated by Lord Sect Leader and Lord Demon Shadow afterward. The most urgent thing is, what should we do? The heartthrob asked Hall Master Huang Shengli with an anxious face. What to do? Hall Master Huang Shengli's anger intensified, spreading his palms with a broken expression as he said, "It's already happened, and in someone else's territory. With just this many people, we're bound to not be able to escape being annihilated." What? Seeing you guys with this leaping expression, is it possible that you also want to go and grab it? A few of the heartthrobs looked embarrassed. The leader's beloved trembled. Anyway, the matter of being besieged by the other side is a foregone conclusion. So wouldn't it be a great loss if we don't really sweep through a few of their cities? As the words landed, a few other heartthrobs nodded their heads in recognition. The corners of Huang Shengli's mouth twitched, and for a moment he couldn't find the words to retort. Seek death. Finally, he cursed angrily and gave the heartthrob who made the suggestion a kick, saying, "You made a good suggestion. Next time you are not allowed to mention it again." Saying this, the whole man looked at the brothers in the hall with a straight face and a very solemn look, and said, "What Extreme Bliss Demon cult? Do you guys know each other? Do you know each other well?" The hearts of the crowd hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized. A ray of bright light appeared on the face, and said repeatedly, "Do not know, do not know. Not familiar, more not familiar." "That's right," Huang Shengli said righteously, speaking very much as a matter of course, and said unabashedly, "We came to defect to Lord Ghost King on our own initiative after hearing of his wise and heroic deeds, and we're not all the way from that What's It All Extreme Bliss Demon cult," said the man, even more full of worship, very fanatical, shouted, "Lord Ghost King, omnipotent." Instantly, the emotions of all the devil cultivators were ignited, and one by one, they shouted loudly, "Lord Ghost King, omnipotent, Lord Ghost King, a valiant warrior." We have come to join Lord Ghost King and are willing to bleed in sweat for him. Very good. Looking at the crowd of demonic cultivators who were all very much on board, Hallmaster Huang Shengli revealed a satisfied smile. What did he rely on to become a great devil in the late Yuaning stage? It was this clean cut of justice. As long as I throw fast, it's not a defeat. How dare the demon sect of Ultimate Bliss take advantage of the fact that my wise and powerful Lord Ghost King has mobilized his army, leaving the back of the country empty to sweep away many ghost towns? This is simply a way to get killed. But, what does that have to do with them? The other heartthrobs, too, all brayed and laughed, feeling steady. Such a situation was staged in several halls, and in the face of a life and death crisis, without even thinking about it, they chose to cut righteously, abandoning the extreme bliss demon sect as their old master, intending to throw themselves into the arms of Lord Ghost King. Even the slogans of defection that were shouted were very tacitly very different. Of course, smart people are in the minority at all times. Other than these halls, most of the other halls chose Mard. We're going to be innocently besieged anyway, so it's a real loss if we don't rob 2 cities, and then vastly join the sweeping army. As for whether one ends up being liquidated by an army of evil ghosts, or whether one escapes with the swept-up treasures and soars to the heavens from then on, it depends on luck. At least, in their minds, it's better than doing nothing and waiting around to die. On the other side, after sweeping through 3 or 4 cities, Su Gu's trio had all planned to call it quits, because, calculating the time, the Ghost King armies might already be arriving at their respective cities one after another. Sweep any further and you'll meet up with the army. However, feeling the agitation coming from the several surrounding cities, all 3 of Su Gu's faces were stunned and surprised. What's the situation? Why does it feel like it's going to be total chaos? Have we swept through so many cities already? Mi Su Hui recklessly hung high in the air, exercising her heavenly eyes and peering out at the several ghost cities in the distance. Although the distance was too far to see the specific scene in the city, it was possible to see countless flames burning in these ghostly cities, and there were even dark clouds sweeping in, and the Een light was raging, already in chaos. For a moment, he thought that they had swept through all these ghost towns. Li Xiaobai stayed silent and quietly looked at Su Gu. Su Gu looked solemn and pondered. It's a bit interesting. Besides us, there's a group of people that are also sweeping. Moreover, they're even more thunderous, and they've obviously prepared for it. Are they other forces within the ghost world? Mi Su Hui said. No, the other forces in the ghost realm have long since been beaten into submission by the Ghost King. Moreover, they have already been assimilated by the ghost realm and cannot easily go out. They can't fight and can't escape. They simply don't dare to do so, Su Gu said. So, it's the forces outside, Li Xiaobai interjected. Right. Su Gu nodded his head, the corners of his mouth rising with a playful expression. And the only one who knows that there's a ghost realm here and knows when the evil ghost army comes out and when the interior is empty is that heaven-surrendering demon child of the extreme bliss demon sect. It seems that this heavenly descending demon boy still has some means. Mi Su Hui raised an eyebrow, obviously also guessing the ghost shadow boy's scheming. Inviting the ghost realm evil ghost army to come out, cracking the land and sealing the borders was a lie. Devouring the entire ghost realm was the real thing. Which us, Li Xiaobai pursued. Since, with them drawing fire, we'll just play for a while longer. Su Gu laughed. However, if we sweep again next, we'll have to pretend to be disciples of the extreme bliss demon sect. Mi Su Hui's eyes lit up as she agreed. The extreme bliss demon sect had prepared for this. The manpower they sent was much stronger, and all of their targets were much richer and larger cities. The 3 of us are relatively weak in cultivation, and we can still only wreak havoc on the barren fringe ghost towns. In the eyes of the Ghost King's army, it's just a small karami, and when they return, they will surely eliminate the main force of the extreme bliss demon sect first. The only way to clean us up is to wait for their hands to be freed up. At this time we would have run away long ago. They and the people of the extreme bliss demon sect, although they had come in for a short period of time and had not been assimilated by the cave of heavenly bliss, went out simply. But, to get out, you also need to open the spatial channel connecting the 2 places. The fewer the people, the lower the cultivation level, the smaller the channel that needs to be opened, the simpler the operation, the shorter the time needed, and the price paid is even relatively small. They were just 3 people, and their cultivation level was only at the foundation establishment stage, so they could be considered very flexible. Even, at the critical moment, there was Su Gu's Dragon's Den emergency. The people of the extreme bliss demon sect, on the other hand, were outnumbered and their cultivation level was still high, running slowly and making a lot of noise, destined to draw fire for them. So the 3 swept through a few more ghost towns almost without stopping. That's too slow. It doesn't feel like this is going to work. After sweeping through another ghost city, Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui converged at the agreed-upon place, their brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. It's too inefficient, especially Mi Su Hui,
at this moment, was even more annoyed, because up to now, he had not found the reason why the ghost city was able to massively swarm with evil spirits. I found some helpers. Sugu arrived late, wearing a kind smile. Misui raised her eyebrows and said in shock, "Senior brother, you mixed into the ranks of the Extreme Bliss Demon cult and turned a few Extreme Bliss Demon cults halls? It was difficult, but it was obviously nothing to senior brother Su." Sugu shook his head. "Why do we need to turn them? Wouldn't it be fine if we rob them when they're done? Why waste time on them?" Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai were enlightened. They had a 4th grade concealment talisman, so if they took advantage of the Extreme Bliss Demon sex halls, which were engaged in a battle with an army of evil ghosts, and took advantage of the chaos to make a grab for it, it wouldn't really be difficult. "And the help you're looking for is?" Mizui said hesitantly. "There are a few groups of ghost cultivators that have cut off a town in this neighborhood. Their strength is not bad, and they are all well trained as well." Sugu said. "Local forces that are not bound by the Ghost King?" Misuhui touched his bald head and said, "But, didn't you say before that the local forces were afraid of being retaliated by the Ghost King and didn't dare to get involved? How did you convince them?" "Convince? Why convince?" Sugu looked at Misuhui in surprise and said, "If they don't listen, kill them. Who would waste time on them? Forget it, they're all ghost cultivators now, and the lives of ghost cultivators aren't lives." Misuhui slapped his head, because this ghost city looked too much like the outside world, making him subconsciously overlook the fact that these beings were all evil ghosts. With the ghost cultivators, there is no need to be reasonable. Seeing this, Li Xiaobai looked at Misuhui, shook his head slightly, and said with contempt, "It seems that you are still not righteous enough. Surprisingly, you would take on a ghost cultivator and get the idea of being reasonable. This is not negligence." Misuhui was instantly anxious, not allowing others to question her realization. "Sugu." The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched. "Do you guys have your own understanding of justice? But, how can I say this? I can't really find a counterpoint for a while." Their justice was necessarily considered from the perspective of the human race. Any living beings and races that might threaten the safety and security of the human race were naturally unpardonable. It is naturally not just enough to be merciful to those whose sins are unpardonable. Sugu didn't dwell on these too much, but instead clapped his hands and recruited the several groups of ghost bandits that he had taken in. "Up, though, you are enslaved by me, and a death talisman has been planted in your life souls. But, who says slaves can't have slaves? Later on, you and I,
The formation that was set up not only sheltered the sound, but also the mana as well as the essence that was released when the person reciting the transcendence mantra recited it. There was not much loss of power. Sugu shook his head and said, "This method of sheltering and then rearranging the scriptures, although effective, is not too efficient. The power is only 50% of a normal cast. Senior brother, this is already strong enough." Ni Suhui was giddy and clearly satisfied, because the dilemma that had been bothering him before was completely solved. He would be able to drive evil spirits at will in the future, chanting sutras for himself to suppress his enemies, and his battle power would directly skyrocket. However, immediately afterward, Mi Suhui froze for a moment, and then the corners of her mouth rose in anticipation. "Senior brother, do you have a way to improve efficiency?" "There is, but it's harder to realize." Sugu's expression was flat. He didn't practice Buddhism, and these points weren't of much use to him, so he didn't hide it at all and directly said, "Utilizing the yin-yang upside-down formation. This directly allows the ghost cultivators to recite the scriptures backwards, and then utilizing the yin-yang upside-down formation, invert the counter scriptures that were just recited. By eliminating the steps of sheltering and cutting and piecing together, the efficiency will naturally increase dramatically." Hiss, worthy of being senior brother Su. Nisu Hui's eyes once again lit up and opened up. It was almost as if he was enlightened. Worship written all over his face. Too awesome. Such a great idea could be thought of. The yin-yang upside-down formation is indeed a bit difficult for us, but when my cultivation level goes up, I'll be able to perform it. Nisu Hui suddenly felt a sense of grandeur and said, "Senior brother, when I become a future Buddha Lord, I will definitely find a way to seal a Buddha position for you as well." The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched. "You're a good-for-nothing, aren't you? You, the future Buddha Lord who is bent on opening up the hells between Buddhas. The probability is that you'll be working in hell in the future, and you're sealing me a Buddha position? You want me to go to hell, don't you?" Although Li Xiaobai also felt that this means was astonishingly heavenly, and his heart trembled with fear when he heard it, like opening a new world, but after all, it wasn't his avenue, so he wasn't too excited and thrilled. He was just puzzled, since, for the transcendence mantra to work, it needs the assistance of a corresponding formation, and senior brother, you taught Li Wuming the formation along with it. He's suspicious by nature, and after getting this formation, he would definitely have secretly deduced and studied it, so how could he not have realized the problem? Mi Suhui also raised an eyebrow at Sugu, which was what he was wondering. The corners of Sugu's mouth rose and he said casually, "Because, what was given to him was half. With only half, how can it produce the effect of the overwhelming mantra? It only has the power of an ordinary formation, and on the battlefield, our army, in conjunction with his army, exerted the other half." Oh, Mi Suhui and Li Xiaobai's eyes widened, and then, their eyes were filled with shock and amazement. It's worthy of being senior brother Su, who possesses amazing wisdom. The math, who would have thought it? In particular, it's not just one reckoning, but a series of them. As a final result, the God Transformation Stage Mighty Ghost King fell to the realm Anasari state. The half-step God Transformation Stage Mighty Underworld King was heavily injured, and the forces of both sides suffered a devastating blow. And, with the main force of their three forces intact, the three of them even ran to the Ghost King's capital city, ready to steal the Ghost King's home and abduct his wife. At the thought, the two men looked at each other, thankful. Luckily, Brother Su is on the right path and is with them. If he is the Devil's way, then, don't even dare to imagine how terrifying the Devil's way can be in the future. If nothing else, Ghost King Chao Shangyan should be desperately rushing here. Sugu interrupted the two men lamenting, very calmly and blandly said, "I have already sent people to feel out the royal capital cloth defense. There is no threat to us. Make a direct move, snatch the princess and his treasury, and leave this place decisively. It's been here long enough, and it's really not going to be a good idea to get out if we keep it up." Good. It was finally Li Xiaobai's turn to get excited, and very eagerly said, "There are so many of his royal concubines. Which one of them knows the secret of the ghost's perverse clusters? Do you guys know? Shouldn't know. Why don't we all tie them up?" Chapter 116, Passionate Blood Battle in the King's Palace. Sugu's highlighted moment, false, 5,000 words big chapter requesting subscription. How about this proposal of mine? Li Xiaobai inquired. Sugu rolled his eyes. The outside world can hear the calculations your kid is making, right? Amitabha Buddha. Good. Mi Suhui put one hand together and said with a compassionate face, "Scholar Xiaobai, with a heart of great mercy, knowing that the existence of evil ghosts is prone to harming the peace of heaven, personally sacrificing his life to save the ghosts. Truly, you have quite a lot of drama." The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched and gave him a kick before saying, "Hurry up and do it. This king's palace won't be that easy to break into. If we delay any longer, the Ghost King is going to arrive." Li Xiaobai and Mi Suwei were suddenly solemn. This was the truth. If it wasn't for the three of them using a chain trick to seriously injure the Ghost King, otherwise with his cultivation at the transformation spirit stage, returning to the royal capital would almost be a matter of tens of breaths. Even if the Ghost King was seriously injured and there were ambushes blocking the way, if he was determined to come back, his speed would not be too slow. So, this really isn't the time to relax. Who even dare to trespass the king's palace? You three little thieves have already taken the way of death. The guardian ghosts that stood in front of the royal palace, with cruel faces and fierce eyes, laughed and were about to strike out and devour the three Sugu. This place was relatively remote and not technically within the palace grounds. He was just here to hang out and relax, but when he encountered these three hairy little thieves, it would be a meal. Because he could see that these three people, their cultivation levels were all ordinary, but they were only Foundation Establishment Griffins. As he spoke, he was already expanding his body, condensing countless ghostly fury forces. His breath was tyrannical and terrifying. To be able to guard the gates of the royal palace, their strength is not bad. These watchman ghosts, each of them is a Jindan cultivator. However, his words, before they even fell, were already caught in Sugu's hands like a chicken. Originally, the gatekeeper ghost changed to a huge size, but under Sugu's terrifying pressure, it was actually compressed and began to shrink continuously, and in the end, it really transformed into the size of a chicken and was captured into his hands. No, the gatekeeper ghost's whole body trembled, terrified to the extreme, terrified beyond measure, as if he had seen the most horrifying and unbelievable scene in the world. Go in. Sugu simply and roughly, very skillfully sealed this gatekeeper ghost and threw it into the 100 ghost bag. In a moment, a clamor came from the bag of 100 ghosts. Coming, old buddy? Have a seat. There's another one over there. The old ghosts in the bag of 100 ghosts were all very polite, giving the gatekeeper ghost, a junior, a place to be, and thoughtfully explaining some of the rules needed to live here. You must follow the rules here or will be erased from existence. The rules are as follows. First, tiptoe around things a bit. If you accidentally shake the bag of 100 ghosts, you will be directly grabbed and filled into the mouth of the impermanent and become food. Second, don't shout. If you spread your voice out, you will be caught and planted directly on the other side and become the waste of the other side. Third, there will be periodic releases, but be sure to follow any requests during the 100 Ghosts Bagmaster to complete the task set out by the 100 Ghosts Bagmaster. And if you resist, you will be sent to a demonic monk to suffer unimaginable and endless torment, begging for death. Fourthly, if there are female evil ghost friends, especially those who are already women or special ghost species, they must not hide their secrets and inform the owner of the bag of 100 ghosts in time. Then they can obtain certain rewards. Fifth, here, rules for a time. Actually simply cannot finish reading. Simply as many as hair. Just listening to make the ghost creepy, desperate to the extreme. Originally, there was still some extravagant hope, thinking that if he didn't die, he would have a chance to escape. When he saw this scene, his brain instantly went blank, and his hanging heart completely died. Incomparably desperate. Is this the legendary hell? It's okay, there are still empty seats in here. The owner of the bag of 100 ghosts never catches a single one when he strikes, and soon all your friends and family will come and reunite with you as well. The oldest brother here said in relief. The guardian ghost cried even more. Is this the legendary king of hell? What a commotion. Outside, after Sugu casually cleaned up this gatekeeper ghost, he said to Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui, you guys are not allowed to make a move. I'll do it. With the righteous five, he hadn't pretended much once he crossed the crowd. It's almost a shame for the travelers. I'm going to pretend to be a big one today, whatever I say. These brats, we really don't need to make a move. Li Xiaobai looked at them and said indifferently. Sugu couldn't help it, and also gave Li Xiaobai a kick. When did you talk? Become as much as a rice monk? Protest. Mi Su Hui was instantly dissatisfied. Criticizing Li Xiaobai is criticizing Li Xiaobai. Why did you bring me along? Sugu collected his mind, not wasting any more excess emotions. Looking at the palace, the guards in the inner and outer layers, his expression calmly and faintly said, the other side blooms. First, no movement, then from Sugu's feet, born a blood red as blood plasma, like the ocean swept out like a big river, and wherever it passed, all over the place, full of blood red flowers on the other side of the river, bleak, demonic, ghastly, and full of eeriness. What's the commotion? Who? Come out. This movement, in an instant, caused the guards of the entire royal palace to gain insight into it. Each and every one of them were tense. Their breath soared, their fierce aura spread out, and they entered into a state of battle. Now that the war is going on, the royal palace may be infiltrated by the enemy at any time. They naturally will not be as lazy as usual, and all of them are doing to prepare for the invasion of the enemy. The response was therefore very timely, and they were all very strong. The weakest ones were all early Jindan stage, and there were even more mid-Jindan stage guards like dogs, and not a few late Jindan stage guards. But, before they could react, their bodies actually began to grow with bizarrely demonic and cold blood red flowers. It's the other side of the flower. What is this? How come it instantly crawled all over my body? What kind of ghost trick is this? Who dares to break into my royal palace? Get out! Don't let me kill! Doubtful and shocked voices continued, but at this time, they did not notice the seriousness of the matter. Feeling that this was a humiliation, directly annoyed, killing intent amazing, while angrily threatening to scold, while hands trying to pull down this bizarre blood flower. Just, no! In the next moment, miserable screams rang out, and one by one, the ghost guards' faces suddenly changed, panic written in their eyes, as if they were being strangled by the god of death. Incomparably desperate, the countless ghost power in their bodies was drained by this pishy flower in an instant, and then, it was their vitality and souls. Before they could make any defense, they were already on their knees one by one, full of pain and despair, reaching out their hands to try to struggle for help. It's sucking the life force out of me. Can't pull it off. They can't pull it off. Help me. Somebody save me. I don't want to die again. The only thing that responded to them was Sugu's icy cold eyes, as well as the horrifying ghost hands that were cast out, and wherever the ghost hands passed, all the evil ghosts that were trapped by the pigeon flowers were all put into 100 ghost sacks. The 100 ghost bag they had prepared wasn't really much, but the evil ghosts they had collected earlier had all been pretty much digested. Even though another batch of POWs had been loaded into it before they came, there were still quite a few empty bags. Coming, old boy, coming, righteous father, righteous son, you're here too? The guard ghosts who were captured in earlier, saw their friends and relatives, one by one, came to be reunited, a change from the previous frustration and grief. The mood can be said to be excited, very excited and pleased. As the saying goes, do not suffer from scarcity but unevenness. Before being caught here, still feel that the ghost life is finished. Now everyone is here. Suddenly feel that in fact, the ghost life can still be salvaged. After all, everyone is miserable. We're here. But, you boys seem happy? The later guard ghosts, their faces grim and grimacing, could not wait to tear and eat the evil ghosts that greeted them. You kid is smiling so happily. You didn't lure this living hell here, did you? No, how could I be happy? I'm just suddenly not sad anymore, said the early arriving guard ghost, forcing a laugh. Crowd of ghost guards, what a strong tactic. Outside, Hui and Sugu were also shocked when they saw this sight. To be honest, even amongst their immortal sect, it was difficult to find spells and aptitudes that were comparable in power after being cast at the same realm. Although, the single power is not considered strong, the coverage is just too wide. It is a mega range group damage aptitude. It's simply a great way to go into battle and kill the enemy. Could it be that they had underestimated the Devil Dao's methods? Within this Devil Dao spells and Devil Dao aptitudes, there were horrifying spells hidden that they had overlooked. They then saw Sugu behind the back of the air suspended on a group of aborted spirits, obviously the last moment, are still alive and kicking. The next moment one by one began to twitch all over the body. The body is weak, the spirit of atrophy, like being drained. But, surprisingly, one by one, they were not in a protesting mood. Instead, they were very knowledgeable in giving place to the fallen spirits in the queue, and climbed up step by step to return to the space where Sugu had placed them. Not a bit of trouble. Well, it's not the demonic means that are terrifying. It's senior brother's demonic means that are terrifying. Li Xiaobai and Hui looked at each other and said in unison. Obviously, the fact that the peeling flower blossoms could have this kind of power was due to Sugu's pressure on this group of fallen spirits. And, by the looks of this reaction from the fallen spirits, it's clear that they've long since adapted. Perhaps, in their worldview, that's how the fallen spirit lives. No, Hui's three fallen spirits, seeing this scene, hurriedly became anxious and tried to hold Hui's eyes to prevent him from looking. But, it's already too late. So, you guys are this powerful? It seems that I'm far from developing your limits, Hui said to his three fallen spirits. The three fallen spirits of Hui, the heart that was hanging in the air, completely died. Dirt chickens and dogs, unbeatable. Sugu carried his hands behind his back, his expression lonely and arrogant as he looked down on the entire temple below. It can be a pushover, worthy of being senior brother Su. It's just as terrifying as it is. Beside them were the two atmosphere groups, Hui and Li Xiaobai, who were setting the mood. It made Sugu feel a wave of relief. Now that's a normal opening for a traveler. It's just so much fun to not have to use your brain and just load and reload all the way through. Just, in the next instant, there was a loud boom. The entire palace, as if it had come to life, the power of the roiling ghosts and demons rushed skyward, sweeping through the 8 wastelands, coalescing into substance. oppressing the vault of the sky as if it had lowered.
Horrifyingly incomparable, making it difficult to catch one's breath.
A female Yuaning ghost cultivator who was guarding this place violently opened her eyes, her breath rushing out.
As a royal palace, the guards here, of course, will not be weak.
Even if the Ghost King will be a large number of elite,
are taken away to participate in the war, here to stay a few Yuaning ghost cultivators, or rightfully so, a bunch of rustic dogs. When Misu Hui saw this, she didn't have any panic. Instead, her face was teasing and contemptuous, incomparably condescending, and she couldn't look at it at all. Then, turning to Su Gu, he said, "Please, senior brother, roll." Su Gu kicked out, sending him down through the air, and he himself landed in a hurry, not caring if his figure was in a sorry state.
8 Yuaning, and the other party has also activated a large formation. Li Xiaobai was solemn,
silent for a moment, and said, "There are too many ghosts, I can't fight them."
Su Gu rolled his eyes. Each and every one of them had learned the hard way.
What, too many ghosts can't be defeated? Talking as if there is only one Yuaning stage ghost cultivator that you can defeat. Come out. Su Gu beckoned,
and several figures with a breath as terrifying as an abyss,
a fury as thick as substance, and a dangerous aura emanating from their bodies, as if they were absolute demonic gods that had broken out of hell,
appeared in the shadows beneath their feet. These were the group of extreme bliss demon cult hall masters who had submitted to him.
Since, coming to break into the king's palace, knowing that it was dangerous here, how could he not bring help? Although there were not many people with them, only 3, after all, more would easily be detected by the Ghost King and Underworld King as being different. Their strengths were all terrifying to the extreme. Each one of them was at the late stage of Yuaning.
Among them, one of them was still at the peak of the late Yuaning stage, only one step away from the peak of Yuaning.
"Please command, Lord."
The 3 Yuaning ghost cultivation hall masters,
half kneeling to meet their respects, were incredibly respectful.
Before, they were just desperate and felt that Su Gu's trio had a deep background and that defecting to them was a way out, so they chose to defect.
But after defecting,
they were deeply convinced.
The leader, Su Gu, not only had horrible means, but all kinds of schemes were coming out.
Even the Ghost King and the Underworld King, they were all being counted to death.
How could they not be frightened by it? Beside them, Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai, on the other hand, had such strong natural talent that it was simply unbelievable. This made them, at all, not dare to have any dissent towards the 3 Su Gu. It was too terrifying.
Then, the 3 were surprisingly generous, not only giving enough respect and trust, but all kinds of material rewards are endless.
The 3 of them, whose cultivation was originally only in the middle stage of Yuaning,
managed to break the bottleneck and break through to the late stage of Yuaning after eating the exotic treasures, precious elixirs, and the massive amount of evil demonic resources that the 3 of them had rewarded them with. This was a treatment that had never existed in the extreme bliss demon sect.
Is this what it feels like to be a member of the righteous establishment? No wonder so many brothers aspire to the righteous path, so becoming righteous is so cool.
This was a feeling that all 3 of them had had. Although, they were technically only contracted laborers of the righteous Tao,
not the establishment. But, the treatment was already 100 times better than the mixed devil's way. How does that make them not loyal? It's a freshman. Destroy them.
Su Gu calmly accepted the kneeling of the 3 Yuaning, his eyes cold and unruffled as he blandly said,
"Swish, swish, swish." The 3 incomparably loyal Yuaning demonic cultivators pounced out as if they were vicious dogs from hell.
The magic power swept through the 9 skies and shook the 8 wastelands, causing the earth and sky to tremble and the palace to shake, and just the aftermath of the power could destroy the sky and the earth. Wherever it passed, everything turned into mincemeat, leaving gullies several meters deep on the road.
"Don't you dare."
The Yuaning guards of the royal palace were instantly enraged, their killing intent surging.
For countless years, no rebel had ever dared to be so treacherous as to force their way into the royal palace, much less offend them. It's treason. It's insouciance. It's unpardonable sin. It's a death wish.
They were furious,
and one by one,
they activated their strongest means and harnessed formation patterns to suppress these 3 Yuaning demonic cultivators.
However, in the next instant, a group of Yuaning ghost cultivator guards were shattered as much as they could,
falling down as if they were meteors.
One by one, their whole body was crippled. Their body was in a sorry state. Their faces were in fear and trepidation, and they looked at what was happening in front of them with incomparable despair and disbelief. They lost in an instant? How is this possible? Logically speaking,
with the Ghost King's imperial army and the main forces of the 3 armies being held back, it was simply impossible for an expert of this caliber to exist and sneak and kill his way into the royal palace.
After all, if you don't defend the territory, it's all going to end. You sent someone to kidnap the princess. What's the point? To threaten the demon king? Is that possible? Obviously,
they didn't know that the Ghost King, who was wise and mighty, omnipotent and strong as a god in their hearts, was counted on by Su-gu to fall down and seriously injure himself, and his army suffered a crushing defeat.
They can't even think about it. Xiaobai, put it away.
Su-gu looked at these Yuaning female ghost cultivators who had their Yuaning shattered and said to Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai quickly shook his head.
I don't want it. It's not like I'm a dumpster for all kinds of trash.
Su-gu froze, almost forgetting that Xiaobai had recently started to take the high-quality route and wasn't so hungry for food anymore.
Si Bu Hui, you come,
Su-gu said.
Good talk.
Mi Su-hui had already jumped at the chance to come at all.
Although these female Yuaning ghost cultivators, who had their Yuaning shattered, fell down to the Yuaning realm, after recuperating,
they were still considered half-step Yuaning powerhouses, and their value was still not low.
He, if you want these, then the ghost consort can't snatch them from me. Oh.
Li Xiaobai heatedly laughed. Both Su-gu and Mi Su-hui were speechless for a while.
Li Xiaobai, however, didn't think this was anything,
but instead felt quite wise and explained.
Isn't that what you said, senior brother? Don't want quantity, want quality. I'm already planning to go the quality route now, but how can I tell when a girl is a quality mate?
It would be too costly to discern one by one on your own.
How do you cut costs? Ask the seniors.
Of course. A gorgeous female ghost that can be chosen as a consort by the ghost general is obviously not of low quality, and a beautiful female ghost that can be chosen as a consort by a ghost king, that quality is even more resoundingly good. Good guy. Su-gu and Mi Su-hui looked at each other and in unison he gave a thumbs up.
That's not genius. I admit that your talent for making up excuses is above me, Mi Su-hui said. Not bad, I almost believed it too. Su-gu marveled. I'm telling the truth.
Li Xiaobai saw that no one believed him. He was anxious, and quickly had to continue to explain, but he was not good at words, but the more he described, the darker it became.
Cut the crap, the main event is here.
Su-gu stopped Li Xiaobai and, following the layout map, broke into the hall of the first princess of the Samuel Willow ghost realm.
Instantly, countless strips of blood-red cloth around them, rushed out and wandered around, dividing the temple into countless spaces, as if it was a maze.
Obviously, this was a defense made by the first princess, knowing that Su-gu's trio had arrived.
Look out! Even the three Yuaning demonic cultivators who were guarding the side, when they saw the scene,
their hearts trembled and they hurriedly opened their mouths in worry.
But, to Su-gu, it did nothing at all.
Break! Su-gu's expression was flat as the fallen spirit floated out, and the countless strips of blood-red cloth in front of him directly dissipated and dissolved.
Range-type ghost techniques, while seemingly powerful, are too fancy,
with their power spread over countless strips of cloth, only for a single strip of cloth to be weak in ghostly power.
It's okay to obstruct regular people. It's useless to me, Su-gu said indifferently.
With a single thought, the blood-red cloth in the middle of the temple dissolved a large portion of it.
The ghost concubine,
who had wanted to use this ghost technique to block the three people's footsteps and spiritual senses, and use it to probe and drill into a passageway opening,
preparing to run away,
her body stiffened and froze on the spot.
Chapter 117. This is the flood?
5,000 word chapter begging for subscriptions. The first ghost concubine's body stiffened. Her face was terrified, and her heart was apprehensive and desperate. She never dreamed that the other party could kill her so quickly.
It's only been a few breaths, almost on, it could be considered a sweep.
Then what kind of force had the other side deployed? A force that could have been completely decisive in a frontal battlefield.
You used it to break into the king's palace? What was the purpose? Could it be just craving for her own body? How can it be?
Although the world is full of colorful people, and she is the world's best color,
but there are not many colorful lords.
Much less would a lord exist who would give up the world for her.
However, in the next instant,
she changed her attitude. For, there was a hand on her shoulder and another on her waist,
immediately following. Just one sentence. Don't turn around, my lady. I'm the king of ghosts, first ghost consort.
When these words came out, her already delicate and flirtatious body became even softer,
and she was almost about to moan out.
It's not that she's lewd by nature, watery, mainly because of her posture, coupled with the gesture, and the words.
The atmosphere is baked here. It's hard for her not to react physically.
She was not the only one whose heart was set off by these words, sending shock waves that could not be calmed for a long time. Even Mi Su-hui and Li Xiaobai stared at Su-gu with wide eyes,
quite incredulous. This action,
these words, were naturally the work of Su-gu.
Immediately afterward, Li Xiaobai's expression was wonderful, very worshipful and admiring. Previously,
Su-gu had imparted him with various tips on how to find a girlfriend. And even though he knew that senior brother Su-gu had amazing wisdom, he often felt that it wasn't convincing enough, for the simple reason that you yourself are single. But you're talking about teaching me how to have more girlfriends. That's a bit absurd, isn't it?
Though, in hindsight,
the various insights imparted by Su-gu proved to be useful.
No, It's very useful. It's almost like a product of a time beyond the understanding of this age. Before that, he was still wondering, quite literally. Now he understood completely. Elder brother, not at all what single, even if now single, before must also be love field master. No, if only love field master is impossible to summarize those love tips. It's not too much to say that it's a lover. And the scene before us is evidence of that. If you're not a lover, how can you pull off a full fling with a single gesture? A single word? Ni Suhui was equally shocked. He looked at Su Gu in horror and then at Li Xiaobai. His eyes flashed with a wisp of realization. No wonder. Xiaobai had been a whole sullen sword nerd before, yet he was able to progress so quickly along the Tao of many emotions. So, it's not about being enlightened, it's about being taught well by a teacher. What kind of looks are you guys getting? Su Gu noticed that Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai's gazes were gradually out of place, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he woodenly said, "He's just in a good mood and excited." Seeing this scenario, it just happened to correspond to a point of knowledge that he had read in his previous life when he was reading the Spring and Autumn Annals, so he wanted to try this knowledge and see if it was really that useful only. Why are they all reacting so badly? No telling, Su Gu warned Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai. This is nothing, but the two onlookers, one is not good at speech, one is too good at speech. This matter, if through the mouth of these two people to say out, then their own iron must be broken. Speaking of which, he moved back a step, replacing Li Xiaobai in front of him. He doesn't have that kind of fetish. Don't like special ghosts. Yes, the flirtatious ghost consort in front of me is also a special ghost. Your Highness can turn around now, Su Gu said. So soon? The first princess hesitated. And how nothing felt right. The corners of Su Gu's mouth twitched, his face darkened, and he felt even more defeated. My lord, you are 3 people? After the princess turned around, she was even more shocked to see 3 people standing behind her. The corners of Su Gu's mouth twitched madly. What a handful myself just had. It was him just now, not me. Su Gu hurriedly ceded the good thing to Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai took a step forward, when Ren did not go up, only to see that the first ghost concubine in front of her. Her body was delicate, slender and charming, her skin was fair, and her body exuded a light fragrance. As for her features, they were even more exquisite, like a skillfully crafted work of art. Beautiful. The temperament of the body is even more atmospheric and motherly, though, the Sephora Willow Ghost Realm, a cave of heavenly bliss, was too small compared to the outside world, with a space only equivalent to several counties under the jurisdiction of the great merchant. Her temperament was not comparable to most of the ladies of the great clans and great families, not to mention the empress of the great Shang, but it was indeed a rare and extremely beautiful person. Her features, in particular, were not symmetrical, not left-right symmetrical. To be exact, they were yin and yang, although the left and right faces are very different, but each half of the face can be called absolutely beautiful. It's a special ghost, a half-faced makeup ghost. Even the Ghost King's proclivities required her to wear a mask on the other half of her face. Although it was difficult for regular people to accept, it was Li Xiaobai's favorite. Yes, it's me. Li Xiaobai had originally resisted, but after seeing the first ghost consort turn around and reveal her true face, his resistance instantly disappeared. The half-faced makeup ghost consort looked at Su Gu and then at Li Xiaobai, slightly disappointed. Obviously, she had already recognized the identities of the 3 people as the brothers of the 3 kings of the western region. And, of these 3 brothers, the one most admired by the world is, of course, the oldest, Su Gu. She was obviously not exempt. She wished, instead, that Su Gu would be truthful, but shook her head and chopped away the strand of thought, not wishing for too much, and threw an untraceable wink at Li Xiaobai, sort of a response to Li Xiaobai. In this case, following good advice is the right thing to do, otherwise, it may be worse than death. The 3 lords, seeking out my slave at a time when the armies are at war. Could it be that they want to use my slave to threaten Lord Ghost King? The half-faced makeup princess hesitated. Su Gu shook his head. Ask you something. The half-faced makeup princess froze slightly, surprised that it wasn't meant to target the Ghost King, inquiring, which is? Su Gu told Princess Half-Face Makeup about the search for the secret of the ghostly swarm. So it's for this. The half-face makeup princess was slightly surprised. However, she was relieved immediately afterward and said, you guys are outsiders. It's normal for you to want to know this secret, you know? Ni Su Hui was instantly delighted. I know. The half-masked princess nodded, truthfully. Then, moreover, without bargaining and saying words like begging the 3 to promise not to kill her after finishing or release her, he intended to tell this secret truthfully. She knew in her heart that they were futile. If the other party really wanted her to die, even if she begged or threatened, it was useless. If the other party did not want her to die, she could survive without pleading or threatening. The key is to work well together. Otherwise, It's torture worse than death. This secret is, in fact, very simple. The half-faced makeup princess said, the ghosts and demons in the world are divided into yin and yang in the beginning. Splitting yin and yang? The three of them, Su-gu, raised their eyebrows, all surprised that this was a brand new point of knowledge. They had never heard that before. Ghosts belong to yin, basically belong to the consensus. However, when you think about it, everything is divided into yin and yang. Should not be the only ghosts belong to the yin. The half-faced makeup princess nodded and said, among the legends, yin ghosts are transformed by evil thoughts and yang ghosts are transformed by good thoughts. Yin ghosts like to hurt people, fear sunlight, and look towards the darkness, and the opposite is true for yang ghosts. Legend has it that the ghostbusters of hell are the yang ghosts who serve as the ghostbusters. There's still this saying? Misuhui silently took out her small notebook and started taking notes. Although hell was a legend, it was his future endeavor, and even if it was a legend, it still had reference value. Right, the half-faced makeup princess said, yin and yang attract each other, and the same yin or yang repel each other. Initially, yin and yang ghosts existed at the same time, cancelling out the repulsive properties and allowing for natural swarming. And nowadays there are no yang ghosts, only yin ghosts, which repel each other, so naturally they can't gather in large groups, or there will be accidents. Li Xiaobai and Misuhui nodded their heads, recognizing this statement. Su-gu, on the other hand, was wide-eyed and dismayed, and his expression was strange. This, magnetic field theory? Positive and negative poles attract and same poles repel? It's really true that if you learn math, science and chemistry well, you won't be afraid of walking around the other world. Your Excellency knows? Noticing Su-gu's reaction, the half-faced makeup princess inquired in a low voice. Su-gu shook his head and said, go on. In the beginning, yang and yin ghosts existed side by side in the world, but then there was a very powerful yang ghost that wanted to become an immortal. However, the ghost had died once, and his innate body was missing, so he could not become immortal at all. Or rather, the difficulty far exceeds that of other beings becoming immortal. In order to be able to become immortal, he sacrificed all the yang ghosts in the world and condensed the fruits of the Tao. Plundering the source of yang ghosts needed to give birth to yang ghosts. Misuhui and Li Xiaobai both sucked in a breath of cold air. This is equivalent to the fact that, in the early days of the human race, a person appeared who sacrificed half of the human race and then became immortal. Just the thought of it gives me the creeps. That's a bit of an idea. Su-gu muttered. Misuhui and Li Xiaobai looked at Su-gu with slight consternation. Was this something that had no idea? Oh. Su-gu froze for a moment, realizing that Misuhui and Li Xiaobai's awareness wasn't high enough, and explained with a smile. Although the Yang Ghost clan perished, but looking at it from a different perspective, the ghosts were unable to gather in groups from then on, and the threat of evil ghosts to the human race directly became minimal. Can a regular person come up with such a wonderful idea? If this Yang Ghost ancestor was egged on by the human race to do so, it would be an absolute kill. Ha! Both Misuhui and Li Xiaobai were once again stunned. Then, with eyes full of adoration, they looked at Su-gu, worthy of being a senior brother Su with amazing wisdom. Just listening to the story, one can think of ways to exterminate the family. This, as for the half-face makeup princess, who was speaking about the secret of the ghost race, fell into a stupor, and was shocked to the point of chilling her body by Su-gu's words. Is this the human race? It's really so scary. The Ghost King didn't lose unjustly. Continue, Su-gu reminded. Yes. Did that Yang Ghost ancestor succeed in ascending? Misuhui asked after him. Realizing that she had lost her temper, the half-faced makeup princess hastily corrected herself, and after brewing for an instant, bitterly shook her head. Failed. He was pitched by an old ancestor of the human race. Ha! Misuhui and Li Xiaobai were once again stunned and looked at Su-gu in surprise. It really made Su-gu right. Isn't this a normal operation? Su-gu spread his hands and said casually. Misuhui and Li Xiaobai dryly laughed out loud because they just didn't expect it. The half-faced makeup princess continued to, because the old ancestor of the young ghost absorbed and sacrificed the world's young ghosts, resulting in their own young energy is too victorious. When the ascension of the movement is too large, attracted a group of enemies to attack. In particular, the three-legged Golden Crow clan at that time was the most ruthless, because they suspected that the Yang Ghost old ancestor wanted to compete with them for the Sun Dao fruit. For this reason, 10 Golden Crows came out to battle the ancestor of the Yang Ghost. Although the ancestor of Yang Ghosts possessed great magical powers and chopped off 9 Golden Crows, when he chopped off the last Golden Crow, he had already exhausted his strength and was unable to fight again. Su-gu's face was pitch black, countless grass mud horses were galloping in his heart, and he almost jumped up and lifted the table. What 10-headed Golden Crow battled the ancestor of the Yang Ghost, and had 9 heads chopped off, feeling that your family's young ghost ancestor is Hoi. When you say that, I remember. Misuhui said indistinctly. I've heard of the legend of the Yang ghost, but in ancient times, the Yang ghost wasn't called a young ghost, but a witch. He was the reincarnation of a great disciple of the Lord Buddha of the West, and had a little bit of persistent wisdom and knew a little bit more about things. Sugu raised his eyebrows and stared, quite out of his element and completely unable to sit still. Yang ghost is a witch? Mud. Hui seems to be really a witch tribe. No way. So raw grass. Immediately, Sugu fell into deep thought. Half-face makeup princess had just said that Yang ghosts generally served as ghost messengers in the hell. If, according to the flood legend he knows, in the witch demon war, the witch race was defeated, and the ancestor of the witch race, Ho too, was forced to be transformed into reincarnation, and some of the witch race's spirits were forced to move to the hell and become civil servants of the hell, such as Oxhead and Horseface, and so on. That's really right. This was the last time Sugu was this speechless. This is outrageous. It should just be a coincidence. Sugu nodded his head after carefully recalling the various sights he had seen in The Great Merchant, which had nothing to do with the flood myth. Besides, it was only a legend, and what she recounted might not be true. Then, he realized that Misu Hui, Li Xiaobai, and including Princess Half-Face Makeup were all looking at themselves in shock, clearly having just been very out of sorts indeed. Go on. Sugu gave a dry cough and said. The half-faced makeup princess pondered for a moment and continued. In the end, the ancestor of young ghosts fell, and his body was divided up by countless powerful enemies, while one of his ribs was picked up by an old ancestor of the one-man race. It should be. It is this Yang ghost ancestor that he encouraged to do so. Why do you say that? Mizui said. The half-faced makeup princess said. Although, it is not known clearly who instigated this, this human ancestor clearly gained the most benefits. Based on the perspective of who benefits and who is suspected, he is the most suspected. Because, that rib bone he picked up is the innate bone of the Yang ghost elder ancestor. It is where 90% of the body's essence lies, and it is the most rigid and masculine. That old human ancestor, who managed to refine it, could easily create a powerful innate spirit fire by casually colliding it with other things. These innate spirit flames gave the early human race an unimaginable shelter. It enabled the originally weak human race to successfully pass through the most dangerous period of time. Grass. Sugu lost his temper once again and suppressed his emotions before saying, "What's the name of that human ancestor you mentioned? It seems to call people Snee, or broken. Flint?" Sugu had already numbed the road. Yes, it's the Flint. The half-faced makeup ghost consort was reminded of this, and then she had a moment of clarity and thoroughly thought about it. Ha ha ha. Sugu laughed strangely, inwardly speechless to the point of displaying an insane gesture. This world, it's not normal. Before, it had been him who had crumbled the worldviews of others, and now his own. It had begun to shake. The witch race, Hui shooting the sun, and Flint's drilling wood for fire. Is this world really a flood mythological world? Sugu muttered, seriously recalling what he had seen and heard in this world. Finally, I came to the conclusion that it's not like that at all. Not unlike, but not even remotely related. It should be a parallel world, with some elements of flood mythology, but with limited influence, and that limited influence is all in the early days, and the later days are even more grossly unrelated. Sugu nodded his head in agreement after solving the confusion. Yes, that's right. This lord? Apparently, Sugu's outburst had once again frightened the half-face makeup princess, not to mention her. Even Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai, who had been following Sugu's side, were in a state of shock and concern, fearing that something might happen to Sugu. Nothing. Thought of something sad. Sugu said. Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai were stunned and concerned. What is it? Don't worry. Soon you too. You'll be just like me. Sugu laughed. Ha! Misu Hui and Li Xiaobai's eyes widened with a bad feeling. It was me who lost my temper. Sugu said to the half-faced makeup princess. Continue. The half-faced makeup princess said. And, the way to eliminating ghosts from repelling each other is also very simple. It is to find the bodies of some Yang ghost elders and bury them in various parts of the ghost world. Because, the Locust Willow ghost realm is small and the internal ghost cultivators are weak, so only a little bit of dotty body is needed. The ghost cultivator ancestor of the Locust Willow ghost realm got some Yang ghost ancestor carcasses from somewhere. He used spring water to soak this part of the body, and then, after soaking the earth and stones for the construction of the ghost city, he soaked them in the spring water and built it. With that, the ghost city carries its own Yang ghost chi, which naturally eliminates the Yin ghost chi carried by the Yin ghosts. In this way, naturally, there will be no such thing as Yin ghosts not being able to gather in groups. I see. Sugu's eyes flickered, and he could be said to be enlightened. No wonder. He had searched up and down dozens of ghost cities without finding anything different. It turned out that the dissimilarity was a Yang ghost breath that was only useful to evil ghosts. Moreover, due to this part of the breath, It was dispersed too widely and filled the entire ghost city,
making it naturally difficult for others to find it.
Then are we going to move the city? Mi Su-hui frowned slightly. In that case, it would be enough for the short term,
but still not enough for the later stages, unless the Yang ghost ancestor's body was found. Su-gu shook his head and said to the half-faced makeup princess,
"Does the Ghost King have the remains of the Yang ghost ancestor?"
"Naturally," the half-faced makeup princess said. "I'll take you there." At the first moment,
the three Su-gu people didn't make a move.
"Don't worry, I'm not so bad as to victimize the three lords," the half-faced makeup princess said.
"The most heartless emperor's family. Do the three of you think that I would have any genuine emotions towards the Ghost King?"
"Go."
Su-gu nodded. It didn't take long.
The half-faced makeup princess led the three to a treasure trove. This used to be the entire soprano willow ghost realm, the greatest treasure trove, the half-faced makeup princess said with slight emotion.
Once, Mi Su-hui hesitated. The Ghost King built a new treasure trove? It's really miserable and ghostless.
To go on such a rampage to raid the ghost fat and cream.
No, because the biggest treasure trove right now is within your territory.
The half-faced makeup princess revealed a smiling expression.
Besides that,
the treasures within the treasure trove are pretty much consumed due to the need to quell the rebellion.
With that, she pushed open the treasury, and the interior was indeed empty. The corners of Mizui's mouth twitched. Misery without ghosts turned out to be itself. Fortunately, I am a human being, miserable and ghostless, not considered to be doing evil, considered to be doing good. Amit Ba Buddha. And in the center of the treasure trove, within the three huge colored crystals, there were three special items hanging. The light was blinding and masculine, and it actually looked like a fragment of the sun. This is the remains of the Yang ghost elder ancestor. This crystal is the seal.
Otherwise this masculine energy would directly destroy half of the city's ghost cultivators, the half-faced makeup princess said solemnly.
Meanwhile, Mi Su-hui's shocked voice came out.
"Ha, is this what you call the remains of the old Yang ghost ancestor?
A piece of dandruff, a fingernail chip, and a strand of hair? Or is it curled?" Chapter 118, My Vajra Pestle Doesn't Kill Young or Old. Last Resort, 6,000 words. Big chapter requests subscription. In the face of Mi Su-hui's exclamation of surprise, half-face makeup princess slightly embarrassed. Although the fact is this, but the words did not have to say so. The Yang ghost ancestor, with his great stature and infinite aptitude, even just a little bit of skin can influence hundreds of millions of Yin ghost sons, the half-faced makeup princess said with a wry smile. All three of Su-gu were silent. To be honest, even Su-gu was shocked when he saw the scene. Although he guessed that this Yang ghost old ancestor's wreckage might be pitifully small, but he was truly unable to imagine that it could be as small as this. Dandruff, curly hair, and nail fragments that I don't know if they're fingernail or toenail fragments are three things that have nothing to do with the wreckage anyway, right? He'd expected a finger, or a chunk of flesh, or a crumb of bone. If it wasn't for the fact that it did emanate a blazing manhwa and contained endless mysterious power, Su-gu would have suspected that it was a fake. And that was not the reason for Mizui's silence. The reason why he was silent was mainly because he was irritated by the weird smile of the half-faced makeup princess. "Sorry, I forgot to wear a mask. I'll put it on now." The half-masked ghost consort, who was born with a pair of stunningly beautiful yin and yang faces, sensed Mi Su-hui's perversity, and only then remembered that she wasn't wearing a mask, and hurriedly and carefully said, with that, he was about to take out the specially made mask that could cover half of his face. It would look a little better, not be intimidating, and even have a different look. Originally, she would wear her mask like this in plain sight, occasionally wearing the right half of her face, occasionally wearing the left half of her face, with an unmistakable style that would charm thousands of evil spirits. Today, it was mainly because she was too panicked and terrified, and most of the time before that, Su-gu's trio hadn't shown any clear discomfort, that she had forgotten to bring it. With that, she was about to put it on, but just then, Li Xiaobai stopped her. "No, it's going to be a yin-yang face." The two of them, Mi Su-hui and Su-gu, turned their heads violently, their gazes all jerking away from the remains of the Yang ghost old ancestor in front of them, and landed on Li Xiaobai in great shock and amazement, the corners of their mouths twitching crazily. "Buddy, you're a sick kid." Originally, the half-face makeup princess, who was slightly rushed and flustered because she was frightened, froze slightly when she heard Li Xiaobai's words, and then, the corners of her eyes drooped slightly, incomparably moved. Cough. Su-gu saw Li Xiaobai and half-face makeup princess. The two of them looked more and more God, implied love, as if on the electricity in general. Hastily dry cough. Interrupt the two. This is no place to talk about love. Just 3 pieces, one for each of the 3 of us. After confirming that it was the real thing, Su-gu said to Mi Su-hui and Li Xiaobai, "Count to 3 and start grabbing it. Whichever one you get is whichever one you get." 3. Su-gu had thought that he directly shouted to 3. "We'll steal a step ahead." the results of Li Xiaobai and Ni Suhui too. Early preparation is incomparably more skillful. Sugu 3 words have not yet come off the mouth, has already shot, and so on. Just as the 3 words Sugu fell, the 2 of them had already gotten their hands on them. One snatched the dandruff, one snatched the toenail chips. The corners of Sugu's mouth twitched and he was speechless for a while. You two are on the right track. Why are you being so mean? However, you guys don't have a good eye and snatched away the 2 worst ones. Sugu collected his hair and smiled at Mi Suhui and Li Xiaobai, trying to fool the 2 into swapping with themselves. It's only right for us, as senior brothers, to suffer a little loss. Li Xiaobai and Mi Suhui hemmed and hawed. Apparently, they also thought the hair, curly, was a little less than normal. Not eating this from Sugu. Haven't you heard of the self-rolling? Sugu gave the 2 of them a blank look. Dirty thinking, where did you think of? Both men still only laughed. Let's get out of here first. Seeing this, Sugu could only harden his head and accept the curly hair, and secretly prayed that the legendary Hou-Yi was really self-curling. Straight back to the outside world? Mi Suhui said. Although, having obtained the treasure that could solve the problem of the group ghosts not being able to gather, he was in an incredibly excited mood and was one step closer to achieving the Great Tao. He also knew that this was not the place to engage in research. Sugu looked at the half-faced makeup princess and said, the Ghost King seems to have quite a few heirs. Yes, there are 3 of them, mainly used to maintain their own rule, the half-masked princess said. Ghosts, cultivated to a certain extent, can intermingle with each other's souls and nurture life, but at a great cost. Generally ghost cultivators will not do so. The reason why the Ghost King did this was not because he wanted his lifespan to dry up in the future and pass it on to his own son, so that the situation would not be in turmoil. After all, he was at the god realization stage, rich and strong, with a long lifespan, and still had 1 or 2,000 years to live. So how could he consider the inheritance so early? Maybe, 1,000 or 2,000 years later. He had made a breakthrough in his realm and was still alive and well, while his sons died out one by one. Mainly because, on the fringes of the Sephora Willow ghost realm, there were 3 evil ghost clans that were very stubborn and barbaric, not ruled by him, more difficult to govern, and regularly rushed into his territory to loot. In order to appease these 3 tribes, the Ghost King only mingled with the most honored female ghosts of the 3 tribes, divine souls, to give birth to heirs, and he promised that if he fell, the ghost world would be left to the rule of his 3 sons. Since then, these 3 evil spirit clans, instead of ever opposing him, had become his staunch supporters, including this great war. They all led the way. With that, the half-faced makeup princess said, want to cut off the roots? I know where they are hiding. When she finished, she added, they are not my sons, and they have a very bad relationship with me. This was a matter of course. She as the king's consort did not have an heir, but the 3 ghost consorts under her management had an heir. As the saying goes, the mother is the son's superiority. These 3 ghost consorts, naturally do not look down on her as the king's consort, and the friction between each other must be not a few. Don't say it's a bad relationship, say it's an enemy, Li Xiaobai added. Then you know, where are the other ghost concubines hiding? Sugu and Ni Suhui didn't have much of a reaction this time, having gotten used to it long ago. Knowing that Xiaobai was eager to ask, he understood this. Of course, I will bring the 3 great kings forward. For her part, the half-face makeup crown princess smiled wryly, seeing through it and not pointing it out. She had previously served as a crown princess, and she certainly wouldn't mind a man that had multiple female companions. Now that they are all prisoners, they naturally don't mind. If you can get on Li Xiaobai's good side and survive, then it's alright. If you are lucky, you can still enjoy the glory with the help of Li Xiaobai. That would be even better. In the middle of the palace, the half-face makeup princess led Sugu and the 3 of them into the tunnels where the ghost princess and the princes were hiding. The tunnel was huge, 1/10 the size of the Ghost King's royal capital, snaking around and connecting a dozen or so underground palaces. Very secretive. The neighborhood of these underground palaces was engraved with array patterns and prohibitions. If it weren't for the princess leading the way, it would have taken some time to find them. Li Xiaobai went to catch the ghost consort. Sugu and Mi Suhui, on the other hand, focused their attention on the 3 princes. The 3 princes, hidden in the innermost 3 dungeons, which also had the highest level of security, with very many formations and prohibitions, and swarms of guards. On top of that, the relatives and friends of the 3 princes followed and hid inside. Don't worry, the bandits went straight to that ugly princess's place, and definitely couldn't realize that we were hiding here. Soon the great king will be back, and then we will make their lives worse than death. More than that, I think the 2-faced princess has been defiled by the bandits. When the great king returns, he will surely slaughter her along with her, and then the Lord Mother will be promoted to a crown princess. And you, little master, will be the crown prince. In all 3 dungeons, This conversation took place. This terrified crowd, not only no longer terrified, minds settled down, but also one by one laughed out loud, already longing for a better future. Boo! And just then, Ni Su Hui, like a furious Vajra, kicked open the door of the underground palace, and in his hand, the ghost-subduing Vajra mortar and pestle, blossomed into a gust of majestic Buddhist chants, and the Buddha's light erupted, causing the underground palace to shake violently. You seem to be happy, so be happy in my human Buddha bag. Ni Su Hui holding a Vajra pestle, casually shocked to death a few ungrateful pouncing Jindan stage guards, and then in the hands of the human Buddha bag, bursting horrible suction, will be on the field of fighting value of the evil ghosts, as much as possible to absorb, leaving behind a host of old and sick people and women and children, including the Grand Prince. This human Buddha bag is actually the 100 Ghosts bag, and the only difference between it and the other 100 Ghosts bags is that it deposits the remains of the Yang Ghost Elder Ancestor obtained by Ni Su Hui. Just this operation alone had caused the number of evil ghosts that could be stored in this 100 Ghost bag to increase tenfold, and the upper limit of the cultivation level of the stored evil ghosts had also been raised to the early stage of yuaning, although, compared to the real human emperor flag, it was too rudimentary, and various upgrades and modifications would be needed subsequently to have the might of the human emperor flag. This belonged to excessive products at best, but Ni Su Hui was still brazen enough to grab the naming rights of this treasure first, naming this excessive magic treasure human Buddha bag. As for the useless ghosts in the underground palace, Ni Su Hui didn't move the slightest bit and directly shocked them to death with the Vajra pestle. No, the eldest prince, who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, saw his own friends and relatives, who were thus decapitated by Ni Su Hui, and cried out in pain, incomparably pitiful and miserable. It's hard to avoid the vividness of the heart. Indigenous ghost cultivators, not the human after death, but two ghost cultivators soul mingling after the birth of the equivalent of the unformed demon race. Growth is slow, the rate of spiritual growth, but also far less than the human race. Usually, 50 years are counted as 1 year for the human race. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, for those who are slow to enlightenment, it may be 100 years to be considered a human year, and for those who are fast to enlightenment, 30 years to be considered a human year. Therefore, although the great prince is 400 or 500 years old, his appearance is only like that of a small child of 11 or 12 years old. Amitabha Buddha, you are still a child. Seeing this, Ni Su Hui sighed and said with a compassionate face, the poor monk is compassionate, and with the Vajra mortar and pestle in his hand, he never slaughters the old and the young. This desperate pain, grief to the extreme of the great prince, suddenly stopped crying, froze for a moment, eyes clearly emerged a ray of joy. It can be described as tears of joy. Then, deep in the eyes, was unimaginable hatred. He continued to pretend to be pitiful, but secretly stared at Ni Su Hui, wanting to completely memorize Ni Su Hui's appearance, so that when he possessed a strong strength in the future, he would definitely retaliate back 100-fold and 1,000-fold, until he saw Ni Su Hui put away the Vajra mortar and pestle, and took out a Vajra small mortar and pestle from his bosom. He was completely dumbfounded and staggered on the spot. Don't misunderstand me? Everything has a spirit, especially the Vajra mortar and pestle in the hands of the poor monk. The compassion in the poor monk's mouth just now means that he doesn't want to dirty the Vajra mortar and pestle by slaughtering the old and the young. Ni Su Hui slowly said. Countless question marks instantly surfaced in the great prince's mind. What a crazy monk you are. Have mercy on the Vajra pestle, but not on a little doll like me? Vajra small mortar and pestle. You are young and so is he. The two of you killing each other belongs to fair play. Ni Su Hui said. The Vajra small pestle in his hand steeply blossomed with endless Buddha's light and suddenly fell down, directly piercing through the great prince's body and melting it to death. This great prince, are in extreme speechlessness and dismay, cannot help but want to break the mouth to curse. What kind of monk is this? This is the king of hell, isn't it? Seeing that the massacre was clean, Ni Su Hui disappeared into the dungeon with a flash of his body and went to the second dungeon, and it didn't take long. This dungeon that had been massacred by Ni Su Hui suddenly emitted a crisp sound, and a petite ghostly figure shivered and crawled out from the tunnels underneath the dungeon. This ghost is the real Grand Prince. The one who just died was just a stand-in. Sure enough, was tricked away. Wait for it. Today, the big prince a burst of celebration, the corner of the mouth with a smile, but the eyes fierce. Just vicious words have not yet put out. Suddenly a silhouette appeared in front of him. How about today? Su Gu's expression was indifferent as he said indifferently, no. The heart of the great prince instantly sank to the bottom, like falling into an ice warehouse. An unimaginable despair surfaced on his face. Su Gu shook his head and said, you're not stoic enough. Surprisingly, you couldn't help but crawl out after only hiding for so long. The Grand Prince nearly cracked. Didn't you set the fire that burned me to death? Originally,
He was hiding well in the underground palace tunnels, but he didn't know why suddenly the tunnels became incomparably hot, like there was a real fire burning, and if he didn't come out, he was going to be roasted. Before, it was unknown what was going on, but now, in this situation, it was clear that this person in front of him had set the fire. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Sugu said indifferently. "You are a smart person, I just want to make a deal with you." "What deal?" The great prince's heart trembled and he gathered his courage. Sugu informed his thoughts. "What? You're asking me to turn against my father?" The grand prince's voice rose steeply, very much in dismay, and he was surprised out loud. "You're talking to me out loud?" Sugu's eyes were cold and his killing intent was like a sword. "Don't dare." The great prince's body was chilled. It was difficult to catch his breath, and he was terrified to the extreme, but his legs and feet were even softer, and he almost prostrated himself on the ground. With Misu Hui's ruthless maneuver just now, he had long been scared out of his wits and didn't have any resistance at all, because he had no doubt at all that as long as he took the slightest offense, this group of living hells would torture him to a life of death. Only then did Sugu say, "It was your father who rebelled, and you were quelling the rebellion." The great prince's heart and mind trembled once again, and he swallowed his saliva, very nervous, but he still felt ridiculous. There's no such thing as a father who rebels and a prince who rates a rebellion. Are you sure it's not the other way around? You can refuse, but refusal will lead to death. Of course, even if you agree, you may still die, because there are 3 of you brothers, while we only need 2. Sugu said indifferently. 3 counts. No reply after counting. You die. I agree. Without waiting for Sugu to count, the great prince gritted his teeth. His face hardened, and chose to agree to the deal. Not bad. Sugu patted him fearfully on the shoulder and said, "You'll make a good great king, even though there is no power. It's better than just dying, isn't it?" "Yes." The grand prince nodded in agreement. Sugu's deal with him was simple. If he agreed, Sugu would send him to Li Wuming to become the new ghost king. Of course, he was just a mascot, with only a rich identity and no extra power. The real power was held by the king of the underworld, Li Wuming. But he thought about it only a little. After all, not to mention that this would allow him to live and have untold glory. Even if he hadn't been caught today and was still his father's great prince, would his future be bright? Almost impossible. As long as the Ghost King does not die, he will be, well, he is not even a prince, just a prince. And as far as the Ghost King's current age was concerned, the Ghost King wouldn't even die if he died in the future. The succession is a long shot, and a lifetime of being a feckless prince, having to be on guard against the other 2 princes, as well as having to look at the Ghost King's face. Such a future is not as good as going to the king of the underworld, being a mascot Ghost King, and being a happy, stupid pig without a care in the world. In any case, and, as a deal, what he had to do was also very simple, which was to announce the Ghost King's crimes to the world, and call upon the ghost cultivators of the world to embrace themselves as the new Ghost King and crusade against the traitorous Ghost King. Thinking of this, the Grand Prince snapped his head up and thought of Sugu's identity. King Sugu of the West. Even if it's not in person, it's still an emissary of Sugu, because this means was too ruthless. Aside from Sugu, it was simply difficult for others to think of it, much less do it. The Underworld King already had the title of King of the Heavenly Demon God Selection, calling on the world's ghost cultivators to honor him as king. If he, the Ghost King's direct bloodline, also supported the Underworld King and opposed the Ghost King, then the Ghost King will really be a mass defection. At the very least, the group of local traditional forces consisting of old codgers that had been supporting the Ghost King might have to have quite a few of them falter. After all, supporting him, the Ghost King's direct bloodline, was also considered supporting tradition, and the other side said that it would take 2 princes, so obviously in addition to him being sent to the King of the Underworld, the other prince would be sent to the territory of the King of the West. Sugu did not care about what was in this prince's mind. Although he was going to go out of the ghost world, he would not just give up the operation of this place, he still had to do some layout. His idea was simple, to support 2 spokespersons to source benefits for himself. At least the beautiful female ghosts couldn't be less. After all, his Ghost Pressure Medical Center was going to open a chain all over the world, and it needed quality ghost sources. 1 Locust Willow Ghost World is not enough. Let's go and see how your other 2 brothers are doing. Sugu lifted the great prince and said indifferently, in the middle of the second dungeon, Misu Hui likewise, will be valuable ghosts, income human Buddha bag, while the old and weak women and children are all as much as possible to suppress, looking at, and acting generally like the great prince's double, crying with incomparable grief and despair. Misu Hui was once again moved to compassion. Also, seeing that you are really pitiful, I won't kill you this time, but, you remember, the next time I meet you again, it will be God's will that you deserve to die, and I will kill you.
The second prince froze for a moment,
then stopped crying and watched Ni Su-hui slowly leave. His face also became more and more gloomy, and the killing intent in his eyes was like substance.
Next time, when we meet again, how will you know that it was you who killed me and not me who killed you? Damn monk, today's revenge, in the coming day I will. Surely, the second prince gritted his teeth, his eyes blood red, like a fierce beast that wants to eat people. Only, his words, they hadn't even landed yet. Then he saw that a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight once again. Amitabha Buddha, we meet again. It seems like this is God wanting you to die. Ni Su-hui shook her head and said mercilessly. The second prince's face stiffened, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his mind directly collapsed, nearly breaking into a fit of rage. Don't be so shameless. If you want to kill me, just do it. What's the point of beating around the bush? This is indeed heaven's will. Ni Su-hui spread her palms and pointed at the eldest prince who walked out behind her, saying, I had gone out to ask where the third prince was hiding, but it turned out that your elder brother said that the third prince was here with you. This is the truth. Su-gu explained to him. These three princes, all first do not kill. There is a deal to talk to them. And, this second prince, was not a double, but the real thing. He left with the intention of making room for Su-gu to negotiate a deal with him. As a result, met the grand prince. I'm sorry, second brother. My brother remembered wrongly. The great prince was embarrassed. The second prince's face is dark. His expression is gloomy to the extreme. Simply want to eat the great prince alive in general. What remembered wrong? You are intentional. He was just about to plead for mercy. Since, the boss can survive, he can also survive. It's just a matter of serving and begging for mercy. And when he survives, there will be plenty of chances to take revenge. Only, before he could cry and open his mouth to plead for mercy, Ni Su-hui already had cold eyes and subdued him. Up to this point in the god's expression, there was no ripple. Evil spirits, young and old, worthless, should be killed. Old three has agreed. Su-gu led the third prince, walking this way. Boss, you actually didn't die. The oldest three said, are you even like me? Also chosen by the demon god's messenger grand choice to raise an army to crush Father King? Grand Prince, that doesn't seem like something to brag about, does it? And in the meantime, Li Xiaobai hemmed and hawed and giggled, also walking slowly. No need to think that he was equally rewarding. I'm only afraid that the harvest is not below Su-gu and Mi Su-hui who solved the problem of the ghost swarms not gathering. After all, this kid swept away the entire harem of the Ghost King. When the Ghost King comes back, won't he be mad? In a pool of water in front of the moat of the royal palace, Su-gu stood blandly, and the three Yuaning demonic cultivators who followed them were sent by him to send the first prince and the third prince, respectively, to the underworld king's territory and the western region. Yet he had no intention of leaving. Still not leaving? Ni Su-hui urged, saying that his brows were slightly furrowed, and with his heaven's eyes insight into the distance, he could already see the Ghost King in a rage, hurrying to kill in this direction. After such a long time, the Ghost King had finally killed his way back. Although, the Ghost King was seriously injured and fell in the realm. His strength was 100% from his peak, but it was still not something that the three of them could fight against. In particular, Su-gu had also sent out the Yuaning demonic cultivator who was secretly guarding the three of them. How will he honestly pay tribute to us in the future if we don't clean him up one last time? Su-gu said blandly. Chapter 119, The Ghost World wraps up. Ni Su-hui, 4,000 words big chapter requests subscription. When Su-gu's words landed, both Mi Su-hui and Li Xiaobai looked delighted. If, indeed, one could suppress a cavernous blessed land that gave birth to a strong harmonized god and make the living beings within it pay tribute for themselves, wouldn't it just take off? Although, the two of them couldn't see this wealth, it must have been very pretentious to talk about it. In particular, this was a miracle that was created by them without external help. Even if one searched through the history of the world, it would be difficult for any living being to achieve their level. Needless to think, at that time, among the immortal sect, among the court, and among the clans, they would all be given the highest appreciation and respect. Will it work? Thinking of this, Mi Su-hui swallowed her saliva and asked Su-gu Dao, Ghost King, although Fell Realm's seriously injured, but also still is the whole Acacia Willow Ghost World strongest, just cannot do to crush it, and his forces are still the strongest among the three forces, and he still has the most fertile and richest territory. In terms of comprehensive strength, it was still the first among the three parties' forces, and deservedly so, although, making it impossible for the Ghost King to annex the Underworld King and their forces. Su-gu had already done it, but to do it by storming the Ghost King, cleaning him up and putting him at ease to pay tribute, then this was more or less difficult. Li Xiaobai also looked at Su-gu with a lot of fire. The package wins, Su-gu said blandly. Mi Su-hui and Li Xiaobai were instantly in a relaxed mood. With senior brother's words, it was a sure thing, and in the meantime,
the Ghost King came in fury, his whole body surrounded by heavenly demonic flames, as if the dome of the sky burned out a deep gully, causing heaven and earth to quake. Dark clouds rolled, and the demonic pressure suppressed the 8 wastelands. It caused the countless ghosts below to tremble, terrified to the extreme, couldn't figure out why their Ghost King was so furious. Su-gu, I need to skin you to the bone, the Ghost King roared in anger, his eyes blood red, already mad. Even though he was seriously injured and in a very bad state, he was still killing in a hurry. In fact, if he had been saved in time, he might have been able to return to the transformation god realm after a few hundred years of recuperation. But the anger in his heart was so strong that it almost burned him, driving him to kill forcefully and take revenge no matter what. Su-gu has become a demon in his heart, and he will not be able to rest until he gets rid of him. No! The Ghost King rushed to his royal capital and looked at the ghost people who fled in a hurry, as well as the powerful ghost cultivators who took advantage of the situation to do evil and devour the weak ghost people. His mind sank and his heart was half cold. Sure enough, it was still a step too late. The 3 of them, Su-gu, had already hogtied his king. Then, those ghost concubines of mine. The Ghost King gritted his teeth, suddenly feeling a strange shame, causing him to swallow all his fingers one by one into his belly as a means of venting his anger. He swept towards the palace at speed. I hope that Su-gu's trio, who can see the color and walk on the road, are still wreaking havoc on his harem, so that he can touch a square, and make it convenient for him to step in and subdue these 3 little beasts. He wouldn't just kill those 3 little brutes, that would be too cheap for them. He was going to torture the 3 of them so hard that they would live as if they were dead. Noisy. On the way, Ghost King Chao Shangyan was upset. His anger raged, and he directly swallowed the ghost people scurrying in the streets. All of them, and his ears were instantly cleared, and, also, recovered from some injuries. But, by the time he arrived at his palace, his hanging heart finally died. The royal palace had been reduced to ashes, completely disappeared from this map. His beloved concubines were gone, his heirs were gone, everything was gone. Although, this was expected of him, seeing this scene with his own eyes was still incredibly heartbreaking and angry. What made it hardest for him was still the fact that the 3 Su-gu had run away. He'll never be able to avenge any of this in the future. Su-gu, so what if you guys escaped? My anger against you will be vented on your men, will be vented on your inner circle within the West. I will torture them to death. The Ghost King roared in anger and roared up to the sky, issuing a threat to Su-gu, that even if he couldn't kill him, he would kill all of Su-gu's followers. And, when he quelled the rebellion, he would sacrifice the entire Soprano Willow Ghost realm to gain unimaginable power to kill out and find Su-gu and complete the kill. Oh, fleeing? Who did you say fled? And right at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly came from the distant sky, without a trace of emotion, as if it was spoken by the gods in the sky. As these words came, both heaven and earth were abruptly quiet, and space seemed to freeze. A figure with fluttering clothes, black hair flying, handsome and peerless, with a superb temperament and cold eyes, slowly descended. And although it was only at the foundation establishment stage, the sense of oppression it gave off was not at all inferior to that of a transformation god powerhouse. The visitor was no other than Su-gu. The Ghost King's pupils suddenly shrunk, his breathing was short, and he backed up repeatedly, his eyes were written in disbelief. To be able to achieve his level, one's heart's eyes would never be less, and like Li Wuming, they all belonged to people who were suspicious. When Su-gu saw him, he fled madly, then he could naturally suppress him with a maniacal smile. But now that Su-gu had descended like this, his heart suddenly did not have the slightest bit of a bottom, and he was even filled with trepidation within. He was actually afraid, as well as, who are you going to torture? Su-gu stepped on the void with his feet, his expression indifferent, his hands behind his back, like a supreme god who stood tall and killed mercilessly, and spoke icily like a judgment. You are less pretentious. Ghost King Chao Shangyan gritted his teeth, his heart crossed, his anger strengthened his ghost guts, and he once again resumed his previous overbearing aura and berserked. You can't bluff this king. Ha ha ha, did you not expect that this king would come so quickly? Die and come. As his words landed, his figure flashed violently and disappeared in place. When it appeared, he had already arrived in front of Su-gu. In his hand, an unimaginable demonic flame erupted, compressing a ball, containing this unimaginable destructive aura, as if it were a tornado, sweeping through the 8 directions, and smashing down with a loud bang, causing a rumbling sound like a divine thunderbolt exploding. This strike was his strongest strike, and although it did not possess the power of a transformation god, the ability to take half a step to transformation god was still there. Under normal circumstances, even a single afterimage would be enough to kill Su-gu 100 or 10 times. Look out! At that moment, even Ni Su-hui and Li Xiaobai's faces changed slightly and they exclaimed in shock. It was evident that he was really worried about Su-gu. It's done!
The Ghost King was similarly elated, ready to laugh maniacally as he watched the strike hit Sugu squarely, expecting to completely beat Sugu into annihilation and vaporization. The next instant, his attack, after all, abruptly stopped in the air. Boom! With that, there was a loud bang that directly exploded and dissipated between heaven and earth, and the terrifying might was enough to destroy a huge mountain. However, there was no half ripple that landed in front of Sugu. This Ghost King's smile instantly disappeared. His mouth grew, his eyes protruded, and his heart stopped suddenly. At this moment, his brain was blank, and he simply couldn't believe it. How is this possible? With such a strong attack from himself, Sugu was unharmed. How did he take it? Jia, who dares to hurt my lord? You, the ghostly reptile who doesn't see eye to eye? In the midst of everyone's shock, an old man dressed in a gray robe, covered in blood, with a pale, incomparably insane face, appeared in front of Sugu. He waved his scythe in a haphazard, braying, creepy grin. It is, to be honest, even Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai were shocked. Although they knew that senior brother Su would be fine, they really didn't expect that this mysterious powerhouse would appear to protect the way for senior brother Su. Who is this crazy old man? Could it be the hidden sect, the Taoist protector sent to brother Sugu? Or maybe it's the protector of the Devil's Cave sect? Is he? Ghost King Chao Shangyan was even more shocked and incredulous, never dreaming of imagining where the other party was coming from. The crazy old man, holding a scythe in his hand, with demonic flames, looked towards Sugu with incomparable respect and admiration, and only after getting Sugu's nod of agreement did he Jia strange smile. Jia, introduce myself, I a devil cultivator. In the mouth of the Extreme Bliss Devil Cult's congregation, a mediocre bottom-level devil cultivator, should have died in this hellish place like a grass, but the Honorable Lord gave me new life and unimaginable strength, the power that can decimate all living beings in this world. As the crazy old man spoke, his body's aura grew more and more furious, with demonic flames. What? The Ghost King's face was gloomy, shocked beyond belief as he looked at Sugu, not daring to imagine that Sugu even had this kind of tactic. Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai were not the least bit shocked. Sugu's expression was calm as he turned to the crazy old man and faintly commanded, I don't like it, people talking loudly to me, clean him up. As you wish, my honorable lord. The crazy old man's laughter became more and more cruel and berserk. As the words fell, his figure had already killed, the scythe condensing unimaginable magical power, enough to destroy everything, and splitting straight towards the Ghost King's face. Tai! The Ghost King screamed. If he recovered from his injuries, even if he fell to half-step transformation spirit, he wouldn't wimp out on the other side. But now that he was heavily injured by Sugu's calculations, he really couldn't beat the other side. But in this case, it can only be fought hard. Sugu, on the other hand, didn't even look at the battlefield as he turned around and landed on the ground, addressing Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai. Come on, it's time to get out. Good. The two men, still in a daze, subconsciously said. Then, Ni Su Hui couldn't wait to say, Senior brother, how did this old man appear? When did you cultivate it? Even he and Xiaobai didn't notice. Sugu was very casual and did not hide it. Just now? Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai were both astonished beyond measure. Sugu explained. If, before, he helped him achieve transformation spirit, not to mention whether he could or could not, he would definitely be discovered by others and could not be hidden. Right. Mizui nodded. So, the three armies were engaged in a battle in which millions of evil spirits were involved, only to be heavily wounded by hundreds of thousands of evil spirits' own recitation of the overcoming scriptures. The weaker ones died on the spot, while the slightly stronger ones were able to put up a dying resistance, including Li Wuming and Chao Shangyan. Sugu said, These I know. Ni Su Hui touched his head, first froze for a split second, then instantly realized, and said with wide eyes, But, the demonic cultivators under our command are unaffected, and their battle power remains the same. In this situation, these demonic cultivators are feeding on evil spirits, frantically taking tonic, and it's entirely possible that their strength will skyrocket. If, with luck, some peak Yuaning cultivators can break the bottleneck and break through to the God of Transformation. With their qualifications it's a bit hard to go directly to the God of Transformation. They should be able to get to the half-step God of Transformation realm. Sugu nodded, but then shook his head. That's not enough insurance. After all, what if it's bad luck and no one breaks through to half-step transformation spirit? So, Mizui said, Therefore, I drew a group of demonic cultivators in advance for cultivation before raising the parasites. When the transcendent Buddha's light shines in the world and all the ghosts fall, I release these devil cultivators and let them kill each other and devour each other. The strong survive, the weak are sacrificed.
The demonic cultivator who ultimately survives will receive the power of most demonic cultivators and most ghost cultivators, and a breakthrough to become a half-step transformation god is a foregone conclusion. With luck, achieving transformation god is also possible, Sugu said blandly. To put it simply, it was designed to sacrifice an army of millions of evil ghosts and most of the demonic cultivators to forcefully pile up a half-step transformation god. There were quite a few of this kind of tactic in the Devil's Way. However, not many of them were actually implemented successfully, because the efficiency was too low, the cost was too high, and the difficulty was too high. You've already calculated this step? Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai took in a deep breath. Worthy of being senior brother Su with amazing wisdom. Sure enough, when schemes are used, they are all one ring and then another. It made them both shiver. There's no need to worry about him betraying. In the sacrifice formation, I inscribed some commands that penetrate deep into his divine soul. At the same time, there are several other means of control. Sugu looked towards the crazy old man who was in the middle of the battle, violently beating up the Ghost King, and said, he is also a smart man, knowing that if he follows us, he will have his own glory and wealth, and if he doesn't follow us, death will be a luxury. With that, he took the lead and stepped into the dragon pool. Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai followed close behind. Then the future arrangements? Ni Su Hui said respectfully like a little fanboy. The seriously injured Li Wuming and the seriously injured Chao Shengyan can't die. After all, they've been operating in this Sephoric Willow Ghost realm for so long. They still have life-preserving cards. The final situation will only be a three-legged race. Old Man Crazy Whisper inherits our Western region power. Li Wuming continues to run his territory. And with those two princes as a banner, they can further divide the Ghost King's power. In particular, after this defeat, the Ghost King was also crushed by his two sons, and his strength and power have plummeted, no longer having any advantage. The situation of the three tripods has been established, but they are all going to have to surrender to us, because I have proved to them, we want to exterminate them, easily. Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai nodded their heads, deeply impressed. Li Xiaobai said, now that we're leaving, they'll instead be grateful for the favor of not killing them, and by just making a confession, they'll be spared from being exterminated, not to mention being meddled with internal matters, so they naturally won't refuse. Ni Su Hui said, the three of us are really strong. Su Gu, with the help of the Dragon's Den, the three of them appeared, almost instantly, in the outside world. The three of them were all in a relaxed mood, finally leaving the Locust Willow Ghost world and being able to breathe the fresh air of the Great Shang. Ni Su Hui, in particular, cried out, the Buddha is rich, completely rich. This was the truth. His harvest from this trip to the ghost world could be said to be beyond imagination. There were countless Jindan evil ghosts that had been captured, and there were even some evil ghosts that were half-step Yuaning. If not for the fact that the human Buddha bag's magic treasure was not of a sufficient grade to hold Yuaning stage ghost cultivators, he would have set anything to hold dozens or hundreds of Yuaning ghost cultivators. Oh, who do you think sent it? Only, the smile on Mi Su Hui's face, before she could completely laugh, she completely solidified, only to see a group of constables and a few officials quickly in order to come up, looking at the three of them with a playful expression. Chapter 120, the court is going to murder people for money. 5,000 words big chapter begging for subscription. GGG. A group of constables and a few officials, seeing Su Gu's trio come out, immediately surrounded them with glowing eyes and evil smiles. Simply, more devilish than the Devil's Way. Tai. Frightened, Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai immediately held their wailing sticks in their hands and took up a defensive stance, surrounding Su Gu and looking at the group of constables and officials with great solemnity and vigilance. For some reason, they actually had a bad feeling. The three shopkeepers finally came out. We thought that the three bosses had met an untimely end inside, and were planning to enter inside to rescue them. The head official from the Ministry of Households smiled and said, I'm sorry to trouble all of you lords. Su Gu swept his gaze over the crowd, not a hint of surprise at the scene. They hadn't stayed within the Sephora Willow Ghost realm for much longer than a month and a half. Full stop. But, during this period of time, it was impossible for the relevant departments of the Great Merchant not to notice the movement here and send strong men to come and control the entrance to the Sephora Willow Ghost realm. The only thing he hadn't expected, and probably the only thing he hadn't expected, was that there were so many people guarding the place. The 12 constables, all from Department 6 of Qingzhou County, had cultivation levels in the late Yuaning stage. The three officials at the head of the group, two of them were actually at the God transformation stage. The middle official of the Ministry of Households, childish face and hair, outstanding temperament. Although, the cultivation is weaker, just Yuaning middle stage. The official position is the largest of the three officials. Even though the Great Merchant civil officials did not value cultivation, it would not be too much lower under normal circumstances.
So it seems that this official of the Ministry of Household obviously has not bad wisdom and wrist. This power was enough to sweep through the soprano willow ghost world 100 times over. And under normal circumstances, after taking control of the situation, it would not normally leave so many strong people, at most a few for aftercare. What are you going to do? Ni Suhui took a step back, not at all from the eyes of these people, to see what worry and concern, but instead saw a ray of greed, if not for the fact that, indeed, these people were constables in great merchant orders. He might have thought that he was surrounded by a group of demonic cultivators. According to Article 97 of the law, the subjects of the Great Shang may not enslave intelligent beings, including enlightened demonic beasts, ghosts, mountain spirits, water monsters, etc. Even if they have seriously violated the law, they shall be handed over to the official on the left from the Ministry of Criminal Affairs. In order to enhance the convincing power, even more open a pamphlet. According to the contents of the pamphlet read one by one. This, Ni Suhui was instantly ugly as if she was constipated. It might as well be surrounded by the devil's way. Ni Suhui couldn't help but mutter. How could he not understand what the other man meant when he said that? Even though, these days, following elder brother Su, he didn't use his brain much, it didn't mean that he was slow by nature. Instead, as an absolute heavenly pride, his wisdom and perception were equally extraordinary, and after hearing only half of it, he directly comprehended the other party's meaning. The other party was trying to take away the spoils of war that he had worked so hard to sweep through the ghost world. Instead, he could not refuse, for this is the law. That's why he complained. It would be better if he was surrounded by devilish experts. That way it's not really clear who ended up having their pockets emptied, and there was really nothing he could do about facing them. Of course, not letting the three shopkeepers, handing over those ghosts for nothing, will be counted as merits one by one. The official from the Ministry of Justice smiled. Ni Suhui bristled. Not eating this at all. What's the use of asking for these merits when I'm the true legend of the immortal sex-inverted Buddhist temple and the future central Buddhist lord? What's the matter? Is the court going to give me an official position? Can we have a discussion? Ni Suhui hesitated for a split second, hemmed and hawed, trying to get the other party to be accommodating, and even more quietly touched Su Gu's shoulder, trying to get the omnipotent senior brother Su to come up with a solution. Su Gu was silent and didn't open his mouth, ignoring Ni Suhui's hints. The official of the Ministry of Household waved his hand, allowing all the cultivators to retreat before he said to Su Gu with a smile on his face, "Greetings to the sword executioner Su, old man Lu Xiaoyuan, the head of the Ministry of Household of Qingzhou County." "Greetings, Master Lu." Su Gu didn't dare to be slow. The head of the Ministry of Revenue is already the highest-ranking official under the Minister of Revenue and the right and left ministers, and is considered to be an absolute big shot. At least, it's a well-deserved big shot in Qingzhou. After all, the territory of the Great Shang was too big, with 13 states under its jurisdiction, of which Qingzhou was only one. In each of these 13 states, there are 7 or 8 to a dozen counties. Qingzhou County is the county of Qingzhou. Each county has a dozen to 3 dozen counties. Said to be a county, the territory was exceptionally vast, with 10 million cultivators and countless mortals. The Locust Willow ghost world is big enough, right? There are hundreds of ghost cities within it, but the area is only the size of 2 or 3 medium-sized counties. It was a group of first-rate sex head elders who had to be restrained when they saw this head of the household department of Qingzhou County. Lu Xiaoyuan was puzzled. This matter has caused a bit of a commotion. Many cultivators, as well as various forces, are concerned, though, with the true identities of the 3 eunuchs. They are fully qualified to apply and detain this batch of evil ghosts captured for use in the research of high-level arts or Dao fruits type of research. But, the 3 gentlemen, after all, are not undercover nowadays. If, on the contrary, you insist on applying to detain this group of evil spirits, it will be easy to expose your identity. That's the truth. Su Gu did not react too much because he had expected it. Ah! Ni Suhui's face instantly turned white, obviously unable to accept it, and was heartbroken. I've captured so many evil spirits with great difficulty, and you open your mouth and confiscate them for me? At this moment, he even wanted to shout that the court was trying to murder people for money. Li Xiaobai shrugged and said, "If you really can't let go of these evil ghosts, you can give up the undercover mission and choose to submit your application." How could it be? Ni Suhui didn't even think about it and directly said, "The evil spirits are gone. They can be recaptured. However, this undercover opportunity, if it was gone, one would definitely regret it for the rest of their life. After all, the time spent undercover was 10 times happier than practicing in the sect." Lu Xiaoyuan added with a smile, "We have no choice but to do this. Although, the ghost race in the world is not as strong as the demon race, occupying a continent exclusively, its power should not be underestimated. If, however, this aspect is not handled well, It is easy to cause friction with the Ghost Clan. It's an eventful time now.
There's a manifestation of the heavenly destiny of the Devil's Way when it's on the rise. The Devil's Way is stirring, and the ancient forces and powerful people have all come out.
Our court doesn't have the time to clean up after them for now, so we can only first condescend to the 3 eunuchs. It's not in the way. Su-gu nodded. There are several continents under the sky, and although the human force, the Great Shang dynasty, is strong, it has only occupied the most rich and prosperous central continent, and for the time being, it cannot affect several other continents. Demon race, ghost race, Buddha cultivation, dragon race, etc. The base camp is in these continents, of which the demon race and Buddha cultivation is the exclusive possession of a continent. The power is quite strong.
The power of the ghost race is not as strong as the demon race and Buddhist cultivators, but it is not too far off. It is only right that the court should be concerned. Ghost cultivators below the Jindan stage will be sent to the 3 gentlemen's ghost pressure bed medical clinics to labor in lieu of punishment. Ghost cultivators above the Jindan stage, if there is no record of a felony during the 500-year period of recourse, they will be escorted to the ghost tribes on the southern continent. If there is a record of felonies, they will be executed according to the law. Lu Xiaoyuan smiled. It was also considered to leave some benefits for Su-gu's trio, not capturing all the ghost cultivators, and leaving the ghost cultivators below Jindan, all of them. Then this, Ni Su-hui heard, hanging heart completely is dead. Jindan stage under the ghost cultivator, for him, can be said to be worthless, while the Jindan stage cultivators, they are to be all taken away. Wasn't that nakedly aimed at him? I have no opinion, Li Xiaobai said cheerfully. No, you don't have an opinion? Ni Su-hui looked at Li Xiaobai in surprise, confused and puzzled. If he guessed correctly, the ghost consorts that Li Xiaobai had found in the ghost world all had cultivation levels above Jindan, didn't they? There were a few half-step Yuaning ghost concubines. Shouldn't he, then, be as grief-stricken as himself? Why is he so happy? Even if Li Xiaobai practiced the emotionless sword, didn't he also need to have feelings first? How long has it been before feelings are cultivated and feel ready to end? Li Xiaobai saw through Mi Su-hui's mind and leisurely said, I am in a partnership with them, not a slavery relationship. They have been in the ghost world for a long time and have already passed the period of recourse. Although, still guilty, it just so happens that our medical hall has the intention of opening a chain, and they are all management talents. I would like to let them, in our newly opened chain of medical halls as a shopkeeper, to labor instead of punishment, should be a good choice. Yes, Lu Xiaoyuan nodded. Ha, no? Mi Su-hui's eyes widened and her mouth opened in shock. Although, the reasoning was this, he simply couldn't accept it. On what grounds? His loot was confiscated while Li Xiaobai's was not. Originally, Li Xiaobai's great Dao was simple and easy to cultivate. It was also soothing, and his battle power was also jieding, which made him feel unbalanced in his heart. And then this differentiation is worse than killing him. Lu Xiaoyuan shook his head and laughed, not caring about Mi Su-hui's reaction, but said to Su-gu, the ghost realms here, we will also completely seal them off from interfering with each other, causing them to fend for themselves, so as not to attract unpleasantness from the ghost race. His meaning was clear, that is, the 3 of you don't need to count on the offerings from the ghost cultivators of the ghost world. They will completely seal off the ghost world and forbid the outside world from interfering in internal matters. Mi Su-hui became more and more grieved, as if she had lost her greatest treasure. The refining of the human emperor's flag was so hard to get a clue. As a result, not only did you confiscate all the ghosts I captured, but you also prevented me from receiving offerings in the ghost world territory I worked so hard to lay down? It's okay. Su-gu readily accepted good advice. Since the other party is following the law and one can't find a way to drill a hole in the law, it's normal to admit defeat. Seeing that elder brother Su had agreed, Mi Su-hui could only nod in frustration and agree as well, her entire body listless and depressed. And when Lu Xiaoyuan finished, the scene fell into silence. Only after a full interval of more than 10 breaths, to make sure that Lu Xiaoyuan had nothing else to add, did Su-gu open his mouth. If, for example, the evil spirits in the Acacia Willow ghost realm suddenly found faith and worshipped a certain demonic god, worshipping and sacrificing madly, that shouldn't be any of our business, should it? The corner of Lu Xiaoyuan's mouth twitched. How could he not know that this was Su-gu trying to make things happen? He frowned and pondered for a long time, unable to find any pit hidden here, and finally said, in principle, yes, it's their business to sacrifice, as long as no one interferes. Then what if the demon god they sacrifice to is us? Su-gu said faintly. Lu Xiaoyuan looked embarrassed. This, Su-gu reached out to stop him and continued blandly. The Ghost King enslaved the ghost folk of the Locust Willow ghost realm and colluded with demonic cultivators in an attempt to slaughter our human race. We entered the Locust Willow ghost realm, eradicated the group of demonic cultivators and the Ghost King who enslaved the ghost folk, nipped the plague of the human race in the cradle, and succeeded in rescuing the thousands of enslaved ghost folk.
It's supposed to be, isn't it? It should be, Lu Shouyuan said. Sugu said, after that incident, although we left, the ghost people in the ghost world were grateful beyond measure, and because they missed and honored us too much, they worshipped us as demon gods, and worshipped us day and night, which is nothing, right? That's how it should be. Lu Shouyuan was silent for a moment and laughed. It's just that it's useless for them to sacrifice you guys, and this amount of faith power isn't enough for anything, not to mention the power of faith. In terms of what Sugu's trio did in the Sephora Willow Ghost realm, it was good enough not to be cursed day and night. He kind of wanted to see how Sugu would drill a leak this time. Then what if, with their piety, they move heaven and earth to give birth to a divine miracle, so that their sacrifices, which can cross space and come to this world, can be used for us? Sugu smiled and said, as the gods in their hearts, it's not too much to ask that we collect some sacrifices, right? The corner of Lu Shouyuan's mouth twitched. He thought that Sugu had made such a big detour to do something, so it turned out that he still hadn't given up on the idea of making the people of the Sephora Willow Ghost realm make offerings. Anyway, we're going to seal off this Sephora Willow Ghost realm, and no one will be able to open it unless they are a great power of the transition. If, indeed, their faith is so pure and pious that it can move heaven and earth to allow the sacrifice to appear before you, it will naturally be at your disposal. It's the ghost tribe that comes and won't say anything. Lu Shouyuan laughed. That's good. The corners of Sugu's mouth rose, his smile obviously much brighter than before, and he said, thank you, Lord Lu. Lu Shouyuan frowned keenly, his gaze deep on Sugu. This reaction from Sugu showed that Sugu had already accomplished his goal. However, he couldn't see what Sugu was going to do. However, this was immediately followed by a subconscious shake of the head and a laugh. If I could guess what was in his mind, then I wouldn't just be a small master-at-arms. They've been here a long time. Sugu's trio had a special status, very honorable, and could not afford to fail. However, it was not possible to directly enter the Sephora Willow Ghost realm, interfering with the trio's training and affecting their access to opportunities. So, they stayed out on guard. Everything that happened inside the Samuel Willow Ghost realm, the constables did not know, but the three of them, the three officials, all had the help of the treasure insight, can be said to see everything, without any exceptions. All of them were shocked by Sugu's means. Time passes. The constables were skillful in their business, and with just a sweep of their divine sense, they picked out all the Jindan stage evil ghosts within the 100 treasure bags of Sugu's trio and prepared to take them away. Apart from the fact that on the way, because there were too many evil ghosts of the Jindan stage that needed to be taken away, they didn't have enough ghost loading spells with them, and they borrowed a few hundred ghost bags from the three of them. Sugu, without any trouble. As for the Soprano Willow Ghost realm, the other two lords had also stepped in and sealed it. Then we won't bother. Lu Shouyuan saw that all the work had been dealt with and smiled at Sugu's trio. Take your time, lords. Sugu sent the crowd away with a smile. Senior brother Su, you are so kind, Mi Su Hui said quietly. Ha! Sugu was stunned, almost confused by Mi Su Hui's words. Being too nice yourself? For a moment, he didn't know if he had a problem or Mi Su Hui had a problem. Mi Su Hui said, they did nothing but open their mouths and snatched all our loot. It's good enough not to scold them with a black face. Elder brother, you're surprisingly still so good-tempered with them. I have nothing to lose. Why should I scold them with a black face? Sugu drifted off and laughed. Isn't Xiaobai smiling brightly as well? That's different. Mi Su Hui raised her eyebrows. Xiaobai's girlfriends, they all stayed. He has no losses. Of course he's smiling brightly. But how could you have no losses? Senior brother, aren't all the evil spirits you use for cultivation captured? I won't be able to use those evil ghosts for now. Sugu shook his head and said, the third phase of my 10,000 Ghosts Night journey, blossoming on the other side, has already been cultivated. If I continue to cultivate the fourth phase again, I'll need to use Yuaning stage ghosts, and my cultivation, too, must at least reach the Jindan stage. He didn't rely on ghosts to cultivate, but mainly relied on the negative emotions of others. Capturing ghosts was mainly used to cultivate the 10,000 Ghosts Night Walk. Now that the 10,000 Ghosts Night Walking had been cultivated to the highest level he could reach with his current cultivation, naturally he wouldn't even need evil ghosts for a short time. Ha! After hearing this, Mi Su Hui had an even harder time. So, I'm the only one who has the most to lose? Of the three, he was the most dependent on evil spirits. Not only did he need a large number of them to chant for him while he fought, but he also needed a sea of them to build the Buddhist hell. He had worked hard to catch several hundred Jindan evil spirits, and he had thought that this time out, his cultivation and battle power would be the same as riding on a flying sword, going straight to the sky. As a result, it turned out to be a basket case. Elder brother, You knew this situation would come to pass? Thinking of this, Mi Su-hui froze violently.
Thinking of Su-gu's sudden burst of perversity in the Ghost King's Princess Hall, thought of sad things and said that soon they would all be the same. So that's what the sad thing says. It does seem sad enough now. It's just that the three of them were promised to grieve together. But how did he end up grieving all by himself? Then you shouldn't be happy. Senior brother, you can't use evil ghosts now, but when your cultivation reaches Jindan, won't you need them again? Besides, aren't you going to cultivate any other ghost-type spell aptitudes? Originally, under normal circumstances, the Sephora Willow Ghost Realm would have needed to pay tribute to us on a regular basis, and when we needed evil spirits to make consumables, we would have just gone directly to fetch them and that would have been the end of it. Now, they've blocked the passages, not wanting to be the only one to grieve, Mi Su-hui said undauntedly. Not only, when you need evil ghosts, you can't go get them. Even our chain of ghost suppressor medical centers, the follow-ups are all out of cheap ghost labor. I know that. Su-gu shook his head and laughed. That's why I left a hole. Ha! When Mi Su-hui heard this, she instantly stopped being sad and looked surprised. What hole? The hole that connects to the Samuel Willow Ghost Realm. Ah, Su-gu casually said. Didn't they take that cave and seal it? That hole you left behind, you can still go in and out at will? Mi Su-hui said incredulously. Nonsense. If I can't, what am I doing sparing such a big circle with him? Su-gu said. Spell Dragon's Lair? Mi Su-hui was completely dazed. This spell is so powerful? He had seen Su-gu demonstrate it before when he entered the Fallen Spirit pool with him, and tried to learn it, but didn't learn it anymore. When the three of them came out of the ghost world, Su-gu used this same spell. He had always thought that it was a normal class of space spell. I didn't expect that it would be so powerful that it could even open a cave that had been sealed by the two goddess of transformation powerhouses sent by the Imperial Court. Su-gu nodded his head and didn't hide it. As long as there is a tiger's den or a dragon's pool within the Samuel Willow Ghost Realm, it can be opened at any time. Before that, he gave it a try. Then I found out that it really can be opened. True to form, the system is a fine product. I still have 3 purple fragments that can be synthesized into a purple phrase. I wonder what I can synthesize. Su-gu mentally murmured. These 3 purple shards were obtained by reaching the achievement of being an enemy of the clerical Skyfall demon child. He didn't use it directly. Rather, the intention is to accumulate some white and green shards, and take these normal shards to pad them out first, then try synthesizing them. Maybe they'll come out extremely good, worthy of being a senior brother. Bull. Mi Su-hui gave Su-gu a thumbs up in admiration. Finally, I understood why Su-gu would spare so much time with Lu Shouyuan. It's all about legitimizing this loophole drilling. From now on, they would be able to accept, with honor, the sacrifices offered to them by the ghost people from the Sephora Willow Ghost Realm. Chapter 121, The Real Conspiracy of the Ancient Forces. The Extreme Bliss Demon Cult has another big move. 5,000 words. Big request for subscription. What? You asked about these offerings. How were they received? Then, of course, it was the ghost people of the ghost world, with their immense piety and golden stone, who impressed heaven and earth and were sent to them by the heavenly Tao. Ah! Mizui hemmed and hawed and giggled. It's true, when you're with senior brother Su, you don't have to use your brain. Everything is arranged for you. You 3 are finally out. It was also at this moment that a voice familiar to all 3 rang out. The person who spoke was no other than Jing Hao, who had also been waiting on the island for more than a month, and saw that the constables and officials had all gone clean before he came forward. You actually didn't leave? Mi Su-hui twisted her head, slightly surprised. Su-gu had noticed him when the 3 of them came out. However, they had been dealing with the officials and didn't rush to greet him. Didn't you guys ask me to show you people and tigers? The corners of Jing Hao's mouth twitched and his face darkened as he said, if he hadn't promised to help Li Xiaobai and Su-gu watch the people and tigers, how could he have stayed here for so long? Of course, it wasn't that he was much of a keeper of his word. After all, when the constables and officials arrived, he could have completely left Nie Xiaoqian and the devil tiger in the custody of the constables and officials, and withdrew himself. He's mainly trying to ask for some favors. Not much. It would allow him to redeem the clan's magic weapon that he had pledged out, and buy a new ship to return to the charter house, as well as hire a litigator to help him with a lawsuit. The thought of it made his stomach burn. The group of smugglers who destroyed his ship, after being arrested and quickly apprehended, because they were caught by him, harboring a grudge, they gave an account of all the charges, but they did not admit to destroying his ship. Even if his ship, which had a shadow retaining stone, recorded the scene when he was attacked, it did not directly prove that it was this group of people who had made the move. Therefore, it is necessary to hire a lawyer and file another lawsuit. Unfortunately, he does not have the money to hire a lawyer. Let's go to the trial together, Su-gu said to Li Xiaobai and Mi Su-hui. The reason for keeping Nie Xiaoqian was not because she was Li Xiaobai's first love, but because behind her stood an incomparably ancient power. Ancient mysterious forces that have cooperated with the ultimate demon cult and have obvious support for the Skyfall demon child. Until now, neither the court nor the righteous path had a single clue about the ancient mysterious forces. Last time, in the East Mountain Temple, it allowed Nie Xiaoqian to escape in a golden escape. This time, say anything to ask for some clues. Hearing this, Jing Hao had the sense not to follow. Xiao Bai, listen to my explanation. I have never harmed anyone. Su Gu's trio had just approached the place where Nie Xiaoqian was being held, when Nie Xiaoqian directly pounced over, tears streaming down his face, pleading for mercy towards Li Xiaobai. Put away your boring trick, Li Xiaobai said solemnly, harming or not harming anyone. You know better than anyone in your heart. If you feel you have been wronged and sent you to the government, you can talk to the government yourself. You're sending me to the government? Hearing Li Xiaobai's words, Nie Xiaoqian's expression stiffened, her eyes full of disbelief, very sad and aggrieved, saying, Xiaobai, do you really have to be so heartless? I'm your first girlfriend. Su Gu frowned slightly, not having the patience to watch this kind of dog blood drama, and spoke directly. I'll ask you to answer, and if you answer honestly and the information is useful, your punishment will be appropriately light. But if you don't cooperate, what can you do? Can you kill me? Nie Xiaoqian's eyes flashed a ray of viciousness, and directly also stopped pretending. With a very pleased smile, he said to Li Xiaobai, Li Xiaobai, you cultivate the Tao of sentiment. I was your first girlfriend, and even if you were emotionless towards me, it was just a playful remark at the time, but now it has become karma. If you kill me, no, but if you lose me today, in the future, all of your achievements in the way of the sword will be damaged, and in your later years, you will even harbor a heart demon. She was an ancient cultivator and came from a great source, and her research on the Tao of cultivating the heart was stronger than countless cultivators in the world today. At first, in the temple, it was precisely when she saw Li Xiaobai emanating sentient sword intent, which was very juvenile, that she judged that Li Xiaobai was practicing the sentient sword, and that he had just practiced it. In addition, Li Xiaobai's various behaviors indicated that his birth was not simple, and that he was the son of a certain righteous family. That's why she condescends to be Li Xiaobai's first girlfriend and talks to him all night long. At that time, she really wanted to change her ways and be with Li Xiaobai, but the follow-up was missed because of various misadventures. However, even so, Li Xiaobai's promise in the temple at that time became her talisman. However, as her words fell into place, the Su Gu and Mi Su Hui, surprisingly, first froze, and then laughed in unison, literally laughing their heads off. Li Xiaobai also shook his head for a while, helpless. Nie Xiaoqian suddenly had a bad feeling for some reason. Miss Xiaoqian, you might have some misunderstanding. What I cultivate is not the sentient sword. Li Xiaobai's words were filled with distance as he calmly said. Nie Xiaoqian frowned. I know that you cultivate the sentimental sword, and I've seen your other women, but the sentimental sword is also a type of sentient sword. The karma between you and I is still there. No. Li Xiaobai shook his head once again and laughed softly. What I'm practicing is neither the sentient sword nor the sentimental sword. What's that? Nie Xiaoqian's face was teasing, with an expression of I want to see how you make it up. Rather, it's the emotionless sword. Li Xiaobai said blandly. What? Sentient sword? Nie Xiaoqian was first stunned, then directly laughed out loud. Don't kid yourself. I personally saw a strong sentient sword intent on you. You can't fool me. Her words, before they even landed, her entire body froze completely, because, in her eyes, the sword intent on Li Xiaobai's body had abruptly changed, becoming more and more ruthless. It's really the emotionless sword? How is this possible? Nie Xiaoqian was directly dumbfounded, swallowing his saliva and rubbing his eyes. His body retreated back and forth, and he even sat on his butt on the ground, his face as if he was dead, muttering under his breath. How is this possible? Emotionless sword intent. How could it be disguised as sentient sword intent? Or rather, how could it become emotionless sword intent when it was clearly emotional sword intent? At this moment, she felt like her worldview was collapsing and her cognition was turned upside down, kind of started to doubt the world. It's simple. A person's love is limited, whereas if he divides it among countless others, then he is truly heartless, Li Xiaobai said with fiery eyes. During this period of time, his sword Dao had been refining almost every moment, and had already surpassed the old ancestor with the strongest sword Dao in the family records at this age. As you said, you and I do have karma. It's just that you're wrong about one thing. Killing you will not only not affect my future sword Dao achievements one bit, but will instead be even more superior, Li Xiaobai said indifferently. This is called killing a couple to prove the way. No. After Nie Xiaoqian heard this, his face instantly turned pale, like falling into an ice cave. His hopes were completely dashed, and he simply couldn't accept it. Su Gu spoke. So, answer our questions honestly, if very useful.
you will not only live, you will live well. On the contrary, you may regret living in this world. As he spoke, demonic flames swept over his body. During this period of time, he had already accumulated an unimaginably fierce aura and pressure, as if he were an absolute god devil killing through hell, causing one's heart to tremble. Nie Xiaoqian's delicate body trembled, her heart felt like it was being clutched violently, her breathing was rapid, and her face was written with fear and terror, as well as a hint of consternation. She remembered that although Su Gu's aura was also strong before he entered the ghost world, it was nothing compared to today's aura. This showed that during the month and a half in the ghost world, Su Gu had gotten amazing growth. Is this still human? Nie Xiaoqian said in slight despair. Not only are his methods brilliant, but even his natural talent is so terrifying. Just as Su Gu's brows furrowed and he didn't have much patience, ready to directly use torture or attempt a soul search. I'll say. Nie Xiaoqian's heart crossed and he gritted his teeth. She had resigned herself to her fate. Facing such an enemy, even the heaven-sent demon child was defeated. So how could she possibly take advantage? There may be a silver lining if you cooperate honestly. The three Su Gu nodded in satisfaction. The power behind you. What is it? Su Gu directly opened the door. Nie Xiaoqian hesitated for a split second, sighed, and finally said, 7 Emotions Valley. 7 Emotions Valley? Su Gu looked at Su Hui and Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. A power from 100,000 years ago. It seems to study the 7 emotions and 6 desires, belonging to the Heart Dao branch. At its peak, it has a ferrying powerhouse in attendance. Su Hui said, he is the reincarnation of a great disciple of the Lord Buddha of the West and has predestined wisdom. That is, he has certain memories of his past lives. Know a little more about the secret sauce. No wonder it went together with the Extreme Bliss Demon sect. Su Gu nodded his head. Humph. The Extreme Bliss Demon sect is worthy of being compared to us? Nie Xiaoqian said arrogantly. Obviously, it did not place the Extreme Bliss Demon sect in its eyes at all. If it wasn't, and the Extreme Bliss Demon sect had found the heavenly descending demon child, we wouldn't even look at them squarely. Nie Xiaoqian said. The three of them, Su Gu, recognized this quite well. There really didn't seem to be much in this world's demonic forces that could be held up to others. What's your status? Counselor Su said. Ordinary 7 Emotions Valley disciple. However, the 7 Emotions Valley master at that time was my father. Nie Xiaoqian sighed. The reason why I became a ghost cultivator is that the sealing spirit crystal went wrong, and my physical body was damaged, so I could only come out of the world early and be reborn as a ghost cultivator. The identity is really not ordinary. Su Gu raised an eyebrow, dismayed but not too surprised. If he was of ordinary status, he wouldn't have been the wise counselor of the Skyfall demon child. Su Hui and Li Xiaobai had flat expressions, nothing rippling. Apparently, there was no concern about it. Nie Xiaoqian was secretly shocked. It seemed that these three people's identities were even more honorable than he had imagined. 2 people on either side. Of course, to be exact, the one who kept asking questions in the middle was obviously of average family background. Where are the other disciples of the 7 Emotions Valley hiding? What are your plots? Su Gu directly went straight to the point and asked the most crucial question. Nie Xiaoqian fell into speechlessness. Where is it hidden? This is actually something I'm not sure about? You're not sure either? Su Gu raised an eyebrow and laughed coldly. You're saying that as the daughter of the 7 Emotions Valley's master, your status is honored, and you've been sent out to follow the heavenly descending demon child to gild the lily. But one wonders where the other disciples of the Valley of 7 Emotions are hiding? It seems you won't answer honestly if you ask nicely, so we'll just have to. No, Nie Xiaoqian hurriedly said. It's not that I'm playing tricks. I really don't know. After she finished speaking, she was afraid that Su Gu would be impatient and directly make a move to torment herself, and hurriedly said, our disciple was unlucky, and the place chosen to slumber was discovered hundreds of years ago. And then? Su Gu frowned. Nie Xiaoqian was slightly aggrieved. Then, they built a museum in the place where our sect members were sleeping, and put our sect members on display for visits. Su Gu raised his eyebrows. Are you kidding me? It does happen. Su Hui and Li Xiaobai reacted rather flatly. Because, most of the places where ancient cultivators are dormant can be considered an ancient relic, possessing a great deal of value for visiting. However, there is usually someone who will specifically discuss with the people in slumber and talk about cooperation. If they don't agree, they won't be forced to transform. Su Gu continued. What happened afterward? Nie Xiaoqian was even more aggrieved. When our disciples awoke, they saw that their home had been demolished and built into a museum. The sleeping disciples were even treated as living corpses and visited by people. In a fit of rage, they trashed the museum and hurt a lot of people. Go on. Su Gu looked calm. Normally, one does have to be angry when something like this happens. However, if, according to what Li Xiaobai and Su Hui had said, the Great Chamber of Commerce had not entered into a cooperation with the sleeping ancient cultivators and would not remodel without authorization.
Then this Seven Emotions Valley might not be as innocent as Nie Xiaoqian said.
Then, they were arrested. Because, after destroying the museum and causing a lot of deaths and injuries, they are facing sky-high fines. But the money of our disciples has long been stolen by grave robbers. There was no money to pay the fine. So, the whole clan, all of them, were taken away and sent to who knows which mine as mining slaves. Because, fearing that the disciples in my valley would escape, a ban was placed on all of them, preventing them from contacting the outside world. And naturally I couldn't contact them. After Su Gu heard this, his forehead was filled with black lines and the corners of his mouth twitched madly. This is ridiculous, isn't it? But, when you think about it, it makes sense. No wonder, the righteous path and the court, after investigating for so long, have not found a single trace. There have been speculations about the forces behind you, and just how powerful they are. After all, it's impossible for a power of that magnitude to have no trace at all. So it's all been captured as mining slaves. Su Gu muttered. Granted, this is proper analysis, but it always feels particularly raw and grassy for some reason. I wasn't captured because I came out early and became a ghost cultivator, wandering around and not being considered a Seven Emotions Valley disciple. As for the conspiracy, Nie Xiaoqian said, I just want to cooperate with the Extreme Bliss Demon sect to get some money and redeem my disciples. Because, the mining slaves would be signed up for a loan of thousands of years. The interest rolls up, and the money that needs to be repaid at the end of the day has long since multiplied many times over. At the same time, since they belong to the mining slaves and are not normal miners, the rewards they earn every year are also very low. Waiting for them to earn money from mining to redeem themselves could take thousands of years. Su Gu was once again speechless. Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai had similarly wonderful expressions. Who would have thought that this would be the case? Nie Xiaochan said, I was originally quite worried that the Extreme Bliss Demon cult would refuse to cooperate with me, because I'm already alone. But I didn't expect the other party to directly agree. And I was also allowed to be paired with the Skyfall Demon Child Demon Shadow. Su Gu was not surprised. Although, you're alone, the strong man behind you didn't die. He was just captured and taken to dig for minerals. As long as they pay their fines, they can regain their freedom and remain an extremely powerful force. Compared to the money and effort required to cultivate such a powerful force on one's own, this fine money is but a drop in the bucket. Very cost-effective. In this way, one can understand the reason why the Demon Shadow Boy, as a heaven-sent demon child, made his debut and didn't make any big moves, but just opened a food court to make money. Turns out it's to pay a fine for ransom. It's like this. Nie Xiaoqian faced surprised. This is also she later figured out. In front of this teenager, actually directly insight into the stakes. Indeed remarkable. The Devil Shadow defeat is not wrong. Su Gu inquired of Li Xiaobai, saying, what are you going to do with her? What Nie Xiaoqian said should be true. After all, if you let the court check it out, you'll know if it's true or not. Of course, the general facts of what Nie Xiaoqian said might be good, but the details were definitely problematic, such as the Seven Emotions Valley would definitely not be as innocent as she claimed. Li Xiaobai's brows furrowed slightly, a little uncertain. Though, some of the ghost concubines brought out from the Locust Willow Ghost Realm were arranged by him into the Ghost Pressure Bed Healing Center to labor instead of being punished, which was basically not a punishment. This was because these ghost concubines had been within the Locust Willow Ghost Realm for at least a few hundred years, and had no record of hurting anyone at all. Even if they had, the period of recourse had passed. So, it can be arranged like this. But, Nie Xiaoqian was really hurtful. If she hadn't given an honest account, he wouldn't have even hesitated to send it directly to the authorities. Amitabha Buddha, I'll build a temple here, Mi Su Hui proposed. I inverted the Buddhist temple and built a temple that has the duty of a prison. Build a temple here and let her serve her labor in it. You can meet her regularly. This is also a holy place for ghost cultivation, so you can have all your female ghost friends come here to cultivate, so as not to make her lonely. At the same time, it will help us manage the sacrifices offered within the Samuel Willow Ghost Realm. Su Gu blankly glanced at Mi Su Hui, and needless to think, the main reason why Mi Su Hui proposed this was for the last point. It's okay. Nie Xiaoqian hesitated for a split second and finally nodded before asking Li Xiaobai, is it okay? Being in jail here should be very relaxing. No one cares, and you can still cultivate, and moreover, you can meet with Li Xiaobai on a regular basis, and there are also other sisters to accompany you, so it's definitely considered to be a good choice. At the very least, it's better than being captured and sent to sit in a dungeon for a few hundred years, or to be a mining slave for a few hundred years. Just conform to the rules, Li Xiaobai said. Nie Xiaoqian instantly had a happy face. Under normal circumstances, This was certainly not good news, but she was already desperate, and to have this treatment was already a blessing in misfortune. Come to think of it, you guys have to be careful with some of the extreme bliss demon cult. Nie Xiaoqian's smile tightened as he said with slight concern, there's still a conspiracy in the extreme bliss demon cult? Sugu raised an eyebrow. Even the Skyfall demon child was gone, and still dared to make things happen? Not afraid of death? It's not targeting the righteous. Nie Xiaoqian said, they're targeting the Devil's Cave. Magic Cave? Sugu listened and nodded slightly. That's normal. Chapter 122, Cthulhu Returns, 8,000 words. Xiaobai, you must be careful. Nie Xiaoqian reminded. The worry in her eyes was indeed not false. Therefore, from now on, she can only rely on Li Xiaobai. Even though Li Xiaobai's love for her was already meager, it will only become even more meager in the future. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to Li Xiaobai. Although, she did not know Li Xiaobai's real identity until now, but she knew that Li Xiaobai was now a disciple of the Devil Cave. If the Extreme Bliss Devil Cult really took the Great Liang Devil Cave as a target, Li Xiaobai might be more or less in danger. Li Xiaobai nodded slightly and looked at Sugu. We have this matter in mind. Sugu laughed. There was no half surprise that the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect might attack the Demon Cave. Extreme Bliss Demon Sect, extremely eager to expand. Before under the leadership of the heavenly descending demon child, there is still confidence in the orthodox way to play tricks. But as today's descending demon child perished, the bottom of the barrel is no longer. Even more so, he couldn't earn the money to ransom the powerful men of the Valley of Seven Emotions. If they wanted to expand, they would have to go after the better bullied fellow devils. The Great Liang Devil Cave, as one of the three holy places of the Devil Dao, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. As long as he took the Great Liang Devil Cave, not to mention how many supplies and experts he could get, the increase in prestige alone was unimaginable, and it would be easy to take down the other Devil Dao forces in the neighborhood along the way. Thinking of this, Sugu raised an eyebrow and inquired, the Extreme Bliss Demon Cult, there was no other information summoned to you? Things such as about the Skyfall Demon Child? What? Nie Xiaoqian's face was hesitant and slightly puzzled. Sugu nodded, having gotten the answer he wanted. It seemed that the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect didn't know for the time being about the Gram System's intention to descend a second time after the fall of the heavenly descending demon child. Come to think of it, it had only been a short while, even if it was a grammatical demon race. If they wanted to descend another projection and break the ever-present rules, they would need enough preparation. This amount of time was clearly not enough. The two of them, Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, looked at Sugu with solemn expressions. Apparently, it was also more worried about the Great Cool Devil's Cave. It was so hard to go undercover to such a position, but it turned out that before he could even begin to close the net, he was wiped out by other demonic forces. This is a situation that they certainly don't want to be in. The siege of the district Extreme Bliss Demon Sect is not a problem. Sugu nodded his head and said to both Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, said the voice. However, this Skyfall demon child named Demon Shadow is going to be a bit difficult if he descends on the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect again. The grammatical heaven-sent demon child who had previously been an enemy of Sugu's trio was called Demon Shadow according to Nie Xiaoqian. The first time he heard it, Sugu only felt sketchy, but then he thought about it. The other party, as a projection of a certain old dominant within the grammatical demon race, it was reasonable to call him Demon Shadow. Indeed, Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai both raised their eyebrows. This was indeed rather tricky, and under normal circumstances, they were naturally not afraid of the other party. Even if the other party's second descent would be even better prepared and possess even more powerful means. At this moment, they had the strongest background plus the strongest talent, and now with the guidance of the strongest mentor, they were simply strong and terrifying, and whoever came would die. But, now they are undercover after all, with many limitations. Of course, it's also just a little bit difficult. Sugu laughed. Ni Su Hui and Li Xiaobai laughed heartily, looking much more relaxed. As long as elder brother Su says there's no problem, then there must be no problem. Next, Ni Su Hui commanded the 8 dragons that he had taken from the heavenly descending demon boy Demon Shadow and began to build the temple that would suppress Nie Xiaoqian on the spot. Materials such as stone and wood are readily available on the island. Even if, for some trivial objects, they need to go to town to buy them, they can be driven to do so. Not to mention, they're oozingly long, but they're much stronger than evil spirits, eh? It's not as bad as I thought it would be. Ni Su Hui heatedly giggled, watching the dragons laboring hard with great satisfaction. Previously, he was very resistant to these 8 dragons. After all, there was a strand of aura on them that was similar to his, although, not counting the children and grandchildren, it was like a treasure weapon that dripped blood to recognize its owner and was born with a spirit. But being a teenager, and a monk, he did feel a little diabolical. On top of that, these 8 dragons, who were obviously not very smart, at first glance looked about the same as a physical cultivator, and didn't look too good either, so they were even more disliked by him. Even the forward locust willow ghost realm was not brought along. Get lost, getting a bargain is still a good thing. The corner of Su-gu's mouth twitched, and without the slightest bit of mercy, he directly kicked Mi Su-hui a great distance away. It's better to do him, Li Xiaobai said with the same viciousness. This was a human puppet, refined by a living person, with autonomous growth, capable of learning spells and formations, and apart from having to carry out orders 100%, it was a real human being. Although, the ordinary Jindan middle stage cultivation of the Dragon Man puppet, unusual circumstances, the value is actually just average. For spirit root qualification, the body is relatively strong, at best, can cross the same level of mass cultivator one level in fight. Even if there were 8 dragons and they could form a formation, the power would be just that. Among the demonic forces, it might be quite sought after, but, in the eyes of the 3 Su-gu, it was clearly not in the cards. But, that was before. Nowadays, these 8 Dragon Man puppets had absorbed the essence blood and innate bones of the heaven-sent demon child Demon Shadow, and both their strength and qualifications had been drastically improved. Not to mention that the cultivation level was already at the 7th level of Jindan. The most important thing was the qualification, which reached the level of 3 spirit roots. In particular, the 8 Dragon Man puppets were all in one, standing together and forming a formation to fight, completely equivalent to a second spirit root Heavenly Pride. Even if it was placed in a proper immortal sect, such a Dragon Man puppet would be coaxed by countless elders and sects to pay an unimaginable price for it. Mi Su-hui, on the other hand, had done nothing and had gotten 8 of these powerful Dragon Man puppets for almost nothing. Slightly, can't hit it. Mi Su-hui ran away and made a ghost face expression at Su-gu and Li Xiaobai, very much selling out. Then, gather all 8 dragons. Good work, I recognize you all, Mi Su-hui said. Now report your names so I can remember you. The Dragon Man at the head of the group, blushing slightly, was ashamed. We have no names. Mizui raised an eyebrow. No name? Then what do you usually call yourselves? We call each other things like boss. Second, we came from a tribe before we became dragons, and the people of the extreme bliss demon cult called us Ministry 1, Ministry 2. The corners of Mi Su-hui's mouth twitched. That's a sketchy name. However, once he thought about the fact that most of the cultivators inside the demonic forces were illiterate, he was relieved. That's fine. We're going to continue to hang out within the Devil Dao forces afterward anyway, so let's continue to call it that. As for the general name, from now on, I'll call you the 8 parts of the Devil Dragon. Mi Su-hui thought for a moment and said, Thank you, Lord. The 8 parts of the Devil Dragon were all thrilled and ecstatic, which showed that they were recognized by the new Lord. Keep working then. Mi Su-hui nodded in satisfaction and commanded them to continue working. Soon, the temple was well built and was spectacularly grand, like a small palace. However, within this immortal cultivation world, a building of this specification would be quite rare. After all, the materials used were too ordinary, nothing elaborate. Mi Su-hui also had the 8 parts of the demon dragon, carved scriptures around the temple, which were used to stop the demons and devils imprisoned in the temple from escaping. At the same time, he flew a sword to send a letter to the inverted Buddha temple, asking the temple's masters and brothers to help give this temple, applying for the qualification of imprisoning the special key criminal Nie Xiaoqian. After that, it's just a matter of going through the process and waiting for the results. After this series of events, it was already dark, and at that moment, a stream of flying swords crossed, a flying sword transmission. Su-gu raised his hand and grabbed it, catching the flying sword transmission, and the lightsaber dissipated, leaving behind only a pamphlet. This is, Su-gu asked the court to investigate the 7 Emotions Valley's disciples, and the matter of all of them being captured and taken to dig for minerals has come to light. It's pretty much the same as I guessed. After checking the flying sword transmission from the court, Su-gu passed it to Mi Su-hui and Li Xiaobai in passing. Really caught digging. After Mi Su-hui and Li Xiaobai read the contents of the booklet, although they had expected it, they once again felt somewhat speechless. Originally, it was thought that this mysterious, terrifying and powerful ancient force, with strong people within the gate collectively coming out of the woodwork, acting in secret and not leaking a single trace, was having a monstrous conspiracy brewing. As a result, it was actually taken as a mining slave by all up and down the door. To be the most speechless, it was of course Su-gu. He had never heard of such a thing before, but it was a complete eye-opener. Still, it gave Li Xiao a blank stare. Li Xiaobai understood, walked to the front of the temple, and spoke to Nie Xiaoqian, who had already entered the temple to select a room. Things were roughly as you described, which means you didn't lie. Next, you can live here. The court has announced your verdict: colluding with the demonic path, gathering demons, overrunning a party, and wreaking havoc on the people. mindful of your timely self-repentance and provision of useful information. You will be grounded for 300 years in the temple on Lake Heart Island. 300 years. Nie Xiaoqian's face paled, but it wasn't considered unacceptable. For cultivators, 300 years was long to say long and short to say short, Li Xiaobai said. However, there is something that you have misunderstood. The reason why. The place where your disciples are dormant is built as a museum, and the disciples within the sect are used to visit it. The main reason is that some of the higher-ups of your 7 Emotions Valley awakened early and discovered that the sect's treasures, all of which were stolen by grave robbers, and even the spirit gathering formation was destroyed. He did this in order to build and maintain the spirit gathering array, as well as to purchase other materials, thus maintaining the disciples in their continued slumber until they naturally awakened. Just signed a contract with a Chamber of Commerce, lending this place to the other party for development. Even the disciples within the sect are rented to the other party as exhibits. When all the disciples in the gate awoke, they felt humiliated and, thinking that they had more people on their side, they simply tore up their faces, tore up their cooperation, destroyed the museum, and injured a number of the great merchant's subjects. That's why they were sent to be mine slaves. Nie Xiaoqian froze for a moment and fell into a long silence, finally sighing. In fact, after living in the great merchant for so long, she generally knew that her protege could not be innocent. After all, the great Shang ruled by law, and even if it was a transitional mighty, the 5 immortal sects and other such powerhouses or forces had to abide by it. It was even more unlikely that other cultivators and forces would blatantly violate the law. At best, it's just drilling a leak. Only, she has been reluctant to accept it. Now, it's kind of completely recognized the reality. It's fine, this place can be cultivated. And for ghost cultivators, it can barely be considered half of a cultivation mecca. With your qualifications, while helping us to collect the offerings of the ghosts of the lower realms, if you concentrate on cultivation, your cultivation will be raised, and it will not be a problem for you to live for a few thousand years. After 1,000 years, if there are no accidents, you still have hope of being reunited with the sect, Mi Su Hui said in relief. He was still counting on Nie Xiaoqian to honestly stay here and collect the offerings from the ghost world below for him. Naturally, I don't want her to think about it. After 1,000 years, originally the mood was just a little heavy. Nie Xiaoqian. I don't know why. After listening to Mi Su Hui's relief, the heart of wanting to die was there. Reform properly. Li Xiaobai only said this. Nie Xiaoqian just nodded. There wasn't any doggone scene of a young couple grieving their parting, because, as both of them are well aware, the feelings for each other are fading. The 3 of them, Su Gu, didn't stay in the temple too much, including Li Xiaobai, who was already planning to leave the lake island since he had already arranged everything. Ha, strange you're still here. Mi Su Hui raised her eyebrows and looked at Jing Hao, who was still guarding the edge of the lake island, and was surprised. I want favor money, Jing Hao said with a straight face. Originally, he was a man who was quite attached to dignity and face, but he was even more of a very sensible man. It was very clear that although dignity and face were important, he could not even give up money for the sake of dignity and face. Su Gu raised his eyebrows and looked at Jing Hao in surprise. It was the first time he'd seen it, asking for favors, so frankly, I give 3 senior brothers, guarding. Here Jing Hao just wanted to say that he has no credit but also has hard work, and complained about how much he is not easy. Okay, stop it. Mi Su Hui hurriedly stopped it and was about to take out the spirit stone from her bosom and give it to Jing Hao. They were still relatively tolerant in their treatment of the Yin Yang sect's disciples. However, it was stopped by Su Gu. Jing Hao was instantly anxious. However, immediately afterward, he saw the corners of Su Gu's mouth rise, and from his storage bag, he took out a small wooden carved boat, putting it into the water and drawing a dozen or so lines on it, pushing it slightly 1 or 2 times, and then beckoning slightly. He beckoned a dozen or so fairly good swords out from under the surface of the lake. These are the swords that fell in the lake during the firefight between those 2 groups of smugglers. It's all for you, Su Gu said as he shoved all these swords to Jing Hao. Ah! The scene in front of him directly gave Jing Hao envious eyes that were so red that he was about to kneel on the spot, begging Su Gu to accept his disciple. Before, in his heart, he was still skeptical of this spell, and now it was considered completely convinced. He didn't dare to imagine how rich he could be again if he were to obtain this spell. Go back to Little Willow Town first. Su Gu gave the wooden boat to Jing Hao along with him, then said to both Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai. Jing Hao, who had wanted to part ways on this, after all, it was too dangerous to follow these 3 evils, only to change his mind again after hearing Su Gu's words, and immediately followed. He was even sticking to Su Gu's side, trying to get close to him, wanting to learn this spell. He was originally a stall fortune teller, or a poor man who was willing to do anything for money, so it can be said that there is no cheek at all, and along the way he wanted to worship Su Gu as his righteous father. This was naturally deliberate on Su Gu's part. The Yin Yang sect,
as a super great sect, was not as powerful as the 5 immortal sects, but it was easier to use for oneself. So, it's still a good idea to pull it together if you can.
And in the meantime, on an unknown island off the coast,
a ball of blood fell from the sky.
Immediately afterward, everything around them began to distort,
and mysterious and ghastly whispers
were spreading outward. The trees grew wildly, and the animals on the island, all manic, losing their minds, thinking confused,
and eventually walking with unparalleled devotion towards the place where the ball of blood had landed.
Ha ha ha, I'm reborn. Su-gu, you're dead. This time, I will fight you in my original body. Zip zip zip. Nearby, on the sea, a large ship, tens of meters high, with precious materials, emitting this spiritual rhythm,
and with various array patterns carved on it,
was exploring in all directions. Did she really turn into a butterfly and fly here? On the boat,
there were many cultivators,
all wearing hempen mourning,
and at the head of them was a young man full of grief,
pale and weak, wearing a half-filial mourning,
pointing to the island in front of him and inquiring in a trembling voice.
This should be.
Being pursued by the young man is a fortune-telling Taoist priest. If the youth is not too sad and distracted, it may be easy to see that this fortune-telling Taoist priest,
at this moment, his face is green, constantly swallowing saliva, obviously answering is very reluctant. How did we end up on such a weird island? The fortune-telling Taoist priest was already in a dilemma and finally gritted his teeth.
Although he was a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect,
he was only an outside disciple. I wanted to get ahead, but as a result, my natural talent wasn't very good, and I only learned a little bit of trivial arts. So not only did I not manage to get ahead,
but I was also implicated in the poor man curse. Although he was not a core disciple and the curse was relatively light,
it was not easy to bear. While he was traveling around to cheat money,
he happened to pass by a large family,
which was considered to be a slightly larger cultivation family in the area. This cultivation family, the young lady has just died and is holding a funeral service.
He saw his young lord crying with deep, grief-stricken love for the young lady beyond imagination.
Just as another spirit butterfly fluttered nearby.
He had been practicing deception for years and had a lot of experience,
so he had an idea.
Straight away, he walked into the spiritual hall and said to the young lord, "Although your wife died,
she didn't die out, and her remnant soul was transformed into a butterfly.
The poor Taoist has a method that can make her turn into a human being again. However, we have to wait until it flies to stop for it. At that time, the poor Taoist will carve a formation around it and place talismans, and it will only take a short period of 3 to 5 days, or 3 to 5 years. She will surely be reborn and continue to be with you."
Needless to think,
this fortune-telling Taoist this word, the youth was immediately excited beyond measure,
did not even question the truth, directly chose to believe. After all, people are dead. Try if not at most the loss is a little spirit stone. The family didn't really believe it,
but they all had that attitude and didn't resist it too much, sort of beating a dead horse.
Immediately, countless spirit stones were promised. The group then set off in pursuit of the spirit butterfly. Only, this fortune-telling Taoist priest, followed by the followers,
regretted and wanted to give himself a few slaps in the face.
In the beginning, how come it didn't just point to a tree or a flower?
Why did he point to a spirit butterfly?
This spirit butterfly even flew out to sea. In this situation,
he could only harden his heart and take the youth and other clansmen and follow them out to sea.
Even if it's out to sea, why is the island it landed on so weird?
The fortune-telling Taoist was chagrined in his heart, looking at the island that was constantly emitting strange power, and then looking at the compass in his hand that was undergoing distortion.
His scalp was numb,
and his legs and feet couldn't help but go weak.
What? The surrounding group of cultivators stared menacingly at the fortune-telling Taoist. It's been a long journey, and it's tossed them around enough. If, in the end,
they learn that this Taoist priest is playing them,
then, can't you guys notice anything strange?
The fortune-telling Taoist priest said stiffly.
What difference?
The cultivators were suspicious.
You shouldn't be playing with us? Do not dare.
The fortune-telling Taoist priest shook his head in a hurry, and had no choice but to go on with things as they were.
Sir, please get off the boat.
A crowd of people suddenly and volubly disembarked from the boat and walked up to the island.
And the further in,
the more the fortune-telling Taoist priest was alarmed and trembled,
because, surprisingly,
all the living beings on this island had undergone varying degrees of deformity, with the trees twisting and becoming sticky and slippery, while the animals had all grown a few extra eyes, and some had even sprouted a few shorter sections of tentacles. What kind of monsters are these? The fortune-telling Taoist's brows furrowed as he felt his teeth chattering, and it was fortunate that none of these beings were too strong. That's why he didn't just run out of his life and still dared to walk inside with a stiff upper lip.
The people other than him, on the other hand, didn't react much, as if they didn't even know about the island's perversity. As they went deeper, soon the crowd walked to the center area of the island.
and it was at this moment that the youth suddenly revealed a smile on his face, very excited and delighted, and excitedly said, "I saw it! I saw my wife, Young Dae." He hurried toward the very center. The other clansmen stood guard at the periphery, all of them showing a hint of joy as well. However, this fortune-telling Taoist priest, took a deep breath and looked ahead with slight hesitation, for there was nothing more to be seen ahead than a confused circle of light emanating a disorganized noise that was distracting. With that, he watched as the youth darted into the circle of light made of eerie rays, shouting with joy. A few moments later, the young man actually did pull out a silhouette from the circle of light. He flew to the crowd, pointed at the silhouette, and said to the crowd with tears of joy, "My wife really lives, Ing Tai, I love you." When he finished, he wrapped his arms around his wife's waist and kissed his way to her third mouth, his hands subconsciously caressing her seventh arm and the 300 eyes on her back. Grass. The fortune-telling Taoist priest was directly staggered on the spot, was shocked back and forth, but also a burst of regurgitation. What kind of monster had he run into by mistake? He swore that he had never seen anything so bizarre and terrifying. "I just wanted to cheat a little money. I don't have to suffer such a big retribution, right? None of you feel that there is a problem." The fortune-teller Taoist's face was blue, his heart trembled, and he subconsciously inquired to the other clansmen in a low voice, only to find that they had gone down on their knees in great devotion, like the most devout fanatic worshipping the true God of the heart. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. As they prayed devoutly, tentacles gradually began to grow on their bodies as well as a very powerful force could clearly be felt surging out of their bodies. This made them more and more frenzied. Run! Without much thought, the fortune-telling Taoist directly stepped on the flying sword with his feet, and then he wanted to open the run. But, before they could run out of the island, the pouches on their waists, one after the other, blew up. Immediately afterward, he felt a stream of incomparably confusing information, like a tidal wave, pouring into his brain, causing him to gradually lose himself. So, the brocade pouch given by the clan can really turn evil into good? It's just that I seem to know it late. Zip zip zip. The fortune-telling Taoist finally stopped struggling and chose to let go of his mind. And almost instantly, he was assimilated and joined the army of kneelers as well. Before he was assimilated, he was chagrined but relieved. He had thought that it was because he was special that he was able to see everything and not be assimilated, and therefore thought that he could run. But he didn't realize that it was the 3 pouches given to him by the clan that were sheltering him. If, on the other hand, you notice it early, running is still possible. But, he obviously didn't notice it earlier. In that case, it was considered that he deserved to die and could not blame anyone else, so he let it go. Little Willow Town. What took you so long? Uncle Jinghao's face was dark and in a terrible mood, guarding the town and waiting for Jinghao to return. He was in a bad mood, not because Jinghao hadn't returned for over a month, but because he had been kicked out of the Ghostbusters Medical Center. The reason is that he's out of money. During this period of time, he was so obsessed with curing his illness that not only had his medical insurance card been maxed out, the spells on his body, moreover, had long been pawned. If nothing else, he will have to work to pay off his debts next, just like Jinghao did before. Only, in the face of his questioning, Jinghao surprisingly didn't answer at all, and didn't even have the intention to take care of him. Instead, he was very enthusiastic towards a teenager, with ingratiation written all over his face. In his mouth, he even spoke words of treason, such as, "Although I have a master now and can't worship you, but my master doesn't have a master, I can make her worship you. Of course, if you don't mind, it's also possible to take her as a concubine. You're so rich, she'll definitely agree. If it's not possible, I'll worship you as my righteous father. I want to give you my old age. It's not non-negotiable to let my master worship you as a righteous father." With these words, not to mention Uncle Jinghao, even Sugu couldn't withstand them and was about to dodge in a hurry. Li Xiaobai and Misu Hui, who were on the side, didn't have much of a reaction, much less any surprises, as if they had already known the level of shamelessness of the Yin Yang sect's disciples. "You kid, didn't see me?" Master Uncle Jinghao was instantly on fire, itching to beat Jinghao violently. "And what the hell are you talking about? Such treasonous behavior. What's the proper behavior?" When Sugu saw Master Jinghao, he immediately brightened up and rushed to Master Jinghao. "Hopefully, I can save myself." Although, he had lit up the carving boat to seduce Jinghao and pull in the relationship with the Yin Yang sect in the process. As a result, who could have expected Jinghao to be so exaggerated? If, of course, he hadn't considered the other party's identity, he wouldn't have cared. However, Jinghao was the true heir of the Yin Yang sect of the super great sect, so whether he accepted him as a righteous son, or accepted his master as an apprentice or concubine, it would be fatal. Even if you don't agree, just a slight show of wavering aside from a hint of wavering, there could be endless trouble.
but who knows?
After Jing Hao informed senior uncle Jing Hao about Su Gu's matter.
What? He has a spell that allows him to find countless precious swords in the lake? This is also average. You have to remember that although we are poor, we have to be poor with a backbone. What's the point of being poor again? Anyway, it's not like we can die of poverty.
Because the righteous and the imperial court give us low insurance.
What? You're saying he owns the Ghostbusters Medical Center? Boo!
Uncle Jing Hao unexpectedly also knelt down directly,
tears streaming down his face,
and said with incomparable sincerity, "Please allow me to worship you as my righteous father.
I want to give you my old age." Grass. Su Gu's scalp tingled for a moment,
and the corners of his mouth twitched madly. You guys need to stop being so spineless.
To put it mildly,
the devil cultivators all have more backbone than you guys.
The two of you don't joke. If it is spread back to the Yin-Yang sect, the disciples within the Yin-Yang sect will only make fun of.
If they know about it, Su Gu spoke out to politely refuse,
wanting to stop this farce. But who knows?
Jing Hao and senior uncle Jing Hao both lit up with excitement and excitement.
You mean, let's go back to the clan and prepare. You want to join forces with our patriarch? Su Gu's face stiffened, already numb,
almost petrified on the spot.
When did I say I wanted to join forces with your Yin-Yang sect?
Today? He was considered to have completely realized how the disciples that came out of the Yin-Yang sect were all devoid of any sense of propriety.
On the spot, and no longer caring about anything else, he violently kicked the two men holding his legs away. What are you waiting for? Run!
Su Gu called out to Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai before fleeing for the first time in disarray.
However,
Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai didn't make a move and just watched quietly. When Su Gu saw Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai react like this, he was first stunned, and then he realized why these two did not run after him. Because Master Jing Hao, who was surprisingly a transformation god powerhouse, flew straight up and hugged his leg once again. Su Gu froze on the spot, frozen for a long time. Nima, a god of transformation powerhouse? Senior brother, you're not expected to run well today, Mi Su Hui said with some concern. Although you are only a 3-spirit root, some of your recent operations are all described as astonishing means, and have been evaluated as having astonishing wisdom, and have already been immensely valued by the court and the top echelons of the top forces of the righteous path. Also has a clean birth, is young, and has an unlimited future. Many clans and forces want to join forces with you. They might be concerned about face, as well as knowing that we're undercover. They won't act too much, and they're all waiting for the right time. But this feckless one from the Yin-Yang sect won't care about that at all. That's the truth. In particular, the topmost group of forces all knew clearly in their hearts that Su Gu's family lineage was ordinary, and if such a talent was recruited into the family, then there was no worry at all that he wouldn't help himself, likely Xiaobai in illusory colored clothes. Even if they were to join forces with them, the more they would help would definitely be their own main clans. In summary, Su Gu Ben is a meat and potatoes guy, perfect for the marriage. The Yin-Yang clan would have fought for it. Plus, Su Gu's earning power directly drove them completely crazy. To the other forces, Su Gu belonged to the virtuous son-in-law, while to the Yin-Yang sect, Su Gu was the life-saving straw on the cliff. The matter of the marriage alliance is already in my mind, so how about we talk about it in detail when the opportunity is right? Su Gu sighed helplessly and said to Master Jing Hao, he could no longer think of how to push back, even if he said that he didn't like females. Without having to think about the Yin-Yang sect's crowd of male disciples, they all dared to directly leak the ditch. It can only be slowed down first. Really? Senior Uncle Jing Hao was instantly delighted and excited, his eyes glowing. Su Gu laughed. However, this matter needs to be discussed in the long run. While we are currently still doing an undercover mission, the mission is important. Why don't you guys go back to discuss those female disciples that are suitable for marriage with me, and then go to the Yin-Yang sect and talk about this matter when I'm free? His words were vague, saying only when he would be free, and that he would talk about it then. When is he free? Is it still up to him? When the time comes, just keep saying you're not free, or, even if you go to check it out, you can just say neither. Anyway, let's muddle through first. Good. It's the right thing to do. Business is important, Uncle Jing Hao said. You guys get busy with the business first. I'll go back and notify the patriarch. If you don't look at my patriarch, I'll have all the female elders, as well as the female supreme elders, prepare and wait for you to pick. Countless question marks once again surfaced in Su Gu's heart. Chapter 123, Shinjo Shepherd is also a fanboy. Yin-Yang sect is restless, and debtors come to the door. 11,000 words. Su Gu's face was pitch black, the corners of his mouth twitching madly. Do you want to hear it? What are you talking about? A female patriarch, a female elder, and a female supreme elder? Not to mention, whether or not this marriage will work out. Just the marriage partner you put out for me to choose. Can you at least be decent? Makes it seem like I'm a soft touch. Am I that kind of guy? The point is, it's not a soft meal, given how far Yin-Yang sect has fallen. Good guy,
if it is really and the yin-yang sect's patriarch or elder, or even the supreme elder marriage, that not only to lose his name, more even soft rice do not have to eat, maybe also accompanied by a few usury IOUs. What am I trying to do? That they're older? For the money they owe? Don't worry, my yin and yang sect has 7 fairies. When young, they are all beautiful amazing world. Now not only to see not divided half of the color decline, but also added a few points of charm. Package Su old brother satisfied. At that time, you'll be impatient for a cave-in as soon as you see it. Uncle Jinghao smiled and patted his chest in assurance. Very proud. If anything, Jinghao had not been born long ago, had not experienced much, did not have much of a city or mind, and was just more simple, wanting to learn Su Gu's carve the boat and seek the sword spell, as well as letting Su Gu teach him to earn money and get rid of his poor life. Then, Uncle Jinghao is an absolute old fart. Not to say it's urban, but it definitely has a lot of heart. After all, his old man was so poor, and he had been swindling and cheating in the world, which was called, to put it nicely, timely happiness, and, to put it poorly, mixed eating and waiting for death. And yet he was still able to cultivate into a great god of transformation. So how could he do it without a little bit of heart and mind? He had long heard that recently, among the young heavenly prides, there had been an overwhelmingly fierce person, named Su Gu, a disciple of a hidden sect who volunteered to go out to destroy demons and save the world. First, with a few words, he designed to ruin the invincible dream of a transitional powerhouse. He went undercover in the Devil's Cave and mixed up to become the future successor of the Devil's Cave, and easily, overthrowing the great conspiracy of the ultimate bliss demon sect. What's more, he chopped off a legendary heaven-sent demon child in passing. It also set off an ultimate chaotic battle in the middle of the Locust Willow ghost realm, causing the deaths and injuries of millions of ghost cultivators, as well as investigating the origins and hiding places of the mysterious ancient forces that had given the entire Qingzhou County a headache. This one deed was enough to leave a name in history, but he had done it all in a very short period of time, only half a year at full count. Not to mention a teenager, it was unknown whether or not a merged old monster would be able to do such a thing. The only black spot may also be just a bad qualification, just 3 spirit roots, but has a stunning wisdom. Even if the future cultivation achievement is limited, it is still a rare commander-type talent, no matter how you look at it. Su Gu is very recruitable. The most crucial thing was that Su Gu had started from nothing and created the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, a horrifying and incomparable money-making machine, in only a few months' time. This was too tempting for the Yin-Yang sect. It's an existence that can directly help the Yin-Yang sect change its fate. It is simply the savior of the Yin-Yang sect. Only, what level the Yin-Yang sect was, Uncle Jinghao knew very well in his heart. Although it belonged to the super great sect and was only 1 level lower than the 5 major immortal sects, it was really too poor. In the area of recruiting disciples or son-in-laws, there is not much competition at all. Under normal circumstances, there was no chance of recruiting Su Gu. Now, knowing that this teenager in front of him was that famous and mysterious teenager Su Gu, he naturally said that he couldn't let go of anything, even if he puts out his old face, even though he didn't have a face in the first place. As for the object of the elected union, he had also considered it. Within the Yin-Yang sect, there were certainly female disciples, but could a female disciple capture Su Gu's heart? Obviously they couldn't. After all, with Su Gu's astounding intelligence, it was believed that it wouldn't be long before the female disciple representing the Yin-Yang sect's marriage with Su Gu would have to elbow her way out. Therefore, the ones he had elected were the patriarch, the true elder, the supreme elder, and so on. After the wedding, not to say to pin down Su Gu, at least will not be Su Gu anti-pin down, is not it? He believed that the entire Yin-Yang sect would definitely be very supportive of this idea of his. Missed this point in the math. Su Gu only thought about it a little more carefully, and also understood the general idea of Master Jinghao, more or less able to understand it, and immediately felt his head spinning. I shouldn't have taken the carve the boat word just now and seduced Jinghao. Isn't this similar to showing off your handsome face and strong body in front of a widow's town? It's a wonder you don't get pestered. Then, Su Gu promised verbally and intended to get away when senior Uncle Jinghao once again pulled his hand and laughed in embarrassment. Since this matter is settled, let's sign the contract on the way before we leave, so that I can go back and convince the patriarch or the other elders, or else they'll think I'm playing them. What kind of veteran was Uncle Jinghao? How could he not know that what Su Gu had just said was just a delaying tactic? Once he let him go, this matter might just be left unsettled. How could he allow this? Su Gu's eyes twitched. It had to be said that the righteous path was indeed much more difficult to deal with than the devil's path. No wonder the righteous path was flourishing and the devil's path was in decline. He could only sign the contract after being pestered by senior Uncle Jinghao in order to pull out as soon as possible. Not a deed of union, just a deed to go to the Yin-Yang sect to discuss a union. Anyway,
he was definitely going to walk through the yin-yang sect in the future. As for whether or not the union would work, it would depend on the means of each side. Alright then, old brother Su, you have some business to attend to, so I'll return to the sect first to resume my duties. Senior Uncle Jing Hao held the contract, the corners of his mouth rising wildly, his eyes all glowing brightly with excitement. Directly dragging Jing Hao, he hurriedly flew back to the sect. The intention was to inform the entire clan of this happy news. Even the slew of magic treasures he had mortgaged here were not in the mood to be redeemed. What a nuisance! Su Gu watched as Master Jing Hao left, his head spinning for a while. For no apparent reason, a blind date was set up. That's nothing. Moreover, by then, the people from the yin-yang sect might want to use some kind of tactics, and it would definitely not be easy to cope with them at that time. If they accidentally fell into the path, then it would be really troublesome. Under normal circumstances, if you look at the right eye, marry back as a concubine is nothing. He a cultivation of the devil. Also do not care about this. However, the yin-yang sect has a curse of the poor in the body. If it is infected, then it is not directly cool half of this life? Immediately after that, there was a burst of speechlessness, viciously looking at me Su Hui and Li Xiaobai. It's not that we won't help you. For one thing, we can't fight, and for another, the yin-yang sect is indeed pitiful. Mi Su Hui spread her hands and said innocently. Li Xiaobai said, when the time comes, if you help them solve the poor ghost curse, they shouldn't pester you to join forces. Su Gu was completely silent. Do you really think I'm a wishing tree? Besides, I'm a devil. If I don't grow the devil's way, I'll solve your problems every day, won't I? However, he still had a dark face and said to Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui, what's with the secrecy of the righteous path and the imperial court? 5 out of 10 people who see us know that we are undercover agents. The whole world knows about us being undercover agents, right? Speaking here, Su Gu added, in addition to the demonic cultivators of the Great Liang Demon Cave. It's not like the whole world knows about it. Mi Su Hui scratched her head, very slow to feel anything out of the ordinary Dao. It's also only the top levels of the immortal sect or super great sect, as well as the top levels of the imperial court that know about it. The people who know about it are already considered extremely few. The Jia Daoi, Jing Hao, Master Jing Hao, and Lu Shouyuan that we met all belong to this group. Don't worry, they won't leak this information, much less to the devilish forces. Am I worried about news leaking out? Su Gu glared viciously. Even if the great Shang Emperor stood in front of the crowd of devils in the Great Liang Devil Cave and personally said that the 6 of them were undercover agents of the righteous path, the crowd of devils wouldn't be half swayed. What I'm worried about is that more people within the righteous clan and the imperial court know about it, and that it will affect my ability to do the quest. There's a little fanboy who won't let go of my leg, or a little fangirl comes and yells that she is not married to me, or maybe the clan is out in full force, trying to make me jump ship, etc. Su Gu held his forehead with his hand and sighed longingly. Sure enough, too much personal charm can be a bad thing. Who would have thought that he, a devil cultivator, would become an amazing talent that the righteous path would compete for? In a way, it was also considered a shame for the devil cultivator. Unfortunately, he aspired to ascend and be invincible for eternity. If not, perhaps he really would have gone from there. It won't. Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai said in unison. The top echelons of the great sects of the righteous path and the imperial court are all very restrained and wouldn't lose their temper like this. The yin-yang sect people are the exception. They are mainly poor and crazy. Look at Master Lu of the household. He's acting very calm. Is that so? Su Gu was only then able to slow down, truly frightened by both Master Jing Hao's uncle and nephew. Imagine a transformation god powerhouse, suddenly kneeling in front of you, full of enthusiasm and hugging your thighs saying that he wants to worship you as his righteous father. Then, another superb clan true heir, the future heir, hugs your other thigh and says that he wants his own master to worship you. It's a wonder he doesn't get freaked out by this. Su Gu and the 3 of them didn't go back to the Devil's Cave directly, intending to spend a few days in Little Willow Town to finalize the matter of opening a chain of ghost pressure bed medical halls and formulate some plans and statutes. Then, from Li Xiaobai's favorites, select a few suitable ones to be the shopkeeper. On the other side, Master Lu Shouyuan, in a hurry, rushed to the state and county offices to meet the state pastor of Qingzhou. What's going on? So flustered. The state pastor was not panicked, putting down the pamphlet in his hand and looking at Lu Shouyuan, who had rushed here in a panic, and said, it was the old man who lost his temper. Lu Shouyuan froze for a moment, then, dumbfounded, walked over to Qingzhou Mu and put down a projection stone in his hand, saying, take a look, this is Su Daijian, acting within the Samuel Willow Ghost Realm. When they arrived, Su Gu's trio had already entered inside the Acacia Willow Ghost Realm, and although they didn't stop them, they were always keeping an eye on everything inside with their magic treasures from the outside, fearing that they might have an accident, and at the same time, they were also using the shadow retaining stone, recording what the trio and their party did. So soon? Shinjo Pastor was surprised. Sugu's every move was highly scrutinized, and there were naturally people waiting to find out what he did within the Locust Willow Ghost realm. It's just that, normally, the results are notified first. Due to the special status of Sugu's trio, apart from them, the local officials, the result would only be informed to the highest levels of power within the Great Shan territory. That is, the court officials, as well as the top echelons of the righteous forces above the superlative. As for the detailed process, there will be a special department to deconstruct and analyze and organize and summarize. It often takes a long time before it is reported. And, now that Master Lu had actually sent the original projection directly to him, it was inevitable that he would be surprised. Master Lu was slightly puzzled. The result of Su Daijian's trip was certainly good, dissolving the problem of the Locust Willow Ghost realm from its roots. But the process, it may be a bit controversial. Oh, controversy? Let me see. Hearing this, Shinjo raised his eyebrows and hesitated slightly. Immediately, he operated his mana to catalyze the projection stone and play it at super speed, while dispersing his divine sense to capture the valid information. At first, he looked casual and relaxed and didn't take it too seriously. The result, he already knew. As for the process, what controversy could it cause? It is only that the three of them may have used the treasures given by the immortal sect or family behind them in the process. That is to say, the use of foreign objects. Although, the use of external objects was indeed frowned upon by most superlative clans and court dignitaries, but it also depended on what the three of them had done. Within the Sephora Willow Ghost realm, Jean Dan was everywhere. There were quite a few Yuaning, and there was even a god transformation powerhouse. What's wrong with them using some external objects? Just, looking at the green state pastor face of the relaxed look, gradually disappeared, more and more serious. Frowning, the back is sitting up straight, face written with consternation, very fidgety. Even the cold sweat was running down his face. My god, they swept through the ghost world and didn't use an external object? Rather, relying on the amazing wisdom of Co Deacon? Then, together, they swept through the ghost city, set off large-scale unrest, instigated a group of heroes to fight for the throne, opened the battle for supremacy, utilized the allied forces to recite the scriptures, pitched and killed millions of evil ghosts, robbed the Ghost King's royal palace, supported the Ghost King's heir, and weakened the Ghost King's kingship. Sacrifice most of the demonic cultivators, cultivate their own half-steps of the god of transformation, provoke the Ghost King to enter into the plan again, and completely kill and subdue the Ghost King. The Shinjo Pastor's legs and feet were trembling a bit, and his face changed and changed. In a way, this did prove that Sugu, who was holding the sword, possessed astounding wisdom without a doubt. But, this means, it is a little too cruel, as well as vicious. It is simply the wrath of God, more devilish than the devil's way. They are the righteous path, right? Shinjo asked Lu Shouyuan. Lu Shouyuan, what am I talking about? Of course they are righteous, with the origins of a few of them. If they aren't the righteous way, then there is no righteous way in the world. Shinjo swallowed his saliva and murmured with a grave expression. As Lu Shouyuan said, the content of this leave-behind photo is really easy to create controversy. Honestly, he felt a tingle in his head as he watched. For a while, they couldn't even find an adjective to describe it. And really, if they did, it would have to be devilishly monstrous. It wasn't just Sugu, but the means of both Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui. That? Lu Shouyuan hesitated. Let me petition and ask His Majesty first. Shinjo Pastor was silent for a moment, not making a direct decision. After all, the three of them, Sugu, had special identities, especially Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui, both of whom were the light of the righteous path and pillars of the future. Though, he felt it was only right to treat evil spirits, or other hostile foreigners, with cruelty. But if at this time by the Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai family clansmen and clans know, I'm afraid it will be directly mad. It is not allowed to make any trouble. Some of the conservatives in the court might also storm and flame out, accusing this undercover program of going so far as to cultivate the light of the hallowed path of righteousness into the successor of the devil's path. And so they waited apprehensively through the night after their uplift. The next day, the flying swords came from towards the center, and both of them were incredibly apprehensive. Only, opening the content of the flying sword transmission and taking a look at it, the two were completely dumbfounded. None of the bad situations they had envisioned might happen had occurred. What? His Holiness actually opened his golden mouth and urged Sugu and the other 6 sages of the righteous path to make further efforts, expecting them to make another great achievement? Above the court, half of the courtiers and sect talkers are clapping their hands. The other half, on the other hand, felt that it was not enough what the 3 Sugu did, or not radical enough to treat the enemy race. Could be more extreme? Shinjo Pastor and Road Master, 2 people,
Read the letter from the dynasty. Immediately stagnant on the spot. The brain is blank. Very unbelievable. Each other have opened their mouths, but they are stunned not to send any sound. It's broken. Becoming a conservative myself. On top of that, there was the criticism of them in the court. Such things as criticizing the two men for being too conservative and stubborn in their thinking, that such things should even be petitioned, as well as criticizing both of them for their poor understanding of the outline of the Great Shan Law. It is a serious dereliction of duty to fail to understand even the basic principles on which the Great Business Law is built, which emphasize procedural justice internally and favorable results externally. In the face of this result, the two also froze for a long time, and only in the end were they able to react. The two looked at each other, and then burst out laughing. It does seem that we have been conservative, Shinjo-mu said, since the court has been characterized. Then do not worry. Step up the speed to deconstruct and analyze, organize into a book, then fast-track it and send it to the court. Each immortal sect and superclass sect or higher level of the family. Send a copy, and remember to make a few more copies of the projection stones and send them along with it. They're all hyped to see it. Old me will go and do it. Lu Xiaoyuan nodded and smiled. By the way, Sugu and the others are currently still in our Qingzhou county, right? Qingzhou pastor said. Yes, it's still in the town of Little Willow in Wonsan County, Lu Xiaoyuan said. The Qingzhou pastor was all smiles as he said, prepare the flying boats and go to Little Willow town. The preliminary matters for opening the chain are all set. According to your plan, elder brother, all 18 chains in Vincennes County have opened and are functioning properly. After that, a chain will be opened one after another in Qingzhou County, in the busiest area in each county. Then, there are other counties. After every city in all of Qingzhou has one of our ghost pressure healing centers, it will spread to the other states. Once all the states, in every city, have a ghost pressure bed medical center, start increasing the number of stores in the busy cities, until it's completely saturated. Then go out to sea and hit several other continents. Misuhui piled up a large pile of account books in front of him, and also set up an abacus, counting while excitedly saying, as for the cost, there's no need to talk about this. It's making my head spin to hear it. Sugu waved his hand, stopping Misuhui from continuing to ramble on. I'm only responsible for the strategy. You guys figure out how to implement the specific strategy on your own, with the righteous and demonic paths protecting us. These are not problems. If there are any big problems that really can't be solved, then come back to me for discussion. Mizui nodded her head, and sure enough, she didn't say any more of this. Li Xiaobai said, those girlfriends of mine, they all performed well and passed the palmistry test. I also instructed them not to act recklessly. If there is any abuse of power or favoritism, I will not show mercy. Sugu nodded in satisfaction. If it had been any other partner who had replaced all the shopkeepers with his own wife, he would have had a headache because it was not easy to manage. But, Li Xiaobai is different. He is literally going to kill couples to prove the way. In that case, we should also go back to the magic cave, Sugu was saying, and a sound suddenly came out from outside. Lord State Shepherd is here. It says it's here to praise our Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center for being the top 10 new and outstanding Chamber of Commerce in Qingzhou for the year. Specially come to see the three lords. The town mayor, excitedly dancing and running wildly, said ecstatically to the three Sugu people. It was like smoke from his ancestors' graves for him. One day, he, a small town mayor, would be able to meet the honorable and incomparable state pastor. State shepherd? Sugu raised an eyebrow and looked toward Misuhui and Li Xiaobai, who also looked puzzled, and hesitantly said, what is he doing here? I don't know. Misuhui and Li Xiaobai shrugged their shoulders and spread their hands. It's not going to come looking for trouble, is it? Sugu's heart thumped. He knew very well that what the three of them had done in the middle of the Locust Willow Ghost Realm was more or less a bit spirited, and although he was still restrained, it was indeed easy to be challenged if word got out to this kind of upper echelon officials. Don't worry, they won't, Li Xiaobai said blandly. Yes, they dare. Misuhui also puffed out her chest and raised her head, saying proudly, I am the future's central Buddha Lord. Isn't it only right that I should overtake some ghosts and demons? Go take a look. Sugu nodded. He wasn't too nervous. Anyway, with the two of them, Li Xiaobai and Misuhui, following him, even if he was recognized as acting in an extreme manner. So what? It just felt troublesome. In the council building of Little Willow Town, the three Sugu people had just walked into the building. A figure then greeted them. Directly let the mayor of Little Willow Town be flattered, because the person who welcomed out, not someone else, is certainly the state pastor of Qingzhou, Su Dijian. The pastor of Qingzhou is a middle-aged man, with an extraordinary demeanor, very elegant, and not too majestic as imagined. Upon seeing Sugu's trio, they didn't even place their eyes on Misuhui and Li Xiaobai. Their attention was all on Sugu alone, casually waving his hand for everyone to push down. Then very kindly, he said to Sugu. Deacon Su, inside please. Sugu and the three of them were all caught off guard by this move of the Chinjo shepherd, and one of them didn't know what the hell he was going to do. However, they soon realized what the Chinjo shepherd was going to do. It directly left them speechless for a while, only to see, the Chinjo pastor led the three into the council building. First warmly to Sugu personally pour tea. By the way, also to me Su Hui and Li Xiaobai poured 2 cups, followed by nagging family life. It's not even halfway decent. Until later, when Sugu was planning to open the door and ask how if something was wrong, it was only then that the Chinjo shepherd, slightly shyly, pulled out from his bosom a fine shoe brocade handkerchief, and said, "My daughter has always admired the grace of sword executing Su. I wonder if I could sign your name on my daughter's brocade handkerchief." Sugu's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's it? You are the state pastor of a state. In charge of the territory is not measurable. Dozens of Earth's ball may not have as much power as you. So, you came all the way down here to summon us, not for anything important, but just to get my autograph for your daughter?" Not only Sugu, Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai were also stunned and incredulous. Li Xiaobai is still more subtle. Mi Su Hui stood up straight away in protest. "Didn't ask for my autograph?" Sugu's mouth twitched. Chinjo pastor seems to have long known the nature of Mi Su Hui. Directly did not take care of. Pretending not to hear, Mi Su Hui repeated a few times, but there was no response, and finally sat back down with her hands clasped over her chest, exasperated. Sugu hesitated for a moment, picked up the brush that had been prepared long ago, and carefully wrote his name on the brocade handkerchief. On the brocade handkerchief, ugly yes, but fidelity. Sugu finished writing and looked at the words on it, smiling and laughing to himself. Of course, his characters were not considered ugly, because, knowing well that the characters of the protagonist of a traveler's novel could easily become a slut, he had practiced regularly all these times, and now that it had been 3 years, he had made some gains. Not really ugly, not really ugly. Vibrant, 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 ah. The Chinjo pastor took a serious look at it and then exclaimed in admiration. Sugu did not care how well the words were written. He knew in his heart, just when he thought it was about to be over, the Chinjo shepherd once again took out a handle of paint from his bosom and said in a slightly embarrassed manner, "This time, it's signing one for the old man." Sugu looked stunned. Then, twisting his head to look at Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, "Didn't the two of you say that other than the Yin Yang sect, all the other big shots are very introverted and reserved? Look for yourselves. Is this introspective? Is it reserved?" Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai didn't respond to Sugu's side at all, instead sulking, still struggling to figure out why King Zumu didn't ask for his autograph, incidentally adding the two of us. "Would it kill you to do a favor?" Sugu smiled after giving his signature. Shinjo Mu pondered for a moment and said, "There is also my wife, who also asked me to please." Sugu raised an eyebrow. "It's not going to end, is it? Ha ha ha, just kidding." Shinjo shepherd laughed out loud and said, "No more, elder brother Su. In the future, your signature cannot be given easily. Otherwise, giving more is going to depreciate in value." After saying that, he also tugged the calligraphy and painting together with Sugu, and made Sugu hold his daughter's shoe brocade and posed handsomely, so that people could use the photo stone and take a photo as a souvenir. "I still have important business to attend to, so I'll excuse myself for now. Elder brother Su, if you come to play in Chinjo again in the future and run into trouble, directly fly your sword to summon elder brother me." The Chinjo shepherd was very kind and grandiose as he said to Sugu. After that, he left in a flaming hurry. Watching the Chinjo pastor leave, Sugu stood still and froze for a long time. In the end, it didn't occur to him to understand why a state pastor of a state would act like a star-crossed fan in front of him. Why isn't there one for the two of us? This old man is so out of touch with the world. Still unable to accept it, Mi Su Hui gasped. "Exactly." Li Xiaobai also protested. The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched. "Do you really not know that the disciples of the righteous path and the officials of the court call you the 5 devils of the righteous path? With your reputation, you want to be asked for autographs? My reputation. It's all going down the drain with you guys." Of course, the two of them, Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, did not take this matter to heart. They are more or less aware of the world's misconceptions about them. Plus, the one who was signed was not someone else, but their admired senior brother Su, so there was no imbalance. After the three of them had dealt with everything, they departed directly to take the returning flying boat back to the Great Liang Devil Cave. Extreme music magic religion to attack the Big Liang Magic Cave thing has long been passed back. However, the Big Liang Magic Cave of a group of devil even failed to come up with a countermeasure, all waiting for Sugu back to get ideas. Those who didn't know thought that Sugu was the Demon Cave master, and on the other side, in the middle of a lonely mountain in the east of Vincennes County. Strange, why hasn't anyone contacted me yet? It's been 2 months. If the Devil's Way didn't contact me, how come the government didn't contact me either? A figure.
lurking in the middle of a lonely mountain, was scratching his head with a frown on his face, very much in thought. This person was no other than the Tai Dao sect's alternate true transmitter, Jia Daoi, intended to save people for fun, but turned out to be an enabler, trying to organize the government to arrest people in the Devil's Way, was sent by the government to the Devil's Way undercover in the process, and went to the Devil's Way forces, responsible for the protection of Granny Blackwood, that is, Nie Xiaoqian's well-being of the Jia Daoi. Shouldn't have forgotten about me, right? I don't think so. Without me, how will the Devil's Way carry out its plans? How can the government combat the Devil's Way without me? Besides, even if you forgot me, you shouldn't have both the righteous and demonic paths forget me at the same time. Yes, the demonic forces are breeding a shocking conspiracy this time. The plot is quite deep. In order not to be discovered, surely we can't be in a hurry. We have to take our time. Jia Daoi thought like this, once again filled with vigor, continued to lurk in this hidden deep mountain. On the flying boat, laughing, Kong Haoren and the others even asked us, what cultivation level? Misu, we received the flying sword transmission sent over by the flying boat attendant and only glanced at the content on it before laughing out loud. Are they trying to compete with us in terms of realm height? Li Xiaobai similarly laughed out loud and said, whimsical, ridiculous, comparing to us? Direct suppression. They are unaware of how much we have gained from this trip under senior brother Sugu's guidance. Write a fake realm first to trick them with one hand, and when it's over, give them a surprise. Ni Suhui laughed evilly. Let them know that there is a gap between heavenly spiritual roots and heavenly spiritual roots. Sugu, who was on the side, frowned slightly after hearing this. Then the harvest might be able to suppress it, but with the realm, this might not really compare, because, one has the word of the mediocrity in one's body. Time passes. The three of them, Sugu, had successfully arrived at the Great Leon Demon Cave. Unlike the last time Sugu returned from a mission, this time, the door was filled with devil cultivators. All of them were excited, euphoric and joyful to welcome the return of Sugu's trio. The only thing that was the same as last time was probably Zhao Jin Gang, Kong Haoren, and the illusory color clothes, who stood in the very center, posing in what looked to be a very strong and handsome pose, and emanating an aura. Yo, 3 middle stage foundation establishment second layer. Ni Suhui walked forward. The corners of her mouth rose as she sized up the illusory color clothes trio and laughed. When did it pull so much? The three of them, Kong Haoren, froze, not expecting Mi Suhui to react like this when she saw them. You're not in the late stage of the foundation establishment layer as written in the letter? Illusory color cloth hesitated. Isn't that bull asterisk? If I don't say that, how else am I going to hit you guys in the face? Mi Suhui laughed loudly, incomparably pleased with himself, his body's aura blasting out in full force, and it was clearly none other than the 4th level of foundation establishment, showing off and spinning around in front of the illusory colored clothes trio. Mi Suhui proudly said, I'm at the 4th level of foundation establishment. How's that? I'm awesome, isn't I, Master Buddha? But who knows? The sounds of surprise and dismay did not ring out. The illusory colored clothes trio seemed as if they weren't surprised at all, and laughed out in the same way, saying, so it's only the 4th level of foundation establishment. Looking at your stance, we thought you had Jin Dan. As he said that, the aura of the three people's bodies changed abruptly, and they all actually changed from the 2nd level of foundation establishment to the 4th level of foundation establishment. You guys are also at the 4th level of foundation establishment? Mi Suhui was shocked and very unbelievable. The realm written in the letter is fake? The illusory color clothes trio said in unison. Isn't this nonsense? How else am I going to punch you guys in the face if I don't say that? Mizui. Moreover, we are not at the 4th level of foundation establishment, but rather, we are at the peak grand round of the 4th level of foundation establishment, and we can be promoted to the 5th level of foundation establishment at any time. Illusory color cloth corrected. With you, the late 4th level of foundation establishment, the difference is not to say big, but at least it's one heaven and one earth. Kong Haoren picked up the conversation. Physical cultivator Zhao Jingang, honest and loyal by nature, didn't know what was appropriate to say and kept nodding his head on the sidelines. As he was saying this, the aura of the three of them changed abruptly, and they actually changed to the 5th level of foundation establishment in unison. What? The 5th level of foundation establishment? What's the basis for this? Mi Suhui simply couldn't accept it and almost leaned down on his knees, raising his hands above his head as he howled incredulously. On my journey, I have been instructed by senior brother Su and comprehended constantly. It was not easy for me to cultivate to the 4th level of foundation establishment. Why should you guys be at the 5th level of foundation establishment? Mi Suhui stared tightly at the three of them and said, say, did the three of you secretly work hard to cultivate? No. Illusory colorful clothes smiled brightly, very gentle and moving said, just like always, eat, drink and sleep.
This cultivation just rubbed itself upwards to break through. The reason is simple. Kong Haoren shrugged and said, it means that there is a gap between the heavenly spiritual roots and the heavenly spiritual roots chant. Obviously, your natural talent is inferior to ours. Zhao Jingang nodded frantically. Hearing this, Li Xiaobai couldn't sit still. Hey, when you guys talk trash about me Su Hui, don't bring me along, okay? I'm at the 6th level of foundation establishment. I can beat you all. Li Xiaobai finally found the opportunity to pretend. His body breath opened up immediately. The terrifying and incomparable breath of the 6th level of foundation establishment swept through the 4 directions, causing countless people to be shocked. It's really the 6th level of foundation establishment? The 3 Kong Haoren were greatly surprised. Correction. It's a small consummation at the peak of the late 6th level of foundation establishment. Li Xiaobai lightly corrected. There was a moment of silence. Immediately afterward, a heated argument broke out among the righteous 5, with Mi Su Hui questioning Kong Haoren, illusory colored clothes, and Zhao Jingang for secretly working hard on their cultivation, and for being the shame of the heavenly spirit root, the illusory colored clothes trio. On the other hand, questioned Li Xiaobai's sneaky cultivation, which was the shame of the heavenly spiritual root. There was a lot of bickering, and in the end, they even planned to cut a fight on the spot, because it involved their dignity as heavenly spirit roots and immortal bodies. Ahem. Su Gu coughed dryly and blandly said, Mi Su Hui's slow cultivation is the result of putting most of her mind into doing missions with us. Doing quests consumes more of your mind and energy. After all, they are big quests, so it's only right that they affect your cultivation. If Li Xiaobai cultivates quickly, he has comprehended his own Dao and found his own Dao chance, so his cultivation speed is naturally faster. With Su Gu's explanation, it was only then that the righteous 5 didn't fight, and sort of recognized the statement. Su Gu also breathed a sigh of relief, then couldn't help but shake his head. Luckily, I'm smart enough to fool around. Otherwise, if they were to notice that every time they followed themselves out on a mission, their cultivation growth would become slow, that would not be good. 3 devil children, come in quickly. Seeing that the righteous 5 had stopped arguing, second senior brother Ping Wuchi anxiously opened his mouth. Our devil's cave, a bunch of debtors have come. Big brother is going to be beaten to death. Su Gu's mouth twitched. Eldest brother is the acting cave master of the devil's cave, the acting demon master of the devil's way. He's about to be beaten to death by his debtors, and you're all here happily welcoming us, aren't you? Yin Yang clan, the sky's the limit. Master Jing Hao's uncle, Daoist Zhao Fei Sun, ran back to the sect in a hurry, and without saying a word, directly shook out all the true elders, the supreme elders, and the patriarch, all of them. The Yin Yang sect's council hall was filled with Yin Yang sect executives. The council chamber, though dilapidated, was sheltered from the wind and rain, had a full complement of seats, and was not as bad as outsiders had speculated. The executives sitting here, their clothes were also all without holes, and their faces were not pale and yellow, and although their temperament was not as good as the executives of other super-grade sects, they were still not as bad as people from the outside world imagined them to be. What heavenly goodness! Don't you know that the old man is practicing the dream method? A dried-up old man with a face as lewd as Zhao Fei Sun's frowned in displeasure. He was a true elder of the Yin Yang sect, because, being poor and unable to enjoy the glories of the outside world, he resolutely practiced the dream method, wanting to be comfortable in his dreams. But the curse that was burdened with it was just too terrifying. He just can't get rid of poverty even in his dreams. The good thing is, if you eat bully food or forcefully enjoy other glories in your dreams, you don't have to worry about being killed, and at most, you'll just have a beautiful dream turn into a nightmare to scare yourself. Therefore, he remained addicted to the practice of the dream method. The other elders, too, looked at Zhao Fei Sun with displeased faces. They're all very busy, and if they're summoned for nothing, they must be upset. Especially, this council hall that had been passed up from their ancestors was already a dangerous building. Every additional use was a huge loss, and it was even more of a big gamble for them. In case the council chamber collapses, then where will the money come from to build a new chamber? Also, where's the magic treasure you're carrying? You pawned it? You don't want to live. This is passed down from the old ancestors, and will be passed down to the descendants, and you gave it away. What will we use to make a faction when we go out to do missions again? As they were talking, some elders were sharp-eyed and realized that Zhao Fei Sun had actually returned lightly, and that a bunch of clan treasures that he had brought with him had been lost. For a time, all the core elders, their gazes all landed on Zhao Fei Sun, killing aura spreading across the room, incomparably unkind. If Zhao Fei Sun couldn't give a reasonable explanation, the next scene would be very bloody. Humph. Zhao Fei Sun was arrogant, standing up and saying, "A bunch of patternless people. Look, what have I brought back for you?" What? The elders froze slightly, puzzled. You know Su Gu, right? the talented young man who has been in the limelight lately. He's promised to come to our yin-yang sect to discuss a marriage, Zhao Feisan said, taking out the contract signed by Su Gu from his arms. The scene was quiet at first. In an instant, it was completely boiling over. What did you say, Su Gu? That teenage genius Su Gu, who had an ordinary birth and ordinary qualifications, but had amazing intelligence and made a series of famous achievements that will remain in history? That Su Gu who runs a chain of ghostly medical centers? He said he wanted to join us in marriage? Is he blind? The elders pursued the question with excitement in their mouths. Yes, that's him, Zhao Feishuan proudly said. What blindness? It was all because I convinced him with love and reason. The corner of Jing Hao's mouth twitched as he stood next to him. What a great way to show your feelings and reasoning. Your old man was, at first, close to kowtowing his head. However, he only intends to come and take a look, and if there is a suitable one, he will agree to the union, and if not, then leave it at that. Zhao Feisan frowned. That's not a problem. Jia. He came to our yin-yang sect. Can he still run away? As soon as he comes, the union is already a done deal. The crowd of yin-yang sect elders were very confident. When is he coming? Has the exact time been said yet? Forget it, let's prepare first. Gather all the female disciples with handsome looks and outstanding temperament and train them in advance. The patriarch's eyes lit up and opened his mouth. The exact time is not clear. Zhao Feisan shook his head and said, however, we shouldn't have to wait too long. Anyway, the deed has been signed. If we can't wait, we can just urge him. None of this is a problem. The main problem is who is chosen to join him in marriage. Right. Isn't this gathering female disciples for training? When the time comes, he chooses just that. There are so many of us, the patriarch said. No female disciples. Zhao Feisan shook his head and said, how can a female disciple get into his eyes? He's that good and even more amazingly intelligent. Even if he really becomes one, at that time, they are all little girls who have never been in the world. I'm afraid that they will be charmed upside down and their elbows will turn outward. So, the sovereign hesitated. The other elders, too, nodded their heads in recognition, looking at Zhao Feisan with slight anticipation, listening to his advice. Let the patriarch, as well as the eldest sister, the third sister, the sixth sister, and the eldest elder, the third elder, and the seventh elder, match with Su Gu and see which one he can fall in love with. At that time, with the means of senior sister and sisters, won't he be charmed to death? It's bound to make him obediently help us earn money, develop and grow, and achieve the immortal sect. Zhao Feisan spoke cheerfully. The elders listened with frequent nods of recognition. No way, I object. The patriarch looked petulant, her stunning figure undulating. The more she listened, the uglier her face became, and she finally blurted out, a marriage between the head of a clan and a young talent? What is this? Selling the clan head? There's no such ridiculous marriage. She wanted to seek solidarity, but she found that the other 6 elders, or the supreme elders that were named, some of them had scarlet faces and were very shy, some were silent, some were very reserved but did not object, some were not vehement even if they objected, and even, there was a supreme elder that was named who was surprisingly happy. Basically, you can count on all but her agreeing to the proposal. The objection is invalid. The elders saw this and said in unison, what objections are invalid? I'm the patriarch. Patriarch Ming Yuexin pouted. She was simply dressed in rough pants and a short shirt, with long, light brown hair, 3,000 strands of green silk flowing like a waterfall. A wine gourd hung from her waist. The image and temperament resembled that of a handyman disciple who had been pressed for labor for a long time to the point of giving up on himself and waiting for death. However, with her cloth tied around her slender waist, and her short linen shirt that was almost bursting, she displayed her proudness to the fullest, making it obvious at a glance that she was very strong. The terrifying aura that erupted from her body from time to time was even more proof of this. The elders looked at each other, then said quietly, if we recognize you, you are the patriarch. If you are not recognized, then you are not. Ming Yuexin raised her eyebrows, a question mark written all over her face. Chapter 124 Yin Yang Sect's Ultimate Secret. Su Gu settles debt. Debtor confused. 8,000 words requesting subscription. Ming Yuexin was silent for a long time, and only after a few moments did she get up, ready to leave. Patriarch, what are you doing? The elders were instantly displeased. Give me an answer if it's a success or not. What are you doing? You're going to run away without saying anything? In front of everyone? Can't you respect us? The corners of Ming Yuexin's mouth twitched, and that actually very beautiful face carried a small amount of speechlessness as she said quietly, I'll go find my girlfriends and borrow some good clothes. You can't go on a blind date and wear this too. With that, he picked up the wine gourd at his waist and took a painful sip. The successive generations of the yin-yang sect's patriarchs, all of them mostly loved to drink, because they had to deal with the things of the sect, and they could not always practice the dream method, so they could only drink. After all,
drinking could anesthetize themselves, so that they could not realize that they were poor. Previously, she had scoffed at it and regarded it as dross, and when she assumed her position, she even issued a bold statement that she would lead the yin-yang sect to unite as one and overcome all the difficulties to become rich again. Then, she became the most drinkable of all the patriarchs in the past 10,000 years. It couldn't be helped, the yin-yang sect was too poor, and she, who was the patriarch, really didn't have the courage to face it without some wine. All the sect elders, the corners of their mouths twitched, speechless. However, the elders of the sects were silent for a long time, actually did not think of words to refute, but even more agree. When the time comes, it's time to wear something nice. Still, they didn't let Manhwa leave just like that. Little red dress, you go follow her. A respected elder dispatched his true disciple to follow Manhwa. I'm afraid she'll just slip away and hide under the guise of borrowing clothes. Little red dress, are you going to follow me? The corners of Manhwa's mouth rose as he put down the wine gourd in his hand and smiled at a young girl who was also plainly dressed, with a light temperament, perseverance written all over her face, and a very clean appearance. She smiled brightly, as warm as a spring flower. However, the face that should have been absolutely beautiful was somehow so creepy in the eyes of Li Hongdian, a true disciple who had just been initiated not long ago. Ha! The young Li Hongdian, staring wide-eyed, her dull hairs all stood straight up, was very alarmed. Should I go along myself? Will he be secretly killed by the heartless patriarch? This clan, it's very abnormal. Hello. Is he or she being picked up in the devil's den? The yin-yang sect's mountain gate had fallen into disrepair, and it basically couldn't recruit any outstanding disciples. Therefore, when the elders or patriarchs of the sect took in disciples, they traveled down the mountain, and if they came across a good seedling with good qualifications, not much background, or even a good seedling who normally would not have been able to set foot on the path of immortality in this lifetime, they would bring them home and take them under their door. For unusual sects, this method was too inefficient, far less convenient and efficient than notifying down that they were going to hold an immortal ascension conference and letting the teenagers within their sphere of influence come forward to participate in the examination, from which they would be screened. But, the yin-yang sect can tell fortunes, and knows where there are good seedlings with ordinary or miserable births but excellent qualifications. They would wander around at the measured bearings in advance, and when they found their target, they would pretend to stumble upon it and reveal their magical powers, pulling in all the stops, before then informing the other party of their destiny to be immortal, and asking them if they wanted to follow them to cultivate immortality. Because these chosen good prospects have ordinary or even miserable families, they are usually not rejected. Apparently, Red Skirt Lee was the one who was picked up, and, being picked up on the mountain, it wasn't that long ago. As a result, all the abnormal behavior within the yin-yang sect made Li Hongdian deeply doubt whether she had entered the devil's den, because the yin-yang sect that she had learned about was exactly the same as the book's description of the demonic forces. Firstly, the devil Dao forces were generally very poor, and the yin-yang sect felt even poorer than the unusual devil Dao forces. Secondly, the cultivators and the demonic forces are all mixed up with food and death, with no motivation whatsoever. This was especially true of the elder disciples and the like within the yin-yang sect. Third, the devil's path forces were all very mysterious, behaving strangely, and never socializing with other sects. Obviously, the yin-yang sect is even more mysterious, behaves even more strangely, and has never heard of socializing with other sects. To summarize, the yin-yang sect is a demonic force. It should be entering the forces of the devil Dao. It seems that one must quickly allow oneself to develop a devil's way mindset, or else it will be easy to die horizontally. Little Red Dress nodded her head silently, a strand of fortitude appearing in her eyes. The book describes the devil cultivator, are very ferocious, benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith all have no. He is in the devil's nest at the moment. The slightest carelessness will die horizontally. Must be careful and careful again. Set a small goal, to live within the devil Dao sect yin-yang sect. Li Hongdian pinched the corner of her coat and silently gave herself a goal. In the middle of his rambling thoughts, a warm but slightly generous voice rang in his ears. What are you waiting for? Go! Manhwa said to Li Hongdian. Li Hongdian's dull hairs stood up once again, staring wide-eyed, petrified for a split second. She had actually wandered off at such a moment. She wouldn't cause the patriarch's displeasure and then be killed, right? She said in a rush. Good. Then, his eyes turned to his master. Master, don't worry if I don't come back. It's definitely not the Sovereign Lord threatening me and not letting me come back. Bright Moon Heart. Don't worry, she doesn't have the guts. A group of elders opened their mouths. Li Hongdian nodded then, a little more smile on her face. Although, this might offend the Sovereign Lord, it could only be done to save his life. Let's go. Count yourself lucky. I'll take you to the other sects to cool off for a few days.
This will be the most memorable few days of your life.
Mingyu Xian held Li Hong's skirt's small hand and threw the wine gourd in her arms in front of her. The wine gourd did not fall to the ground but hung in the air and turned into a large gourd that seemed to be the size of a room.
Mingyu Xian brought Li Hongdian with her,
took one step out,
stepped on the gourd,
and was ready to leave for a few other sects to find her bosom friend,
as well as,
Li Hongdian was obviously shocked once again by Mingyu Xian's words, her face pale and dull.
Lucky me? She really just tried to go down on me. And, was she threatening me? Definitely. She's going to torture me, make me never forget the days I was tortured.
The very thought of it made her face ashen, as if she had lost her soul.
Is this fainting with joy? Mingyu Xian noticed Li Hongdian's reaction and said with slight surprise, and us,
while you're there,
remember to borrow some nice clothes for all of us, too. Just as Mingyu Xian was preparing to depart,
the group of female elders who had been named,
even the Supreme Elder, were no longer reserved and asked Mingyu Xian to help them borrow a few good-looking clothes. The corners of Mingyu Xian's mouth twitched and she almost fell off the gourd in a very vain manner. Why do you look so distraught? No, you're really going to run away? Xian, you're so confused. The female elders, keenly noticing Mingyu Xian's actions,
were suspicious.
Mingyu Xian sighed, helpless, and transmitted her voice. What if we don't run? Really matchmaking with him? How old is he?
Not to mention whether it's a success or not. Just being on a blind date with him alone is going to be talked about by the outside world for the rest of his life.
Confused,
the crowd of female elders who had been elevated to the top of the list immediately shook their heads.
Very hateful.
You can't even give up your own lifelong happiness for the sake of gossip.
Think about it. This is a rare opportunity for an old cow to eat young grass. Say nothing to miss. Especially, we, the old cows,
are so poor that we can't even afford to eat dirt anymore. While this young grass is so fat. All the female elders and female great elders who had been lifted up were exhorting.
Quite genuinely, Mingyu Xian's mouth twitched.
Her face was full of darkness, and she was speechless.
Losing you guys back then,
you were still the Yin Yang sect's 7 fairies, and your beautiful name resounded throughout the world.
Nowadays, how is it that each and every one of you is so, not reserved?
She was feeling a little self-conscious about her sisters and uncles.
It's just that a youngster says he's here to discuss a union, and as a result, one of them is dying to get right into his bed. What a disappointment to her. Don't talk about it. Talking about it makes me angry.
It wasn't even your master who brought up the bad idea. He invited $1,000 from a non-profitable chamber of commerce.
And when he came back,
he was so excited that he said that he would help the Yin Yang sect get rid of its poor situation. Said he learned a lot at the unprofitable chamber of commerce.
She said that if you want to make money, you have to be good at hype and marketing.
She said that she wants to make us the 7 immortals of the Yin Yang sect, so that our beauty will resonate all over the world,
and countless men will be addicted to our pomegranate skirts.
At that time, there will naturally be countless male cultivators from numerous powers who are willing to give generously to help us towards glory. The female elders and female supreme elders who had been the 7 immortals of the Yin Yang sect were extremely resentful and spoke in a chorus. Mingyu Xian's embroidered eyebrows were slightly raised,
a little hesitant, listening carefully.
This was a secret that she had never heard of before.
And then, Mingyu Xian inquired. Then, originally,
our reputations were out there,
and we did attract the gazes of countless male cultivators.
The 7 of us made it to the top 10 beauties of the central continent at that time.
However,
when the world later realized that we came from the Yin Yang sect, they all directly avoided us.
It's not at all productive at all, the female elders said. Mingyu Xian's mouth twitched,
holding her forehead with her hand.
It was really like this. What exactly was she expecting just now? If, alone,
it was not effective,
it would be fine.
But it turned out that at that time, your master had spent money to brush up the charts, hired people to prepare the Hattori Road, as well as create a persona, rented a venue, and a number of other columns of marketing activities in order to create the 7 immortals of the Yin Yang sect.
It makes the Yin Yang sect, which is already not wealthy, even more so. For this reason, it has also overdrawn the low insurance given by the court and the righteous for decades. The female elders completely opened their hearts and complained to Mingyu Xian. What? Mingyu Xian's face darkened. Instantly, he understood why his master was so unpopular within the sect. No wonder.
One clearly felt before that although the Yin Yang sect was not rich, it was not this poor.
As a result, as soon as he took office, he opened the ledger and took a look, and the good guy was really poor. There's not even a rope to hang yourself with. The dead have passed away. Mingyu Xian sighed. Although,
she couldn't help but want to curse her own master twice, but her own master had already fallen after all, and there was no need to.
What passed away? She ran away,
realizing that she has no words to face the disciples and elders of the clan,
and now she doesn't know where she is catatonic on her ability to tend to good fortune and avoid evil. Yin Yang sect can't die even if she is destroyed, but don't worry about her having a good time. Once you enter the Yin Yang sect, you will be in a fallen body for the rest of your life. Even if you break away from the Yin Yang sect, or even give up your cultivation and dharma, it's useless, the female elders said. Ha! Mingyu Xin raised her eyebrows again, incredulous. What the hell? His own master? He's still alive? What? Exactly. Are you guys hiding from me? How come you guys know everything and I know nothing? Who's the patriarch anyway?
It took her a long time to compose herself, her face expressionless but very much in the danger road.
Is it the people from the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce that have tricked us? They are really looking for. Don't mention it. The female elders sighed and said with great sorrow,
that unprofitable Chamber of Commerce Chen Jin seems to have been tainted with the falling curse because she got too close to us.
Ever since the 7 Immortals project failed,
all of her business projects have been failures.
Originally,
she was the new president of the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce,
the most favorable candidate. As a result,
the candidacy was directly lost.
Ha! Mingyu Xin stared wide-eyed, her petite body trembling slightly, her chest rippling magnificently, very out of shape. Our curse, can it really be contagious? It's not clear. It's just normal dating. By the way, it's not contagious. We also don't know what's wrong with them. But, since then, all the chambers of commerce have refused to work with us. Some forces have also started to alienate us, the female elders said quietly. Afraid of being infected? Mingyu Xin was dismayed.
No wonder the elders and disciples within the sect
all had little socialization, not to mention a few outer sect buddies.
It was only because of his own high status and the cultivators he came into contact with. His realm was high and his resistance to the curse was a bit stronger. That's why he had some bosom buddies.
Far from it.
Mingyu Xin shook her head and pulled the topic back. If she pulled it further, it felt like her Tao heart was going to be unstable.
Even so, you were also the famous Yin Yang Sect's 7 Immortals back in the day. Where is your pride? When she finished, she added, though, it was hype, but that's also real strength and fame. If others want to hype it, they still can't. Just don't mention it. When we were young, we were the famous 7 fairies and we couldn't even get married. But now that we're over the hill, isn't it even harder? This opportunity is truly a once-in-a-lifetime one. To put it mildly, we must take advantage of this one. The chance for our poor old cow to eat fat and tender grass comes once in a million years. The female elders directly interrupted Mingyu Xin and said very realistically, Xin, listen to the advice of your senior uncle. Sugu really can. Even if it's just for the money, you have to give it a try. One more person, one more hope. If all 7 of us go together, he'll have to choose one, right? At that time, it will all be a heavenly good for our Yin Yang sect. And, he's really superb. I just ordered an insider's guide that specializes in tracking Sugu. All the big moves he's accomplished are well documented and parsed. Such things as, how serious the circumstances were, and how bland he was, and how he used his amazing intelligence, and how he thundered, and how he operated, and how he overcame difficulties, and how he fought the enemy, and so on. It's so handsome to my heart. What? You paid for a subscription to an insider's guide? Is it the latest edition? Give it to me quickly. Those pirated ones I read, with all the little yellow ads, are annoying me to death. Give me one too. The female elders once again talked nonsense. But, for Sugu's attitude, without exception, all of them were extremely favorable. One by one, they look like nymphomaniac little fans. Little fans are inappropriate, and technically belong to sister fans and anti-fans? Mingyu Xin was silent for a long time. The whole worldview, it's going to be turned upside down. In the end, he could only let out a sigh and said, that's just it. Let's go borrow some pretty clothes. Let's see if he can save our Yin Yang sect. If we keep on being poor like this, there is going to be big trouble. Originally, she didn't want to go on. She couldn't get past that mental hurdle. One's own hallowed patriarch would really be nagged for the rest of his life if he was matched with a junior teenager. But, look at these sisters and uncles of their own. One by one, this posture, not yet married. Sugu the world's first good. Even if we do marry Sugu, won't the end result be the same? What can we do to help the Yin Yang sect? It's good enough not to sell the Yin Yang sect. It had to be her in person. There are still some preparations to be made, and from Zhao Fei's son's words, it's not hard to see that the other party is obviously somewhat resistant, and is being stalked and pushed around before agreeing to this matter. Even if he does come, he's probably just going through the motions and will politely decline. It's about the future of the Yin Yang sect. We must put on some means to make him follow even if he doesn't. Mingyu Xin's eyes moved slightly. Her face showed determination, and her expression became more and more subtle, revealing a strand of ruthlessness. Is this thinking of some method to torture me? After noticing the change in Mingyu Xin's demeanor, Li Hongdian was once again scared out of her mind. seeing Manhwa agree.
The other 6 female elders who had been lifted up, only then did they sort of reveal their smiling faces. The other elders, too, hemmed and hawed, knowing that Manhwa, who had just been standing there, was discussing with a few other female elders. She was now clearly convinced. Therefore, one and all began to think freely of the life that they had with money.
When I have money, I will definitely buy 3 flying swords, open one on a single day, change the other one on a double day, and put the third one on my waist. I don't open it, just to let other people look at it. He, an elder fantasized. The Great Liang Devil's Cave, in front of the door. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in. Sugu was speechless. His own acting boss was about to be beaten to death. And yet you guys are here to cheerfully greet people? It's fine. Eldest senior brother has thick skin and flesh. He won't die for a while. Ping Wuqi said. Sugu, worthy of being Devil's Way master and brother. They are indeed brothers and friends. Walking into the Devil's Cave, before he even got close to the council hall, he could already hear the mournful and incomparable screams. One can't help but be creeped out. This voice was not from anyone else. It was from the true senior brother of the Great Liang Devil Cave, Han Changsheng. Senior brother Su, you're finally back. The mournful words were mingled with unimaginable joy. Sugu raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even seen eldest brother Han Changsheng yet, and Han Changsheng's plea for help had already arrived. Worthy of being a conjugated demon, even his 6 senses could be this sharp when he was being beaten up explosively. Ping Wuqi added. He's been shouting like that for 3 days now, mostly to trick the debtors into closing up for a split second and checking what's going on outside so he can catch his own breath or try to escape. Ha! Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai were both stunned beyond measure. Sugu also had a black line. Doesn't this mean that also Han Changsheng has been beaten up for at least 3 days? Finally, I know why Han Changsheng why life is thick. It's hard not to have a thick life when you can't move and get cleaned up by your debtors. Snubbing who? In the hall of deliberation, a few big men have no intention of stopping at all anymore. They have been dealing with Han Changsheng for a long time. Han Changsheng is just taking off his pants. They all know exactly where the hemorrhoids hurt. Just saying, are you all waiting for me? A bland voice rang out, and the heavens and earth abruptly became silent, as all eyes in the deliberation hall looked forward, only to see a figure with black hair like a waterfall, a long black robe hunting, a handsome and peerless appearance, a transcendent and dusty temperament, and a hint of demonic evilness mixed in his eyebrows, slowly walked. It was no one else but Sugu. Sugu, the head debtor, slowly looking up at the approaching teenager, inquired. Exactly, Sugu said blandly. Senior brother Su, you're finally back? Han Changsheng, who was already unconscious, shouted as if he had muscle memory. Sugu, the biggest debtor, all in black robes, hiding his breath and appearance as much as possible, seemingly unwilling to show his true face, very mysterious, waved his hand slightly, stopping the strong man who made a move. Senior brother Su, you're really back? Just as no attack fell, Han Changsheng snapped out of his stupor, excited and delighted. Sugu was once again speechless. I thought Han Changsheng was beaten into a coma, but it turned out that he entered the coma himself? Moreover, what kind of strange spell is this cultivation? Entering a state of unconsciousness and being able to reduce damage? What's the point? Is it just to take it out on the debtor? Sugu nodded slightly, then walked straight to the council hall table, found a chair, and sat in front of the debtor. At this time, a group of devils, too, all walked into the council hall. Quickly help me up. Han Changsheng groaned and let someone help him up. As a result, there wasn't a single devil that came forward to lend a hand, but rather stood indifferently behind Sugu, keeping him firmly protected. The debtors could touch Han Changsheng at will, but if they dared to touch a single hair on Sugu's head, they were bound to put up a fight, because this is their future riches. Good, worthy of being a devil cultivator under my sect, thin-skinned enough to have no respect. Han Changsheng froze for a moment, then, heartily praised, climbed up on his own ass. He also obediently stood behind Sugu. Then, facing the crowd of fierce and vicious debtors in front of him, he even sneered and laughed, arrogance written all over his eyes. The debtors raised their eyebrows at the sight, and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Sure enough, it's different when you find a backer. It was this scene that they watched more or less awkwardly, and were tempted to ask if they were sure it wasn't the other way around. A great power of the merged body, looking for foundation building juniors as a backer, and after finding it, it is even more justified and flaunts its power, more or less subverting the cognition. You intend to pay his debt for him? The head debtor said in a deep voice. Sugu nodded. Sort of. The leader of the debtors nodded his head and slightly beckoned, and a burly man took out a stack of IOUs that were half a person high from his storage bag, and said, this is all the IOUs. It's from all of our debtors together. A total of 100,000,000 spirit stones. The the zeros are touched for you, a total of. As he was speaking, he was interrupted by Sugu. Wait, $11 billion?
Sugu raised his eyebrows and looked at Han Changxing in slight surprise.
That's not right, is it? Wasn't it $1 billion when the illusion was simulated?
Han Changxing was ashamed,
lowering his head, touching his head, not daring to look directly at Sugu.
like a child who had done something bad. He took out another loan recently.
Maximum debtor said.
The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched. Han Changxing hurriedly explained.
It's mainly a loan for the construction of the magic cave. I definitely didn't. Sugu waved his hand, stopping Han Changxing, and didn't say much,
but instead addressed the debtor in front of him.
So, he borrowed another 100 million spirit stones? When he came,
he had already gained insight into the changes in the demon cave, and although it was very different from when he went out to do quests, the cost was absolutely minimal.
Moreover,
100 million spirit stones was enough to build 10 of the current devil's caves. He borrowed 50 million spirit stones.
However, he has a bad reputation.
Even if it's a short-term loan, he has to pay a minimum of 100% interest.
And overtime interest is calculated separately. At the moment, it didn't go overtime,
which means that he has to pay back 100 million.
The biggest debtor said. Continue. Sugu was silent and continued to listen to the other party.
The crowd of devils were puzzled.
Hadn't the other side made it clear?
The biggest debtor laughed and became visibly interested in Sugu, and decidedly said, he has a bad reputation, and we need 20 million in handling fees, so we can only give him 30 million spirit stones.
Continue.
Sugu's expression remained unchanged. The biggest debtor smiled more and more brightly,
appreciating Sugu,
and said, he has a bad reputation and can't buy many materials, so he needs a guarantee of 20 million spirit stones before we can send all kinds of raw materials
into the devil's cave. Don't think it's too much. After all, vouching for a demonic cultivator is a risk. Sugu smiled and didn't pick up the conversation, but said, what is this raw material? What are the specifications? Where do I buy it from? And it's also specified by you, right?
Sure,
Maximum debtor said. Sugu smiled and looked at Han Changxing,
very pleased. Not bad, worthy of being our eldest senior brother. For less than 1 or 2 million spirit stones,
you have to return 100 million. What? Those things, they're only worth 1 million spirit stones?
As soon as these words came out, the devils who were all planning to storm out after listening to the previous content were completely unable to endure it. Each one was filled with righteous indignation,
as if a volcano was about to erupt.
These loan sharks are so shady.
That's faster than a robbery. Even Han Changxing, who was stunned for a moment,
was surprised.
That's not what he told me at the time.
Ha!
Sugu shook his head, helpless. This Han Changxing is completely hopeless. To this day, it's all in the set. Sugu said, the payments to you are in batches,
all of which are large,
so that you can remember and not feel that the money is small.
But, there will be deductions, and they will be all kinds of small deductions,
small in number but large in volume,
and they will find all kinds of reasons that seem reasonable but are not reasonable at all,
so that you can ignore them.
And then, the various materials given to you are also falsely priced. Han Changxing was silent for a long time, and carefully said,
you're right in the front, but in the back.
I went out and inquired about the prices of these materials, and there shouldn't be any false markups. The ones on the market are also mislabeled. They aren't afraid that no one will buy it if the price is high.
Sugu shook his head and said, because these materials are specially supplied.
They were never expected to be bought by normal people, and the high price tag is just to make you feel that you're not losing out.
Ha!
Han Changxing instantly stared at the group of debtors in front of him with wide eyes in fury. The other devils, too, were filled with righteous indignation. It didn't feel that Han Changxing was stupid, it only felt that this group of moneylenders had gone too far, because they've all been pitched at one time or another.
Not bad, worthy of being Su Demon Child. The debtor in the lead laughed out loud,
not the least bit flustered that his trick had been dismantled,
but said, I was originally a loan shark. Isn't it normal to do that?
The only reason for all the setups is just so it's not too hard for you to use them. The demons were speechless in unison.
Since you're still doing us a favor. They should have gotten angry and fought, but seeing the cultivation of the other party, they finally chose to remain silent. Can't beat it, can't help it. Sugu laughed. This is certainly normal. There's one thing I don't understand, and I wonder if I could ask the palms.
Ask, the leader of the debtors said.
Loan sharks, why must they have such high interest rates? Isn't that against the law? Counselor Su said. You don't know such a simple question?
It's a shame that you're still the big boss of Ghost Press.
A debtor on the side laughed. The interest rate is high.
Of course, because they have a bad reputation, a lot of bad debts, and it's easy to not be able to recover the cost. Therefore,
it is necessary to set the interest rate higher. As long as one person is willing to pay back, 10 people renege on the debt are considered to earn.
He hadn't been very convincing to Sugu, so he was sincerely looking at Sugu's jokes. Only when he said it later, he suddenly realized what was going on and completely shut his mouth.
Maximum debtor, 2, glared at him. So, you're planning to renege on your debt? Maximum debtor looked playful. No, I just think the interest is too much. Sugu laughed. Moreover, there is one thing you guys mustn't get wrong. This isn't something I owe. There is no such thing as me planning to renege on the debt. By the way, you guys won't go dark, right? After all, your line of work also eats credibility.
Maximum debtor frowned and said,
what do you mean? The other debtors, too, looked a little worse for wear. It's too much. I can't afford to pay it back.
Only then did Sugu open the door and faintly said,
make a discount. If the discount is suitable, I'll pay it back for him. 80% off.
It's hard to make it in our line of work too. Maximum debtor said pitifully.
1% off. Sugu directly said, this is my bottom line. If you guys agree, pay back the money. If not, just beat him to death. It just so happens that if he dies, I'll be the Demon Cave master. Ha!
Han Shangshang was instantly scared out of his wits, his face pale. The other debtors were furious as a wisp of anger flashed across their brows. There's no such thing as coming up here and getting a discount. Are you here to talk things over or to crash the party?
The biggest debtor laughed and said with a bemused expression, it's too much. 10% off. We didn't even make our capital back. How about a 50% discount? This is our biggest concession.
Han Shangxing's face was pleased because,
in his opinion, a 50% discount was already the biggest concession. After all, he'd talked to the other side before, and not only had he failed to do so, he'd been brutally beaten up. But who knows? Sugu's expression remained unchanged and said, 10% off. 40% off.
The debtor frowned slightly.
Sugu remained unmoved. 10% off. Among the debtors, there has been a sound of agitation, obviously very annoyed. The biggest debtor also looked ugly. 30% discount. This is really the biggest concession. If
Han Shangxing's joy was beyond words.
The other group of devils were also very happy, looking at Sugu full of esteem,
and really still pressed to the 30% discount.
The same as in the illusion. Moreover, unlike the illusionary realm, Sumachong was only at the foundation establishment cultivation level, not the harmonization cultivation level, and to be able to do this, it was really very heaven-defying. Unlike this punk, Han Shangshang, in the beginning, not even a 10% discount was negotiated. But who knows? Sugu directly interrupted the biggest debtor and said, 10% off. This is my bottom line.
You, the biggest debtor stood up directly and said with some impatience,
you don't want to know what's good for you. You're a smart person. 30% discount is something you and I can accept.
As he was speaking, Sugu pulled out a stack of Great Merchant Money Bank documents from within his pocket storage bag.
The debtors all looked happy,
including the biggest debtors. They all thought that Sugu agreed to a 30% discount on repayment, which was intended to be a direct repayment. Only, when they checked the money line documents, they were staggered on the spot, very surprised,
looking at each other, with doubts written on their brows. It's not a money line note. Rather, it's an IOU. Is it a mistake? Maximum debtor hesitated. No mistake, Sugu said. My ghost pressure bed medical center. The chain operation needs money, so I'm looking for you guys to borrow a sum of money, about 200 million spirit stones.
Ha!
All the debtors were shocked, very dismayed and unbelievable. We came to ask you to pay back the money and, as a result, you even asked us to continue borrowing? What's wrong with that? What about treating us like loose change? Chapter 125, Ask All 1. So who lost?
Debtors worship. Devil ancestors transmit.
8,000 words. Please subscribe. What? Borrow another $200 million? The debtors were agitated.
Each one of them was very dismayed and was doubting their ears because they simply couldn't believe the words they just heard.
Isn't it a payback? How did it turn into a loan again? Not only them, even the crowd of demonic cultivators on the field were all in a daze and hesitant. If, not out of their absolute trust in Sugu, they would only wonder if they were mistaken. Are you sure you're not joking?
Maximum debtor also frowned slightly and said in a deep voice,
do you think this is the occasion for a joke? Sugu looked indifferent and said in a very leisurely manner. The maximum debtor was silent, deep in thought, and said, I don't understand what you mean. Sugu laughed.
I made it very clear that I'm looking for you to borrow 200 million spirit stones.
The debtors were even more agitated,
although none of them uttered a sound, but they were all changing their expressions. Obviously the private transmissions had already been discussing the matter,
and they were even about to be unable to hold their breath. No, not at all.
Maximum debtor saw this and said in a deep voice,
with the potential of the Ghostbusters Medical Center,
you can go to any regular chamber of commerce at all.
and they will give you the best service, give you the lowest interest rate, and give you a loan amount of 1 billion, or even 2 billion, give you the longest repayment period, and in the shortest time possible, credit the payment to you. What he meant was clear enough. With the potential of the Ghostbusters Medical Center, there was no need to worry that there would be no chamber of commerce willing to lend money. No, there will even be countless chambers of commerce that will be actively begging him for loans, no matter how one looked at it. Su-gu, who was the Grand Master of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, would not be reduced to the point of looking for a loan from a group of loan sharks like them. Apparently, that's why the crowd on the field was puzzled. Su-gu smiled and asked rhetorically, "Aren't you the regular Chamber of Commerce?" Maximum Boss froze for a moment and smiled back. "Of course we can be a regular Chamber of Commerce." After saying that, the other debtors all smiled at each other. They could do business with demonic cultivators so recklessly. How could they do so without the support of forces behind them? Maximum Boss said, "So, you want to borrow 200 million spirit stones formally as a condition for us to agree and give Han Changxing a discount on his debt? If, for example, they could sign a loan contract with the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center for 200 million spirit stones, even if it was only at the lowest interest rate, it would be a huge benefit to them, because there is no need to worry about the ghostly medical center not paying back. Not having to take the risk of losing your principal while receiving a steady stream of interest is certainly a very good business. It was more cost-effective than if they had used all of the 200 million spirit stones to loan sharks, because, with a usurious loan of 200 million spirit stones, if you want to lend it out, you don't know how long it will take until the monkey years and months go by. And then, even if it was loaned out, collecting the debt was also a problem. After all, loan sharks are not protected by law, and it's all about luck if you can recoup your costs. This is why regular money houses are, in general, much larger than usurious money houses. As for Han Changxing's debt, to be honest, they don't hold much hope anymore. Just be able to recover the cost, and with a discount, just near the cost line, they can still make a small profit. Therefore, they were still relatively heartened by Su-gu's proposal. The group of devils behind Su-gu also brightened up. That's a good one. Anyway, the pre-development of the Ghost Press Medical Center requires a lot of money. No matter what, you need to take out a loan. As long as it's at the market rate, it's the same as whoever you find to take out a loan. This, however, would directly help Han Changxing by eliminating the twofold debt. What was a $1 billion debt went straight to a $110 million debt. Han Changxing, in particular, was going to be overjoyed. A discount on his debt was completely beyond his expectations. And, after Su-gu borrowed 200 million spirit stones, he could easily replace his debt, even if Su-gu doesn't pay his debt for nothing. But the pressure of owing Su-gu debt, and owing this group of powerful debtors debt, is completely one heaven and one earth. Just thinking about it made him want to float. The mountain that had been weighing on his chest was finally going to be resolved. But who knows? Su-gu shook his head and leisurely said, "No, you guys are mistaken. I never said that it was me who took out the loan, or the Ghostbusters Medical Center. Not you or the Ghostbusters Medical Center loan?" Maximum Debtor raised an eyebrow in dismay. The other debtors, as well as the crowd of devils, were all confused. I don't know what drug Su-gu is selling. Even some short-tempered debtors were even showing anger and already wanted to have a seizure. Is this a trick on them? One moment at a time? The maximum debtor's eyes were cold for a moment, and he likewise had the feeling of being tricked. However, considering the shocking deeds that were rumored outside about Su-gu, he collected the cold light in his eyes and said with great patience, "So, what do you mean?" The devils, including Han Changxing, swallowed their saliva and looked at the crowd of debtors, who were already slightly impatient, and then looked at Su-gu, who looked leisurely and casual. Worried. The reason is simple. If the other party really got mad, their side couldn't really beat them. Not to mention, they were all demonic cultivators, and with the virtues of demonic cultivators, if they really fought, a situation that was originally a 4-6 split could instantly turn into a 1-9 split, because most demonic cultivators would simply surrender. They had already transmitted their voices to Su-gu, advising him to pay attention to the situation and not to provoke the other party. Su-gu did not care, but said, "My eldest senior brother, Han Changxing, previously owed you all a discount on all debts. Then, go through the formal process and loan my eldest senior brother, Han Changxing, 200 million spirit stones. These 200 million spirit stones are used to pay for my labor and are mainly used for the initial development of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Hall." What? The scene instantly erupted in an uproar when these words came out. Not only the debtors, but even the devils, all of them were staring with wide eyes and open mouths, their brains going blank with a feeling of cerebellar atrophy. What kind of counter-proposal is this? We bear the risk, Han Changxing bears the debt, and then the benefit of 200 million spirit stones falls into your pocket? Why? That's not the way to get money out of an empty glove. Do you really think we're stupid? Han Changchang also raised an eyebrow, dismayed, feeling that he had just overthought things. However, his reaction wasn't too big. Anyway, he owed 1 billion spirit stones before. With this offer from Su Gu, he definitely didn't lose out. That's right.
I told you how he was so kind that he would pay off Han Changqing's debt. The righteous five nodded in unison, finally solving the biggest doubt in their hearts. This was the senior brother Su they knew. The other devils, too, were dumbfounded by a flash of realization. Right, just Su Demon Boy. This monstrous demonic nature. If there was nothing to gain, how could he be so merciful as to pay off his debt to Big Brother? Even a great sage wouldn't do this, let alone Devil Child Su, who was the head of the heaven-sent devil children. Just don't fall hard on the well, and expect him to honestly pay off the debt for his big brother? It may not work out. Though, the other side obviously didn't even really agree. Guess it's going to fall apart. The devils frowned and slandered in their hearts. Although, very much believing in Su Gu, he couldn't think of how Su Gu should convince the two parties. Fittingly, one of the debtors, who was directly angry and laughing, said in a cold voice, "Are you playing us? He owes us $1 billion and he can't even pay us back. Yet you're asking us to give him a discount on his debt and then lend him another $200 million? That's $200 million that still lands in your pocket. Do you really think we're scatterbrained? Why are you still arguing? Just now, we were having a good conversation. Why are we suddenly going to talk it out?" Han Changqing's face also changed slightly, all wanting to cross over Su Gu and directly discuss a good 30% discount with the other party. Apparently, a 30% discount on the debt was within his mental expectations. Only, a little thought for a moment, realized that even if the debt is discounted by 30%, he cannot afford to pay, and there is also the possibility of offending Su Mo Tong. Can only give up. Su Gu pressed down with both hands to keep the scene quiet, and said in a very leisurely manner, "You can either listen to my details, or you can just beat Han Changqing to death." Ha! Han Changqing took half a step back in fear, his face pale and sweating. However, just stormed out of the debtor, eyebrows slightly knit, face green is very unconvinced. When they have suffered this kind of aggression, want to speak again, but was next to the debtor pulled. The eyes of the largest debtor flickered with a playful expression. "Tell me in detail. I'd like to see how you plan to convince us. Why are you willing to make a loan to the Ghostbusters Medical Center, even if you give Han Changqing a discount on his debt?" Su Gu asked rhetorically. "Of course it's because of the potential of the Ghostbusters Medical Center," Maximum Debtor said. "There's no worry about not being able to collect on this debt once it's lent out." Su Gu shook his head. "No wonder. You guys can only be reduced to a bunch of usury peddlers who can't make it to the top." "What do you mean by that?" Behind them, the debtors, once again, someone was displeased. This is already a personal attack. The fact that they could not get angry on the spot was not because they were cultured, nor were they afraid of the demonic cultivators on the field. Rather, he was afraid of Su Gu and the 5 people behind him. "What makes you say that?" Maximum Debtor frowned, stopping the agitation of the people behind him, and said with an expressionless face, unaware of his joy or anger, "Your business sense is not sharp at all. Although, one can see the potential of the Ghost Press Medical Center. But, isn't this something that an individual can see? Even if you go to the street and casually grab a beggar, he knows that the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center really makes money." Su Gu said indifferently, "Your vision is too short-sighted. Everyone knows that the Ghostbusters Medical Center is a treasure. So this treasure, then, can't possibly give you the slightest benefit, because everyone knows that it's not your turn at all. Don't beat around the bush," a debtor said impatiently. Maximum Debtor once again raised his hand to stop it, quietly looking at Su Gu. However, his eyes already had some sharpness. He asked rhetorically, "Your vision, it's not short-sighted?" "Of course," Su Gu proudly said, "at least it's better than you guys. The Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center will not be mentioned. You guys might think it's luck. Speaking only of the immediate future, there is a very great opportunity right here in front of us, but none of you have realized it. No, not only did you not notice, but even when I spoke up to warn you, you still didn't notice. What are the chances?" Maximum Debtor said. His voice grew calmer and calmer, but it revealed the sentiment that if he could not be convinced in the end, then the matter would not be settled. The other debtors, too, had fierce eyes. They were reduced to loan sharking and naturally knew that they were no match for those money houses in the market. But, to be told off just like that, they naturally wouldn't feel good in their hearts. In particular, one by one, they had dealt with demonic cultivators, as well as other reputable cultivators, so naturally, they wouldn't be kind either. If Su Gu can't tell the truth in the end, this matter can never be settled. Su Gu sneered and said, "You only know that the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center has a lot of potential, but you don't know that those who can earn Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center's spirit stones don't have a lot of potential either."
Can you earn spirit stones from the Ghost Press Medical Center? Is there anyone else who can earn spirit stones from the Ghostbusters Medical Center? The landlord? I don't think so, right? The Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center has a booming business and a high flow of customers, and is usually free of rent and all kinds of living costs. Moreover, this is also not connected to the current topic. The crowd of debtors frowned, deep in thought and puzzled. The maximum debtor raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly enlightened, already having an answer. However, he still looked at Sugu, waiting for Sugu to reveal it. Sugu said, "There are only two parties that can earn spirit stones from the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center. One party is the government. They collect taxes, and they are very high. This we know." The debtors laughed coldly, thinking that Sugu could have some kind of tall tale to tell. Sugu didn't care about their words and continued blandly. "On the other side, there is the Great Liang Demon Cave." Wow! The scene was precipitously quiet. Everyone froze. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that the Great Liang Devil's Cave could make money from the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center? Are you sure there's no mistake? Don't tell me that you are a disciple of the Devil's Cave, so you need to pay money to the Devil's Cave? That's impossible. If they dare to charge you money, you can always go to another sect, even a superb sect. A debtor was not convinced. The demons were also curious and looked at Sugu in unison, wanted to know what made Sugu say that. Sugu said, "The Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center requires a large number of beautiful ghosts. This part of the ghosts and charmers is provided by the Great Liang Magic Cave. The Great Liang Magic Cave, naturally, can earn money from the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center." The debtors were as silent as they could be, their faces changing, because it goes against their perception. Isn't the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center American Ghost Physician? Some ghosts who break the law and then labor instead of being tortured in the medical center? What's the relationship with the Great Liang Devil Cave? A debtor hesitated. It wasn't just the debtors, even the crowd of devils were puzzled. As the elders and true brothers of the Great Liang Devil Cave, they didn't even know that the ghosts in the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center were provided by the Great Liang Devil Cave. "What you're talking about is just getting started," Sugu said. "This subsequent point of ghostly charm is bound to be a drop in the bucket. Moreover, trying to make the ghosts obedient is not a simple task." Maximum Debtor looked up slightly, his eyes flashing with a fine light as he said, "You mean to let the Devil's Cave demonic cultivator capture the evil ghost, personally temper, use some means against the law, make the evil ghost obedient, and then send it to the government. Apply for sending it to the Ghost Pressure Bed Healing Center, to labor instead of punishment. And after that, hire a token amount of people from the De Liang Demon Cave to manage these American ghost physicians and pay them?" The moment his words came out, all the people on the field instantly understood, especially the crowd of devils. Their eyes were glowing with excitement. Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, to open a chain all over the world. The ghost power resources required is very huge. If, however, one relies only on the formal route, it simply does not work. Not to mention quantity, but quality alone. Not to mention the quantity, even if we go through the formal way, and send all the ghosts and demons caught by the government and the righteous path to the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center to labor in lieu of punishment, it would still be useless at all, because these evil ghosts, if not properly coached, will not listen to receive customers. However, it is very difficult to train evil spirits. If you temper them lightly, these ghosts won't listen, and if you temper them heavily, you'll easily break the law, such as abusing laborers. Normal righteous means are almost impossible. But if, on the other hand, one were to find a demonic force to do these things, then all problems would be solved. It's easy for a demonic cultivator to catch a ghost, and even easier to temper a ghost. Previously, the small Willow Town and the surrounding towns are located in the realm. Because of the Een belongs to the moon, ghosts have been unable to solve the problem. Even if the government and the righteousness to spend great energy, still little effect. And, after the demonic cultivator discovered the treasure trove and realized that he could make money with those evil ghosts, the ghostly plague was directly solved. Demonic cultivators capture ghosts, enslave them with magical means, temper the evil ghosts, then report to the officials and escort them to the prison. They can't be locked up for 2 days. Then they will be sent to work at the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center to labor instead of being sentenced to death, because they have already been tempered by the demonic cultivators, so they can be directly put on the job and earn a lot of spirit stones. The Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, on the other hand, will employ people of demonic cultivation, ostensibly to allow them to train and manage evil spirits, but in reality to facilitate the payment of money for the capture and conditioning of evil spirits. In such a cycle, the demonic forces made money and were able to follow the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center. The Ghost Pressing Bed Medical Center then gets enough demonic power, and the government gets good law and order. It's totally a triple win. The more the people mulled it over, the more astonished they were by this plan. For a while, all the people on the field, All of them showed joyful expressions,
including Li Xiaobai and the other righteous five.
No, it's 4 wins, Su Gu laughed. The Great Liang Magic Cave,
for the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, provides enough ghost power resources to earn rewards.
As long as the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center doesn't fall down for a day, the Great Liang Devil Cave will be able to earn a huge amount of spirit stones. Looking at it this way, isn't the Great Liang Magic Cave also very promising? And very few people know about it, and you are a part of this very little, Su Gu said to the debtors in front of him.
The opportunity to invest in the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center is not your turn, but you can invest in the Great Liang Devil Cave, which is business bound to the Ghost Pressure Bed.
This, for a time, a group of debtors, all incomparable in tension.
The corners of the mouth cannot help but rise, the mood of joy incomparable.
Su Gu continued, in addition to that, Heaven's mandate promotes the devil,
and the Devil's Cave will only prosper in the future.
If, in this regard,
a foundation of friendship can be established, then there will only be more cooperation in the future.
The debtors nodded and laughed.
Apparently, they had recognized Su Gu's words, already planning to sign a loan contract.
However, at that moment, the biggest debtor coughed dryly, stopping the crowd as he said to Su Gu, "Very well said.
The world has rumored that elder brother Su possesses astounding wisdom,
and this matter is indeed true. Still,
there's a lot of risk involved."
Su Gu didn't follow the other party's meaning, but directly said,
"There is no such thing in the world without risk." Maximum debtor froze and laughed. "Shouldn't beat around the bush with you.
I'll get straight to the point. The Great Liang Magic Cave is the Great Liang Magic Cave, and Han Changsheng is Han Changsheng.
Loan Han Changsheng $200 million.
What if Han Changsheng fails to pay off his debt and falls? Or what if he's replaced by another devil cultivator?" The other debtors, nodding in unison, looked towards Su Gu. Su Gu froze for a moment,
looking at Han Changsheng in dismay, the corners of his mouth twitching as he said,
"You mean he'll fall? He won't even fall if I fall."
This was the truth. Although he had joined the Devil's Cave not long ago and didn't know Han Changsheng particularly well.
However,
he knew that Han Changsheng was really thick-skinned,
plus he could run fast. Simply,
an undead little powerhouse. At the early stage of merging, he was already at the late stage of merging without coming out, and no one could catch him. If he was in the late stage of merging, who could help him unless he crossed the threshold and made a move? It would be difficult for the Devil's Way to kill him or replace him for a long time. If he didn't make a stupid mistake and get himself killed, he wouldn't be easily moved if he was on the right path. The corners of the debtors' mouths likewise twitched in recognition. They had dealt with Han Changsheng many times and knew how difficult he was to deal with.
And every time, they had to send out a whole bunch of people. Moreover, after beating him up violently every time, he was able to come back to life almost as quickly. Well, that's an answer. Maximum Debtor was slightly stunned and slightly helpless. He then added, "But if that's the case, why are we talking to you? We directly spare you, and talk to Han Changsheng is not enough. He should be willing to accept the debt discounted by 2, not additional back." The debtors and Han Changsheng were all happy, so there would be no middleman, making a difference in price. Su Gu directly interrupted and said, "I'm the Grand Master of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center. How can you spare me? With a single word from me, I can replace the Great Liang Demon Cave and support other demonic forces." That's a very conservative statement. With his current prestige, he could completely replace Han Changsheng with a single word. As expected, once he said this, the other devil's breath leaked slightly and stared at Han Changsheng as if warning him not to look for trouble. Han Changsheng is naturally not stupid. Although Su Gu has earned some benefits, he is not losing money, and there are still very sizable gains coming in, one after another. In the future, Maximum Debtor was silent for a split second and sighed. "You win this loan contract. We sign." In fact, he had long been moved, just watching Su Gu just move his mouth. Earn 200 million spirit stones. His heart is very indignant. Want to find some trouble? When you can't find any trouble in the aftermath, you naturally have to sign the contract obediently. Su Gu glanced at Han Changsheng. "I'll do it." Han Changsheng was overjoyed, and after confirming that the loan contract was correct, he directly signed his name and left behind a trace of his soul power, worthy of being senior brother Su. The 5 members of the righteous path, all of them looked dumbfounded. They weren't the only ones. The crowd of devils had long worshipped them to no end. Surprisingly, he really got 200 million spirit stones for nothing? And, surprisingly, all 3 parties are happy with it. Han Changsheng's debt, from 1 billion, had turned into 310 million, and it had also turned into a low-interest loan. Although, the pressure of the debt was still huge, but, as long as he operated the Magic Cave well and maintained the cooperation with the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, he could completely pay it back little by little in the future. It is also considered to have the hope of life. Not like before, tortured by loan sharks. No hope of life.
he was naturally satisfied beyond measure. The debtors, who had been close to 100 million spirit stones in principle, were about to go down the drain. And now, not only would it not go down the drain, but they had also managed to sign a high-dollar commercial loan with stable returns and extremely low risk. In the future, if the Devil's Cave prospered, they could even carry out all kinds of in-depth cooperation by virtue of the friendship established in advance. As for Sugu, is even more needless to say, just moving his mouth to white-whoring to 200 million spirit stones. It also gained Han Changsheng's favor and gratitude, as well as countless devils pushing and admiring it. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just the devil who pushed and admired. The crowd of debtors on the field all looked at Sugu with more or less admiration in their eyes. The eyes of the biggest debtor had even more admiration written all over them. I have one last little condition. I don't know if I can. The biggest debtor pondered for a split second and opened his mouth. Sugu was about to reject it outright. The greatest debtor said directly, "One of my elder brothers has a son who is very untalented. I wonder if I can let this son and nephew of mine follow you and learn something." The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched, raising an eyebrow. "What is the status of your son or nephew?" The reason he asked was simple. This greatest debtor in front of me must be a righteous powerhouse. After all, the devil's path is weak today, and Han Changsheng has been the fastest runner within the entire devil's path. And this biggest debtor in front of him could easily thump Han Changsheng. The strength should at the very least be at the late harmonization stage, or even stronger. Then it would only be the right path. And the other party does not have twilight in his body, and even let his son and nephew follow him to learn things. Obviously his age is not too old. It may be in Li Xiaobai, Zhao Jingang and other 5 people's fathers are of the same generation. Then this biggest debtor in front of him was most likely the core layer of the superlative power, or the top level of the immortal sect. In that case, the identity of his son and nephew must be extraordinary. As it happens, my brother is the president of the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce. Maximum debtor passes the word and does not make it public. The corners of Sugu's mouth twitched madly. Sure enough, it's a big one. These righteous bigwigs, is there something wrong with their brain circuits? You don't train your own heirs properly, but throw them into the devil's den? Aren't you afraid they'll be spoiled? Well, if you go by the nature of the righteous 5, it seems like no one can bring them down. As if Sugu thought of something, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "What do you want him to learn from me?" Of course it's business. He's the son of the president of the Chamber of Commerce that doesn't make money. What does he learn if he doesn't learn to make money? Is it hard to learn to fight and brawl? The biggest debtor said rightfully. Are you serious? Sugu became more and more speechless in his heart. You don't make money, Chamber of Commerce. It's the #1 Chamber of Commerce in the world. Then, let your young president learn business from me? Are you sure you're right? Of course. The maximum debtor continued to transmit his voice. If you're willing, another 200 million spirit stones will be offered. Sugu raised an eyebrow. So capricious. Directly 200 million spirit stones smashed down? If the teaching is good, there will be a big thank you. Maximum debtor said. Worthy of being the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce? Sugu's mouth twitched with emotion. The heavy appreciation of the unprofitable Chamber of Commerce is definitely beyond the imagination of the common man. Depends on his enlightenment, Sugu said casually. He didn't dare to be interested in money, mainly because he wanted to see what special talents the young president of this unprofitable Chamber of Commerce had, such as Mi Su Wei, Li Xiaobai and 5 others that way. Good. I'll have him prepare for it and have him come to you soon. At that time, let him worship the Devil's Cave and be your little brother. You can use him as you please and beat him up if he doesn't listen. Maximum debtor said in a slightly naive manner. Sugu, feelings really aren't your waifu. Since this matter has been settled, we won't stay too much longer. Maximum debtor coughed dryly, ending his private voice transmission with Sugu, and addressed the crowd. With that, he took the debtors with him, and with a flash of his body, disappeared into the sky. Phew, that's great. I finally don't have to be on my toes and hide from my creditors in the future. Cool. After the debtors left, Han Changsheng was so excited that he completely disregarded whether or not he was out of line, and in front of the crowd, he raised the sky and wailed long and loud to express the joy in his heart. Don't be crazy. You're not out of debt and you still owe $300 million, the hot-tempered Red Fire Elder said. We're warning you, if you dare to misappropriate the inner coffers of the Demon Cave, we can fight you to the death. You can only move the share that belongs to you. You specified the rules. More work, more pay, and you're going to have to work your ass off to create value for the Magic Cave next. 300 million spirit stones. Although, you are the acting cave master, or a harmonized cultivation, and you get the most dividends every year. It's not hard to pay back just over 1 million spirit stones per year, but it's a few hundred years. The other devils also spoke up, very venomously. I'm just happy. Don't spoil the fun. Han Changsheng instantly felt Alexandria.
and couldn't help but beg the several demons to be merciful. Sugu only watched quietly from the sidelines, the corners of his mouth rising with a playful expression. This was naturally in his reckoning. The Devil's Cave, with no high-end combatants, only had one Han Changsheng, who could be used to block shots. Of course, Ping Wuqi should be considered a high-end fighter, but it was too wimpy for anyone to know what his realm actually was. In this way, it was natural to keep Han Changsheng firmly in his hands, can't let him slack off, and it was simple to control Han Changsheng, so let him be in debt. The kind of loan that can be paid back with hard work, but not without hard work, is the best way to get a person to work diligently. For Han Changsheng, a loan of $310 million would be just right. Especially, to Su Gu, Han Changsheng's financial resources were firmly in his hands. As long as he wanted to, he could cut off most of Han Changsheng's financial resources at any time, and he only needed to instruct the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center to replace the Great Liang Devil's Cave and collaborate with other devilish forces. Then, Han Changsheng, who had been cut off from most of his financial resources, would inevitably be hunted down by countless debtors once again. In a way, Han Changsheng was already under his control. Senior brother Su, it's fortunate to have you. After Han Changsheng had vented his inner joy, he excitedly said to Su Gu. His eyes were full of gratitude. Su Gu definitely saved him. As for Su Gu's favor fee, it's alright. Devil cultivators were all like that. If, on the contrary, Su Gu didn't do so, he would feel abnormal. And that part of the money, too, was not from him, but from the debtors. Han Changsheng coughed dryly and said solemnly, "These days, you have made a lot of achievements." He was planning to announce the rewards given to Su Gu and the others. However, he saw Su Gu take out a few of the money bills given by a group of debtors and sent them to Han Changsheng, saying, 80 million spirit stones, build the Devil's Cave properly. Don't think it's too little. The Ghostbusters Medical Center is in a period of development and everything needs money. With that, he said to the demons, I'll trouble you elders to supervise. In an instant, the entire council hall directly boiled over. All the devils were overjoyed, and their esteem for Su Gu's almost reached the extreme, including Han Changsheng. The 5 members of the righteous path, on the other hand, admired Su Gu's hand. What does it mean to be full of borrowed flowers? They didn't doubt for a second that the current Su Gu could directly replace Han Changsheng as the Demon Cave's cavemaster with a single word, or even drive Han Changsheng. Su Gu looked calm and waited for the joyful energy of the demons to pass before slowly saying, Eldest brother, what were you going to say just now? Han Changsheng was still a bit excited and elated. You've made a lot of achievements and have already met the threshold of the true transmission. From today onwards, I'll accept disciples on behalf of my master, and you'll be the 4th true transmission of the Devil's Cave. In addition to that, I, along with all the heavenly demon elders, will mobilize the Devil Cave's greatest treasure to open up the passageway to the Devil Dao Ancestral Ground, sending you to the Devil Dao Ancestral Ground to receive the Devil Ancestor's inheritance. Devil Ancestor inheritance? When these words came out, not only Su Gu, but also the 5 members of the righteous path behind Su Gu, all of them lit up with anticipation. Chapter 126, The Strength of the Devil's Inheritance. Su Gu's amazing popularity, instructing Kong Haoren, 8,000 words. Su Gu's expression was still calm, while the 5 members of the righteous path, all of them had light in their eyes, like a cat that had been hungry for 3 days seeing a mouse. Before, they had scoffed at the Devil's Path inheritance. But, that was before. Ever since they had seen Su Gu utilize his devilish spell aptitude to bring out the power of the 3 spirit roots that far exceeded the power of the 2 spirit roots, they had changed their attitudes. There's a great treasure in the magic Dharma. Although, they had searched all over the Devil's Cave long ago, and had not been able to find, at all, any devilish magic or devilish passages that were halfway useful to their battle power enhancement or cultivation advancement. But, the Devil Dao Ancestral Ground was different. Within it was the Devil Ancestor Inheritance, which was the origin of the world's Devil Dao, and it was said to harbor the forbidden inheritance of the Devil Dao that had originally descended from the heavenly devil realm. Although, it was recorded within the Devil's Cave that the Devil Ancestor's inheritance was very difficult to comprehend, and no one had comprehended the complete devil race inheritance to date. However, there were countless devils who were inspired by it and comprehended quite a few first-rate magical skills. The Ultimate Bliss Demon Sect, the 7 Injuries Demon Sect, the Back 5 Poisons Sect, the Underworld Demon Sect, the Mad Demon Sect, the Blood Sea Demon Sect, and many other demonic forces including the Great Liang Demon Cave, had all wreaked havoc on the world. It was also the Great Shan that established a dynasty based on the law. It was only then that the demonic religions all came down honestly and lived like street rats. Even, quite a few demonic forces had broken their inheritance, languishing in the cycle of overthrowing and rebuilding and overthrowing and continuing to rebuild. However, in recent years, after the omen of heaven's destiny and the devil appeared, these demonic forces, has already been stirring up again. Even rumors,
the extreme music magic religion of the old ancestor has been revived,
re-emerged, returned to the new extreme music magic religion, will set off a monstrous plague. All of this showed that the devil ancestor transmission was not useless, and even had a rather high value. It is rumored that none of the devil Dao ancestors have outstanding talents. They were all able to comprehend uncommon means in the devil ancestor inheritance. It would be easy for heavenly spirit roots like me to step in and directly comprehend that heavenly devil taboo inheritance that no one has ever comprehended in its entirety. The corners of their mouths rose in unison as the righteous five thought about this. In that case, won't the devil's way be in the hands of the righteous? Then what's the point of the devil's way? Ni Su Hui and Kong Haoren, in particular, had eagerness written all over their faces. They had been completely enlightened after being nudged by Su Gu. Sometimes, in order to achieve a goal, using all the righteous means won't work, which doesn't mean that the matter won't work, but rather that there are no devilish means to try. It might work wonders if you try it. For example, if they can turn their righteous energy or fiery Buddhist light into a shadowy attribute that emanates a monstrous demonic aura, they will be able to recklessly make evil ghosts and demons chant scriptures or brocade articles for them. Su Gu was rather calm. After this period of time of opening his eyes to the world, he had been completely disappointed with the demonic path of this world. If not, knowing that Han Changxing's transportation and defense technique, as well as Ping Wuqi's diversion technique, all came from this devil Dao ancestral ground made him slightly more interested. He probably won't even go. Pure and simple waste of time. However, what made him wonder was that he, a pure demon cultivator, was not even very interested. Behind them, these five lights of the pure Dao. Surprisingly, each one of them was so excited that they were about to scream out. Their eyes were hot, and their faces were filled with wanting to go. Hiss! Su Gu's brows furrowed in confusion. What's going on here? You guys are reacting like this. It's not normal, is it? It's hard to believe that you guys want to go on vacation. Although, the devil Dao's ancestral land, to normal people, might be more ferocious and dangerous. A place of absolute ferocity. To the righteous five, it was really similar to a vacation area. That's no way to react. It's just a vacation. It wasn't that he had seen less and was rare, because it was the righteous five such as illusory colorful clothes, who at this moment expressed a sense of yearning and esteem that was even more exaggerated than what the other devils around them were displaying. If one didn't know the truth, who would think that these five people were the successors of the five major immortal sects of the righteous path? The successors of the devil's way were more or less the same. Can we go? Ni Su Hui spoke directly, puffing out her chest and raising her head, quite rightfully. This, Han Changsheng looked embarrassed and instinctively wanted to refuse. The reason was simple. It was not the normal time for the ancestral grounds to open. Trying to force open the passageway and send people in was costly, and for every additional person, the cost was going to be quite a bit more. The other devils, too, looked hesitant. However, where? These five people were of a more ordinary status and were not heaven-sent demon children. They all directly and decisively rejected them. I am the third owner of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, Ni Su Hui faintly said. Li Xiaobai answered. I am the second shopkeeper. Of course there's no problem. The two of you and senior brother Su went out on a mission together, and you've similarly made heavenly achievements. This time when you go to the ancestral land, of course there'll be a share for you. Han Shangsheng immediately changed his words, his face full of smiles, very submissive. It has nothing to do with what status you guys have. The main thing is that you guys have made a merit. Su Gu's eyelids slightly raised. No wonder. You can be the acting cave master of the Devil's Cave and the acting demon master of the Devil's Way. Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui were very satisfied. What about us? Illusory colorful clothes frowned slightly displeased, and said. Kong Haorun and Zhao Jingang nodded their heads and said indignantly. Han Changsheng froze, slightly hesitant. Worthy of being a heaven-sent demon child, really doesn't care about human feelings at all. Can't you see that we don't want to bring you along? The words were clear. Bringing Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui along was because they were out on a mission and had accomplished a lot. It's not like you guys get credit for this. How are we going to get you on? Then, he saw illusory colored clothes, with a playful expression, and a wisp of braggadocio and pride surfaced on his stunningly beautiful pretty face. I'm the fourth boss of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Hall. Kong Haoren spread his hands, his face teasing, a look of a beaten in the eyes of onlookers, and said helplessly, alas, it seems that I am also the head of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center. I'm the sixth chamberlain, all with equity. Zhao Jingang said slightly honestly. Ha! Han Changsheng was staggered, including the other demons, all of whom were staggered on the spot. Quite unbelievable. Where did you guys get the equity? Didn't none of you travel with senior brother Su, much less participate in the construction of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center? Han Changsheng asked rhetorically. Illusory colored clothes, slightly blushing,
looked at Su-gu and said with a face full of happiness, "Of course, it's from my senior brother." Kang Haoran spread his hands and Zhao Jingang nodded. Indicates their equity, which comes in the same way. Ha! In the next instant, all the devils, including Han Changsheng, were enviously red-eyed, and even wanted to raise their voices to the sky, unable to accept it, because they were well aware of the potential of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, which was definitely an incomparably crazy money-making machine, and the money earned in the future would be able to buy the whole of the current Great Liang Magic Cave in one day, not to mention the future. But now the money earned by the Ghost Pressure Bed in one day is equal to the output of the Magic Cave in 1 year. Undoubtedly, the equity of the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center was absolutely precious and could be said to be of great value. However, he didn't expect that Su-gu would be so generous as to divide the share capital among the 3 illusory clothes. Moreover, looking at their gesture of taking this for granted, the equity is definitely not small. How could this not make them envious? Truth be told, they wanted to. What? Do the elders wanted to? Su-gu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he blandly said in a very human and harmless manner, "It is said that a piker is not guilty of harboring a demon, and under normal circumstances, it is necessary to share some of the benefits to these devils. But, he was a devil cultivator, and these devils were even more devil cultivators. He wouldn't give it, and these devils would only be insatiable if they took it. As for dividing it among the 3 of them, the reason was simple. He knew very well how the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center was opened, and how it was possible to start a chain again. It all depended on the forces behind Li Xiaobai, illusory clothes, and the other 5. There are real benefits to giving them 5. How come? We're just happy for the 3 devil children. With such wealth, I simply can't think of anyone in the entire Devil's Way who can possess it besides the heaven-sent demon children. Compared to spirit stones, we are more concerned about the great cause of reviving the Devil Dao." The devils hastily shook their heads, denying that they had just lost their temper. Although they have no benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith, and are downright demonic cultivators, they are not stupid and are wimpy. There is a heavenly descending devil child, or 6, the future of the Great Liang Magic Cave, is today's Great Shan Dynasty. The future is boundless. At that time, all they had to do was to follow the steps of the 6 heavenly descending demonic children, eat a little bit of soup, and they would be able to fly straight into the sky. There was no need to wait until the future. Only now, they were already enjoying the dividends that Su-gu and the other 6 had brought to them. The Great Liang Devil's Cave, the development in recent times, they had witnessed. The cultivation environment had obviously gotten better. The number or quality of disciples had increased dramatically, and after the initial cleansing, they didn't have to be so reminded to hang on. Their dividends, too, had risen dramatically. Not to mention, there was also the cooperation with the Ghost Pressure Bed Medical Center, which could also make a lot of money by constantly delivering ghost power resources. All they have to do is to make no mistakes and stay alive, and all the benefits they get will be beyond imagination. If you can get the 6, it's even more likely to take off straight away. It's a steady stream of happiness, and who would say no to that? And the risk of getting into mischief? The risk is too high. After all, one might face purges from both the righteous and the evil. Who let? Besides the fact that the 6 of them were heaven-sent demon children, Su-gu was now cleansed and had a righteous identity. And, still, a big official. In short, licking is right. The thousands of thoughts of the demons eventually converged into one general outline. Han Changsheng gave a dry cough and said, "In recent times, all of you have done marvelous things and deserve to be rewarded. Senior Apprentice Brother Su has done the most work. Reward Senior Apprentice Brother Su with promotion to a quasi-true bias and may travel to the Devil Dao Ancestral Ground. Li Xiaobai, Mi Su Hui, Illusory Colored Clothes, Kong Haoran, and Zhao Jingang. Reward the 5 of you with promotion to quasi-true bias and accompany Senior Brother Su to the Devil Dao Ancestral Land. It's also very simple if you want to remove the word quasi in front of true transmission. If you can pass the test in the Devil Dao Ancestral Ground and comprehend a Devil Ancestor level divine ability, then you can be promoted to true transmission." For Han Changsheng's readiness to accept good advice, none of the people present were surprised. This was just the base drill of a qualified devil cultivator. Yeah, Phantasmagoria was jumping up and down with excitement. Kong Haoran and Zhao Jingang were both excited as well. In that case, the 6 senior brothers will first wait for 10 days and half a month. The passage is not easy to open. I and a group of elders still need some preparation. It just so happens that you can also prepare for 1 or 2. Han Changsheng told the 6 Su-gu people. Remember, there are many dangers in the Devil Dao Ancestral Land, so be sure to prepare properly and not be careless. Many thanks, eldest brother. Su-gu etiquette remained in place. After all, one's cultivation level was still very low and one must not be arrogant and domineering. The 5 people, including Illusory Color Clothes, also respectfully thanked him.
Han Changsheng and the devils were obviously even more satisfied at the sight. Although, these 6 heavenly descending demon children from their devil's cave were all ferocious, they were at least not heartless. I heard that the devilish forces next door have all found heaven-sent demon children one after another as well. Each and every one of them is an inappropriate person. It was simply more exaggerated than accompanying a ruler like a tiger. And I heard that those who served them were eaten if they were not careful. Even, they were forced to punish some elders and top brass that they didn't see eye to eye with. And, these 6 devil children that the devils of the devil's cave had encountered, each and every one of them were reasonable like the damn righteous. It's only cool to follow a Skyfall demon child like that. We're so lucky. They couldn't help but lament in their hearts. In that case, the meeting is adjourned. After the pressure of debt on Han Changsheng's body was much smaller, he was very spirited, as if he had changed into a different person, and he said with vigor, "No, dismissed? Wait, isn't there something else to discuss?" The devils were all stunned and surprised, thinking that Han Changsheng had forgotten the main event and reminded him. What important matter? Han Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly and hesitated. Of course it's about the extreme bliss demon sect, wanting to attack us. The corners of the mouth of all the devils twitched, very speechless, itching to kick Han Changsheng, this unreliable, from the position of the acting cave master. Can you rely on something? How can you forget such a big thing? Su Gu had long ago sent the news back. When they heard about it, they felt an incomparable headache because they heard that the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect had gotten the inheritance of the ancient Extreme Bliss Demon Sect, and with the aid of a demonic child, their power had skyrocketed, and it was very difficult to deal with. In particular, since the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect dared to plot a siege against the Great Liang Demon Cave, it also meant that they consciously had the strength to do so. The reason why the devils waited until now was that they didn't know what to do and wanted to ask Su Gu. You guys are talking about the Extreme Bliss Demon cult, huh? Han Changsheng raised his head slightly, the corners of his mouth rising at a 45-degree angle as he said with mesmerizing confidence and arrogance, "A nest of mole crickets can be extinguished with the lifting of a hand. Just for a few days. I'll bring my men to destroy him. None of you need to care." The corners of the mouth of all the devils are madly twitching. Finished, the big senior brother drifted, without the debtor to violently collect the debt. Completely drifted. Ask yourself, can you do it? We're asking Su Gu's opinion, not listening to your bragging. Thinking of this, they looked at Su Gu in unison. However, Su Gu didn't care at all, and was quite usual, letting his big brother float. It's only normal if it floats. The failure is only deeper when he drifts away, and when he strikes again, he will be more valuable and powerful. Seeing that Su Gu did not refute, the arc of the big senior brother's mouth rose, higher and higher, very narcissistic stroked the bangs on his forehead, thinking that it was very handsome road. This matter is settled. 15 days, take down the Extreme Bliss Demon cult. Let's have a big celebration banquet. The devils would be convinced and chose to agree. After all, Han Changsheng's gesture was confident, so he should be certain, right? Moreover, he still had the Devil's Cave supreme treasure to deduce. Think it could really work. Senior brother, you're awesome. After the meeting was dispersed, 5 people from the righteous path were gathered beside Su Gu. Among them, illusory colorful clothes pasted the closest, with adoration and worship written all over her face, like a little fangirl. Then, there was Kong Haoren and Zhao Jingang, Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui, who had been with Su Gu all this time, knew what all they had been through and didn't fight for it. On the inner counselor, is it true what was said? Phantom Color Cloth inquired. What inner counselor? Su Gu raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. This he really didn't know. From her storage bag, Illusory Colored Clothes took out a booklet and handed it to Su Gu. This is the latest date of the internal reference I ordered. Su Gu received the pamphlet, his divine sense dispersed, and after just sweeping through it, he instantly exploded with anger. This is what you call an inside job? Su Gu said with slight indignation. Right. Illusory Colored Clothes was dumbfounded, not knowing why senior brother Su was indignant, and said in disbelief, the deconstruction and analysis of big events that are regularly published within the Great Shang Court. The great events within the central continent are recorded. However, the earlier inside stories were all very boring. It was all about some big shots fancy news, or some big powers chicken scratch, or some big business official's speeches in a certain place, and so on, or the last few issues. The parsing about you, elder brother, is interesting. I've read them many times, and I've also double-checked with Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui to make sure that there's no distortion of the facts, and that there's no disparaging remarks about you, elder brother. I've heard that these issues of the Inner Cultivator have sold out. Countless cultivators, all of them are in awe of your deeds. Shouldn't you be happy? The corners of Su Gu's mouth twitched madly. It's the selling out that makes me upset. Okay, this is a serious violation of my privacy and likeness rights, as well as copyright. Did you ask my permission to publish an article about my experience? Did they pay me for the article? Most importantly, did you consider the negative impact it would have on me? I'm an undercover agent. Is it appropriate to make such a big deal and expose it? Well, it's double undercover. As he thought about it, he looked over the inner workings again and realized that it came with a small projection stone that could play videos in addition to the written notation. And what the hell is this stay tuned? Or is it a serialized publication? Sugu raised an eyebrow. He had never been so speechless. Yes, because your story, elder brother, is so popular. So many people are urging for more. Illusory colored clothes nodded and said, therefore, Great Merchant has already set up a publication specifically for elder brother you. It's called Inside Story, Xiao Xian Character Journal. You are the main character, and in the future, everything about what you do will be followed up and recorded, and deconstructed and analyzed in detail, to ensure precision and accuracy, and to be delivered to the subscribing customers at the fastest speed possible. Sugu only felt his eyes go black. He could already think fluidly of the scenes that might follow. One day all the devils in the Devil's Cave called him to the council hall, stared at him in unison and interrogated. You're hiding really deep, undercover agent. He was just about to deny it. Then, the demons threw him a pile of them, featuring him as an internal reference to the Great Shang dynasty. You're not an undercover agent. Then why is it that within the Great Merchant, all praise is heaped upon you? On the other side, the righteous group of heroes were all holding their magic weapons and treasures, aiming them at him, and said incredulously, you're actually a devil cultivator undercover, hiding really deep. What? Sugu just wanted to retort. The crowd of righteous groupies then threw him a pile of them, featuring him in the inner workings of the Great Shang dynasty. You're not an undercover? Then who is undercover? What you've done is clearly written on the inside. We all know what kind of liner you're wearing. Sugu took a deep breath and almost fainted with anger, saying very breathlessly, I am truly convinced. Can you withdraw the publication, can't you? Sugu asked Illusory Color Cloth and the others. Illusory Clothes spread her hands, and although she still didn't understand why Sugu was unhappy, she still nodded her head and said seriously, it's late, and I hear a lot of bigwigs are pushing for more. Sugu laughed out bitterly, laughing harder than crying. What is this called? The one who could be called a big brother by the Illusory Clothes must be a super big brother. What's next? Convergence? How is that possible? It has to be more extreme. I can only take advantage of the fact that right now, neither side of the mouth tablet has flipped, and raise my cultivation up as soon as possible. Otherwise, waiting until the day when the mouth tablets have flipped and I don't have the strength, that would be disastrous. A sense of urgency rose in Sugu's heart. So, what's on the inner guide is true. Illusory Color Cloth's watery peach blossom eyes were filled with anticipation as she said, it wasn't just him, Kong Haoren and Zhao Jingang were likewise looking forward to it immensely. Didn't you guys look for Li Xiaobai and Mi Su Hui, and Chak? Sugu asked rhetorically. The two of them have the truth in their mouths? Kong Haoren rolled his eyes and said. The corner of Sugu's mouth twitched, thinking back to not too long ago, outside the gate of the Great Liang Demon Cave, the two sides had competed for the height of their cultivation. It's all true, Sugu said helplessly, except for the private contents of some transmissions and what happens within special places. It's all recorded on it. The three instantly lit up and scrambled to ask questions. Illusory Colored Clothes, Li Xiaobai's cultivation is so high. Was it you who nudged him? Senior brother Su? Kong Haoren, that one that makes evil spirits chant scriptures en masse is also true? How did that happen? Zhao Jingang, can you enlighten me? However, I may not be as smart as them, Illusory Colored Clothes said sadly. Why? Senior brother, you went out with the two of them to do quests and instructed them so much. Why didn't you even instruct me? Is it because senior brother Su doesn't like me? Or do you think that I'm just an immortal body and not enlightened enough? There was a lot of bickering, especially with Mi Su Hui adding to the confusion. Sugu instantly felt his head spin. And, are you guys focusing on the wrong thing? Li Xiaobai is so heartless to talk about his girlfriend, and Mi Su Hui is so heartless to do research on evil spirits. You all don't think it's abnormal at all? You guys don't think it's abnormal. Neither do those bigwigs in the righteous path, including Li Xiaobai's father and mother? Well, since there was no splash at all with their exploits, apparently, no one thought it was out of the ordinary. Take your time. Sugu could only stop the three and let them come one by one. He himself took his time and patiently explained. Indicates that any opportunity to do so will be pointed out. As for, senior sister Tsai, the last time I went out with you to do a mission, I didn't instruct you, not for any other reason, but because you didn't have the idea, and I don't know anything about your cultivation method, so how can I instruct you? Sugu said, although, he was tempted to say, if I had actually instructed you then, would you have listened? I'm a nameless kid with 3 spirit roots. You have a heavenly spirit root plus a first daughter of a top family and a top clan's true heirloom. Isn't it a joke for me to instruct you? Then let's make a deal. In the future, senior brother, you must instruct me more. In order to make it convenient for you to instruct me, I will definitely know everything to you. Senior brother, to make it convenient for you to understand me. Illusory colored clothes was delighted and excited. Her face flushed crimson and slightly blushing as she said, "Don't worry, I treat you all the same." Sugu nodded his head. Ha! The smile on Illusory Color Cloth's face was suddenly unnatural. Is it the same, not the same thing? Haven't I made it obvious enough? For a moment, both wanted to stomp their feet in a hurry. Kong Haoren couldn't wait to say, the 8 dragon men harvested by Nisu Hui. What's the origin? Are they really ordinary people who turned into dragon men because they ate that furnace of elixir you refined, senior brother? And it's because in that furnace of elixir, there was Misu Hui's blood. That's why these dragons directly recognized Mishu Hui? This matter, which was not in the internal references, was actively flaunted by Misu Hui to Kong Haoren. It should be. Sugu thought about it and nodded. Though, those 8 dragons, because of the essence blood and benevolent bones of the demon shadow, a grammatical heavens descent demon child, their strength and qualifications had increased drastically. Really? I'm also a celestial spirit root, so my blood should work. Hurry up and drain a bucket of my blood. You also refine a furnace for me. Refine a dozen furnaces. No, dozens of furnaces. Forget about draining it directly. As much as you can. Kong Haoren stretched out his wrist, and very boldly asked Sugu to drain his blood. Sugu's face was dark. How much more can you refine? You think it's the avatar scattering beans? It's time-consuming to make a pot of Dan. I don't practice? What? Could it be that Dan formula, senior brother, you didn't memorize it and didn't have a way to reproduce it? Seeing this, Kong Haoren inquired in a low voice. I remember the Dan formula, and I can also reproduce it. Sugu shook his head and was speechless. However, it's too laborious. It takes a few days of preparation to refine a furnace, and with this elixir, there are certain requirements for the user. Nisu Hui's Demon Dragon 8 is the 8 people carefully selected by the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect, who have also undergone corresponding training. So troublesome? Kong Haoren raised his eyebrows. Sugu didn't say anything. Compared to other forces, it was certainly not troublesome. After all, it was possible to mass-produce the 4 spirit root dragons, and the elixir could be taken to break through the realm. However, it was of little use to Sugu, as well as the righteous 5 such as Kong Haoren. After all, what's the point of making it, when it's cannon fodder in front of them? Nisu Hui's Demonic Dragon 8. If it hadn't absorbed the demonic shadow's essence blood and benevolent bone and evolved, it would be equivalent to a triple spirit root in a single body and a double spirit root in a combined body, or it wouldn't have any value. Kong Haoren was lost. Sugu inquired, what are you doing in such a hurry? Other than Kong Haoren, Li Xiaobai, Illusory Color Cloth and the others, including Nisu Hui, were not so enthusiastic about this Dan, though, all are also curious and want a furnace or two to play with. Kong Haoren sighed. Earlier, didn't you say, senior brother, that you could consider tuning up evil spirits to help me chant brocade essays while fighting? Sugu nodded. Indeed, and said, didn't I already have Sibu Hui tell you about the formation? Just have the evil spirits you enslaved follow the formation, chant the disrupted brocade articles, and then reshape them with the formation. That's what I wanted to say. Kong Haoren said, Confucian cultivation is different from Buddhist cultivation. Buddhist cultivation emphasizes sincerity of heart, reciting scriptures. Even if one's cultivation is not high, it's fine, as long as the reciter's heart is sincere. As long as there are enough reciters, the power will be enough. But Confucian cultivation is about talent. To recite a brocade essay, to explode with sufficient power, there is a high demand for the talent of the reciter. And these evil spirits, all of whom are semi-literate, even if a few of them, who may have been meritorious in life, have long since been removed from the temple of literature after their deaths, and no longer have their talents augmented. They chant brocaded essays with little power. He was slightly lost, while the 3 of them, Sugu, were out on a mission. He was not idle, and had been tuning up the crowd of evil spirits to recite the brocade articles. This is because the restraint of the Haoran Zhangqi on evil spirits is not as strong as the scripture Buddha's light. Therefore, those evil spirits, after being conditioned and accustomed to it, also developed some resistance, and were able to read some simple articles, but the power was almost non-existent. Even with the method given by Sugu, being able to make a sea of evil spirits recite brocade articles for themselves, the power is able to increase dramatically. But there's no way to compare it to the results of Misu Hui, both being heavenly spirit roots. It was definitely unacceptable that his Tao was inferior to Misu Hui's Tao. This also meant that he had to find a new Tao of immortality. It was why he was a little lost. Hey! After hearing this, Illusory Colorful Clothes reacted for the first time. slightly distressed. Good you Kong Haoren, playing with your heart, aren't you? Didn't we agree that we would let senior brother Su rest first, and then ask senior brother Su for guidance some other day? Of course she knew that Kong Haoren was changing his mind and asking Su Gu for guidance, which is not. Kong Haoren immediately denied it and said, I simply wanted to ask if I could refine more human dragon dan. That's kind of the truth. Since, letting the evil spirits recite the brocade articles for themselves wouldn't work, then they would use the human dragon dan and train a bunch of minions themselves. By that time, there were scholars with meager merits, such as those who had won the merit of Shiokai, but their cultivation was not good, and there was no way for them to become an official, who were willing to take this elixir and give him a little brother. He led a group of minions, and it was just as useful to have them help him recite jingoistic essays when he fought. So that's how it is. Su Gu also rationalized what was going on in Kong Haoren's mind and smiled. There's no need to be so troublesome. Let me give you a tip. Good. Kong Haoren, who was still lost beyond measure, immediately stared wide-eyed and froze for a split second, followed by endless joy. This has an idea? Zhao Jin Gang is the most surprised. Feel very incredible. Honestly, he did not even hold clear about the ins and outs of it, let alone support. A time is very worship. When will he have such a smart brain? What a way for him to pick up the slack. Mi Su Hui and Li Xiaobai, who naturally knew how powerful Su Gu's amazing intelligence was, still felt surprised. For her part, illusory colored clothes showed a ferocious face, clenched her fists, and threatened viciously. And you still say that you're not changing your mind to ask for guidance from senior brother Su? Dare to disturb my senior brother Su's rest, take your life. Su Gu stopped illusory color cloth's mischievousness and laughed. It's no trouble, it's very simple. With that, he said to Kong Haoren, I heard that the demon race, occupying a continent by itself. Right. Kong Haoren rubbed his head, somewhat puzzled. Su Gu said, in that case, they obviously have forces that rule the continent, such as dynasties, such as clans, such as ethnic groups? Of course, Kong Haoren couldn't guess what Su Gu wanted to say, so he simply didn't want to and directly returned. The demon race also has a demon court on their continent, but it doesn't rule very strongly, similar to the ancient imperial dynasties on our continent. No, even worse. Su Gu laughed and said, then since they have a demon court, they should naturally have a cultural luck as well, right? There. Kong Haoren more and more puzzled. However, their demon race, do not pay attention to these, the literary luck is thin. No demon reading poems and writing scriptures. Su Gu smiled more chestily and said, this is your chance. If, when you go to the demon continent, you create an amazing piece of poetry, will you be recognized by the literary luck, talent added to your body? No way. Kong Haoren said with certainty, the demon court only recognizes the demon race, and it must be the demon race that creates the poems. But, no one from the demon race will. Su Gu shook his head and said, then what if, you create an amazing piece of poetry and have the demon race you enslaved, publish it on your behalf? Kong Haoren immediately brightened up. His mood was incomparably excited, and his entire body almost jumped up, as if he had opened the door to a new world, and said in a trembling voice, naturally, it can be recognized by the literary luck. Elder brother you mean? Right. Su Gu laughed. Our great merchant's literary luck is flourishing, and there are countless talented people, so you can spend money to buy some inferior articles, not publish them in our great merchant, and let the demon race you enslaved, publish them in the demon court, to gain literary luck and talent. In this way, the demon races you enslave are naturally all talented, chanting brocade essays, and their power is naturally strong and incomparable. Swish! As soon as these words came out, not only Kong Haoren, but the other 4 members of the Righteous Five also all stood in awe and shock. Chapter 127, Black and 3 times stronger. Human Emperor flag refining successfully. Soldiering out the Extreme Bliss Demon Sect. 8,000 words requesting subscription. What is amazing wisdom? This is amazing wisdom. Kong Haoren's eyes were on fire. He was already extremely gifted, and after only a brief moment of contemplation, he realized what Su Gu had said, what exactly it represented. Instantly, he was incomparably thrilled and excited to the extreme, his body trembling and trembling. My sky, once this kind of tactic is performed, it can easily steal the demon race's literary luck and utilize it for me. No, not only the demon race, but also the ghost race, the sea race, and other races, can all be used for me. If I can follow this path to the end, I will surpass countless Confucian ancestors, even on par with the supreme sage of Confucianism. Is this the astounding wisdom of senior brother Su? With a casual remark, you're pointing straight to an ultimate avenue? The other 4 members of the other Orthodox 5 also stood in awe, looking stunned and dumbfounded. Su Gu had astounding wisdom, which they all knew, and various things that had been done before,
had all been corroborated, but they really didn't expect that Sugu hadn't thought much about it at all. Just listened to it and then immediately blurted out the solution, which was surprisingly also this amazing. This is an incomparably wide ultimate path. At the end of the road, it was not only the immortal becoming Dao fruit, but also an incomparably powerful immortal becoming Dao fruit. As we all know, Confucian cultivators are very special and different from other cultivators. Other cultivators cultivate. Pay attention to the timing or location. Even if the sky collapses, as long as it doesn't hit them, as long as there is still aura and Dao rhythm around them, they can still cultivate. Confucian cultivation, on the other hand, relies more on human harmony, or more precisely on the item of literary luck in human harmony. What is literary luck? A race, over a long period of time, will naturally evolve words, and then, on the basis of words, will naturally evolve articles such as poems, songs, lyrics, songs, and essays. The birth of each beautiful article will nourish a wisp of literary chi, which will not dissipate, but will continue to accumulate with the recitation of these articles, and ultimately quantitative changes will cause qualitative changes and turn into literary luck. If, for example, a person is endowed with great chi, then they will be loved by the great Tao of heaven and earth, with deep blessings and strong qualifications, and their future achievements will be unlimited. Literary luck, on the other hand, is the great luck that belongs only to the readers, and only the readers can have it. The earliest readers found that after creating a high level of brocaded essays, the literary luck in their body would be much more beneficial to their cultivation and fighting. Some of these readers, after seeing the power of the literary movement, naturally put more energy into the development and utilization of the literary movement. Thus, Confucianism was born. The ancestors of the Confucian cultivators, after continuous attempts, found that by attaching themselves to a unified dynasty, establishing a literary temple, and restraining the literati in the world, they could control the literary fortune, and thus possess the terrifying power of moving mountains and reclaiming the sea. In order not to waste the literary luck, resulting in the exhaustion of fishing, or even the ability to constantly increase the literary luck, they promoted the dynasty and established a perfect merit system, in which Confucian scholars in later times could obtain merit through examinations or being nominated, such as child student, scholar, lifer, scholar, Hanlon, university scholar, etc., so as to motivate the Confucian scholars to climb up the ladder and create excellent and beautiful articles, which would nourish the literary atmosphere and fill up the literary fortune. At the same time, they diluted the literary luck into talent and assigned it to each Confucian scholar with a meritorious title in accordance with the level of merit. In this way, Confucian scholars can mobilize the corresponding talents by virtue of their own merits and possess extraordinary greatness. Simply put, when talent is in the air, poetry can kill the enemy, words can destroy the army, and articles can secure the world. Great Shang Dynasty, due to the rule of law, the country is peaceful, the people are rich, leisure time, who want to recite poetry, by the wind and flirtation, the natural prosperity of the literary movement to the extreme. As a result, the central continent within the readers as many as dogs, but limited merit, more than the talented. A lifetime of even a Shiotsi merit cannot be examined by the Confucian cultivator. On the other hand, the demon race, or the ghost race, the sea race, and other groups, there are not many people in their groups who can read, let alone compose a brocade article. Literary luck is very thin. For rulers, literary luck represents culture, and the stronger the cultural luck, the stronger the community will only be. After all, every aspect of life cannot be separated from culture. However, their literary luck is too thin, there is nothing to add to the battle, and they respect the weak and the strong. Naturally, they will not take the trouble to cultivate literary luck, and will only focus on cultivation enhancement and killing each other. The development of the cultural movement is incredibly slow. In this way, as Sugu said, hiring some Confucian scholars within the Great Shang, who have no merit, or low merit, to write articles for themselves, and handing them over to their enslaved demon race, to be published in the demon court. These wistful, repeatedly unsuccessful Confucian cultivators, in the incomparably rolled environment of Deshang, their articles are worthless, but in the demon court they are absolutely good articles. In this case, the demon court is happy and will not refuse, and will be very generous in enshrining merit. After all, it can grow the literary fortunes. These Confucian scholars, because of the money they have received, will naturally be very satisfied, and Kong Haoran, enslaved these demons got the title of merit, can mobilize the talent is amazing. His strength will also skyrocket. The future is even more hopeful beyond a group of Confucian sages, naturally also very happy. On the part of the Great Shang, under normal circumstances, it had been suppressing the demon race's cultural movement and preventing it from developing, and it would surely be tough to crack down on this kind of behavior.
However,
if you know that these demon clans that carried the Great Shang article and obtained the demon court's enthronement were all enslaved by Kong Haoran.
In the end,
Although the demon race's literary fortune grew, it was all stolen by Kong Haoran. Kong Haoran was a great merchant, and when he stole the demon race's literary fortune, it was equivalent to a great merchant stealing the demon race's literary fortune. The big businessman would surely have readily agreed, and would even have quietly encouraged it. In this way, the big business side will naturally be happy. This is simply a win-win situation. There are no hindering forces at all, and it's very easy to implement. After Kong Haoran figured everything out, he was so excited that he was about to kneel down for Su Gu. Don't look at it as just nudging these 1 or 2 sentences, but it is already tantamount to ordination. Of course, having said that, this method is actually very challenging to operate. If you want to buy a large number of articles from the literati, it is not a simple matter, and it was even more difficult not to be found and severely punished by the big merchants. As for enslaving a large number of demon clans without drawing the wrath of the demon clans,
and allowing these demon clansmen
to successfully publish articles within the demon court and gain merit, were all equally difficult.
Difficult for any cultivator to do, except for Kong Haoran. To Kong Haoran, these difficulties were average. The absolute heavenly spiritual root qualification and his background is heavenly,
which makes him not afraid of strong enemies. Pops is the leader of Confucianism and Taoism in the world, so naturally, he can easily collect countless literati articles and get support from the Great Shang Literary Forum. The most crucial thing was that he was still positively hairy and demonic,
enslaving the demon race without any psychological burden.
It could be said that this was simply the direction of the Great Tao that was specifically
customized for Kong Haoran.
This was also the reason why Illusory Colored Clothes and the others were deeply shocked, and Su Gu's mouth twitched after hearing Kong Haoran's words.
What win-win situation. Are you ignoring the feelings of the demons and monsters who are to be enslaved by you?
However, it was thought that these positively demonic teenagers would not care about the feelings of these demons and devils.
How does this feel? His avenue is also much better than mine. Ni Su Hui also finished her deduction, and after rationalizing the pros and cons,
she was envious with toothache and was very red-eyed. Li Xiaobai's avenue is better than his. This Kong Haoran's avenue is also better than his, and none of them are even close to being weaker than him.
Is there any justice in this? Obviously he was here first. How come his path was the hardest? If, after being instructed, Zhao Jingang and Illusory Color Clothes comprehended the Great Tao, which was also a better path than him, he was truly going to lose his mind. Zhao Jingang was equally envious,
scratching his head anxiously, and several times he wanted to open his mouth and ask Su Gu to give him some pointers as well.
As a result, they were all glared back by the Illusory Clothes. Although, Illusory Colored Clothes also wanted to be instructed, there was no rush. There was plenty of time for the next.
Elder brother Su had been out for several months, and had only returned to deal with another major event, so it was obviously very taxing on his mind and soul, and he needed to rest.
Next, without any surprises,
a steady stream of gratitude from Kong Haoran resounded from all around,
as well as words of adoration and admiration from Illusory Colored Clothes and the other 4. In response, Su Gu was bashful. It's just a base, no need to make a fuss. After another round of pleasantries, it was only then that the 5 members of the righteous path departed with great reluctance, releasing Su Gu to return to the cave alone. Inside the cave, Su Gu stretched his back. This trip to do the mission experienced a lot of big events. Indeed, it depleted a lot of mind, but instead of lying down on the bed and going to sleep, instead, he practiced on his knees. If you are not gifted, then work harder. There was still an ocean of grievances accumulated by his heavenly demon decree, and it was simply too much to use up. If, by not consuming it all the time and letting these monstrous grievances be stored, something bad would probably happen. Sure, before cultivating, he opened the pickup word panel and chose to synthesize all the word fragments that he had accumulated. During this period of time, he had accumulated quite a few word fragments, 6 green and 3 blue word fragments in addition to white. Of course, there were also the 3 purple fragments obtained from obtaining achievements. After using it for such a long time, he had thoroughly figured out the word acquisition mechanism. Some high-grade spiritual places, the first time you arrive, you get the highest grade of word fragments, and the probability and grade of the word fragments harvested on a daily basis in the following days will be drastically attenuated. These 3 blue fragments were collected from some treasures within the ghost world. So far, he hadn't collected a single purple shard, and had gotten them all by reaching achievements. Start by taking all the white pieces and giving them all a synthesis. There are no surprises. All of the synthesized words were of little use to him now. This was to be expected. The power of white words generally manifested around the foundation stage, with few exceptions. Synthetic green. Su Gu took a deep breath and started to get into the swing of things. Congratulations, you've gained the green talent bone throwing. Sugu's eyes lit up, thwarted by the sound of the name. It was a rare attack type phrase, and it must be tough. It should be out of the extreme. Look at the word explanations. Bone throwing. You will become very proficient in the skill of bone throwing. Sugu raised his eyebrows, speechless. This word interpretation. Is he kidding? Where do you keep it? Crap literature. Kind of let it play out and understand. Forget it, it's better to realize it on your own. Luckily, Sugu had long since gotten used to it and continued synthesizing words. Congratulations, you've earned the green word step by step. Step by step, walk with the wind. Sugu frowned slightly, his complexion slightly stiffened for a moment, shaking his head helplessly. It's a phrase for pretending to be something you're not. It's not very useful. Continue synthesizing. Sugu was in a slightly tense mood as the next words. It was the turn of the blue ones. And only one blue one can be synthesized. Congratulations, you've been awarded the blue word, centurion. 100 years of trees, your enemies will become tree people after 100 years. A wisp of a question mark once again appeared on Sugu's face. To be honest, he really didn't get what that meant. I know the original meaning of the phrase, 100 years to train a talented person, and I know that it takes long, hard years to train a talented person. But, what does this phrase mean? Sugu felt frantic. It can't be an enemy increase type of phrase, can it? One's enemy, an automatic success after 100 years? It shouldn't be. Sugu shook his head. At the moment the words were still more in his favor. If the 100 years tree man was an enemy increase class, it was impossible for it to become a blue word. Perhaps, it can be interpreted literally. Sugu raised an eyebrow and tried to interpret it literally, following his previous experience with words. Soon, the corners of Sugu's mouth rose, as if he knew how to use it. However, the specifics of how to do it would have to be made clear after experimentation. To the purple word, there's no superb words coming out of any of the front. It's kind of padded out pretty much. I hope that next, I can synthesize a stronger, more domineering, more unreasonable, and preferably attacking type of extreme words. Sugu organized his thoughts and even took a special bath and changed his clothes, hoping that this time he could combine a superb purple phrase. The two previous purple phrases were really only average and didn't really benefit him much. The three purple shards disappeared and fused into a purple word that shimmered with purple light. Congratulations, you've gained the purple phrase, black and 3 times stronger. The corners of Sugu's mouth rose, his face steeped in joy, and joy surfaced in his heart quite naturally. The reason is simple, the phrase is strong at first glance, definitely super dominant. Blackening is 3 times stronger. After blackening, you will have up to 3 times the increase in battle power. It's really the same as what I thought. The corners of Sugu's mouth could no longer be suppressed and he burst out laughing. Just, in the next moment, Sugu was stumped on the spot and looked at himself with slight hesitation. Strange there's no change. Even, turning in a circle, looked at himself once again. Still nothing has changed. Sugu's brows furrowed, somewhat puzzled. Strange. Isn't it said that blackening is 3 times stronger? Am I not black enough now? My devilishness is overflowing. He found it very strange. If the world speaks of devilishness, if he says number 1, who dares to compare with him? Just look at the hatred and fear of the ghost people in the Locust Willow ghost world, and you will know his devilishness. No, just by looking at the sea of grievances that rolled in and accumulated like an ocean because it simply couldn't be consumed, one would know his demonic nature. So devilishly monstrous. He naturally has a heart black to the bone. Wait, Sugu, who was thinking in this way, suddenly seemed to think of something, looked strange. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched, and said incredulously, it can't be that kind of meaning, right? Thinking of this, from his storage bag, he picked a long shin black robe and directly changed into it. Before that, he would have been wearing a long shin black robe, only when he was doing a mission that involved whitewashing. He didn't wear such conspicuous clothes. As expected, when he finished changing into black, he had indeed discovered that his strength and speed, as well as his reflexes and divine sense, had all increased a little. Sure enough, Sugu was speechless, the corners of his mouth twitching madly. This blackening is 3 times stronger, referring to blackening, and it's really literal. This is outrageous, isn't it? Could it be that black people are always stronger when they dry hump? Although Sugu was complaining, however, he still changed all the linings to black as well, found that it had obviously gained some more increase. Subsequently, a good piece of ink, into a bucket of water, maneuvering mana, rolled up. This bucket of ink fell on the body, after dyeing the whole body into black. Its own strength this time directly enhanced a large section. However, it's not as much as 3 times, only about double. Sugu frowned, wearing only black clothes, the enhancement is only 30%. To get a triple increase, it is estimated that the blood and bones, as well as the 5 viscera, will have to be changed to black. If, in the previous life on Earth,
It was natural to not be able to do this to this extent. But, in the world of immortal cultivation, it wasn't too difficult to make yourself completely black to the bone, for a short period of time, and it was just a matter of remodeling some spells, or elixirs. After Sugu finished his thoughts, he used a purification spell to get rid of the ink on his body before changing his lining as well. Normally, when you're out and about, you have to be poised. Don't need to go too much for battle power. Wear only black, the lining doesn't add much, just match it handsomely. When you're in a real fight, it's not too late to physically black out when you encounter a tricky enemy that you can't beat. Time passes. For the past few days, Sugu had been practicing. Although, he was a 3-spirit root and his cultivation speed was slow, but he cultivated the heavenly demon decree, and with the massive amount of grievances to absorb, his cultivation speed was actually very fast. Under normal circumstances, it is equivalent to a double spiritual root. When the grievances suddenly came in on a massive scale and could no longer be stored, the breakthrough could be even faster, and only then would it be barely comparable to a heavenly spirit root. From this, one could also see the terror of the heavenly spirit root. A foundation building pill is swallowed into the abdomen. From now on my life is still up to God, not me. Sugu took an auxiliary elixir and managed to break the bottleneck, breaking through to the 4th level of foundation establishment. Although, it was only the 3rd level of foundation establishment to the 4th level of foundation establishment. It was the early stage of foundation establishment to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and the strength had still increased a lot, but it's still too weak. It must be promoted to Jindan as soon as possible. In this way, we can continue to cultivate the 10,000 Ghosts Night Journey and significantly increase our strength. I hope that within the Devil Dao's ancestral ground, there are spells and aptitudes that will help me quickly raise my cultivation level. Sugu frowned slightly. Although he had not encountered a bottleneck in realm advancement, he had encountered a bottleneck in strength advancement. Because, right now, he relied solely on the 10,000 Ghosts Nightwalker to deal damage, and the 10,000 Ghosts Nightwalker he had already cultivated to the extreme of what he could currently cultivate. His true strength was comparable to a half-step Yuaning. The 10,000 Ghosts Night Journey was unable to break through, and even if his cultivation were to rise a few more minor realms, the impact would all be minimal. After all, it was only a small realm of the foundation establishment stage. Unless one advances to the Jindan stage and continues to cultivate the 4th phase of the 10,000 Ghosts Night Journey, Naiha Bridge Fall. Only, from the 4th level of foundation establishment to Jindan stage, there was a difference of 6 small realms in the middle. Even if one cultivated desperately, without a small half a year, there was no hope of being promoted to Jindan. Moreover, his qualifications weren't very good, so he might have to be stuck at the 10th level of the foundation establishment great perfection stage for a while before he could be promoted to Jindan. Poor natural talent. Cultivating immortality is really hard. Sugu murmured and got up to walk out of the cave. It wasn't ready to depart for the ancestral land of the Devil's Path. It wasn't time yet. The group of devils were still preparing to open the passageway, and it was estimated that it would take a few more days or 10 days. He was planning to go around Zhao Jingong's cave. Although Zhao Jingang was a physical cultivator and his brain wasn't very flexible, he was a good weaponsmith. When he came back, Sugu then communicated with Zhao Jingang initially, asking him to help look at the possibility of creating a human emperor flag. After hearing this, Zhao Jingang was greatly shocked, as if he had opened the door to a new world, indicating that he had never heard of it. There was such a magic treasure. Technically speaking, a magic treasure. He said he wanted to mull it over first, and now that I think about it, he should have mulled it over pretty much. However, while passing by the martial arts arena, Sugu saw that the arena was filled with devil cultivators. Han Shangsheng stood in the air at the very front, looking down on the crowd of demonic cultivators below. In this battle, we will win, because, 3 points. First, we are strong and they are weak. They are not as good as us. Secondly, we strike suddenly. We are the odd man out. We are in the dark. They are in the light. They are inferior to us. Thirdly, we have begun to wash our hands of them and pay our taxes on time, and the officials treat us well and treat them poorly. When we report to the officials help us and fight them. They are inferior to us. In summary, we will win this battle. When the time comes, we'll charge straight up and them up. Han Changshang was confident and very confident, speaking as the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. Sugu's mouth twitched as he listened. This is your tactic? It's a little too scribbly, isn't it? At first, he thought that this was just Han Changsheng's opening statement for morale and that he would lay out the tactics later, but it turned out that it was already over. However, the crowd of demonic cultivators below were listening to the fervor. No wonder Han Changsheng was able to become the acting demon lord. Sugu grew more and more speechless. After collecting his thoughts, he didn't stay too long and left directly. Han Changsheng of course noticed Sugu's movement, but took it as a compliment.
See, this proposal, even demon child Su doesn't find it problematic.
Han Shangsheng said truthfully to some of the devil cultivators who didn't quite support this decision of his, raising his head slightly and the corners of his mouth up.
Han Shangsheng directly ordered after exhorting twice more. Departure. Destroy the extreme bliss demon sect.
In front of Zhao Jingong's cave,
Su Gu didn't knock on the door and directly entered.
Zhao Jingang said that he couldn't be distracted by refining weapons,
and that if there was something to find him, he could go straight into the cave.
Just walked into Zhao Jingang's cave,
turned to feel an unspeakable blazing heat. Su Gu's eyebrows slightly raised, looked inside,
and found that deep inside the cave,
connected to a ground fire,
set up a look at the precious and incomparable refining furnace.
Zhao Jingang is beating his bare chest and banging on the equipment next to him.
Why are you here?
Su Gu raised his eyebrows and realized that beside him, Mi Suhui was actually yawning. Senior, you're here too? Mi Suhui snapped awake, stretched, and said in a very bored manner, wasn't it Zhao Jingang that the two of us commissioned to try and build the human emperor flag? I couldn't be idle, and I didn't have much to do in the cave, so I ran here early, thinking that if I could help a little, I would do so.
With that, he yawned again and said, however, Vajra is just too stable to use my help, so I dozed off in boredom.
Su Gu was envious. That's a heavenly spiritual route.
With the heavenly spiritual route's anticlimax,
the cultivation enhancement was completely automatic. Eat, drink, and have fun, and the cultivation would increase as usual.
But anytime one meditates and cultivates a bit,
it is considered the shame of the heavenly spiritual route. When will he become a heavenly spirit route?
It seems that a compulsion or magic treasure refining similar to the blood cranium compulsion should also find a way to be put on the agenda, Su Gu said with a slight sense of urgency in his heart.
Blood cranium compulsion.
A means from a certain novel he had read in his previous life.
Simply put,
it was the ability to devour other people's life essence and strengthen one's own talent.
This world, too,
has all sorts of amazing compulsions.
For example, in the western region of the central continent,
there was a group that was proficient in parasites and curses, the Witchcraft Clan. The reason why the Yin Yang sect was in such a state of decline was that it was hit by the curse of the Witchcraft Clan.
If he went to the Witchcraft Clan, combined with the means of the Devil's Way,
he might not be unable to refine a compulsion similar to the blood cranium compulsion, which could enhance his own talent.
Of course, all of this is an afterthought, and it certainly won't work now. Witchcraft clansman, the general nature of eccentricity, as if uncivilized.
He is now cultivation this week, all rely on a mouth and the output. When the time comes if you meet the Witchcraft Clan,
people do not listen to their own reasoning. That is not a direct mail?
Right now, it would be more reliable to straighten out the human emperor flag before going to the Devil Dao ancestral ground and gathering some Devil Dao means.
A game of quintessence?
Seeing that Zhao Jingang had no intention of stopping,
Mi Suhui brightened up and came to say with interest.
The quintessence that he was talking about was naturally the King of Games card play that Su Gu had
before taught to Phantom Cloth. The reason why
it was called quintessence was just a matter of coming up with an interest at the time and playing the stunt.
Apparently, Mirage Color Cloth,
after playing King of Games cards with Su Gu all the way through, liked it better, and wrote down some of the simple decks Su Gu told her about,
as well as how to play them,
and passed them on to the other 4 members of the Righteous Five. Just this reaction from Mizui shows that the game is still more than welcome, Su Gu thought in his mind.
Games such as 3 Kingdoms, Fight the Landlord, Fried Gold, Mahjong, and so on, it seems that they can all be moved, and they should be able to make a small profit.
These relaxing games, naturally, wouldn't be as popular if you were traveling to an underworld cultivation world in the style of the Triad cultivation genre.
And, under the rule of the Great Shang, the people were left to their own devices, and the cultivators were not allowed to violate the law. So the overall atmosphere, in comparison, was still relatively relaxed, and both the common people and the cultivators were in dire need of more interesting forms of entertainment. These are games that, if they were moved, would be very popular without having to think about it. Even,
some formations can be utilized to turn card games such as King of Games and 3 Kingdoms into real virtual projection modes of characters and scenes.
Then Su Gu, who was pondering all this, shook his head and refused Mi Suhui's invitation to play cards. Why? Mi Suhui was puzzled after being rejected. Senior brother, could it be that you still have something else? Su Gu shook his head. Since it's all about playing cards and killing time, why don't I play with senior sister Sai?
Ha!
Mi Suhui froze slightly,
her head full of black lines.
So,
Su Guzhen flew his sword to send a message and called for illusory color clothes.
The illusory color clothes were in the cave. They were already fine, and they were almost bored to the point of meditating and practicing. He wanted to find Su Gu to play,
but he was afraid of disturbing Su Gu's cultivation.
And, when Su Gu called now, he naturally arrived instantly. Playing cards? I'm the best at it. Illusory color clothes tilted her head and said arrogantly.
Sugu tilted his head and glanced at illusionary colored clothes.
You are not allowed to cheat with illusions.
Of course, I'm such an honorable person. How could I cheat when I'm playing cards with senior brother Su? Illusory colorful clothes took it for granted and patted his chest in assurance. Sugu and Mirage clothes are over here playing cards.
Ni Suhui watched from the sidelines with mixed emotions. Obviously, he was the one who invited senior brother Su, so how come he was playing with senior brother Su in the illusory color clothes? At this moment, he was almost chagrined as to why he wasn't a girl. Well, I'm a girl, and I'm not as good looking as senior sister Sai, so I guess it's hard to win senior brother Su's heart, so I'd better continue to be a monk. Ni Suhui also recognized the reality, sat on the sidelines watching the two play cards, very consciously substituting for it, began to point and teach the two to play cards. Phantom clothes, Sugu. It caused Sugu and the two of them to darken their faces in unison. This monk, his mouth is really broken. Phantom color cloth, a novice, was naturally beaten by Sugu, and was about to lose, but Sugu ended his turn, and she immediately brightened up, and was very excited. It's my turn, but at that moment, Zhao Jingang finally stopped the work at hand and noticed the three. Ha, elder brother Su, elder brother me, senior sister Sai, when did you guys come? Zhao Jingang blinked his eyes, surprised. Sugu and illusory color cloth looked at each other and blinked without much reaction. However, Ni Suhui's face was pitch black, the corners of her mouth twitching madly, speechless to the extreme. I've been here a couple days. Are you so preoccupied? Zhao Jingang nervously scratched his head and laughed. Normally, it wouldn't be like this. However, that magic treasure that you and senior brother Su told me about is too mysterious, and it would be hard for me to succeed if I didn't concentrate. As a heavenly spiritual root, although he had refined his body to the point where his brain was a bit straight, he was exceptionally intelligent, with a strong divine idea, and under normal circumstances, he was able to distract himself and do many things at once and complete them perfectly. However, refining this human emperor flag was too difficult for him to be distracted. So it's a done deal? Ni Suhui's eyes lit up, hearing Zhao Jingang's meaning. It's hard to succeed without concentrating. If you do, isn't it easy to succeed by concentrating? Zhao Jingang frowned slightly. His expression changed, somewhat complicated, pondered for a moment, and finally, not knowing whether it was sadness or joy, said, I don't know whether it's considered a success or a failure. I guess it didn't work out. Ha, sure enough it still failed. Ni Suhui was very lost. It was true that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. However, this is to be expected. Don't be sad, senior brother Zhao. This human emperor flag is very difficult. After all, you just learned refining not long ago. To be able to achieve this level, it's already great. I'll go next, and ask my senior uncle. Ni Suhui patted Zhao Jingang's shoulder, trying to comfort him. Only the words stopped abruptly. He was somewhat stunned as he looked at Zhao Jingang's hands, the two flags that were bubbling with rolling black gas and exuding riching fury power, as if they were the most precious treasure of the underworld. This is, Ni Suhui said with wide eyes and a slight hesitation, human emperor flag. Zhao Jingang said rightfully. Ha! Ni Suhui raised her eyebrows and said incredulously, didn't you say that you didn't succeed in refining it? It was not refined successfully. Zhao Jingang scratched his head, somewhat confused, but, it didn't fail to refine either. Mizui, can't you be more specific? Sugu spoke. What exactly is the situation? Zhao Jingang said. I have refined the 100 ghost bag into the shape of the human emperor flag and expanded the space according to elder brother Su's request. But, I encountered some difficulties. Even if I loaded it with the remains of the Yang ghost elder ancestor, I can only load it with more than 10,000 evil ghosts at the most. More than 10,000. Sugu frowned. For now, the number was quite a lot and enough for him, but if this was the limit, then it was definitely unacceptable. After all, when the cultivation level was high, it would definitely not be enough to drive only 10,000 or so evil spirits. What's the dilemma? Is it tricky? Sugu pursued. Zhao Jingang scratched his head and said, it shouldn't be too tricky. It's just that there are too many formations that need to be inscribed. Moreover, they are all large formations that will clash and interfere with each other, and cannot coexist. If, for example, the Qinkuan formation is replaced with a Qinkuan stone that already contains space, then it should be possible to expand the internal space significantly. Sugu was relieved to hear that it was just a matter of finding the right Qinkuan stone. This dilemma was still acceptable. Then he said, the other formations I asked you to carve, have they all been carved? Those formations were the core of the human emperor flag. ______.